As a mentor at the Martial Arts Academy for 5 consecutive years, you've been a useless mentor who hasn't attracted any students. This year, you finally managed to get 2 clueless youths to choose you. But instead of teaching them, you just show them how to set up stalls for business. You just take them out to eat, drink, and have fun. You've even boasted that you'll turn them into extraordinary dancers. Everyone mocks you as a foolish mentor. Even the principal angrily scolds the 3 of you for being useless. What they don't know is that these 2 students actually possess monstrous talent. The reason they chose you as their mentor was to better hide their identities and achieve their own goals. And after acquiring the mentor and friend system, you've already seen through everything. As for their motives, you couldn't care less. Because as long as you gain the students' recognition, you can share in their talents and cultivation. The higher the recognition, the greater the sharing. At this moment in the principal's office, Lu Chang, the principal of the Martial Arts Academy, looks at the 2 new students behind you, his face growing more and more serious. Over the years, every time he sees you, a useless second-tier cultivator, wandering around the academy, he can't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Now that you've actually recruited students, this complex feeling makes him even more uncomfortable. To be honest, the principal has mixed feelings about you. Although you know how to flatter him and often make him feel good, as an administrator, he knows he must dismiss you, the shame of this academy. Because of your presence, the entire Martial Arts Academy of Manhwa University has become a laughingstock in the education sector. He can't hold his head up during meetings, and even the teaching team has fallen to the bottom because of you, losing their qualifications for excellence. The letters petitioning for your expulsion are nearly overflowing the mailbox. Lu Chang originally planned to use the enrollment task as an excuse to get rid of you, but unexpectedly, you actually brought in 2 students. He helplessly gestures for you to come forward and register their information. Looking at the information displayed on the computer for Dao Ming and He Xiangzai, Lu Chang furrows his brow again. These 2 students, who barely passed, are the bottom 2. One is foolishly earnest, and the other is grinning like a clown. Neither seems particularly bright. He can't help but kindly remind you that if you're sure you want to join Dong Tao's martial arts class, there are many other teachers in the academy to choose from. Dao Ming immediately straightens up and says, "Principal, no need to think about it. I want to follow Teacher Dong," putting on a facade of earnestness. But inside, he's secretly cursing, "Old man, if you say more, I'll punch you." He Xiangzai also cheerfully agrees with the principal, saying, "I applied to Puppet University just to follow Teacher Dong." This leaves Lu Chang speechless. These 2 problematic students are actually here for Dong Tao. Their intelligence is truly concerning. Lu Chang can only sigh and wave for Teacher Wang to complete the registration process. From now on, you will be Teacher Dong's students. Study hard. Looking at their youthful faces, Lu Chang can't help but feel pity for their future. He looks at the 2 students and then at you, still feeling a bit reluctant. He earnestly reminds you to take teaching seriously and not to mislead your students. You immediately pat your chest and say, "Principal, don't worry. I will definitely train them to become extraordinary dancers." This statement leaves Lu Chang and Teacher Wang dumbfounded, and Teacher Wang can't help but laugh out loud. Lu Chang suppresses his laughter, secretly mocking, "You, a well-known slacker, want to train these first-tier and low-tier talent students into extraordinary dancers? That's more absurd than pairing alcohol with antibiotics." What makes him even more exasperated is that Dao Ming and He Xiangzai are actually giggling foolishly, seemingly taking your words seriously. Lu Chang looks helplessly at the 3 of you, unable to find a single competent person among you. He wearily waves for you to hurry and leave. You know how to play the game, and before leaving, you don't forget to inquire about his well-being, saying, "Principal, don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health." You also say to Teacher Wang, "Please take care of yourself too." After watching these 3 clowns leave, Lu Chang rolls his eyes and quickly takes out his phone to contact Shenyuan, saying, "Teacher Qin, I'll personally pick you up. You are the pride of our martial arts academy. Whether we can turn things around this year depends on you. The 4S level new students have all arrived." Lu Chang smiles broadly on the phone, his charm rivaling yours. After all, the person on the other end is the strongest graduate of the Martial Arts Academy in 20 years. Now, she is Qin Wanyu, a 9th-tier dancer. To mentor the 4S level geniuses recruited this year, she was specially transferred back from the military. This SS-level gifted prodigy reached the 9th tier at just 24 years old. She is just 1 step away from becoming extraordinary, but that final step is a chasm, and 3 years have passed without a breakthrough. Thinking of your foolish demeanor, Lu Chang can't help but roll his eyes again. He no longer expects you to achieve anything, he just hopes you won't embarrass the academy too much. As you walk out of the principal's office, you smile at the 2 students and say, "Tomorrow we will officially start classes. You need to be mentally prepared. What I teach is not the stuff from textbooks." Although Dao Ming and He Xiangzai nod repeatedly, looking excited. You know in your heart that they aren't taking your words seriously. For these two kids, just getting into your class is already an achievement. From now on, they just need you to be a compliant tool. However, you don't mind. In terms of talent and cultivation, you really can't compare to these two prodigies. But when it comes to social skills and cunning, these two clueless youths are still easy to handle. In the evening, you sit at your desk, carefully writing the title of your lesson plan, boldly titled Counteracting the Heavens Gangs. To quickly gather recognition and unlock the ability to share cultivation, you've come up with this clever tactic of using poison against poison. These two students appear respectful on the surface, but inside they're quite rebellious. They think they can fool such geniuses with made-up techniques, but that's impossible. They can spot the flaws at a glance. Since they enjoy playing the fool, let them see what a real useless person looks like. On the morning of the next day, in the auditorium of the Martial Arts Academy, Principal Lu Chang stands on stage, passionately delivering a speech. The bell for the new semester has rung, and from this moment on, your lives will enter a new phase. The audience erupts in applause, but you sit in the last row with your two prized students, yawning. This old-fashioned welcoming method will soon turn the excitement of the new students into drowsiness. In fact, a few years ago, you suggested holding a gathering where seniors could perform and there would be interactive games between teachers and students, along with some barbecued snacks. That's what a university welcoming event should look like. Unfortunately, Lu Chang didn't take your suggestion seriously and insisted on holding this life-wasting speech event. Taking advantage of the moment while Lu Chang interacted with the students in the front row, Chao Daoming and He Xiongzai exchanged a glance and quietly slipped out of the auditorium, heading straight for class 5-4. As the smallest and lowest performing class in the Martial Arts Academy this year, the classroom contained only a podium and two sets of desks and chairs, with a mysterious object covered in red cloth on the podium. Feel free to take any seat. To protect your eyesight, we'll switch seats every week, you said with a smile. Daoming and He Xiongzai exchanged glances, realizing that they were the only two students in the entire class. The titles of class leader and deputy leader, as well as the idea of switching seats, seemed utterly meaningless. You stood at the podium and said seriously, "The welcome event at the academy is too boring. Let's use this time for studying," emphasizing the word studying particularly strongly. Seeing the smirks on the faces of the two boys, you continued, "University is like a filter, specifically designed to sift out waste like us. Right now, you can still be in the same class as those top students, but 4 years from now, the gap will be like heaven and earth." The two instantly turned serious. Although they were pretending to be naive, being treated as equals by a true waste like you made them feel a bit annoyed. You secretly chuckled, realizing this was the effect you wanted. Our path in martial arts is destined for failure. No matter how hard we try, it's all in vain, and in the end, we'll return to ordinary lives, something I deeply resonate with. But luckily, you've met me, your life mentor. You suddenly became passionate. Martial arts is about taking detours when faced with injustice. Since becoming a martial artist is difficult, let's switch tracks. You wrote 6 big characters on the blackboard. Take 4 fewer years of detours. Watching the confusion on their faces, you continued, "Isn't a dancer's training all about realizing self-worth and living a good life? For wastes like us, we shouldn't think about self-worth at all. Let's go straight for a good life. If you want to live well, it's all about working hard to earn money and learning to enjoy life." You wrote down university students setting up stalls to start businesses and enjoying life. So in this teacher's class, don't think about completing martial arts anymore. You suddenly got excited. From now on, we'll completely change our focus and devote our energy to setting up stalls to make money and enjoy life. You vividly described how 4 years later, while other classmates graduate and find themselves unemployed, rejected by the military and martial arts families, you too will have already thrived in society using the skills taught by the teacher. Isn't that a way to save 4 years of detours? Daoming and He Xiongzai were completely stunned, realizing that this waste of a mentor was even more outrageous than the rumors suggested. You solemnly announced, "So for wastes like us in martial arts, the priority is to learn how to make money. Today's first lesson will teach you an absolutely profitable project, making glutinous rice cakes." As you spoke, you suddenly lifted the red cloth on the podium, revealing a mobile food cart filled with glutinous rice cakes. The 2 students were stunned on the spot, their brains almost going blank. You tied on a white apron and seriously said, "Don't underestimate this project. The profit is quite high. When you graduate, you'll definitely be the most popular faces outside primary and secondary schools. Just think about how great that feels." Daoming and He Xiongzai felt like they had been hit by a giant hammer, struggling to breathe. Graduating from a martial arts university to sell glutinous rice cakes? Where's the sense of superiority in that? Watching you seriously explain the steps for washing and soaking rice instead of writing on the blackboard, Daoming finally couldn't help but mutter, "Teacher, what you're teaching is useless." You frowned and said, "Daoming, What are you talking about? How can you say such things? Dao Ming secretly felt pleased, thinking that he had managed to provoke you. Little did he know, you shifted your tone and said earnestly, how can you say that you're useless? Everyone is the main character of their own life. The teacher doesn't allow you to belittle yourself like this. No matter how useless, foolish, or incompetent you think you are also a student of the teacher. From now on, you must not say such unconfident things or refer to yourself as useless. Dao Ming felt completely frozen, his head buzzing. This Dong Tao not only teaches abstract concepts but also doesn't understand human language. Who exactly is the useless one here? You then switched back to serious teaching mode, pouring a basin of glutinous rice from the cart, saying, this is the old rice that the teacher soaked in advance, the older, the better. This is how we can reduce costs. You meticulously explained the key points of the process, wash the rice gently to avoid making rice slurry, and grind it in 2 batches, one for powder and one for grains, then mix them together for a texture that is both delicate and chewy. This can even pass off as new rice. As you spoke, you pulled out an induction cooker and a steamer from under the podium and confidently boiled water. Why do I recommend this project? Because it's simple to operate, you can use the school's utilities for free, and you can even reimburse the expenses in the school's miscellaneous fees. Dao Ming was completely taken aback. He thought you would just recite textbook theories or make up exercises, but he didn't expect you to actually teach how to make glutinous rice cakes right in the classroom. This is just too outrageous. Meanwhile, He Xiongzai was listening with great interest. After the initial shock, he started to enjoy this magical classroom. He even secretly resolved to get a food cart, sell glutinous rice cakes at the graduation ceremony, perform sword techniques, and then drive his Maserati to the night market to set up a stall. Just thinking about it feels so entertaining. He Xiongzai's approval rating increased by 1, his approval rating increased by 1, his approval rating increased by 1. A triple notification from the system sounded in your ear. You looked up and saw He Xiongzai's eager expression, smiling as if ready to try. You thought to yourself that the counter-scheme was indeed effective. To deal with monsters, one must use their own tactics. So you called the two over to practice, saying, as the saying goes, what you learn from books is ultimately shallow. You only know if it works by actually doing it. Dao Ming secretly complained that you even had to make up sayings, but seeing He Xiongzai eagerly rushing to the podium, he could only grit his teeth and follow. You pulled out 2 pairs of gloves from your apron and handed them to them, saying, now we'll enter the practical phase. The teacher will guide you step by step to ensure you absorb and digest the knowledge. As you taught them how to make the rice cakes, you spoke continuously, we dancers are naturally gifted for setting up stalls. We can secure great spots, have the stamina to outrun the city management, and earn 2 incomes with the dancer's allowance. At this moment, Dao Ming felt so annoyed that he was about to explode, regretting his decision to enter your martial arts class. Meanwhile, He Xiongzai was enjoying himself, humming a tune and thinking, teacher, your words have enlightened me. I want to become the king of street stalls. Good, the teacher believes in you, you said as he nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Dao Ming was almost spitting blood in disbelief, thinking that perhaps both the mentor and his classmates were a bit crazy. However, to avoid seeming out of place, he gritted his teeth and joined in. Under your guidance, the two mastered the entire process in just 1 hour. You nodded in satisfaction, saying, what did I tell you? You are born street stall masters. In a couple of days, I'll take you for practical training. He Xiongzai's eyes lit up at your words. Dao Ming appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was close to a brain aneurysm, thinking, this is just too outrageous. As it approached 11 o'clock, you glanced at your watch and said, that's it for today. The teacher has arranged a welcome ceremony for you in the cafeteria, while guiding the two out by their shoulders. On the way, you began to boast, the teacher is very well connected at school. If you stick with me, you won't need to pay for anything at the supermarket, cafeteria, or bathhouse. Just mention my name. Arriving at the beverage station in the cafeteria, you expertly filled half a bottle of cola and greeted old Lu, saying, this is my new student. Keep their tab on my account from now on. Turning to the two, you added, call him Uncle Lu, he's my business partner. Come over when no one's around. Old Lu rubbed his hands and smiled, welcome, my 2 grandnephews. Feel free to eat and drink. Dao Ming and He Xiongzai exchanged glances. They didn't expect that this waste of a mentor actually had some skills. You laughed as you hugged 7 or 8 bottles of drinks while saying goodbye to old Lu. As you exited the beverage station, you couldn't wait to show off, saying, did you see that? With a mouthful of social jargon, he's definitely a social guy. The teacher is just that well connected. My name definitely carries weight at Muwu University. He Xiongzai's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of pretending to be a socialite on campus, giving you 3 consecutive boosts in approval rating. You secretly rejoiced, thinking that at this rate, you would soon complete the task of gaining 10 approval points and unlock the skill sharing feature. Meanwhile, Dao Ming silently complained about a university martial arts mentor adopting social habits and being quite proud of it. However, he had to admit that you really had some skills when it came to getting free drinks. Although he put on a facade of happiness, you could tell through the system that this guy had never given you a single point of approval. As soon as you entered the cafeteria, the staff enthusiastically gathered around, saying, "Teacher Dong, you're here. The meals are ready. These two must be your new students. They look smart and capable, truly fortunate to be under your mentorship." You smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Let's take the kids to the private room." After saying that, you led the two bewildered boys to a corner stall. You proudly took out a key and opened the roll-up door, saying, "The teacher values this. We must have a private room. This is provided to me for free by the cafeteria manager, serving as both our dining area and the cooking class laboratory." Dao Ming was completely speechless, thinking, is this really a martial arts university or a culinary vocational school? You pulled out 2 cases of beer from the freezer, saying, "Since we have no classes this afternoon, the teacher will have a drink with you. But first, we need to set a rule. The first rule of class 5 to 4 is that you must drink bottled beer, not cans. If you break this rule, we'll check first." Hearing this, Daoshi was stunned on the spot. Can this even be called class rules? And writing a self-criticism. Is this something a person can come up with? Just as Daoshi and his Xiangzai were lost in thought, a cafeteria lady walked in carrying a tray. The tray was filled with slices of chilled watermelon. "First, have some watermelon to cool off. The food will be here soon." The cafeteria lady cheerfully placed the tray on the table. Dong Chao first expressed his thanks, then introduced Daoshi and his Xiangzai. "This is Sister Wang from the staple food stall. You can call her Aunt Wang. The beef buns made by Sister Wang are a specialty of the cafeteria. You two are in for a treat." As he spoke, Dong Chao nudged the two. "What are you still dawdling for? Raise a toast to your Aunt Wang." Seeing that the two were still frozen in place, Dong Chao had to stand up and personally pour a glass of wine for Sister Wang. "Sister, these two kids don't know the ropes. Don't take it to heart. I'll toast you on their behalf." Aunt Wang awkwardly accepted the glass. It's fine, Teacher Dong. No need to be so polite." Dong Chao boldly clinked glasses with Sister Wang. "Sister, how many times have I told you, don't call me teacher in private, just call me Chaozi. I'll drink, you do as you please." Dong Chao tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of beer. Sister Wang was also a straightforward person and finished her drink. "Little brother, you two have some watermelon first. I'll go steam the buns, they'll be ready soon. I'll also hurry up the dishes for you." Dong Chao smiled broadly as he sent Sister Wang off, fully displaying his smooth and worldly demeanor. However, once Sister Wang left, he returned to his teacher persona and seriously educated Daoshi and his Xiangzai. "You two, pay attention. When it's time to toast, you toast." After schooling the two, Dong Chao picked up 2 pieces of watermelon and handed them to them. "With this plate of watermelon, let me emphasize the second class rule. The second class rule of our martial arts class 4 is that you are not allowed to eat watermelon with a spoon." Dong Chao ignored their astonished looks and continued. "The thing I despise the most in my life is people who eat watermelon with a spoon. Eating watermelon with a spoon completely ruins its texture and flavor. It's like a cow chewing peonies, a waste of resources." As he spoke, Dong Chao picked up a piece of watermelon and took a big bite, demonstrating to the two, "For someone like me, eating watermelon must be in triangular slices. The thickness should be about 2 centimeters. If it's too thin, there's no texture. If it's too thick, it's inconvenient to chew. Eating watermelon this way, the first bite is the sweetest, and the sweetness fades as you go down, but there's a transition from sandy to crunchy in texture, which compensates for the loss of sweetness. Eating watermelon with a spoon results in a chaotic texture, and it looks uncouth. I'm making it clear from the start, in our martial arts class 4, eating watermelon must be in triangular slices. If I catch you using a spoon to eat watermelon, don't blame me for deducting your credits." Daoshi was utterly speechless. Using a spoon to eat watermelon would get credits deducted? You'd have to have a decade of brain freeze to come up with such a ridiculous class rule. It's purely a lack of ability, making rules to compensate. As a fun-loving person, he Xiangzai absolutely loved the abstract atmosphere of martial arts class 4. Everything felt so right. While munching on watermelon, he Xiangzai nodded vigorously, clearly taking this class rule to heart. "Teacher, don't worry. The spoon will completely disappear from my life from now on. From now on, I'll use chopsticks to eat ice cream." "Good. This child can be taught." Dong Chao nodded in satisfaction. Watching the two of them play off each other like fools, Daoshi really wanted to give them a set of military boxing. Just as Daoshi was rolling his eyes in frustration, another cafeteria uncle walked into the stall. "Huamaui tea, the braised pork is here." The uncle handed the steaming square tray to the 3 of them. The tray was filled with shelled peanuts and edamame, wobbly braised pork knuckles, and a whole, glistening, fatty braised goose. Dong Chao timely introduced to the students, "This is Uncle Zhong from the braised goods stall, you can call him Zhong Shu. Uncle Zhong's braised eggs and duck legs are truly amazing. The braised pork knuckles and braised goose are his hidden specialties, which most people can't get to taste." Dong Chao poured a cup of wine and toasted Uncle Zhong. "Brother Zhong, you've worked hard. I won't say thank you, it's all in the wine." Uncle Zhong, with a simple smile, wiped his hands on his apron. "Not hard at all, just a small effort. Teacher Dong, I'm genuinely happy for you that you can recruit students." Uncle Zhong downed his drink in one go and called out to Dong Chao, "Teacher Dong, it's almost mealtime, I need to head back to prepare. If you need anything, just call for me. Brother Zhong, thank you for your trouble. Another day, I'll treat you." Dong Chao politely sent off Uncle Zhong. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai exchanged a knowing glance. Their seemingly useless mentor, Dong Chao, really had some clout among the cafeteria staff. After seeing Uncle Zhong off, Dong Chao turned back to the table. He immediately got to work, breaking apart the large goose and sharing the two plump, tender goose legs with Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. A famous philosopher once said, "One cannot step into the same river twice, but one can eat braised goose every meal." Braised goose is a great thing, it must be eaten while hot. Dao Shi rolled his eyes, thinking that the philosopher Dong Chao mentioned was probably not a serious one. "Stop dawdling, hurry up and eat." Under Dong Chao's repeated urging, Dao Shi had no choice but to grab a goose leg and take a bite. As the goose leg entered his mouth, the rich soy sauce aroma and the deep meat flavor burst forth with the steaming heat. The complex soy sauce flavor of the braised goods complemented the meatiness of the goose, with the fatty goose skin and the firm, stringy goose meat releasing their flavors with every chew. Under the comforting meat aroma, Dao Shi felt the nerves that had been strained all morning finally relax. He glanced at He Xiangzai beside him and found that He Xiangzai had finished the goose leg in just a few bites and was reaching for the goose wings on the plate. Fearing he would fall behind, Dao Shi quickly sped up his eating, shoving the entire goose leg into his mouth while freeing his hands to tear at the braised goose. Watching the two students devour their food, Dong Chao felt a sense of satisfaction. He cut the wobbly braised pork knuckle into large pieces, giving one to each of them, and took the opportunity to say, "While you eat and drink, let me remind you of the third class rule. The third rule of our martial arts class 4 is that when drinking, there must be 4 dishes. Drinking without food is called drinking bland wine, and that's a very unrefined behavior. It must be completely abandoned in thought. As the saying goes, drinking requires 4 dishes, every word and action must be stylish. In our martial arts class 4, at least 4 dishes must accompany the drinks. Peanuts, edamame, and braised meat are our minimum requirements for drinking. I'm putting this ugly truth out there, if I find out you're drinking without food, don't blame me for calling your parents." The nerves that had just relaxed for Dao Shi tightened again. Here it comes. The strange class rule is back. Drinking without food means calling parents? How can you, as a teacher, say such a thing? Unlike Dao Shi, He Xiangzai had completely immersed himself in the unique atmosphere of martial arts class 4. "Don't worry, teacher, I've noted this rule. In the future, I'll use Ban Lan Zhen to drink, I won't drink bland wine." Dong Chao patted He Xiangzai's shoulder with satisfaction. Good child. As the saying goes, drinking requires 4 dishes, going shirtless with a tie, wearing long johns over pants, and earning the nickname Quirky. You all need to be like the teacher in the future, it's all about how you conduct yourselves and your work. Listening to Dong Chao's words, Dao Shi felt his vision darken and nearly collapsed to the ground. Dao Shi finally realized that his plan to lie low was going to be much more difficult than he had anticipated. Unlike Dao Shi, who was ranting madly, He Xiangzai absolutely loved these abstract class rules. Beer must be bottled, no spoons for eating watermelon, and drinking must come with 4 dishes. These few abstract class rules matched He Xiangzai's temperament perfectly. It was as if they were tailor-made for him. He Xiangzai's approval +1, He Xiangzai's approval +1, He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai once again offered Dong Chao 3 consecutive approvals. While appreciating these quirky class rules, He Xiangzai secretly began to plot. If he really got called in because he drank without eating, that would be too interesting. His parents would have to be proud of him. He Xiangzai resolved that when the time was right, he would definitely break all these class rules. It was all about the abstraction. Just as old Joan from the snack stall left, someone else immediately came over with a tray of dishes. The staff from the more than 20 stalls in the cafeteria took turns presenting their signature dishes. Sweet and sour pork, crispy fried fish slices, braised beef brisket, kung pao shrimp. A variety of dishes quickly filled the entire 8 immortals table. These dishes were clearly specially prepared by the cafeteria chefs, not only using high-quality ingredients but also beautifully plated, looking completely up to restaurant standards. Every time a new dish arrived, Dong Chao would serve a chopstick full to the two students, chattering away, rice is from dad, dishes are from mom, it's better to be stuffed than to starve. Eat your fill and show off. As members of martial arts class 4, we must have special treatment when we eat. This is called face. Later, I'll add you to the cafeteria staff's internal group. Whatever you want to eat, just order in the group. These cafeteria staff have business dealings with the teachers. Just eat and drink, and don't make mistakes. Just remember one thing, in school, wherever you spend money, you can use the teacher's handsome face. We just stand there with our hands on our hips, shouting loudly, aiming to get it for free. Dao Shi initially treated Dong Chao's words as background noise, focusing solely on eating. But when he heard the words get it for free, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He loved getting things for free. Moreover, it seemed that Dong Chao really had that kind of influence. Dao Shi's approval +1. Dao Shi finally offered Dong Chao 1 point of approval. Looking at this hard-earned point of approval, Dong Chao felt a surge of excitement. It was only one morning, and he had already completed the task of accumulating 10 points of approval. Even more gratifying was that he seemed to have grasped Dao Shi's pulse. The righteous light shines upon the earth. You kid will explode with gold coins sooner or later. As long as you pay a little, just wait to become an ATM. Dong Chao thought darkly. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first phase of the approval accumulation task. The cultivation sharing function is now unlocked. With the system's prompt, the two streams of vital energy from Mi Xiangzai and Daoshi spread throughout Dong Chao's body. Dong Chao could clearly feel that his cultivation had improved. The once dry vital energy began to gather a bit. The bones that had become withered from injury also felt somewhat fuller. Dong Chao opened the system panel and found that his cultivation had already reached the second stage, 5th level. In the past 5 years, Dong Chao had tried various methods, but his cultivation had barely progressed. Yet now, with the help of the good teacher and friend system, he had restored 4 small levels in just one morning. Dong Chao looked at the two students with immense satisfaction. With just 10 points of recognition, the two students helped him restore to the second stage, 5th level. What does this mean? It means these two students are top-notch talents. Currently, the host is assigned a recognition accumulation task for stage 2. Please collect 100 points of goodwill as soon as possible to unlock the teaching treasure module. Upon receiving the new task from the system, Dong Chao couldn't help but click his tongue. Just after receiving the beginner's benefits, the next task's numerical requirement increased tenfold. This good teacher and friend system is just like a pay-to-win online game. But to be fair, this good teacher and friend system is indeed powerful. Now, it has only unlocked the shared cultivation function, and with just a small trial, it has given Dong Chao a glimpse of hope for restoring his cultivation. If the teaching treasure module is unlocked, wouldn't he be soaring to the heavens? Dong Chao smiled as he gazed at the two talented students, his mind racing with ideas. As lunchtime approached, more students began to fill the cafeteria. All the students passing by this stall were momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but stop and watch. An old mentor figure was leading two students, feasting and drinking in the cafeteria stall, with empty wine bottles piled high in front of the three. This scene was truly novel. In no time, a crowd gathered densely outside the stall. Seeing the onlookers, He Xiongzai became even more excited. He loved this feeling of being the center of attention. He poured a glass of wine and cheerfully toasted Dong Chao. Teacher, thank you for your warm hospitality. I toast to you. I'm so happy today. The last time I was this happy was at Wallace's graduation banquet. Wallace held a graduation banquet? Dong Chao doubted he had heard correctly. He Xiongzai nodded vigorously, proudly saying, Teacher, you have no idea, the scene on the day of my graduation banquet was grand. All the prominent figures in our city attended. Later, the public restrooms on the whole street weren't enough. Dong Chao couldn't hold back his laughter. This kid, He Xiongzai, was truly something else. He Xiongzai's recognition +1. He Xiongzai's recognition +1. He Xiongzai's recognition +1. Although He Xiongzai's thought process was a bit peculiar, his recognition of Dong Chao was genuine. He once again sent Dong Chao 3 consecutive points of recognition. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Dong Chao's ear. Student He Xiongzai's recognition has reached 12 points. Every time a student's recognition reaches 10, 50, or 100 points, the host can obtain a lottery chance to draw one of the student's traits. Traits include talent, abilities, techniques, fortune. Now drawing a trait for He Xiongzai. The trait drawn by the host is innate sword chi. Dong Chao felt secretly delighted. He hadn't expected to gain something. A sharp sword chi suddenly appeared in Dong Chao's mind. This sword chi was simple and pure, like pointing to the moon with a finger, reflecting the sky with water. Under the influence of this sword chi, Dong Chao seemed to have a glimmer of insight into the knife path he had been practicing. Dong Chao looked at He Xiangzai, thinking to himself that He Xiangzai was indeed a genius of the sword path. An innate sword chi could be so terrifying. This kid's potential still needed to be fully tapped. He Xiangzai didn't notice Dong Chao's kind gaze. This guy was putting on a food show in front of a crowd of classmates. Every time He Xiangzai took a bite, he would emit a melodious hum, closing his eyes slightly while savoring, even making smacking sounds. As the son of a wealthy family, what kind of delicacies hadn't He Xiangzai tasted? He was putting on this act just to show off to the onlookers. Looking at his antics, Dong Chao couldn't help but wonder if what he extracted from He Xiangzai was innate sword chi or innate foolishness. This kid is too shameless. To avoid causing a commotion, Dong Chao had no choice but to pull down the roller shutter of the stall, blocking the gaze of the onlooking classmates. Without an audience, He Xiangzai reluctantly put away his shameless demeanor and began to eat more normally. Don't just eat the vegetables, drink some wine. Dong Chao kept pouring wine for the two students, laying the groundwork for his next plan. After a few rounds of drinks, Dong Chao began his performance. He extended his hand and pointed to the back window. See that? Our exclusive private room is not only private but also has a great view. Outside the window is the back mountain of the school, a place rarely visited by people, so peaceful. When the weather is nice, the teacher will take you all for a picnic. Dong Chao was only slightly tipsy, but he pretended to be much drunker, deliberately slurring his words and even letting out a series of drunken belches. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai followed Dong Chao's finger and looked out at the back mountain, their thoughts becoming more active. Dong Chao noticed their subtle expressions and poured them both another couple of drinks, pretending to be completely drunk. I can't take it anymore. The teacher is a bit out of sorts today. I need to sleep for a while. You guys can have free time this afternoon. As he spoke, Dong Chao lunged forward, pretending to collapse onto the table. Dong Chao knew that between geniuses, there was always rivalry and competition. He pretended to be drunk to create an opportunity for the two talented students to clash. Taking this chance, Dong Chao wanted to probe their depths. Seeing Dong Chao collapsed on the table, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were momentarily stunned. Teacher, teacher? As they softly called out to Dong Chao, a hint of disdain flashed across their faces. This old man had so many tricks at the wine table, thinking he could drink a lot. He had only had a few bottles and was already out cold? Drinking with him was quite economical. Confirming that Dong Chao was completely out of it, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai's expressions changed slightly. He Xiangzai put away his shameless grin, and Dao Shi no longer looked as simple and dull as before. The two stared at each other intently, the suffocating tension swirling between them, eventually evolving into thick hostility. Under the pressure of their respective auras, the surrounding air was compressed into two swirling vortices, colliding and clashing with a rustling sound. Throughout the morning, the two had already quietly exchanged numerous glances, and now that there were no outsiders present, they no longer had to hide. They could both feel that the other's cultivation was quite impressive, definitely not some martial arts waste. The so-called martial arts class 4, which was said to be full of waste, actually only had the mentor himself as the waste. The situation was like two thieves reaching into the same pocket, both curious about the other's hidden cultivation while also feeling a competitive urge to outshine one another. Finally, Dao Shi was the first to speak, breaking the long-standing stare down. Let's keep glaring at each other, we won't determine a winner. How about we go outside and spar a bit, just to digest our meal? Buddy, we think alike. He Xiangzai's tone was playful, but he radiated a sharpness like a sword. The two tacitly looked towards the back window, then displayed agile movements, leaping out of the back window and rushing towards the back mountain of the school. In just 3 to 5 seconds, they had sprinted 100 meters and reached a flat area on the mountainside. Just as He Xiangzai was getting into position to make a move, Dao Shi suddenly interrupted him. Wait, let me take off my jacket. Saying this, Dao Shi took off his sportswear, carefully folded it, and set it aside. Over the years, he had relied on his mother working odd jobs to raise him. Their difficult family situation had made Dao Shi develop a frugal character. He did this because he was afraid that during the fight, he would ruin the new clothes his mother bought for him. After taking off his jacket, Dao Shi thought for a moment and decided to take off his sweatpants as well. After hesitating for a while, Dao Shi also removed his socks. Dao Shi's strange actions startled He Xiangzai. What are you doing? I wanted to spar with you, but not like this. He Xiangzai tried to stop Dao Shi's absurd behavior. Dao Shi ignored He Xiangzai, took a deep breath, and his whole demeanor changed. Dao Shi's figure instantly surged, growing to over 1.90 meters in the blink of an eye. At the same time, his appearance also underwent some changes. At this moment, Dao Shi was tall and strong, with a tiger's back and a wasp's waist, a face like a silver plate, eyes like bright stars, and 2 long eyebrows slanting like swords into his temples, exuding a heroic spirit. This handsome image of a refined young man was Daoshi's true appearance. Daoshi was only wearing a pair of loose shorts, yet he exuded an effortless elegance like the moonlight embracing him. On his bronze skin, dragon scale tattoos began to emerge, appearing almost alive, subtly rising and falling with his breath. In this state, Daoshi radiated a strong wave of vitality. Xiongzai felt as if he were being crushed by Mount Tai, his breathing becoming labored. Under the pressure of this powerful aura, the sword bones within Xiongzai emitted a buzzing sound. He had to act first to break this invisible oppression. Take this! Xiongzai shouted, hooking a branch with his foot and lifting it into his hand. He used the branch as a sword and attacked Daoshi. Xiongzai's sword heart was clear, and everything in his hand could transform into a sword. With the enhancement of his sword intent, the branch in his hand erupted with a sword light, piercing directly at Daoshi's face. Although this move seemed like a simple thrust, it actually contained 4 sword techniques: flicking sword, crashing sword, stabbing sword, and hooking sword. Xiongzai's movements were astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, his sword techniques had already reached Daoshi. Unfortunately, Daoshi was even faster. At the moment the sword technique struck, Daoshi's figure suddenly created several afterimages, some leaning back, some leaning forward, perfectly avoiding Xiongzai's 4 sword techniques. Throughout, Daoshi's figure was like a loach, closely following the edge of Xiongzai's sword, yet never allowing him to land a hit. What Daoshi used was a unique movement technique from the Shenyuan family, the transforming dragon. This was the only martial skill Daoshi learned from his family before escaping. Over the years, Daoshi had refined this technique to perfection, even adding many of his own insights and modifications. With 4 moves missing, Xiongzai was startled. He turned his wrist and unleashed his own unique sword technique, ultimate invincible thunder flash of 3,000 weak waters. He thrust the branch in his hand repeatedly, countless sword lights transforming into a white chain like water, wrapping around Daoshi. Xiongzai was very confident in this ultimate invincible thunder flash of 3,000 weak waters. This move was not only powerful, but its name was also pleasing. Not to mention a mere mortal, even a steel plate would be easily pierced into a beehive by this move. He didn't want to use such a fierce killing move, but the pressure Daoshi exerted on him was simply too strong. Xiongzai wasn't afraid of accidentally hurting Daoshi. His sword light could be controlled freely, and as long as he made Daoshi suffer a little, he could retract the sword light at any time. What Xiongzai didn't expect was that, facing such a fierce killing move, Daoshi still dodged in a series of swift movements. This guy was like a leaf floating in the air, always able to stay close to the sword's edge, evading Xiongzai's exquisite sword techniques. Xiongzai was greatly shocked. Daoshi's tall and strong body was surprisingly agile. His evasion was on point. In his astonishment, Xiongzai's sword technique showed some flaws, and Daoshi immediately seized the opportunity. Daoshi found a flaw amidst the myriad of sword shadows. He leaped up and, with a swift wind shadow kick, pierced through the dense sword shadows and kicked Xiongzai. Xiongzai let out a muffled groan, his whole body flying back like a kite with a broken string, soaring over 10 meters. Xiongzai was greatly alarmed. He immediately recognized that the technique Daoshi used was the basic leg technique from high school martial arts textbooks, the wind shadow kick, an incredibly mediocre entry-level martial skill. How could Daoshi use such a mediocre technique to send him flying over 10 meters? This guy not only had max agility but also max attack power? Just as Xiongzai was shocked, Daoshi's ghostly figure had already closed in. Faced with Daoshi's pursuit, in a moment of desperation, Xiongzai could only drop the branch in his hand and hurriedly thrust out a palm. Xiongzai also used a basic martial skill from high school textbooks, the mountain shaking palm. However, compared to Daoshi's rapid leg technique, his palm was soft, rigid, and lacked any variation. Daoshi merely tilted his body slightly to evade Xiongzai's palm wind. With the palm missing its target, Xiongzai felt no disappointment. Instead, he revealed a cunning smile. He deliberately made this palm strike rigid and dogmatic to conceal his true killing move. In the instant the palm wind missed, Xiongzai transformed his palm into fingers, shooting multiple sword lights from his index and middle fingers, targeting Daoshi's vital chest area. As a congenital sword cultivator, Xiongzai's sword intent enveloped his body. With every punch and finger, he could release sword lights. These sword lights accurately pierced towards Daoshi's vital acupoints like Xuanji, Huagai, and Shandong. Faced with such a fierce killing move, even if Daoshi didn't get injured, he would inevitably find himself in a tight spot, struggling to cope. Xiongzai believed he had seized the initiative and even planned his follow-up combo in his mind. But what he didn't expect was that, facing the incoming sword lights, Daoshi did not dodge or evade, he merely circulated his energy slightly, and the dragon scale tattoos on his body instantly protruded from his skin. Clang, 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 clang. Several sword lights struck Daoshi's body, producing crisp sounds like metal clashing, leaving not even a white mark. He Xiongzai's eyes twitched wildly. What kind of monster is Daoshi? With max attack and agility, does he also have max defense? He could actually withstand sword lights with his flesh. It was only then that he Xiongzai realized that the dragon scales on Daoshi's body were not tattoos but actual scales growing on him. A person, covered in dragon scales? Just as he Xiongzai was filled with a series of questions, Daoshi had already charged in front of him. Daoshi once again executed the unremarkable wind shadow kick, but this time, he aimed for he Xiongzai's groin. Boom! A muffled sound echoed through the mountains. You! Damn it! Are you trying to kill me? He Xiongzai looked incredulously at his groin, the intense pain in his vital area causing him to hunch over and collapse weakly to the ground. With one successful strike, Daoshi did not relent. He straddled he Xiongzai, raining down punches like they were free, mercilessly beating he Xiongzai. While attacking, Daoshi chattered away, playing tricks? Are you trying to play tricks on me? Still want to sneak attack me with that kind of move? If I don't beat you until you shit green, you can consider it as if you've never eaten chives. At this moment, Daoshi's fierce and ruthless demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous honest and simple appearance. Each of Daoshi's attacks felt as heavy as a mountain, yet they deliberately avoided all of he Xiongzai's vital points. This method of attack was not very damaging but was extremely humiliating. He Xiongzai felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. The only thing he could do was cover his head with his hands and repeatedly plead for mercy. Bro, big brother, I was wrong. Let's just stop here. We're all buddies. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Dong Chao was crouched by the back window, eating fruit after a meal, calmly sneaking glances at the exciting performance outside. Ah, Daoshi, where are you kicking? Can you kick there? Are you trying to sterilize your classmate? But I have to say, he Xiongzai is really tough. Dong Chao muttered as he provided real-time commentary. In terms of cultivation talent, these two students of his were indeed rare geniuses. Even at his peak, Dong Chao wouldn't have the qualifications to guide them. However, when it came to combat experience and battle intelligence, as a former captain of the Flesh and Blood Great Wall unit, Dong Chao had much to teach them. As the competition outside was nearing its end, Dong Chao pulled out his lesson plan book and began to jot down notes. Daoshi, a bug-level genius. This kid plays dirty. That kick to the groin has quite the flair reminiscent of my youth. He can be trained to be more cunning and ruthless. He Xiongzai has high combat intelligence and excellent adaptability in battle. But his sword techniques are flashy yet impractical. They need to be simplified. On the back mountain, Daoshi finally finished his one-sided beating, and Dong Chao quickly hid his lesson plan book back in his pocket. 2 minutes later, when Daoshi and he Xiongzai climbed back through the window into the cafeteria, Dong Chao pretended to just wake up, looking at the two with bleary eyes. What were you two doing? Teacher, we just took a stroll around the back mountain to sober up. Daoshi replied obediently. At that moment, Daoshi had returned to his honest and simple demeanor, looking harmless. Behind him, he Xiongzai had a bruised face, his feet turned inward, and he seemed completely drained of energy. Seeing he Xiongzai's condition, Dong Chao feigned surprise. Oh, he Xiongzai, what happened to you? The mountain path was too slippery, I accidentally fell. He Xiongzai stammered, his eyes flickering. Dong Chao, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a jar of trauma ointment, wound medicine, bone-setting pills, life-extending ointment, and throat lozenges, stuffing them all into he Xiongzai's arms. You, kid, are too careless. Take these ointments for your injuries. I'll write you a note. If you need any other medicine, just go to the infirmary. Holding a pile of medicine jars, he Xiongzai felt both astonished and speechless. Astonished that this useless teacher could perform such a trick. How could he produce so many bottles and jars? Speechless because there were simply too many medicines. Not only could they treat injuries, but they could probably soften up a zombie too. Also, the life-extending ointment and throat lozenges didn't seem to treat injuries. Seeing Dong Chao conjure up so many medicines, Daoshi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Dong Chao wasn't performing magic, he was clearly using some kind of spatial storage device. Spatial storage devices are extremely rare strategic support equipment. A large-capacity spatial storage device could even solve the logistical supply issues of an army. As far as Daoshi knew, spatial storage devices were very rare. Even among the so-called Yugua clan, the Shenyuan family, only a few people could possess one. And this useless old man in front of him, with his low cultivation, actually had a spatial storage device? Daoshi felt his understanding was being challenged. Just as Daoshi was momentarily stunned, Dong Chao took out paper and pen and wrote a note for he Xiongzai. Old Tan in the infirmary has business dealings with me. With this note, you can get any medicine for free. Hearing the words for free, Daoshi instantly snapped back to reality. Following the principle of a fool who doesn't take advantage of a good deal, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Daoshi forced a smile and said to Dong Chao, "Teacher, can you write me a note too? I actually fell earlier as well and need some medicine." Dong Chao was well aware of Daoshi's little scheme. He thought to himself that this kid was indeed a dragon dog bloodline ability user. He was a real dog. Complaining aside, Dong Chao still picked up his pen and wrote a note to Daoshi. "In the afternoon, don't run around, go back and rest well, so you don't affect tomorrow's classes." Dong Chao handed the note to Daoshi. At the moment Daoshi received the note, his face was filled with wrinkles from smiling. Daoshi's approval +1. Daoshi also gave Dong Chao 1 point of approval. Regardless of whether the medicine in the infirmary was useful or not, as long as he could get it for free, he was very happy. In the evening, Dong Chao sneaked out of the training room. He glanced around to confirm that no one was paying attention to him, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, returning to his usual lazy demeanor. Just now, Dong Chao had practiced his sword techniques in the training room. Such behavior, which contradicted his slacker persona, had to be done secretly and could never be discovered. While practicing, Dong Chao genuinely felt that his cultivation had indeed improved. Moreover, the integration of innate sword energy allowed him to gain a more nuanced understanding and charm when wielding his sword. However, with his current level of cultivation and vitality, he still couldn't convert that understanding into actual combat power. At this moment, Dong Chao felt like a long-term comatose patient who had finally regained the ability to blink. Although his recovery was minimal, the situation was promising. After his injury, Dong Chao had tried countless techniques and various medicines, but none had restored his cultivation even a little. But now, as long as he could firmly pull those 2 precious students, he could recover his cultivation and even become stronger than before. Just 1 day had passed, and he had gained 12 points of favorability from Yi Xiangzai and 2 points from Daoshi, indicating that the reverse Tian gang plan was very effective. As long as he maintained this approach, it wouldn't be long before he could unlock the teaching treasure module. Just thinking about the reverse Tian gang plan made Dong Chao excited. He hummed a little tune and swayed his way to the teacher's office, ready to design some tough tasks for his 2 precious students. As the end of the workday approached, the teacher's office was empty, with not a single shadow in sight. With the noble aspiration of educating and nurturing, Dong Chao sat at his desk and quickly wrote up the lesson plan for tomorrow, preparing a big assignment for the students. Then, taking advantage of the absence of others in the office, he quietly logged into the military's internal website. There were still some doubts about Daoshi and Yi Xiangzai that he needed to clarify. As a former king of soldiers, Dong Chao had level 4 decryption privileges in the military. He entered Shenyuan Daoshi's name and soon obtained Daoshi's detailed file. Dong Chao had previously found it strange that, with Daoshi's qualifications in cultivation, he should have been cultivating within the Shenyuan family. Why did he come to attend the martial arts university? Upon seeing this file, Dong Chao realized that Daoshi was the son of a traitor. His father, Shenyuan Shing, was the instigator of the Yiwei catastrophe 10 years ago. Daoshi's father, Shenyuan Shing, and his uncle, Shenyuan Chang, were originally the young talents within the family. They had both advanced to extraordinary warriors at a young age and were known as the Shenyuan Twin Pearls. Both had served in the military and achieved considerable military merit. However, because they came from a collateral line and held a low status within the Shenyuan family, the more achievements they made, the more they were suppressed and isolated by the direct descendants. Over time, their mentality became distorted. Coupled with the seduction and temptation from the demon race, the two ultimately chose to betray. They handed over a top-secret military document to the demon race. This document recorded detailed information about 20 extraordinary warriors in Huaxia, including their techniques, abilities, martial skills, weapons, and extraordinary items. Based on this document, the demon race formulated a specialized assassination plan, carrying out assassinations on those 20 extraordinary warriors for several years. Most of the 20 extraordinary warriors perished, and only 2.5 survived the continuous assassinations. The betrayal soon came to light, and the Shenyuan family dispatched a group of experts to eliminate the two traitors. They forcibly killed the bandit leader Shenyuan Cheng at the cost of 4 extraordinary warriors' lives, but Shenyuan Cheng managed to escape into the misty demon city, disappearing without a trace from that moment on. This betrayal event was referred to as the Imai catastrophe. In this catastrophe, Huaxia lost a total of 5 extraordinary warriors. If it weren't for several 9th-tier warriors forcibly advancing later to replenish Huaxia's high-end combat power, Huaxia's voice in the World Roundtable Conference might have changed. This catastrophe was a disaster for the entire nation and a shame and stain for the Shenyuan family. As the only son of the traitor Shenyuan Shing, Shenyuan Daoshi inevitably got caught up in it. The Shenyuan family originally planned to strip Daoshi of his cultivation, but unexpectedly, Daoshi fled overnight, hiding for so many years without being discovered by the family. Looking at this military internal document, Dong Chao frowned slightly. He truly did not expect that Daoshi could be so deeply connected to the Imai catastrophe from 10 years ago. He was actually the son of the poison dragon Shenyuan. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that this document seemed to have some discrepancies. Dong Chao flipped through the internal document back and forth, feeling increasingly uneasy. The well-known Imai catastrophe might hide some secrets. During his time in the military, Dong Chao had worked alongside members of the Shenyuan family. He still had some understanding of the Yugua clan. According to Dong Chao, there was no distinction between side branches in the Shenyuan family. As a clan that had been passed down for thousands of years, the Shenyuan family had only one standard for selecting talent, to appoint the capable. It was hard to believe that Shenyuan Chang and Shenyuan Chang were suppressed by their clansmen due to their side branch origins. Furthermore, the information on extraordinary warriors was classified as a top-level 5-level secret in the military. Such a level of secrecy was written in coded documents and encrypted layer by layer. In all of Huaxia, only 8 people had level 5 decryption authority, the 4 marshals and the 4 chief of staff serving as their deputies. Even if Shenyuan Chang and Shenyuan Chang could steal the confidential documents, they would not be able to decrypt them. Most importantly, there was a huge loophole in the entire incident. With the Shenyuan family's capabilities, if they truly wanted to punish Daoshi, capturing him would not be a matter of minutes. That Daoshi could hide from the Shenyuan family's pursuit for 10 years was simply an international joke. It was obvious that the Shenyuan family was reluctant to strip Daoshi of his cultivation. The so-called collateral punishment was merely a play, a melodrama that was just for show. As a seasoned werewolf player, Dong Chao was very good at counter-logic. If he used the melodrama surrounding Daoshi as a logical fulcrum for counter-logic reasoning, then the entire Imai catastrophe was likely another story. Shenyuan Chang and Shenyuan Chang were not human traitors at all. They were agents attempting to infiltrate the demon clan. That top-secret document detailing the information of 20 extraordinary warriors was also intentionally leaked to the demon clan by the military. This was a head-offering scheme, using the young master as bait. The surviving Shenyuan Chang did not escape into the Misty Demon City. He underwent numerous trials and finally gained the trust of the demon clan, infiltrating the Misty Demon City. And for his successful infiltration, Huaxia sacrificed more than 20 extraordinary warriors. According to this logic, all the doubts could be explained. However, this head-offering scheme was played too grandly. So grand that Dong Chao dared not believe his own judgment. Using 20 extraordinary warriors as bait, along with the Shenyuan family's reputation built over thousands of years, and the Shenyuan family's genuine self-inflicted slaughter, all paid for just to drive a wedge into the demon clan. In werewolf terms, it was like using a round of empty knives and self-detonation just to protect a hook wolf. If that's the case, the mastermind behind this is truly vicious and insane. Just as Dong Chao was secretly lamenting, a sudden commotion of footsteps came from outside the door. Dong Chao quickly closed the military website. He switched the computer screen to a pre-prepared game interface, pretending to leisurely play a game. A creaking sound came from behind him, and Dong Chao feigned panic, shutting down the game and turning around with a sheepish smile. "Oh, it's you, Dean. It's so late, and you're still here? I thought I was the only one working overtime on lesson plans. Turns out you haven't left either. He. Dean Lu Yuan shot Dong Chao a glare, clearly annoyed. What lesson plans could this useless Dong Chao possibly write? He had just seen Dong Chao playing a game. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to scold him. It wouldn't do any good. Lu Yuan, preferring not to see or hear, said, "A few of us martial arts instructors are about to hold a routine meeting. If you're here, you might as well join us." As he spoke, Lu Yuan waved his hand behind him. "These are the martial arts instructors from classes 1, 2, and 3. You saw them during the morning's opening ceremony, right?" Yes. Dong Chao stood up with a grin, extending his hand to greet the 3, Teacher Qin Wanqing, Teacher Wang Su, Teacher Zhang Chang. "Hello? I don't need to introduce myself, right? I'm Dong Chao, the one often discussed by students on the campus forum." He. In response to Dong Chao's friendliness, only Qin Wanqing extended her hand to shake his. Wang Su and Jiang Chang completely ignored him. Unfazed by their disregard, Dong Chao continued to smile. "From now on, we're colleagues in the same grade group, so we must help each other out." Upon hearing this, Wang Su let out a cold snort, clearly displaying his disdain. Wang Su had disliked Dong Chao for quite some time. As a senior teacher at the academy, Wang Su was serious about his work and rigorous in his teaching, a model teacher in the academy. If it weren't for the martial arts academy consistently ranking at the bottom in internal evaluations, he would have long been recognized as an outstanding teacher. The The reason the martial arts academy ranked at the bottom was all thanks to Dong Chao. Now that Wang Su had to work alongside this troublemaker, how could he possibly show Dong Chao any kindness? Wang Su's resentment was clear to Dong Chao. The teachers at the martial arts academy all believed Dong Chao was dragging the entire academy down. But in reality, Dong Chao had long used his connections to remove himself from the evaluation list. His favors were not given for free. He didn't participate in any school evaluations. The notion that he was dragging others down was completely absurd. The reason the martial arts academy consistently ranked at the bottom was that the entire teaching team was truly incompetent. These useless teachers couldn't produce good students and refused to acknowledge their own incompetence, so they blamed Dong Chao instead. Dong Chao had truly made them a mess. Facing Wang Su's blatant hostility, Dong Chao still wore a smile, though there was a hint of malice in it. He turned to Jiang Chang beside him. "Hey, you look new, just starting your job? If you need any help in the future, just call on me." Jiang Chang was indeed a new intern teacher. He still had a hint of youthfulness on his face, but his thoughts were quite profound. Jiang Chang could see that both the dean and teacher Wang Su did not like Dong Chao. At this moment, he had to align himself with the leaders and the backbone of the academy. Jiang Chang maintained a cold expression, once again ignoring Dong Chao. The atmosphere in the office became somewhat awkward, and after a brief silence, it was Qin Wanqing who finally broke the ice. "Teacher Dong, if you encounter any difficulties in your work in the future, I really need to ask for your advice. Please take care of me." After saying this, Qin Wanqing turned to Lu Yuan and said, "Dean, aren't you going to hold a meeting? Everyone is here, so let's get started." Lu Yuan had originally planned to watch Dong Chao make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect Qin Wanqing to mediate. Qin Wanqing was a valuable asset that the academy had worked hard to bring back, so Lu Yuan naturally had to give her face. Lu Yuan cleared his throat and began, "It's getting late, so let's keep it brief. I'll mention a few things. The first thing is that the academy will be conducting a baseline exam soon, so please have the students prepare. The purpose of the baseline exam is to assess the students' learning abilities and to evaluate your teaching standards." As he spoke, Lu Yuan meaningfully glanced at Dong Chao. At that moment, Dong Chao was smiling and staring at Qin Wanqing. He was completely ignoring Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan, feeling extremely displeased, raised his voice. "The second thing is that recently, Sanqing University will be engaging in a new student exchange activity with us. There will inevitably be some competitions, and we cannot lose face." Lu Yuan looked at Dong Chao again, only to find him still fixated on Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing had long noticed Dong Chao's gaze, and under his prolonged stare, a hint of awkwardness crept onto her serene and beautiful face. Qin Wanqing's personality was already soft, and now in a meeting, she found it hard to say anything. She could only turn her head slightly, pretending not to notice Dong Chao's unwavering gaze. Dong Chao thought to himself that Qin Wanqing was not only beautiful but also quite nice. She actually helped a stranger out. If he had known this, he would have insisted on approving Qin Wanqing's participation in that green grass trial back then. Qin Wanqing did not know Dong Chao, but Dong Chao had known her for a long time. Dong Chao had not only seen Qin Wanqing's profile, but he had also almost become her instructor. 5 years ago, during the last green grass trial held by the military, Qin Wanqing was also on the candidate list. However, at the last moment before departure, she was eliminated. The military leaders believed that compared to the 4 geniuses participating in the trial, Qin Wanqing's talent ultimately fell short. Her chances of passing the green grass trial were 0. And the instructor for the green grass trial was Dong Chao. It was during that trial that Dong Chao, in order to save the 4 participants, forcibly activated his spatial abilities, resulting in a backlash that destroyed his foundation. Reflecting on those vivid memories, Dong Chao felt that the world was truly small enough that he had become a slacker yet still encountered a candidate from that green grass trial. Lu Yuan was unaware of Dong Chao's sentiments. He thought Dong Chao was simply being lecherous, daring to stare at the academy's golden asset, a 9th-tier warrior, the flower of the demon, Qin Wanqing. It was simply outrageous. Lu Yuan slammed his hand on the table, forcibly drawing Dong Chao's attention back. The third thing I want to mention, and the most important one, is the upcoming martial arts conference at the end of the year. We must be well prepared and achieve good results. This concerns the reputation and ranking of Mowi University, so I hope everyone will be spirited and not let down the school's trust and expectations. Upon hearing the words martial arts conference, Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, and Jiang Chang all trembled. The martial arts conference was the largest martial arts event in China and the most popular live broadcast feast held annually. A total of 128 schools participated in the conference. Among them were 118 martial arts universities from China, plus 10 invited prestigious martial arts schools from Asia. Each school selected the 10 best students to form a competition team, and the teams would face off against each other, with winners advancing and losers being eliminated. The last standing team would be the undisputed top martial arts university. The simple and brutal rules, combined with the youthful and passionate battles, made the martial arts conference the most popular live event in all of China and even Asia. Every duel in the martial arts tournament is broadcast live globally, serving not only as a strong promotion for various universities but also as a high-profile display of China's reserve forces. The 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament is usually held before the Spring Festival. It is only September now, and Lu Yuan has already begun preparations, which shows how much he values this year's tournament. The enrollment situation at the Martial Arts Academy is quite promising this year, and Lu Yuan is all fired up. He not only wants to achieve results in the tournament but also aims to restore the glory of the past. Clearing his throat, Lu Yuan spoke in a deep and serious tone to the others. As you all know, in 2 years, I will retire. I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is our duty to restore the school's former glory. Dong Chao secretly rolled his eyes, thinking that this old man, despite his age, still talks so dramatically. Lu Yuan continued, I have decided that this year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament will restore the tradition of having first-year students form teams to compete. There has always been an unwritten rule in the tournament. The 5 prestigious universities of China send only first-year students to compete. The purpose of this is to avoid overwhelming the competition and dampening the enthusiasm of other schools. After all, the 5 prestigious universities represent the 5 schools of thought in Chinese heritage: Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Moism, and swordsmanship. Both in terms of depth and student resources, they are far superior to other martial arts universities. However, in recent years, the university representing the Maoist tradition, Mo Wu University, has been underperforming. The main force that used to represent Mo Wu University was the Mechanism Puppet Academy. Unfortunately, due to some issues in recent years, the Mechanism Puppet Academy no longer sends competitors. The Martial Arts Academy has been forced to take on the responsibility. Unfortunately, the Martial Arts Academy simply does not have the capability to shoulder such a burden. Over the years, Lu Yuan has shamelessly sent upperclassmen to compete, yet the results have still been unsatisfactory. In the last 2 tournaments, Mo Wu Academy barely made it into the top 30 by sheer luck. Meanwhile, the universities representing Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, and swordsmanship have consistently occupied the top 4 positions in the tournament. Despite being 5 prestigious universities, the gap in performance is widening. However, this year, Lu Yuan is filled with confidence. As you all know, the enrollment results this year are very encouraging. The academy has recruited 4 S-level talented students. These 4 promising students have all joined Teacher Qin's Martial Arts Class 1. Our competition team this year will be built around these 4 excellent students. As he spoke, Lu Yuan looked at Wang Su and Jiang Chang. Of course, you 2 classes can't slack off either. Students with outstanding performance will also be given special consideration by the academy. Lu Yuan had already made up his mind that the 10 students participating in the University Martial Arts Tournament would all be selected from Qin Wanqing's Martial Arts Class 1. The reason he said this to Wang Su and Jiang Chang was to give them some hope. As for Dong Chao, Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to paint a rosy picture. The 2 foolish students in Dong Chao's class would find it hard to graduate, so they shouldn't even think about the martial arts tournament. This is not something those 2 underperformers should consider. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at Qin Wanqing. Teacher Qin, I will leave all the preparations for the competition to you. After all, you have participated in the tournament as a competitor and are quite familiar with the related matters. Qin Wanqing replied firmly, Director, don't worry, I will complete the task. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and raised his voice. You may not know, but 9 years ago, Teacher Qin represented Mo Wu University in that year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. In the match of 32-16, Teacher Qin single-handedly faced 4 opponents and almost single-handedly defeated the prestigious Wazita Sorcery Academy, leading Mo Wu University into the top 8. What a pity, that year's martial arts tournament was truly a battle of gods. If it weren't for encountering one of the 4 heavenly kings, Nan Wuyu, in the round of 16, Teacher Qin might have even led us to break into the top 8. Lu originally wanted to flatter Qin Wanqing, but unfortunately, his flattery fell flat. Hearing the words "for heavenly kings," Qin Wanqing's expression stiffened for a moment. 9 years ago, in that martial arts tournament, Qin Wanqing indeed performed commendably, but even more stunning than her was the now famous 4 heavenly kings: Yi Jiqiu, Nan Wuyu, Wen Tianchen, Mu Xiliang. After witnessing the 4 heavenly kings, Qin Wanqing understood what it meant to be a genius, yet still have a gap. Like the 4 heavenly kings, Qin Wanqing also possessed SS-level talent. However, the four Heavenly Kings were rated SS level because they had a slight gap compared to the legendary SSS level. Shenyuan was rated SS level simply because she was slightly stronger than S level. Back in the martial arts tournament, the four Heavenly Kings had already overshadowed Shenyuan. Later, they participated in a secret trial project of the military, making rapid progress and completely widening the gap with Shenyuan. Now, the four Heavenly Kings had long since advanced to extraordinary warriors, becoming the backbone of the new generation in Huaxia, renowned worldwide. Meanwhile, Shenyuan was stuck at the initial stage of the 9th rank, struggling to make any progress over the years. Clearly all SS-level geniuses, the gap between them only grew wider. Whenever she thought of the four Heavenly Kings, Shenyuan felt a mix of envy and helplessness, wondering why she was born at the same time as them. Lu Yuan noticed that Shenyuan's mood was off, so he quickly changed the subject. Let's not dwell on the past. Now that Teacher Qin's status has changed, I believe that under her leadership, we will definitely achieve something this year. We not only want to restore our former glory but also take down those four prestigious schools. For the school, we are reclaiming lost honor. And for you, Teacher Qin, it's about making up for the regrets of the past. Lu Yuan employed his skill of painting a bright future. Dong Chao, standing by, couldn't help but smirk, thinking that this old fellow really didn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Just because he recruited 4S-level students, he was getting so carried away? As far as Dong Chao knew, the other four prestigious schools had also performed well in their recruitment this year. Moreover, the four Heavenly Kings had returned from the military to their respective alma maters, taking up teaching duties. Those four kids had real skills. Whether in personal combat or teaching ability, Shenyuan was no match for them. Back then, Dong Chao risked damaging his own foundation to rescue those four students from the grass trial, and they were now the formidable four Heavenly Kings of Huaxia, Jiuzi, Yuezi, Qinzi, Liangzi. Even the title for Heavenly Kings was given to them by Dong Chao. Lu Yuan caught a glimpse of the smile on Dong Chao's face from the corner of his eye. When he turned to look at Dong Chao, however, Dong Chao had already wiped the smile off his face. Facing Lu Yuan's gaze, Dong Chao furrowed his brows and stared wide-eyed, pretending to listen seriously to the leader's speech. He even took out paper and pen, scribbling away as if he were taking meeting notes. Lu Yuan knew very well that Dong Chao was just putting on an act, but he couldn't do anything about it. Lu Yuan was too lazy to argue with Dong Chao and pretended not to see his smirk. That's all I wanted to say. If you have no further comments, then the meeting is adjourned. Upon hearing the words meeting adjourned, Dong Chao shot up and dashed out of the office like lightning. The remaining few looked at Dong Chao's disappearing figure, bewildered. This guy's cultivation isn't high, but he sure runs fast. The next day, Martial Arts Class 4 classroom. At 10 in the morning, Dong Chao leaned against the podium, flipping through a small booklet in his hand while letting out a series of chuckles. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai sat in their seats, waiting idly for the class bell to ring. Dao Shi glanced at his watch, then took out his water cup and sipped the Banlangen drink inside. After that, he popped 2 Ginseng Z throat lozenges into his mouth. Dong Chao's note from yesterday was indeed useful. He had received quite a few free medications from the school infirmary. For Dao Shi, free was the best. Free Banlangen was equivalent to a prepared drink. Free Ginseng Z throat lozenges were like mint candies. Free bruise ointment was like hand warmers and foot warmers. A sip of Banlangen followed by 2 throat lozenges made Dao Shi's little life quite enjoyable. In just one day, Dao Shi had witnessed that their mentor, Dong Chao, truly had some clout. The school teachers might not think highly of him, but the security guards, dormitory managers, cleaning ladies, and supermarket staff all treated him like a friend. Yesterday, when Dao Shi returned to the dormitory, the school supermarket sent him a shopping card worth 1,000 yuan. Soon after, the barbershop sent him a haircut card, the laundry room sent him a laundry card, and even the school bathhouse sent him a bathing card, along with a stack of sauna experience vouchers. Just as Dong Chao had promised, as his student, he could enjoy all the consumption venues at school for free. Dao Shi's difficult family background had made him frugal and fond of getting things for free. Before coming to college, he had always reminded himself to spend as little money as possible on campus to ease his mother's burden. Now, Dao Shi discovered that with the title of Dong Chao student, he didn't need any living expenses. He could get everything for free. He could even send his mother some Banlangen and Ginseng Z throat lozenges. Thinking of this, Dao Shi once again awarded Dong Chao 2 points of recognition. Dao Shi's recognition +1. Dao Shi's recognition +1. His impression of Dong Chao had changed somewhat. Setting aside those ridiculous courses, the useless mentor's martial arts class isn't bad at all. At least the food and drinks are free, and there's a pretty tough genius swordsman who can serve as a punching bag. Dao Shi tilted his head, looking at He Xiongzai with an air of dominance. Although he had just beaten He Xiongzai up yesterday, Daoshi still recognized his talent and cultivation level. This cocky guy actually had a mid-level 6th stage cultivation. For a freshman to possess a mid-level 6th stage cultivation was truly a rare talent in the world. The kind that would be fought over by major martial arts universities and families. Unfortunately, in front of Daoshi, such a genius could only become a punching bag. There were differences even among geniuses. No matter why He Xiongzai chose to join Dong Chao's martial arts class, in this class, he was destined to be the one getting beaten. Facing Daoshi's dominating gaze, He Xiongzai showed no fear. He met Daoshi's eyes with a cheeky grin. He even pointed to the sword bag on his back, looking provocative. From childhood to now, He Xiongzai had always been the one beating others. Yesterday was the first time he had been beaten up. The feeling of being beaten was quite novel. After competing with Daoshi, He Xiongzai became increasingly convinced that his life was like a video game with cheats. In this video game called life, he was undoubtedly the main character, and everyone around him was just experienced monsters or NPCs serving him. Only this theory could explain why his life was so smooth and why he always got what he wished for. He Xiongzai wanted to continue on his martial arts path, and heaven gave him another chance to awaken his second sword bone. He wanted fun, and heaven sent him a martial arts mentor like Dong Chao. He wanted excitement, and the heavens sent him a challenge. The entire martial arts class seemed tailor-made for him. He Xiaozai immediately recognized that the challenge was like a common early game boss in a video game. High attack, high agility, high defense, with no weaknesses whatsoever. He could only defeat it through skilled techniques and absolute numerical superiority. Facing such a boss was truly exhilarating. The one-sided beating he took yesterday not only left no psychological shadow on his Xiaozai but instead ignited his immense gaming enthusiasm. Last night, he meditated with his sword for the entire night. This was the first time in his life that he Xiaozai practiced all night long. In just one night, he not only comprehended new sword techniques but also achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Now, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the 6th stage. In martial arts practice, the 6th stage is already considered a rare mid to high-end combat power. How many 6th stage martial artists have struggled for years without making any progress? Yet he Xiaozai broke through a realm in just one night. If he hadn't watched beautiful women live streaming in the latter half of the night, he might have broken through even more. At this moment, he Xiaozai was full of confidence, ready to challenge the boss again. He lost so decisively yesterday, partly due to his lack of strength and partly because his weapon was inadequate. Using a branch as a sword had somewhat affected his performance. Today, he Xiaozai brought his $1 million C-grade dual swords. He was going to fight Daoshi for real. Facing He Xiaozai's provocative gaze, Daoshi smiled. He loved He Xiaozai's insatiable eagerness to be beaten. Their eyes clashed in the air, and a thick sense of battle intent swirled in the classroom. They exchanged no words, relying solely on their thoughts to arrange a duel. After class, they would have another match on the back mountain of the school. Just then, the class bell rang, and Dong Chao staggered onto the podium. Once he stood still, Dong Chao yawned sleepily and casually asked, "What time do you all go to bed at night? What time do you wake up in the morning?" "Teacher, I strictly adhere to the school schedule. I go to bed at 10 and wake up at 6. He Xiaozai lied without batting an eye. Dong Chao was not satisfied with this answer. He frowned and said to He Xiaozai, "You are already college students, independent from your parents, and should have your own opinions. Don't blindly follow the school schedule, learn to be self-disciplined. In our martial arts class, we only have one class a day, starting at 10 o'clock. You can easily get up by 9:30. Moreover, 10 o'clock at night is the perfect time for a late-night snack. How can you go to bed? After having a late-night snack, you can take advantage of the good internet speed at night to play a few ranked games and score big. Such precious time, and you waste it in bed. I'm 30 years old and still stay up late every night to rank up. How can you at your age feel justified going to bed? Can't you be a bit more self-disciplined and have some fighting spirit? In the morning, can't you have a bit of your own opinion and lie in bed a little longer, staggering your wake-up time with other classmates?" Dong Chao's scolding left Daoshi dumbfounded. Daoshi felt a throbbing pain in his head. He couldn't hold back any longer. "Teacher, what you're saying should be called staying up late and being lazy, which has nothing to do with self-discipline, right?" Dong Chao frowned and sternly reprimanded, "If you occasionally stay up late and wake up late, that is undoubtedly laziness. But if you stay up late and sleep in for decades, isn't that a form of self-discipline? It is both self-discipline and a wisdom of staggered living." Dong Chao scanned the two students back and forth, adding earnestly, "This is all for your own good. When you step into society, you'll see just how rich and colorful the nightlife of successful people can be. To enjoy those vibrant nights in the future, you must develop good habits of staying up late as soon as possible." Dong Chao's lecture left Daoshi's mind in a haze. Dao Shi stared with his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. No wonder he is a well-known slacker in the education field. This martial arts mentor of his is truly extraordinary. Seeing Dao Shi rendered speechless by his persuasion, Dong Chao nodded in satisfaction and began to get to the point. Yesterday, we had a martial arts practical class and learned how to make glutinous rice cakes. Afterward, I reflected on my teaching, and I realized that my pace might have been a bit fast, causing you some learning pressure. Today, we will balance work and rest with a relatively relaxed martial arts theory class. As he spoke, Dong Chao picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the two characters, martial arts, on the blackboard. Upon seeing these two characters, Dao Shi's eyes lit up. Finally, this old guy is going to talk about something related to martial arts? I must point out his mistakes and embarrass him a bit. Dao Shi felt a mischievous urge rising within him. With his cultivation and insights, he could find faults in whatever Dong Chao said. Dong Chao wrote just the two characters and then turned around, adopting the tone of a mentor. As we all know, practicing martial arts makes days feel like years. To put it more bluntly, you should be as happy every day as if it were New Year's. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were dumbfounded. Is this how the idiom days feel like years is explained? If you want to be happy every day, you must improve your quality of life, so we need to study our eating, dressing, living, and traveling. Today, I will start with clothing and share some of my dressing tips. As he spoke, Dong Chao turned around and completed the blackboard writing, dressing tips for trendy martial artists. Looking at these big characters, Dao Shi felt a wave of dizziness. From days feel like years to dressing tips, this useless mentor's understanding of martial arts seems quite different from that of normal people. Dong Chao ignored Dao Shi's astonished gaze, confidently rolled up his sleeves, revealing a sea yellow bracelet on his wrist. In this class, we will briefly discuss the contribution and influence of cultural accessories on a trendy man's outfit. You may not know this, but the entire cultural accessory market in the martial arts world has been discovered and cultivated by me. The emergence of these cultural accessories has significantly elevated the dressing taste of martial artists. The help that cultural accessories provide for dressing is obvious. Take my outfit today as an example. I am wearing a simple color-blocked embroidered floral shirt, primarily focusing on a comfortable home style. But paired with this sea yellow bracelet, it immediately gives off a unique aura that stands out. Dao Shi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the idiom standing out from the crowd was used very accurately. Just looking at the aura, who could imagine that this old man, jingling with accessories, is a martial arts lecturer at Mo Wu University? Dong Chao, oblivious to Dao Shi's eye roll, continued, just by adding a bracelet, the whole person's aura can be completely transformed. This is the skill of using accessories in dressing. As my student, you must have basic cultural accessories like bracelets. Otherwise, you'll be the laughingstock. In a few days, I will hold a special class on bracelet playing techniques to teach you properly, so you don't go astray and become obsessed. Dao Shi felt incredibly annoyed. A class on bracelet playing? And what the hell is becoming obsessed? Is this even a term that humans can come up with? Dao Shi turned his head to look at He Xiongzai. He had planned to share a quiet laugh with He Xiongzai about their useless mentor. Unexpectedly, He Xiongzai was seriously taking notes with a pen and notebook. Dao Shi felt surrounded by two idiots. Did the useless mentor really need to take notes on this stuff? He Xiongzai was seriously unwell. Dong Chao noticed the reactions of the two students and continued his lecture without a change in expression. In the fashion system of trendy men, the effective use of accessories is of utmost importance. Many times, we can completely change our dressing style just by changing our accessories. As he spoke, Dong Chao took off his bracelet, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a jade Buddha pendant, putting it around his neck. See, the teacher just swapped the bracelet for a jade Buddha pendant, and instantly transformed from a comfortable home style to an elite business style. The key is to have flair. Dao Shi rolled his eyes again, thinking that he couldn't see the elite or business aspect. Crazy was indeed crazy. Dong Chao struck a few male model poses with his hands on his hips, tirelessly imparting dressing tips. When wearing a jade Buddha pendant, pay attention to a small detail. You must roll up your pant legs to expose your ankles. As the saying goes, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha. When wearing pants, you must show your ankles. Once the ankles are exposed, it creates a visual stretching effect, making the legs look longer. To show off your ankles, the teacher suggests wearing low-cut cloth shoes. The color of the shoes should ideally match the top, which is the Oreo principle in dressing techniques. Dao Shi felt an urge to spit blood. Men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha, and pants must show ankles? This is Mo University, not Urban Buddhist Academy. As a student, is it appropriate to wear a jade Buddha pendant around your neck? Not long ago, Dao Shi was focused on finding faults with Dong Chao to embarrass him. Now, Dao Shi was completely convinced. The knowledge imparted by the useless mentor hit all of Dao Shi's blind spots. Dao Shi had to admit it. However, these dressing techniques were not particularly helpful for martial arts cultivation. One could only say they were utterly useless. It would be better not to teach them at all. Just as Daoshi was grumbling, Dong Chao reached into his pocket again, pulled out 2 bracelets and 2 Buddha pendants. As my students, you must be equipped with these cultural accessories. These 2 bracelets are the finest of Hai Huang, handmade large beads of 3.0, made from genuine old tree core materials. One is a dry pair, and the other is an oily pair. The dry pair has distinct patterns, while the oily pair has a rich luster. Each has its own charm. Dong Chao handed the dry pair bracelet to Dao Shi and the oily pair bracelet to He Xiangzai. These 2 bracelets are small gifts from the teacher, representing my earnest expectations for you. I hope you will adopt a serious attitude and play with the bracelets diligently. The teacher will check your progress from time to time. As he spoke, Dong Chao took out the 2 Buddha pendants. You should also play with these 2 pendants regularly. The more you play, the fresher they become. These are genuine old pit materials, with a glutinous ice type. Plus, with the meticulous craftsmanship of the sculptor, they are top-notch. The statues on the pendants are replicas of the Guanyin statue from Urban Buddhist Academy. In the future, when you walk in society, wearing these 2 pendants, you can easily pass as lay disciples of Urban Buddhist Academy. Dong Chao personally hung the pendants around the necks of the 2 students. Dao Shi's recognition level +1. 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 Just a moment ago, Dao Shi was complaining about his useless mentor. But now, looking at the bracelet on his wrist and the pendant around his neck, Dao Shi's eyes turned into the shape of Yuan. Yuan. Dao Shi knew that the Wangwali bracelet and the glutinous ice jade Buddha pendant were worth quite a bit. These were all obtained for free. Dao Shi looked at these 2 treasures, overwhelmed with joy. He didn't even think that Dong Chao's class was absurd or abstract. As long as I can get it for free, it's all about carefree enjoyment. Dao Shi imitated the useless mentor and rhymed a line in his heart. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai also gave Dong Chao a triple approval. He Xiangzai didn't care about the value of the prayer beads and amulets. He genuinely felt that after attending today's class, he had taken a step towards becoming a martial arts trendsetter. Every bit of approval contributed by the 2 increased Dong Chao's cultivation by a point. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage, 8th level. Dong Chao appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he wished he could bow to the 2 students. Dong Chao struggled to suppress his excitement. Next, he had important tasks to attend to. Dong Chao returned to the podium. The art of dressing is profound and extensive. Today, the teacher has only introduced you to some superficial aspects. Today's class ends here. The teacher has to go cook. At noon, the teacher will personally cook for you to taste his skills. Dong Chao looked at Dao Shi. Shizi, you stay behind to clean the classroom. Call you when the food is ready. Hearing the name Shizi, He Xiangzai chuckled. That name was so outdated. But soon, He Xiangzai couldn't laugh anymore. Zai Zi, you shouldn't be idle either. Go help me in the cafeteria. Ha! He Xiangzai almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The name Zai Zi was so unpleasant, it was even worse than Shizi. Dong Chao beckoned with his finger, leading He Xiangzai out of the classroom, leaving Dao Shi alone in the large martial arts class 4. Dao Shi took a broom and mop and quickly finished the cleaning work. Then, with a mischievous expression, he approached the podium. Dao Shi was genuinely curious about what the useless mentor had been looking at before class that made him smile so lewdly. Under the podium, Dao Shi found 2 small booklets and curiously picked them up. Both booklets were stamped with the library seal, indicating that the useless mentor had borrowed them from the library. Looking at the titles on the cover page, Dao Shi was speechless. Women's self-defense techniques? That old mentor was indeed not reading anything serious. Dao Shi knew that women's self-defense techniques, also known as criminal excitement fist, had some ambiguous postures. If used improperly, they wouldn't just fail to defend but could even excite the criminal further. That old mentor was clearly getting excited just by looking at those technique illustrations. Dao Shi pouted, preparing to put the booklets back, but soon, he froze in place. He discovered that the blank corners of the booklets were filled with handwritten annotations. Women's self-defense techniques, no moves, no forms, no rules, no morals, with everything focused on killing the enemy as the top priority. Truly an excellent practical martial skill. As the saying goes, there are no fixed methods. Aim below the waist. Use all means to strike the enemy's weak and private areas, causing both psychological and physiological double blows, which is the basic principle of this martial skill. Looking at these annotations, Dao Shi was both shocked and enlightened. Especially that line, no fixed methods, aim below the waist, which enlightened Dao Shi while also making him feel a chill in his pants. The person who wrote these annotations was definitely a practical expert. He actually transformed women's self-defense techniques into a martial skill. The core of this martial skill was a series of underhanded moves like kicking the groin, poking the eyes, spitting, slapping, stepping on toes, grabbing the chest, pulling hair, and cursing on the street. Although this set of martial skills was somewhat unconventional, it was effective. Just as the annotation said, this unique martial skill, with no morals and no restrictions, was a deadly weapon in practical combat. Ordinary women lacked the strength to unleash the true power of women's self-defense techniques. A martial arts brute like Daoshi, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, could unleash a punch with the force of 10,000 Jun. If he were to employ these underhanded techniques, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating psychological and physical blow to his enemies. Looking at the annotations in the book, Daoshi couldn't help but nod repeatedly, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The senior who wrote these notes was truly a genius. The booklet was thin, and it didn't take long for Daoshi to reach the end. Still unsatisfied, he picked up the second booklet. The second booklet was a handwritten note, the handwriting identical to the previous annotations. The name on the title page left Daoshi in shock. Defense, Women's Self-Defense Techniques. This notebook recorded not a specific martial art, but a martial arts program. The central idea of this program was how to defend against underhanded attacks from the enemy and how to retaliate with even more despicable means. During the counterattack, one should also stand on the moral high ground and verbally attack the enemy. In addition, the notebook detailed how to stab a knife in the enemy's back, how to use underhanded tactics to trip them up and set traps. Looking at this notebook, Daoshi felt as if his spirit had undergone a kind of baptism. His thoughts seemed to have reached a new level. Daoshi possessed an SSS-level talent, making rapid progress in his cultivation, achieving full mastery. But he was not without his difficulties. Daoshi's predicament lay in the fact that the mental techniques he practiced were too basic. The dragon roar body strengthening technique he practiced was a foundational technique for young children within the Shenyuan family. In the Shenyuan family, boys who turned 6 would first practice the dragon roar body strengthening technique to strengthen their bones and muscles. This was merely a foundational technique for building a base for the youth. Since escaping the Shenyuan family, Daoshi had no opportunity to access superior martial arts techniques. He could only use the dragon roar body strengthening technique as a foundation, exploring and transforming it on his own. He transformed the dragon roar body strengthening technique into the dragon roar dominating body technique. Although the names differed by only one word, the power was worlds apart. His self-created dragon roar dominating body technique not only enhanced various bodily functions but also altered his shape and appearance to some extent, helping him evade capture by his family. However, his dragon roar dominating body technique was incomplete and could not fully resonate with his innate qualities. Daoshi possessed the bloodline of the Panhu, with a fate that was half dragon and half dog. The dragon roar dominating body technique could only resonate with his dragon bloodline, failing to connect with his canine bloodline. Yet, this defense, women's self-defense techniques notebook resonated perfectly with his canine bloodline. This notebook was truly dog-like. If he could combine the dragon roar dominating body technique with the defense, women's self-defense techniques, his self-created mental technique would be complete. In this way, Daoshi's combat style would appear grand and upright, while secretly harboring underhanded tricks and devious tactics. This dual nature of being both dragon and dog perfectly matched Daoshi's Panhu bloodline. With this notebook, the mental technique problem that had troubled him for years was effortlessly resolved. Daoshi quickly flipped through both booklets again, committing every word to memory. At the end of the booklet, he found a concealed signature, Black Knife. It was clear that these exquisite and unique annotations were written by this senior, Black Knife. For this senior he had never met, Daoshi felt a deep sense of gratitude and admiration. Daoshi couldn't help but reflect on the vast differences between people. Someone like his mentor, Dong Chao, only knew how to foolishly smile at ambiguous illustrations of boxing techniques. Yet a martial arts genius like Black Knife could derive a set of martial skills from women's self-defense techniques, even grasping a complete mental technique program. The two were worlds apart. With this thought, Daoshi felt even more respect for the senior Black Knife. If I have the fortune to meet Senior Black Blade and receive his face-to-face guidance, I will surely benefit greatly. Daoshi couldn't help but dream in his heart. Meanwhile, in the idle stall of the cafeteria, Dong Chao, who was busy chopping vegetables, received a system notification. Shenyuan Daoshi's recognition +5. Shenyuan Daoshi's recognition +5. Dong Chao's ultimate secret technique clearly benefited Daoshi immensely. Daoshi rewarded him with a large wave of gold coins. Shenyuan Daoshi's recognition has reached 18 points, now the host can draw one of Shenyuan Daoshi's traits. The trait drawn by the host is Dominant Body. Dong Chao felt as if every cell in his body was igniting, and his chest and abdomen roared like a fuel engine. When the transformation ended, Dong Chao's physique had become much more robust. He could sense that the dominant body not only passively enhanced his bodily functions but could also actively initiate a defensive stance. In this defensive stance, Dong Chao could negate many negative effects. Besides this practical dominant body skill, the 10 points of massive recognition provided by Dao Shi also elevated Dong Chao's cultivation level once again. Dong Chao's cultivation soared by 3 small ranks, reaching the first level of the 3rd stage. A well-known martial arts waste had, in just 2 days, advanced a major rank. What kind of promotion speed was this? It was like a person who just learned to blink yesterday, now able to play with a lighter in bed today. Dong Chao's rapid improvement was partly due to the effectiveness of his reverse Tian Gang plan. On the other hand, it was also because he started from a low point with poor cultivation. Sharing a bit from the 2 genius students yielded immediate results. With the increase in his martial arts rank, his future promotion speed would inevitably decline significantly. However, Dong Chao was not worried at all. He had figured out how to play the good teacher and friend system. As long as he clung tightly to the student's thighs, it was a sure thing for Dong Chao to lie back and advance to an extraordinary martial artist. Now that he had advanced to the 3rd stage, he had gained another opportunity to cling to a thigh. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 3rd stage of martial arts, unlocking a new enrollment slot for the host. A blank student page appeared in Dong Chao's mind, waiting to be bound. Dong Chao knew that each binding slot was crucial for his effortless victory. He had to be cautious. Moreover, after witnessing Dao Shi and He Xiongzai's monstrous talents, Dong Chao looked down on the other students in the academy. Even the 4S-level students regarded as treasures by Dean Lu Yuan were no different from brain thrombosis in front of Dao Shi and He Xiongzai. Adhering to the principle of better to have none than to have a bad one, Dong Chao decided to reserve this binding slot for now and slowly search for a fated person. At present, he had another important task to accomplish. Dong Chao discreetly looked at He Xiongzai. Yesterday, Dong Chao used the military's internal website to investigate He Xiongzai's background. He Xiongzai came from a non-martial arts family, and the military's records on him were quite limited. However, Dong Chao was certain that, like Dao Shi, He Xiongzai also harbored many secrets. Why did his sword bone shatter when everything seemed fine? Why was he rejected by the Sword Pavilion University? With He Xiongzai's talent, even if his sword bone shattered and he could no longer climb the martial path, he could still transition to become a theoretical researcher in swordsmanship. Such theoretical researchers were also rare talents. Moreover, he was a congenital sword cultivator. Even if Sword Pavilion University treated him as a mascot or a living specimen, they should have admitted him. It was unreasonable to revoke He Xiongzai's guaranteed admission slot just because of a shattered sword bone. Dong Chao had a vague feeling that there was definitely something behind this. Although he didn't obtain much information from the military website, Dong Chao had other channels. His little brother, Yi Zhiqiu, one of the 4 little heavenly kings, has now returned to Jiangu University as the director of studies. Dong Chao is preparing to find an opportunity to ask Josie what hidden truths lie behind this. He Xiongzai did not notice Dong Chao's frequent glances. At this moment, he was standing by the water basin, perfunctorily washing vegetables. He Xiongzai's mind was clearly not on washing the vegetables. He occasionally picked up a few leaves, either poking or prodding them against the water flow, clearly pondering sword techniques. Dong Chao quietly approached He Xiongzai from behind, ready to get down to business. Dong Chao reached out and patted the sword bag on He Xiongzai's back, using the sword to lead into the conversation. Good sword, really good sword. Zai Zi, these 2 swords of yours must be quite expensive, right? Hearing Dong Chao's words, He Xiongzai came back to his senses, revealing a smug grin. Just 2 ordinary long swords, not worth much, only about 1 million or so. He Xiongzai was being modest with his words, but his whole demeanor exuded a sense of showing off and bragging. Dong Chao immediately recognized that these 2 long swords were C-grade weapons produced by the Tai Sui Armory. The weapons and armor used by martial artists have strict grade classifications, just like the classification of innate talents, ranging from E to SSS, with a total of 8 levels. Among these 8 levels, C-grade is the highest level that can be purchased with money. Weapons and armor above C-grade can only be exchanged through military merit. He Xiongzai's pair of dual swords were already rare high-quality items on the market. However, they were still far from being worthy of him. Using the dual swords as a pretext, Dong Chao naturally led into the topic. You practice the Mandarin duck twin swords? A rare school. But speaking of which, my teacher has a friend who practices an even more obscure 3-sword style. 3-sword style? He Xiongzai thought to himself, you must be kidding. Chinese swordsmanship is divided into single sword, dual swords, and 2-handed swords. Where is there a 3-sword style? Seeing that He Xiongzai was skeptical, Dong Chao said earnestly, "My friend holds a sword in each hand and even has one in his mouth. This is his original three-sword style, quite impressive." He Xiongzai rolled his eyes, thinking, how is that impressive? If you have a sword in your mouth, how can you show a charming smile? How can you mock your opponent? Besides, chewing gum wouldn't be convenient either. He Xiongzai scoffed at the idea of holding a sword in one's mouth. Dong Chao had thought that the mention of the three-sword style would pique He Xiongzai's interest, but unexpectedly, this kid was completely uninterested. The secret observation from yesterday allowed Dong Chao to grasp the style of martial arts of Dao Shi, which made guiding Dao Shi relatively easy. However, guiding He Xiongzai was a bit more challenging. The group of sword practitioners is exceedingly rare, and after so many years in the military, Dong Chao had not encountered many sword practitioners. He knew little about sword cultivation. Moreover, He Xiongzai was an exceptional anomaly within the sword practitioner group. An innate sword practitioner with dual sword bones, his buffs were all stacked up, and ordinary sword cultivation might not even apply to him. In this situation, Dong Chao thought of a wild idea. He wanted to stimulate He Xiongzai through storytelling, to get He Xiongzai to motivate himself. The friend Dong Chao mentioned was Rorano Azaro, the comic character Dong Chao liked the most before he crossed over. This was also the only sword-related character Dong Chao could think of. In this world, there aren't that many rich entertainment works. He could let his imagination run wild. Back in the day, I invited my friend to a bathhouse, and while he was bathing, he was also lifting weights. Just think about how hard-working he is. Bathhouse. Consumption? You mean a massage parlor? He Xiongzai's eyes lit up. Dong Chao felt a bit helpless. He was crafting this story to inspire He Xiongzai, hoping he would study swordsmanship like Zoro at all times. After all, in the comic, Zoro is the kind of tough guy who doesn't forget to lift weights even while soaking in a hot spring. Unfortunately, this story isn't quite suitable in front of He Xiongzai. He Xiongzai is clearly more interested in the pleasures of life. Seeing He Xiongzai being so uncooperative, Dong Chao could only resort to his trick of reverse psychology. Of course, my friend is a martial arts genius. He works hard and gets rewarded. Unlike us useless folks, no matter how hard we try, it's all in vain. For martial arts failures like us, we should focus our energy on making money and enjoying life. You can practice swordsmanship in your spare time. The teacher doesn't mind. But you must know the priorities and not lose your ambition in play. He Xiongzai nodded with a grin, but inwardly he was already cursing. Alright. You call practicing swordsmanship losing ambition, huh? I'll just go to the training room and lose ambition all day. I'll even lose ambition all night. Just thinking about secretly practicing in the training room made He Xiongzai feel excited. It was like sneaking out to stay overnight at an internet cafe. By the way, teacher, what's the name of your friend? He Xiongzai wanted to pry the name of that sword cultivator from Dong Chao. When he found the opportunity, he would beat that sword cultivator up. He had to knock the sword out of that guy's mouth. And he wanted that guy to chew gum and beetle nut while fighting in the future. What a level, daring to hold a sword in his mouth. My friend is named Zoro, Longzi. We have a great relationship. Dong Chao shamelessly boasted. Lock Dragon? Upon hearing this strange name, He Xiongzai suddenly had a moment of clarity. Lock Dragon? Lock Dragon. It seemed he had found a way to defeat Dao Shi. Sword Chi Lock Dragon. Didn't Dao Shi have dragon scales all over his body? Then he would unleash a cool and flashy Sword Chi Lock Dragon on him. In that instant, He Xiongzai comprehended a new sword technique. At noon, Dong Chao called Dao Shi and He Xiongzai to the dining table. On the table were braised pork ribs with green beans, stir-fried 3 delicacies, a mixed dish, and cold cucumber salad. 4 dishes piled high, plus a bowl of seaweed soup. Seeing these 4 dishes and a soup, Dao Shi's eyes widened. He thought to himself, the slacker teacher is quite something. In such a short time, he managed to prepare 4 dishes, all of which looked and smelled great. This is completely the level of a professional chef. It seems that the slacker teacher isn't as useless as he appears. At least, he can cook quite well. Have you seen the teacher's skills? Don't just stand there, dig in. Dong Chao urged the 2 students to start eating. Today, let's skip the alcohol and just have a simple meal. The teacher has a business karaoke session tonight and needs to save his energy to drink with those little beauties. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai exchanged envious glances. This old man's extracurricular life is really colorful. Enjoying the envious looks from the two, Dong Chao chuckled, eat up. When there's a chance in the future, the teacher will teach you how to sing business karaoke step by step. He picked up his chopsticks and served each of them a piece of pork rib. In terms of cultivation, Dong Chao had little persuasive power, he could only subtly guide the two. But at the dining table, he had absolute authority. While the two were enjoying their meal, he began to lecture them. As the saying goes, understanding the world is all about knowledge. green beans must be stewed with meat fat. Braised pork ribs with green beans may look simple, but there are intricacies to it. For the ribs to taste good, they must be stir-fried for a long time. Then, use the rendered fat to stir-fry the green beans until they are crispy. In chef lingo, this is called fully utilizing the Maillard reaction. To put it more professionally, it's about fully bringing out the unique flavors produced by the non-enzymatic browning of starch and protein macromolecules. Dao Shi secretly curled his lip while gnawing on the ribs. He thought to himself, aren't you supposed to be a slacker mentor in the martial arts world? How did you become a chef? However, the way the slacker mentor spoke was quite intimidating. Dao Shi didn't understand a word. Dong Chao continued to show off his skills to the students. Besides the ribs stewed with green beans, the other dishes also have their own technical challenges. When stir-frying the mixed vegetables, the chives and bean sprouts should be cooked to about 80%, and finally, cover them with a well-made egg pancake, which will naturally steam them to full doneness. The bean sprouts and chives stir-fried this way will be crisp and delicious, without wilting. There's also a little trick to smashing cucumbers. You need to use a cold jade cutting board, so they won't have a raw taste. When the teacher makes cold dishes, he always uses a special cutting board for cold dishes, to avoid cross flavors. Moreover, cucumbers must be smashed. Only smashed cucumbers are sweet and crunchy, with a real cucumber flavor. This utilizes the principle of breaking cell walls. If you're worried about cucumbers releasing water, you can lightly toss them with a bit of sesame oil before mixing. Dao Shi and his Xiangzai felt like ducks hearing thunder. Dao Shi had a vague sense of foreboding. The slacker mentor was explaining so thoroughly, as if he really wanted to teach them how to cook. After introducing a few appetizers, Dong Chao pushed the real main dish in front of the two students. Among all these dishes, the one with the most technical content is this stir-fried trio. Lamb kidneys, lamb eggs, and lamb skewers, commonly known as the kidney replenishing trio. They all have a strong gamey flavor, but when done right, they have a wild taste. To make this dish well, you need to remove the gamey smell, using water to suppress the flavor of the lamb skewers and eggs. When stir-frying, you must control the heat precisely, to hit that fine line between raw and cooked. Only in that balance can you ensure a soft, bouncy, and tender texture. This requires years of kitchen experience. As the saying goes, heavenly thunder strikes the earth's fire, a mature woman seeks a young man. At your age, it's crucial to replenish your kidneys, so you must eat this dish more. Dong Chao served each of them half a plate. Then, in a serious tone, he reminded the two students, the four subjects of eating, drinking, playing, and having fun are all profound. Just talking about eating, there's so much knowledge in it. You really learn as you live. As my student, you not only need to know how to eat, but also how to cook. You must be proficient in cooking. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai nodded repeatedly, thoroughly convinced, as he slurped the kidney replenishing trio like noodles. Learning to cook in a martial arts class. This university is really worth it. Dao Shi felt utterly disheartened. He thought he might have a brain hemorrhage. A martial artist studying cooking every day? That would really be something to be laughed at. Dao Shi decided to provoke Dong Chao a bit. In a sarcastic tone, he said to Dong Chao, "Teacher, your cooking skills are truly amazing. It's a shame you're not teaching at a culinary school. That would be a waste of talent." Upon hearing this, Dong Chao instantly straightened his face and sternly reprimanded, "Dao Shi, what are you saying? How can you have such thoughts? Remember what the teacher said, a good university is no worse than a culinary school. Don't look down on our Mo University." Dong Chao glared at Dao Shi, his tone softening slightly. Compared to culinary schools, our Mo University does have a weaker culinary foundation. But cultivation is personal. As long as you are willing to work hard, the teacher will ensure you systematically master various cooking techniques from scratch. After graduation, whether you open a food stall or take over our school's cafeteria, you'll make a lot of money. Dao Shi felt that his mother tongue had left him speechless. Does the slacker mentor not understand sarcasm? What does it mean that a good university is no worse than a culinary school? And opening a food stall, taking over the school cafeteria? Is this even real talk? Seeing that Dao Shi no longer spoke, Dong Chao also stopped his scolding. He shifted his tone and began to boast about himself. It's no exaggeration to say that in the realm of cooking, the teacher is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. As the saying goes, how to mix beef filling with water, why pineapple meat is so chewy, how to play with the legs of a wineglass, and savor the rich and luscious flavors. You all should just follow the teacher and learn slowly. Dao Shi no longer wanted to deal with this fool. He simply transformed his anger into appetite, and under Dong Chao's incessant rambling, he buried his head and ate like crazy. The three of them devoured their food in no time, leaving the bowls clean. Throughout the meal, Dong Chao kept lecturing, but the speed of eating was not affected in the slightest. After finishing the meal, Dong Chao instructed the two, "This afternoon, it's the same as usual, you're free to move around. But don't just play, while gaming and watching videos, also reflect on today's lessons and review the fashion knowledge the teacher taught." While making abstract statements, Dong Chao didn't forget to use his reverse motivational speech. As martial arts waste, we have no expectations in cultivation. But in terms of fashion, we must hold our heads high. If we can't be elite martial artists, at least we can be trendy men. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Listening to Dong Chao's abstract remarks, Shenyuan nodded repeatedly. Daoshi, however, remained silent with a cold face. Daoshi only wanted to do one thing now, which was to hurry to the training room and merge his dragon roar body technique with the women's self-defense technique. Daoshi was a top genius capable of self-improving his martial arts. The slacker mentor actually regarded him as one of his kind. Dong Chao kept saying "we waste like this," which made Daoshi very unhappy. But Daoshi couldn't show this displeasure. The only thing he could do was transform this unhappiness and resentment into motivation for cultivation. Taking advantage of Dong Chao's inattention, Daoshi lowered his voice and said to Shenyuan, "I have something to do this afternoon, let's cancel our sparring for now." "Just right, I have something to do too. Then we'll experience Brother Shizi's skills another day." Shenyuan replied with a grin. At this moment, Shenyuan was also thinking about hurrying to the training room to test his new sword techniques. In the evening, in the teacher's office, Dean Luyuan sat confidently in the main seat, passionately holding a meeting with several teachers. "First of all, I want to commend all the teachers present. I'm very glad that you sacrificed your off-duty time to stay and participate in this internal seminar meeting. Your initiative to work overtime makes me very pleased. I propose that everyone give yourselves a round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. Shenyuan Qing, Wang Su, and Zhang Chang wore three bitter melon faces, perfunctorily clapping their hands. They were not working overtime voluntarily. They were clearly trapped in the office by Lu Yuan when it was time to get off work. As the dean of the martial arts academy, Lu Yuan placed great importance on the education of this new batch of students. So much so that he held meetings every day. In Lu Yuan's view, there was no problem that couldn't be solved by an internal meeting. If there was, then hold two. Right now, Lu Yuan was ready to use a vigorous meeting to cleanse the teachers' souls and inspire their enthusiasm. However, faced with his carefully prepared opening remarks, the teachers showed little interest, which made Lu Yuan somewhat displeased. He raised his voice, trying to stimulate the teachers' enthusiasm. "If you're not enthusiastic about the meeting, there's a problem with your mindset. Teachers, comrades, let me see your work passion. Without love and passion, how can you grasp the important ideas of the meeting? How can you be a role model for others? How can you educate students? Come on, let's applaud together and encourage ourselves." Lu Yuan thought this speech was inspiring, but Shenyuan Qing, Wang Su, and Zhang Chang all put on masks of pain. After a whole day of classes, a few people were already physically and mentally exhausted. After work, they still had to attend a regular meeting, and it would be strange if they felt enthusiastic. What was even worse was that Dean Lu Yuan was a typical meeting-type leader, holding meetings just for the sake of holding meetings. The content of his meetings was utterly devoid of substance, purely torturous. At this moment, Dean Lu Yuan asked everyone to applaud and interact once again. While a few people cursed silently in their hearts, they had no choice but to brace themselves and follow Lu Yuan's orders. Just as they raised their hands, preparing to go through the motions, a crisp and rhythmic applause suddenly rang out beside them. Clap, 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 clap. They saw Dong Chao sitting at the end of the conference table, sitting up straight and clapping vigorously. As he clapped, Dong Chao nodded repeatedly at Lu Yuan with an exuberant demeanor. "Good, very good. Dean, what you said is just wonderful. Your words have inspired me and set my whole being ablaze." Dong Chao, embodying the role of a drama king, became increasingly excited. Without love and passion, how can one be a role model? How can one educate students? This is just too well said. Unable to contain himself, Dong Chao stood up, radiating a sense of sanctity. The profession of a teacher is sacred and great. As a martial arts instructor, the first thing I do every morning when I open my eyes is remind myself to stay true to my original intention and to dedicate myself. I will use the Titanic of faith to crash through the iceberg of reality. I will ride the swift horse of passion and raise the sails of dedication. No matter how difficult the road ahead, I will never turn back. Even if I remain nameless for a lifetime, I will be the green bricks beneath my students' feet. This is the duty of a martial arts instructor. Dong Chao's string of rhythmic and eloquent sentences left the few people present dumbfounded. This segment of Dong Chao's speech, both in its literary quality and its intent, completely overshadowed Dean Lu Yuan's opening remarks. However, such a meaningful statement coming from Dong Chao, a slacker, felt absurdly out of place. Even though the expression on Dong Chao's face was sacred and sincere, it still gave the impression that he was just talking nonsense. The teachers exchanged glances, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, wore a gloomy expression, looking as if he wanted to cut someone down. In the entire office, the one who was most cooperative with him was precisely this slacker, Dong Chao. Lu Yuan even suspected that Dong Chao, on the surface, was actively cooperating with him, but in reality, this guy was using abstract performance to convey some kind of connotation in sarcasm. But doubts aside, Lu Yuan could not erupt at this moment. After all, Dong Chao was the only one providing him with emotional feedback during this meeting. Although the feedback was not quite to his taste, Lu Yuan had originally prepared many small interactive segments in the meeting to stimulate the teacher's initiative. But with Dong Chao's antics, he instantly lost interest. Lu Yuan remained silent for a while before finally saying, lacking enthusiasm, "It's getting late, let's get straight to the point. I'll take up 3 minutes of your time to briefly discuss a few matters." Upon hearing this, Wang Su and Jiang Chang breathed a sigh of relief. The two knew they had escaped a torment. Qin Wanqing, while feeling relieved, couldn't help but sneak a curious glance at Dong Chao. This slacker instructor, who didn't have a good reputation in the academy, actually had some skills. He managed to turn the tables on the dean. A strange, playful smile appeared on Qin Wanqing's serene and delicate face. This mischievous smile, completely contrary to Qin Wanqing's gentle demeanor, was instantly caught by Dong Chao. When Dong Chao turned to look at Qin Wanqing, she quickly hid her smile. She nonchalantly avoided Dong Chao's gaze, no longer making any eye contact with him. Lu Yuan did not notice the exchange of glances between the two. In a rather disheartened tone, he continued, "The first thing I want to emphasize is to ensure the quality of teaching. Today, I audited Teacher Qin Wanqing's martial arts class. Teacher Qin's lessons are profound yet easy to understand, incisive and thorough. Not only did the students gain enlightenment, but I also found inspiration during the audit. Teacher Qin truly deserves her reputation as a 9th-tier martial artist, a rare SS-level genius in the world." Lu Yuan took the opportunity to shower her with praise. For this golden asset of the academy, Lu Yuan had only one strategy: endless flattery. After praising Qin Wanqing, Lu Yuan also took the chance to compliment Wang Su and Jiang Chang, letting them taste some sweetness as well. As for Teacher Wang and Teacher Jiang, one of you is a backbone of the academy, and the other, although just starting out, comes from a family deeply rooted in martial arts education. I have no worries about your teaching quality. I'm just giving you a reminder, hoping you strive for excellence." As he spoke, Lu Yuan intentionally glanced at Dong Chao. He deliberately said nothing about Dong Chao, but in reality, he said everything. As a notoriously useless mentor, Dong Chao did not lack teaching quality, he simply had no teaching at all. This rotten piece of meat was hardly worth mentioning. Lu Yuan shot a sidelong glance at Dong Chao, hoping to embarrass him, but unexpectedly, Dong Chao smiled back at him without a care. Lu Yuan was so infuriated that his teeth itched. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "The second thing I want to emphasize is to encourage students to engage in more practical combat exercises. In this regard, I must commend Teacher Qin. Under Teacher Qin's guidance, the students of Martial Arts Class 1 have already begun one-on-one combat drills." Lu Yuan not only audited the class today but also observed the students' practical exercises. The combat prowess displayed by Class 1 left Lu Yuan very satisfied, especially those 4 S-level geniuses, who performed remarkably. Among the 4, 1 had already reached the initial stage of the 5th tier, while the other 3 were all at the peak of the 4th tier. In the practical exercises, the 4 stood out like cranes among chickens, incredibly eye-catching. Their outstanding performance made Lu Yuan look forward to the upcoming martial arts competition at the end of the year even more. He turned to Wang Su and Jiang Chang and began to paint a bright future for them. Your classes 2 and 3 also need to keep pace with Class 1. Engage in more practical exercises. Students who perform excellently in practical combat will have the chance to enter the candidate list for the martial arts competition. Lu Yuan deliberately ignored Dong Chao's martial arts Class 4. The 2 students in Class 4 were as foolish as Dong Chao. With their qualifications, just getting into Mo Wu University was already a great achievement. The martial arts competition, a super event that selects the best of the best, had nothing to do with them. Lu Yuan glanced at Dong Chao again, then turned to Qin Wanqing, instantly putting on a flattering smile. As for Teacher Qin, keep up the good work. While teaching the syllabus, also give those top students a little extra attention. There are still a few months until the end-of-year martial arts competition. In these months, put in some effort to help those top students improve their cultivation. Especially that 5th tier Shinda-chan, if he can advance to the 6th tier, or even the mid-6th tier before the competition starts, then we could soar to new heights this year. Upon hearing this, Shenyuan showed a troubled expression, and Wang Su and Jiang Chang also wore non-committal looks. The teachers understood. Dean Lu Yuan was clearly out of touch with frontline education for so long that he had lost his sense of reality. A freshman advancing to the 6th tier before the martial arts competition? Let alone the mid-6th tier? How terrifying is that? How could Dean Lu dare to say such ridiculous things? Once upon a time, when Shenyuan participated in the martial arts conference as a contestant, her cultivation was barely at the initial stage of the 6th level. Yet, she was the strongest genius in the martial arts academy in 20 years. Although the talent of Shinta-chun from class 1 was decent, there was still a significant gap compared to Shenyuan. It would be more realistic to hope for Shinta-chun to advance to the mid-stage of the 6th level than to expect him to be Qin Shi Huang. Looking at the confident Lu Yuan and the frowning teachers, Dong Chao appeared unfazed on the surface, but inside, he was laughing with joy. Lu Yuan really thought that with just 4S level freshmen, they could stir up waves at the martial arts conference. He even wanted to challenge 4 other prestigious schools. That was truly a mysterious confidence. The 4S level freshmen represented a revival for the martial arts academy, but looking at the whole of Huaxia, such a lineup was actually not impressive. There were countless talents in the world. Just like the 4 little kings of the past and the rising stars of the Nanyang twins in recent years, their qualifications and talents could easily outshine S-level martial artists by several streets. It is no exaggeration to say that those exceptional talents who shone brightly at the martial arts conference had talents that could almost reach 80% of Dao Shi and He Xiangzai's level. It wasn't Dong Chao showing off, it was just that his 2 students were as strong as 2 beasts, truly outrageous. One had high attack, high sensitivity, and high defense, plus a divine beast bloodline, with no weaknesses whatsoever. The other had twin sword bones. Even if half of the sword bones were damaged, he could still reach SS level innate sword cultivation. The fact that these 2 beasts chose to join Mobi University was indeed a blessing for the school. Lu Yuan cherished these 4S level students so much. If he knew the true talents of Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, wouldn't he be licking his tongue raw in astonishment? Just thinking about Lu Yuan's fawning expression made Dong Chao secretly laugh. Lu Yuan scanned everyone present and noticed their complex expressions. He naively thought they were feeling daunted. Don't be discouraged. There is nothing difficult in the world, only those who lack determination. As long as we hold more meetings, hold good meetings, and hold effective meetings, we can overcome any difficulties. I am full of confidence for this martial arts conference. Hearing Lu Yuan talk about holding more meetings, everyone present felt overwhelmed. That's all I have to say about the important matters. Oh, right. There's one more small thing. Lu Yuan pretentiously slapped his forehead as if he suddenly remembered something. In fact, what he was about to say next was of utmost importance. With the enrollment of new students, our Academy's Student Council has also begun recruitment. Many new students have submitted written applications to join the Student Council and contribute to the Academy. Of course, I fully support the students' enthusiasm for participating in management work. Shenyuan, Wang Su, and Jiang Chang were all confused. How could the dignified dean care about the student council's work? Bringing this up in a meeting was too trivial. Lu Yuan opened a file folder and pulled out a piece of paper, continuing, among the many written applications, there is one letter that deeply moved me. Let me read you the title of this letter. Inheritance of filial piety, remembering my grandfather the war god and my father the minister of martial arts education. Listen to this, the title is beautifully written. What today's youth lack is the inheritance of filial piety. Dong Chao rolled his eyes, thinking, do young people really lack the inheritance of filial piety? What they lack is a grandfather who was a war god and a father who was a minister. I have already confirmed that the author of this application letter is Sun Jingfeng from class 2. His filial piety deeply moved me. I have decided to give him an opportunity to express himself and make him the new president of the student council. You have no objections, right? The others shook their heads repeatedly. Lu Yuan had said enough for them to have no objections. Besides, they didn't dare to have any objections. As Dong Chao shook his head in agreement, he discreetly raised an eyebrow. Looking across the entire Huaxia, the only one revered as a military god was the second of the 4 marshals, Marshal Lu Er, Dong Chao's former leader. This Sun Jingfeng, who placed great importance on filial piety, was the grandson of Marshal Lu Er. After all these years, this troublesome kid from the Lu Er family is still such a headache. Dong Chao thought to himself. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then today's regular meeting will end here. Teacher Qin, please stay behind, I have something to discuss with you. Everyone else, you are dismissed. Finally hearing the words meeting adjourned, Wang Su and Jiang Chang didn't want to stay a second longer and quickly packed their things to leave. Dong Chao's gaze lingered on Qin Wanqing for a moment before he pretended to leave casually. Once he confirmed that the others had walked far away, Qin Wanqing finally asked in a low voice, "Dean, what do you need to talk to me about?" Lu Yuan's face once again wore a flattering smile. "Teacher Qin, it's like this. I have always been committed to optimizing and upgrading the faculty of the academy, and now the results of the upgrade are starting to show." Qin Wanqing nodded in agreement, displaying a polite yet awkward smile. She truly didn't understand what Dean Lu was trying to say. At present, the only stumbling block in the entire teaching team is Dong Chao. "I've wanted to expel Dong Chao for a long time, but this matter requires your help." Lu Yuan had wanted to expel Dong Chao for quite some time. In fact, just a few days ago, he almost succeeded. If it weren't for those two foolish students insisting on joining Dong Chao's martial arts class, which allowed him to complete his enrollment task, Dong Chao would have already packed his bags and left. Originally, Lu Yuan had planned to take his time with this, but this morning, a phone call from the principal's office changed his mind. The caller was not the principal but rather the principal's paper puppet. On the call, the principal's paper puppet harshly reprimanded Lu Yuan and bluntly hinted that Dong Chao had some military background, advising him not to stir up trouble. Lu Yuan, after all, was the dean of the martial arts academy, a seasoned veteran who had been in the education sector for decades, with no lack of contributions or hard work. Being scolded like a grandson by a mere paper puppet was extremely displeasing to Lu Yuan. What did it mean to stir up trouble? He was clearly worried about the revival of the martial arts academy. In fact, it was the principal herself who was the real troublemaker. Over the years, the principal had been studying puppet techniques and had spent most of her time away from the school, entrusting the daily management of the school to a sentient paper puppet. The deans and directors of various colleges had to report their work to that paper puppet. It was precisely because of such a farce that Manhwa University had become increasingly chaotic, with its ranking declining year by year. Lu Yuan had already been fuming over the principal's dereliction of duty, and after being scolded again today, it completely ignited his rebellious spirit. He was determined to get rid of this mouse droppings named Dong Chao. Expelling Dong Chao would not only purify the faculty team but also give that foolish paper puppet a warning. Lu Yuan kept Qin Wanqing behind to prepare for Dong Chao's expulsion. Lu Yuan adopted a righteous and resolute posture and said to Qin Wanqing, "I heard that Dong Chao has some military background, which is why he is so fearless. However, in order to purify the academy's environment, I must get rid of him. Teacher Qin, I would like to ask for your help in investigating Dong Chao's background. As a major in the military, you have high decryption authority, right? Please help me find out who is backing Dong Chao. Once I know his connections, I can prepare in advance." Lu Yuan, after all, was a seasoned veteran in the workplace, never fighting an unprepared battle. Lu Yuan wanted to dismiss Dong Chao while trying not to offend the military personnel behind him. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's request, Qin Wanqing looked troubled. "Director, this might not be very good. Besides, I think Teacher Dong is actually quite capable." "Wanqing." Lu Yuan switched to a more familiar address. "In 2 years, I will be retiring. I have worked at Manhwa University my entire life. When I first started, Manhwa University was truly one of the 5 prestigious schools, on par with those other 4 universities. But now, although we still carry the title of one of the 5 prestigious schools, we have actually fallen to a 2nd or 3rd tier institution. I can't retire in such a dismal manner. That would be disrespectful to the predecessors who once supported me. Right now, the college has excellent students and talented martial artists like you as mentors. This might be my last chance to revive the college. I have no personal grudge against Dong Chao, and in some ways, I even admire him. However, for the revival of the college, he must leave." Lu Yuan's words were heartfelt, revealing his true thoughts. His demeanor, reminiscent of an old steed in the stable, dedicated and earnest, moved Qin Wanqing. She recalled years ago when she was still a student, the scenes of Lu Yuan teaching them. Director Lu might be a bit old-fashioned, a bit fond of officialese, and he hadn't achieved much in education. Sometimes he even had a bit of an elderly delusion. But he truly devoted himself to the martial arts college. While deeply touched, a mischievous thought also sprouted in Qin Wanqing's heart. In front of Lu Yuan, she forcibly suppressed that playful impulse. "Director, since you say so, then I will help you investigate Dong Chao's background tonight." Ultimately, Qin Wanqing agreed to Lu Yuan's request. Good. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest. You have classes tomorrow. Director, I will take my leave now." At the moment she turned around, Qin Wanqing's expression began to break down, shifting from serene to a mischievous grin. Investigating Dong Chao's past and letting him and the director clash against each other would be so much fun. The corners of Qin Wanqing's mouth lifted high, her bright eyes curving into two wicked crescents. At that moment, she was a completely different person from her earlier composed self. After seeing Qin Wanqing off, Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, feeling triumphant. He was still carrying everything on his shoulders, moving forward with the college. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt he was truly dedicated, ready to give his all. 100 years from now, he would be fully qualified to dine at the same table as Jiang Wei, Shi Kefa, Xie and Shiji, and Yu Qian. And he would be the first to pick up his chopsticks. Without him, Moe University would truly be finished. He was the last backbone of Moe University. This self-praise and self-motivation filled Lu Yuan with ambition. Removing Dong Chao was just the first step in his plan to revive Moe University. Next, he would overthrow the chaotic puppet regime. He would find the principal, restore order, and rejuvenate the school. If he couldn't find the principal, then he would become the new principal. If he became the principal, he would definitely hold meetings with the faculty and students every day, ensuring they were productive and effective. He would change the school's atmosphere through one meeting after another, bringing Moe University back to life. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became, the spirit of youthful ambition burning fiercely within him. He felt the weight of his responsibilities, yet he firmly believed that in the face of his grand goals, no difficulties or obstacles could stop his progress. Just like the current stumbling block, Dong Chao. What if Dong Chao had some military background? Who doesn't have a bit of background and connections? Lu Yuan's proud student, Qin Wanqing, is an SS-level genius cultivated by the military, a 9th-tier martial artist, known as the Flower of Rakshasa, holding the rank of Major. Lu Yuan personally selected the graduation internship teacher, Jiang Chang, who comes from a family of martial arts educators. His uncle is a well-known martial arts educator with close ties to the military. Most importantly, the newly promoted student council president, whom Lu Yuan just appointed, is the grandson of Marshal Lu Heir and the son of the Minister of Martial Arts Education. Who wouldn't want to leverage some connections? Lu Yuan has now established a relationship with top military bigwigs. Although this connection is quite tenuous, it still counts as Lu Yuan reaching for higher branches. If he could use Sun Jingfeng as an opportunity to connect with Marshal Lu Heir and Minister Son of the Martial Arts Education Department, getting rid of Dong Chao would be a piece of cake, right? No matter how much background Dong Chao has, he can't possibly know all four marshals, can he? He. This sudden little thought that popped into Lu Yuan's mind made him chuckle. A second-tier martial arts nobody, how many connections could he possibly have? Even if he sat on a firecracker, he couldn't possibly reach the level of the four marshals. How could he even think to connect an ant with the sun? Lu Yuan found this absurd thought both amusing and frustrating. He. Nighttime, teacher's dormitory. Qin Wanqing sat at the dining table, recklessly gnawing on a duck neck while logging into the military's internal website on her tablet. At this moment, Qin Wanqing wore a loose studded jacket over a sports bra, her wild and casual outfit forming a stark contrast to her demure appearance during the day. At this moment, she was not the real Qin Wanqing, but Qin Wanqing no. 2, or rather, she was Rakshasa. Qin Wanqing's special ability is the bloodline of the Rakshasa woman. She can transform into a Rakshasa during battle, enhancing her physical functions. But this also gave rise to her second personality, the Rakshasa woman persona. According to legend, the Rakshasa woman is stunningly beautiful but a demon in the clouds. In her Rakshasa persona, Qin Wanqing exudes a seductive and enchanting aura, while at the same time, her originally gentle and kind nature turns into a belly full of malice. At this moment, Rakshasa Qin Wanqing was crunching on the duck neck, with piles of stark white bones on the table, creating a terrifying atmosphere reminiscent of the lion camel ridge. Spit. After a series of sucking and chewing, Qin Wanqing successfully spat out an entire duck neck bone from her mouth. This showcased her unique talent in a certain aspect. She licked her fingers in satisfaction and entered keywords like Moe University and Dong Chao into the search bar of the military website. At this moment, Qin Wanqing was not just fulfilling Lu Yuan's commission, she was also satisfying her own curiosity. After just 2 days of interaction, Qin Wanqing had developed a bit of curiosity about that slacker colleague. A slacker with only second-tier cultivation, facing a 9th-tier expert like Qin Wanqing, actually remained neither humble nor arrogant. He even dared to have impure thoughts and frequently stole glances. Being jointly ostracized by colleagues and superiors, Dong Chao still managed to remain calm. It was unclear whether it was due to an overly strong mentality or if he was just a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. During meetings, being frequently glanced at by Dong Chao was indeed somewhat annoying. However, Dong Chao was looking at Qin Wanqing. What did it have to do with her Rakshasa persona? Anyway, she didn't have control over this body during the day, so what if he looked? As for at night, would a Rakshasa woman still be afraid of being watched? With this sense of nonchalance and ease, Rakshasa Qin Wanqing pressed the enter key, and the military's search engine began to run quickly. Qin Wanqing is a major in the Huaxia headquarters, possessing first-level decryption authority from the military. Although it is only the lowest level of authority, it is still quite rare. The military's decryption authority is only granted to a select few elite officers. For Qin Wanqing to have first-level authority at such a young age shows how much the military leadership values her. With the press of the enter key, the screen quickly displayed Dong Chao's basic information. Dong Chao, male, 30 years old, unmarried. Martial arts instructor at Mowi University, cultivation level, second stage, first layer. Important resume and honors, third place in the Huaxia Shouting King Cup shouting competition, top 10 contestant in the Mo State Werewolf Killing Elite competition, first prize in the Respect for the Elderly Sunset Red Cup chess competition, second prize in the One Shot Clear Table Cup billiards competition, and a merit award in the I Love My Home Cup cold dish competition. Dong Chao's resume was filled with strange awards. Looking at this bizarre information, the demonist Qin Wanqing's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to gnaw on the duck neck. This military internal document had a very strange tone. It was oddly nonsensical. Not to mention those peculiar awards, just the basic information about Dong Chao in the document was too vague and too brief. What kind of family did Dong Chao come from? What was his growth experience? What did he do before becoming a martial arts instructor? What were his innate abilities? Did he have any connections with the military? All these important details were missing. The military's internal website was very powerful. Detailed information about every Huaxia citizen would be recorded there, so such omissions shouldn't occur. Dong Chao's information was not right. It was clearly tampered with. The demonist Qin Wanqing's expression became more serious, but her curiosity grew stronger. She returned to the military website's login page and entered the word which in the ID field. As a major in the Huaxia headquarters, Qin Wanqing had level 1 decryption authority. And as Qin Wanqing's second personality, the demonist Qin Wanqing had level 2 decryption authority. Her code name in the military was Witch. I didn't expect you to have a military background. To investigate your background, I have to activate level 2 authority. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The demonist Qin Wanqing grinned at the screen, revealing sharp tiger teeth. Dong Chao's basic information was clearly tampered with. For an ordinary person, it would be quite difficult to investigate Dong Chao's background. But she was not an ordinary person. She was the witch with military level 2 authority. The demonist Qin Wanqing unlocked level 2 authority to see what this information looked like before it was altered. On one side, there's a person with a deep background who can alter military internal documents, and on the other, there's a full of energy, clueless Dean. This show is getting more and more exciting. Just thinking about the impending clash between Dong Chao and the Dean brought a playful smile to the demonist Qin Wanqing's face. Unlocking level 2 authority, Qin Wanqing entered the search bar again and typed in Dong Chao's name. The basic information that popped up was no different from before. Click. Qin Wanqing bit down on the duck neck in disbelief. How is this possible? The witch level 2 authority could access 85% of the military's top secret documents. Not to mention the resume of a useless teacher, she had the right to view the military presence in various cities across Huaxia and the deployment of bases everywhere. But at this moment, she was unable to access the real information of a useless person. Qin Wanqing, not believing in evil, entered keywords like Dong Chao and real information again, but this time, she received a pop-up message from the military website, user which has repeatedly violated operations and has now had her level 2 authority revoked. Subsequently, Qin Wanqing was kicked out of the military website's login page. Violation? What is going on? The demonist Qin Wanqing was completely bewildered. Violations would only trigger a warning when probing secrets above one's decryption authority. Could it be that Dong Chao's identity information was a high-level secret, far beyond the demonist Qin Wanqing's level 2 decryption authority? Had she repeatedly probed high-level secrets above her decryption level, resulting in her authority being locked? A chill ran down the demonist Qin Wanqing's spine. What exactly is this Dong Chao? Just a few minutes ago, the Rakshasa Qin Wanqing was still smiling as she unlocked her secondary permissions, trying to retrieve the real information about Dong Chao. But now, she couldn't smile anymore. Director Lu Yuan is determined to expel Dong Chao, but looking at the situation, it seems he has struck a major artery. This drama has become even more interesting. For a moment, the beautiful and striking face of the Rakshasa Qin Wanqing was a mix of tears and laughter. On one hand, the development of events was becoming increasingly fascinating. On the other hand, she was heartbroken over her revoked secondary permissions. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the Shenyuan marshal's residence. In the marshal's office, Shenyuan Jingda leaned back in his grand chair, flipping through several documents at hand. Shenyuan Jingda was the head of the Shenyuan family, and he held another identity as well. He was the Zhulong marshal, the foremost among the four great marshals of Huaxia. Juggling two major roles, Shenyuan Jingda worked tirelessly every day, managing countless affairs. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and his personal secretary, Shenyuan Tianka, stood respectfully at the entrance, reporting to Shenyuan Jingda, "Marshal, the family's undercover agents have sent news about young Master Dashi." Shenyuan Jingda nodded, signaling Tianka to come closer and report. "Marshal, as you predicted, young Master Daoshi deliberately controlled his scores and barely passed to enroll in Moe University." Shenyuan Jingda chuckled lightly. "This kid is just like his father, Shenyuan Chang, cautious and full of schemes." Shenyuan Jingda was originally smiling, but upon thinking of Shenyuan Qing, his expression instantly fell. The Shenyuan family had been secretly monitoring Daoshi all along, but they were not trying to capture him, they were trying to protect him. The SSS-level genius Shenyuan Daoshi was not the son of a traitor. On the contrary, he was the son of a hero. Daoshi's father, Shenyuan Qing, was not a traitor but the initiator and executor of the death plan. The Yiwei catastrophe 10 years ago was actually a meticulously prepared death plan by the military. In the death plan, Huaxia lost more than 20 extraordinary warriors, but it achieved its ultimate goal, embedding a nail within the upper echelons of the demon clan. That nail was Daoshi's uncle, Shenyuan Chang. Over the years, Shenyuan Chang had continuously relayed intelligence, allowing the World Roundtable Conference Resistance Alliance, including Huaxia, to thwart the demon clan's schemes multiple times. In the past decade, the demon clan's plans to invade Blue Star had repeatedly failed, and Shenyuan Chang had made significant contributions. To ensure Shenyuan Chang was not suspected, the Shenyuan family had to package Daoshi as the son of a traitor and adopt a posture of collective punishment. Clearly a hero's son, a source of pride for the family as an SSS-level genius, he now had to hide his true name like a rat crossing the street. Every time Shenyuan Jingda thought of this, he felt that the family owed Daoshi too much. Fortunately, Daoshi was exceptionally talented. Over the years, he had relied solely on his own exploration to reach the mid-stage of the 6th level, with an unlimited future ahead. Let the undercover agents continue to protect him in secret, and report any developments promptly. As Shenyuan Jingda issued the command, he secretly contemplated whether to discreetly teach Daoshi a few advanced techniques and arrange for a teacher to guide him. That child had escaped the family at the age of 8 and had not been exposed to any advanced techniques over the years. Relying solely on a dragon roar body strengthening technique, he had stubbornly reached the 6th level, which was indeed somewhat incredible. However, no matter how talented Daoshi was, without the support of advanced techniques, his cultivation was like a sandcastle, lacking a main beam. But if he were to be approached recklessly, it might expose the death plan. As Shenyuan Chang's only son, Daoshi was the only flaw in the death plan. In fact, over the years, the demon clan had always harbored suspicions about the death plan, but Huaxia's ruthless and cunning play with the young master's head had forced them to believe it. Shenyuan Jingda found himself in a dilemma. He didn't want to waste the family's pride in their SSS-level genius, but he also didn't want the costly plan for death to come to naught. After a long contemplation, Shenyuan Jingda suddenly realized that Secretary Tianku was still standing in place without moving. He asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Tianku replied somewhat awkwardly, "Marshal, there's one more thing. Young Master Daoshi has entered the Martial Arts Academy. His martial arts mentor is named Dong Chao, a well-known slacker in the education sector. Will that slacker lead young Master astray?" Upon hearing the name Dong Chao, Shenyuan Jingda was momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. "Dong Chao? How old is he?" "He seems to be in his 30s. Shenyuan Jingda narrowed his eyes slightly. "Find out if he is military personnel." "Is he codenamed Black Blade?" "Yes." Tianku immediately activated the 3D holographic projection in the office, connecting to the military's internal website to look up information on Dong Chao. At that moment, Shenyuan Jingda stood up. "Let me handle it. You probably don't have the clearance." Shenyuan Jingda approached the holographic projection, first inputting his palm print, then retrieving Dong Chao's internal data. Beside him, Shenyuan Tianku's eyes widened. He clearly saw that Dong Chao's confidentiality level was the highest, level 5. Only the 4 marshals and 4 chiefs of staff could unlock that level. "It's him! Captain of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall Brigade, leader of the Sharp Blade Special Operations Team, the only instructor of the Green Grass Trial Program, a colonel in the Huaxia headquarters, a former 8th-tier martial artist, Black Blade Dong Chao. The sharpest knife under Marshal Luer. How did this guy become a teacher?" Shenyuan Jingda chuckled lightly. After many years, seeing Dong Chao's information again, a genuine joy appeared on Shenyuan Marshall's face. Although he wasn't one of his subordinates, Shenyuan Jingde had heard plenty about Dong Chao's exploits. Marshal Lu Er once had a very famous remark about Dong Chao. In terms of talent, Dong Chao was not a genius, but in terms of intellect, he was a rare genius beyond genius. He was also the undisputed king of soldiers in the past decade. Black Blade Dong Chao is Dao Shi's martial arts mentor? Good, very good. The more Shenyuan Jingde thought about it, the happier he became. Previously, he had considered whether to secretly provide some assistance to Dao Shi to prevent him from going astray in his cultivation. Now, he didn't need to worry at all. Looking across the entire Shenyuan family, it would be hard to find a more suitable teacher than Dong Chao. This must be Lu Er's arrangement. That old rascal finally did something right. Shenyuan Jingde instinctively felt that this was definitely related to Lu Er. Seeing the marshal's joyful expression, Shenyuan Tianke timidly said, But Marshal, that Dong Chao is quite strange. He actually taught young Master Dao Shi how to make glutinous rice cakes in martial arts class. Ha ha ha. In a great mood, Shenyuan Jingde rarely made a joke. Don't worry, Dong Chao is very good at making street food. The glutinous rice cakes he teaches are definitely authentic. Shenyuan Tianke was left speechless. Is this really about authenticity? Shenyuan Jingde said with a smile in his eyes, that guy Dong Chao is quite different from the traditional image of a king of soldiers. No matter what he does, I'm not surprised. When mentioning Dong Chao, Shenyuan Jingde's face was filled with admiration. He intentionally brought up Shenyuan Tianke, the family has always regarded you as a backup chief of staff to cultivate. Today, I'll make an exception and let you witness the current strongest king of soldiers in Huaxia. Shenyuan Jingde controlled the projector, showcasing Dong Chao's rich resume to Tianke. In the eyes of ordinary people, a king of soldiers should be sharp and imposing. But that guy Dong Chao is shrewd and worldly, even possessing a bit of a merchant's temperament. But it is precisely his unique temperament that has allowed him to succeed in every operation. Take the assassination missions alone. As the leader of the Blade of Justice team, Dong Chao has executed 7 assassination operations against traitors without a single failure. Moreover, all his targets were at least at the 9th level of cultivation. Shenyuan Tianke looked incredulous. An 8th level martial artist specializing in assassinating 9th level powerhouses, and he had succeeded 7 times without fail? How could that be possible? The disbelief on Tianke's face was entirely within Shenyuan Jingde's expectations. Shenyuan Jingde directly pulled up detailed reports of Dong Chao's past assassinations. The traitors Dong Chao assassinated were no ordinary individuals. Have you heard of Changbi Darsik? Before his betrayal, this guy was a high-ranking defense officer in Tianzhu, at mid-9th level cultivation. To assassinate him, Dong Chao disguised himself as a barbecue vendor, using the smell of grilled meat to lure Darsik. When Darsik came to buy skewers, Dong Chao suddenly stabbed him to death. The astonishment on Tianke's face deepened. Shenyuan Jingde recounted Dong Chao's glorious achievements as if he were recounting family stories. And then there's Jenny Makaba. Before her betrayal, she was a high-ranking nun of the Holy Roman Church, at the peak of 9th level cultivation. To take her down, Dong Chao disguised himself as a male escort in a nightclub and danced with her all night. He made her dizzy with the dance and then suddenly stabbed her to death. The astonishment on Tianke's face turned into shock. Shenyuan Jingde continued his narration. St. Gilges, the vice-captain of the Dragon Horn Knights, at mid-9th level cultivation. Dong Chao disguised himself as a bath attendant and stabbed him to death while Gilges was taking a Turkish bath. And Baong Galanpan, who was the commander of the city defense police in Siam before his betrayal. Dong Chao disguised himself as a massage therapist and stabbed him to death while giving him a Thai oil massage. Tianke's mouth dropped open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. And Nancy Patricia, the former confidential secretary of the North American United Congress, an advocate for gender diversity. Dong Chao disguised himself as a male escort and stabbed him to death at a male escort social event. Ivan Nachich, a loyal servant of the Mechanical Truth sect, a tabletop game enthusiast. Dong Chao transformed into a tabletop game player and, while playing werewolf with Ivan, took advantage of the night to stab him to death. Listening to Dong Chao's remarkable achievements, Tianke felt completely numb. He thought his brain had been stabbed countless times and could no longer function. However, Shenyuan Jingde's narration continued. Dong Chao's most glorious assassination record was the assassination of the demon child Kawasaki Ikemen from Fusong. Kawasaki is from the imperial demon clan of Fusong, which has long colluded with the demon race. From a young age, Kawasaki Ikemen was indoctrinated with treacherous thoughts, and he is also the most outstanding genius of the Kawasaki family in 600 years. He possesses a rule-type ability, with SSS-level talent, and at just 19 years old, he has already advanced to the extraordinary. This child has been brainwashed by the demon race since childhood, allowing him to continue growing, and the consequences are unimaginable. Tianka couldn't help but gasp. This Kawasaki Ikemen was actually like young Master Daoshi, both possessing SSS-level talent. Moreover, in terms of ability levels, Kawasaki Ikemen's rule-type ability was even one level higher than young Master Daoshi's bloodline ability. This Fusang demon child was indeed terrifying. It is well known that martial artists' abilities are divided into 5 major categories, with 3 levels each. The lowest level of abilities is the enhancement type. Strength enhancement, skin enhancement, brain enhancement, digestive system enhancement, turning palms into axes, eye lasers. Any ability that strengthens or mutates a part of the body belongs to the enhancement type. This type of ability is the most common, and its upper limit is relatively fixed, making it difficult to apply and develop at higher levels, which is why it is called the lowest level ability, also known as basic ability. The second level of supernatural abilities is divided into 3 categories: inheritance-type abilities, bloodline-type abilities, and elemental-type abilities. Sword cultivators with sword bones, Mo family puppet masters who manipulate puppets with emotional threads, and Sanqing Taoists who practice star warding techniques all belong to the inheritance-type abilities. The dragon beast bloodline of the Shenyuan family, the tiger beast bloodline of the Shinta family, and the ape beast bloodline of the sun family all belong to the bloodline-type abilities. The abilities that can manipulate elemental forces such as wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, frost, time, and space are classified as elemental-type abilities. There are significant individual differences and a wide range of upper and lower limits within these 3 types of abilities, making it difficult to compare between categories, hence they are collectively referred to as second-level abilities. The highest level of abilities is the rule-type abilities. Holders of rule-type abilities possess an unbreakable rule. Some of these rule-type abilities are completely useless in combat, while others are akin to bugs. Among the 4 great marshals of Huaxia, the 4th-ranked Lone Wolf Marshal is a holder of rule-type abilities. The Lone Wolf Marshal possesses a rule-type ability called Forced Deathmatch. With this ability, he is also known as the strongest one-on-one warrior of Blue Star. Although Tianka does not know what Kawasaki Ikemen's rule-type ability is, from the tone of Marshal Shenyuan Jingda's speech, Tianka can imagine that Kawasaki Ikemen's rule-type ability is definitely not weak. Shenyuan Jingda knows what Tianka is thinking and timely adds, Kawasaki Ikemen's rule-type ability is called Shared Path of Humans and Ghosts. He can share life with the ghostly beings he controls. As long as one side survives, the life sharing will not be severed. In simple terms, Kawasaki Ikemen and his 7 ghostly beings form a collective life entity. In the ghost-controlling state, both he and those 7 ghostly beings must be eliminated simultaneously to achieve his death. Otherwise, whether it is those ghostly beings or Kawasaki Ikemen's true body, they can infinitely resurrect. Hiss! Tianka furrows his brows and stares wide-eyed, wearing a pained expression. Just from the marshal's description, he already feels how terrifying Kawasaki Ikemen is. This guy is practically immortal. Unless they can wipe him and those 7 ghostly beings out at the same time in a short period, they will infinitely resurrect. Kawasaki Ikemen is an extraordinary warrior. How easy is it to instantly kill him and his ghostly beings in a short time? While lamenting Kawasaki Ikemen's overwhelming strength, Tianka's curiosity grows. Marshal, how did Senior Dong Chao manage to assassinate such a powerful extraordinary warrior? Shenyuan Jingda's face reveals a complex expression of helplessness. Well, he had an online romance with Kawasaki Ikemen. In that moment, Tianka doubts whether he heard wrong. Shenyuan Jingda struggles to control his facial expression, working hard to maintain his dignity and seriousness as a marshal. Dong Chao disguised himself as a spirited girl and connected with Kawasaki Ikemen through a mobile game called Original Demon. He used the alias Dong Chao Chao, and with the help of voice modulation techniques, he chatted sweetly and cutely with Kawasaki Ikemen in the game, quickly captivating him. The two engaged in an online romance that lasted for half a year. During this time, Dong Chao always emphasized, intentionally or unintentionally, that he was timid and most afraid of ghosts and gods. After a long build-up, he reluctantly agreed to Kawasaki Ikemen's request to meet in person. The meeting place was set on the streets of Ginza. To avoid scaring his online romance partner, Kawasaki Ikemen specifically released his ghost-controlling state and did not let those ghostly beings follow him. Meanwhile, Dong Chao also changed into the JK outfit he had carefully prepared for the date. As he spoke, Shenyuan Jingda could no longer hold back, and a helpless smile that was entirely inconsistent with his identity and age appeared on his face. Can you imagine a pure-hearted 19-year-old boy waiting on the street for his online love, only to be met by a burly man in women's clothing? What kind of emotional collapse do you think that would cause? The moment he saw Dong Chao, Kawasaki Ikemen was completely stunned. But Dong Chao seized the opportunity, calling him brother while instantly teleporting in front of him and stabbing him to death. That kid Dong Chao only needed one knife to kill an extraordinary warrior who was almost impossible to kill. Tianku felt a chill run through him. He inexplicably recalled a popular internet phrase, "What a cap it is, my old despicable." Dong Chao, a senior, was nothing like a soldier king, he was clearly a scoundrel. Even worse, he resembled a beast. His vile actions were poetically appalling. In that moment, Tianku surprisingly empathized a bit with Kawasaki Ikemen, the traitor. Tianku could easily imagine that as an SSS-level genius, Kawasaki Ikemen spent every day either training hard or on his way to train hard. At 19, he might be like a blank sheet of paper, with no emotional experiences. The sudden appearance of Dong Chao stirred up ripples in his monotonous life. However, what disturbed his tranquil waters was not a beautiful token of love, but a pile of rebuttals. Kawasaki Ikemen, in his attempt to avoid scaring his female companion by releasing his demon state, instead dug his own grave. An SSS-level extraordinary warrior actually died from a sneak attack by an 8th-tier warrior. Shenyuan Jingda saw the sigh in Tianku's heart and reached out to pat his shoulder. Dong Chao is called the Black Blade because he is good at striking from behind, stabbing with a black knife. Despicable is his synonym. However, this despicability is only aimed at enemies. Moreover, setting aside the issue of stance and just talking about strength, Kawasaki Ikemen is far from being a strong fighter. His death at Dong Chao's hands is only natural. Kawasaki Ikemen's cultivation and talent are indeed strong, but his character is far from mature. Perhaps given 3 to 5 years, he could slowly mature, but Dong Chao seized the opportunity and snuffed him out in his childish phase. At this point, Shenyuan Jingda changed his tone. A despicable killer who is good at understanding others' hearts is also bound to be a good teacher who can refine his students' hearts. While cultivation level is important, only those who can defend against both open and hidden attacks deserve to be called masters. There was one more thing Shenyuan Jingda held back in his heart and did not say. With the identity and talent of Dao Shi, the future would surely bring many open and hidden attacks from the demon clan. Dong Chao was definitely the best candidate to teach Dao Shi. Tianku understood that the marshal was intentionally mentoring him by saying all this. He respectfully replied, "Marshal, I have remembered everything you said. That's all I have to report. I will take my leave now. Please rest early." Shenyuan Jingda nodded, indicating that Tianku could leave. Tianku bowed and stepped back a few paces, but Shenyuan Jingda suddenly asked, "Is Dao Shi the only student in Dong Chao's martial arts class?" Tianku quickly replied, "There's another one named He Xiongzai. He seems to be a sword cultivator. Keep a close eye on this He Xiongzai. Being accepted as a student by the Black Blade Dong Chao, this kid must be extraordinary." Understood. Tianku straightened up and saluted. The next day, Mobi University, Martial Arts Class 4 classroom. Dong Chao stood in front of the blackboard, speaking animatedly. "Do you see? When the teacher puts on a suit, it's 2 words, stylish." Of course, the teacher is a martial arts fashionista, a walking clothes rack. Everything looks good on him. Don't be jealous of the teacher for this. Under the podium, Dao Shi rolled his eyes in secret. Dao Shi thought to himself, "What am I even jealous of? You're dressed in that suit, looking just like a real estate agent, and feeling all good about yourself?" Today's class for the Martial Arts Class 4 was The Stylish Martial Arts Man's Guide to Suit Cufflinks and Armbands. Listening to Dong Chao's lecture, Dao Shi felt like there were thorns in his back, a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he was walking on thin ice. Listening to a class from Dong Chao was truly a waste of 40 minutes. As for the clever use of cufflinks and armbands, we'll leave it here for now. If there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you how to wear suspenders and whether you can play basketball while wearing them. Upon hearing Dong Chao's concluding remarks, Dao Shi let out a big sigh. He felt like he had come back to life. Beside him, He Xiongzai had a look of lingering excitement. The martial arts fashion class was simply too wonderful. Who said this class was boring? It was fantastic. He just couldn't get enough. Dong Chao took off his suit jacket, treating it as a teaching tool, and carefully put it away. "By the way, I forgot to tell you, the academy will be conducting a baseline test in the next 2 days. This afternoon will be a written theoretical exam, and tomorrow will be a practical exercise. Of course, for useless people like us, whether we take the baseline test or not, we're at the bottom of the academy. We should just eat and drink, and not take our grades to heart. During the exam, just give the dean some face and sign in." Upon hearing about the baseline test, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai exchanged glances, their expressions becoming animated. Even during the martial arts college entrance exam, Dao Shi had deliberately controlled his scores. He certainly wouldn't expose his level over a small baseline test. But He Xiongzai was different. He was already thinking about how to stir things up. The subtle expressions on their faces were noticed by Dong Chao. Dong Chao intended to give Yi Xiangzai a warning to not cause trouble, but suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Dong Chao turned his head to see Dean Lu Yuan panting at the classroom door, beckoning to Dong Chao with his finger. "You, come out for a moment." Seeing this, Dong Chao immediately approached with a flattering smile. "Dean, do you need something from me?" Dong Chao's obsequious attitude pleased Lu Yuan, but he still maintained a stern face and spoke to Dong Chao in a reprimanding tone. "Of course I have something to find you for. Just follow me, don't ask what you shouldn't." Seeing this, Dong Chao had no choice but to let Daoshi and Yi Xiangzai go eat first, while he followed Lu Yuan eagerly. Lu Yuan took Dong Chao and hurriedly arrived at the door of martial arts class 1. Unlike when he was looking for Dong Chao, Lu Yuan first put on a flattering smile outside the door, then gently knocked. "Teacher Qin, are you done with class? If you are, I'd like to invite you to the meeting room." Lu Yuan's tone was particularly polite. "Dean, please wait a moment. I have a few words to remind the students about the afternoon exam." Teacher Qin watching at the podium didn't give Lu Yuan much face. Lu Yuan became even more sycophantic. No problem, no problem. Teacher Qin, you carry on with your work. Don't let me delay your important matters. I'll wait at the door for a bit." Lu Yuan smiled broadly, his face full of wrinkles. Qin Wanqing nodded and continued to lecture the students. "For the afternoon exam, I hope everyone can take it seriously. This set of papers is what I prepared, and the overall difficulty is quite high. Especially the last few theoretical questions on martial principles, some are beyond the syllabus. Don't feel pressured, write down as much as you can think of. If there are no questions, then this morning's class ends here." After giving these instructions, Qin Wanqing finally walked out of the classroom. Today, Qin Wanqing was wearing tight-fitting sportswear, the snug fit highlighting her tall and curvy figure while also accentuating her elegant demeanor, giving off a refreshing feeling like a spring breeze. However, Qin Wanqing's face bore two not-so-obvious dark circles, clearly indicating she hadn't rested well last night. "Dean, did you need something from me?" Qin Wanqing asked. As she spoke, she finally noticed Dong Chao behind Lu Yuan. Her body suddenly froze, and her heart skipped a beat. The reason she hadn't slept well last night was precisely because of Dong Chao. The notorious slacker of the martial arts academy, Dong Chao, indeed had a bit of military background. Just because she had looked into his internal information, even the witch's secondary access had been revoked. This guy's confidentiality level was terrifyingly high. Although she didn't understand why this weak, low-level individual had such a high confidentiality level, one thing was evident. Dong Chao's position in the military was definitely not low. The so-called slacker mentor was merely a disguise. Looking at Dong Chao, Qin Wanqing felt a bit nervous and restrained, but Dong Chao smiled and nodded at her. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Qin. Want a cigarette?" Dong Chao suddenly pulled out a brand new pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He didn't smoke himself, but he always kept a pack on hand for social occasions. However, his gesture of offering cigarettes to a female teacher in the teaching building was somewhat abstract. His unexpected little joke made Qin Wanqing chuckle, and the awkward atmosphere between them dissipated. "Good afternoon, Teacher Dong." Qin Wanqing smiled warmly, pulling up the corners of her mouth. "Good afternoon." Just as Dong Chao was about to respond, Lu Yuan suddenly stepped in, blocking the two of them. Lu Yuan glared at Dong Chao and scolded, "During work hours, don't be so frivolous. Focus on your work. Also, smoking is strictly prohibited in the teaching building. You need to set a good example for the students." Lu Yuan confiscated Dong Chao's cigarettes and stuffed them into his own jacket pocket. Lu Yuan's action of stirring up trouble was met with a blank stare from Qin Wanqing. It was obvious to anyone that Lu Yuan's reprimand was a facade, while his true intention was to take advantage. However, to Qin Wanqing's surprise, in the face of Lu Yuan's petty tricks, the impressively well-connected Dong Chao just smiled and nodded. "The dean is right. Not only should cigarettes not appear in the teaching building, but lighters shouldn't either." As he spoke, Dong Chao pulled out a lighter from his pocket and handed it over as well. "That's more like it." Lu Yuan took the lighter and also put it in his jacket pocket. Qin Wanqing was completely thrown off. "You just indulge him." Qin Wanqing stole a glance at Dong Chao, silently muttering in her heart. Lu Yuan, with his hands behind his back, led the way while speaking to the two of them. "So, the director of the Direct High Office of the Martial Arts Education Department, Director Yang, has come to our academy for an inspection. Director Yang specifically requested to speak with both of you. He is waiting for you two in the conference room." As he spoke, Lu Yuan turned to Qin Wanqing. "This is the director of the Direct High Office of the Martial Arts Education Department, definitely a high-ranking official. But Teacher Qin, you don't need to be nervous, you are a rare talent in our academy, and Director Yang's conversation will surely be focused on encouragement and praise. After flattering Qin Wanqing, Lu Yuan then looked at Dong Chao with an indescribable expression. As for you, just take care of yourself. In Lu Yuan's view, the fact that Director Yang specifically wanted to speak with the two of them was too obvious. Director Yang was clearly looking to set an example. The education department would definitely want to commend and show concern for high-end talents like Qin Wanqing, who had been seconded from the military. At the same time, the education department had finally noticed Dong Chao, the slacker. Director Yang was definitely there to criticize and warn this slacker. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the more he felt it was true. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that good things had all come together in these few days. He was preparing to expel Dong Chao when the director of the Ministry of Education came to the academy for an inspection, intending to use Dong Chao as a negative example. Wasn't this just someone handing over a pillow when you were sleepy? No matter how strong Dong Chao's military connections were, could they be stronger than the director of the Ministry of Education? Lu Yuan was convinced that Dong Chao, the slacker who had dragged the entire academy down, was about to pack his bags and leave. Meanwhile, he was on the verge of reaching new heights in his life while leading the academy to revival. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Lu Yuan brought two people to the door of the conference room, knocked, and eagerly poked his head in. Director Yang, I've brought the people. Director Yang Wei of the high office sat calmly in a chair and instructed Lu Yuan, I want to talk to them one-on-one. Let Qin Wanqing in first. You wait outside. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded eagerly. At Lu Yuan's gesture, Qin Wanqing walked into the conference room. The moment the door closed behind her, Yang Wei suddenly raised his hand, summoning several iron curtains out of thin air to seal the doors and windows, preventing any sound from leaking out. After doing this, Yang Wei turned to Qin Wanqing and said expressionlessly, Qin Wanqing, right? I am the director of the High Office of Martial Arts Education, and also the director of the Military Cybersecurity Supervision Office, Colonel Yang Wei of the Huaxia headquarters. Yang Wei took out his officer's ID and waved it in front of Qin Wanqing. I called you here today to discuss your unauthorized use of the military's internal website yesterday. Yang Wei's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Qin Wanqing stunned. While her body was frozen, her mind was racing. Because she had checked Dong Chao's information on the military's internal website, not only had her access been revoked, but now someone had come to hold her accountable. The person coming to hold her accountable was no small fry, holding significant positions in both the Ministry of Education and the military, and was a colonel in Huaxia. Looking at it this way, Dong Chao's identity was quite terrifying. Qin Wanqing truly hadn't expected that a small act of curiosity yesterday would lead to such a big deal. Had she known this would happen, she would never have agreed to Lu Yuan's request. At this thought, Qin Wanqing suddenly realized she hadn't saluted and greeted Yang Wei. Military etiquette clearly states that a subordinate officer must salute and greet a superior officer. Qin Wanqing quickly stood at attention and saluted. Major Qin Wanqing of Huaxia headquarters, greetings to the commander. In response to Qin Wanqing's salute, Yang Wei deliberately did not return the gesture. He stood up and paced in the conference room. As a major officer of the headquarters, you should know the military's confidentiality regulations, right? What you shouldn't see, don't see. What you shouldn't ask, don't ask. What you shouldn't hear, don't hear. What you shouldn't say, don't say. What you shouldn't record, absolutely don't record. With each word Yang Wei spoke, his imposing aura grew stronger, and after finishing the confidentiality regulations, his presence was like a mountain, completely overwhelming. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify into iron, making Qin Wanqing's breathing extremely difficult. Qin Wanqing clearly felt that Colonel Yang Wei in front of her was at the peak of the 9th level. Moreover, he was an elemental ability user who could summon metal elements. Yang Wei looked at Qin Wanqing, still with an expressionless face. This confidentiality regulation is something you must remember, and that thing inside your body must remember it too. Can you do that? Qin Wanqing knew that Yang Wei was referring to the second personality within her, the witch. In the thick, iron-like air, Qin Wanqing struggled to nod her head. As long as you can do it. Yang Wei instantly withdrew his powers, and the pressure on Qin Wanqing suddenly lessened. She quickly took a couple of deep breaths. Forget everything you saw and thought about yesterday. Just like you forget this conversation between us today. Can you do that? Yes. Commander. Qin Wanqing nodded again. Yang Wei glanced at his watch and said, in this state, going out will raise suspicions. You have 1 minute to adjust your emotions. When you push the door open later, wear a smile on your face, as if you've just received an award. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, Dong Chao leaned against the windowsill, waiting in boredom. Lu Yuan was sizing him up from the side. Seeing Dong Chao's lazy posture, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even with disaster looming, Dong Chao was still oblivious. This kid's teaching career was coming to an end. While Lu Yuan was secretly pleased, he also felt a twinge of nostalgia. In fact, aside from Dong Chao's lackluster skills, outrageous demeanor, abstract ideas, and unspeakable teaching level, he wasn't without his merits. At least, he knew how to handle situations well and had good taste in cigarettes. With this thought, Lu Yuan decided to give Dong Chao a piece of advice. Dong Chao, you should find a class to teach soon. Ha! Dong Chao looked puzzled, as if he hadn't heard Lu Yuan clearly. Lu Yuan thought to himself, how could someone so young have such poor hearing? However, some things he could only hint at. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Lu Yuan took out his cigarette from his jacket pocket, opened the pack, and handed a cigarette to Dong Chao. Smoke one, adjust your emotions. When you see Director Yang later, be more spirited, don't embarrass yourself. Lu Yuan could easily imagine the dramatic scolding Dong Chao would receive from Director Yang. Director Yang's skills were quite impressive. Just a slight release of his aura could scare Dong Chao silly. When faced with the cigarette Lu Yuan offered, Dong Chao shook his head in refusal. Thanks, I don't smoke. Lu Yuan huffed lightly. This is Huazi. You really don't know what's good. He lit one for himself and leisurely puffed away. He completely forgot that just a few minutes ago, he had criticized someone for smoking in the teaching building. At that moment, Qin Wanqing pushed the door open and walked out of the conference room. She wore a slightly stiff smile on her face. Teacher Dong, Director Yang is asking for you. As she spoke, Qin Wanqing didn't dare to look at Dong Chao. Lu Yuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, chimed in, lift your head, be more spirited, don't embarrass yourself. Dong Chao nodded and, just as Lu Yuan had said, walked into the conference room with his head held high. The large door of the conference room closed, and Yang Wei waved his hand again, summoning several iron curtains to seal the doors and windows. This time, however, Yang Wei stood up and saluted Dong Chao first. Colonel Dong Chao, long time no see. Dong Chao quickly returned the salute. Director Yang, what are you doing? We're of equal rank, and your military service is longer than mine. How can you salute me? Yang Wei smiled but said nothing. Although they were of equal rank, there was a significant difference in their positions. Dong Chao was the squad leader of the elite troops of Huaxia, the Flesh and Blood Great Wall. He also held other important positions and was the most trusted warrior of Marshal Lu Er. If it weren't for his injury that had sidelined him for 5 years, he would have been promoted to Major General long ago. Facing Dong Chao, Yang Wei, who had previously worn a blank expression, now had a polite smile on his face. Colonel Dong Chao, Marshal Lu Er sent me to visit you and bring you some medicine. As he spoke, Yang Wei shook the storage ring on his hand, and a mountain of various potions suddenly appeared on the conference table. As a meritorious minister of Huaxia, Dong Chao had not been neglected after his injury. On the contrary, the military had been spending a lot of money developing various medicines for him, hoping to help him recover his skills. However, these medicines developed by the military were not very effective. Looking at the mountain of potions, Dong Chao felt a headache coming on. But he still forced a smile and thanked Yang Wei. Director Yang, thank you for your hard work. The marshal really is something, sending you personally for such a small matter as delivering medicine. As they spoke, Dong Chao reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a long gift box from his spatial storage bag. Director Yang, just a small token, not a formal gift. In terms of social interactions, Dong Chao was absolutely on point. He couldn't let Yang Wei work hard for nothing. Colonel Dong Chao, what are you doing? Yang Wei quickly refused. As a seasoned soldier and a colonel in the Huaxia headquarters, Dong Chao was acting like a petty merchant bringing milk to relatives. Director Yang, don't be so formal with me. This is all for the kids. Quickly, take it for the children. Dong Chao forcibly stuffed the gift box into Yang Wei's arms. To ease Yang Wei's concerns, Dong Chao even opened the lid. Director Yang, these are all local specialties I gathered myself, completely within the rules. Inside the gift box were a glowing beast bone, a steaming piece of beast tendon, and a pouch of musk that seemed to breathe. Is this the 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk? You call this a local specialty? Yang Wei, being knowledgeable, immediately recognized that these rare materials came from the 8th-tier exotic beast, the fire orchid musk, a powerful beast living in the secret realm of the withered blood mountains. The fire orchid musk is a dual attribute beast of poison and fire, capable of unleashing group attacks of musk poison and flame attacks, making it quite troublesome. Its beast bone, beast tendon, and musk pouch are known as the 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk, excellent auxiliary spiritual medicines that greatly aid young martial artists just starting their journey in martial arts. However, obtaining a complete set of the 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk is not easy. The fire orchid musk is extremely fierce. When on the brink of death, they will actively bite through their musk pouch, releasing a large-scale cloud of musk poison in a desperate fight. To obtain a complete musk pouch, the best method is to launch a surprise attack from behind and kill it in one strike. Back in the day, Dong Chao practiced his assassination skills using these fire orchid musks. He had plenty of the 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk in his storage bag. In Dong Chao's view, the 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk were the best gifts, no cost, high prestige, and the recipient would owe him a favor. My nephew is about to enter middle school, right? These things are just what he needs. Take them home and give him a good boost. As he spoke, Dong Chao reached into his chest pocket again and pulled out a dried musk whip, mysteriously handing it to Yang Wei. The 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk are for my nephew, and this is for you. As a man, you need to take care of yourself, just in case there comes a day when you feel weak. This thing is great for both wine infusion and dietary therapy. It's excellent for kidney health. No middle-aged man could resist the temptation of kidney health, not even the 9th-tier warrior Yang Wei. In that case, I will graciously accept. Yang Wei no longer declined and happily accepted the 3 treasures and the musk whip into his storage ring. Having received gifts, Yang Wei decided to share some information with Dong Chao. Shenyuan tried to access your file last night. Although she couldn't decrypt the real file, she might have guessed something. I just gave her a warning. She shouldn't dare to act recklessly again. As for the thing inside her, it should also behave for a while. Thank you, thank you. Dong Chao nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude to Yang Wei. However, in truth, Dong Chao had already guessed all of this. Yang Wei's action of calling the two for a private conversation had already led Dong Chao to piece together most of the situation. Little brother, I'm in charge of higher education work at the Ministry of Education. If you need any help, just let me know anytime. Yang Wei said this not only because he had received gifts but also to intentionally show goodwill to Dong Chao. As a savvy operator, Dong Chao had long mastered the common workplace pleasantries like if you need anything, just ask. Dong Chao had a heartfelt and emotional expression as he patted his chest. Brother, I won't say anything more, it's all in my heart. Thank you. If I ever have any trivial matters in the future, please don't find me a bother. Dong Chao's response was first and foremost a show of gratitude, ensuring that the other person's goodwill didn't dissipate into thin air. Secondly, the casual brotherly address brought them closer together while subtly flattering Yang Wei. Finally, he left a hook for the future, making it hard for Yang Wei to refuse if he truly needed help later on. In this martial arts world, warriors focused their thoughts on martial arts, and few studied the nuances of social interactions. With the rich experience Dong Chao had accumulated from his previous life as a corporate worker, navigating these warriors was a piece of cake. Although Dong Chao's response was a bit slick, it warmed Yang Wei's heart. Yang Wei also changed how he addressed Dong Chao. Little brother, there's still work in the department, so I'll head back first. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Brother, let me see you off. Dong Chao stood up and walked with Yang Wei, their shoulders linked as they headed toward the door. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, Lu Yuan was pacing back and forth in the corridor with a cigarette in his mouth. He glanced at the tightly closed door of the conference room and then at Shenyuan. Following Yang Wei's instructions, Shenyuan had been deliberately controlling her expression, not daring to show any emotion. This, however, led Lu Yuan to a different interpretation, receiving praise from Director Yang and still remaining unperturbed. Shenyuan truly deserves to be a key talent cultivated by the military. And such an outstanding talent was precisely brought out by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan unconsciously straightened his back, feeling a sense of pride. He walked over to Shenyuan and, adopting a leadership posture, lectured her. Teacher Qin, being praised and still remaining unperturbed is certainly a good thing. However, in work, one must also be full of vitality. Happiness should be expressed openly. This is also a positive emotional feedback for the leaders and the entire work team. Shenyuan had a look of sweat like yellow beans. She felt like crying, and yet Director Lu wanted her to smile? If she were in her demonic persona at that moment, she would have given Lu Yuan a black tiger's heart extraction, making him understand what it meant to be at a loss for words. Lu Yuan had yet to notice that something was off with Shenyuan's emotions. He glanced at the still-closed conference room door and quietly asked, Teacher Qin, have you looked into Dong Chao's military background for me? Well, having just been held accountable, Shenyuan dared not speak carelessly again. She could only stammer that, actually, I didn't find much. To some extent, Shenyuan was indeed speaking the truth. However, to Lu Yuan, it meant something entirely different. Given Shenyuan's rank, if she hadn't found anything substantial, it indicated that Dong Chao didn't have any notable background. Lu Yuan felt he had been a bit overly cautious, dismissing such a slacker and still being so hesitant. But being cautious was good. Over the years, the military and the Ministry of Education had become deeply intertwined, with many officials in the ministry also serving as military officers. Confirming that Dong Chao had no significant background meant that dismissing him wouldn't offend any important figures, and Lu Yuan felt completely at ease. Dong Chao hasn't come out for so long, he must have been scolded quite a bit. When Director Yang comes out, I'll stir the pot a bit, and maybe I won't even have to lift a finger. Director Yang will just directly dismiss Dong Chao. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself, feeling like a cunning old fox. He. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and Dong Chao and Yang Wei walked out side by side. Director Yang, you've worked hard. Lu Yuan, following the original plan, greeted them with a smile, but as he got closer, he sensed something was off. Dong Chao, who was caught as a negative example, was surprisingly grinning. He looked nothing like someone who had just been reprimanded. Shouldn't he be downcast, like a lost dog? Director Yang's expression was also quite calm, showing no trace of anger. Shouldn't Director Yang be glaring with authority, displaying the dignity of a leader? The peaceful demeanor of the two was completely different from what Lu Yuan had anticipated. Lu Yuan's mind, which was almost demonic in its cleverness, was momentarily bewildered. Beside him, Qin Wanqing caught a small detail that Lu Yuan had overlooked. When Dong Chao and Yang Wei exited the conference room, it was Yang Wei who opened the door with a gesture. The colonel from the Huaxia headquarters, the director of the Ministry of Education's direct high office, and a 9th-level perfected practitioner, Yang Wei, actually displayed a sense of deference and politeness in front of a 2nd-level slacker teacher. Although she had long realized that Dong Chao's identity was not ordinary, this scene still brought a significant shock to Qin Wanqing. Her mind was filled with questions. What exactly was this Dong Chao, who was regarded as a waste by the entire faculty and student body? Even though curiosity occupied her entire heart, Qin Wanqing dared not show any expression at this moment. She had just been reminded of the confidentiality regulations. She shouldn't ask what she shouldn't, nor look at what she shouldn't. Qin Wanqing maintained a calm demeanor, observing with her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart, not daring to cast her gaze towards the two. However, while she could control her sight, she couldn't suppress the mischievous stirrings in her heart. Driven by curiosity, the Rakshasa persona within her became active again. It was only when Dong Chao and Yang Wei walked up to Lu Yuan that he finally managed to regain his senses. Although his mind was still muddled, Lu Yuan forced a flattering smile and complimented Yang Wei. Director Yang, you've worked hard. He. Why not have a simple meal at school for lunch? Yang Wei coldly replied, no need, I have other matters. As he spoke, Yang Wei extended a finger, pointing at Lu Yuan from a distance, reprimanding him. During work hours, don't be so frivolous. Be serious. Lu Yuan quickly retracted his smile. When Yang Wei scolded him, the pressure emanating from him made Lu Yuan feel as if a long spear was pressed against his throat. While Lu Yuan felt nervous inside, his mind became increasingly chaotic. Yang Wei's words sounded somewhat familiar? Hadn't he just scolded Dong Chao with similar words not long ago? Yang Wei raised his palm and fanned the air in front of him, seemingly trying to disperse the lingering smell of smoke. His gaze towards Lu Yuan became sharper. Also, as an educator, smoking in the teaching building is strictly prohibited. You must set a good example for the students. Lu Yuan nodded like a frightened quail, increasingly puzzled, as it seemed he had just said something similar. Yang Wei reached into Lu Yuan's bulging chest pocket, confiscating his cigarettes and lighter, then spoke to Lu Yuan in a slightly softened tone. Old Lu, you've been in education for a long time, you need to distinguish between the big and small kings. If you really can't manage, just find a class to teach. After saying this, Yang Wei walked towards the stairwell without looking back, leaving behind a stylish silhouette. No need to see me off. Even after Yang Wei had walked far away, Lu Yuan remained dazed in place, looking utterly bewildered. The reprimands from Director Yang seemed eerily similar to the ones he had just given to Dong Chao. Could this be the formula for a leader's admonition? And what did Director Yang mean by distinguishing between the big and small kings? As a longtime college director, Lu Yuan considered himself quite perceptive, able to distinguish between priorities and sizes. As the leader of the college, he undoubtedly was the big king. And the genius Qin Wanqing, who had been borrowed from the military, was clearly the small king. He even treated her with great respect, often elevating her to the status of a big king. He had no issues with personnel arrangements. How could he not distinguish between the big and small kings? Lu Yuan pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. He turned to Dong Chao and asked, just now, Director Yang lectured you, right? Dong Chao nodded repeatedly. Yes, he was very strict. Lu Yuan let out a light snort. That's good. You should take care of yourself. Seeing Lu Yuan like this, Qin Wanqing felt utterly helpless. President Lu really couldn't tell the difference between big and small matters. Director Yang had already made his point, and he still didn't understand. At that moment, Qin Wanqing seriously doubted whether Lu Yuan had become president simply because fools have their own blessings. In the evening, teacher's office. Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, Jiang Chang, and Lu Yuan sat at the desk, reviewing exam papers without raising their heads or blinking. As the mentor of martial arts class 4, Dong Chao did not participate in this grading work because he was unqualified. This exam paper was set by Qin Wanqing, and the overall difficulty was high, especially the latter half, which involved theoretical explanations of martial arts, completely deviated from the syllabus. Not to mention the students who had just enrolled, even teachers Wang Su and Jiang Chang found it difficult to answer. Such a challenging exam paper was beyond Dong Chao's comprehension. To embarrass Dong Chao, Lu Yuan deliberately stripped him of the right to work overtime on grading. He took over Dong Chao's role and began grading the papers himself. He did this partly to genuinely understand the students' learning situations, and partly to help the teachers finish grading quickly, saving time for the evening meeting. As the question setter for this exam, Qin Wanqing intentionally made the questions so difficult to give the students a wake-up call. In the past 2 days, President Lu had been running to martial arts class 1, excessively praising the students, making them feel quite proud. Especially those 4 S-level students, under Lu Yuan's flattery, they truly believed they were exceptional, with their tails held high. Qin Wanqing crafted such an exam paper to deflate the students' arrogance. From the grading results, her goal was achieved. So far, the highest score among the teachers' graded papers was 75 points. This paper came from the best student in the entire grade, Shintu Chen. But even Shintu Chen couldn't score on the last 2 theoretical questions. Fortunately, he had a solid grasp of the syllabus knowledge points and didn't lose marks on the basic questions, which allowed him to achieve a somewhat respectable score. Facing such a difficult exam paper, scoring 75 points fully demonstrated Shintu Chen's remarkable talent. No wonder he was from the Shintu family, an outstanding S-level genius. Besides Shintu Chen, the other 3 S-level students in Qin Wanqing's class also scored above 60 points, showcasing their exceptional abilities. S-level talented students barely passed this exam. The other students' papers could only be described as utterly dismal. According to Qin Wanqing's expectations, this exam result was meant to serve as a wake-up call and a tempering experience for all the students in the grade. She hoped they would learn from their shame and strive for improvement. Just as the few of them were engrossed in grading, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Dong Chao stood at the door with a big bag, grinning widely. "Everyone, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I brought you dumplings. Come eat them while they're hot." Dong Chao placed 4 boxes of dumplings on the table, along with side dishes, vinegar, garlic cloves, drinks, dumpling soup, and a fruit platter, filling the table. "The cafeteria has closed and isn't serving food anymore. I begged and pleaded to get them to make some dumplings." Dong Chao said this as if he had exerted a great deal of effort. In reality, he had spent the afternoon in the cafeteria drinking beverages and playing on his phone, slacking off. Dong Chao divided 3 portions of fresh shrimp dumplings among the 3 teachers and handed a portion of chive and egg dumplings to Lu Yuan. "Dean, this is the filling I specially had them prepare for you. More chives, less egg, it must suit your taste." Dong Chao knew that Dean Lu Yuan had a rather unique palate and loved strong flavors. Not only were the chive dumplings specially ordered for him, but that large bowl full of garlic cloves was also prepared just for him. Upon hearing that the dumplings were filled with chives, Lu Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. When he saw that big bowl of garlic cloves, a smile of uncontrollable delight appeared on his face. That bowl of garlic must weigh a pound. He could fill up just on garlic. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the dinner arranged by Dong Chao. However, as a leader, Lu Yuan felt he had to find some faults while praising Dong Chao. "This meal is arranged quite well. At least you remembered to prepare garlic cloves. As the saying goes, eating dumplings without garlic is like not eating garlic at all. But you only prepared garlic cloves and didn't prepare sweet garlic or marinated shrimp oil. After eating raw garlic, it's easy to have a strong taste in your mouth, so you must eat a few pieces of sweet garlic to mask the taste. This is basic garlic eating knowledge. Also, the vinegar for dipping the dumplings needs to have some marinated shrimp oil in it. Only then can you taste the freshness. You really need to be more meticulous in your work." Yes, you are right, Dean." Dong Chao nodded repeatedly. He thought to himself that next time he would make all the dumplings with garlic filling. Let him enjoy garlic to his heart's content. Lu Yuan picked up a chive dumpling and paired it with 3 cloves of garlic, eating with great delight. The other teachers also paused their work to fill their stomachs first. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Chao quickly sought to make his presence felt, serving drinks and distributing side dishes, busying himself happily. In response to Dong Chao's attentive service, Qin Wanqing thanked him repeatedly, while the core teacher Wang Su wore a sullen expression, showing Dong Chao no signs of goodwill. Wang Su not only found Dong Chao displeasing, but he was also fuming from grading papers. Qin Wanqing wanted to temper the sharpness of a few top students, which Wang Su could fully understand. However, she didn't need to make the entire school's students suffer along with them. The exam paper Qin Wanqing set was simply too advanced. In the top class of martial arts, only 4 students passed. Wang Su's martial arts class 2, on the other hand, was a complete failure. Wang Su estimated that the average score for this exam in class 2 was only around 30 to 40 points. As a core teacher of the academy, Wang Su felt a bit embarrassed. However, Qin Wanqing was a 9th-tier martial artist, a golden asset that the dean had painstakingly invited back, and no matter how displeased Wang Su felt inside, he didn't dare to argue with Qin Wanqing. The only thing he could do was sulk like a toad. After hastily eating a few dumplings, Wang Su picked up the stack of exam papers and continued grading. To be fair, this exam paper was difficult to take, but not hard to grade. The only questions that needed careful evaluation were the basic ones at the front. The few big questions at the back could simply be marked wrong. Wang Su's work progressed quickly, and before long, he reached the final paper. The last exam paper caught Wang Su's attention. The student had actually gotten all the basic questions right. Wang Su curiously looked at the analytical questions at the back. This student also answered the analytical questions beautifully. However, the handwriting was a bit messy, and there were many typos. It was clear that this exam paper came from a top student in class 1. For such difficult analytical questions, this student answered them perfectly, and Wang Su couldn't help but suspect that Qin Wanqing had leaked the questions in advance. How could there be no mistakes at all? The more Wang Su thought about it, the more displeased he became, and he meticulously circled the typos, forcibly deducting 3 points from this student. It seems that after deducting the last 2 extremely difficult and somewhat perverse martial arts theory essay questions, and subtracting 3 points for spelling errors, this student's score is 77, 2 points higher than Shintu-chen. Isn't Shintu-chen the best student in this cohort? How can someone be even better than him? With such thoughts, Wang Su instinctively looked at the last 2 essay questions, and then froze. This student had also filled his essay questions to the brim. Moreover, several of the arguments he presented were exactly the same as the reference answers provided by Qin Wanqing. Although the arguments were the same, this candidate's writing was more straightforward and concise, making it easier to read than Qin Wanqing's somewhat obscure style. This candidate also scored full marks on the 2 martial arts theory essay questions. He was the only one in the entire grade to complete these 2 essay questions. In that moment, Wang Su realized 2 things. First, Qin Wanqing must have leaked the questions in class. Second, even if Qin Wanqing leaked the questions in advance, this student's talent was exceptionally high, shockingly so. Even if he had memorized the questions beforehand, being able to articulate such complex arguments in his own words was no easy feat. As a core teacher, Wang Su had no clue about these 2 martial arts theory essay questions. He only gained a superficial understanding after looking at Qin Wanqing's reference answers. If he were to answer the questions himself, he would also struggle to score points on these 2 essays. Wang Su quickly glanced at the top of the paper, wanting to see which top student from class 1 had achieved a perfect score. To his surprise, he was stunned again. At the top of the exam paper, in messy handwriting, it read, Martial Arts Class 4, He Xiongzai. Wang Su was first astonished, then a surge of anger shot straight to his head. A failing student from Martial Arts Class 4 scored full marks in this mock exam, and was ranked first by a wide margin? This was simply an insult to everyone's intelligence. Cheating couldn't be this blatant. The more Wang Su thought about it, the angrier he became. He shot a fierce glare at Dong Chao, then stood up and said to Lu Yuan, who was busy showing off his dumpling skills, Dean, there's something I need to report. Someone cheated in this exam. Wang Su handed He Xiongzai's exam paper to Lu Yuan. Dean, this is He Xiongzai's paper from Martial Arts Class 4. He scored nearly full marks in this exam. He wrote those 2 martial arts theory essay questions perfectly. Lu Yuan, who had been involved in the grading process, immediately realized the seriousness of the issue. The best student in the entire grade, Shintu-chen, only scored 75 points, while He Xiongzai from Dong Chao's class actually scored 97 points? The only point deducted was for spelling errors? How could this be possible? Dean, it's obvious that this He Xiongzai is being overly clever. He thinks that by copying a good score, he can satisfy his vanity. But he didn't expect that this exam would be so difficult that even the top student Shintu-chen only scored 75 points. He Xiongzai's perfect score looks so ridiculous and out of place. Wang Su expressed his judgment. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing with Wang Su's assessment. A failing student with E-level talent completely outperformed the S-level genius Shintu-chen in the exam. Besides cheating with a cheat sheet, Lu Yuan couldn't think of any other possibility. Moreover, this cheat sheet was somewhat foolish. If he had copied it well enough, why go to such extremes? Seeing Lu Yuan nod, Wang Su felt more confident and glanced at Dong Chao again. Instead of this self-deceiving cheating behavior, we should clarify how he cheated. Did someone help him cheat? Wang Su thought to himself, there are as many types of teachers as there are students. The students in martial arts class 4 are just like their teacher, engaging in all sorts of underhanded tactics. Scoring an absurdly high mark in a mock exam by cheating may seem like a clever trick, but in reality, it's just plain foolishness. This point is just like their teacher. This sudden little interlude made the atmosphere in the office somewhat unusual. As the question setter for this exam, Shenyuan crossed her legs and looked at the few people with a smile in her eyes, taking on the posture of a spectator. While watching the show, she did not forget to cross her arms, striking a pose to showcase her curvy figure. Every question on the exam paper was personally compiled by Shenyuan, and the reference answers existed only in her hands. Even if Dong Chao's students wanted to cheat, they had no way to do so. Shenyuan was the most aware of this. However, she had no need to explain for Dong Chao. The bigger the commotion, the more she loved to watch. As the moon rose high, the control of Shenyuan's body had already changed hands. At this moment, it was the Rakshasa who was in control. Everyone's attention was on that cheating exam paper, and aside from Dong Chao, no one noticed that Shenyuan's expression had changed slightly. As the least experienced intern teacher in the office, Jiang Chang did not speak but stood behind Wang Su, looking like he was ready to question someone. As an intern teacher eager to be confirmed, he had to stand with the core members and leaders at such a time. Lu Yuan, with a stern face, called Dong Chao forward. Explain this, what's going on? Lu Yuan pointed at the exam paper with his right hand while reaching for the bowl of garlic cloves with his left. He ate the garlic cloves one by one, like eating peanuts, to suppress the anger in his heart. Lu Yuan firmly believed that as educators, they should not only teach martial arts but also cultivate people. Compared to disastrous grades, such deceitful behavior was even more despicable. Looking at this exam paper, Dong Chao sighed inwardly. Xiaozai had ultimately pulled off a big stunt. That conspicuous bag was clearly intentional. Dong Chao sighed in his heart but smiled broadly on his face. Dean, blame me. It's all my fault. He took all the blame. It's all my fault for neglecting Xiaozai's basic education in Chinese. This kid has too many typos. Dong Chao thought to himself that Xiaozai was truly a sword cultivator. Having many typos was one thing, but some obscure characters had to be replaced with pinyin, which was truly embarrassing. Dong Chao's playful demeanor made Lu Yuan furious. Am I talking about the issue of typos? I'm talking about cheating. Cheating. You, go call Xiaozai here for me. 10 minutes later, Dong Chao brought Xiaozai to the office. Lu Yuan, Wang Su, and Jiang Chang all had grim faces, coldly staring at Xiaozai, looking like they were interrogating him. However, Xiaozai wore a smug smile similar to Dong Chao's. Dean, you called for me? I heard from my teacher that I scored 97 on this exam. Are you going to praise me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan turned red all over. Smoke seemed to billow from his nostrils, and he looked like a firecracker ready to explode. Do you not know why I called you over? Look at your exam paper. Lu Yuan threw the exam paper in front of Xiaozai. Then, he pulled out the exam paper of Shintucheng and tossed it to Xiaozai. Look at the exam paper of the most outstanding genius in the entire grade, Shintucheng. Don't you have anything to say? Xiaozai pretended to compare the two exam papers, then chuckled lightly. This Shintucheng really has no shame. Such a simple question on martial theory, and he dares to leave it blank? Is he too stingy to use that little bit of ink? But to be fair, his handwriting is better than mine. Lu Yuan's head was buzzing, feeling like he was about to have a stroke. Was this about handwriting? How could Dong Chao's student be as difficult to communicate with as Dong Chao himself? At this moment, Xiaozai was enjoying the looks the teachers were giving him. Everything was within his expectations. He had deliberately aimed for a high score to shock the entire school faculty and students. Who would have thought that the second-to-last student in the entire grade could casually hand in a perfect score on the exam? If he hadn't lost points for typos, that is. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and scolded in a stern tone. What I want to talk to you about is not whether your handwriting looks good. What I want to address is the issue of cheating. You scored so high, don't you have any idea how? With such a difficult exam, you got everything right. Don't you think that's a bit too obvious, a case of trying to cover up and instead making it worse? Hearing this, Xiaozai finally realized that the teachers were actually suspecting him of cheating. Such a simple exam, and they suspect him of cheating? He was initially surprised, but then his eyes lit up. Cheating? How did you figure it out? I cheated, I really did cheat. Xiaozai's self-destructive tendencies exploded. As a person who enjoyed the fun of it all, He Xiongzai suddenly realized that being suspected of cheating by the teachers was even more interesting than scaring them with a high score. These fools actually suspected a genius of cheating. This was too amusing. Just thinking about it made He Xiongzai want to laugh out loud. As someone who enjoyed fun, was he afraid of trouble? What he feared was that the trouble wasn't big enough. With that thought, He Xiongzai forcibly retracted the smile on his face. He spoke to Lu Yuan in a sincere tone. Dean, since you've seen through it, I have no choice but to admit my mistake. I found this exam too childish, not worth doing, so I just copied my classmate Daoshi's answers. Who would have thought that the second to last would copy the last and actually get a high score? I admit my mistake, I really did cheat. Still wanting to escalate the trouble, He Xiongzai tried to drag Daoshi down with him. Watching this old trickster, Dong Chao was truly impressed. Dean Lu Yuan was about to explode with anger. At this point, He Xiongzai was still spouting lies. The exam was too childish, not worth doing? He just casually copied Daoshi's exam? This kid really wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. For a student with such poor character, he must be severely criticized and educated. He must be left with no room for argument. Lu Yuan, with a dark expression, pulled out Daoshi's exam from the pile and threw it at He Xiongzai. You copied Daoshi's exam, right? I want to see how you did it. He Xiongzai grinned as he looked at Daoshi's exam, then stood there dumbfounded. He Xiongzai's intention was to bring Daoshi to the office to face the criticism together. Clearly, they were both exceptional geniuses among billions, yet they were treated as two cheating failures, scolded by a bunch of clueless teachers. Just thinking about this scene was thrilling. Such an interesting mess. He had to invite Daoshi to enjoy it with him. However, upon seeing Daoshi's exam, He Xiongzai suddenly realized that Daoshi was a complete fool. This exam, Daoshi scored 18 points. He Xiongzai cursed Daoshi for being a real dog. To pretend to be a failure, he didn't even care about his face. With his abnormal talent, scoring 18 points was much harder than getting a perfect score. What disgusted He Xiongzai even more was that Daoshi had put in a lot of effort to act. In the first few multiple-choice questions, Daoshi's answers were all crossed out and changed, as if he wanted to select A, B, C, and D all at once. It looked just like a failing student who didn't grasp the knowledge, repeatedly self-doubting. In the fill-in-the-blank section, Daoshi's answers were pure nonsense. His answers were like a desperate student throwing out every knowledge point he could think of into the blanks. If he got one right, it would be a win. He Xiongzai even saw that for the question how to quickly accumulate energy, Daoshi answered with obtuse angle. When it came to the analytical questions in martial theory, Daoshi's performance continued. His answers were completely off-topic, all irrelevant to the questions asked. Some answers even directly copied the questions, even the multiple-choice questions from earlier. But no matter what, he filled out the answer sheet completely, showing his earnestness. As for the last two questions on martial theory, they were the highlight of the performance. For these two questions, he left a lot of blank space, only writing solve and set in the answer area. He Xiongzai was completely dumbfounded. What does it mean to write solve and set for martial theory questions? Does he think it's a math test? Just writing set gets points? Even more ridiculous, the teacher grading the paper actually gave him 2 extra points. He Xiongzai was momentarily speechless. From this exam paper, he felt a kind of rigor and composure of an old actor. This exam paper of Daoshi happened to be graded by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was deeply impressed. In this exam, Daoshi scored the lowest in the entire grade with 18 points. However, I won't criticize him, instead, I want to praise him. On his paper, I felt the ambition of a poor student. I felt his thirst for scores. But what about you? At the beginning of the school year, you and Daoshi were the last two in the entire school. In just a few days, you've transformed and scored full marks in the mock exam? He Xiongzai, your progress is too fast. You're simply a martial arts prodigy. Lu Yuan's tone was somewhat sarcastic. He deliberately used this kind of tone to mock He Xiongzai, making him feel ashamed. Sure enough, upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on He Xiongzai's face. Dean, please don't belittle me. I didn't score full marks. I lost 3 points for typos. Don't worry, I will definitely strengthen my language foundation practice in the future. Next exam, I'll bring a dictionary. Lu Yuan's face turned the color of pig liver from anger. He shouted at He Xiongzai in an almost roaring manner. What I'm talking about is not the typos. I'm talking about your self-deceiving cheating behavior. And let me ask you, how did you copy a full score from Daoshi's 18-point paper? At this point, are you still not going to honestly confess? He Xiongzai muttered to himself, first of all, Daoshi is not a poor student. He is a super genius beyond your understanding. Secondly, that BYD is purely acting for you. While muttering, he still maintained a smiling face. Yes, I cheated. Dean, don't worry about how I cheated, just fast forward to the punishment phase and punish me severely. Xiongzai thought that making up a cheating method was much harder than answering the questions. With the time spent thinking about cheating methods, he could have finished the exam. Xiongzai's nonchalant demeanor infuriated Lu Yuan to the point of almost having a stroke. The more Xiongzai downplayed the issue, the more Lu Yuan felt that this matter was worth investigating. How could a poor student like Xiongzai get the answers to the exam? Someone must have helped him. Lu Yuan glared fiercely at Dong Chao, who was nearby. Among the entire college, Dong Chao was the one who engaged in shady dealings. This matter must have something to do with him. Xiongzai must have downplayed the issue because of him, not daring to tell the truth. Wang Su's thoughts were similar to Lu Yuan's. He already had a lot of grievances against Dong Chao, and now he finally found a handle. This student's cheating behavior is certainly despicable. But what we should understand more is his method of cheating. Did someone provide assistance for his cheating? Once we figure this out, we can prevent such incidents from happening again. Jiang Chang also chimed in, that's right. Such behavior that disrupts the order of exams must be severely punished. Listening to the two of them, Lu Yuan's mind began to become active. He was just about to expel Dong Chao when Dong Chao voluntarily handed him the knife. Expelling Dong Chao for aiding students in cheating would be procedurally just. The fool paper man in the principal's office couldn't stop it. Just a moment ago, the center of the storm was still Xiongzai. But at this moment, a few people took the opportunity to point their spears at Dong Chao. Sensing the subtle change in atmosphere, Dong Chao let out a quiet sigh. This kid Xiongzai only knows how to cause trouble, not to resolve it. Now that it has escalated to this extent, he still has to clean up after him. Facing the gazes of several people, Dong Chao opened his arms, striking a high-profile pose that seemed to draw everyone's attention to him. Forget it, no more pretending, I'm laying it all out. Ha! Upon hearing this, Shenyuan, who had been watching the show, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. For a moment, her facial expression was a mix of curiosity and fear. This big shot is going to reveal his identity? Just for such a trivial matter? The fierce Shenyuan felt a bit regretful. As the question setter for this exam, if she had spoken up to mediate earlier, things shouldn't have escalated to this level. Dong Chao revealing his identity, she didn't know what kind of huge shock it would trigger. Shenyuan's worries were completely unnecessary. Dong Chao indeed wanted to lay it all out, but not his own cards. I originally wanted Xiongzai to interact with everyone as a poor student, but unexpectedly, what I got in return was suspicion and indifference. I'm laying it all out for Xiongzai. Xiongzai is actually an SS-level genius, a natural sword cultivator. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked astonished. This included Xiongzai himself. How did the useless mentor know his background? Moreover, he even exposed it? How could he find any fun in this afterward? Lu Yuan and the others' first reaction to Dong Chao's words was disbelief. Lu Yuan chuckled dryly a couple of times but found that Dong Chao's expression was extremely serious, not like he was joking. Dong Chao took out his phone and pulled up the information he had prepared long ago. After becoming Xiongzai's martial arts mentor, I conducted a detailed investigation on him. I found that he is actually a genius, or rather, he used to be a genius. This is all information I found on the Academic Affairs website. Xiongzai, at the age of 15, obtained the qualification for direct admission to Sword Pavilion University. At that time, he had SS-level talent. Later, Xiongzai's root bones were damaged, and his talent was downgraded to E-level, causing the direct admission qualification to be revoked by Sword Pavilion University. However, his insights and comprehension are still there. Today's preliminary test paper is indeed child's play for him. As he spoke, Dong Chao pulled out Xiongzai's martial arts college entrance examination transcript as evidence. Xiongzai's martial arts exam score is 542.5, which doesn't seem very impressive. But actually, he missed one subject. Xiongzai was absent from the practical assessment and was admitted to Manhwa University based solely on his written exam score. In the written exam subject with a full score of 550, he only lost 7.5 points. And the deductions were all due to typos. Dong Chao had long understood Xiongzai's character. With this kid's playful nature, exposing his true identity was only a matter of time. Fortunately, Dong Chao had already compiled this information and prepared an emergency plan for Xiongzai. Now, the emergency plan was coming into play. Looking at the information on Dong Chao's phone screen, Lu Yuan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. He really is a genius? The student with the second worst talent in the entire grade, Xiongzai, turned out to be an SS-level super genius? This was simply absurd, too ridiculous. However, the direct admission announcement on the Sword Pavilion University Academic Affairs website, along with He Xiongzai's martial arts exam transcript, were all real. Wang Su and Jiang Chang also shifted from questioning to being completely dumbfounded. The class with the worst qualifications in martial arts actually hit an SS-level swordsmanship genius? Although it was a bit surreal, after seeing He Xiongzai's martial arts exam transcript, the two had no choice but to accept this statement. For a moment, Wang Su was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He diligently worked as a teacher for over 10 years without ever having taught an SS-level student. Dong Chao, this good-for-nothing, had recruited 2 of the lowest-performing students, one of whom was an SS-level student. Where could one argue about this? Even if the student's foundation was damaged and could no longer climb the martial path, his comprehension and understanding were still SS-level. To be able to teach such a student was a stroke of luck. It was even as if the ancestral grave was emitting green smoke. Seeing that the 3 were all stunned by He Xiongzai's past achievements, Dong Chao began to take the initiative. The misunderstanding that arose today is ultimately due to the dean's lack of diligence in his work. Me? Lack of diligence? Lu Yuan, still in shock, was somewhat unconvinced. Since the start of the semester, the dean's focus has been solely on those top students in Class 1, without thoroughly understanding the other students. If you had merely glanced at the martial examination score sheets, you would have noticed He Xiongzai's unusual qualities. This hit Lu Yuan right where it hurt, and his face turned red and white in succession. Dong Chao was right. Since the semester began, all of Lu Yuan's thoughts had been on Class 1's top students. He truly hadn't expected that. Aside from those 4 S-level students, there were also experts in the academy. Indeed, I have been lacking in my work and did not conduct proper background checks on the students. Lu Yuan awkwardly admitted his mistake. Dong Chao displayed his eloquence, unknowingly taking control of the situation. Let's return to the issue of cheating. First of all, this exam paper is like a celestial script to me. Even if I wanted to provide He Xiongzai with answers, I would be powerless to do so. Secondly, the person who set the questions is Teacher Qin Wanqing. No matter how united and friendly Teacher Qin is, she wouldn't possibly leak the questions to our Class 4 students, right? Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Teacher Dong, I was the one who went off track just now. In fact, when he learned that He Xiongzai had once been an SS-level genius, Lu Yuan had already realized that the so-called cheating didn't exist at all. A genius who could score full marks in the written martial examination didn't need to cheat. Such a thought was simply an insult to genius. Teacher Dong, I wronged you just now, please don't take it to heart. Lu Yuan, with a sheepish expression, apologized to Dong Chao. As the dean of the martial arts academy, Lu Yuan had various small flaws, but he still possessed the qualities and responsibilities of an educator. He could recognize and admit his mistakes. Although he had always wanted to expel Dong Chao, that was a separate matter. He could use the situation to his advantage, but he could never turn black into white. In this matter, he had indeed made a mistake. Previously, Lu Yuan simply thought that a student ranked second to last in the grade could not suddenly score full marks. The only explanation was cheating. And He Xiongzai first admitted to cheating, then acted evasively, which made Lu Yuan suspect whether the cheating was somehow related to his teacher, Dong Chao. At this moment, Lu Yuan completely understood. He increasingly felt that his earlier accusation against Dong Chao for helping the student cheat was somewhat absurd. How could Dong Chao have that capability? After all this, it turned out that He Xiongzai was a genius envied by the heavens, and everything made sense. However, a small doubt still lingered in Lu Yuan's mind. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why did He Xiongzai admit to cheating? He could have just told the truth. It was precisely because he took the initiative to admit to cheating that he led us astray. Well, about that, Dong Chao's mind began to race. At this moment, Dong Chao was like the character in a comedic skit, frantically thinking of excuses. He couldn't possibly tell Lu Yuan that his precious student thought differently from normal people. He just liked to stir up trouble. Dong Chao secretly glanced at He Xiongzai, signaling him to stop talking, and then replied, "Well, Dean, it's like this." What else could it be? It's because he has given up on himself. Dean, speaking of this matter, I must have a good talk with you. Dong Chao adopted a posture of questioning authority, his emotions gradually rising. Why did He Xiongzai admit to cheating? Wasn't it because you all pressured him? A genius once admired by many, now suspected of cheating in such a small preliminary exam? This is simply an insult to his character. It's a great humiliation. He Xiongzai looked at Dong Chao with a mocking glance. He Xiongzai didn't feel insulted, he simply found these foolish teachers quite amusing. Compared to whether he was insulted or not, He Xiongzai was more concerned about how big Chi Diru was. Dong Chao, fearing that He Xiongzai would cause more trouble, quickly continued in a more elevated tone. In the past, he was a hero plucking stars from the sky, but now, he has fallen to rolling in the mud. Have you ever thought about what kind of psychological gap this is? What kind of helplessness and powerlessness is this? The mocking smile on He Xiongzai's face instantly froze. That phrase, once plucking stars from the sky, now rolling in the mud, was a true reflection of his state of mind. During the days when his sword bone was severed, he was muddled every day, helpless and powerless. If it weren't for the heavens giving him a second chance, allowing him to grow another sword bone, he would have truly rolled in the mud for the rest of his life. The useless mentor was able to articulate that state of mind so accurately, as if he had experienced it himself. He Xiongzai put away his frivolous smile, and for once, he became serious. Dong Chao's words continued, after being injured, no matter how proud he is, he has to face reality. He has to accept the status quo, accept mediocrity, and reconcile with his useless self. Why did He Xiongzai admit to cheating? Because compared to being accused of cheating, what he is even less willing to face is his former glory, the brilliance of his past that he cannot return to. The suffering he has endured has turned him into a chubby, a term for someone who has lost their former self, and we shouldn't hit him again. Your accusation of him cheating is like pouring salt on his wounds. He wishes he were just a cheating poor student, rather than a fallen genius. At least, as a poor student, the pain in his heart would be much less. So, Dean, I think you should apologize for your mistake, for the psychological harm you caused He Xiongzai. As a seasoned werewolf player, Dong Chao could turn black into white. His eloquent speech left Lu Yuan feeling ashamed. Lu Yuan finally understood why He Xiongzai smiled and admitted to cheating. Because this way, he wouldn't have to face his former glory directly, nor suffer the torment within. And his questioning of this genius's cheating was like continuously pouring salt on the wounds of this genius. This child has already suffered so much, and now he has to be harmed again by himself. It's simply a sin. The root of all this was due to his own negligence at work, failing to conduct a background check on the student in advance. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan felt deeply ashamed. He stood up and apologized to He Xiongzai. He Xiongzai, it was the dean's mistake. The dean should not have suspected you without reason, causing you psychological harm. Please forgive me. Wang Su also stood up and apologized to He Xiongzai. The teacher should not have hastily accused you of cheating. Please forgive me. Although Wang Su found Dong Chao 100 times displeasing, this had nothing to do with Dong Chao's student. He indeed made a mistake regarding He Xiongzai. Watching the dean and core teachers apologize to He Xiongzai, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Dong Chao's eyes. In fact, setting aside the teaching level, the faculty team at the Martial Arts Academy is quite positive. Led by Lu Yuan, these teachers, although not very sharp, lacking in insight, and somewhat old-fashioned with low emotional intelligence, still possess the integrity and vision of Mo family martial artists in their hearts. Just based on this, no matter how confused they are about the hierarchy, Dong Chao is willing to indulge them. Dean, teachers, this is just a small misunderstanding. It's all in the past. You really have me at a loss. He Xiongzai did not continue the act. He quickly accepted their apologies. Hearing that He Xiongzai accepted his apology, Lu Yuan's guilt slightly eased. He enthusiastically patted He Xiongzai on the shoulder. Just because you were injured, Jiangu University turned you away. They are blind and they are the real jerks. At our Mo University, you are still that genius shining like the sun. Even if you can no longer climb the martial path, you can transition to become a martial theory researcher. You can still stand out. Don't worry, the academy will do its best to help you. Listening to Lu Yuan's words, He Xiongzai felt a warmth in his heart. For a moment, he even wanted to tell everyone that he still had a sword bone inside him. He was still that top genius who could shine across the land. However, for the sake of future fun, he ultimately held back. When He Xiongzai turned to look at Dong Chao again, there was a slight change in his gaze. Previously, he only found the useless mentor amusing, and the abstract things he taught completely suited his taste. But now, beyond the abstract and the fun, He Xiongzai felt moved, warm, and a hint of something indescribable. Resonance? Unexpectedly, this seemingly unprofessional useless mentor actually cared about his students. He had investigated his background so thoroughly. He almost discovered his true secret. To stand up for his students, this scoundrel who was not favored by the entire academy actually dared to challenge the dean, making the dean apologize to the student? The dean really did it. The most crucial part was that Dong Chao's words not only reached the depths of He Xiongzai's heart but also created a subtle spiritual resonance within him. For a moment, the shattered sword bone within him trembled slightly. He Xiongzai's recognition +3, He Xiongzai's recognition +3, He Xiongzai's recognition +3, He Xiongzai once again offered Dong Chao 3 consecutive recognitions. With the influx of these 9 points of recognition, Dong Chao's cultivation level soared by 2 small ranks, reaching the third stage, third level. Dong Chao appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was eager to swim in joy. In front of everyone, Dong Chao pulled off a successful three-course meal. The first course was to create a brilliant image of caring for and loving his students in front of Lu Yuan and the others. He skillfully resolved their difficulties. The second course was to take this opportunity to significantly boost He Xiongzai's recognition. The third course was to share his own changes in mindset over the years with He Xiongzai without reservation. The setbacks and decline that He Xiongzai faced were also what Dong Chao experienced. Moreover, Dong Chao firmly believed that, like himself, He Xiongzai would also have a day of turning misfortune into fortune. According to the information provided by the system, He Xiongzai had dual sword bones, not half a crippled sword bone. This meant that, in the eyes of the system, the sword bone that He Xiongzai had damaged was capable of self-healing. At this moment, He Xiongzai was still far from his peak state. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's clear the air, and it will be fine. Zai Zi, you can go back now. Dong Chao, fearing that He Xiongzai would cause any more trouble, half pushed and half sent him out of the office. During this time, the moods of the few people in the office varied. The Rakshasa Qin was a bit surprised. Dong Chao just moved his mouth, and a sudden storm dissipated into nothing? This mysterious guy indeed had some skills. As for He Xiongzai's SS-level talent, Qin was not surprised at all. After realizing that Dong Chao had a significant background, she understood that the two students in Dong Chao's class must also be extraordinary. Today's little incident further confirmed her speculation. Lu Yuan and Wang Su, who were verbally controlled by Dong Chao, now felt a sense of recognition towards him. Unexpectedly, Dong Chao was quite protective of his students' mental health. He even dared to stand up for them. It seemed that Dong Chao was not entirely uninvolved in human affairs. The intern teacher Jiang Chang had been watching this little incident coldly. When Lu Yuan and Wang Su apologized to He Xiongzai, he quietly stayed in the corner, as if he didn't exist. It wasn't until Dong Chao sent He Xiongzai out that a hint of covetousness and greed appeared in Jiang Chang's eyes. An SS-level student with damaged roots. For Jiang Chang, who came from a family of martial arts education, this was simply a walking achievement. If he could get this student in his hands, various educational awards would be within reach. And it was quite simple to take control of this student. He just needed to get rid of Dong Chao. With the Jiang family's background in the martial arts education department, getting rid of Dong Chao was just a matter of a word. Jiang Chang's mouth curled up as he secretly entertained crooked thoughts. Watching He Xiongzai leave, Lu Yuan said earnestly, "Today's incident serves as both a warning and a lesson for us. In dealing with education, we must tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice, as if facing a deep abyss, as if feeling a thorn in our backs. I propose that we take this opportunity to hold a regular meeting and discuss it thoroughly." Upon hearing that there would be another meeting, everyone present sighed in dismay. As soon as He Xiongzai exited the teaching building, he did not pause for a moment and immediately rushed to the training hall. These past few days, he had been almost living in the training hall's practice room, constantly pondering his new sword techniques. Now, his sword techniques were basically perfected. With a bit more polishing, he could go seek a challenge tomorrow. Perhaps due to just having gone through the exam, the training hall was very quiet, and the practice rooms were mostly idle. He Xiongzai used his student card to swipe open the iron door of room 103. Sitting cross-legged in the practice room, He Xiongzai found it hard to enter a state of sword-intent meditation for a long time. The recent unpleasant incident stirred waves in his heart. The two sword bones within him were trembling incessantly, as if they had been stimulated by something. The world's sword bones are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, totaling 26 grades. He Xiongzai's initial sword bone was named Shikuan, a second-grade heaven level. The earth is Shikuan, a gentleman carries things with great virtue. After the Shikuan sword bone was damaged, his newly awakened sword bone was named Xingjian, a first-grade heaven level. Heaven moves vigorously, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. The naturally gifted He Xiongzai should have possessed the first and second best sword bones in the world. Unfortunately, his Shikuan sword bone was broken. He Xiongzai had never revealed to anyone that his sword bone was actually severed by someone. The one who severed his sword bone was also a sword cultivator. He Xiongzai's misfortune was entirely due to that online romance from years ago. His sword bone was cut by his online romantic partner. At the age of 15, He Xiongzai fell into an online romance. He still clearly remembered that the other party's online name was Sword Washing Girl Hyo. Even now, He Xiongzai couldn't believe that someone with such a cute and soft online name, and a sweet voice, turned out to be a scruffy old man. Back then, still in his adolescence, He Xiongzai was madly in love with the Sword Washing Girl. The Sword Washing Girl took the initiative to suggest meeting in person, claiming that on the day they met, she would wear the JK outfit that He Xiongzai liked the most. He Xiongzai gladly accepted her proposal. However, on the day of their meeting, what He Xiongzai encountered was not a sweet and lovely girl, but a scruffy, burly man. What made He Xiongzai feel even more horrified was that the other person was indeed wearing a JK outfit. The large patch of chest hair peeking out from the collar of the JK, along with the thick, hairy legs beneath the JK skirt, became an eternal nightmare for He Xiongzai. To this day, recalling that scene still sends chills down his spine. Back then, the young and innocent He Xiongzai could hardly endure such visual pollution. He stood there, dumbfounded. The sword-washing girl then rushed in front of He Xiongzai, drew her sword, and severed his sword bone. Even now, He Xiongzai has no idea what grudge the sword-washing girl held against him, or why she treated him so viciously. From that moment on, He Xiongzai understood one thing: online romance has no good outcome. He himself was a victim of online love. Over the years, He Xiongzai has been searching for the sword cultivator who severed his sword bone. He not only wants to repay her in kind, but he also wants to tie that person up and use a sword to give her a full body waxing. How could there be such a perverse, despicable, and disgusting person in this world? That scoundrel not only caused He Xiongzai to fall into a pit but also tarnished the sacred and beautiful JK outfit in his heart. Ding, ding, ding. He Xiongzai's hatred gathered into invisible sword energy, resonating in the air. Fueled by his hatred, he entered a state of clear sword intent. He transformed into a sharp sword, as if he wanted to split everything in front of him in half to vent his anger. Meanwhile, in the room next door, in room 101, Dao Shi slowly opened his eyes. Dao Shi sensed He Xiongzai's sharp sword intent. In the entire Mo Wu University, only He Xiongzai could emit such sword intent. Dao Shi activated the Dragon Roar body technique to counter He Xiongzai's sword intent. The air in the training room surged rapidly, creating a vortex, from which a phantom of a dragon beast slowly emerged. The dragon beast, with its black scales and twisted body, displayed the might and dominance of the dragon clan. However, this dragon beast had the head of a mutt. This bizarre combination made its overall appearance indescribably strange. This dragon beast was Dao Shi's bloodline ability, the ancient divine beast, Pan Hu. With the appearance of the Pan Hu phantom, Dao Shi exuded a heavy pressure like a mountain. This substantial pressure forcibly pushed back He Xiongzai's sword intent. Feeling this pressure, He Xiongzai immediately realized that the one competing with him was Dao Shi. Only that guy could emit such a domineering aura. In room 103, He Xiongzai held two swords, urging the sword energy within him, becoming increasingly sharp. In room 101, Dao Shi also took out his foreign knife. Holding the foreign knife, Dao Shi stirred the blood and energy within him, exuding a domineering and murderous aura, resonating with He Xiongzai from afar. Just as Dong Chao had predicted, the rivalry between geniuses is always filled with conflict and competition. At this moment, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were engaging in a battle of wills from a distance. Meanwhile, outside the martial arts hall, the newly appointed student council president, Sun Jingfeng, rushed to the front door with two little followers. At just 18 years old, Sun Jingfeng had a mature, square face. At this moment, he was slicking back his hair, wearing square glasses, and dressed in an administrative jacket and casual trousers, making him look out of place among his peers. It was as if a civil servant had mixed in with a group of students. Born into a high-ranking family, Sun Jingfeng was deeply influenced by his father and grandfather from a young age, and his dressing style could be summed up in 4 words: dignified and imposing. At this moment, with his hands clasped behind his back, holding a thermos cup, he walked with a steady yet commanding stride, exuding the aura of an old leader. Sun Jingfeng's leadership presence was quite intimidating. Along the way, several security guards mistook him for a new leader, saluting and greeting him. Sun Jingfeng had come to the martial arts hall late at night to shoot a promotional short video for himself. He swayed slightly as he approached the entrance of the hall, and his follower, Ma Tao, suggested, "Brother Feng, let's shoot the short video here, the lighting is good, and it's convenient for the camera work." Sun Jingfeng raised the thermos cup to his chest and coldly glanced at Ma Tao. "How many times have I told you, during work hours, you must use titles?" Ma Tao quickly corrected himself. Yes, my oversight. President Sun, shall we shoot the short video here?" Sun Jingfeng parted his lips and lightly uttered a few words. "Xiao Ma, you handle it." Ma Tao immediately understood the work spirit, set up the photography reflector, and activated the video recording function, aiming it at Sun Jingfeng. In the video, Sun Jingfeng pushed open the door of the martial arts hall with a positive and energetic demeanor, embodying the spirit of diligently practicing martial arts. Later, Ma Tao would add subtitles to the short video, claiming he happened to encounter the new student council president, Comrade Sun Jingfeng, at the martial arts hall. Having just completed a preliminary written test, Comrade Sun Jingfeng showed no signs of slackening, truly a model for his classmates. This short video would be posted on the campus forum and the campus video account for a quick and effective promotion. In Ma Tao's words, this was called conducting promotional activities aimed at society, strengthening the public's impression. During the video shoot, Ma Tao kept flattering Sun Jingfeng, President Sun, amazing. Your aura, your camera presence, you were born to be a leader. Once this video is released, the promotional effect will definitely be explosive. While Ma Tao praised Sun Jingfeng verbally, he was cursing him internally. This fool Sun Jingfeng only knew how to flaunt his official stance and act like a big shot, truly thinking too highly of himself. The only reason he could become the president of the student council was because of his martial grandfather and minister father, right? Without the protection of his elders, he would be nothing. In terms of work ability, service awareness, emotional intelligence, and IQ, Ma Tao believed he surpassed Sun Jingfeng in every aspect. Just because he lost in the daddy competition, Ma Tao could only be a small student council officer. This left Ma Tao feeling quite displeased. Right now, while pretending to help Sun Jingfeng shoot the promotional short video, he was actually setting him up. Such a cliched and deliberate promotional video was bound to backfire. Ma Tao could imagine that once this video was posted online, it would definitely attract ridicule from his classmates. That was the effect Ma Tao wanted. As for Ma Tao's little schemes, Sun Jingfeng was actually well aware. He knew that once this video was online, it would inevitably be mocked. However, he didn't care. The laughter would only be directed at the grandson of the six-eared marshal and the son of the Minister of Martial Arts Education, not at him, Sun Jingfeng. Throughout his life, Sun Jingfeng's label had always been the grandson of a marshal and the son of a minister, never just himself. Except for Uncle Dao, no one regarded him as an individual. Everyone saw him merely as a continuation of the Sun family lineage. If he had come from an ordinary martial arts family, Sun Jingfeng's A-level martial arts talent could be considered excellent. But unfortunately, being born into the Sun family, with his grandfather and father as shining examples, he found it hard to stand out. In fact, his A-level talent even made his grandfather too embarrassed to speak of it. If he had come from an ordinary martial arts family, the elders would have done everything possible to find various rare materials to enhance his cultivation. But unfortunately, he was born into the Sun family. He merely stole an exotic core from his grandfather's safe and was punished and scolded by his grandfather. What his grandfather cared about was not his rising cultivation. What his grandfather cared about was that he had become a family thief, stealing military items, tarnishing his grandfather's reputation as a military god. In the end, he was just a trinket of the family. Compared to his grandfather's name and prestige, he was worth nothing. Since everyone viewed him this way, Sun Jingfeng simply hung the title of the six-eared son, no support chi son, on his lips every day, wanting to embarrass his grandfather and father. It's getting late. You guys should head back. I'm going to the training room for a late session. After finishing the short video, Sun Jingfeng signaled his two little followers to leave first and walk deeper into the martial arts hall. President, then we'll leave first. You should rest early too. Ma Tao nodded in agreement while secretly curling his lip. The video was done, and this fool was still putting on an act. A guy like him, born with a silver spoon, still needed to practice hard? Just eating various heavenly materials and earthly treasures was enough to make him a high-level martial artist. The efforts of people like them were just for show. Sun Jingfeng ignored Ma Tao's hypocritical face and walked straight to the training room deeper inside. Sun Jingfeng knew in his heart that he was wrong about stealing the exotic core. That core was actually a military merit reward, and his grandfather was just keeping it safe. But with the contributions his grandfather and father had made over the years, wasn't it easy to exchange that military merit reward? It was quite common for officers to use their personal merits to exchange military rewards for their family members, giving their children a head start, right? So why did it become a stain when it came to his grandfather? Sun Jingfeng thought his grandfather was really getting old and confused. If Uncle Dao were still here, it would be great. Uncle Dao was so smooth, he would definitely handle this matter well and wouldn't let me and grandfather be so awkward. Sun Jingfeng unconsciously thought of Uncle Dao. He was the only one in his childhood who treated him as an independent individual, as a friend. Sun Jingfeng didn't know Uncle Dao's real name, only that he was a capable aide under his grandfather. Back then, Uncle Dao always carried out special tasks, and on ordinary days, he wore sunglasses and a mask, never showing his true face. In the blink of an eye, it's been many years since I've seen Uncle Dao. I wonder if he's still the same, so unrefined. Thinking of the pranks Uncle Dao played with him in his childhood, a smile unconsciously appeared on Sun Jingfeng's lips. The training room in the martial arts hall was mostly idle, with only rooms 101 and 103 being used. Without thinking, Sun Jingfeng walked straight to room 102. In terms of cultivation, Sun Jingfeng had always been diligent. Deep down, he wanted to prove to the world that although he, Sun Jingfeng, was not a prodigy like his grandfather and father, he was definitely not a coward. Arriving at the door of room 102, Sun Jingfeng sensed something unusual. On both his left and right sides, there were two strong auras clashing, and at that moment, he was standing at the center of the collision of these two auras. Sun Jingfeng felt puzzled. Are these two auras simulated by some machine in the training room? Like the machines in the military's advanced training rooms that can simulate the pressure of exotic beasts? No matter how well-read Sun Jingfeng was, he could not imagine that hidden in the training rooms on both sides were two prodigies capable of releasing their blood energy. The training room at Manhwa University is quite advanced. It can actually match the military. Accompanied by this simple thought, Sun Jingfeng opened the door to room 102. Click with a crisp sound, the two colliding auras suddenly underwent a dramatic change. In the intense standoff between Daoshi and Xiangzai, a sudden sound of a door breaking the delicate balance between them. This unexpected turn of events made it impossible for Xiangzai to maintain his restrained state. Instinctively, he swung his arm, releasing all the accumulated sharp sword energy towards the wall in front of him. Drawn by the aura, Daoshi infused his own vital energy into the MO knife, executing a horizontal slash to meet the incoming sword energy. Boom! The walls in front of the two collapsed, the violent impact causing the entire martial arts hall to tremble. Rooms 101 and 103 each lost a wall. The room in between, 102, was completely breached. Under the onslaught of the knife and sword energy, the only intact object in the entire room was the iron door that Sun Jingfeng was holding. Sun Jingfeng looked incredulously at the iron door in his hands, then leaned back, and both he and the door fell to the ground. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office of the Martial Arts Academy, Principal Lu Yuan passionately addressed everyone in a meeting. In our daily work, we must focus on key points, find the right entry points, grasp the focal points, and effectively promote the development of educational work. We need to further coordinate the relationship between students' campus life and educational work, leading the way in the noble cause of teaching and educating. Just then, Lu Yuan's phone rang. He answered it with irritation. What? The training room collapsed? How is that possible? Lu Yuan's voice suddenly rose by an octave upon hearing the news from the other end of the line. The duty teacher at the martial arts hall claimed that the training room had been brought down by students. Lu Yuan was momentarily confused. Although the training rooms at Manhwa University were outdated and relatively simple in function, they still had basic protective capabilities. The training room not only used super composite materials but also had protective barriers, sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a 7th-tier martial artist. This level of protection was more than adequate for the student body. Not to mention the students, even if you included the entire faculty team of the Martial Arts Academy, only Qin Wanqing had a cultivation level above 7th tier. How could a training room capable of withstanding attacks from 7th-tier martial artists be collapsed by students? While Lu Yuan was still doubting whether he had misheard, the duty teacher sent a picture from the scene, leaving Lu Yuan completely dumbfounded. In the photo, two students were facing off with weapons in hand. The two walls between them had completely collapsed. Amidst the chaos, there was another student in an administrative jacket, foaming at the mouth and unconscious on the ground. Lu Yuan recognized all three individuals in the photo. The ones confronting each other with weapons were Daoshi and Xiangzai from Martial Arts Class 4. The one foaming at the mouth was Sun Jingfeng, the new student council president of the Martial Arts Academy, grandson of Marshal Lu Er, and son of the Minister of Martial Arts Education. The strange composition of these three left Lu Yuan's mind in a whirl. This. Lu Yuan stammered for a long time without managing to say a complete sentence. Dong Chao glanced at the picture and immediately understood what was going on. It was the doing of his two precious students. He had just helped Xiangzai out of a mess, and now this kid had gotten into another one? It was truly a case of pressing down one gourd only to have another pop up. Stop dawdling, hurry downstairs and check the martial arts hall, Dong Chao urged everyone. While speaking, Dong Chao had a little thought. He pointed towards the door, giving everyone a psychological suggestion. Under Dong Chao's suggestion, Lu Yuan rushed out of the door and hurried down the stairs, with Wang Su and Jiang Chang following closely behind him. Dong Chao, however, turned around and jumped out of the window from the 4th floor. He had to get to the scene before Lu Yuan and the others to help the two students out of their mess. The only time he had to maneuver was during the descent. Dong Chao chose to jump directly from the building, saving himself several seconds compared to others. Lu Yuan and Wang Su were both 7th-tier martial artists, and their intern teacher Jiang Chang was at the mid-6th tier. The three of them jumping from the 4th floor would sustain no injuries at all. However, they were all influenced by the inertia of thought, and coupled with Dong Chao's psychological suggestion, they foolishly opted to take the stairs. Dong Chao leaped into the air, rolled upon landing to dissipate the impact, and then sprinted towards the martial arts hall. The true strength of Dao Shi and He Xiongzai must not be exposed. This was not just about whether Dong Chao could still gain recognition from the two, more importantly, with their monstrous talents, if exposed, they would surely attract the covetous eyes and assassination attempts of the demon race. Dong Chao had fought the demon race too many times, he understood their tricks all too well. Those guys were like hyenas in the dark, always licking their fangs. Assassinating the young talents of the human race and weakening their living forces was a long-term plan of the demon race. 5 years ago, during the Greengrass trial, Dong Chao and the 4 little kings had been ambushed by the demon race. He had risked his life, forcibly using his spatial abilities to bring the 4 little kings out of the secret realm. At this moment, in his weakened state, he could not withstand another assassination from the demon race. The true strength of Dao Shi and He Xiongzai had to be concealed. Moreover, Shenyuan Dao Shi's identity was so special. In order to reach the scene as quickly as possible, Dong Chao urged his vital energy and attempted to use his spatial abilities. His figure gradually transformed into a shadow until he completely vanished. When he reappeared, he was already 5 meters away. This was the most basic move of his spatial abilities, blink. Dong Chao's spatial abilities were highly tactical, but using them consumed a massive amount of vital energy. At his peak, Dong Chao could even tear open the dimensional wall, teleporting between the secret realm and the real world. But now, with all his effort, he could only manage a few meters of blinking, and this brief blink nearly drained all the vital energy from his body. Dong Chao's face turned pale, his steps unsteady, yet his heart was filled with excitement. Over the past 5 years, he had secretly tried countless times but could not activate his abilities again. Now, with the recovery of his cultivation, he could clearly feel that it had returned, everything had returned. The changes in his bodily functions and cultivation further solidified Dong Chao's determination. He had to cling to the 2 students' legs and make them explode with gold coins. Just as Dong Chao was lost in thought, a graceful figure swept past him. The demoness Qin Wanqing leisurely overtook Dong Chao, revealing a malicious smile. Qin Wanqing had almost fallen for Dong Chao's psychological suggestion earlier, wanting to follow Lu Yuan and the others down the stairs. It was only when she saw Dong Chao jump out of the window that she realized and hurriedly followed suit. Although she was half a beat slower than Dong Chao, their cultivation levels were worlds apart. Even with Dong Chao using his spatial abilities, Qin Wanqing still easily surpassed him, as if she were taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. The demoness Qin Wanqing intentionally stayed just ahead of Dong Chao, turning her head to show him her sharp teeth, and said with great interest, "Teacher Dong, I didn't expect you to be a spatial ability user. And your cultivation has reached the initial 3rd tier? You have quite a few secrets about you." Qin Wanqing keenly noticed that the cultivation Dong Chao was displaying at that moment was indeed at the initial 3rd tier. Yet just a few days ago, when they first met, Dong Chao's cultivation was only at the 1st tier of the 2nd stage. How could he have advanced a whole tier in just a few days? How was that possible? The Rakshasa Qin Wanqing was indeed curious about what Dong Chao had experienced in just a few days. Seeing Qin Wanqing's expression, Dong Chao instantly realized that the one controlling this body at that moment was the Rakshasa. Upon realizing that Dong Chao's identity was unusual, the real Qin Wanqing would show some restraint when facing him. However, the Rakshasa Qin Wanqing displayed a vigorous curiosity, like a cat that had been killed by its own curiosity. Dong Chao did not respond to the Rakshasa Qin Wanqing's question. Instead, he grabbed her wrist and said, "Teacher Qin, you're just in time. Take me for a ride." "Go! Ride?" The Rakshasa Qin Wanqing looked completely bewildered. "Madam Rakshasa, you wouldn't want your decryption privileges to be permanently revoked, would you?" Dong Chao's light-hearted words sent a tremor through Qin Wanqing's heart. She shot Dong Chao an annoyed glare, then transformed into a workhorse, rushing towards the training hall with him. When the two arrived at the training hall, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were still holding weapons, facing each other in a standoff. Beside them, Sun Jingfeng was slumped against the iron gate, lost in a baby-like slumber. Confirming that Sun Jingfeng had merely been knocked out by the explosive force and was otherwise unharmed, Dong Chao finally felt relieved. Fortunately, this kid was here, otherwise, it would have been hard to cover up. Dong Chao looked at Sun Jingfeng, who was bubbling like a crab, and secretly devised a plan. With such an unexpected turn of events, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were both at a loss. They hadn't anticipated that a mere act of venting their anger could lead to such a big mess. Not only had they damaged the training room, but they had also affected innocent classmates. They both felt that their cultivation levels were probably no longer concealable. However, upon seeing the useless mentor Dong Chao, for some reason, their anxious hearts found a strange sense of peace. Before the three could exchange any words, a noisy sound of footsteps erupted as Lu Yuan and others rushed in, panting heavily. Under everyone's gaze, Dong Chao began his performance. He turned on his phone's flashlight, waving it back and forth in front of Daoshi and Xiongzai's eyes. Oh no, they've completely been scared out of their wits by Sun Jingfeng. Even if this situation is cured, they'll be drooling for a while. Dong Chao executed a reverse maneuver, turning the instigator into the victim. Then, he bent down and patted Sun Jingfeng, trying to wake him. Student Sun is fine, he just fainted from excessive energy consumption. As he spoke, Dong Chao stood up, one hand in his pocket, the other adjusting his non-existent glasses on his nose, striking a classic detective pose. So, the truth is already very clear. Dean, you may not have understood what happened yet, allow me to analyze it for you. Dong Chao deliberately struck this pretentious pose to bait Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, just like a fish biting the bait, took the hook. Lu Yuan, who loved to show off and hold meetings for others, couldn't stand this. He interrupted Dong Chao, flustered. Do you even need to analyze this? Who can't see it? It's just that Sun Jingfeng collapsed the wall while practicing, scaring the two students from your class. Lu Yuan thought to himself, you, a second-tier cultivator, are still trying to act all high and mighty. This isn't your time to shine. In fact, on the way over, Lu Yuan was also puzzled, but at this point, with Dong Chao hinting so clearly, he understood. It was obvious that Sun Jingfeng had collapsed room 102, and then fainted from excessive energy consumption. As for Daoshi and Xiongzai next door, they were just pure unlucky. Although the scene created by the three students could easily lead to misunderstandings, the astute Lu Yuan quickly spotted the truth. Lu Yuan was quite satisfied with his reasoning. If one has a bit of sense, it's clear that the real situation couldn't possibly be that Daoshi and Xiongzai knocked Sun Jingfeng out, right? They don't have that capability. Daoshi is the bottom student in the entire grade, with a cultivation level of only the first stage, 6th layer. Although Xiongzai was once a genius in swordsmanship, his sword bone is damaged, and he now only has the strength of the first stage, 4th layer. The two of them together wouldn't be able to withstand even one punch from Sun Jingfeng. Moreover, Lu Yuan noticed a small detail that further supported his judgment. When Dong Chao shone a flashlight in the eyes of the two, Daoshi's mouth actually drooled a crystal-clear stream of saliva. This kid is really scared silly. Regarding Lu Yuan's inference, Wang Su was half convinced, but Dean, Sun Jingfeng's cultivation is only at the 4th stage, great perfection, and his talent is only A grade. How could he destroy the protective barrier? As Sun Jingfeng's martial arts mentor, Wang Su was well aware of his situation. Sun Jingfeng's cultivation was decent, even comparable to a few top students in Class 1. But this level of cultivation was still far from being able to destroy the training room. Wang Su's words left Lu Yuan at a loss, because, let me think, doesn't this just reflect the strength of the Sun family's bloodline? Dong Chao muttered quietly. This statement enlightened Lu Yuan. Doesn't this just reflect the strength of the Sun family's bloodline? Lu Yuan shouted, overpowering Dong Chao's voice, and he went on, adopting a lecturing posture, addressing Wang Su. Teacher Wang, I must criticize you. You're an experienced teacher, how can you be so ignorant? Don't you know how terrifying the Sun family's bloodline is? Don't use a rigid perspective to judge true power. You need to broaden your horizons. Yes, the dean is right. Wang Su humbly accepted the criticism, while a wave of joy surged in his heart. After the dean answered his last question, Wang Su was convinced that it was indeed his student Sun Jingfeng who destroyed the training room's defensive barrier. Don't use a rigid perspective to judge true power. How well said. Although Sun Jingfeng's martial arts talent is only A grade, the destructive power he displayed is truly evident right before their eyes. The more Wang Su thought about it, the happier he became. After teaching for so many years, he finally encountered a top genius. The destructive power unleashed by a 4th stage, great perfection cultivation could rival that of the 7th stage. What a terrifying talent. This kind of terrifying talent cannot be judged by the level of martial arts talent. Not long ago, Wang Su was secretly envious of Dong Chao for having an SS-grade genius with a damaged sword bone in his class. But now, he felt no envy at all. The one in his class is the true genius. Compared to Sun Jingfeng, Xiongzai, who can no longer practice martial arts, is nothing. Watching Lu Yuan and Wang Su play off each other, Luo Shaqi and Wanqing felt a headache coming on. What are these two doing? Shouldn't they just donate their brains? Are humans really this foolish? Don't they realize who the true genius is? A series of silent screams echoed in Luo Shaqi and Wanqing's mind. The least noticeable Zhang Chang didn't speak, but he also believed Lu Yuan's earlier explanation. Zhang Chang's gaze kept drifting back and forth between Sun Jingfeng and Xiongzai. They say great fortune relies on fate, while small fortune relies on competition. Wang Su is really lucky to have attracted a student like Sun Jingfeng, who has both an outstanding background and strength. If I could get my hands on Yixiong Zai, that would be good too. As long as I hold on to Yixiong Zai, I'm sure I can produce quite a few academic results. Sun Jingfeng's background is too deep, making him harder to control. Jiang Chang kept calculating in his mind. He believed himself to be deep thinking, but suddenly, every micro-expression and glance of his was caught by Dong Chao. Dong Chao suddenly turned his head and looked at Jiang Chang, who seemed to be shocked as if he had been electrocuted, shivering slightly. Jiang Chang instinctively avoided his gaze. He felt a pang of regret for his cowardice. He's just a useless waste with second-tier cultivation. What's there to be afraid of? He cursed inwardly but still lacked the courage to meet Dong Chao's eyes again. Jiang Chang wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but for a brief moment, Dong Chao's gaze felt as sharp as a blade, frighteningly piercing. Dong Chao acted as if nothing had happened, wrapping his arms around his two good students, preparing to lead them away. He called out to Lu Yuan, "Dean, since everything is clear now, let's not leave the kids hanging here. I want to take them to the infirmary." Lu Yuan raised his hand. "You should have taken them to the infirmary long ago. Why did you only think of it now? Have the school doctor prescribe some calming medicine. If the medicine doesn't work, come back to me. I'll hold a talk therapy session for them, and I guarantee they'll be cured." Alright. Dong Chao readily agreed, slipping out of the martial arts hall with the two students, successfully distancing himself from the situation. As they exited the hall, Dao Shi and Yixiong Zai let out a sigh of relief, with Dao Shi quietly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Dao Shi's approval +5. Yixiong Zai's approval +5. Both felt a sense of relief as if they had survived a disaster, and they offered their approval to Dong Chao. While feeling grateful, they also found it somewhat strange. The useless mentor showed up and somehow muddled through to resolve the crisis? With so many people present, did no one doubt them? Having gained 10 points of approval, Dong Chao's cultivation improved further, reaching the 3rd tier, 4th level. The energy within him was also more abundant than before. As a space ability user, energy was crucial for Dong Chao. He suppressed his joy and adopted a mentor's demeanor, saying to the two, "What did I tell you? Did I not ask you to focus on your studies? Did I not tell you to stop thinking about that be martial arts from now on, and not to lose your ambition in play? If you don't listen to me, you almost got hurt just now, right?" Dao Shi was left speechless, staring wide-eyed. While Dong Chao was helping the two out of their predicament, Dao Shi briefly suspected that Dong Chao had seen through everything. Just now, it seemed like Dong Chao was skillfully playing the others like puppets, but now, Dao Shi felt he was overthinking. Dong Chao pretended not to notice the rich expressions on Dao Shi's face and continued, "It seems that your studies aren't demanding enough, allowing you to have this kind of extraneous spirit for martial arts. A few practical lessons will keep you in line. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to set up a stall. I'll give you some challenges. Let you see how your teacher does business." Dao Shi was convinced that Dong Chao truly hadn't seen anything. Moreover, he was the dumbest among all the teachers. Completely clueless. What he said, was that even coherent? Meanwhile, in the martial arts hall, Lu Yuan infused a burst of energy into Sun Jingfeng, who slowly regained consciousness. Lu Yuan wore a broad smile, his wrinkled old face resembling a wilting daisy. "Jingfeng, you're really impressive. You actually shattered the training room." Lu Yuan tried hard to appear amiable, even using a soft tone. "Ha?" Sun Jingfeng looked around at the mess in disbelief and asked, "Did I do this?" Lu Yuan and Wang Su nodded firmly. "Of course, if it wasn't you, who else could it be?" "Really was me." Sun Jingfeng thought for a moment, his memory ultimately stopping at the moment he opened the door. After opening the door, he couldn't remember anything else. Seeing the Dean and Wang Su so certain, he couldn't help but ponder, could it be because of that? The stolen not only enhanced my recovery ability but also increased my destructive power? The more Sun Jingfeng thought about it, the more he felt it was true. Lu Yuan felt no regret about the destroyed training room. After all, Sun Jingfeng's father was the minister of the martial arts education department. Rebuilding a training room for the school was just a matter of a word. Moreover, compared to discovering a genius like Sun Jingfeng, what was a training room worth? "Jingfeng, the dean won't hold the destruction of the training room against you. But I still have to criticize you. You are such an outstanding genius. Why didn't you inform the teachers in advance? We should have been mentally prepared." Lu Yuan's words seemed like criticism but were actually a roundabout way of praising him. "Genius? Am I a genius?" Sun Jingfeng's eyes lit up. The word genius felt both unfamiliar and exciting to him. "Of course, you are a genius. With your 4th level perfection cultivation, you can easily destroy the protective barrier of the training room. What else could you be if not a genius? I am a genius. I am a genius. Ha 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 ha." Looking at the ruins before him, Sun Jingfeng couldn't contain his joy. It seemed that after consuming he had finally stepped into the ranks of geniuses. He could now stand shoulder to shoulder with his grandfather and father. In his heart, Sun Jingfeng unconsciously heard a short video-style background sound. My name is Sun Jingfeng, the only son of the Sun family. After being looked down upon by my grandfather, I consumed and greatly increased my cultivation. This time, I will take back everything that belongs to me. Late at night, Dong Chao sneaked back to the teacher's dormitory with a knife in hand. Just now, taking advantage of the night when no one was around, he had a vigorous training session in the teacher's training room. In recent days, Dong Chao had been secretly working hard, diligently refining the sword intent shared from Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. Today, he added a new training subject and began restorative training for spatial. Before training, Dong Chao specifically tested his blood energy value on the testing machine. His current blood energy value reached an impressive 6,500. Every bit of recognition from Dao Shi and He Xiangzai not only brought Dong Chao cultivation but also increased his blood energy value bit by bit. Blood energy is the most fundamental and important existence in martial arts cultivation. Generally speaking, a third-level perfection martial artist has a blood energy value of around 5,000. Yet now, Dong Chao, with his third-level fourth-stage cultivation, had already reached 6,500. This was nearly double the value from over a decade ago when he reached the third level through his own efforts. For enhancement-type martial artists, blood energy value is a straightforward reflection of physical strength. However, for Dong Chao, an elemental martial artist, blood energy value is like the battery's power. With sufficient blood energy to support it, elemental has the potential for deep development. Among all elemental, Dong Chao's spatial consumes the most blood energy, yet his own blood energy value is just mediocre. Dong Chao once jokingly referred to himself as a high martial Kakashi. He had plenty of ideas in his head but lacked enough blood energy to execute them. Now, with just a third-level fourth-stage cultivation, he already possessed 6,500 blood energy. If he returned to a higher level, his blood energy value would surely far exceed the past. With ample blood energy to support him, the ideas in his head also had a chance to be realized. Dong Chao couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of having two super strong legs to lean on. Just relying on the system's sharing function, his current cultivation was much more abundant than before. Truly, hard work alone would yield nothing. Speculation and opportunism were the right moves. Carefully placing his black knife into the storage bag, Dong Chao had no intention of resting. He still had an important task to complete. Dong Chao opened his computer and logged into the campus forum of Manhwa University. He posted with a secondary account, "Does anyone understand? I'm completely speechless. The president of the Martial Arts Academy's student council has collapsed the training room." Dong Chao uploaded a photo of Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Sun Jingfeng together, continuing with, the destruction of the training room is a 10 on the hilarity scale. The student council president who destroyed the training room is passed out on the floor, while the two lagging students are posing beside him, hilarity level 1000. Many people had heard about the destruction of the training room, and everyone was discussing it wildly on the forum. Dong Chao's tea-like post immediately attracted attention. Soon, someone commented, "The student council president you're talking about, it can't be Sun Jingfeng, right? Isn't Sun Jingfeng only at the fourth level of cultivation? How did he destroy the training room's barrier? Not to mention, are you trying to flirt, girl?" Dong Chao ignored these questions, closed the forum, and kept his achievements and name hidden. "Xiaofeng, don't blame Uncle Dao, he's just trying to help you." With this thought, Dong Chao took out his phone and dialed the number of Sun Miao, the head of the martial arts education department. "Brother Sun, it's me. There's something I must report to you." The next day, at 10 in the morning, Dong Chao pushed a mobile food cart, leisurely making his way along the campus path. The clattering sound of the cart's wheels on the pavement drew the attention of countless students. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai followed closely behind Dong Chao, matching his pace. Feeling the strange looks from everyone, Dao Shi turned pale. He Xiangzai, however, wore a festive expression, even waving to the surrounding students from time to time. Dong Chao kept his word and really set up an abstract big event. He was going to take the two students to the school gate to sell glutinous rice cakes. Along the way, Dong Chao kept boasting, "You guys are lucky to have a great teacher like me. Who else could take you out for this kind of social practice activity? You should be secretly delighted. Right. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the school's prominent figure." He Xiangzai flattered with a grin. Watching the two banter back and forth, Dao Shi really wanted to punch them both. Dong Chao noticed Dao Shi's awkward and angry expression. The reason Dong Chao set up such an abstract big event was actually quite meaningful. This lesson was prepared specifically for Dao Shi. The group arrived at the security room's entrance, and Dong Chao suddenly stopped. He turned around and said to Daoshi and Xiangzai, although this is a practical class, we must still follow the proper procedures. According to the Public Place Sanitation Management Regulations, food industry workers must obtain a health certificate. We martial artists cannot break the law. Let's go. I'll take you to get your health certificates first, then we can set up our stall. As he spoke, Dong Chao opened the door and walked into the security room. Daoshi and Xiangzai were confused. Weren't they supposed to be getting health certificates? What were they doing in the security room? They followed Dong Chao with a heart full of questions. As soon as they entered, Dong Chao put on a big smile and greeted the security guard sitting at the monitoring station. Old Ding, hurry, give me 2 health certificates, I need them urgently. As he spoke, he turned back to the 2 students and said, quick, call him Uncle Ding. Your Uncle Ding is the captain of the school's security team, managing all the vehicles coming in and out every day. He has quite the status. If you get on good terms with Uncle Ding, he can help you get into the security team after graduation. Alright, an SSS level super genius, the one that all major martial arts universities and families are fighting over, is going to be a security guard here, huh? Daoshi was already cursing in his heart. Xiangzai, however, followed Dong Chao's instructions and politely greeted the security guard, Old Ding. Daoshi felt a mix of joy and discomfort, but to avoid appearing too out of place, he called out to Uncle Ding. Dong Chao was very pleased with their performance and continued, your Uncle Ding has a special skill. He can draw anything to look exactly like the real thing. The various documents he draws are indistinguishable from the genuine ones. To be honest, my teaching qualification certificate was also drawn by him. Daoshi's head was buzzing, and he was on the verge of low blood sugar. Seeing that the security guard, Old Ding, had already started to draw, Dong Chao reminded him, Old Ding, you better show your true skills and not mess around. If you do a good job this time, their graduation certificates will also be drawn by you. Old Ding confidently made an okay gesture, saying, don't worry, Teacher Dong, I've got this. Daoshi was left speechless. Family, who understands? My martial arts mentor is really too much. I'm completely at a loss for words, help me, help me. Old Ding displayed his skilled drawing technique, and in just 3 to 5 minutes, he produced 2 fake certificates. After manually laminating them, they looked almost identical to the real ones. Dong Chao took the fake certificates and solemnly placed them on the chests of the 2 students, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Old Ding. Well done, Old Ding, your skills are still so proficient. Old Ding wanted to decline, but Dong Chao forcefully stuffed the cigarettes into his arms. Don't argue with me, it's for the kids. We're leaving, and I'll treat you to a meal another day. Before leaving, Dong Chao specifically nodded to the nearby security guard, Shaoli, to greet him, and then he took the 2 students out of the security room. The door to the security room closed again, and security guard Shaoli couldn't help but exclaim, this Teacher Dong is really polite and hospitable. Old Ding tore open the cigarette pack and tossed a cigarette to Shaoli, saying, of course, Teacher Dong is different from other martial artists. He doesn't have that high and mighty attitude, he's very easygoing with us ordinary people. I heard that Teacher Dong's skills are quite poor, and he's at the bottom among their martial artist group. Maybe that's why he's polite to us? If he had strong power and background, he'd probably be just like those martial artists, looking down on us. Old Ding took a puff of his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring, saying, I don't think so. Teacher Dong's politeness and respect for us ordinary people come from the heart. He's just different from other martial artists. As 6th-tier martial artists, Daoshi and Xiangzai had hearing far superior to that of ordinary people. Even through the heavy door of the security room, they could hear the conversation inside clearly. Daoshi and Xiangzai exchanged glances, both showing a strange expression. Although martial artists were indoctrinated with the idea of equality from a young age, in reality, during their martial arts training, they received too much admiration and flattery, which had already changed their mindset. Martial artists might not say it out loud, but deep down, most felt that they had long since transcended the realm of ordinary people, thus possessing a sense of superiority. Martial artists in Huaxia only had a psychological sense of superiority without actual privileges. It was said that some foreign martial arts sects even practiced self-deification, openly enslaving ordinary people. For people like Daoshi and Xiangzai, one from the Yugua clan and the other from a non-martial arts family, even so, they couldn't help but carry some pride of martial artists. They felt a bit awkward when addressing ordinary people as uncles and elders. However, Dong Chao could mingle with everyone. Just as security guard Old Ding said, Teacher Dong was indeed different from other martial artists. I didn't expect that there would be such shining points in this useless mentor. Daoshi thought to himself. As for whether Dong Chao would become high and mighty like other martial artists after gaining powerful strength and background, that remained to be seen. Daoshi felt that this question fundamentally did not exist. The useless mentor was just like this in his life. What strength could he possibly have? In Daoxi's muttering, Dong Chao pushed the food cart to a vacant lot outside the school and hung up a banner in front of the cart, handmade glutinous rice cake, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3. He Xiangzai, still feeling it wasn't embarrassing enough, also put up his homemade banner in front of the cart, a joint entrepreneurial project by the class leader and vice class leader of martial arts class 4. Looking at these two banners, the slight admiration Daoxi had for Dong Chao vanished completely. Not having the airs of a martial artist and being down to earth was a good thing. However, the useless mentor was a bit too grounded. And couldn't he even do basic arithmetic? Teacher, it seems like your banner is written incorrectly. Daoxi tried to remind Dong Chao. Dong Chao waved his hand dismissively. You don't understand. This is the teacher's business savvy. You just need to learn slowly. Daoxi rolled his eyes and stopped speaking. He was waiting to see Dong Chao make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, He Xiangzai was incredibly excited. After hanging up the banner, He Xiangzai proudly dialed a video call. Mom, look at what I'm doing. I'm setting up a stall outside. He. A voice even more excited than He Xiangzai's came from the other end of the call. Son, you're really making progress. I told you, your martial arts university is not in vain. You can learn real things. Son, work hard. I'll rent out the Wanda Plaza in our city for you to set up your stall. Don't worry, Mom, I won't let you down. Listening to this mother-son video call, Daoxi and Dong Chao were dumbfounded. Although Dong Chao had known that He Xiangzai's mother was probably different from others when he met him, this call still opened his eyes. Dong Chao really couldn't understand how such a family became a local business giant. How fortunate was their fate. Not long after He Xiangzai hung up the call, several girls strolled out of the school gate. When Dong Chao and the others noticed them, they also noticed the food cart in front of them. The girls' eyes lit up. They jogged over to the cart. Oh, glutinous rice cakes for sale, they look pretty good. Boss, I'll have one. A girl with big waves called out. Dong Chao turned to Daoxi. Stop dawdling, get the glutinous rice cakes for the customers. Daoxi, feeling embarrassed and sulky, took out a glutinous rice cake with a sullen face. Dong Chao then directed from the side. You need to ask the customer if they want coconut topping or sweet osmanthus. Don't be shy. I want the coconut one. Before Daoxi could ask, the girl spoke up. Daoxi sprinkled on the coconut topping, lowered his head, and handed over the glutinous rice cake. The girl took a bite and nodded repeatedly to her companions. Delicious, really delicious. The girl's voice was a bit excited. The few girls were all students from the Secret Realm Resource Development Academy. They happened to have no classes this morning, so they came out to stroll, and unexpectedly encountered a stall. All the girls were foodies. They had previously been chatting about how strange it was that Mo Wu University had no snack street at the entrance. The school also didn't allow takeout inside. Moreover, there wasn't a single restaurant within a few kilometers. All food and drink issues had to be resolved either in the cafeteria or in the campus supermarket. Although the cafeteria's food quality was quite good, it lacked snacks and treats, which had left the girls craving. Hearing that the glutinous rice cakes were good, the other girls were eager to try, and finally, someone remembered to ask about the price. By the way, boss, how much are your glutinous rice cakes? Dong Chao pointed to the banner in front of the cart. 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3? How can someone price it like this? The bobbed hair girl bent over laughing. But soon, she reined in her smile. Wait, the class leader and vice class leader of martial arts class 4 are starting a business together? You guys are. Martial arts class 4? That famous martial arts class 4? If it had been a day earlier, the only one famous from martial arts class 4 was their slacker mentor, Dong Chao. But now, Daoxi and He Xiangzai had also become popular figures on the campus forum. Their photos posing in the ruins of the training room had gone viral on the forum. If it weren't for someone leaking that Daoxi and He Xiangzai were the last two in the martial arts academy, anyone looking at that picture would think that the training room had collapsed because of them. These two guys might not be strong, but they sure had a knack for the camera. Two bottom-tier students posing as experts in the ruins of the training room was already quite abstract. Even more abstract was the fact that they were now selling sticky rice cakes at the school gate. Once the girls recognized the three in front of them as the renowned teachers and students of martial arts class 4, they all burst into giggles. The bobbed hair girl changed her address. Boss, teacher. I want 3 sticky rice cakes for 10 yuan. Encountering such abstract people, the bobbed hair girl also wanted to do something abstract, considering the extra yuan as an abstract fee. Dong Chao took out a paper bowl, picked up 3 sticky rice cakes, then sprinkled a scoop of coconut topping and a scoop of osmanthus sugar, filling the bowl to the brim. After receiving the paper bowl, the bobbed hair girl realized that her abstract fee was indeed well spent. She took a bite of the sticky rice cake, exhaling steam as she recommended to her companions. Delicious. Soft and sticky, really tasty. With each bite, she dipped into the toppings at the bottom of the bowl, making her companions envious. It seemed that 3 for 10 yuan was actually a better deal. Teacher, I want 3 for 10 yuan too. Teacher, me too. Me. Even the previously big wave hairstyle girl rushed to buy 3. The girls not only ate but also messaged in their group, inviting classmates to come see the spectacle. At the entrance of Mo University, there were actually vendors setting up stalls. And these vendors were familiar faces from the school, or rather, popular figures from the forum. The excited girls spread the word, and the crowd grew larger and larger, quickly surrounding the mobile food cart. In less than an hour, the 300 sticky rice cakes prepared by Dong Chao were sold out. Some girls who didn't manage to buy sticky rice cakes were unwilling to leave empty-handed and even asked to take photos with the 2 abstract guys, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. Dao Shi's face darkened, he wished he could dig a hole and escape, but He Xiangzai welcomed everyone, enthusiastically taking photos with the girls, even striking the same sword-holding pose as last night. In just an hour, Dong Chao made a gross profit of 1,000 yuan. He didn't keep a cent for himself and transferred 500 to both Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. Looking at the 500 yuan transfer, Dao Shi felt a little better. After so many days in school, he hadn't spent a single cent and had even seen some return. He planned to transfer this 500 yuan to his mother to help with household expenses. Joining martial arts class 4, though embarrassing, had its benefits. It could help ease his mother's financial burden, so she wouldn't have to work so hard in the future. With this thought, Dao Shi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit. Just then, Dong Chao walked over and said, Shi, you didn't perform well today. Why are you so shy? In our stall business, there's a saying, if you want to sell, face outwards. You still need to practice. Look at Zai Zi, he can take it and let it go, so carefree. Dao Shi thought to himself that He Xiangzai wasn't carefree, he was just shameless. Dong Chao patted Dao Shi's shoulder and said softly, the teacher has investigated your family background. I know you come from a single-parent family, relying solely on your mother. Perhaps because of this, you feel a bit restrained inside, unable to let go in your actions and demeanor. Dao Shi remained silent, his face dark. Dong Chao continued, in fact, the teacher's background is even worse than yours. You might not see it, but the teacher is an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. Actually, I can tell, you have an orphan's aura about you. Dao Shi thought to himself. Seeing the look in Dao Shi's eyes, Dong Chao knew the kid was holding back something. Yet, he maintained a heartfelt tone and continued, from childhood to now, I've never felt shy about my background. Coming from humble beginnings is not a shame. Being able to bend and stretch is what makes a man. Life is about being happy. As long as you act with a clear conscience and do things with peace of mind, that's enough. Don't think about unnecessary things. Just like the teacher, who is cheerful every day, living happily. A few years ago, the teacher even returned to the orphanage and led all the orphans in singing, There's No One Like Mother. Dao Shi was shocked. To be honest, the teacher's mindset is really good. But leading orphans to sing There's No One Like Mother is somewhat hellish. Amidst the shock, Dong Chao's words stirred up quite a ripple in Dao Shi's heart. In fact, Dao Shi had always harbored a sense of inferiority deep down. This inferiority was not due to his single-parent family, nor was it because of his impoverished background. The reason he felt inferior was that his father, Shenyuan, was the disgrace of the family, a traitor to humanity. As an SSS-level genius of the Shenyuan family, Dao Shi longed to protect the country and defend the people like his ancestors. However, as the son of a traitor, he was unsure if the family could accept him, or if the world could accept him. This uncertainty was the root of his inner restraint. Dong Chao's words were not enough to lift the heavy burden on his heart, but they were like a gentle breeze, stirring ripples in Dao Shi's heart. Coming from humble beginnings is not a shame. Being able to bend and stretch is what makes a man. Acting with a clear conscience and doing things with peace of mind. Repeatedly reflecting on these words, Dao Shi felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He took a deep breath, and in his gaze towards Dong Chao, there was a hint of gratitude. Even though the useless mentor doesn't understand the essence of the matter, his words are quite insightful. This guy isn't so useless after all. Dao Shi's approval plus 10. Feeling moved, Dao Shi awarded Dong Chao 10 points of approval all at once. With this windfall, Dong Chao's cultivation level rose a small tier, reaching the 5th level of the 3rd stage, and his vitality instantly solidified a bit. While the improvement in cultivation was certainly gratifying, what pleased Dong Chao even more at this moment was that Dao Shi had taken his words to heart. In fact, compared to his peers, Dao Shi's character was already quite resilient. However, in light of the heavy burden he bore, mere resilience was not enough. Dong Chao couldn't tell Dao Shi that his father, Shenyuan, might not be a traitor. He also couldn't tell Daoshi that everything he had experienced since childhood might have been part of a deep scheme. The only thing Dong Chao could do was to guide Daoshi, helping him to be as open-minded as possible. After patting Daoshi's shoulder again, Dong Chao turned to his Xiangzai and shouted, "Alright, stop showing off. Time to pack up and eat." Watching Dong Chao shout for his Xiangzai to pack up and eat, Daoshi felt a moment of warmth. "Oh, right, there's one more thing I almost forgot to tell you." Dong Chao slapped his forehead, as if just remembering something. "The practical assessment this afternoon is quite important to the academy. Don't forget to show up." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the martial arts hall, the students of the martial arts academy stood in neat rows, ready for action. A few teachers, led by Lu Yuan, were also dressed formally, standing solemnly at the back of the line. In turn, teacher Jiang Chang scanned the entire venue sneakily, and seeing that it was almost time, he pretentiously glanced at his watch and reported to Lu Yuan, "Dean, it's time, but teacher Dong Chao hasn't arrived yet." Lu Yuan showed an unhappy expression. "Forget about him. If he comes, it will only complicate things. As long as those 2 students from class 4 arrive, that's enough." After confirming that all the students were present, Lu Yuan adjusted his tie and carefully dialed a video call. The call was to the Ministry of Martial Arts Education, specifically the minister's office. When the call connected, a very young face appeared on the screen. Upon seeing this young face, Lu Yuan felt a bit disappointed, but he still maintained a smile. "Secretary Zhao, I have made all the adjustments as per the minister's instructions. I would like to ask if the assessment can begin?" Early this morning, Lu Yuan had received a call from Sun Miao, the minister of the Ministry of Martial Arts Education. Sun Miao claimed he was already aware of his son Sun Jingfeng damaging the training room and would expedite the repairs for Mowi University. Additionally, Sun Miao had heard that the Martial Arts Academy was about to conduct a practical assessment. For this assessment, Sun Miao had a small request, a little suggestion. After receiving the minister's instructions, Lu Yuan immediately began preparations, and now he was eagerly waiting for the minister's review. "The minister had an urgent matter and left early this morning, so he can't talk to you. Just report the results to the minister later," Secretary Zhao said expressionlessly. Alright, then I will report to the minister later." Lu Yuan chuckled a few times before hanging up the phone. In terms of age, Lu Yuan could be Secretary Zhao's father. However, during the call, their statuses were quite the opposite. Lu Yuan's eager and polite demeanor was as respectful as if he were visiting a grave. In Lu Yuan's view, this was not flattery, but rather the etiquette expected in the workplace. As a small branch dean, being able to communicate directly with the minister's secretary was already an honor. Lu Yuan knew that the Ministry of Martial Arts Education was quite deep. The entire ministry was basically controlled by the military, and the minister, Sun Miao, was a general from the Huaxia headquarters, codenamed Wuziki. His secretary surely held a significant position in the military as well. Perhaps he was a major. It was only right to be polite to a military major. Lu Yuan considered himself well versed in the ways of officials, knowing who to be friendly with and who to flatter at a glance. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan stretched his neck and signaled a few teachers to distribute masks and nameplates. He then infused his voice with energy, speaking to the students in a booming tone. "Today's practical assessment has special rules. In a moment, each of you will receive a mask and a nameplate. Today's exam is a mask battle without rules. In the masked state, you can freely attack others. If you subdue your opponent, you can take their nameplate and earn a point. Those who collect 3 points can leave and be considered excellent in this assessment. Those who lose their nameplate will be deemed failing. However, those who can keep their nameplate for an hour will be considered good." The rules of this practical assessment were novel yet straightforward. As long as you knocked down your opponent and seized their nameplate, you could achieve a good score. Moreover, in the masked state, classmates did not need to hold back against each other, relying solely on their own abilities. This novel and exciting rule made many students feel thrilled. Many of them turned their attention to Daoshi and his Xiangzai from Class 4 of the Martial Arts Department. Under this rule, the 2 underperforming students from Class 4 were like sheep that had wandered into a wolf pack, destined to become the prime targets in everyone's eyes. Some students had already started to provoke the 2 with gestures, and there were even those mimicking slitting their throats with a knife. The hostility displayed by the crowd was not just due to their disdain for the 2's skills, but more importantly, it was because these 2 had been in the spotlight for the past couple of days. Due to the incident in the training room, Daoshi and his Xiangzai had gained fame on the campus forum yesterday. And today, they transformed into abstract figures, setting up a stall at the school gate. Their photos with the girls from the Secret Realm Development Department and the Secret Realm Medicine Department had already spread across the campus forum and various WeChat groups. The boys from the Martial Arts Department were envious. Many felt a competitive spirit rising within them, eager to show these two a thing or two. Faced with this inexplicable hostility, Daoshi and He Xiongzai felt helpless. These foolish classmates, so weak yet so confident. These idiots, with an average skill level of less than tier 3, couldn't withstand even a casual move from the two. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone these two proud geniuses. If it weren't for the fear of exposing their secrets, they would have taught these fools a lesson. In a corner, Sun Jingfeng clenched his fists, his expression complicated. Logically, he should be happy now that he possessed destructive power comparable to a tier 7 warrior. However, his abilities seemed to be inconsistent. Earlier, he had found another training room to test his destructive power. He exerted all his strength but couldn't even damage the protective barrier by a fraction. What's going on? Is it that I haven't mastered that powerful destructive force yet? Sun Jingfeng was puzzled. Just as the students received their nameplates and masks, eager to try, Lu Yuan added, "The academy's teachers will not interfere with this assessment. We will wait outside the venue. There are no surveillance facilities inside the venue, only an emergency array to protect everyone's lives. You can use all your hidden martial skills without worry." Due to the Yue rebellion 10 years ago, China had specifically issued a decree that all martial arts schools and training rooms must not install surveillance to prevent high-level martial artists' hidden skills from being known by the demon race. For this assessment, Daoshi and He Xiongzai originally just wanted to go through the motions, but after receiving their masks, their thoughts became lively. Masks and chaotic battles. This strangely ruled practical assessment seemed tailor-made for the two. He Xiongzai grinned at Daoshi. "Shizi, shall we have a speed competition?" Daoshi smirked and replied casually, "Sure, let's see who can cut the grass faster." In the eyes of these two geniuses, the surrounding classmates were merely minor monsters in a grass-cutting game. With everything arranged, Lu Yuan led several teachers to exit. Before leaving, Wang Su kept reminding the students around him, "Be careful, don't get hurt. Safety first. Don't show off." Jiang Chang also seized this last opportunity to secretly remind his classmates, "Be smart, grab the free points first, then communicate and strive for teamwork." Jiang Chang's martial arts class 3 had relatively average student qualifications, so to achieve good results in the practical assessment, they had to focus on strategy. The strategy Jiang Chang devised for his classmates was to pick the soft persimmons first. The free points he referred to were, of course, those two useless students from class 4. The nameplates on them were the two easiest to snatch in the entire venue. These two nameplates had to be secured first. Besides that, Jiang Chang believed he had found a loophole in the rules. Even with masks on, the students could still communicate verbally and identify each other. As long as the students from martial arts class 3 worked together sincerely, whether they teamed up to confront the students from class 1 and class 2 or focused on internal training to promote a few students to accumulate 3 points and leave, the assessment results for martial arts class 3 would not be poor. Jiang Chang kept giving hints and making eye contact with his classmates, fearing they wouldn't understand his intentions. It wasn't until Lu Yuan impatiently urged him several times that Jiang Chang reluctantly left the venue. 10, 9, 8, 7, after a few teachers left, the electronic countdown echoed in the venue. The students put on their masks, gripping their weapons, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Daoshi and He Xiongzai, however, stretched lazily, their relaxed demeanor forming a stark contrast to the tense students. Meanwhile, outside Moe University, at a public bathhouse, Dong Chao entered the men's bathing area, carrying a bathing basket. In the large bathhouse, there was only one middle-aged man. The man sat in the hot water pool, splashing water while soaking. This childish behavior, completely inconsistent with his age and status, perfectly illustrated the saying that a man remains a boy until death. Dong Chao stood at attention by the pool. "Colonel Dong Chao from the Huaxia headquarters, greetings to the general." The man turned around and splashed a handful of hot water at Dong Chao. "There are no outsiders here, don't give me that. Come on, get in and soak." Dong Chao felt a bit helpless. "Brother Sun, can we be a little more formal in our meetings?" The man glared. "What's not formal about a bathhouse? I've traveled all day from Jingzhou to Mo, crossing thousands of kilometers. What's wrong with soaking to relieve fatigue?" Hearing this, Dong Chao had nothing more to say. After all, it was his phone call last night that had invited this esteemed figure over. The person before him was Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education and a general of the Huaxia headquarters, codenamed Wuziki. He was also the son of the war god Marshal Lu'er, and the father of Sun Jingfeng. Sun Miao, a water monkey bloodline ability user, loved to soak in water. When discussing matters privately, his first choice was always the bathhouse. Dong Chao was truly helpless about this little quirk of General Sun Miao. Years ago, General Sun Miao had explained a 6-hour battle plan to Dong Chao in the bathhouse, leaving him completely soaked. Under Sun Miao's eager gaze, Dong Chao could only brace himself and step into the hot water pool. Just as he grimaced and sat down, Sun Miao came over for a bear hug. "Brother, you finally called me. You have to help me with our family's mess. They say every family has its own difficulties, but I didn't expect ours to be a damn menstrual cramp." Dong Chao thought to himself that after not seeing each other for so long, brother Sun still knew how to talk nonsense. How did he come up with the idea that the Sun family's troubles were menstrual cramps? Sun Miao had crossed thousands of kilometers to find Dong Chao, the military strategist, all because of his son's issues. Although he held the position of minister in general, Sun Miao had indeed been having a tough time lately. On his left was his son, who had caused a huge mess by cheating with an alien core, and on his right was his furious father, making Sun Miao truly caught in the middle. Sun Miao arranged for his son to attend Mova University, actually aiming for Dong Chao. Now that Dong Chao had taken the initiative to contact him, Sun Miao finally saw a glimmer of hope. "Brother, Xiao Feng's issue can actually be resolved easily. The key to solving the problem lies with my 2 students." Dong Chao pretentiously glanced at his watch and said, "Brother, the academy's assessment should have started. After watching this assessment, you'll understand." Dong Chao kept them in suspense. Although Sun Miao didn't understand what Dong Chao was up to, he still followed Dong Chao's cue and formed hand seals. Suddenly, the steaming surface of the water transformed into a projection screen, displaying the scenes inside the martial arts hall in real time. What Sun Miao showcased was a basic supernatural ability of the water monkey bloodline, the mirror flower water moon. He could use water as a medium to observe everything happening within a 2-kilometer radius. It was precisely because of this ability that Sun Miao could easily gather enemy intelligence on the battlefield, always maintaining the initiative. Dong Chao leaned against the edge of the pool, watching the projection in the water with a calm demeanor. He knew that his 2 precious students were about to present an exciting performance for Sun Miao. Inside the martial arts hall. 3, 2, 1, 0. At the moment the countdown reached 0, countless waves of energy erupted in the venue. Almost 90% of the students rushed towards the positions of Daoshi and He Xiangzai. Clearly, everyone regarded the 2 of them as easy targets. However, in the eyes of Daoshi and He Xiangzai, these shouting fools charging at them were the real fat sheep. Moreover, they were the kind of fat sheep that couldn't resist due to a cerebral thrombosis. He Xiangzai chuckled lightly as he unfastened the sword bag from his back. He couldn't even be bothered to draw his sword to deal with these little karami. He Xiangzai darted into the crowd like a butterfly flitting through flowers, his right hand stabbing several times, transforming the long sword in its sheath into a short stick, accurately striking the jaws of several classmates. With their trigeminal nerves severely injured, these unfortunate souls immediately fell into a baby-like slumber. He Xiangzai perfectly controlled his strength, knocking these guys out without causing them any substantial harm, thus avoiding triggering the emergency array in the venue. While knocking out these little karami, He Xiangzai's left hand was also busy. With a flick and a lift of his left-hand sword, he snatched away the nameplates of his opponents. As each unfortunate soul fainted and fell to the ground, their nameplates were already in He Xiangzai's possession. He Xiangzai's movements were ghostly, effortlessly taking down a dozen classmates, while the others couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. As more and more people were attacked and fainted, chaos ensued in the venue. Amidst the confusion, someone recalled teacher Zhang Chang's earlier instructions. "Class 3 students, gather around me." A classmate with a duck-like voice attempted to rally Class 3. However, as soon as he spoke, a long sword with its sheath was already thrust into his face, sending him precisely into dreamland. After knocking out this unfortunate soul, He Xiangzai imitated his voice and shouted, "Class 3 students, come over quickly." He Xiangzai used his shouting to attract the students of Class 3, then, with a mischievous grin, knocked them all out. Compared to He Xiangzai, Daoshi was more cautious but also more violent. At the start of the assessment, Daoshi cleverly changed his position to avoid being recognized, and then he began his rampage. With one hand holding his backpack and the other continuously throwing punches, Daoshi only needed one hand to deal with these classmates. Anyone struck by his fist would crumple to the ground, fainting from the violent impact of his qi and blood. Unlike He Xiangzai, who specifically targeted the trigeminal nerve, Daoshi named his attack style fist numbness. Whether it was a top student from Class 1 or an ordinary student from Classes 2 or 3, under Daoshi's fists, there was no distinction, they were all just expendable materials knocked out with a single punch. Daoshi pushed forward like a bulldozer, not caring who was in his way, he just threw punches and moved on. As he advanced, a semi-transparent dragon tail also materialized behind him. The dragon's tail skillfully curled up a series of nameplates and stuffed them into Daoshi's arms. There was a tall guy who, after taking a punch from Daoshi, surprisingly swayed but did not faint. While Daoshi felt a sense of approval inside, he swiftly delivered a powerful blow, sending the opponent into dreamland. Compared to other classmates, this kid had some skills, but not much. A chaotic brawl involving nearly 100 masked fighters was turned into a grass-cutting game by Daoshi and Hsiongzai. In less than 2 minutes, the two cleared the field, leaving only the two of them in the empty venue. In the bathroom, Sun Miao watched the two perform as if they were chopping melons and vegetables, exclaiming repeatedly, "What an eye-opener! What an eye-opener!" Although Sun Miao was praising them, his words were half sincere and half flattery. Yesterday, Dong Chao had introduced Daoshi and Hsiongzai to Sun Miao over the phone. Today's special practical assessment was tailor-made for the two of them. The other students in the academy were merely their sparring partners. "Brother, your two students are indeed impressive. But what do they have to do with my little phone?" While Daoshi and Hsiongzai's performance was outstanding, it hadn't reached the level that would astonish Sun Miao. At this moment, Sun Miao was more concerned about his precious son. Just now, when he saw Hsiongzai take down his beloved son with a single sword strike, Sun Miao even secretly thumped his thigh. Sun Miao himself was an SS-level gifted extraordinary warrior, a holder of the water monkey bloodline ability, known as the strongest being in water combat on Blue Star. Throughout his life, he had always been labeled a genius and a prodigy. While Daoshi and Hsiongzai's grass-cutting performance was indeed impressive, if he were to go back to being 18, he could perform such tricks too. Dong Chao's two students were certainly excellent, but they were far from the level he had boasted about on the phone. On the call, Dong Chao had bragged that both of his students were considered SS-level talents. Sun Miao's expectations had been raised very high, but now it seemed that Dong Chao had indeed exaggerated a bit. Just thinking about the bragging Dong Chao did on the phone made Sun Miao want to laugh. An SS-level talent is either one or it isn't. What does considered mean? Moreover, looking across the entire Huaxia, there wouldn't be more than 10 warriors with SS-level talent. Let alone ordinary warriors. Even the well-known generals Xu Long, Lu Er, Bing Hu, and Gu Lang only had Zhu Long and Lu Er as SS-level talents. The so-called strongest one-on-one fighter, General Gu Lang, was only SS-level. Dong Chao's martial arts class had only 2 students, and both were SS-level? The probability of that is higher than the 4 great generals? What a joke! Sun Miao, fearing that Dong Chao would lose face, forcibly held back his smile. His brother was good at everything, capable, intelligent, emotionally intelligent, but he just loved to brag too much. Sun Miao thought that Dong Chao's 2 students were definitely outstanding among SS-level talents. Setting aside the bragging, it was indeed a stroke of luck for Dong Chao to have 2 SS-level students despite his damaged foundation. In fact, it was a great fortune that fell upon him. But what did that have to do with his little phone? Sun Miao even suspected that Dong Chao might have tricked him into coming over under the pretense of helping little phone, just to show off. Dong Chao noticed the doubts in Sun Miao's heart. The reason Daoshi and Hsiongzai didn't astonish Sun Miao wasn't that they weren't strong, but because their opponents were too weak. Compared to these peers, the talents of the two were too exaggerated. Even the highly regarded Shen Tuchen could only take a punch from Daoshi in a blow, not worthy of being seriously beaten by Daoshi. Daoshi and Hsiongzai, one using only one hand the entire time, and the other keeping his sword sheathed, only exerted the intensity of eye exercises in this grass-cutting game. The big show was about to come. Dong Chao gestured for Sun Miao not to worry. The good show has just begun, brother, don't be anxious. There will be Xiao Feng's part later. Sun Miao thought to himself that his son was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. What part could he possibly have? Looking at Dong Chao's confident expression, Sun Miao could only suppress his impatience and continue watching the projection in the water. In the martial arts hall, after clearing the area, Daoshi and Hsiongzai tacitly moved to the center of the venue. Hsiongzai proudly pulled out the nameplate from his pocket, 43. Daoshi also took out his nameplate, 47. The two exchanged smiles and casually tossed the nameplates onto the ground. This nameplate racing match was merely an appetizer, neither of them cared much about the result. The real main event was yet to come. The two of them simultaneously elevated their momentum, forming 2 swirling vortices in front of them that continuously collided. Hsiongzai slowly drew his 2 long swords. The sound of the swords unsheathing echoed repeatedly in the martial arts hall. As he had done during their last encounter, Daoshi seriously took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. Then, he pulled out his weapon from a patched backpack. Unlike Hsiongzai's $1,000,000 dual swords, Daoshi's weapon was homemade. It consisted of several sections of threaded stainless steel pipes, plus a rough and crude double-edged blade, forming Daoshi's weapon, the Mo Dao. Daoshi calmly assembled his weapon. The stainless steel pipe handle was uneven and pitted, but when Daoshi gripped the somewhat comical-looking weapon, it exuded a strong aura of slaughter. The Mo Dao could be described as the most violent and lethal cold weapon. The weapon illustration guide for martial arts only had 4 words to describe the Mo Dao: man and horse both split. At this moment, the intense sense of slaughter complemented Dao Shi's domineering aura. Dao Shi's figure began to change. He transformed back into a handsome youth over 6 feet tall, and tattoos resembling ink paintings began to appear on his body. A spiraling black dragon tattoo emerged around Dao Shi, with the dragon's head facing his chest. However, the dragon head of this black dragon was the head of a mutt. It looked somewhat absurd and a bit eerie. Seeing Dao Shi reveal his true form, Xiongzai suddenly raised his hand, his right sword slashing down onto the left sword. With a crisp clang, his left long sword was cut in half. Xiongzai held the long sword in his right hand and the half-broken sword in his left. The way he held the sword seemed casual, but it concealed a hidden strategy. Xiongzai had already simulated the scene of battling Dao Shi countless times in his mind. When facing a monster like Dao Shi, his paired swords were neither fast enough nor fierce enough. To defeat such a monster, he had to change his sword path. Xiongzai shifted from pursuing the flashy paired swords to a more obscure and jagged sword style. At this moment, his one long sword and one broken sword formation also resonated with the two sword bones within him. Without any verbal communication, Dao Shi and Xiongzai simultaneously launched their attacks, blades and swords clashing. The fierce sword energy and the murderous blade aura violently collided, creating waves of air. These waves seemed turbulent, but they dissipated into nothingness after only 3 to 5 meters. Meanwhile, around the two, streaks of tearing electric marks appeared, radiating outward from the center of their weapons. In the bathroom, Sun Miao raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is this the 4 techniques of Qi and Blood? The 4 techniques of Qi and Blood are 4 advanced applications of Qi and Blood. The 4 techniques are condensation, entanglement, explosion, and splendor. At this moment, what Dao Shi and Xiongzai were demonstrating was the condensation technique of the 4 techniques of Qi and Blood. The condensation technique emphasizes focusing the mind and stabilizing the spirit. With Qi and Blood reined in, it is a skill that enhances control over Qi and Blood. The jagged electric marks around the two of them are a manifestation of highly compressed and controlled vital energy. Dao Shi and Xiongzai are both fierce individuals capable of destroying the training room with a single strike. The fact that their battle could dismantle the entire martial arts hall is no surprise to Sun Miao. However, the two of them chose to go against the grain. They both demonstrated an extremely strong control ability, with their vital energy condensing without releasing, the shockwaves generated merely leaking out in a circle before dissipating into nothingness. Their clash not only caused no damage to the venue but even spared the surrounding unconscious classmates. This level of control in the midst of chaos greatly exceeded Sun Miao's expectations. He no longer dared to underestimate these two students of Dong Chao, his eyes wide open, staring at the reflections in the water, afraid of missing any tiny detail. Dong Chao had long known that both of his students were masters of controlling their vital energy. They usually suppressed their energy fluctuations, disguising themselves as two underachievers, which was a use of the condensation technique from the 4 techniques of vital energy. In the martial arts hall, Dao Shi and Xiongzai exchanged a few moves, with Dao Shi actively retreating to create distance from Xiongzai. Just a few days had passed since their last match, and Dao Shi could clearly feel that Xiongzai's cultivation had improved. Moreover, while wielding the uneven sword, Xiongzai's sword techniques had become swift and peculiar. In contrast, Dao Shi found himself hindered by his weapon. After their recent exchanges, Dao Shi's improvised knife was already covered in cut marks, and the stainless steel pipe that formed the handle had several notches, the entire knife on the verge of breaking. Compared to Xiongzai's $1 million C-class weapon, Dao Shi's homemade knife was a significant liability. Zai Zi, I really underestimated you before, Dao Shi praised. He gripped the knife, holding his breath and focusing, as 2 deep red masses of vital energy gradually gathered in his hands. Dao Shi slowly channeled the vital energy into the knife, ultimately enveloping the entire blade. Upon seeing this scene, Sun Miao in the bathroom widened his eyes, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Zai Zi, try this move. Dao Shi suddenly leaped high, the knife in his hand slicing through the air like a gust of wind, launching a series of thrusts. Each thrust left a residual shadow of the blade in the air. Xiongzai immediately recognized that this move from Dao Shi was the same as the 3,000 weak waters he had used during their first match. Dao Shi had actually stolen his sword technique. Good. You actually learned my ultimate invincible and fierce 3,000 weak waters, Xiongzai exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Dao Shi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. What kind of ignorant move is this? If he had known, he wouldn't have stolen it. Facing the myriad of blade shadows, Xiongzai remained completely calm, arrogantly resting the uneven sword behind him. Fortunately, I also stole yours. As he spoke, Xiongzai's figure began to flicker at a high frequency. He moved like a falling leaf, swaying with the wind, always managing to narrowly avoid Dao Shi's blade before it could touch him. The movement technique He Xiongzai was currently employing was the same as the dragon's transformation that Daoshi had once used. However, in the face of the countless blade shadows, He Xiongzai's technique still seemed somewhat unrefined. After dodging Daoshi's attacks for over 10 moves, he suddenly faltered and was struck by Daoshi's thrust. Ah! He Xiongzai let out a piercing scream, startling Daoshi. Daoshi instinctively wanted to retract his knife, only to find He Xiongzai grinning smugly. Gotcha! He Xiongzai trapped Daoshi's knife under his armpit, and at the same time, a series of tangible sword lights erupted around him, making him appear as if he were wearing armor woven from sword light. Just now, He Xiongzai had used this armor to withstand Daoshi's blade energy and to restrain his knife. He Xiongzai secretly urged his vital energy, and the sword light around him suddenly extended by 3 inches, intertwining into countless strands that shredded Daoshi's Mo Dao into pieces. Seeing this scene, in the bathroom, Sun Miao instinctively covered his head with both hands. His mouth was wide open, as if someone had stuffed an invisible bowling ball inside. The 2 kids in the projection were too bizarre. In the arena, He Xiongzai proudly displayed, "This move was inspired by the scales on your body. I call it the Whirlwind Thunder Snakeskin Explosive Sword Chi." With his weapon destroyed, Daoshi did not get angry but instead laughed. "I can't see the sword chi being overwhelming, but you, my friend, are truly a sword-wielding master." The black dragon tattoo on Daoshi's body gradually faded, replaced by protruding scales on his skin. His body also underwent some changes, his hands transformed into sharp dragon claws, and his face began to look ferocious, with the phantom of a Panhu slowly emerging around him. The Panhu's dragon claws spread wide, its body coiling, and a somewhat cute earth dog head bared its teeth menacingly. Once the phantom of the Panhu appeared, the air in the entire training ground seemed to freeze. Good. Now this is interesting. He Xiongzai became excited, his clothes moving without wind, holding 2 swords crossed over his chest. "Let me show you my dragon slashing 8 styles cool and dazzling love death sword chi that locks the dragon." The name of He Xiongzai's long-named sword move had a hint of returning to simplicity. The sword light around him vanished, leaving only a glimmer of cold light on the blades of his swords. This cold light grew stronger, and He Xiongzai's arms holding the swords began to tremble slightly. Damn! Seeing this scene, Sun Miao couldn't help but curse, leaping out of the bath like a fish. This kid, has he touched the threshold of the explosive technique? This is too perverse. It wasn't that Sun Miao wasn't steady, but the scene before him was truly unbelievable. An 18-year-old freshman had control over his vital energy that completely surpassed most high-level martial artists. Moreover, he had even touched the threshold of the explosive technique? What kind of international joke was this? In that moment, Sun Miao felt that, as the Minister of Martial Arts Education, he had been somewhat disrespectful to his younger brother Dong Chao and the 2 students in his class. Although he hadn't laughed out loud just now, the thought of mocking Dong Chao's bragging was a form of disrespect. Now, Sun Miao finally understood why Dong Chao claimed that both of his students were SSS level. The kid with the dragon beast bloodline was undoubtedly SSS level, powerful, domineering, without weaknesses. And that sword cultivator, with his varied and fierce techniques, had an astonishingly pure control over his vital energy. But unfortunately, he had a flaw in his bone structure, making it seem like he was walking with a limp. Yet even so, the strength and talent he displayed were far superior to that of an SS-level martial artist. In fact, in this duel, he even suppressed that SSS-level dragon beast kid, even if he had the advantage of a weapon. These 2 guys. Sun Miao looked at the projection in the water, momentarily at a loss for words. As the Minister of Martial Arts Education and a general in the Huaxia headquarters, Sun Miao had seen many talented individuals, but he had never seen anyone this fierce. As someone with SSS-level talent himself, he now clearly realized what the gap truly meant. What it meant to have a talent that was 1 in a billion, what it meant to be a prodigy. There was indeed a clear threshold between SSS level and SS level. At that moment, Sun Miao even suddenly understood why his father had always been so critical of him when he practiced martial arts in his youth. It turned out that in the eyes of his father, who had SSS-level talent, his own SS-level talent was so inadequate. Sun Miao had reached the 8th stage of great perfection and only began to systematically study the 4 techniques of Qi and blood when he attempted to break through to the 9th stage. It wasn't until he was over 35 that he mastered the 4 techniques proficiently. And now, that sword cultivator kid, who seemed to have a low level of education, was only 18 and had already touched the threshold of the explosive technique? This was simply embarrassing for Sun Miao. Whether it was the sword cultivator kid or the dragon beast bloodline kid, they had both already mastered the binding technique. One could wrap his weapon with Qi and blood to increase its strength, while the other could even use Qi and blood to form sword light, donning himself in a suit of sword light armor. These 2 kids were indeed a bit abnormal. Sun Miao thought to himself that if he were to go back to 18, facing these two kids in land combat, he probably wouldn't last 20 rounds. Of course, if it were in water, that would be another story. Sun Miao included water combat in his assumptions, forcibly regaining some face for himself. Although he had long known that the two disciples were not ordinary, seeing their performance still shocked Dong Chao greatly. In just a few days, both of them had made progress. They could even imitate each other's moves. At this moment, as He Xiongzai gathered swordlight, revealing the hints of the explosive technique, Dong Chao was both surprised and secretly a bit regretful. If He Xiongzai had insisted on a fast-paced attack, leveraging the advantage of his weapon, he might have truly redeemed himself. Unfortunately, this kid lost a good opportunity to show off his skills. The explosive technique was the ultimate method to unleash qi and blood, enhancing one's destructive power. He Xiongzai was clearly just beginning to grasp this technique. His prolonged accumulation of power instead gave Dao Shi a chance to turn the tables. Just as Dong Chao had predicted, seeing He Xiongzai gather swordlight for a long time, Dao Shi moved first. He shot towards Dao Shi like an arrow. As he charged forward, he suddenly kicked up fiercely. He Xiongzai had already witnessed this fierce and ruthless wind shadow kick. He slightly tilted his body, preparing to dodge the kick while delivering his strongest move to end the duel in a victorious manner. Just as He Xiongzai completed his charge and was about to unleash his sword energy to lock the dragon, Dao Shi's leg technique suddenly changed. The wind shadow kick originally aimed at He Xiongzai's waist abruptly altered its course, and Dao Shi stomped down towards He Xiongzai's toes. At the same time, the phantom of the Panhu above Dao Shi's head opened its massive mouth. Woof, woof woof. The earth dog head let out two barks, causing He Xiongzai to feel his mind scatter. What Dao Shi unleashed was a unique ability of the Shenyuan family's dragon beast bloodline, Dragon Might. Although the barking of Panhu was not very imposing, the Dragon Might it released could make even a five-clawed golden dragon submit. Although He Xiongzai's sword heart was clear, facing Dragon Might for the first time, he couldn't help but be slightly distracted. And that moment of distraction was enough for Dao Shi. Dao Shi stomped down hard on He Xiongzai's toes. He Xiongzai let out a muffled groan, feeling as if he had been hit by a tank. No matter how he calculated, he never expected that at such a critical moment, Dao Shi would use such a despicable move. He wanted to endure the excruciating pain and unleash his sword move, but Dao Shi would not give him the chance. After stepping on his toes, Dao Shi lifted his knee, crashing it hard into He Xiongzai's groin. Ah! He Xiongzai let out a sharp, piercing scream. While lifting his knee, Dao Shi's hands were not idle either. They transformed into dragon claws, grabbing towards He Xiongzai's armpits and squeezing hard. He Xiongzai shook like a sieve, and the twin swords in his hands fell to the ground. Dao Shi grabbed He Xiongzai's hair and slammed him against the wall. You wanna slay dragons, huh? I'll make you slay dragons. You want to break my weapon? You want to break my weapon, huh? Dao Shi grabbed He Xiongzai's head and slammed it against the wall. Just moments ago, He Xiongzai had been brimming with confidence, but now he was bending and yielding. Brother Shi, let's just leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. Dao Shi stopped, confirming that He Xiongzai had not sustained any serious injury, and he patted the dust off He Xiongzai's clothes. Time's running out, let's wrap this up. The two exchanged a knowing glance towards Sun Jingfeng, who lay unconscious in the corner. Although he was wearing a mask, Sun Jingfeng's administrative jacket was too conspicuous to ignore. In the bathroom, Sun Miao was utterly bewildered. Just seconds ago, he had been shocked beyond measure by the battle between the two SSS-level geniuses. But now, he was left speechless. The battle of two geniuses had ended with an O. Henry-style twist. The Dragon Beast kid's dirty tricks, stepping on toes, kicking in the groin, pinching under the arms, and pulling hair, were clearly taught by Dong Chao. In a battle between SSS-level fighters, it was these underhanded tactics that had proven decisive. Sun Miao felt as if a stinky sock had been stuffed in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. What sent chills down Sun Miao's spine was the strange look the two genius kids cast at his son. In that instant, Sun Miao hazily realized what role his son Sun Jingfeng had played in this practical assessment. In the training arena, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai dragged the unconscious Sun Jingfeng to the center of the field, forcing him upright. He Xiongzai picked up the nameplates from the ground and stuffed them into Sun Jingfeng's arms, while Dao Shi swung his arm and delivered two heavy slaps to Sun Jingfeng. During the nameplate race, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai had already devised a plan for the aftermath. They knew they couldn't reveal their true strength. The best way to handle it was to make Sun Jingfeng the scapegoat, just like yesterday. They would take it out on him alone. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai thought their plan was flawless, unaware that Dong Chao had already anticipated their little scheme. Moreover, at that very moment, Dong Chao was holding Sun Jingfeng's father, watching their pathetic antics unfold. After delivering two heavy slaps, Sun Jingfeng began to slowly regain consciousness. Dao Shi and He Shenzai quickly lay down, pretending to be unconscious. Sun Jingfeng shook his head and groggily opened his eyes. He first saw his classmates lying unconscious on the ground, and then he noticed that he was holding 2 stacks of nameplates. Sun Jingfeng's freshly awakened brain nearly crashed again. After several seconds of silence, he slowly realized that the classmates on the ground seemed to be the ones he had knocked out. Had he collected their nameplates? Although he found it hard to believe, the facts were clear. He had single-handedly defeated everyone in the arena. So I am a genius, I really am a genius. Sun Jingfeng raised the nameplates and laughed wildly at the sky. But after just 2 laughs, he couldn't continue. For some reason, the genius's face hurt a bit. Outside the training hall, Lu Yuan and several teachers anxiously awaited the assessment results. Time ticked by, and the moods of the group shifted in different ways. Dean Lu Yuan paced back and forth, looking like an ant on a hot pan, unable to settle down. In Lu Yuan's mind, the top students of Class 1, along with the super genius Sun Jingfeng, should have quickly scored full points and left gracefully. However, half an hour into the assessment, the doors of the training hall remained tightly shut, with no one having completed the assessment. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the stranger it felt. Key teacher Wang Su frowned, staring longingly at the closed doors of the training hall. In fact, Wang Su was not in favor of this strange assessment. Although there was an emergency array in the venue, allowing students to fight freely without any teachers monitoring the situation could easily lead to accidents. At this moment, Wang Su was more concerned about the safety of the students than the assessment results. The intern teacher Jiang Chang also appeared anxious on the surface, but there was a hint of joy in his brows. Jiang Chang felt that the students from Class 3 must have understood his hints, united together, and collectively resisted Classes 1 and 2, which made this assessment so tightly contested. At this rate, their Class 3's results should not be too bad. Jiang Chang was convinced that in this assessment, the bottom would definitely be the worst Class 4 in martial arts. The best results would undoubtedly come from Class 1 in martial arts. As an intern teacher, he would be satisfied as long as his Class 3 could stand on equal footing with Class 2. Jiang Chang knew very well that the students in his class were too mediocre in talent. No matter how hard he tried to teach, he couldn't produce results. If he wanted to achieve something, he still had to get his hands on that crippled sword cultivator from Class 4. Jiang Chan usually kept a low profile, but in reality, he came from a family of martial arts educators. His uncle, Zhang Guangming, was a well-known martial arts educator in contemporary times and a crucial figure in Huaxia. 10 years ago, thanks to the ascending technique invented by his uncle, many ninth-tier martial artists in Huaxia forcibly advanced to the extraordinary level at the cost of sacrificing their limits, helping Huaxia get through the Yuwu rebellion. Because of this extraordinary achievement, the Zhang family was not only famous in the education sector but also had extensive connections in the military. Jiang Chang's cousin even joined the Blood and Flesh Great Wall troops as an exception. The Blood and Flesh Great Wall is Huaxia's most elite and mysterious special operations force. As the youngest of the Zhang family, Jiang Chang did not aspire to achieve great things like his cousin. He only wanted to use his position as an intern teacher as a springboard to achieve some results, and then leverage his uncle's connections to secure a minor official position in the martial arts education department, thus completing his life. The shortcut to achieving results lay in that crippled sword cultivator from Class 4. A genius with insight and talent, but unable to cultivate due to a flawed foundation, was the best research guinea pig. As long as he could drive away that good-for-nothing Dong Chao, Jiang Chang would be able to hold the guinea pig firmly in his hands. Jiang Chang knew that Dean Lu Yuan had long wanted to expel Dong Chao. However, Dong Chao seemed to have some military background, making it difficult to deal with. Jiang Chang could help Lu Yuan. With the Zhang family's reputation and influence, getting rid of a useless teacher was just a matter of a word. Dong Chao's so-called connections and background were nothing but a joke in front of the Zhang family. Compared to the current assessment results, Jiang Chang was more concerned about finding an opportunity to have a good talk with Dean Lu Yuan. Among the group, Xin Wanqing appeared the calmest, but she had the most doubts in her heart. Xin Wanqing clearly knew that it was Dong Chao's 2 students who had destroyed the training room yesterday. Those 2 guys were not poor students at all, but 2 geniuses. Earlier today, when she learned about the strange rules of this assessment, Xin Wanqing had a vague feeling that something was off this time. When Xin Wanqing heard from Dean Lu Yuan that this set of strange assessment rules was personally formulated by the Minister of Martial Arts Education, Sun Miao, her feeling of unease grew even stronger. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the door of the martial arts hall was suddenly pushed open. Sun Jingfeng appeared grandly in front of them. He held a nameplate high with both hands, striding towards them with an air of indifference. "Sorry, Dean. I have to admit my mistake. I was careless and ruined this assessment." Sun Jingfeng put on a big act, loosening his fingers, causing 2 stacks of nameplates to clatter to the ground. Looking at the ground full of nameplates, Lu Yuan stared wide-eyed, as if he were cosplaying a frog. You, are you saying you eliminated everyone? Sun Jingfeng feigned calmness and nodded. On a whim, I knocked them all out. It's my fault, my martial arts training isn't refined enough to control it. Sun Jingfeng seemed to be blaming himself, but in reality, he was showing off. He felt that after consuming his body underwent certain changes. It seemed he could unleash terrifying combat power in an unconscious state. When he destroyed the training room yesterday, he was in an unconscious state, and today, when he wiped out the competition, he was again unconscious. Dean, I'll be honest with you, this ability of mine should be called the Sleep Crusher or the Somnambulist Beast. I'm terrifyingly strong in an unconscious state. Sun Jingfeng didn't hold back, revealing everything to the dean and several teachers. Not long after the assessment began, he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, all his classmates were knocked down, and he had all their nameplates tucked in his arms. Aside from 2 swollen spots on his face, he had no injuries whatsoever. It was a complete domination of the arena. After hearing Sun Jingfeng's account, Lu Yuan and Wang Su were both shocked and ecstatic. Sun Jingfeng was truly a genius beyond ordinary comprehension. No wonder he was from the Sun family. The martial arts academy had really struck gold this time. Jiang Chang was both surprised and envious. How could a genius like Sun Jingfeng join Wang Su's martial arts class? If such a talented individual with connections had joined his class, he would have soared to great heights. Among the group, Shenyuan appeared unfazed on the surface, but inside, she was both shocked and speechless. As an SS-level gifted martial artist, Shenyuan was exceptionally intelligent. She instantly understood all the twists and turns involved. Clearly, it wasn't Sun Jingfeng who wiped out the entire academy during the assessment, but the 2 students from Dong Chao's class. The current situation was just like when the training room was destroyed yesterday. Those 2 little brats disguised as poor students had made Sun Jingfeng their scapegoat. Moreover, Shenyuan thought of an even deeper layer. This strange assessment was personally devised by the Minister of Martial Arts Education, Sun Miao, and the true target of this assessment was Dong Chao's 2 students. In other words, Dong Chao, the guy everyone considered a waste and a slacker, had connections with the Minister of Martial Arts Education and General Sun Miao of the Huaxia headquarters. Minister Sun Miao personally set the rules for Dong Chao's 2 students? Even, did Sun Miao use his own son to cover for Dong Chao's students, making his son act as their scapegoat? Who exactly was this Dong Chao? The more Shenyuan thought about it, the more frightened she became. A super genius who couldn't be understood by common sense had emerged from her class, and while Wang Su was happy, he didn't forget about the other students. Everyone, quickly check on the injuries of the other classmates. Wang Su rushed into the training hall. Fortunately, Sun Jingfeng had been very measured in his actions. He only knocked out the other students and didn't cause any irreversible injuries. Wang Su's heart finally settled. The teachers began to infuse energy into the students, helping them wake up. Most of the students had no recollection of how they were knocked out. They only remembered being inexplicably attacked during the chaos and then blacking out, unable to remember anything. However, the 2 with the weakest cultivation, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, recounted part of the events. The 2 claimed that at the start of the assessment, Sun Jingfeng was on a rampage, knocking out classmates like cutting grass. Even the 2 hiding in the corner were not spared. Dao Shi was still crying and complaining, saying that his foreign knife was broken by Sun Jingfeng. I had already handed over my nameplate and surrendered to him. He still broke my foreign knife and even punched me. So overbearing, so unreasonable. Dao Shi covered his eyes and howled, vividly expressing his weakness and helplessness. Sun Jingfeng wore a friendly smile, patting Dao Shi on the shoulder. Dao Shi, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself for a moment. It's just a foreign knife, I'll compensate you with one. Sun Jingfeng displayed his innate charm and financial prowess. While smiling, the 2 swollen marks on his face were exceptionally conspicuous. In the bathroom, watching this farce come to an end, Sun Miao once again formed a seal, terminating the illusion. He felt a bit angry. That dragon beast kid had just slapped him hard twice and then turned around to make him compensate for the knife? Was he trying to pitifully complain? Moreover, his own foolish son was too damn foolish, completely clueless. Dong Chao looked at Sun Miao with a beaming smile. Brother, this show is over, wasn't it wonderful? Wonderful my ass. Sun Miao thought to himself, really let Dong Chao fool him. He actually received 2 SSS-level students. Seeing 2 such outstanding young talents, Sun Miao was certainly happy. However, those 2 SSS-level kids were too ruthless, relentlessly taking advantage of his son. Dong Chao extended his arm, putting it around Sun Miao's shoulder. Brother, you also saw that due to various misunderstandings, Xiao Feng is currently taking the blame for my 2 students." Just as Sun Miao was about to express his dissatisfaction, Dong Chao quickly continued, "Next, let's officially talk about Xiao Feng." Dong Chao finally brought up his good son, and Sun Miao hurriedly suppressed all his grievances, adopting an attentive posture. Dong Chao straightened his body, his tone becoming much more serious. Why did Marshal Luer become so furious? Because his act of stealing military merit rewards tarnished Marshal Luer's reputation as a war god. Marshal Luer is respected as a war god because he is fair and just, unyielding and impartial. Those soldiers without backgrounds or family connections are willing to be commanded by Marshal Luer because everyone believes that he is different from those aristocratic families. Under Marshal Luer, as long as one works hard and fights desperately, they can enjoy equal opportunities for advancement. Everyone can fairly exchange military merits to become stronger. Dong Chao's words were heartfelt. Back then, he had climbed step by step from a common soldier to a high position. Among the 4 marshals, Marshal Luer's power was not comparable to Zhu Long, his wealth not comparable to Bing Hu, and in terms of one-on-one combat, he was not a match for the lone wolf. However, he was the only one respected as a war god. It was because he was clear in rewards and punishments, fair and impartial, never engaging in shady dealings. Unfortunately, Marshal Luer's reputation was ruined by his grandson. Establishing the reputation of a war god takes decades, but destroying it only takes an instant. Now it was already spread throughout the military that Marshal Luer's grandson had stolen military merit items worth 200,000 military merits, the core of the Blood Domain Tyrant. The Blood Domain Tyrant was a superclass, stronger than ordinary extraordinary warriors. China had initially gathered 5 extraordinary warriors to kill the Blood Domain Tyrant in the secret realm of the Blood Domain Prison, obtaining this precious. It was said that this could greatly enhance a warrior's life source, granting them incredibly powerful vitality. The military merits required to obtain this were astronomical, a full 200,000. Dong Chao had risked his life for so many years, executing numerous secret missions, and had only accumulated 150,000 military merits. The preciousness of this was evident, and it was such a precious that it was actually stolen and eaten by the grandson of Marshal Luer. In the past, Marshal Luer had repeatedly ordered his officers to refrain from using his military achievements to exchange for cultivation resources for their descendants. The military merit exchange system was designed to motivate every grassroots soldier. The practices of the noble families of the Mengyin descendants would only harm the promotion channels within the army. If the younger generations wanted military merit rewards, they should earn them themselves. Who would have thought that the upright and just Marshal Luer would face such a scandal in his own backyard? After the incident, Marshal Luer immediately issued a self-punishing edict, criticizing and reflecting on himself at the army-wide meeting, even deducting 200,000 military merits from Sun Jingfeng. Unfortunately, these remedial measures could not silence the public outcry. There was even a saying that the Sun family was guarding the treasury while stealing from it. The so-called impartiality of Marshal Luer was merely a facade. Dong Chao had heard some of these rumors, let alone the Sun family, who were at the center of public opinion. Brother, no matter how you look at it, Xiao Feng was wrong in this matter. If he wants to make amends, he will probably have to pay a price. Upon hearing this, Sun Miao's eyes lit up. Are you saying there's still a way to remedy it? Dong Chao nodded. It can be partially remedied. The grandson of the marshal, the son of a general, stealing, no matter how you look at it, is favoritism and abuse of power. But what if he stole because he received a secret mission? He has to act as a meat shield, taking blows for 2 SSS-level geniuses of Huaxia. He has to be a stand-in for the geniuses, providing cover for them, shielding them from open and covert attacks, even defending against repeated assassinations from the demon race. In this way, perhaps it can help your Sun family regain a bit of face and reputation. If handled properly, it might even give Xiao Feng a sense of tragic heroism in bearing the burden. Of course, Xiao Feng himself has to strive. Dong Chao patted Sun Miao's shoulder. This secret mission is called Li Dai Tao Jiang. The initiator of the mission is me, Captain of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall Unit, He Dao Dong Chao. The executor of the mission is the rookie Sun Jingfeng. Listening to Dong Chao's words, Sun Miao was somewhat moved. Sun Miao's feeling of being moved was not because Dong Chao's idea was particularly clever, but because he knew it was a futile effort yet still chose to act. Those noble families in the army were all shrewd, each one a cunning old fox who could see through the ruse. How could they not realize that this so-called secret mission was the emperor's new clothes, a pure deception? Dong Chao knew full well that his strategy was a cover-up, but in order to help Xiao Feng, he was willing to gamble his own reputation to endorse him. You called me all the way here just to come up with such a lame idea? Sun Miao scoffed on the surface, but inside, he felt as warm as water in a pool. Brother, Xiao Feng has caused such a huge mess, this is the only way out. Dong Chao put on a helpless expression. As a seasoned professional, he had practiced this classic scenario many times. In the workplace, when a leader makes a mistake, what should subordinates do? Answer: first, take a stand. Sun Jingfeng had caused such a big mess. It was not something Dong Chao could resolve with just a few clever ideas. However, Dong Chao had to show his attitude. By endorsing Sun Jingfeng as the captain of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall, he was expressing his stance in helping the Sun family cover up the truth. First, the Sun family had shown him kindness, and at such a time, he had to repay that kindness. Second, he was standing for righteousness. Marshal Luer had been just and upright his whole life. In Dong Chao's heart, he was undoubtedly a military god. This momentary storm, along with the petty family factions hiding behind it, could not overshadow the brilliance of the military god. In the end, Dong Chao had his own little thoughts. Dong Chao needed the Sun family to acknowledge his feelings. As his cultivation recovered, he would continuously unlock more system permissions and recruit more and more students. On one hand, he needed Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education, to provide him with convenience and help him attract students. On the other hand, his students, who had not fully matured yet, needed someone like Sun Jingfeng to act as a substitute, helping them conceal their brilliance. Brother, the secret mission that Xiao Feng is executing is classified. To our colleagues in the military, we can only disclose the mission code, not the mission details. The day my students grow up, the truth can be made public. Until then, you and Marshal Luer will have to endure some grievances. Dong Chao was clearly asking Sun Miao to use the name of the secret mission to silence his colleagues. Sun Miao pondered for a long time and indeed felt that this was the only feasible solution for now. The Sun family had definitely taken a big hit, and it would be hard to regain their face in the short term. This so-called secret mission at least provided the Sun family with a chance to turn their reputation around. As long as the two SSS-level geniuses protected by Xiao Feng grew up to become even more terrifying than the four young kings, the mistakes made by Xiao Feng could be infinitely downplayed. Even in the face of the situation, those noble families, knowing it was a cover-up, would have to keep quiet. Currently, the war between the human race and the demon race had reached a boiling point. The fundamental competition between the two sides was their ability to generate new blood and fresh forces. The value of two grown SSS-level geniuses was incomparable to a single. Using one as a price to safeguard two geniuses, the reasoning might be flimsy, but it could still be justified. Thinking of this, Sun Miao suddenly realized that the Sun family's reputation seemed to be bound to Dong Chao's martial arts class in some way. And this was precisely the little scheme Dong Chao had hidden deep within. After much thought, Sun Miao agreed with Dong Chao's idea. Brother, no need to say anything more, we're already in the bath. Sun Miao hugged Dong Chao's shoulder and excitedly pushed him into the water. Brother, it's all your fault. You're so loyal and can handle things. You need to get better soon. Ha! Mentioning Dong Chao's injury, Sun Miao suddenly noticed that Dong Chao's vitality seemed to be a bit more abundant than before. Brother, has your cultivation recovered a bit? Could it be that the medicines developed by the technical department are effective? Dong Chao thought to himself that Sun Miao was indeed an extraordinary martial artist. He had only recovered one level, and Sun Miao could already sense it. Dong Chao couldn't reveal anything about the system, so he could only downplay it. With a bitter face, Dong Chao complained to Sun Miao, brother, that batch of medicine is too harmful. Not only is it ineffective, but the side effects are huge. Didn't I tell you, after taking that medicine, my urine splits? Sun Miao had a look that was both wanting to laugh and embarrassed to laugh. After all, it's an experimental new drug, having side effects is normal. Regarding the urine splitting issue, I consulted the technical department for you. The medical expert's advice is for you to sit down when you urinate. Dong Chao was left utterly dumbfounded. Sit down to urinate? Is this what they call medical advice? What kind of people are in the technical department? Regardless, Xiao Feng's matter finally had some explanation, and Sun Miao's expression relaxed a lot. Taking this opportunity, Dong Chao prepared to press Sun Miao a bit. Brother, you know, during these years of recuperation at Mo University, I haven't dared to slack off for a moment. I've been studying martial arts education. Dong Chao had clearly slacked off for 5 years, but at this moment, he spoke with righteous fervor. Now, my educational methods have already formed their own school, and I can come out. Dong Chao put on a face of selflessness. I dream of cultivating an elite force for Huaxia, a team of elites that can deeply penetrate the enemy's heart in battles against the demon race. But unfortunately, my abilities are limited, and I can only recruit a few outstanding talents. I lie on my sword and wear armor, working day and night, and I have only found 2 good seedlings, Dao Shi and Yisheng Zai. My passion for education has nowhere to pour out. Sun Miao looked at Dong Chao with the eyes of someone watching a pretentious person. Although he knew Dong Chao was putting on an act, this guy was indeed a good instructor. However, this good instructor was only suitable for teaching exceptionally gifted geniuses. Dong Chao was not good at rigid mental techniques or martial skills. What he excelled at was calm and cautious thinking, the ability to adapt in battle, instant judgment of situations, psychological resilience, and even cunning schemes and underhanded tricks. These things of his were useless when taught to ordinary students, but when taught to geniuses, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Sun Miao was clearly swayed by Dong Chao's words, but he felt a bit troubled. I definitely support the idea of forming an elite martial arts class. But you know, those outstanding martial arts geniuses are the favorites of various martial arts universities, and as the Minister of Martial Arts Education, I can't force it. I can only say, let me think of a way to help you. With Sun Miao's words, Dong Chao was satisfied. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a dry and sharp voice suddenly sounded from behind. If the two leaders want to form an elite martial arts class, why go far when we have a good seedling right here at Mobi University? Dong Chao turned around and saw a thin paper figure standing straight at the bathroom door. What the hell? Dong Chao instinctively cursed. He was so shocked, partly because the image of this paper figure was truly eerie. On the other hand, this thing had managed to sneak up on them without a sound. Dong Chao's cultivation had been damaged, and his perception was far from what it used to be, so he couldn't sense it. However, Sun Miao was an extraordinary warrior. This paper figure had actually managed to evade Sun Miao's perception. Upon seeing this paper figure, Sun Miao remained calm. Old comrade, long time no see. The paper figure swayed, giggling, don't call me comrade, call me big sister. Miao, it's been so many years, and you're still so fair-skinned. Hearing that this paper figure was a big sister, Dong Chao awkwardly shrank back into the pool. He didn't know when the paper figure had arrived. She surely hadn't heard about the awkward moment, right? You two, come to my office, we'll talk there. After saying this, the paper figure quickly got damp from the bathroom steam, turning into a shriveled piece of paper that floated down to the ground. Sun Miao stood up and twisted his neck at Dong Chao. You're really lucky, when you're tired, someone brings you a pillow. Want to form an elite martial arts class? Good seedlings are delivered right to your door. Dong Chao felt a bit helpless. Was this really something delivered to his door? That paper figure had clearly been eavesdropping for quite a while. Sun Miao pulled Dong Chao, stop being shy. It won't cost you anything for her to eavesdrop. That old lady, she just has this hobby, she loves to listen in. Besides, she's now more willing than able. It's just for her to satisfy her curiosity. Looking at Sun Miao's carefree back, Dong Chao inwardly sighed. It had to be said, Brother Sun was indeed quite fair-skinned. The two dressed and entered Mowi University, heading straight for the principal's office in the main teaching building. After the initial panic, Dong Chao quickly guessed the identity of that paper big sister. That paper big sister was none other than the principal of Mowi University, Mu Yushi, the last remaining extraordinary puppeteer of Huaxia. To be more precise, it should be said that she was only half remaining. Her current state can only be considered half alive. 10 years ago, Master Mou publicly declared that he would go out to cultivate, leaving all the big and small matters of the school to be managed by a paper puppet of hers. But in reality, she had lost her physical body, and her soul could only reside within the paper figure. Over the years, many people in the school have guessed the true identity of the paper puppet in the principal's office, but only that fool Lu Yuan remained oblivious, even clashing with the puppet more than once. Dong Chao and Sun Miao arrived at the top floor of the teaching building, and suddenly found themselves engulfed in darkness. The entire floor's windows were boarded up, and the floors and walls were covered with various talismans, giving it an incredibly eerie atmosphere. Deep in the corridor, under a dim oil lamp, a middle-aged man was focused on polishing a walnut. Dong Chao immediately recognized this middle-aged man as Mo Zhangling, the administrative director of Mo Wu University. The walnut he was polishing was the one Dong Chao had given him. It was through gifting Mo Zhangling that he had managed to extricate himself from the school's internal assessment list. With a beaming smile, Dong Chao greeted Mo Zhangling. Director Mo, you're here. This walnut is getting shinier by the minute. Upon seeing Dong Chao, a flicker of panic crossed Mo Zhangling's face. Get out! Get out! Who told you to come here? Hurry up and leave. This entire floor was the most confidential area of Mo Wu University. How did this good-for-nothing Dong Chao end up here? And he even brought an outsider? Mo Zhangling waved his hands repeatedly to shoo them away. While doing so, he felt that the guy behind Dong Chao looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Just as Dong Chao was about to explain their purpose, a hoarse voice came from the room behind Mo Zhangling. Zhangling, please let them in. The previously flustered Mo Zhangling instantly became submissive. Yes, senior sister. The hoarse voice continued. Also, your attitude is too poor. Apologize to Director Sun and Teacher Dong. Director Sun? Mo Zhengling's eyes widened in disbelief. Only then did he recognize that the person following Dong Chao was Mr. Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education. The good-for-nothing Dong Chao, who often brought him gifts and flattered him, knew Minister Sun Miao. Moreover, the senior sister's attitude towards Dong Chao was quite strange, even addressing him as Teacher Dong. In that moment, Mo Zhangling felt as if his brain was being flattened like the walnut in his hand. Mo Zhangling didn't dare to go against his senior sister's wishes and stammered an apology, but Dong Chao stopped him. Director Mo, it's not a big deal, no need to be so formal. The principal wants to talk to us, so let's go in first. With a polite fake smile towards Mo Zhangling, Dong Chao pushed open the principal's office door, inviting Sun Miao in first, while he followed behind. The corridor already had a very eerie atmosphere, and the principal's office was even more like a tomb. The office was lit by an everlasting lamp, the walls covered with burial murals, and in the corner, there was even a coffin. The entire room exuded an uncomfortable, cold aura. A relatively exquisite female paper figure sat on a chair that resembled an altar, nodding at the two. I heard that Teacher Dong is the sharpest blade under the six-eared marshal? After so many years of recuperation here, we finally meet. Flattery, all flattery. On the contrary, your esteemed name, Principal, is well known. It is truly an honor to see you today. Dong Chao quickly showered her with compliments. Master Mo, you let out a sharp, mocking laugh. He just as smooth as the legends say. Xu Long once told me that after the poison dragon Shenyuan Qing died, you became the most outstanding genius in the new generation of the army. But in terms of personality, you are completely different from Shenyuan Qing. Seeing you today, it is indeed true. By the way, Shenyuan Qing's son is in your class now, right? It was Shenyuan Qing who caused me to lose my physical body. He. Listening to Master Mou's words, although Dong Chao was shocked inside, the polite smile on his face did not diminish at all. Dong Chao maintained a calm demeanor, while Sun Miao beside him was taken aback. What? That dragon beast kid is the son of the poison dragon? Earlier, when observing that assessment, Sun Miao had realized that the kid with dragon beast blood in Dong Chao's class must have come from the Shenyuan family. But Sun Miao never expected that the child was actually the offspring of the poison dragon Shenyuan Chang. Sun Miao's pupils shook, and he felt as if he had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. At this moment, he finally understood why Dong Chao said that Xiao Feng's Li Dai Tao Jiang had a sense of tragic burden. Because the one Xiao Feng needed to protect was the son of the poison dragon. Master Mou stared intently at Dong Chao. You should have realized long ago that the Yuwu catastrophe back then had other mysteries, right? Dong Chao nodded. Master Mou retracted the stiff smile on his face. What I am about to say next was revealed to me by Xu Long. Xu Long wants you to know these things because he hopes you can teach Dao Shi well. 10 years ago, 26 extraordinary warriors voluntarily participated in the death plan. Both Xiao Miao and I were among them. The organizer of the death plan was Dao Shi's father, Shenyuan Chang. Dong Chao was not surprised at all by Master Mou's words. He simply found it puzzling. Why? To play such a big game just to insert a spy into the demon clan? The cost is too high. Master Mou's lips, made of red paper, moved slightly, as if sighing. The situation back then was very complicated. On one hand, we were too passive, always being led by the demon clan. Whether it was the opening of the new secret realm or the opening of the dimensional rift, they always seemed to know first. The demon clan seemed to have mastered some kind of detection method. In terms of secret realm exploration and dimensional travel, they were far ahead of us. We urgently needed intelligence. Secondly, at that time, Blue Star was in turmoil. Back then, the demon clan used the dimensional rift to transport more than 40 hunting teams to Blue Star. You have fought against the demon clan, you know how troublesome their hunting teams are. The targets of those more than 40 hunting teams were extraordinary warriors from various countries and high-ranking members of the World Roundtable Conference. The continuous assassinations caused panic among the Roundtable Conference members. Some traitors even had thoughts of turning against us. To stabilize the military's morale, to ensure the survival of the Roundtable Resistance Organization, and to insert a nail into the demon clan, we initiated the death plan. Dong Chao suddenly understood. So, you extraordinary warriors deliberately leaked your information to the demon clan, luring their hunting teams to self-destruct with you. Master Mou straightened his paper body, exuding a strong sense of pride. In the case of deliberately leaking our trump cards, the 20 of us Huaxiao warriors took down 27 demon hunting teams. Among them were 15 ghost-level teams, 11 nightmare-level teams, and 1 annihilation-level team. Ghost, Nightmare, and Annihilation are the 3 major levels of demon hunting teams. It is said that the highest level, the Annihilation level team, is composed entirely of 6-star demon masters. The Huaxia extraordinary warriors who participated in the death plan did not sacrifice themselves in vain, they also severely damaged the elite forces of the demon clan through mutual destruction. Dong Chao looked at Master Mou with deep respect. Sun Miao was the strongest in surface water combat, so Dong Chao was not surprised that he survived the death plan. However, Master Mou was a puppet master. The puppeteer fears nothing more than assassination in close quarters combat. That managed to survive the death plan, or rather, a part of it, shows just how terrifying this old lady was in her prime. At this moment finally understood how vicious this move of offering the head of a young master was for Huaxia. The demon clan had no choice but to comply. Huaxia and the demon clan were like two players blinded by rage, both having wagered too many chips and paid too much in silent costs. Both sides were eager to recoup their losses from each other. Under such circumstances, the Shenyuan twin treasures, which provided accurate intelligence to the demon clan, wanted to pledge allegiance to them, and the demon clan simply could not refuse. Moreover, the mastermind behind all this, the poison dragon Shenyuan Qing, played his role too convincingly. He died at the last moment of his escape, still killed by his own family. If it weren't for the single flaw left by Shenyuan Daoshi, the entire plan would have been perfect. Seeing S' expression momentarily stunned, knew he had figured out all the intricacies involved. She spoke in a feigned frivolous tone. The candle dragon did not heed Shenyuan Qing's last wishes and crippled Daoshi's foundation, leaving a flaw in the entire death plan. How to remedy this is your military's concern. However, this has nothing to do with me. I bled for your military and lost my physical body, you should compensate me. Lightly pointed at, you, whether as a military officer or as a teacher at university, have the obligation to help me continue the puppet legacy of the family. My talented successor, an SS-level genius puppeteer, must join your elite martial arts class. Hearing this, felt a surge of delight within. Someone was eager to offer him a golden thigh. What was the difference from picking up money on the road? Although he was pleased inside, put on a difficult expression. Principal, although this student's SS-level talent is slightly mediocre, as a teacher I am willing to cultivate talents for our. It's just that I know nothing about puppetry. Waved her hand. Our puppeteers value personal insight and practical experience more. Each person's path in puppetry is different. Just like my paper puppet technique, which follows the evil path. That child's puppetry, however, follows the righteous path. Pursed his lips, his smile harder to suppress than an AK. The outstanding could give such a high evaluation of that child. He had definitely struck gold. Continued to fan the flames for. I know that the two students in your class are both SSS level. I have secretly observed their battles. Our family's good seed, in terms of talent, may be slightly inferior to them. But in terms of tactical value and rarity, he is by no means weaker. S' heart was blooming with joy, but on the surface, he maintained a noble demeanor as a teacher. Principal, what are you saying? In my eyes, every student is the best, and I treat them all equally. You can rest assured to hand him over to me. Alright, then it's settled. Handed a document to, this is the child's information, take a look. Opened the document and was dumbfounded after just one glance. Name Mage, 18 height, 205 centimeters weight, 140 kilograms occupation, puppeteer specialty, close combat. Next to the data table was a photo of a muscular man without a cap. A 2-meter-tall muscle giant. And he specialized in close combat? You call this a good seed for a puppeteer? Incredulously raised his head. Sorry, Principal, I didn't hear clearly just now. Did you say this child's puppetry path follows the righteous path or the blind path? This is clearly the blind path, right? 10 minutes later, Master Mou earnestly bid farewell to Dong Chao and Sun Miao. You must promise me to raise the child well. Master Mou's hoarse voice echoed repeatedly in the dark corridor. Once the two had gone downstairs, Mo Zhangling, who was waiting at the door, respectfully knocked and entered the principal's office. Senior sister, is Dong Chao from the military? You are collaborating with the military again? What have they done to you? Master Mou waved her hand, signaling Mo Zhangling to be quiet. In her true voice, with an aged tone, she said, Zhangling, as the head of the Mo family, I have dedicated my life to this. In this lifetime, I have only cared about 3 things. First is the inheritance of the Mo family, second is this Mo University, and third is the puppet competition. With my current state, I can no longer teach Mo Xiang, but fortunately, having connected with the military, the Mo family's legacy can be passed on. Our Mo University will soon see a revival. Before I am completely laid to rest, I will do my best to resolve the puppet competition. I can at least be worthy of the title of extraordinary puppeteer and honor my ancestors who passed down this craft. Compared to all this, the injuries I have suffered are nothing, just a bit of wear and tear. Senior sister, Mo Jingling's tears streamed down her face. Master Mo, you comforted her junior brother, alright? Senior sister is just quoting a romantic drama she watched, and you're crying now. You go to the Puppet Academy, find Mo Xiang, say this first. Then say that. Remember? Mo Zhangling nodded repeatedly. Senior sister, I will take care of it right away. Meanwhile, at the Mechanism Puppet Academy. In the puppet training arena, a robust young man, 2 meters tall, was bare-chested, striking a pose of the Thunderbolt Demon Fighting Fist, glaring fiercely at the audience. Although the boy was tall and strong, he did not have a rugged appearance. His handsome features combined with a casual, flowing bun hairstyle gave him an ancient-style beauty. Just looking at his face, he even appeared somewhat delicate. At this moment, his well-defined muscles were bulging, and in the state of gathering power for his punch, the muscles on his back swelled, forming a fierce devilish face. This testosterone-fueled muscle man was the newly enrolled puppeteer, an SS-level genius, Mo Xiang. Currently, the routine puppet sparring was taking place. As usual, today's sparring subject was Mo Xiang challenging all the puppeteers alone. Come on, you guys go ahead. Mo Xiang beckoned to his classmates, signaling them to release their puppets. The classmates all wore bitter expressions. Xiang Gu, you can't do this. We agreed on puppet sparring, but you always engage in close combat, which doesn't follow the rules. Mo Xiang pointed to a female puppet sitting at the side. Isn't my puppet over there? That's my atmosphere puppet. Its main duty is to cheer for me. You guys have no objections, right? As he spoke, Mo Xiang activated the emotional thread on his forehead, and the female puppet immediately began to clap, 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 clap. Alright, you're the boss, whatever you say goes. The classmates present had learned their lesson, knowing that they could not argue with Mo Xiang at this moment, or they would suffer even more. Hurry up, let's destroy them, we're tired. The classmates quickly threw out their scrolls and released their puppets. In the arena appeared centipedes made of bamboo, dogs made of wood, a cow-like monster made of chairs and bed sheets, and a snake made of soda cans and plastic bottles. Various shabby puppets, highlighting their pitiful state. Why are your puppets getting worse and worse? Are you even studying puppetry seriously? In response to Mo Xiang's questioning, everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Why have our puppets become so shabby? Don't you have any sense of urgency in your heart? Since the start of the school year, during the daily puppet sparring sessions, Mo Xiang has always been on the front lines himself. While other puppet masters control their puppets to fight, he makes his puppets stand on the sidelines and watch him fight. Moreover, this guy has terrifying physical strength, able to tear apart others' puppets with his bare hands. After each sparring session, the ground of the training arena is littered with puppet fragments. Being a puppet master is an incredibly costly profession. Just to assemble the most ordinary puppet can easily cost hundreds of thousands. The students present are all first-year freshmen, and they haven't had the chance to earn martial arts contribution points yet. Their puppets are all funded by their families, painstakingly saved up bit by bit. On the first day of school, more than half of the unfortunate ones fell victim to Mo Xiang's ruthless hands, and their puppets were smashed to pieces. After the match, they could only use plastic bags and basins to carry their beloved puppets back to the dormitory. Since then, these freshmen have learned their lesson. During the sparring sessions, they just throw together some scraps to get by, merely going through the motions. After all, who could blame them for the existence of such a freak as Mo Xiang in the academy? The students clearly remember that during the self-introduction on the first day of school, Mo Xiang claimed to have B-level talent, but the combat power he displayed was anything but B-level. He could probably compete with the top students of the martial arts academy. Amid the lackluster enthusiasm of the crowd, the routine sparring session began. With just a few punches and kicks, Mo Xiang sent those shabby puppets flying. Then, he fixed his piercing gaze on everyone present. How many times have I told you? Puppets are ultimately just external forces. The body of a puppet master is the foundation. The muscles of a puppet master are the best weapons. Mo Xiang pounded his chest, making a loud thud. You all lost today's match again. According to the rules we agreed upon, each of you has to do 100 push-ups, then go to the gym for strength training. After that, each of you has to run 10,000 meters before it's considered over. Do it now. Under Mo Xiang's fierce gaze, the students groaned in discontent as they bent down to start doing push-ups. They are from the Mechanized Puppet Academy, not a bodybuilding academy. Doing push-ups and going to the gym for strength training would only waste their time and hinder their study of puppet techniques. Moreover, Mo Xiang always commanded everyone in a tone of authority, truly thinking of himself as a big shot. However, facing this ultimate muscle-bound pressure monster, no one dared to vent their dissatisfaction. They could only do push-ups while casting pleading glances at Professor Wang, who was standing nearby. Seeing this situation, Professor Wang maneuvered his automatic wheelchair closer. Mo Xiang, everyone has been tired all day, and there's an early class tomorrow. Let's just put today's training on hold. Professor Wang kindly tried to persuade Mo Xiang. Unexpectedly, Mo Xiang showed him no mercy. He lifted Professor Wang right out of his wheelchair. Did I say they didn't say anything about you? You got a stroke and don't want to find a way to rehabilitate, you just want to sit in a wheelchair. The more you sit, the worse your body will get. Starting today, you will practice with crutches. As he spoke, he picked up a leg from a stool off the ground and handed it to Professor Wang. Use this, and you are not allowed to sit down for 5 minutes. Professor Wang's face turned ashen, his whole body shaking like a sieve. Shaking? Shaking counts as time. Mo Xiang kicked Professor Wang's wheelchair far away. Fierce and intimidating, Mo Xiang was not a jerk. He was forced to play the villain. His domineering behavior was influenced by his martial arts training, and his identity played a role as well. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. The truly SS-level talented Mo Xiang has had grand ambitions since childhood. He wants to revive the puppet techniques of the Mo family. In his view, one significant reason why puppet masters have become increasingly weak is their frail bodies. For a long time, Mo Xiang had been trying to find ways to compensate for the shortcomings of being a puppeteer. After all, his second cousin, Mo Yushir, had been dragged down by this very flaw, ending up in her current half-alive state. Mo Xiang was directing everyone in physical training when the administrative director, Mo Zhangling, walked in. Mo Xiang, come here for a moment. Hearing Mo Zhangling's words, Mo Xiang's expression darkened as he slowly walked over. His gaze was cold, his head slightly tilted, standing before Mo Zhangling with an air of threat. Then he curled his lips and asked coldly, "Is there something you need, uncle?" Seeing this stance, Mo Zhangling knew that the child was still acting out. Or rather, he was still in training. Mo Xiang was the purest puppeteer, practicing the highest level mental techniques of the Mo family, the divine nature transformation technique. In the past, a puppeteer like him was referred to as a yin master. The so-called divine nature transformation technique involved the puppeteer embodying a certain disposition, a certain character, and then transferring that disposition to the puppet. In this way, each puppet could possess a unique aura, just like a human. This technique exemplified the highest ideal of the yin master community, to make a puppet into a person. At present, the character Mo Xiang was embodying was that of a domineering figure. Being looked down upon coldly by a junior, Mo Zhangling felt quite uncomfortable, but he still followed his senior sister's instructions and earnestly said to Mo Xiang, in order to let you experience more and improve your divine nature transformation technique, and for the future of our Mo Wu University, the principal has decided to transfer you to the Martial Arts Academy. You are going to the Martial Arts Academy for further study. However, we must publicly declare that you made a mistake and are being punished by being sent to the Martial Arts Academy for reflection and correction. This is a special instruction from the principal. Do you understand the principal's intentions? Initially confused about being transferred to the Martial Arts Academy, Mo Xiang quickly felt relieved upon hearing that the order came from the principal. If Mo Wu University were likened to a family business, he, the only yin master of the Mo family, was equivalent to the family's crown prince. His transfer to the Martial Arts Academy appeared to be a punishment, but in reality, it was a chance to lie low at the grassroots level and rectify the chaos within the academy. Many domineering CEO novels were written this way. To play the role of a domineering figure well, Mo Xiang borrowed quite a few domineering CEO novels from his second cousin, Mo Yushir. He had seen similar scenarios several times. His second cousin's decision to transfer him to the Martial Arts Academy was clearly imitating the trope of a domineering figure lying low. Sure enough, the future of the family business rested on his shoulders. Thinking of this, Mo Xiang nodded slightly, a low, bubbling sound escaping his throat. Let the principal keep her heart in her belly, I won't let her down. Then get ready, you will report to the Martial Arts Academy tonight. Mo Zhangling thought to himself that his senior sister was indeed impressive, easily trapping this kid. Mo Zhangling raised his voice to announce to everyone present, Mo Xiang has bullied classmates, defied teachers, and shown disrespect. The school has decided to punish him by sending him to the worst martial arts class in the Martial Arts Academy for self-reflection and repentance. During this period, his puppeteer stipend will be compensated to all the students and teachers who were harmed. Upon hearing that the bully Mo Xiang was being transferred to the Martial Arts Academy, the students present showed expressions of joy as if it were the new year. Even Professor Wang, who had suffered a stroke, felt his blood flow freely and couldn't help but jump up. Their hard days had finally come to an end. In the evening, Martial Arts Academy Teaching Building. Mo Xiang sat on a bench in the hall of the teaching building, holding two books and reading them carefully. With 20 minutes left until his reporting time, Mo Xiang seized the opportunity to practice his divine nature transformation technique. The two books in his hands were The Self-Cultivation of a Drama Queen and The Fake Young Lady's CEO Falling in Love with Me, a very standard domineering CEO novel. Just as he was carefully pondering the essence of a domineering CEO, light footsteps echoed in the stairwell. A few girls descended the stairs, chatting and laughing. As they walked, they giggled about gossip. Have you heard? The Secret Realm Resource Development Academy has had a major abstract event. This year, they admitted 77 girls and 3 boys. Who would have thought that just a week into the semester, those 3 boys are already in a relationship? And it's a love triangle. They're showering 77 girls with affection every day. The girls wore complex expressions that were hard to maintain. Although it was a bit abstract, they still believed this gossip. After all, the one who leaked this juicy tidbit, Lin Weian, was not only one of the 4 S-class students in the academy but also a well-known gossip expert. There was no scoop she couldn't dig up. You don't know, those 3 boys are quite the players. They're really something. Just as Lin Weian was about to share the details of the boys' love triangle with her classmates, her peripheral vision caught sight of Mo Xiang. At that moment, Mo Xiang was sitting on a bench, engrossed in a book. In front of him was a huge metal box that blocked his figure, leaving only his head visible. Mo Xiang's handsome face, his lazy and casual bun, and his intellectual aura while reading instantly captivated Lin Weian. The gossip within her was burning fiercely. She trotted over, her smile radiant, and asked, "Hey, which class are you in? I've never seen you before." Hearing the question, Mo Xiang slightly raised his head, casting a cold glance at Lin Weian, and said in a deep, bubble-like voice, "Woman, you're playing with fire." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Mo Xiang's response, the girls burst into laughter. "You little brat, are you trying to imitate a domineering CEO? With your naturally delicate looks, you should be going for the younger puppy route." Lin Weian chuckled. The boy before her was quite handsome, and with his unique medium-length hair, he clearly fit the delicate ancient-style beauty type. A boy like this would cry for a long time if she punched him. Lin Weian wanted to take a good look at the little brat, but unfortunately, her view was blocked by a metal box taller than herself. This kid is really good-looking, but I wonder how tall he is and if his body proportions are good. But for an ancient-style puppy, being cute is enough, the rest doesn't matter. Lin Weian thought to herself. Intent on flirting with this little puppy, she continued to tease, "Hey, little brat, you're new here, right? You can add me on WeChat, and if anyone bullies you, I'll stand up for you." Mo Xiang let out a cold snort and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Woman, you've successfully made me remember you this way." Ha 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 ha. The girls laughed even harder. This ancient-style little boy trying to put on a domineering CEO facade was just too amusing. Mo Xiang glanced at his watch, confirming that it was almost time. He stood up, casually slinging the towering metal box over his shoulder. He turned back to Lin Weian and said, "Woman, I remember your words. If I run into trouble, I'll come find you." The girls strained to lift their heads, their eyes wide as saucers. What was going on? The delicate and handsome little brat suddenly transformed from a little fire dragon into Godzilla? How tall was this guy? Taller than the door frame. And what was with his exaggerated physique, even more so than a double-door refrigerator? The moment he slung the box over his back, the sound of the collision reverberated, shaking the glass on both sides of the corridor. This was no ancient-style beauty, this was clearly a mutated humanoid monster. Looking up at the smelly little brother's robust physique and that extremely mismatched handsome face, Lin Weian had a bizarre thought. It wasn't that the proportions of the smelly little brother were problematic, he had a problem with his reincarnation. How could such a handsome face be attached to the body of a brute like Thanos? 10 minutes later, Dong Chao, accompanied by Mo Xiang, stepped into the student dormitory building of Mo Wu Academy. Mo Xiang's tall figure completely filled the corridor. From the moment he entered the dormitory, he continuously attracted the attention of the surrounding students. At that moment, Mo Xiang was wearing a suit, and his chiseled, muscular build was hidden beneath the clothing. However, the fierce aura of a suit-clad thug he exuded, along with the massive equipment case on his back, still brought a strong sense of oppression. What was even harder to accept than this oppressive feeling was that such a fierce giant actually had a handsome face. The crowd was both curious and somewhat intimidated by this new tall guy, peeking from the door. As Dong Chao walked, he cheerfully chatted with Mo Xiang. "From now on, I will be your martial arts mentor. You need to reform and reflect well here. Who knows, you might even return to the Puppet Academy one day." Mo Xiang remained immersed in his domineering persona, his lips slightly parted. "I know what I need to do, you don't have to say much." A strange glint flashed in Dong Chao's eyes, and his smile grew even more radiant. "Your dormitory is on the top floor. Our martial arts academy's dormitories are all single rooms, and the other two classmates in your class live next door. The two arrived at the top floor, and as soon as they exited the elevator, Dongchao shouted, Daoshi, Hexiong Zai, come out and meet your new classmate, and by the way, I'll check the dorms. Upon hearing this, Daoshi and Hexiong Zai opened their doors. Both were slightly taken aback when they saw the giant behind Dongchao. However, they quickly put on polite smiles and greeted Mo Xiang. Dongchao introduced Mo Xiang, a student from the Puppet Academy. He made a mistake and was punished to our worst martial arts class for reflection. Although he is a serious top student with B-level talent, you must not discriminate against him. In your daily study life, you should help him more. The advanced should assist the lagging. Mo Xiang was left puzzled. He felt that Dong Chao's words seemed a bit off. Daoshi and Hexiong Zai nodded repeatedly. Teacher, you can rest assured. As class leader and vice class leader, we have the duty to help our classmates regress. Dong Chao pretended not to hear their sarcastic tone. With your words, I can relax. You two should get to know each other well. I'll check your dorms first. As he spoke, Dong Chao entered Daoshi's room 601. He looked around the dormitory and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, there are no beer cans in the trash. It seems you've taken the teacher's words to heart. The socket is also installed next to the bed, so you can lie down and play on your phone, which is very convenient. Worthy of praise. The snacks and instant noodles are well stocked. You can have a midnight snack anytime, which is excellent for staying up late. However, the teacher still needs to criticize you. Dong Chao approached the bed and shook out Daoshi's blanket. This bad habit of folding blankets must be changed. The bed must always be ready for lying down. If I catch you secretly folding blankets again, don't blame me for deducting your credits. Watching this scene, Mo Xiang was both bewildered and unable to hold back his laughter. What was this person doing? Deducting credits for folding blankets? So this is what the worst class in the martial arts academy is like. No wonder the principal wanted to place himself in the martial arts academy. There were indeed significant issues here. Dong Chao went to inspect Hexiong Zai's dormitory again. There wasn't anything majorly wrong with Hexiong Zai's room, except for the 6 rolls of toilet paper at the head of the bed, which were a bit conspicuous. Dong Chao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How wonderful it is to be young. The results of this inspection are generally satisfactory to the teacher. You all help the new students tidy up their dormitory, and I'll take my leave first. After the inspection, Dong Chao patted Daoshi and Hexiong Zai on the shoulders, then left with a beaming smile. Once Dong Chao was gone, Daoshi and Hexiong Zai exchanged glances, and they eagerly said to Mo Xiang, come on, let's go to your dormitory. Mo Xiang maintained his domineering posture, raising a finger and squeezing out a magnetic bubble sound from his throat. I'll say this only once. Remember, when you talk to me in the future, you must say please. Mo Xiang had decided that to rectify the chaos in the martial arts academy, he would start with these 2 bottom-ranked students. He had to deal with these 2 underachievers first. Please, Mo Xiang, go to your dormitory. Daoshi and Hexiong Zai led Mo Xiang to the new dormitory, eagerly helping him unload the giant equipment box from his back. While unloading the box, Mo Xiang was a bit surprised. This box was his mobile workbench, containing all the tools he needed to make puppets. The entire box weighed 1,000 pounds. With his build, carrying 1,000-pound box was naturally as light as a feather. He didn't expect these 2 unremarkable guys to handle the box so easily as well. After unloading the box, Daoshi kicked his leg and closed the door. Mo Xiang, are you majoring in mechanical puppetry? Can you fix a table? Ha! Mo Xiang was puzzled as to why Daoshi would ask that. Daoshi suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it against the desk. With a loud bang, the desk instantly turned to dust. Caught off guard, Mo Xiang instinctively wanted to fight back, but he suddenly realized that his arm was being held. His arm, thicker than a cow's leg, couldn't struggle free. Excuse me, can you fix the floor? Daoshi tripped Mo Xiang with a hidden kick, and at the same time, he yanked Mo Xiang's hair, smashing his handsome face hard into the floor. A terrifying deep pit appeared on the floor. Mo Xiang activated his internal energy, trying to push Daoshi back. Unexpectedly, his energy was also suppressed by Daoshi. Daoshi grabbed Mo Xiang's throat with one hand, lifting him into the air like a chick. Mo Xiang, over 2 meters tall, was forced to dangle in midair. At that moment, Mo Xiang realized that his initial stage of 6th level cultivation had no room for resistance in front of Daoshi. This guy was terrifyingly strong. Don't underestimate us, big guy, Daoshi said. I don't care what your purpose is in martial arts class 4. Here, keep your tail tucked in and don't interfere with me and Zai Zi, understood? Daoshi's tone was very calm, his expression lazy, and he seemed completely indifferent. Daoshi could see at a glance that this big guy was not a B-level talent but an SS-level talent. His energy fluctuations were very strong. This kind of guy, who was neither strong nor weak, had to be taught a lesson. Mo Xiang, hanging in the air, felt his pupils shake. More shocking than the beating he was receiving was the domineering aura emanating from Daoshi at that moment, which was impossible to defy. Mo Xiang, who practiced the divine nature transformation technique, finally realized that true dominance was like this. At the same time, Dong Chao was hiding in the elevator shaft, listening to the muffled sounds coming from upstairs, and he chuckled to himself. What do geniuses hate the most? Geniuses hate it when someone tries to show off in front of them. That kid Mo Xiang was acting all high and mighty. If he wasn't getting beaten up, who would? Night fell. Mo Xiang sat in the dormitory, staring across at his puppets. As a puppeteer, Mo Xiang was skilled and resourceful. In just an hour, he had reassembled the shattered table and filled the holes in the floor as if they had never existed. The entire dormitory was refreshed. Only the lingering redness and bruises on Mo Xiang's face testified to the brutal beating he had just endured. At this moment, Mo Xiang gritted his teeth against the pain, racing against time to transfer the domineering aura he had just felt to his puppet. A gleaming thread emerged from the center of Mo Xiang's forehead, piercing into the puppet's forehead from afar. As the thread delved deeper, the puppet's body twisted strangely, as if it had been given life. During the beating, the domineering aura Mo Xiang sensed from Daoshi was countless times stronger than the domineering persona he had adopted while playing the role of a CEO or a villain these past few days. Mo Xiang couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. That unremarkable Daoshi was terrifyingly strong and domineering, and that smirking He Xiangzai was certainly no weakling either. The so-called worst class in the school, the martial arts class 4, was actually a class of genius monsters. Could it be that this is the true purpose of my second cousin arranging for me to attend the martial arts academy? Mo Xiang finally understood why Principal Mou had placed him in the martial arts academy. He wasn't there to reform the academy. On the contrary, he was the one being reformed and dealt with. The next day, martial arts class 4 classroom. Mo Xiang, with a bruised face, sat at his desk, his massive frame curled up in the small desk, looking exceptionally obedient. Beside him, Daoshi and He Xiangzai were playfully messing around. Daoshi held a ruler, while He Xiangzai had 2 water-based pens, and the two were playfully wrestling under the desk. This kind of playful banter might seem a bit childish for elementary school students, but for college students, it was just right. Mo Xiang glanced sideways at these two big shots, not daring to breathe. He felt that these two seemed to be dismantling each other's moves in a playful manner. Their seemingly casual blocks and jabs appeared to carry deep meaning. With Mo Xiang's first level of 6th stage cultivation, he could only discern some of the intricacies of their techniques. When he enrolled, Mou had altered his records. His first level of 6th stage cultivation was changed to first level of 3rd stage. His SS level talent was downgraded to B level. Mou did this to hope he could keep a low profile and avoid early attention from the demon race. Clearly, these two big shots beside him were in the same situation. They had both concealed their cultivation and talents. Thinking of this, Mo Xiang stole a glance at Dong Chao by the podium, and his heart stirred even more. The martial arts class 4, which everyone looked down upon, was actually a den of monsters. Was Dong Chao, the mentor of martial arts class 4, also not an ordinary person? Mo Xiang had heard of Dong Chao long ago. Before last night, he had thought Dong Chao was just a good-for-nothing drifter. However, after witnessing Daoshi's terrifying strength last night, Mo Xiang began to doubt Dong Chao's true identity. To be able to teach monsters like Daoshi and He Xiangzai, Dong Chao couldn't possibly be a true slacker, right? Yet, no matter how Mo Xiang looked, he felt that Dong Chao was truly unremarkable, with nothing special about him. Dong Chao noticed Mo Xiang's gaze and cheerfully approached him. Xiangzi, I was in such a hurry yesterday that I forgot to give you this. Dong Chao pulled out a stack of vouchers and recharge cards from his pocket and handed them to Mo Xiang. As my student, you can use my name at any place of consumption in the school, and it will definitely work. Of course, you can also try it outside of school. On the bus or subway, you can mention the teacher's name. If it doesn't work, you can buy a ticket. Mo Xiang thought to himself that he had really overthought things. No matter the fluctuations of his vital energy or his greasy social demeanor, Dong Chao had nothing to do with the big shots. Just as it was rumored in the campus forum, Dong Chao not only mingled but also abstracted. Ding, the class bell rang, and Dong Chao tidied up his outfit, strutting onto the podium with flair. From today onwards, Mo Xiang is officially a member of our martial arts class 4. To welcome Mo Xiang, the teacher will showcase some real skills today, teaching you some secret techniques that are kept under wraps. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiang's eyes widened. As expected, as the martial arts mentor of two monsters, Dong Chao must have something up his sleeve. His every gesture on the podium was full of style, completely different from just a moment ago. Teacher Dong Chao was indeed a hidden master. Mo Xiang quickly perked up his ears, focusing intently, afraid of missing a single word. Meanwhile, outside the corridor, Shenyuan Qing, who was hurrying to attend martial arts class 1, leisurely stopped in her tracks. Just as I imagined, there's a lot of mystery in Dong Chao's martial arts class 4. Shenyuan Qing thought to herself. She had long realized that Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were the true geniuses in the academy. Yesterday, another puppet master transferred from the puppet academy to martial arts class 4. Although that puppet master was ostensibly there to repent and be punished, anyone with discerning eyes could see that he was also there for Dong Chao. Shenyuan Qing had her doubts. It was very likely that Dong Chao wanted to recruit talented individuals to create a super elite martial arts class. Moreover, with Dong Chao's significant background, he was truly generous with these students. The secret techniques that were kept under wraps were so openly brought into the classroom. No reservations at all. Shenyuan Qing couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for Dong Chao. In the classroom, Dong Chao, embodying the demeanor of a mentor, spoke clearly and confidently. Having been a force to be reckoned with for so many years, my specialty is winning with fewer against more, and the weak overcoming the strong. The weakest in the world is no softer than water, and no one can defeat the strong. The weak defeating the strong, the soft overcoming the hard, is the way to victory for the teacher. Mo Xiang nodded repeatedly, committing every word to memory. The mentor of the monstrous martial arts class was indeed extraordinary. The words he spoke were so philosophical. Mo Xiang felt a bit guilty. How could he have underestimated teacher Dong Chao earlier? To look down on a master is a crime. What Dong Chao said was so profound. It was clear he was a hidden big shot. Mo Xiang excitedly glanced at Dao Shi and He Xiangzai beside him, only to find them expressionless, not the least bit excited. Mo Xiang found it a bit strange. Teacher Dong was about to teach the secret techniques, so why did the two of you look so calm and unexcited? Outside the classroom, Shenyuan Qing, eavesdropping, widened her beautiful eyes, feeling quite conflicted. Dong Chao's few guiding principles were so well articulated, winning with the weak, overcoming the strong with softness. Regardless of Dong Chao's cultivation level, this martial arts mindset was indeed impressive. She really wanted to hear Dong Chao's secret techniques, but she remembered Yang Wei had warned her about the principle of confidentiality. What shouldn't be heard should not be heard. Right now, Dong Chao was about to reveal his secret techniques, which clearly fell into the category of what shouldn't be heard. Shenyuan Qing forcibly suppressed her curiosity, took a step, and walked towards martial arts class 1. At this moment, in the classroom, under Mo Xiang's eager attention, Dong Chao picked up the chalk and elegantly wrote a few large characters on the blackboard, winning with fewer, the unbeatable method for playing do di zhu. Looking at this inexplicable writing on the board, Mo Xiang felt even more confused than when Dao Shi had pressed him to the ground. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret technique? How did it turn into playing do di zhu? Back in the day, the teacher had a nickname, called the plane with two kings. I'm the most arrogant. In music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, my cards are the strongest. If it weren't for the 5 insurances and 1 fund that come with being a teacher, I would have quit to become a professional card player long ago. Dong Chao spoke confidently at the podium. In that moment, Mo Xiang felt as if a powerful and nameless presence had lifted his skull and was using a straw to suck out his brain matter. Winning with the weak against the strong, overcoming the hard with the soft, after all that, was he really talking about playing do di zhu? Without 20 years of cerebral thrombosis, he couldn't have come up with such a grand idea. Why teach do di zhu with such flair? I really thought you were some kind of transcendent master just now. Now, Mo Xiang finally believed the rumors on the campus forum. The notorious slacker in the education field, Dong Chao, was both muddled and abstract. He was truly bewildered. After just 5 minutes of class, Mo Xiang felt his cognitive abilities had been greatly impacted. How could someone teach do di zhu so earnestly in a martial arts class? What was worse, the 2 super geniuses in the audience accepted it so nonchalantly. Mo Xiang looked at the still indifferent Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, feeling that this scene was particularly surreal. Aren't you 2 supposed to be super prodigies? Learning this in a martial arts class? Mo Xiang, stop looking around and pay attention. Dong Chao reprimanded. I'll listen to your grandmother. Mo Xiang cursed inwardly. If it had been a day earlier, he would have charged up to the podium and smashed the blackboard. But at this moment, feeling Dao Shi's cold gaze, he didn't dare to act rashly. Dong Chao took out a brand new deck of playing cards and skillfully shuffled and cut them at the podium. Don't underestimate the game of do di zhu. This game has a high universality. From business owners to common folks, people from all walks of life play it. With such a universally appealing entertainment, we must master it. As we all know, in do di zhu, the farmers have 1 less round of card rights and 3 fewer cards than the landlord. For farmers to win, they need calm calculations and tacit cooperation. Farmers are divided into Shun Pao and Men Ban positions, and upon receiving their cards, they must recognize their roles immediately. After 3 rounds of play, they must calculate the basic card types. In addition, I have a set of exclusive mnemonics that you must remember. Play more, don't play less. Playing less is foolish. The Men Ban must defend, while Shun Pao should run quickly. If you have bombs, play them early. It's not good to be late. A plane with a king bomb is refreshing and invigorating. Mo Xiang really wanted to treat Dong Chao like a puppet and smash him to pieces. What was this? His serious demeanor while teaching Do Diju was absurd. What made Mo Xiang feel worse was that, facing such a ridiculous martial arts class, he felt uncomfortable all over but didn't dare to explode. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were still sitting beside him. Dao Shi remained in his indifferent state, as if he wasn't surprised by Dong Chao's bizarre martial arts course. He Xiongzai was even worse. That guy actually took out a notebook and was seriously taking notes. Mo Xiang felt utterly helpless. At this moment, his inner frustration and confusion were even greater than when he was beaten up yesterday. Alright, let's move on to the practical session. Mo Xiang, you be the landlord, and Shi Zi and Zai Zi will be the farmers. Let's practice. Remember, Do Diju is not just a game of luck, it's also a game of strategy. The right strategy, a calm mind, and on-the-spot calculations are the keys to victory. Dong Chao signaled for the 3 to play Do Diju in class. Seeing Dao Shi and He Xiongzai eager to try, Mo Xiang simply decided to go along with it. Alright, you 2 super geniuses, just wasting time, huh? Then I'll join you. The 3 sat together, shuffled the cards, and dealt. Mo Xiang was the landlord in every round, while Dao Shi and He Xiongzai cooperated as farmers. After playing 3 rounds, Mo Xiang sensed something was off. In the first round, he won easily, but in the last 2 rounds, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai really started to cooperate. One person was responsible for running, while the other created trouble for Mo Xiang. In the last 2 rounds, Mo Xiang lost the game by a hair's breadth. Throughout the game, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai needed no communication, they had already formed a tacit understanding. Although they were playing cards, Mo Xiang's mind kept drifting back to the scene before class, where Dao Shi and He Xiongzai used a ruler and a water-based pen to counter each other's moves. In the current game, He Xiongzai, as the door panel position, resembled a swordsman wielding dual swords, constantly creating difficulties for Mo Xiang, entangling him and wearing him out. Meanwhile, Dao Shi, as the runner, was like a knife-wielding fighter, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Mo Xiang never expected that a few small playing cards could lead him to contemplate such profound things. He finally realized that Do Diju was truly a strategic game. This instant strategy bore a slight resemblance to the battlefield strategies and analyses of puppeteers during combat. Even with skilled martial arts and strong muscles, Mo Xiang had to admit that being a puppeteer was not about brute force. Puppeteers excelled in cunning and calculation. They created the most favorable battlefield environment, used the most suitable puppets, and delivered the deadliest attacks to their enemies. This strategy was somewhat akin to playing cards. Just like at this moment, Mo Xiang was trying to use the most suitable cards to suppress his opponent and seize control of the game. Understanding this layer of complexity, Mo Xiang's card skills gradually improved. In each round of play, he calmly analyzed and estimated his opponent's hand, then sought the appropriate strategy. The right strategy, a calm mind, and on-the-spot calculations. Wasn't this the way for a puppeteer to win? Mo Xiang thought to himself how strong he was, able to draw parallels and connect the dots. However, he found it a bit strange for a moment. Strategy, calculation, mind. These words seemed to echo somewhere he had just heard. But it didn't matter, that wasn't important. What mattered was that while Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were indeed exceptional, he was not far behind. A simple game to pass the time had led him to gain so much insight. What does it mean to be the only Yensher of the Mo family? This moment of enlightenment made Mo Xiang unable to suppress a light snort. Dao Shi's recognition +1. Dao Shi's recognition +1. Dong Chao's secret technique, which he had kept hidden, failed to draw first blood from Mo Xiang, instead granting Dao Shi 2 more points of recognition. Dao Shi appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was racing. He wasn't quite sure whether Dong Chao was teaching them how to play cards or using the game as an excuse to impart some real knowledge. The right strategy, a calm mind, and on-the-spot calculations, this clearly referred to the essentials of combat, right? Moreover, who among him and He Xiongzai would take the runner position and who would take the door panel position seemed to test their division of labor and cooperation in battle. This lesson, seemingly about playing cards, was actually more like a special combat drill. Furthermore, through this period of interaction, Dao Shi discovered that teacher Dong Chao was not as useless as the legend suggested. This guy had quite a few shining points. In fact, it seemed that there were many mysteries surrounding Dong Chao. For instance, on the day Daoshi and his Xiongzai damaged the training room, Dong Chao had helped them out with just a few words. That night, did Dong Chao notice anything? Also, was his act of setting up a stall at the school gate with the two of them merely a playful abstraction? Or was there another intention behind it? Were his comforting words a casual remark or a deliberate action? With all these questions in mind, Daoshi stole a glance at Dong Chao. He suddenly noticed that Dong Chao was grinning mischievously, instructing his Xiongzai on how to secretly drop a single 3 he had been holding onto the ground. So focused on remembering and calculating the cards, Mo Xiang completely missed the little antics of the two. Looking at Dong Chao and his Xiongzai stifling their laughter, Daoshi felt that he might be overthinking things. His mentor, Dong Chao, was not only useless but also shameless. 6 to K, 3 with 2, Big King. Anti-spring. His Xiongzai had already found the trick to playing Do Di Zhu, easily discarding his hand and winning the 4th round. As long as he was quick with his moves and tossed all the unplayable single cards onto the ground, he could greatly increase his chances of winning. This was the true essence of the farmer's guaranteed victory in Do Di Zhu. His Xiongzai's recognition +1. His Xiongzai's recognition +1. His Xiongzai's recognition +1. His Xiongzai chuckled, presenting Dong Chao with 3 consecutive points of recognition. His Xiongzai loved this game too much. Winning a round brought a happiness level of only 10, but winning through cheating brought a happiness level of 1000. However, to enjoy this happiness, there was one necessary condition: he had to be teammates with Daoshi. If he were to be opponents with Daoshi, he would definitely be getting beaten up by now. Looking at the pile of playing cards on the ground, Dong Chao knew that the game could not continue. If they played any longer, they would surely be exposed. A deck of cards has 54 cards, and now 20 of them were lying on the ground. And yet, She was still pretending to be a master by calculating the cards. He really didn't know what he was calculating. Dong Chao quickly called off the game. The secret technique that the teacher keeps hidden is not so easy to master. You can just get a glimpse of it today. Let's end today's lesson here. Come on, the teacher will take you all out for a meal. As he spoke, Dong Chao pretended to be casual and swept the cards from the table onto the ground. The traces of his Xiongzai's cheating instantly vanished into thin air. So clever, truly clever. His Xiongzai secretly admired, once again offering Dong Chao 1 point of recognition. His Xiongzai's recognition +1. Dong Chao led a few students, leisurely walking along the path in the campus. As mealtime approached, many classes had already ended, and students were heading in groups to the cafeteria. Some dedicated eaters were jogging towards the cafeteria, afraid of missing out on the hot food. Even more extreme, some were riding bicycles towards the cafeteria. When they arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, a student on a bicycle brushed past them. This student was almost standing while riding, and when he reached the cafeteria entrance, he dismounted with flair and casually tossed his bike into a corner before rushing inside. Almost bumped into by this student, Dong Chao was not angry at all. Not only did he let the student go first, but he also turned back to help the student lift the fallen bicycle. As Dong Chao brushed off the dust from the bicycle, he took the opportunity to educate the students. As my students, you must not emulate this student's bad habits. The students initially thought Dong Chao wanted to teach them to uphold public morals and maintain order, but unexpectedly, he changed his tone. How can you ride a bicycle like him? Taking this opportunity, I want to emphasize that our class 4 of martial arts has a 4th rule: no riding. We absolutely do not ride bicycles that have been pedaled by someone standing. Because once someone is pedaled at standing, its performance is definitely compromised, which will affect the riding experience. We don't touch it. Second, we do not ride shared bicycles, because they are good. Shared bicycles have served everyone at a low price for a lifetime, and in the end, you still rode it for 2 laps. How can you bear it? Third, we do not ride other people's bicycles. You might be pedaling someone else's precious possession, and if it gets scratched or bumped, it's hard to explain. She felt that some powerful and mysterious presence was once again sucking the marrow from his brain. What on earth was this? Can this even be called a class rule? This rule was clearly made up on the spot. Also, you better be really talking about bicycles. Daoshi and his Xiongzai exchanged a glance. Although both were surprised, they calmly accepted the new class rule. Although teacher Dong's words were abstract, they seemed to hold some truth. With different thoughts in mind, the group arrived at the designated dining area, where a grand 8 immortals table was already filled to the brim. A large bowl of noodles, a full sea bowl of 3 flavor sauce, and 7 or 8 varieties of rich side dishes were laid out. Hurry up and eat, I specially asked the cafeteria staff to prepare this, Dong Chao said enthusiastically as he served noodles to the 3 students. Mo Xiang had long heard that the meals in martial arts class 4 were specially provided by the cafeteria, different from what other students had. Now he finally witnessed it. Mo Xiang took the bowl and chopsticks that Dong Chao handed him, and with the steaming heat, he slurped eagerly. The noodles were hand-pulled, chewy and flavorful. The three flavor sauce was rich in ingredients, including mountain delicacies like mushrooms, black fungus, and daylilies, as well as seafood like scallops and squid, complemented by the rich flavor from the pork belly and pig bone broth, making it a delight to eat. After a hearty mouthful of noodles paired with several side dishes, Mo Xiang felt that his battered heart seemed to be healed a bit. Just as he was emptying his mind and focusing on his meal, Dong Chao spoke again. I also have 3 rules for eating these noodles. First, if there aren't enough side dishes, I won't eat. The world is full of temptations, and if the quality isn't high, it's embarrassing. In terms of noodle dishes, the number of side dishes directly affects the quality. Second, if the sauce is too thick, I won't eat it, because it's salty. After teaching for a whole morning, to end up eating something so salty is bad for my throat. Third, I won't eat hanging noodles. Hanging noodles don't count as proper noodles. The only way to eat hanging noodles is to make them into fried sauce noodles. But if you make fried sauce noodles, it wastes the sauce. As my student, you are not allowed to eat hanging noodles at banquets in the future, even if it's instant noodles. Eating hanging noodles will make you a laughingstock. This is our 5th class rule, remember it? Got it. Dao Shi and He Xiong Zai responded in unison. Watching the 3 of them banter, Mo Xiang felt his head was about to explode. How can you still have the nerve to talk about teaching and nurturing? Also, eating instant noodles at a banquet is even more embarrassing. Just as he was going crazy, Dao Shi and He Xiong Zai continued to eat their noodles, calmly looking at Mo Xiang as if they were seasoned veterans. Mo Xiang's eyes flickered. He wished he could send them a string of Morse code with his eyelids. Do you two have something on him? Did you get caught doing something embarrassing? Mo Xiang simply couldn't understand why these 2 exceptionally talented prodigies could tolerate Dong Chao, who was both useless and talkative. These 2 can't be sick too, right? Mo Xiang thought secretly. After announcing the 2 new class rules, Dong Chao finally settled down. The students could finally eat in peace. While eating noodles, Dong Chao was also busy. Cafeteria staff, security, cleaning staff, and dormitory managers passing by greeted Dong Chao warmly. Dong Chao responded enthusiastically. Sister Wang, wearing a new bracelet? Did your daughter-in-law buy it for you? You're really blessed. Brother Zhang, did you bet on this week's football? Oldly, is business good at the stall today? Dong Chao sat at the stall, able to chat with anyone. Although Dao Shi had long seen Dong Chao's approachable nature, he still felt a bit emotional. Teacher, you really have no airs about you, you're so friendly with everyone. Dong Chao chuckled. I have my own social theory, called the theory of being kind to others. In simple terms, as long as you are sincere, you can gain the goodwill of 90% of the people around you. If you cater to their preferences and say a few things they love to hear, you can gain the goodwill of 99% of the people around you. If you give them a little favor, then the proportion of friendly people towards you can reach 99.9%. At this point, Dong Chao bit into a clove of garlic. In other words, in this world, at most only 1 in 1,000 people is unfriendly to you. If you can eliminate that 1 in 1,000, then everyone else in the world will be very friendly to you. Dao Shi, He Xiong Zai, and Mo Xiang were all stunned. They finally realized that this was what they called the theory of being kind to others. This was like the god of death by Qi learning social skills. Fortunately, Dong Chao is just a slacker teacher, otherwise, it would be a big deal. Mo Xiang thought to himself. Dao Shi rolled his eyes, deep in thought. Teacher Dong Chao's words sounded a bit shocking, but it seemed to make some sense. Meanwhile, Martial Arts Academy, Dean's office. Dean Lu Yuan stood upright in front of his desk, respectfully listening to a call from the Martial Arts Education Department. On the other end of the line was still Secretary Zhao, Minister Sun Miao's secretary. Lu Yuan knew very well that as the dean of a university branch, he normally had no right to report directly to Minister Sun. Being able to contact Minister Sun's secretary was already a special arrangement. Minister Sun is busy, let me convey a few things to you, listen carefully. Secretary Zhao's tone was very flat, but Lu Yuan on the other end of the line wished he could stand at attention. First, it's about Sun Jingfeng. You have also seen that Sun Jingfeng is indeed a genius. His true talent is actually SS level. The previous file was a disguise. I will send you Sun Jingfeng's real file shortly. The plan of replacing the peach with a plum began to unfold, as Sun Miao personally changed his son's file, elevating Sun Jingfeng from a level to SS level, just to cover for those few prodigies in Dong Chao's class. Listening to Secretary Zhao's words, Lu Yuan proudly curled his lips. He thought to himself that he truly had a discerning eye. He had long seen that Sun Jingfeng was extraordinary. What does it mean to have the insight of an old-school educator? How could such a thing possibly escape his notice? Second, the minister is very satisfied with the current educational situation at your martial arts academy and hopes you will continue to maintain it. Especially, maintain the stability of the current teaching team and do not change the team members casually. Secretary Zhao emphasized the words team stability. He was afraid Lu Yuan didn't understand and added, the minister's meaning, do you understand? There should be no changes in personnel appointments. I will emphasize it again, no changes. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. How could he not understand the minister's meaning? The minister was clearly very satisfied with him, very satisfied with Qin Wanqing, and satisfied with Wang Su and Zhang Chang. In fact, Lu Yuan himself was also very satisfied with the first-year teaching team. Despite Dong Chao dragging them down, they were still able to receive praise from the minister. If they could optimize away the dragging down Dong Chao, wouldn't their team be incredibly strong? The minister could never have imagined that the educational team he praised so highly could still have room for optimization and upgrading. Lu Yuan had a little expectation, thinking about how surprised and delighted the minister would be after he optimized and upgraded the teaching team. Lu Yuan was going to lead the entire Mo University to restore its former glory as an educator. How could he not achieve something that would make the minister look at him in a new light? Secretary Zhao hung up the phone, and not long after, the phone rang again. This time, the call was from the president's office. The phone rang with the unique dry voice of the paperman. I just received news from the Ministry of Education. The minister is very satisfied with your college's educational work. He specifically emphasized the stability of the teaching team. Maintain the current team. The call from Mo Yushir to Lu Yuan was to tell him not to mess things up, not to stir the pot. Mo University had finally connected with the military. As long as Lu Yuan stayed in the office and did nothing, the revival of Mo University was a sure thing. However, Mo Yushir only said half of what he intended. Lu Yuan interrupted with a flippant idiot, and then hung up the phone. To prevent the idiot paperman from calling again, Lu Yuan simply unplugged the phone line. Just hearing that paperman's shriveled voice made him angry. He, Lu Yuan, was meant to fulfill the president's long-held wish, to lead Mo University towards revival as an outstanding school leader and a great educator. The paperman in the president's office was just a pretentious, ignorant, and unreasonable artificial being. Did it even have the right to give itself work instructions? If it weren't for him, would the school be in such disarray now? For so many years, it was only through his efforts to restore order and carry the burden that the school managed to survive. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan felt a deep pang of sorrow. He took an old photo from the bottom of the drawer. President Shishir, where have you been all these years? I have finally lived up to your high hopes. Our Mo University is going to get better. Looking at the young girl in the photo, Lu Yuan's tears flowed freely. For all these years, Lu Yuan worked hard to repay President Shishir's kindness in recognizing his talent. When he first started working, his seniors always criticized him for being foolish, stubborn, and self-righteous. Only the equally young President Shishir often encouraged him. Teacher Lu, your meeting materials are the most complete. Teacher Lu, your tea is the hottest. The food you bought is the most fragrant. You run the fastest. You clean the brightest. It was under President Shishir's constant encouragement that Lu Yuan gradually rose to the position of dean. Lu Yuan originally thought that given the president's reliance on him, during her years of training outside, she would leave the management of the school to him. Unexpectedly, the shrewd and capable president could also have her moments of confusion. But no matter what, the president's kindness to him was still unpaid. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan reconnected the phone line and called the administrative director, Mo Zhangling. Director Mo, I want to ask if there's any news about President Shishir recently? Hearing the title President Shishir, Mo Zhangling felt a chill in his heart. He replied stiffly, no. Mo Zhangling knew that his senior sister loved beauty in face. She had gone from an extraordinarily talented puppet master to a lifeless paperman, and she couldn't accept it at all. That's why she made up that story about going out for training. Over the years, the leaders of various departments had basically guessed the truth, and everyone tacitly understood. Only Lu Yuan, the fool, kept wearing the title of president's supporter, constantly opposing his senior sister in various ways. Mo Zhangling even suspected that this old guy was doing it on purpose. Did you call for something important? Mo Zhangling asked with an unfriendly tone. Director Mo, I've always wanted to get rid of our college's Dong Chao. Recently, I've thought of a complete strategy. Let's not expel him for now, but transfer him to a logistics position. Isn't he good at dealing with things? In a logistics role, he can shine. This way, we won't offend anyone. Listening to Lu Yuan's words, Mo Zhangling felt a headache coming on. He really wanted to punch Lu Yuan through the phone. Is this what you call a foolproof strategy? Not messing things up is the best strategy. Senior sister had worked so hard to get the only puppet master of the Mo family into Dong Chao's class. As a result, you want to transfer Dong Chao? Are you afraid that the Mo family might improve even a little bit? Mo Zhangling began to understand what it meant for one fan to outweigh 10 black ones. Gritting his teeth, Mo Zhangling asked in a low voice, so you want to transfer teacher Dong Chao, right? Old Lu, let me ask you, how's your eyesight? My eyesight is excellent. Both eyes are 5. 5. Lu Yuan was a bit puzzled as to why Director Mo suddenly cared about his eyesight. Mo Zhengling scolded in an almost roaring tone, with your good eyesight, you should be guarding the school gate. The position of the dean that's freed up should be transferred to teacher Dong. What do you think? You really spend your days thinking of useless things. Mo Zhengling couldn't tell Lu Yuan that teacher Dong Chao from their college had an extraordinary identity. That guy was chummy with the Minister of Martial Arts Education. Mo Zhengling could only use this method to hint to Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, after hearing Mo Zhengling's words, Lu Yuan became anxious as director. How do you still not understand? If you have a vacant position for guarding the gate, just transfer Dong Chao over. I don't need to move. Mo Zhengling's head was buzzing. Who exactly didn't understand? Lu Yuan was a pure fool. Forget about the transfer. Focus on your work. During work hours, don't think about useless things. For this kind of daydreaming during work hours, you'll write a 100,000-word reflection and bring it to my office. Deeply reflect, deeply correct. If the reflection isn't well written, don't even think about the year-end performance bonus. Mo Zhangling hung up the phone in annoyance. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Lu Yuan felt a bit confused. Is it really that hard to get rid of Dong Chao? He felt a strong resistance. It felt like driving on the highway only to find that all the surrounding vehicles were going the wrong way. However, the greater the resistance, the more he wanted to push forward. After all, Mo Wu University was everything to him. This heavy sense of responsibility made Lu Yuan unable to help but sing to motivate himself. What a painful realization, Mo University is my everything. Looking back at every step on my educational journey, it's been so hard. Ah, what a painful realization. In Lu Yuan's office, a mournful song echoed. In the following days, Lu Yuan, busy writing reflections, finally settled down. However, the entire martial arts college was abuzz over two matters. The first was the unresolved preliminary scores. In that bizarre practical assessment, all the new students in the martial arts college scored 0 points, except for Sun Jingfeng. As a result, the previous written exam scores became particularly important. However, the written exam scores were deliberately downplayed by the college. Although Lu Yuan could stir up trouble, he still cared about the students' psychological state. He was afraid that the issue of the written exam scores would attract unnecessary attention to his Xiangzai, potentially harming this former swordsmanship genius a second time. Lu Yuan not only downplayed the exam scores but also issued a gag order. Only a few teachers knew that his Xiangzai was once an SS-level genius, and it must not be leaked. Another reason Lu Yuan didn't announce the exam scores was that the weakest class, Martial Arts Class 4, had achieved the best results in this exam. A 50% pass rate, far ahead of the entire grade. The notoriously lazy mentor had achieved the best teaching results. If this were announced, what face would the other class teachers have? The matter of the exam scores was only discussed briefly among the students. After all, everyone had a sense of how that exam paper had turned out. Not announcing the scores was, in fact, a blessing for everyone. Compared to the exam scores, students discussed more about Sun Jingfeng. The president of the Martial Arts College Student Union, Sun Jingfeng, turned out to be a super genius. Although Sun Jingfeng's clothing and demeanor were somewhat strange, and his behavior was rather ostentatious, he was incredibly strong, unreasonably so. His strength even surpassed that of the 4 S-class geniuses of the academy. Just as the students were buzzing about Sun Jingfeng's true strength and talent, the academy welcomed its third major event. The champion of last year's martial arts conference, Sanqing University, had indeed come to the Martial Arts Academy for a friendly exchange. Unlike the now diminished Mowi University, Sanqing University had been on the rise in recent years. They had a strong faculty and outstanding students, consistently achieving great results in the martial arts conference. Last year, they even defeated the invincible Nanyang twins, successfully defending their title at home and keeping the crown of the martial arts conference in Huaxia. Such a top-tier martial arts university should not be sparring with Mowi University. It was Lu Yuan who had spent a great deal of resources to invite them over. Lu Yuan offered the academy's prized possession, the Mine Secret Realm. The Mine Secret Realm, with a danger level of 1 and a resource level of 2, was a perfect paradise secret realm for new students to practice. The Mine Secret Realm only opened on September 29 each year, for a duration of 6 hours. This secret realm had a limit on the number of participants, accommodating a maximum of 120 people, with the Martial Arts Academy owning half of the rights to it. Lu Yuan used the quota for entering the Mine Secret Realm as bait to lure the elite combat department of Sanqing University. On September 28, when the combat department of Sanqing University set off for Mowi University, Lu Yuan finally finished writing his 100,000-word report. He gathered several first-year teachers for a special meeting. At the meeting, Lu Yuan felt both joy and concern. Comrades, the situation is severe, very severe. This time, the combat department of Sanqing University is sending only elites. The 4 little kings when Tianqian is leading the team, along with 2 SS-class geniuses, 8 S-class geniuses, and dozens of A-class top students. They are coming in full force. While Lu Yuan was certainly pleased to have Sanqing University for an exchange, the full mobilization of their elites gave the impression of an impending confrontation. The Martial Arts Academy had at most 60 spots to enter the secret realm. The 2 schools had previously agreed to determine the allocation of spots through group competitions. With Sanqing University's elite all present, it was clear they intended to seize all 60 spots. Although it was only the lowest level of secret realm, for the new students, it was a rare opportunity for experience and training. Killing the beasts in the secret realm, collecting materials, and earning martial arts contribution points would greatly benefit their future cultivation. However, this benefit might not fall to their own students. As the situation unfolded, Lu Yuan realized that inviting Sanqing University for an exchange felt a bit like inviting wolves into the house. Compared to the luxurious lineup of Sanqing University's combat department, the Martial Arts Academy, with only 4 S-class students, had a rather meager quality of talent. Even with the super genius Sun Jingfeng, the paper strength of the Martial Arts Academy was barely half that of Sanqing University. What was truly terrifying about Sanqing University was not just their individual strength. Most of Sanqing University's cultivators practiced the star-invoking method, allowing them to sense the stars in the sky. The real terror lay in their ability to form star formations and cooperate in battle. In last year's martial arts conference, Sanqing University relied on the 9 luminary star formation to exhaust the Nanyang twins, ultimately claiming the championship. This year, Sanqing University was even more exaggerated. The 7 students from their second combat class could invoke the Big Dipper. What terrified Lu Yuan even more was that these 7 students were not even Sanqing University's trump cards. This year's trump cards were Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yijun, a pair of SS-class talented twins. In order to accommodate the 4 classes of our martial arts academy, Sanqing University will compete with us in 4 matches. Each match will determine 15 spots for entering the secret realm. Given the current situation, we are very likely to lose all 4 matches. Comrades, you need to think of a way. The Mine Secret Realm happens once a year, we can't let others take advantage of it. Shenyuan Qing, Wang Su, and Zhang Chang all wore grim expressions and said nothing. The invitation for Sanqing University to engage in this sparring was arranged by Lu Yuan. The rules were also negotiated by Lu Yuan, and now realizing the situation was dire, he should have acted sooner. Besides, what can be done in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength? None of them wanted to take on this unsolvable problem. They lowered their heads, deliberately avoiding Lu Yuan's gaze. At that moment, Dong Chao suddenly stood up. Dean, you need not worry. As the outstanding teacher with the best performance in this preliminary exam, I should help you alleviate your troubles. Rest assured, I have a plan. Dong Chao immediately put a high hat on himself. In terms of performance, their martial arts class 4 indeed excelled in this assessment. Even Wang Su and Jiang Chang, who found Dong Chao 100 times displeasing, could not refute this. However, what does this excellence have to do with you, Dong Chao? Why are you boasting? Wang Su and Jiang Chang felt extremely unconvinced, but the only thing they could do at that moment was roll their eyes. Seeing Dong Chao, Lu Yuan was also filled with anger. Because of him, he had written 100,000 words of self-reflection over the past few days. 100,000 words. Lu Yuan wrote down every word related to reflection he could think of, even including a love song, just to barely reach 100,000. The moment he saw Dong Chao, a surge of irritation welled up inside him. But hearing that Dong Chao had a plan, he had to suppress his temper. What is your plan? Speak up. Dean, my plan is to use the strategy of Tianji's horse racing. I know Wen Tianqian quite well. That guy likes to gradually get into the groove and will definitely save the best for last. So, we will do the opposite. Lu Yuan frowned, thinking, what do you mean by knowing Wen Tianqian well? Wen Tianqian, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is known by everyone. Even ordinary people have heard of him. Who doesn't know him? You speak as if you are close friends. Lu Yuan turned to the side and scoffed. Dong Chao ignored Lu Yuan and turned to Qin Wanqing. Teacher Qin, your class will be the first to compete tomorrow. You are the top horse, and you will steadily capture the opponent's inferior horse, ensuring the first 15 spots. Then he looked at Wang Su. Teacher Wang, in terms of overall strength, your class is a middle horse, and you need to compete with Sanqing University's middle horse to strive for a spot. He then looked at Zhang Chang. You are an inferior horse. You are in the sacrificial position. If you can wear down the Big Dipper 7 stars, that would be a success, but don't think too much. Being bluntly called an inferior horse by Dong Chao, Zhang Chang's face showed a hint of anger, and he couldn't help but ask, what about your martial arts class 4? What kind of horse are you? Dong Chao replied as if it were obvious, we are, of course, worse than the inferior horse, a gift horse. Our task is to capture Sanqing University's trump card in reverse. Those 2 SS-level geniuses will be left to our class. Don't worry, even if they exert all their strength, they can only take away 15 spots from us. Dong Chao's shameless demeanor left everyone present momentarily speechless. What on earth is a gift horse? Also, clearly being in the sacrificial position, how can he still be so proud? After a moment of shock, Lu Yuan was the first to regain his composure. This arrangement of yours is based on the premise that Sanqing University's lineup is fixed. But what if they also strategize and capture our top horse? What then? Yes. We can't listen to his nonsense. Zhang Chang quickly echoed. Dong Chao's metaphor about the inferior horse felt like a thorn, piercing Zhang Chang's heart. Zhang Chang felt that Dong Chao was not talking about the class at all, he was clearly talking about him. Dong Chao didn't waste any more words, he simply glanced indifferently at Qin Wanqing beside him. Facing Dong Chao's gaze, Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction and bared her sharp tiger teeth. Seeing it was of no use, she had to retract her sharp teeth and reluctantly said, Dean, I actually think we can give Teacher Dong's strategy a try. As soon as Qin Wanqing spoke, Lu Yuan, who had just clearly opposed, immediately changed his attitude. Lu Yuan smiled at Qin Wanqing. Does Teacher Qin think it's feasible? Then let's give it a shot. He turned to look at Dong Chao, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. For Teacher Qin's sake, I'll give you a chance to show yourself. We'll do it your way. If your strategy doesn't work, we'll settle the score slowly. But, Dean. Zhang Chang wanted to say something else, but suddenly a woo-woo sound echoed from the sky. Everyone hurried to the window and saw a huge leaf, blocking out the sun, slowly descending from the sky, hovering over the Martial Arts University's playground. This iconic giant leaf was the extraordinary prop of Wen Tianqian, a leaf-shaped boat. On the giant leaf, which was not much smaller than the playground, stood many young men and women dressed in national-style robes. They were the elite students of the Combat Department of Sanqing University. The Combat Department of Sanqing University, at the invitation of Dean Liu, has come to pay a visit. A clear and resonant voice echoed from the air as a stylish young man with a mohawk hairstyle and ear studs descended steadily onto the playground. Following him, handsome young men and beautiful young women jumped down from the leaf one after another. Their entrance was clearly rehearsed. Each person lowered their heads and formed hand seals as if posing coolly like an idol group. The way these Taoist martial artists made their entrance was eye-catching. The students around the playground from Mo University all gathered around. Among the crowd were not only students from the Martial Arts Academy but also many students from other departments who came to join the excitement. Wow, no wonder Sanqing University is the champion of the martial arts conference. Their aura is just different from other martial artists. Their uniforms are so distinctive. They are actually national-style robes. Compared to them, our sports uniforms are too outdated and shabby. Look. The one in front is the extraordinary martial artist, Wen Tianqian, one of the 4 little kings of Huaxia. Finally seeing him in person. Just as the Mo University students were discussing, the stylish Wen Tianqian suddenly raised his head, changing from forming hand seals to bowing. The students behind him also synchronized their gestures, the door of Taoism, filled with auspiciousness. With a heart of tranquility and non-action, we pray for harmony and peace in the world. May you all attain the Tao, harbor joy, and enjoy both fortune and longevity. The Taoist practitioners chanted in unison, blessing the students present. Then, when Tianqian suddenly unleashed his bloodline ability, a phantom of a 9-headed lion appeared out of thin air on the playground of Mo Martial University. 9-Spirit Primordial Saint. It's the 9-Spirit Primordial Saint. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Following Wen Tianqian, other Taoist practitioners also revealed their abilities, and statues of celestial beings appeared around the 9-headed lion, illuminating the evening sky as if it were daytime. Star Dispelling Technique. This is the unique star dispelling technique of Taoism. The crowd erupted again. Dong Chao leaned against the window, watching this stage-like performance, secretly laughing. Tianzi is getting better at setting the scene. This set of entrance moves is top-notch. They must have rehearsed a lot in private. Lu Yuan, Wang Su, and others were left dumbfounded by the grand spectacle created by the Taoist practitioners, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Dong Chao could only remind him, "Dean, shouldn't we go down to welcome them?" Lu Yuan then reacted, right. Everyone, let's go down to welcome them." Under Lu Yuan's urging, several teachers hurried down the stairs. Dong Chao deliberately stayed at the back. He took out his phone and sent a message to Wen Tianchen, "Shenzi, let's have a drink tonight, my treat." After a deliberate pause of 2 seconds, Dong Chao added, "Bring those 2 treasures from your school." At 9 o'clock in the evening, when Tianchen led Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun, sneaking into the cafeteria of Mo Wu University. "Director, why did you bring us here so late at night?" Wang Zuojun couldn't help but ask. "The teacher brought you to meet an old friend. Be energetic later, don't embarrass me," When Tianchen instructed the 2 students while moving towards the light. Meanwhile, in an idle stall in the cafeteria, Dong Chao squatted in front of the barbecue grill, stoking the fire while advising the 3 students behind him, "Guests will be coming soon, pay attention, don't embarrass the teacher. Every word and action must be as the teacher usually teaches, it must be proper." Dao Shi and He Xiongzai nodded in agreement, understood. "Just watch us, teacher." Mo Xian watched Dong Chao's back, secretly curling his lip. He thought to himself, "The most embarrassing one in the room is you, old dang." Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. A stylish young man, accompanied by 2 identical twins, arrived at the stall. Seeing the newcomer, Dong Chao jumped up and exaggeratedly opened his arms, "Shenzi." The stylish man also opened his embrace, "Chao Zigu." The 2 hugged tightly. Seeing this scene, Dao Shi, He Xiongzai, and Mo Xiang all gaped, as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. This stylish man was none other than Wen Tianchen, who had made quite a splash on the playground earlier. The study director of the combat department at Sanqing University, a standout among the new generation of Huaxia, an extraordinary martial artist, one of the 4 little kings. How could such a big shot be hugging their useless mentor? The 2 seemed quite familiar with each other. On the other side, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun were also a bit stunned. Their study director seemed different from usual? Was this still the director one who loved to show off and act cool? Dong Chao and Wen Tianchen embraced for quite a while before finally separating. Dong Chao draped his arm over Wen Tianchen's shoulder and introduced him to the students. "You might not believe it, but Shenzi and I have a bond that is life and death." Wen Tianchen's eyes were filled with excitement. That's right. Brother, no need to say anything. It's all in the heart." This exchange made the students even more curious. How could an extraordinary martial artist have such a deep bond with a slacker? Even Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun perked up, eager to hear more. With a proud tone, Dong Chao continued, "We met while playing online games. Back then, I only had 1 resurrection coin in my pocket, and I gave it to him. You tell me, is that not a bond of life and death?" Yes, brother is right, we have a bond of life and death." When Tianchen nodded repeatedly. The others, however, were left dumbfounded, completely shocked. You can meet an extraordinary martial artist by playing online games? And giving away a resurrection coin is considered a bond of life and death? The key was that when Tianchen was eager to admit it, what the hell was this? Seeing Wen Tianchen's obedient demeanor, Wang Zuojun secretly made a gesture to ward off evil. He couldn't help but wonder if the director had been cursed. Today was really strange. No matter who you are, get off the director's body quickly. Wang Zuojun secretly urged the gesture, but nothing happened. When Tianchen noticed Wang Zuojun's small movements and secretly shot him a glare, forcing Wang Zuojun to retract his hand gesture, When Tianchen then smiled and said to Dong Chao, "Brother, are these a few of your proud students? Why don't you introduce them to me?" Dong Chao pointed to Dao Shi and He Xiongzai. "These 2 are my class monitor and vice monitor, and they are also the last 2 in our martial arts academy." He then pointed to Mo Xiang. "This one is a student from the Puppet Academy who was transferred to my class as punishment." "Well, actually, I'm not very familiar with him either." Dong Chao's remark about not being familiar with Mo Xiang made him feel quite hurt. When Tianchen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He cleared his throat a couple of times and then introduced his students to Dong Chao. Wang Zuojun, Wang Yujun, are 2 super geniuses recruited by Sanqing University this year. While when Tianchen was not introducing them, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai had been stealing glances at the twins. At this moment, the 2 had no intention of hiding their interest, their direct gazes roving back and forth over the pair of twins, filled with provocation. Mo Xiang, coming from the Mo family, understood basic social etiquette. He politely said, "You 2 classmates are indeed the geniuses of Sanqing University, you look extraordinary." His unintentional compliment gave Dong Chao a chance to seize the moment. Dong Chao's eyes rolled around, and he suddenly raised his voice, sternly reprimanding Mo Xiang. Return Chi Dan? What do you want a return Chi Dan for? How can you just open your mouth and ask them for a return Chi Dan? Mo Xiang was dumbfounded. I didn't say return Chi Dan. I said they look extraordinary. Dong Chao raised his voice even higher to drown out Mo Xiang. They are guests. Even if they came empty-handed, even if they shamelessly sat down to eat, you still can't just open your mouth and ask them for things. Do you understand etiquette? As he spoke, Dong Chao looked at Wen Tianqian with a pained expression. Shinzi, it's all my fault for not educating him properly, making you laugh at me. This kid heard that you guys are good at alchemy, and he got excited, seizing the opportunity to demand. He's quite a big person now, I really can't control him. Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun were both left speechless. They had truly gained some insight. Clearly, it was this old man who was demanding, yet he could still blame it on the students? Truly shameless. At this moment, they finally realized that the old man referred to as Chao Zigu by the director was actually the big joke from Mo University, Dong Chao. How did their director get mixed up with such a character? When Tianqian was also at a loss for words. He knew that Dong Chao just loved to be humorous. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small jade bottle. Brother, I lost my manners and forgot to prepare a gift for our meeting. I have 6 return Chi Dan here, 3 for you and 3 for the kids. When Tianqian's face showed a hint of emotion. If he had known how to refine return Chi Dan back then, Chao Zigu wouldn't have had to forcefully activate his abilities at the cost of his foundation. Dong Chao patted Wen Tianqian lightly, signaling him not to show too much emotion, then generously held the jade bottle in his hand. As expected of Chinzi, your generosity is impressive. Dong Chao cheerfully poured out 3 return Chi Dan and walked towards his students. Mo Xiang was still protesting. I said I wanted a return Chi Dan. I said they look extraordinary. Dong Chao waved him off. Alright, you didn't say that. Then you won't get one. Shi Zi, Zai Zi, each of you gets one. Dong Chao bypassed Mo Xiang and handed the pills to Dao Shi and He Xiong Zai. Dao Shi's approval +2. He Xiong Zai's approval +1. Receiving such precious pills, the two eagerly expressed their approval. Dong Chao's shameless behavior left Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun, who were watching from the side, astonished. This old man really was taking advantage of a student. What a fresh dawn. The evening glow of the sun. A chill ran through the hearts of the two. Dong Chao warmly invited everyone to take their seats. Don't just stand there, hurry and sit down. I'm about to grill some skewers. At Dong Chao's invitation, the group gathered around the grill, enjoying skewers and drinks. Dong Chao and Wen Tianqian were laughing and chatting the whole time, but the atmosphere among the few students was a bit strange. Mo Xiang was still sulking over the matter of the Chi Dan, feeling extremely stifled. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai kept sizing up Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun. They had tried several times to toast the twin brothers but were ignored each time. Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun sat on either side of Wen Tianqian, neither raising their cups nor moving their chopsticks, looking visibly impatient. Both were SS-level super geniuses, born under the auspices of the stars, with an identity of utmost nobility. They had been revered as star lords since childhood. Yet at this moment, they were forced to sit beside a shabby barbecue grill, eating skewers with a bunch of worthless trash? Was this how these useless people treated extraordinary warriors and the proud of heaven? With such common food? If it weren't for the face of Wen Tianqian, they would have left long ago. What made the brothers even more uncomfortable was that across the grill, those two clueless guys kept stealing glances at them, wanting to toast as if they were brothers? Did they deserve that? After tonight, these fools rolling in the mud would never have any connection with them, the proud of heaven. Do those two idiots think that toasting us will give them a chance to climb up the social ladder? They clearly want to latch onto Director Wen like their useless mentor, relying on a resurrection coin. Toasting us is just their way of trying to build a connection. The two, sharing a mutual understanding, exchanged thoughts silently. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with Director Wen today. A dignified extraordinary warrior, why waste time with these guys? With this time, it would be better to practice the star dispelling technique. They had long heard that the student quality at Mo University was declining year by year, no longer worthy of being one of the 5 prestigious schools. Now it seemed, the rumors were true. The two useless people trying to curry favor with them had weak vitality. Their cultivation was probably only at the first or second stage. How did such people get into the 5 prestigious schools? Being associated with such individuals as students of the 5 prestigious schools was truly shameful. Looking at the smiling Dao Shi and He Xiongzai, the Wang brothers wore cold expressions, openly expressing their disdain. Seeing this scene, Dong Chao secretly laughed. Originally, he just wanted the students to meet some contemporaries, but now, a good show was about to unfold. To provide a stage for the students, Dong Chao resorted to his old tricks. He pretended to be drunk, swaying as he poured wine for Wen Tianchen. "Shenzi, let me toast you again." Upon hearing this, Wen Tianchen quickly held up his cup with both hands. Unexpectedly, Dong Chao's hand shook violently, spilling half a bottle of beer all over Wen Tianchen's clothes, giving him a chilling surprise. "Oh dear, I drank too much. Shenzi, don't take offense. Hurry and wash up." Dong Chao pulled Wen Tianchen away in a hurry. Watching Dong Chao's departing figure, the disdain in Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yajuan's eyes deepened. This old guy not only had trash cultivation but also a terrible alcohol tolerance. He got drunk after just 1.5 bottles? How could he still have the nerve to organize drinking? Just as Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun were feeling amused internally, He Xiongzai stood up with a bottle of wine. "Brothers, you don't drink when we toast you, making us feel so awkward. At least show us some courtesy and give us a little face." Upon hearing this, Wang Zuojuan let out a light laugh. Weaklings like ants still had the nerve to ask for face in front of their star lords? Moreover, who do you think you are to call me brother? Wang Zuojun couldn't be bothered to talk to Yi Xiongzai and simply turned his face away, ignoring him. The self-righteous arrogance of the Wang brothers was infuriating to watch. Yi Xiongzai felt a surge of anger inside, but his smile grew even brighter. These two fools had such a lofty attitude, it was clear they had never been beaten up. Yi Xiongzai decided to have some fun with these two idiots. He said to the Wang brothers with a friendly demeanor, "How about we play a little game to lighten the mood?" He took out a qi recovery pill from his pocket. "Let's have a little competition. If we lose, we'll give you the qi recovery pill. If you lose, you can be the atmosphere crew and stomp on boxes while drinking. What do you say?" Yi Xiongzai casually tossed the pill in his hand, and the Wang brothers' eyes were glued to the qi recovery pill, their necks bobbing up and down rhythmically. They were afraid that Yi Xiongzai might accidentally drop the pill on the ground. This was a pill that could instantly restore 50,000 points of vitality. For high-level martial artists, a qi recovery pill was like a backup power source. Such a top-tier pill was truly priceless. "I'll throw in my own as a bet." Dao Shi also took out his qi recovery pill and tossed it over. The Wang brothers' eyes lit up even more, and an uncontrollable greed appeared on their faces. They exchanged glances, feeling like they had struck gold. And it was their favorite beef filling. Two useless guys at the first and second levels wanted to use a qi recovery pill as a bet to compete against them? What a stroke of luck. The only concern for the brothers was whether their initial 6th level cultivation would accidentally kill the two useless ones with a single punch. Seeing that the bait had been taken, Yi Xiongzai continued to mentally tug at them. "You are the geniuses of Sanqing University, and we are the underachievers of Mobi University. In a one-on-one match, we would be at a disadvantage. How about 3 of us against the 2 of you?" Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun were about to burst out laughing, nodding repeatedly, "Sure, sure." Among the 3 on the opposite side, only the big guy had a decent vitality fluctuation, probably at the 4th level. The 2 useless ones betting with the qi recovery pill had very weak vitality fluctuations, not much stronger than ordinary people. Against such useless opponents, the brothers could take on 1,000. "Alright, then let's have a match." The brothers, afraid that Yi Xiongzai would back out, responded in unison. As they spoke, the 2 of them took their stances. Yi Xiongzai stopped them. "Wait, let's go outside to fight. Don't damage our cooking classroom." Upon hearing the words cooking classroom, the Wang brothers' CPUs momentarily froze. They were puzzled. How did a martial arts university end up with a cooking classroom? But it didn't matter, the most important thing right now was to get the qi recovery pill. The group climbed out through the back window one after another. While climbing out, Yi Xiongzai didn't forget to grab 2 boxes of beer. His reckless behavior drew a round of laughter from the Wang brothers. The group arrived at the back mountain of the school, automatically forming a standoff. Dao Shi and Yi Xiongzai signaled to Mo Shi to go first. Mo Shi obediently unfurled a scroll and released his puppet, Fina. "Ha, you're actually a puppeteer?" The Wang brothers were a bit surprised, and they quickly formed hand seals, a dazzling starlight shooting down from the sky to envelop them. With the blessing of the starlight, a massive divine arm appeared around each of them. "Let me introduce ourselves, we are Zuofu and Yubai." Under the starlight, the faces of Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun took on a holy aura. The 2 attacked Emoshi from left and right, and the giant arms behind them also slammed toward Emoshi. Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun not only had top-tier talent but also top-tier combat skills. The 2 knew that the quickest way to win against the puppeteer was to engage in close combat. Facing the brothers' aggressive attacks, Mo Xian focused his mind and held his breath, and at the same time, a golden light flashed from him and his puppet, Fina. Bang! A massive divine fist slammed into Mo Xiang. He staggered backward, while executing a defensive flying kick to block Wang Zuojun's pursuit. At the same moment, he also controlled the puppet to unleash a demon-subduing fist, forcing back Wang Yujun on the right flank, barely holding his ground in this round. At this moment, Mo Xiang finally understood why these twins were so arrogant. They indeed had the capital to be proud. In a 1-against-2 situation, Mo Xiang couldn't withstand a few moves. Underestimated you, huh? Turns out you also have a 6th-tier cultivation. No wonder you dared to use a chi recovery pill as a bet. It turns out there's a master hidden among you. Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun were also a bit surprised. It turned out this big guy suppressed his own blood energy fluctuations. His true cultivation level was actually at the initial stage of the 6th tier, almost on par with the two brothers. If it were a one-on-one situation, it might not be easy for the brothers to take him down. However, in a cooperative combat scenario, the fighting power they could unleash together was not simply 1 + 1 greater than 2. I thought I could take you down in one move, but now it seems it might take 3 to 5 moves. The brothers wore matching confident smiles. Meanwhile, at an idle stall in the cafeteria, Dong Chao and Wen Tianshan leaned against the window, leisurely watching the student's spirited actions. Bro, your student is quite interesting. Clearly a puppeteer, yet proficient in martial arts. Wen Tianshan immediately recognized that the golden light around Mo Xiang was the golden armor body protection technique. Although it wasn't a profound body protection martial skill, it was quite novel for a puppeteer to release it and even bestow it upon his puppet. This kid has 6th tier cultivation, right? His talent is decent, and his combat style is quite unique. He can actually command a puppet while executing martial skills. It's just that the puppet is too shabby and poor, failing to showcase the advantages of a puppeteer. When Tianshan commented on Mo Xiang while twisting his Taoist robe, compared to the ongoing duel, when Tianshan was more concerned about his robe. Bro, you could have just given me a hint earlier. Why pour alcohol on me? This is a high-end custom Taoist robe, and I haven't worn it many times. In Wen Tianshan's view, there was no need to pay attention to the duel outside. Dong Chao's puppeteer student, although somewhat capable, had no chance against the powerful Zuojun and Yujun. After all, at this moment, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun were two divine beings from the heavens. What Dong Chao was concerned about was not the strength of Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun, but their personalities. Shenzi, this pair of geniuses from your school is quite arrogant. When Tianshan casually replied, oh, these Star Lords are all like that. The martial artists from Sanqing University who practiced the art of star divination were all referred to as Star Lords. Because they could sense the stars in the sky, these individuals had a sense of superiority, each looking down on others. The Star Lord group is inherently aloof. Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun are unique among the Star Lords. They are two hidden stars. As when Tianshan spoke, he twisted his Taoist robe. With a twist of his hands, beer foam splashed onto the ground. People only know about the Big Dipper, but they don't know that within the Big Dipper, there are two hidden stars, Zuofu and Yubai. Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun are the Star Lords of these two hidden stars. Moreover, they are twins, sharing their power, with their 5 senses connected. When they team up in battle, their combat power multiplies. When Tianshan revealed the secret of Zuojun and Yujun completely, he wasn't showing off, he was just worried about saving face for Chaozi, helping him out. While tidying up his robe, when Tianshan took a moment to glance up and saw that Dong Chao's student was about to lose, Dong Chao wore a pretentious expression, eyes focused, without saying a word. Given Mo Xiang's current strength, he was indeed no match for the Wang brothers. However, Mo Xiang's performance in battle was noteworthy. He could actually multitask, using one martial skill while controlling a puppet to execute another. This unique fighting style was truly impressive. Because of this, other puppet masters really couldn't teach him anything. But the guy's martial skills were too basic, and the puppet's strength was average. I need to get this kid some high-level martial skills. Then, quickly find his pulse points and make him explode with gold coins. Dong Chao thought to himself. So far, Mo Xiang's recognition level was still at 0. Dong Chao hadn't tasted any benefits at all. Just as Dong Chao was contemplating how to make Mo Xiang explode with gold coins, in the open space behind the mountain, Mo Xiang took a hit from the Wang brothers' combined attack. Boom! With a muffled sound, the golden armor protecting Mo Xiang was shattered. He staggered backward, shouting, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The enormous arms conjured by the Wang brothers stopped just a centimeter in front of Mo Xiang, showcasing their ultimate control. Your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you ran into us, the Wang brothers said proudly. In the face of the brothers' victory declaration, Mo Xiang grinned and laughed non-stop. He suddenly asked, do these injuries on my face look pathetic? Ha! The brothers were a bit confused. They had already noticed that this big guy's face was bruised and battered, looking quite disheveled. They just didn't understand why Mo Xiang was asking this. Under their puzzled gazes, Mo Xiang smiled and said, "Soon, you two will be even more pathetic than me. Ha ha ha." With that, Mo Xiang quickly retreated, leaving the stage to the two big brothers. 100 meters away, at an idle food stall. While tidying up his robe, when Tianchen was flattering Dong Chao, saying, "Brother, your student can tangle with the left and right arm for a few moves, he's a genius." But even among geniuses, there are differences. When Tianchen silently boasted, as the director of studies at Sanqing University, when Tianchen had great confidence in the Wang brothers' talents. These two guys were geniuses among geniuses. They practiced the art of star summoning internally and the celestial treasure mirror externally, and they were in sync, sharing their five senses. Considering their twin traits, these two could easily be compared to the four little kings. They were the leaders among the next generation of prodigies. Not to mention that the current Mo University is lacking in talent, even going back over a decade to the peak of Mo University, such geniuses would be hard to find. When Tianchen noticed that Dong Chao had been silent and thought that this military king was feeling a bit embarrassed, when Tianchen gently advised, "Brother, I've heard about your plans to form a super elite class. But, a skilled woman can't cook without rice, some things can't be forced. It's already not easy for you to churn out a genius puppet master from such mediocre seedlings at Mo University." At this point, when Tianchen changed his tone, "Brother, Mo University is getting worse year by year, your talents are being buried here. Why not come to our Sanqing University? You can be the director, and I'll assist you." This year, we recruited 3 SS-level seedlings and 8 S-level seedlings at Sanqing University. The quality is top-notch. You can establish a super elite class here. When Tianchen extended an olive branch to Dong Chao, Dong Jiaoguan's abilities were something that when Tianchen, as a student, had personally experienced. It was just that the leaders of the martial arts academy were too foolish to recognize this great deity. If they could invite this great deity to Sanqing University, wouldn't the talented students in the school take off right away? In response to Wen Tianchen's invitation, Dong Chao did not engage. He lightly changed the subject. "Chenzi, you brought 2 students to see me, but I have nothing to offer. I'll just give you these 2 talented students a good beating." Ha! When Tianchen almost twisted his waist from Dong Chao's words. Just as when Tianchen looked at Dong Chao in confusion, outside the window, 2 powerful waves of vitality suddenly erupted. One was fierce and imposing. The other was cold and sharp. When Tianchen quickly turned his head and saw Dong Chao's class monitor and vice monitor smiling as they stood in front of Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, the powerful aura they unleashed instantly overshadowed the Wang brothers, who were star lords. Those two. When Tianchen's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. It was only at this moment that he realized that the 2 underachievers Dong Chao mentioned actually had mid-level 6th stage cultivation. They had concealed their cultivation in front of him, an extraordinary martial artist? This level of control over their vitality was terrifying. Dong Chao appreciated Wen Tianchen's bewildered expression at that moment. He hugged Wen Tianchen's shoulder and said with a grin, "Chenzi, you were right about one thing. There are differences even among geniuses. Some things cannot be forced. Let me formally introduce my 2 useless students. Daoshi, He Xiangzai, 2 SSS-level prodigies." Dong Chao naturally put on a show. In the open space behind the mountain, looking at the rising momentum of Daoshi and He Xiangzai, cold sweat trickled down the faces of Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. "You are also 6th stage martial artists?" The pride on the Wang brothers' faces vanished, replaced by shock and restraint. The cultivation displayed by the 2 in front of them was 6th stage, 5th tier, even higher than theirs. The brothers thought to themselves, what kind of ghost did they run into today? 6th stage prodigies were popping up like cabbages. The 2 useless people they had previously looked down upon turned out to also be 6th stage cultivators. The brothers did not dare to be negligent and quickly took out their ultimate martial skills, the celestial treasure mirror. A sun-shaped halo lit up on one brother's forehead, while a moon-shaped halo lit up on the others. The celestial treasure mirror was a top-tier Taoist technique. Practitioners could harness the natural powers of the sun, moon, and stars to replenish themselves, significantly increasing their attributes while also possessing extraordinary endurance. Facing the fully committed Wang brothers, Daoshi remained empty-handed, while He Xiangzai picked up 2 branches and casually held them in his hands. A faint blue vitality slowly wrapped around the branches. "Be careful, he's a master who has mastered the binding technique." The Wang brothers reminded each other in their hearts. "Don't forget our bet. The loser has to stand on a box and drink until they vomit." He Xiangzai casually twirled a branch like a swordflower and charged at Wang Zuojuan. On the other side, Wang Yujun skillfully maneuvered, leading Daoshi to a distance. Despite their surprise, the Wang brothers made the most correct battlefield choice. They divided the battlefield and used their telepathic connection as twins to gain an information advantage. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, their little tricks were useless. Xiongzai was surprisingly fast. The branch in his hand sliced through the air with a cold light, directly stabbing toward Wang Zuojuan's forehead. Wang Zuojuan used a giant arm he conjured to block slightly, narrowly avoiding the attack, but Xiongzai's left-hand short branch struck again. This short branch was both fast and unpredictable, and at the same time, it transformed into 3 sword energies, each targeting Wang Zuojuan's neck, face, and heart. In an instant, Wang Zuojuan had nowhere to escape. He could only open his mouth and shout, "Come!" Accompanied by the word "come," a giant right arm unexpectedly appeared behind Wang Zuojun. The giant right arm swept across, barely deflecting Xiongzai's 3 swords. With the danger averted, Wang Zuojun let out a long sigh of relief. He truly hadn't expected that after just one exchange with this sword cultivator, he would have to reveal all his trump cards. At this moment, what Wang Zuojun displayed was the ultimate secret of the 2 brothers: shared power. They could borrow each other's vitality and techniques to enhance themselves. At this moment, Wang Zuojun borrowed his brother's star dispersing technique, and 2 giant divine arms appeared behind him. This was his strongest form. Wang Zuojun commanded the 2 giant arms to strike at Xiongzai in a series of blows. The constantly swirling giant arms shone with a brilliance as dazzling as the sun, as bright as the sun and stars. Wang Zuojun unleashed his strongest killing move. He had to use thunderous means to defeat this sword cultivator before him and then transfer all his power back to his brother. After all, the guy facing his brother was also a 6th-tier warrior, and his strength was definitely not weak. I originally just wanted to play around, but you forced my hand. Facing Wang Zuojun's strongest move, Xiongzai's tone remained mocking. Sword lights erupted around him, and he withstood Wang Zuojun's rapid punches, his body moving forward like a playful boat amidst the gaps of the punches. If I were you, I'd drink some yogurt now to soothe my stomach. Xiongzai used the branch in his hand like a whip, delivering a simple horizontal strike to Wang Zuojun's face. Puff! This seemingly simple horizontal strike possessed terrifying destructive power, not only cracking the divine arms conjured by Wang Zuojun but also dimming the sun-like halo on Wang Zuojun's forehead. Wang Zuojun felt as if his teeth were loosened. He almost couldn't maintain the star-dispersing form. Go! Wang Zuojun shouted again, wanting to temporarily transfer the pain on his face to his brother. As twins with shared senses, they could transfer injuries and pain to each other to maintain their best combat state. However, this time, Wang Zuojun's attempt to transfer pain was met with his brother's refusal. Go to hell! Came Wang Yujun's angry shout from a distance. Aren't you done yet? You borrow my divine arms and that's not enough? You want me to bear your pain too? Let you taste my pain. As soon as Wang Yujun finished speaking, waves of intense pain surged into Wang Zuojun's mind. His groin, knees, ears, toes, fingers, scalp, armpits. Every weak and sensitive part of his body ached. Wang Zuojun suspected his brother had been beaten up by a dinosaur. His body felt like it was about to shatter. He hunched over and knelt on the ground, trying to cover his groin with one hand while protecting his ribs with the other, unsure where to place his hands. It was then that Wang Zuojun realized the guy facing his brother was even more terrifying. In the brief second he borrowed his brother's divine arms, his brother had been turned into a sieve. Don't kick there, the Wang family is counting on us to pass on the lineage. Wang Yujun's wails echoed from a distance, scaring Wang Zuojun into quickly protecting his groin. But the subsequent wave of pain still made him convulse. Dao Shi had ultimately held back, symbolically stepping on a few times to vent his frustration before grabbing Wang Yujun by the ear and bringing him over. In just a few seconds, the Wang brothers had been beaten into a state of despair, their faces covered in dirt, no longer resembling the celestial beings they had been before. Dao Shi turned to the side and exchanged a glance with Mo Xiang, who immediately brought over 2 boxes of beer. Dao Shi opened 2 bottles of beer and handed them to the brothers. Our teacher has a theory of being kind to others. As long as we eliminate all the unfriendly people towards you, what remains will be friendly. You two must be friendly people, right? When we toast, you won't embarrass us, will you? Make sure to drink with a smile. The Wang brothers dared not refuse any longer, forcing out smiles that looked worse than crying, grabbing their beers and downing them wildly. Look at this atmosphere, isn't it great? Why pretend to be aloof? Dao Shi patted the 2 as if praising them, causing them to shiver again. By the way, you two, your mouths should be tight, right? These injuries on you are from drinking too much and falling. You wouldn't want to pull a fast one on us, would you? Wowo the brothers shook their heads repeatedly while chugging beer. Don't just drink mindlessly, put on a show. How about a human firework display? Xiongzai mischievously tickled Wang Zuojun's side, catching him off guard, and he instantly became a human firework. Puff! The foamy beer spraying out against Wang Zuojun's starry physique was particularly dazzling. He Xiangzai laughed lewdly, you two are so mediocre, why act so cool? Next time we meet, don't pretend anymore. We can say we got to know each other through fighting. Come on, let me perform a little human whirlwind for you. Xiangzai picked up a bottle of liquor and started spinning around. The forced-drinking Wang brothers exchanged glances. Compared to these two monsters, they really seemed quite mediocre. Moreover, the way these two monsters acted was quite different from the prodigies they had encountered before. In the cafeteria's idol stall, when Tianqian was completely petrified, he stared wide-eyed at the dramatically unfolding scene outside the window, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The way he twisted his robe also froze, and with his powerful grip, his high-end robe completely unraveled, turning into a crumpled rag. In fact, when Dao Shi and Xiangzai revealed their true abilities, when Tianqian already knew the Wang brothers were doomed. He just didn't expect them to lose so quickly, without any means of resistance. This 2v2 duel should have been the brothers' strong suit. At this moment, when Tianqian finally deeply understood the words he had just spoken, even among geniuses, there are differences. When Tianqian even related it to himself, there has always been a saying in the community. The four little kings were deemed SS-level talents because, compared to the SSS-level prodigies, they ultimately had a slight gap. But now, having witnessed two SSS-level monsters with his own eyes, when Tianqian felt that the gap in talent between them seemed to be more than just slight. Brother, your two students are too abnormal, right? When Tianqian said slowly after a long pause. Dong Chao appeared calm as a still lake. Abnormal? I think they're just average. When Tianqian's resentful gaze seemed like it could crush Brother Chao into pieces. If showing off were a crime, Brother Chao would at least be sentenced to a severe punishment. Late at night, in a dimly lit secret room, a man in a cloak sat anxiously at a stone table, waiting. As if sensing something, the chandelier above him flickered, and at the same time, his stomach suddenly swelled. He quickly opened his mouth, and a dry, twisted arm slowly emerged from his throat. The man let out a series of painful dry heaves, his mouth stretched to the limit, cracking with lines, and despite being in extreme pain, he forced a pious and respectful expression. The dry arm extending from his mouth had only one relatively intact finger. This finger, smeared with pus and blood, wrote awkwardly on the stone table, assassination code, star plucking. Assassination target, Wang Zuojun, Wang Yujun. Location, the secret realm of the mine. After leaving these few words, the arm slithered back like a snake, slowly retracting into the man's body. As the arm disappeared, the man's swollen abdomen and cracked mouth returned to normal. The man still maintained a pious expression, but beneath that piety lay a hint of resentment. He first wiped away the writing on the stone table, then picked up the walkie-talkie beside him and said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare to act. Everything according to plan. Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun must die." The next day, Mo University. At 9 in the morning, a makeshift arena was set up on the playground of Mo University. Below the arena, a crowd gathered. Many students from other departments skipped class to watch the martial arts college's sparring match against the combat department of Sanqing University. Before the sparring match even began, the crowd below was already buzzing with discussion. Our Mo University is really getting better. We can actually spar with Sanqing University. Sanqing University was the champion of the last 100-school martial arts tournament. Just thinking about it is so exciting. I advise you not to have too many expectations. This sparring match will definitely be a crushing defeat. In front of Sanqing University, our martial arts college is at best bronze level. So what if it's bronze? As long as we can showcase our style and level, that's good enough. The vast majority of students remained relatively rational. Everyone was clear that there was a significant gap in levels between the two universities. To think of defeating the combat department of Sanqing University was a pipe dream. Just managing to avoid embarrassment was already quite an achievement. Even so, when the students from the martial arts class took the stage, the crowd erupted with cheers like a tsunami. As Dong Chao had predicted, the combat department of Sanqing University sent out their ordinary class first. Although called an ordinary class, the students representing them were mostly A-level talents. In Mo University, these would be considered top students. On the side of the martial arts class, although there were 4 S-level geniuses, Shinta Chen, Lin Weian, Chao Xian, and Lu Tianyang, they had to put in a lot of effort to get through the challenges. During the battle, Shinta Chen performed exceptionally well, almost single-handedly clearing the way. As a side descendant of the Shinta family, Shinta Chen possessed the family's signature tiger beast bloodline talent. His bloodline divine beast was a flying tiger with wings sprouting from its ribs. In the arena, Shinta Chen directly manifested his wings and flew into the air. He wielded a Fong Tianhua halberd, diving down from above in a fierce and eye-catching manner. When Shinta-chan and the others won and left the stage, the cheers from the audience were deafening. Although it was our top class against their ordinary class, no matter how you looked at it, winning even one match against Sanqing University was quite uplifting. Dong Chao stood at the edge of the arena with 3 students, eating peanuts and broad beans while applauding the martial arts class. Well done. That was impressive. No wonder it's the martial arts class. Truly amazing. The few of them appeared relaxed and comfortable, seemingly forgetting that they were also competitors. While Dong Chao cheered, he looked around. He found it strange that he hadn't seen Wen Tianqin's figure. As the director of studies at Sanqing University, where had that guy gone? He shouldn't be absent on such an occasion. The more Dong Chao thought about it, the stranger it felt. At the same time, Dean Lu Yuan and Huang Yeliang, the head of the combat department at Sanqing University, sat together at the podium. Seeing that the martial arts class had managed to win the first match with difficulty, Lu Yuan let out a long breath. Dong Chao's blind luck had actually allowed the martial arts college to win a round. Lu Yuan thought to himself that Dong Chao had rarely played a positive role. With this victory, the martial arts college successfully secured 15 spots to enter the secret realm of the mine. After achieving a good start, Lu Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. The upcoming performance of the martial arts class 2 was anchored by the super genius Sun Jingfeng. In the next match, as long as they didn't encounter Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun from Sanqing University, Sun Jingfeng would definitely secure victory. Lu Yuan had immense confidence in the strength of the super genius Sun Jingfeng. Who would have thought, under the leadership of Brother Lu, that you guys at Manhwa University not only study martial arts but also military strategies? Huang Yeliang, the supervisor from Sanqing University, immediately recognized that Manhwa University had employed a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing. They had used superior horses to successfully capture Sanqing University's inferior ones. Although Huang Yeliang felt somewhat displeased, he managed to maintain his composure. Today, due to an unexpected matter, Director Wen Tianchen had entrusted all on-site affairs to Huang Yeliang. Having already lost one match, Huang Yeliang was not prepared to make any changes. At this moment, Manhwa University's trump card had already been revealed, and next would be Sanqing University's time to showcase their skills. Huang Yeliang turned to the students, signaling the representative from the elite class to take the stage. Seeing that Sanqing University had not sent out Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, Lu Yuan clenched his fists in excitement. In his view, this match had no suspense. Sun Jingfeng would definitely win. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, beginning to enjoy his leisurely time. Seeing Lu Yuan's demeanor, Huang Yeliang's displeasure quickly escalated. He had long heard that Lu Yuan was not very bright, exuding a foolishness from the inside out. Now he had witnessed it firsthand. He looked at Lu Yuan, forcing a smile as he said, "Brother Lu, you seem quite confident about this match. Don't underestimate our Sanqing University. Let me introduce you to our elite class leader, Gan Xiang, an S-level talent. He is the Star Lord of the Tianliang Star among the Southern Dipper's 6 stars. His strength is formidable." Oh, how impressive," Lu Yuan replied dismissively, maintaining his reclined position. An S-level talent Star Lord daring to act recklessly in front of Sun Jingfeng? Sun Jingfeng was someone who could shatter training rooms and instantly defeat all the new students at the martial arts academy. Lu Yuan glanced at Huang Yeliang with disdain, thinking that the supervisor from Sanqing University was truly lacking, having never seen a real genius. On the arena, the student representative from martial arts class 2 clashed with the student representative from Sanqing University's elite class. After just a few exchanges, the match quickly turned one-sided. Including Sun Jingfeng, all the students from martial arts class 2 were merely on the receiving end of the beating. The gap in strength was simply too great. Some students from class 2 were kicked out of the ring as if they were mere soccer balls. Others, unable to endure the beating, voluntarily jumped off the stage, conceding defeat. In less than 20 seconds, only Sun Jingfeng remained on the stage, facing all the students from Sanqing University's elite class. While being hit, Sun Jingfeng maintained a pleasant demeanor, advising the others, "Before I get serious, I advise you to concede. Once I start fighting, I can't control myself. I'm not joking, I'm really doing this for your own good." Although Sun Jingfeng was clearly on the receiving end, he appeared calm and confident. However, the more he acted this way, the more it ignited the anger of the Sanqing University crowd. A human punching bag that just stood there to be beaten, and you still put on airs? Gan Xiang, the leader of the elite class, formed hand seals and prepared to unleash the star dispelling technique. He was ready to give Sun Jingfeng a taste of something fierce. As the Star Lord of the Tianliang Star, Gan Xiang's strength and talent were exceptional. His inability to enter the key class was not due to his own shortcomings, but purely because the other Star Lords of the Southern Dipper had not descended. Don Xiang could only fight alone, unable to form a star formation like the Big Dipper's 7 stars in the Key class. It was precisely for this reason that Don Xiang was particularly competitive. He always wanted to prove to his classmates and teachers that even if he fought alone, he was no worse than the Big Dipper. At this moment, he activated the star-repelling body, and his attacks became increasingly fierce. Sun Jingfeng was being pushed back repeatedly by Don Xiang, yet he maintained his calm and confident demeanor. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you beat me into unconsciousness, you'll be the one in trouble soon. Just remember, don't beg for mercy. After consuming the, Sun Jingfeng's vitality and physical body gained a powerful recovery ability. Although he was on the defensive now, he was not in serious trouble. Instead, he could calmly warn these clueless little punks. Don Xiang gritted his teeth in anger. This guy in front of him was clearly so ordinary, yet how could he be so confident? Don Xiang's punches became more ferocious. Below the stage, the students of Manga University watched the one-sided situation, listening to the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh, their expressions incredibly complex. In recent days, the name of the super genius Sun Jingfeng had spread throughout the school. Many classmates were looking forward to his performance. But this renowned super genius could only take a beating? Yet if Sun Jingfeng was nothing, then what was that calm and confident look on his face while being hit? The aura of confidence surrounding Sun Jingfeng was simply too strong. So strong that the students below couldn't help but wonder if he was holding back. Sun Jingfeng's current state really resembled that of a humble master, unwilling to quarrel with the little punks. Lu Yuan watched Sun Jingfeng take hits with a calm demeanor and said to Huang Yeliang, "Xiao Huang, that's enough. Let your students admit defeat." Ha! Huang Yeliang's mouth dropped open, as if he had swallowed a frog. Sun Jingfeng has been holding back against you, can't you see that? We're just exchanging skills here. Breaking arms and legs would be inappropriate. Lu Yuan thought to himself that Huang Yeliang was still too young to understand the timing. To be honest, our super genius Sun Jingfeng is the grandson of Marshal Lu Heir and the son of Minister Sun. His bloodline ability is the 8-armed demon ape. The grandson of a marshal, the son of a minister? Huang Yeliang's heart tightened. Lu Yuan continued, this kid has a special ability. When he's conscious, he doesn't show his true strength. But once he loses consciousness, he immediately transforms into a killing god. In a state of unconsciousness, he can perfectly unleash his bloodline ability, manifesting 4 heads and 8 arms. But when he's conscious, he can only turn into a 2-armed form. Of course, even a 2-armed form is quite powerful. Huang Yeliang thought to himself, you are just a 2-armed form. Purely a 2-armed form. You can come up with such nonsense? Huang Yeliang didn't believe in the ghost story of becoming stronger when losing consciousness. However, he did believe that Sun Jingfeng was indeed the grandson of a marshal and the son of a minister. The story of the playboy grandson of Marshal Lu Heir sneaking away with military and hiding in Manga University had spread throughout the circles. Huang Yeliang stared at the leisurely Lu Yuan, his mind racing. In the last round, the Martial Arts Academy played a game of horse racing, and in this round, they were playing a game of overpowering others. They deliberately brought out Sun Jingfeng, this playboy, to let him take a beating on the stage. With such a special identity, he would never admit defeat. What could Sanqing University do? Could they really beat him up? A small exchange match wasn't worth offending the Sun family. Thinking of this, Huang Yeliang's gaze towards Lu Yuan changed. Who said this old guy Lu Yuan was foolish? This old man was too clever. He was playing all sorts of tricks. Letting the grandson of a marshal take a beating on stage. How did you come up with such a tactic? Huang Yeliang looked back at the stage and realized that the scene of the group beating had already spiraled out of control. This farce could not continue. Moreover, even if they conceded this match, in the next 2 matches, they would face the Big Dipper and the left and right assistants, and they would still secure a solid victory. They only obtained 30 out of 60 secret realm spots. Although they did not meet the set goal, it was still somewhat acceptable. After all, the Martial Arts Academy had too many underhanded tactics. Thinking of this, Huang Yeliang felt a surge of energy in his chest and called out to Gan Xiang and the others on the stage, didn't you notice that this classmate Sun Jingfeng has been letting you win? Everyone, stop. We concede. Huang Yeliang's words not only stunned Gan Xiang on the spot, but also left the students of Manga University below looking completely bewildered. What's going on? Could it be that our school's Sun Jingfeng is really a master? He didn't even make a move, and just by his aura, he won the match? The classmates gasped in disbelief. They couldn't understand what had happened, but the concession from Sanqing University was very real. The students below were still a bit dazed, but the Martial Arts Class 4, as the Atmosphere Group, had already led everyone in cheering, President Sun Jingfeng is amazing. No wonder he is our academy's super genius. He really brought great honor to our martial arts academy. Dao Shi and Mo Xiang shouted with great enthusiasm. He Xiangzai put his index and middle fingers in his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. With their antics, they had completely solidified the dramatic outcome of the match. Under their lead, some straightforward classmates actually joined in clapping and cheering. However, there were also some students who, after the initial shock, gradually realized that Sanqing University must have deliberately conceded out of consideration for Sun Jingfeng's status. Such a result made these students feel as uncomfortable as if they had swallowed a fly. They felt they had been given an early lesson by society. Society is not about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social etiquette. Supervisor Huang Yeliang spoke up, and even though Gong Xiang and the others were filled with displeasure, they reluctantly stopped and walked off the stage in silence. At least you know your place. If you had waited 5 more seconds to concede, I would have made my move. Your supervisor saved you. Sun Jingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and proudly delivered his victory speech. Seeing his self-satisfied expression, Gong Xiang was furious. He really wanted to return to the stage and pound Sun Jingfeng's infuriating face into his chest. A classmate beside Gong Xiang sensed the situation was bad and forcibly dragged him away. After losing another match, the students of Sanqing University looked somewhat dispirited. Supervisor Huang Yelian's expression also fluctuated between dark and light. This was not the result that Sanqing University should have achieved. However, the next match would feature their absolute elite, and this time, there could be no more accidents. Huang Yelian waved his hand, signaling the key class of the Big Dipper to take the stage. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, and the other Star Lords could hardly wait, stepping onto the stage with their celestial strides. On the side of the Martial Arts University, they also sent out the lower-tier Martial Arts Class 3. The situation was basically the same as the previous round. As soon as the match began, Martial Arts Class 3 fell into a passive position, being beaten. Faced with the 7 powerful Star Lords, the students of Martial Arts Class 3 had neither the ability to fight back nor the impressive background like Sun Jingfeng, and could only become the backdrop for the Big Dipper's performance. The Big Dipper clearly intended to toy with their opponents. They did not attack at all, relying solely on the movement technique Duozhuan Xingyi to make the students of Martial Arts Class 3 spin in circles. Like herding fish, they chased the students of Martial Arts Class 3 around the stage several times, and with a single move, they sent the dizzy students flying off the stage. Throughout the match, the Big Dipper maintained a handsail posture. They neither threw punches nor kicked, and simply showcased their agility to easily secure the victory. Good, very good. Well done. The brilliant performance of the 7 Star Lords greatly invigorated the students of Sanqing University. This is the level that Sanqing University should have. The face of the supervisor, Huang Yeliang, finally showed a hint of a smile. This kind of overwhelming situation was exactly what he wanted to see. And the next match was going to be an even greater crushing victory. The class that Moe University was about to send out was their weakest, Class 4. Meanwhile, Sanqing University was sending out their absolute trump cards, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun. With their dragon riding skills, how could they lose? Zuojun, Yujun, you're up. Show the students of Moe University what you've got. Huang Yeliang hinted to the 2 prodigies to flaunt their skills on stage and help Sanqing University regain some face. With the frequent underhanded tactics, it was acceptable for Moe University and Sanqing University to be tied in score. However, on the surface, Sanqing University had to display an absolute crushing posture. If it weren't for the Mine Pit's secret realm, Moe University wouldn't even be worthy of practicing against Sanqing University. Huang Yeliang eagerly looked at the 2 major trump cards of the school, only to be surprised to find Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun timidly sitting in their chairs, reluctant to stand up for a long time. Meanwhile, as the gift horse of this competition, a few members of Martial Arts Class 4 finally arrived at the arena. Dong Chao acted like a boxing assistant, patting the students on the back and fanning them with towels. Come on, come on. The teacher believes in you. His enthusiastic demeanor made the students below laugh. Everyone understood that from the moment the strategy of using Tianji's horse racing was employed, the weakest Martial Arts Class 4 had been strategically abandoned. If Martial Arts Class 4 is smart, they should admit defeat as soon as the match starts. Exactly. Don't give Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun a chance to toy with them, at least save a bit of face. The students below were discussing animatedly. The previous loss of Martial Arts Class 3 was too embarrassing, making the audience feel ashamed. And in this match, the gap between the 2 sides was even greater than before. The mentor of Martial Arts Class 3, Zhang Chang, mingled in the crowd, watching the stage with a sinister gaze. It was Dong Chao's strategy that had caused Martial Arts Class 3 to lose face on the arena. Zhang Chang was filled with anger, but seeing Dong Chao and his students warming up on stage, a small sense of expectation rose in his heart. As the weakest gift horse, Martial Arts Class 4's opponent was actually two SS-level geniuses. The embarrassment of Martial Arts Class 4 would be even greater than that of Martial Arts Class 3. Jiang Chang stared intently at the stage, afraid of missing this opportunity to vent his anger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two prodigies of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun, finally stood up and slowly walked onto the stage. Their walking posture was quite strange. They kept their thighs tightly squeezed together, their feet turned inward, taking tiny steps forward. Moreover, after walking a few steps, they had to stop for a moment. The two brothers were completely numb at this point. They had just taken a beating last night, and now they encountered it again on the stage. They really didn't know what grudge they had. The two also understood that the two big shots opposite them were pretending to be weak. On the stage, the big shots would definitely not show their true abilities. But the problem was, did the brothers dare to win? They didn't dare. They had just been schooled last night. As they hesitated in their advance, the brothers exchanged glances, already calculating in their hearts. The final match, Martial Arts Class 4 versus Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun. The match begins. As the announcer, Xin Wanqing's voice fell, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun immediately raised their hands. We admit defeat. Ha! Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Before the match even started, many people thought this round might not happen because someone was going to admit defeat right away. But they could never have imagined that the ones to concede would be the twin prodigies of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. On the playground of Manhwa University, it felt like a conference of confusion had begun, with question marks hanging over everyone's heads. What on earth is going on? Are the two prodigies of Sanqing University engaging in performance art? They actually conceded to the weakest class in martial arts, Class 4? Why? If Sanqing's elite class had lost to Sun Jingfeng, it could still be understood as a matter of human relations. But in this match, two prodigies faced off against a few background-less underachievers, and it was hard to fathom a reason for conceding. Is this really the champion of last year's martial arts tournament, Sanqing University? They are so abstract. The students in the audience whispered among themselves. Amidst the murmurs, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun jumped off the stage without looking back. Only the two brothers knew that it wasn't them being abstract, but rather that their opponents had a high-level fighter. They truly couldn't compete. Seeing the Wang brothers concede, the supervisor Huang Yeliang felt a heart attack coming on. He had no idea what those two were up to. He even suspected that, since when Tianchen wasn't present, these two treasures were deliberately pranking him. Can they really concede like this? Lu Yuan also didn't understand what was happening. He only knew that he was happy. In this friendly match, their martial arts academy had won decisively against Sanqing University's combat department with a score of 3-1. They had won, plain and simple. Under my leadership, the Martial Arts Academy has finally embarked on the path of revival. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, feeling immensely gratified. In the crowd, Jiang Chang watched Class 4 of the Martial Arts Academy celebrating wildly on stage, nearly choking on his jealousy. Class 4 had won so dramatically? They didn't have to do anything, just wait for their opponents to lose their minds and concede? Their luck was too good. If they had known, they would have applied to be the gift horse for this. On the stage, Dong Chao led a few students, thanking the audience and striking victory poses, busy as could be. Although not many paid them any attention. Well done, students. If I'm not mistaken, those two prodigies were overwhelmed by our ironclad will and lost their fighting spirit. No matter how we won beautifully. Dong Chao pretended to be clueless, teasing a few students. Dao Shi and Yi Xiongzai nodded in a sarcastic manner. Ah, yes, that must be it. Mo Xiang shot a disdainful glance at Dong Chao. This foolish teacher knew nothing. Yesterday, Shi Zi and Zai Zi had beaten the Wang brothers to a pulp. How could they dare to act up now? While Dong Chao was joking with the students, he kept glancing around, still not seeing Wen Tianchen. This made Dong Chao feel increasingly uneasy. This frequently chaotic exchange match ultimately ended with the Martial Arts Academy winning 3-1. The Martial Arts Academy successfully secured 45 spots for the Secret Realm trials. The aggressive Sanqing University ended up with only 15 trial spots. Students, this exchange match was just an appetizer. Next up is the main event of the day, the Mind Secret Realm trial. When I call your name, step forward. Lu Yuan began drafting the list of participants for the Mind Secret Realm. As the heroes of the victory, all members of Class 4 were included in the list. Although they were the underachievers of the academy and their teacher was the annoying Dong Chao, Lu Yuan treated education equally. These spots were rightfully theirs. In this trial of the Mind Pit Secret Realm, The martial arts academy is led by 3 teachers, Shenyuan Qing, Wang Su, and Dong Chao. The student team consists of 3 classmates from Class 4 and some outstanding students from Classes 1 and 2. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chang's eyes turned red with jealousy. Class 3 and Class 4 were clearly just sacrificial positions in the race, so why could those useless students from Class 4 snatch a victory and gain a spot in the trial? In the end, it was only their martial arts Class 3 that would be left embarrassed, spinning in circles. Class 3 had just made a huge blunder in the arena, and Jiang Chang was extremely displeased at this moment, but he could only swallow his anger and settle the score later. Soon, Sanqing University also confirmed the list for the Secret Realm trial. They were led by the key class teacher Yang Cheng, along with 14 outstanding students. Although Sanqing University had lost 15 trial spots due to the erratic behavior of Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun, Huang Yeliang still wanted to include the 2 brothers in the trial list. However, the 2 brothers firmly opposed it, insisting they would not participate in the trial. Whenever they saw those guys from martial arts class 4, they felt uneasy if they encountered them in the mine pit secret realm, who knew what kind of trouble would arise. Huang Yeliang couldn't persuade the 2 brothers and had to comply with their wishes, selecting 14 students from the key class and the training class. With a total of 60 teachers and students from both schools gathered, Lu Yuan led everyone into the basement of the martial arts academy. In the basement, there was a long corridor. This corridor led to the entrance of the mine pit secret realm. The entire martial arts academy was built around this entrance. Arriving at the entrance, Lu Yuan distributed mechanical wristbands to the students while advising them, the mine pit secret realm has 2 real entrances. One is at our martial arts academy, and the other is at the exorcism academy in Southeast Asia. This secret realm is shared by both our academies. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, you may encounter the trial team from the exorcism academy. Do not panic, interact with them amicably. As for this mechanical wristband, it not only displays everyone's safety status but also records your martial arts contribution points. Wearing this wristband means you have officially become a martial arts university student, qualifying you to explore and conquer the secret realm. Lu Yuan's words made the students from Mo University, who had just tasted victory, extremely excited. Everyone hurriedly put on the martial arts wristbands. Taking this opportunity, Dong Chao slipped into a corner and dialed Wen Tianqin's number. With Yang Cheng now leading the team from Sanqing University, it meant that Wen Tianqin would not be present. Something must be going on over there. The call was quickly connected, and Dong Chao got straight to the point. Shenzi, where are you? In response to Dong Chao's inquiry, Wen Tianqin did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Bro, I've been assigned an urgent task. This morning, there was a riot at the Mo State Martial Artist Prison. Someone attempted to escape. As the extraordinary martial artist closest to the Mo State Prison, I've been temporarily dispatched to oversee the situation. I won't be able to participate in today's secret realm trial. Hearing this, Dong Chao frowned. How's the situation over there? Wen Tianqin replied casually, oh, it was just a false alarm. The prison guards had already suppressed them by the time I arrived. Upon hearing this, Dong Chao not only did not feel relieved but instead felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This is bad, Shenzi. You might have been lured away. You just arrived in Mo State, and a riot breaks out at the Mo State Martial Artist Prison, leading to your dispatch. This is just too coincidental. It feels off. Moreover, nothing major happened at the prison. Do you remember what I told you? All coincidences in this world are carefully arranged by someone behind the scenes. Dong Chao calmed himself, shifted his perspective, and continued to analyze. The mine's secret realm is an underground tunnel that sees no light. In such an environment, it's very difficult for your Taoist star lords to sense the stars above. If I were the assassin, I would definitely choose such a closed underground environment to assassinate your Taoist star lords. And the premise of the assassination is to get you out of the way. As an assassination expert, Dong Chao keenly sensed the problem's crux. He looked around, everything was normal at the entrance of the martial arts academy. If his guess was correct, the problem must lie with the Java Exorcism Academy. Chen Zi, quickly contact the Java Exorcism Academy. Something might have happened over there. If I were to carry out the assassination mission, I might disguise myself as someone from the Java Exorcism Academy and start a massacre in the secret realm. Of course, getting you out of the way first would be the best. Hearing Dong Chao's words, Wen Tianqin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. I'll rush back immediately. It's too late. Just as Dong Chao was making the call, the portal to the secret realm had already opened. The students participating in the secret realm trial for the first time were filled with excitement and rushed in. Seeing this situation, Dong Chao quickly shouted to stop them. Everyone, stop. Dong Chao raised the phone in his hand. When Tianqin is calling, there's a danger in the mine's secret realm. Everyone, halt your actions. Hearing Dong Chao's words, the surging crowd paused for a moment. The students stopped in their tracks and looked towards their respective leading teachers. Facing the students' gaze, Yang Qing, the leading teacher from Sanqing University, remained remarkably calm. Hurry in, hurry in. Don't mind the tricks from Moe University. Yang Qing urged the students to enter the secret realm quickly. Throughout the day, Sanqing University had suffered greatly from Moe University's tricks. No matter what the Moe University faculty said, Yang Chang would not believe them. As a low-level paradise secret realm, the resources and exotic beasts in the mine secret realm were very limited, and they had to seize the opportunity. The students from Sanqing University were very obedient, and under Yang Qing's urging, 14 outstanding students entered the secret realm in a line. Once the students from Sanqing University left, the students from Moe University also became restless. Everyone knew that entering the secret realm even a second later meant losing out. At that moment, Lu Yuan spoke up, "Stop dawdling. Everyone, hurry up." Lu Yuan urged the students to catch up while pointing at Dong Chao. "Dong Chao, I'm not saying this to offend you, but you're just causing trouble. You didn't fool the students from Sanqing University, but instead delayed your own people. What are you trying to be clever about it this time?" Lu Yuan had organized the mine's secret realm trial dozens of times. He was well aware of the situation in the secret realm. The highest level exotic beast in the secret realm was the third-tier blue-eyed ice snake, which the students could easily handle. What kind of danger could a paradise secret realm have? Moreover, the holes in Dong Chao's fabricated story were too big. What status did Wen Tianchen have? He was one of the 4 little kings, an extraordinary martial artist. He was a key talent being cultivated by the military. Was he someone a nobody in the education sector could know? Could he call you? If you could know Wen Tianchen, I could know the king of soldiers from Huaxia. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, thinking disdainfully. Seeing the dean's attitude, the students also treated Dong Chao's words as mere background noise and rushed towards the portal. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Dong Chao really wanted to give that fool Lu Yuan a good scolding. Hearing that the students had rushed into the secret realm, when Tianchen on the other end of the phone was completely anxious, "Bro, I'm requesting military support right now. It's too late. The entrance to the mine's secret realm is only open for 15 minutes. By the time the military arrives, it will be too late." As the situation escalated, Dong Chao surprisingly calmed down. "Shenzi, don't worry. I'll go bring the students back." Dong Chao spoke in a flat tone, yet his words carried weight. He discreetly touched his storage bag, his gaze shifting from casual to sharp. Turning back, he instructed the 3 students from Class 4, "There may be dangers in the secret realm, so protect yourselves." This was the first time Dao Shi and the others had seen Dong Chao so serious, momentarily taken aback, but Dong Chao quickly reverted to his slick demeanor. He jogged over to the teleportation portal and grabbed Qin Wanqing's arm. "Teacher Qin, let's go together. As colleagues, you have to protect me." Dong Chao pretended to be flirtatious with Qin Wanqing, seizing the opportunity to whisper in a voice only they could hear, "Let the witch out. You might not be able to handle the situation ahead." With that, Dong Chao pulled Qin Wanqing and they entered the teleportation portal together. In less than a minute, all 60 teachers and students from the 2 schools had entered the portal. In the large secret chamber, only Lu Yuan and Huang Yeliang remained. "Come on, brother, let's go to my office for some tea," Lu Yuan said, preparing to take Huang Yeliang to his office while waiting for news from the students. At that moment, his phone rang. Lu Yuan answered the call casually, but after just 2 seconds, his expression changed dramatically. Lu Yuan dropped the phone to the ground with a thud. Huang Yeliang felt something was wrong. What happened? What's going on? Lu Yuan felt a chill run through him. His lips turned pale as he stammered out a disjointed sentence. It's over. There really is a crisis. The Java Exorcism Academy called. They said a group of unknown martial artists attacked their academy and forcibly entered the secret realm's teleportation portal. Those guys must be coming for us. Our students are really in danger. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, yet he was sweating profusely. Inside the mine's secret realm, hand in hand, Dong Chao and Qin Wanqing were teleported to the same location. Dong Chao shed his disguise, picked up a piece of rubble, and began sketching a simple battle map on the dim cave wall while asking Qin Wanqing, "Where's the witch? Let her out." Qin Wanqing wore a terrified and fearful expression, pitifully saying, "The witch. She might have run away. She didn't respond to me." Dong Chao shot a glare at Qin Wanqing. "Stop pretending. You are the witch." Although Qin Wanqing is a bit soft, she wouldn't panic to this extent. "You're overacting." Exposed, the witch Qin Wanqing revealed a deranged smile, her sharp tiger teeth standing out in the dim cave. Dong Chao had no time to argue with her, he continued drawing while urgently instructing, "Listen to me, there may be a problem at the Java Exorcism Academy. We must gather the students and prepare them for battle and first aid." Having spent so many years in the martial arts academy, Dong Chao was quite familiar with the mind's secret realm. He pointed to the battle map on the wall. "We are currently at the eastern teleportation point A, while the enemies are at the western teleportation point B. Have the students gather at point A and use the terrain for defense. With Wen Tianxian not here, you will definitely be the primary target for the enemy's attacks, so be mentally prepared." Shenyuan put away her smile and nodded. "There are many intricate mine tunnels connecting points A and B. I will use the complex terrain here to ambush the enemy. We must try to eliminate their fighting strength. We need to hold out for 6 hours until the teleportation portal opens again." The demonist Shenyuan said nothing, merely casting a challenging glance as if to question, "Can you handle it, little dog? Don't look at me like that, hurry up and act," Dong Chao instructed irritably. The two quickly split up. Shenyuan went to gather her classmates, while Dong Chao made his way towards point B of the mine. The entire mine's secret realm was composed of several winding abandoned tunnels, with multiple branches between them, resembling a complex underground maze. The walls of the tunnels were adorned with glowing fluorescent moss, the only source of light in the entire mine. Dong Chao dared not use his flashlight, relying solely on the faint glow to rush deeper into the tunnel. In the darkness, his figure resembled that of a black cat, agile and silent. After advancing for about a kilometer, Dong Chao heard faint sounds ahead. Judging by the noise, it seemed someone was also moving in the dark. Hearing the other person getting closer, Dong Chao hid behind a corner and took out his flashlight, deliberately tapping it against the wall to create a noise. "Who's there?" a startled voice called out from the opposite side. Dong Chao peeked around the corner and pressed the flashlight. "Is that a colleague from the Exorcism Academy? I'm a teacher from Manhwa University. I'm helping the kids find their way. My flashlight broke, hee. Dong Chao displayed a friendly smile, flashing his light at the other person. The figure opposite was a middle-aged man dressed in a black exorcist robe. Upon seeing Dong Chao, the man's expression softened slightly, and he pretended to be relaxed as he approached. Dong Chao extended his hand first. "You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time participating in the mind trial?" "I'm Dong Chao, an excellent teacher from Manhwa. What's your name?" "I'm Bin Sai," the middle-aged man replied with a common name from Java. Bin Sai could sense that this martial arts teacher before him was not very strong and had no awareness of danger. With his own mid-level 5th stage cultivation, it would be easy to take out this martial arts teacher. As the team scout, Bin Sai decided to extract some information from this teacher before eliminating him. With that thought, Bin Sai reached out his hand and shook Dong Chao's. The moment their palms clasped, Dong Chao's expression turned cold. "Bin Sang, how long has it been since you last saw the cherry blossoms of your hometown?" Bin Sai instinctively flinched, wanting to withdraw his right hand from Dong Chao's grip, but it was already too late. In that instant of their handshake, Dong Chao activated his spatial storage bag. A long knife, as black as ink, appeared out of thin air from his chest. Dong Chao grabbed Bin Sai's arm with his right hand, and with his left hand, he executed a swift slash, precisely cutting Bin Sai's throat. Bin Sai resembled a blood-drained rooster, futilely opening his mouth but unable to make a sound. Dong Chao plunged the knife into his heart again, sending him to his final rest. This move, handshake-style stab with black knife, was something Dong Chao had practiced specifically. It was always effective against such small-time crooks. The essence of this move lay in hiding the knife in the storage bag beforehand, minimizing the opponent's alertness. Dong Chao was certain that this guy before him had ulterior motives. He was definitely not a teacher from the Exorcism Academy. His earlier suspicions were correct. Something had indeed happened at the Exorcism Academy. First, this Bin Sai was stealthily moving in the dark, clearly acting like a scout. If he were truly a teacher from the academy, he would be confidently using a flashlight to find his way. Secondly, the curved knife at his waist was hung upside down. This did not conform to the drawing habits of Javanese warriors. He was not Javanese. This upside-down knife technique resembled the reverse draw technique of the Fusang warriors. As Dong Chao studied the dead man's attire, faint sounds came from a distance again. A slender figure, like a flea, jumped into the mine. The newcomer moved in a strange manner, yet was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived 10 meters in front of Dong Chao. The other party clearly sensed something was off and slowly slowed their pace from a distance. Dong Chao, gathering his energy, propped up the corpse of Bin Sai, letting it lean against the corner of the cave wall. Dong Chao himself hid on the other side of the corner. "Come over quickly, I have a situation here." Dong Chao mimicked Bin Sai's voice and whispered, "Okay, I'm coming." The flea man drew his dogleg knife from his waist and slowly approached the corner of the cave wall. Let me see what you found. As he spoke, the flea man once again executed his strange movement technique, leaping forward to the corner of the cave wall, while sweeping his dog-leg knife towards the corner where Dong Chao was hiding. The flea man was also a fifth-tier martial artist, and he had long noticed the bloody smell lingering in the air. Moreover, as a martial artist, his five senses were exceptionally sharp. He immediately recognized that his companion's voice was coming from behind the corner. It was not his companion speaking at all. The flea man pretended to be tricked. He first used words to stabilize the other party, then would suddenly strike. He thought himself clever, but this sudden attack missed its mark. Dong Chao had anticipated his anticipation. Dong Chao had deliberately exposed a flaw to lure him in. Just from the flea man's strange movement technique, Dong Chao knew this guy was not weak. With his cultivation level, it was impossible not to discern the true source of the sound. At the moment the flea man swung his knife in a horizontal slash, Dong Chao activated his spatial ability and instantly teleported to the top of the mine. At this moment, he was high above, descending from the cave's peak, with the black knife plunging into the back of the flea man's neck. The flea man not only moved swiftly but also had some protective martial arts techniques like body-protecting chi. When the black knife pierced the flea man's neck, Dong Chao clearly felt a dull sensation. Although Dong Chao's cultivation was not what it used to be, the sharpness of the S-class black knife was not something ordinary protective chi could withstand. Despite the dullness, Dong Chao still pierced through the flea man's neck, pinning him firmly to the ground. The flea man displayed a tenacious vitality. Despite having a penetrating injury to his neck, he did not die immediately. He raised his head, looking at Dong Chao in disbelief. The flea man could clearly feel that the opponent's blood energy fluctuations were much weaker than his own. Even in a sneak attack state, it was quite strenuous for him to pierce through his own protective chi. This opponent's cultivation was only at the third tier. Yet, the one lying on the ground now was himself. What was even more incomprehensible to the flea man was that his partner, who was not weak, also seemed to have been quietly taken down by this guy with only third-tier cultivation. Even as life approached its end, his own experience far exceeded the flea man's understanding. This confusion and frustration sustained him, making him reluctant to breathe his last. Dong Chao, with a humble expression, stepped on the flea man's back, casually straightening up to pull out his knife while softly saying, "There's no need to stare at me like that, right? I admit your cultivation is higher than mine, but when a person is killed, they will die." As he spoke, Dong Chao pulled out the black knife. With the second friction of the blade against the shattered spine, the flea man's head drooped, completely losing its vitality. In the final moment of life, his emaciated face still bore a look of confusion and doubt. Confirming that the flea man had breathed his last, Dong Chao hooked his foot and flipped the flea man's corpse over. The earlier Bin Sai was most likely a warrior from Fusang, and the flea man before him was a martial artist from Huaxia. The strange movement technique he had used should be the Huashan Shenxing, a very popular movement technique among the Secret Realm pioneers. One Fusang warrior, plus one Huaxia Secret Realm pioneer? Dong Chao couldn't tell at the moment what these assassins were really about. I need to find a tongue and ask some questions. Dong Chao pulled off the flea man's black robe and wiped the blood from the black knife on the flea man's body. He silently ventured deeper into the mine. Meanwhile, Yang Qing, the leading teacher from Sanqing University, was marching boldly with 14 students through a relatively wide section of the mine. Let's pick up the pace. The most valuable material in this mine's secret realm is the Earth Soul Ice Crystal found in the blue-eyed ice serpent's lair. This material can imbue weapons and armor with frost effects, and it's quite expensive. If we can get the Earth Soul Ice Crystal, we won't have come here in vain. Yang Cheng loudly issued commands to his classmates, completely unaware that danger was already approaching. His voice echoed through the winding mine, clearly heard by several hidden figures in black robes. The figures exchanged gestures and began to act. Yang Qing, comparing the map, led the students forward at a brisk pace when suddenly a hefty figure appeared before them. Are you the teachers and students from Moe University? I am the leading teacher from the Java Exorcism Academy. My name is Tuaban. The newcomer took the initiative to greet them. Seeing Tuaban, Yang Cheng still did not realize the danger. What worried him at that moment was that the Earth Soul Ice Crystal must not be snatched by the Exorcism Academy. We are the trial team from Sanqing University. With that, Yang Qing intended to brush past Tuaban and continue toward the ice serpent's lair. However, Tuaban sidestepped and blocked Yang Qing's path. So it's the Dao cultivators from Sanqing University. My apologies. I heard that your school has recruited 2 SS-level prodigies this year, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. May I, a humble local, have the honor of witnessing the glory of these 2 prodigies? Tuaban's tone was very polite, and his humble words completely masked his murderous intent. Yang Qing still did not sense the danger and replied casually, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun did not participate in this trial. Oh, Tuoban's brow furrowed slightly. This contradicted their intelligence. Their assassination targets hadn't come? As the most outstanding dual prodigies of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun not participating in the mine trial? That didn't make sense. Tuoban was momentarily puzzled, unsure of where the problem lay. Although he was confused inside, he still maintained a courteous demeanor on the surface. It's a pity not to witness the dual prodigy's prowess. By the way, may I ask how to address you? My name is Yang Cheng. Upon hearing Yang Qing's response, Tuoban exaggeratedly widened his eyes. So you are the famous teacher Yang Cheng? It's an honor to meet you. As he spoke, Tuoban extended his arms, wanting to embrace Yang Qing. Without a second thought, Yang Cheng opened his arms. Yang Qing felt secretly pleased. It turned out he was so famous. Even teachers from Java had heard of his name. Just as the two were about to embrace, Tuoban flipped his wrist, and a sleeve hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The sleeve hammer was just over a foot long, with a hammerhead the size of a lychee, but the force behind it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Caught completely off guard, Yang Qing's shoulder took a solid hit from the hammer. With a dull thud, his right shoulder instantly collapsed. As a 7th-tier martial artist, Yang Qing's combat training was decent. The moment he was hit in the right shoulder, he thrust out his left palm, attempting to exchange injury for injury. However, when Yang Qing's left palm struck Tuoban's black robe, it hit nothing. It was then that Yang Qing realized that although Tuoban appeared hefty, he was surprisingly thin beneath the wide black robe. This empty strike left Yang Qing completely exposed. Tuoban's sleeve hammer spun in his hand like a pen before smashing toward Yang Qing's face again. In a critical moment, Yang Qing stepped into a stance, narrowly turning his head, as the seemingly small hammerhead struck his cheek with the force of thunder. Yang Qing's half-face was a mess of blood and flesh, and his cheekbone had clearly caved in, but he had at least managed to save his life. As he leaped back, Yang Qing used his legs to channel power, executing the earth escape technique from the 5 elements Tao, causing a stone wall to rise abruptly in front of him, blocking Tuoban's pursuit. Quick, retreat! Yang Qing shouted hoarsely, but then he could no longer hold on, his body swayed, and he lost consciousness. From the moment Tuoban revealed his sleeve hammer to when Yang Qing summoned the rock wall, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that Yang Qing's classmates finally reacted. Several of them hurriedly lifted their unconscious teacher, casting healing spells while chaotically retreating. These elites and prodigies, once revered as star lords, had now turned into headless flies. They had no idea that the seemingly kind Tuoban had suddenly turned hostile. That guy's cultivation was clearly inferior to teacher Yang Qing's, yet in an instant, he had nearly taken Yang's life. Many students were so frightened that they were paralyzed, their minds in disarray as if bombarded by explosives, even stumbling over the simplest healing incantation. Now, they finally realized that Dong Chao's warning before departure was genuine. There truly was danger in the secret realm. Bang, bang. The sound of walls being smashed echoed behind them like a death knell. The already leaderless Sanqing Dao cultivators became even more panicked. Among the crowd, Gan Xiang remained relatively calm. He trembled as he helped wrap Yang Qing in bandages and said to everyone, "The mine passage is too narrow. We need to split up and run. Go seek help from Moe University." He pointed to a left fork, indicating the Big Dipper. "You guys, go this way." Then, he picked up the unconscious Yang Cheng and turned into the right fork. "The rest, follow me." 14 students split into 2 groups, taking different paths. While fleeing for their lives, they continuously sent out distress signals through the mechanical wristbands. "Attacked! Attacked! Requesting assistance! We are students from Sanqing University, our teacher is injured, requesting assistance. We are being chased, requesting assistance." Their cries for help were tinged with a strong note of desperation. Deep in the mine, the moment Dong Chao's mechanical wristband emitted a distress signal, he quickly turned it off. These assassins were indeed fierce, managing to take down Yang Qing, who had a 7th-tier cultivation. These guys were not weak themselves and had disguised as members of the Java Exorcism Academy, making them truly hard to guard against. The 2 scouts who had just encountered Dong Chao had died so easily because of him. If it had been someone else who met them, it would have likely been a massacre. Hearing that there was danger at Sanqing University, Dong Chao's heart tightened, but he had no intention of turning back to rescue them. With his current strength, such a direct rescue would only expose his own shortcomings. He needed to strike from behind the enemy to showcase his strengths. The rescue would be handled by someone else. It must be acknowledged that this group of assassins was well prepared. From sending away Wen Tianchen to breaking into the secret realm from the entrance of the Java Exorcism Academy, it was clear they had done their homework. However, no matter how meticulous their preparations were, there would always be variables they could not anticipate. These variables were Dong Chao himself and the 3 students in his class. Dong Chao was confident that those 3 treasures would definitely rush to the rescue upon hearing the distress signal. Although they were just 3 inexperienced young men, at this moment, Dong Chao regarded them as his greatest support. Dao Shi, from the Yugua clan, and Mo Xiang, from the Mo family, were both loyal and righteous, and they would never stand by and do nothing in the face of danger. As for Yi Xiangzai, Dong Chao was even more at ease. That kid always manages to stir up trouble, and now that an unexpected situation has arisen, can he hold it together? With Dong Chao's current cultivation level, he definitely cannot turn the tide on his own. But with these 3 students, he feels a bit more confident. From the current situation, this group of assassins must have made contingency plans for the 3 leading teachers, Shenyuan Qing, Wang Su, and Yang Qing. They might even be keeping a close watch on some of the higher-level students. However, the assassins could never have imagined that the martial arts class 4 of Mowi University is actually the strongest among these students. There are 2 prodigies whose true combat power is even stronger than that of Wang Su and Yang Qing. If the trial team is in the open and the assassins are in the dark, then Dong Chao and his 3 students are the ones operating in the shadows. They are the key players in this hunt and counter-hunt. Rustle, rustle. A faint sound came from the distance, clearly the noise of mechanical wristbands, catching the attention of the assassins. Dong Chao quickly held his breath, donned the black robe of the flea man, and prepared with a smile for the next round of slaughter. At the same time, on the edge of a certain mine, Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Xiang sat on the ground, each with different expressions as they listened to the distress signal coming from the mechanical wristbands. Dao Shi's face was calm, Mo Xiang looked anxious, while He Xiangzai wore an inappropriate smile of joy. Not long after entering the secret realm, they received a serious warning from teacher Qin Wanqing. Teacher Qin warned that there was indeed danger in the secret realm, and everyone from Mowi University should stay put and not move around carelessly. Qin Wanqing and the first-class students would come to gather everyone together. As underachievers, the 3 of them obediently waited for the first-class students to come to their aid. But at that moment, the wailing distress signal from Sanqing University echoed throughout the mine. He Xiangzai was the first to lose his composure. He adjusted his mechanical wristband, trying to pull up the real-time location of the people from Sanqing University. Shizi, shall we go have some fun? Sure. Dao Shi stood up calmly and looked at Mo Xiang. Are you coming? I'm going. Mo Xiang jumped up quickly. He had wanted to save people for a long time, but the 2 big shots had never expressed their intentions, so he had to hold back. Dao Shi took out a free mask from the infirmary and handed it to Yi Xiangzai. Zai Zi, let's split up. Don't forget, Sun Jingfeng. Yi Xiangzai took the mask and chuckled. Got it, Sun Jingfeng. Mo Xiang looked at the 2 in confusion. The Sun Jingfeng they mentioned seemed to be a mysterious code? At the same time, hearing the sounds from afar getting closer, Dong Chao, dressed in a black robe, boldly appeared in the center of the mine. Did you hear any sounds? Dong Chao, reversing the situation, was the first to ask the other party. I heard it. The other party instinctively responded. Dong Chao suddenly raised his voice. No. You look unfamiliar. Who are you? I'm Justin from Action Team 2. In a commanding tone, Dong Chao ordered, I know Justin from Team 2. Come closer, step into the light so I can see your face. Okay. Justin slowly walked forward, his right hand discreetly gripping his waist knife. The guy opposite him, although wearing the same black robe, had a voice that made Justin feel strange. As a seasoned veteran who had licked blood from blades, Justin remained cautious. As Justin took a few slow steps and reached the bioluminescent moss, his hand gripping the knife was already in a coiled state. So it really is you. As soon as Dong Chao said you, he suddenly leaped forward, swinging his knife at Justin. Prepared, Justin immediately drew his knife to block. In that instant, Justin felt a bit like laughing. The guy across from me has calculated everything, but unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. His sudden attack with the knife is simply too slow. Not to mention that Justin has long been on guard. Even in a completely unprepared situation, he could block this sneak attack. As an experienced knife user, Justin not only accurately blocked the opponent's attack route but also thought of a counterattack move. After blocking the opponent's knife strike, he could easily slice open the opponent's chest with a reverse slash. Justin's expectations were beautiful, but just as his waist knife was about to intersect with Dong Chao's black knife, Dong Chao's figure vanished. In that fleeting moment, Dong Chao perfectly executed his spatial ability, vanishing. As a result, Justin's block hit nothing but air, and he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness as if striking cotton. In that instant, Dong Chao's figure appeared behind Justin. Dong Chao bypassed Justin's block, using the back of his knife to strike at Justin's neck. Ugh! This slash shattered Justin's throat bone, instantly rendering him voiceless. However, Dong Chao's attack was not over. Seizing the opportunity as Justin's body leaned back, he used his left hand in a dragon claw strike, deeply digging into Justin's eye socket. Justin's eyes instantly turned into two bloody holes. The intense pain caused Justin to convulse. He instinctively wanted to scream, but his shattered throat could not produce a proper sound. Dong Chao turned the blade, pressing it against Justin's neck, pinning him against the cave wall. If you want to live, be honest. I ask questions, you write the answers. Dong Chao grabbed Justin's fingers, making him dip them in his own blood to write on the wall. Who are you? What organization do you belong to? Justin futilely opened his mouth, seemingly cursing, but under the pressure of death, his will to survive ultimately prevailed. He wrote awkwardly on the wall with his bloodied finger, Bai Yujing. Dong Chao frowned slightly. He had never heard of this organization. How many of you came? 30 people. Justin wrote again. What is the strength configuration? This time, Justin shook his head repeatedly, making muffled sounds. He was using body language to tell Dong Chao that he didn't know either. Dong Chao could see that this Justin was likely the lowest-ranking lackey among the group of assassins. His cultivation was only at the initial stage of the 4th level, a significant gap compared to the 2 scouts from earlier. Because of this, Dong Chao had attempted to capture him alive to use him as a source of information. At this moment, this source of information had lost its value. Your handwriting is too ugly. Practice your calligraphy in your next life. Dong Chao completely disregarded the earlier promise of sparing his life, affectionately patted the back of Justin's head, and swiftly cut his throat. Meanwhile, in a relatively spacious cave chamber, Shenyuan was also engaged with the assassins. Shenyuan had intended to rescue the students from Sanqing University but was ambushed by 3 black-robed assassins on the way. At this moment, the 3 assassins stood in a triangular formation, firmly trapping her. Shenyuan unsheathed the sickle blade from her back, fully transforming into her Rakshasa state. Her complexion turned sickly pale, her sharp tiger teeth morphed into 4 protruding fangs, and cracks resembling battle scars appeared on her forehead and cheeks, exuding a strong killing intent. If I were you, I would be digging my own grave on the ground right now, to avoid dying without a burial place later. Rakshasa Shenyuan said mockingly. From the fluctuations of their vital energy, it was evident that 2 of the 3 had mid-8th level cultivation, while 1 was at the 7th level. Although their strength was impressive, they were still no match for Shenyuan. Don't be so aggressive, Major Qin. Fighting and killing is too crude. The reward for this mission is only 100,000 secret realm coins. It's not worth risking our lives. The one speaking was the bearded man, the one with the lowest cultivation among the 3. Despite clearly having the weakest abilities, the other 2 warriors looked to him for guidance. Shenyuan stared at the bearded man, her killing intent growing stronger. The fact that he could accurately call out her title indicated he had detailed pre-battle intelligence. Go! The bearded man waved his hand, signaling his 2 companions to attack Shenyuan. He himself appeared relaxed, pulling out an ear scoop from his pocket. This unusual action left Shenyuan puzzled, but at that moment, she had no time to think and could only engage in battle with the 2 8th-tier warriors. Both 8th-tier warriors were enhanced ability users. One could transform his body into a shield, while the other could turn his limbs into chains. One used the shield to block Shenyuan's slashes, while the other unleashed chains to hinder her movements. Although Shenyuan held an absolute advantage in the battle, her scythe danced through the air like a gust of wind. She couldn't take down these 2 guys for the time being. Shenyuan felt something was off. These 2 warriors, whether in their abilities or the techniques they practiced, were focused on defense. How could such individuals be assassins? Meanwhile, the bearded man in the distance was holding the ear scoop, performing some kind of prayer ritual. It was clear that he was gathering power for some mysterious move. The 2 8th-tier warriors beside him were buying time for the bearded man. Shenyuan knew she had to end this quickly. She tightened her grip on the scythe and unleashed her self-created martial technique, the dance of the howling wind. The scythe, slicing through the air, emitted a piercing wail like a crying infant, a thick, tangible aura of decay bursting forth from the tip of the blade. As Shenyuan's slashes grew heavier than a mountain, her movements became increasingly swift, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Boom 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, she delivered 7 fierce slashes to the shield-wielding man, causing the shield he had conjured to crack and splinter. The shield warrior spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately summoning a new shield while loudly calling for help from the bearded man. Hurry up, we can't hold on much longer. The bearded man replied impatiently. I know. So annoying. Can't you give me a little sense of ceremony? Just as Shenyuan was about to deliver 2 more strikes to finish off the shield warrior, the bearded man finally completed his strange prayer ritual. He inserted the ear scoop into his ear and said, "Freeze." A field rapidly expanded from the bearded man as the center. Affected by the field, Shenyuan's movements froze, and she instantly lost her ability to act. The shield man and the chain man were also immobilized by the field, but their faces were filled with relief. If the bearded man's field had opened a few seconds later, they would have been chopped into meat paste by Shenyuan. You are a rule-type ability user. Shenyuan was greatly shocked. She finally understood why the two 8th-tier warriors looked to the bearded man for guidance. The bearded man squinted his eyes, leisurely digging in his ear. Pretty cool ability, right? According to the rules of the martial world, when I'm digging my ears, no one is allowed to move. The bearded man was clearly a chatterbox. He maintained the ear-digging motion while rambling on. I heard that your lone wolf marshal from Huaxia has the ability to enforce death battles. My ability, digging ears, enforces stillness, much more harmonious than his. Marx once said that the pursuit of harmonious beauty is a human instinct. He. The bearded man chuckled proudly. In the state of the field, he and everyone within it were absolutely safe, only losing their ability to act. As part of the star-plucking plan, their strategy from the beginning was to use the field to trap Shenyuan for an hour. As long as this 9th-tier master is immobilized, in an hour, the mine's secret realm will naturally be a river of blood. Shenyuan certainly understood what the other party was plotting. Her eyes were filled with rage. Once the domain is lifted, I will shred all of you. I hope you can do that. He. The mocking laughter of the bearded man made Shenyuan furious, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, the mechanical bracelet on her wrist was still making noise. Help! Save us! We are being hunted. Requesting support. With the aid of the electronic amplifier, the cries for help from the Taoist practitioners of the three purities were particularly tragic. Deep in the mine, Xiongzai, wearing a mask, focused on the red dot on the bracelet and rushed forward. Before rescuing those Taoist practitioners, he had a bit of preparation work to do. Following the bracelet's guidance, he moved ahead and soon heard voices. President, we've been waiting for so long, why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? Our school's trial team hasn't been attacked too, have they? The speaker was Ma Tao, a lackey of Sun Jingfeng. Hearing the cries for help from the mechanical bracelet, Ma Tao was nearly scared out of his wits. At this moment, he and Sun Jingfeng were huddled in a dead end of the mine, anxiously waiting for rescue. Compared to him, Sun Jingfeng was much calmer. With his hands in his pockets, he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. What are you afraid of? If we really encounter the attackers, just hide behind me and watch how I take them down. Ma Tao scoffed inwardly but spoke with admiration. President, it all depends on you. Although Sun Jingfeng had been quite impressive in the academy recently, Ma Tao always had doubts about his strength. Excluding his family background, Sun Jingfeng seemed quite ordinary in every way. Ma Tao even suspected that Sun Jingfeng's so-called glorious deeds were just the Academy's way of creating a hero. Just this morning, Sun Jingfeng had embarrassed himself on the exchange competition stage. Despite his doubts, Ma Tao knew he had to support Sun Jingfeng at this moment. This guy is so confident, if we really run into danger, he can take the lead. Just as Ma Tao was silently grumbling, Xiongzai approached them with a light step. Oh, you two are here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao were momentarily stunned by Xiongzai's sudden appearance. The newcomer was indeed wearing their school's uniform, but with a mask covering his face and the dark environment of the mine, they couldn't recognize him at first. Classmate, are you here to rescue us? Sun Jingfeng asked hesitantly. That's right. Xiongzai nodded with a smile. Just as Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao stood up, ready to follow him, Xiongzai suddenly pointed behind them and exclaimed, Wow, look, a UFO. Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao were extremely surprised. How could there be a UFO in the mine's secret realm? This was too ridiculous. However, for 18 or 19-year-old single young men, the allure of a UFO was even greater than that of single young women. Although they thought it was absurd, they instinctively turned around to see what was happening behind them. At that moment, Xiongzai executed a double ghost knock, smashing their heads together. Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao didn't even let out a grunt before they fell into unconsciousness. Xiongzai hid the two of them in the shadows of the dead end of the mine and then continued toward the location of the Taoist practitioners of the three purities. Meanwhile, Dao Shi, wearing a mask and holding a strange knife, was wandering around the mine. Following the guidance of the bracelet, he finally found the Big Dipper, who were huddled together in panic. Why, you're here to save us. Seeing Dao Shi in his school uniform, the members of the Big Dipper looked delighted. But when they found out that Dao Shi was the only one, the hope they had just raised quickly plummeted. You. Just one person? The Big Dipper had sent out a distress signal, hoping that the teachers from Mo Wu University would come to their rescue. As a result, only a student showed up. Wasn't that just a waste? Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Daoshi calmly said, "You all go ahead, I'll hold them off." But, everyone thought, what kind of joke is this? These killers were ruthless, and even teacher Yang Qing, who was at the 7th level of cultivation, had been outsmarted by them. What could a student do? Classmate, don't joke around. Those killers are not easy to deal with. The Big Dipper was still straightforward. Although they were terrified, they didn't want anyone to die because of them. The footsteps of the pursuers grew closer, and the 7 anxiously urged Daoshi not to act recklessly. Daoshi swung the strange knife in his hand, pushing a few people behind him. "Don't worry, I'm a super genius from the martial arts academy, Sun Jingfeng. I can handle this small situation." As he spoke, he swung the knife fiercely, shattering the rocks above the mine. A boulder taller than a person rolled down, forming a stone wall that stood between Daoshi and the others. "Classmate, you." This sudden move completely caught the Big Dipper off guard. After a brief moment of shock, Tianshu Xing Lu Lang was the first to react. "Let's go, we can't let our classmate sacrifice himself for nothing." Lu Lang led the others in a mad dash through the mine, while shouting with a choked voice into the mechanical wristband, We are safe for now. Classmate Sun Jingfeng sacrificed himself to save us." On the other side of the stone wall, Daoshi held the knife, quietly watching the approaching black-cloaked killers. Hee, how touching. A passionate youth willing to sacrifice himself to save his companions. "I had such impulsive thoughts when I was young too," said a burly bald man with a mocking expression. As a bloodthirsty pioneer of the secret realm, the bald man had seen too much deceit and had long lost his innocence. In his view, such self-sacrifice to save everyone was simply foolish. Daoshi also smiled, leisurely taking off his school uniform to avoid getting it stained with blood. "I'm doing this purely because the upcoming scene is not suitable for children." The bald man was surprised to find that after the boy took off his clothes, his figure actually swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he had become even more muscular than himself. As Daoshi's figure grew, his aura and vitality surged as well. The bald man felt a sense of foreboding. He clearly sensed that the opponent's displayed cultivation was at the 6th level high stage. You, who are you? The bald man stared with wide eyes, stuttering his question. "Didn't I just say? I'm Sun Jingfeng," Daoshi replied. "Sun Ningfeng?" The bald man looked puzzled. Their intelligence had no record of someone named Sun Jingfeng. Not giving the bald man any chance to think, Daoshi moved. He charged at the group of killers with his knife. At that moment, his calm and imposing demeanor made it seem as if he had surrounded the killers. "Go!" The bald man commanded his companions to rush forward. That strange student had high cultivation, but they were not weak either. Their cultivation was also at the 5th or 6th level. Under the pack wolf tactic, no matter how strong that kid was, he couldn't hold out for long. Hearing the bald man's command, shadowy figures approached Daoshi. A killer wielding a grappling hook was the first to reach Daoshi, aiming the hook at his chest. This move was merely a test, trying to force Daoshi to retreat, but unexpectedly, Daoshi did not dodge or evade, taking the grappling hook head-on with his formidable body. Clang! The hook killer felt as if he had struck against solid rock, half of his body numb from the impact. He wanted to retreat with the momentum, but Daoshi's knife had already come down. With a simple and unadorned vertical slash, Daoshi split the hook killer in half, along with the hook. Without any pause after the successful strike, Daoshi turned the knife and thrust the long handle's end straight into another killer's groin. The unfortunate killer felt as if his lower abdomen had been pierced by a rhinoceros horn. As he clutched his belly and howled, Daoshi turned the blade and severed his head with a single stroke. After taking down another person, Daoshi swept the blade downwards, cutting at the feet of several killers. As they jumped and dodged, Daoshi delivered another thrust to the throat, sending yet another unfortunate soul to their end. For a moment, Daoshi seemed like a giant bear charging into a cornfield. These killers, with their 5th and 6th tier cultivation, appeared to him like mere cornstalks, easily harvested. Watching his companions fall one after another, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat. This guy named Sun Jingfeng was too ruthless and too dark. He clearly wielded a large, sweeping knife, yet his moves were incredibly insidious. Eye gouges, throat stabs, foot slashes, and even low blows. Various dirty tricks came one after another. This guy's heart was even dirtier than those of them who had long roamed in the darkness. Moreover, facing a group attack, this Sun Jingfeng remained completely unfazed. His combat style was very straightforward. He withstood most attacks with his body, then used even faster speed and more ferocious strikes to randomly send an opponent to their demise. The bald man felt as if they were fighting against a towering mech. And not just any mech, but one that frequently employed underhanded tactics. Amidst the shock, the bald man grew increasingly puzzled. Why was such a ruthless person not in their intelligence reports? According to the intel, the key targets to focus on among the students entering the secret realm were the twin stars of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. However, just moments ago, the team leader sent a message that their assassination targets, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, had not entered the secret realm. With the targets lost, their assassination operation had encountered a massive blunder. Such a significant oversight left the bald man unable to comprehend. And now, another ruthless individual, Sun Jingfeng, had appeared, who was not in the reports. The bald man simply could not understand why Bai Yujing, known for its meticulousness, had so many gaps this time. Dao Shi was like a farmer harvesting grass, reaping the lives of these black-robed killers. Although these killers, with their 5th and 6th tier cultivation, were not far behind Dao Shi in terms of cultivation level, the combat power displayed by both sides was worlds apart. Watching his companions fall one after another, the bald man felt a surge of fear. He wanted to escape but was easily caught up by Dao Shi's swift movements, taken down with a single stroke. In just a few minutes, 7 or 8 black-robed killers had been slaughtered by Dao Shi. As a member of the Yugua clan, Dao Shi had undergone family training from a young age, and coupled with his secretly ruthless nature, even though it was his first time ending another's life, he felt little shock inside. Dao Shi only felt a bit of regret, regretting the hook knife in his hand. This knife was a gift from the genius Sun Jingfeng, an E-class standard hook knife produced by the Taisui Armory. After just one battle, the blade had already developed many nicks. Compared to the DIY weapons Dao Shi had made before, this knife was indeed sharp, but it was still far from matching his strength. Dao Shi tenderly sheathed the knife, bent down, and began to collect his spoils. In Dao Shi's eyes, the weapons, armor, money, and even the watches, rings, and earrings left behind by these killers were all good things. Upholding the fine tradition of free stuff brings joy, Dao Shi intended to take all these good things. While he was busy, Mo Xiang rushed over in a panic. Have you finished over there? Mo Xiang rushed over to help. On the way, he had fought off 2 black-cloaked assassins, knowing that this group was not weak. He never expected that in just a couple of minutes, Dao Shi would single-handedly take down 7 or 8 assassins. And he did it in a very brutal manner. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and flesh, with hardly a complete corpse in sight. Seeing this scene, Mo Xiang leaned against the wall and gagged. Damn it, why are you throwing up? Hurry up and help. Dao Shi calmly called out while collecting supplies. Mo Xiang gagged and waved his hands, feeling utterly helpless. Although he couldn't get past his mental block to help, as a skilled craftsman who worked with puppets all day, he was quite interested in the weapons and armor scattered on the ground. Most of these weapons and armor were made from rare metals, of decent quality, with some even reaching D or C grade. If they were reforged, they would make excellent materials for crafting puppets. Gag. Mo Xiang said to Dao Shi while retching, Brother Shi, I can forge you a good knife. Can you spare me some of these materials? Dao Shi raised an eyebrow. Oh? I didn't know you had the skill to forge knives? Mo Xiang gagged and remained silent. As a tough guy who crafted puppets by hand, Mo Xiang could do everything from machining to welding. Forging weapons was just a basic skill for him. Hearing that Mo Xiang could forge knives for himself, Dao Shi worked even harder to scavenge, trying to squeeze out every last drop from these assassins. Dao Shi, like collecting discarded cans, bent and flattened some damaged armor and weapons, tying them together. His skilled and swift movements earned Mo Xiang's respect. Besides the unfortunate assassins' bodies, one could occasionally find some abandoned weapons along the mine's passage. Dao Shi somehow pulled out a woven bag, picking up items as he walked, never once looking up. He picked up a long sword and was about to break it when Mo Xiang quickly called out, Wait! Mo Xiang noticed that the sword had a prominent star pattern on the blade, clearly the style of the 3 Pure One sect. I recognize this sword. It should belong to Yang Qing, the instructor from 3 Pure University. Mo Xiang had noticed the beautiful longsword at Yang Qing's waist when they were lining up to enter the secret realm, and he had a deep impression of it. Mo Xiang intended to return it to its rightful owner. Dao Shi calmly replied, Yang Qing's sword? Not anymore. As he spoke, he exerted force and broke the longsword into 2 pieces. In Dao Shi's view, whether the sword belonged to the assassins or the 3 Pure Ones, as long as it was picked up from the ground, it was his. Since childhood, Dao Shi had always adhered to a life motto, if you don't pick it up, it's considered lost. Under Mo Xiang's stunned gaze, Dao Shi tossed the broken sword into his woven bag and continued deeper into the mine. At the same time, in another branch of the mine, He Xiongzai held a jagged sword, striking a victorious pose with great flair. He Xiongzai had also successfully found the elite class from 3 Pure University, providing support for them. His support work was thorough. In front of him lay about 10 assassins' corpses, sprawled in various directions. Not long ago, He Shenzai had effortlessly dealt with these small fry. In fact, he felt a bit unsatisfied. Even though it was a life-and-death struggle with real weapons, He Shenzai treated it like a game. Every time he killed an assassin, he would whisper in their ear, "Victory and defeat are common in battle. Hero, please try again," giving them a bit of ghostly encouragement. At the moment, among the fallen assassins, only one burly man with scars and dual axes was still breathing. This guy's strength is quite decent. He fought with He Shenzai for over 10 moves, but at this moment, multiple vital points on his waist and chest have been pierced through by He Shenzai, and he knows he won't survive. However, the powerful will to live keeps the scarred-eyed strongman from breathing his last for a long time. Noticing that there is still someone on the ground gasping for breath, He Shenzai is overjoyed. He quickly drops the twin swords in his hands, bends down, and clumsily begins performing CPR on the strongman. "Please, can you not die just yet? I have questions to ask you." The scarred-eyed strongman coughs up a few mouthfuls of blood, cursing inwardly. The wounds on his body are all puncture wounds from sharp objects. The CPR compressions are only making things worse for him. Each time He Shenzai presses down on his chest, more blood spurts from the strongman's various wounds. The scarred-eyed strongman can't help but wonder if the other party is really trying to save him or just squeezing him for juice. Relying solely on his willpower to cling to life, he knows full well that the injuries he has sustained are fatal, yet he still wants to survive. "As long as I can live. Whatever you want to ask, I will tell you everything," the scarred-eyed strongman weakly responds. He knows that the other party must want to ask about the Bai Yujing organization. As long as he can live, the scarred-eyed man is willing to say anything. He Shenzai sits cross-legged beside the strongman, frowning, and speaks to him in a tone of academic exchange. "Buddy, I need your advice on something. About that move I just used to pierce you, do you think wild, cool, and stunning sword Shilocking the dragon sounds better? Or overbearing and proud, burying love and ruthlessness sounds better? Please help me consider." He Shenzai's tone is very earnest. "Wait, buddy?" The scarred-eyed strongman feels like he has been struck in the head, his brain splattered everywhere. Is this sword cultivator kid insane? Asking this at such a critical moment? Besides, does it really matter what it's called? With a confused and collapsing heart, the scarred-eyed strongman completely loses his will to survive, his vision darkens, and he breathes his last. On the other side of the battlefield, in a relatively spacious cave, the standoff between Qin Wanqing and the bearded man continues. As long as the bearded man maintains his ear-picking action, this absolutely safe stillness will continue to be effective. When the bearded man just activated his rule-based ability, the emotions of both sides were completely different. The bearded man and his group felt relaxed and delighted. As the action team for this star-picking plan, they successfully completed their mission and trapped Qin Wanqing. Meanwhile, Qin Wanqing's heart was filled with anxiety. As the highest combat power of the entire trial team, she was stuck in place, unable to do anything. This was a disaster for the entire team. Qin Wanqing had even prepared herself mentally for the possibility of large-scale casualties among her students. However, as time passed, both sides' communication devices continuously transmitted messages, and the situation for both sides began to turn around. Good news kept coming from Qin Wanqing's mechanical wristband. "We are the elite class of Sanqing University. We were also saved by classmate Sun Jingfeng. Thank you, classmate Sun Jingfeng. I am Wang Su, the teacher of martial arts class 2. Most of the students have been gathered at the teleportation point A. Currently, we have not spotted any assassins, and no students from the martial arts academy have been injured. I will continue to explore the periphery to find more missing students while ensuring the safety of the current students." Qin Wanqing knows that the real backup for the Dao cultivators of Sanqing University is not Sun Jingfeng, but those students from martial arts class 4. That silly boy Sun Jingfeng has fallen into their hands. The stream of good news from the mechanical wristband calms Qin Wanqing's anxious heart, but her gaze towards the murderous intent of the bearded man and the others showed no sign of wavering. "I keep my word, once your ability time is up, I will definitely turn you all into lamb slices," Qin Wanqing said with a cheerful smile while gripping her sickle blade. Hearing Qin Wanqing's mocking yet fierce words, the bearded man and the others turned pale, remaining silent. They had no idea what was happening. The sounds coming from the walkie-talkie were not reports of success from their teammates, but a series of agonizing screams. The bearded man clenched his teeth, quickly calculating in his mind that their entire assassination plan should have been flawless. Why was the situation different from what they had anticipated? Before entering the secret realm, they had used a trick to drive Wen Tianqian away, eliminating the biggest obstacle. After entering the secret realm, their first action team successfully trapped Qin Wanqing, further reducing the enemy's combat power. The leader of the second action team, Tuaban, also achieved great merit by ambushing Yang Qing from Sanqing University. thus eliminating the high-end combat power of both Moe University and Sanqing University. Up to this point, the plan had been progressing smoothly. However, from here on, the situation completely deviated from the predetermined course. Their primary assassination targets, Wang Zhujuan and Wang Yujun, for some unknown reason, had not entered the secret realm. Upon learning this, they altered their action plan, opting to assassinate other students within the secret realm instead. Killing those few S-class students from Sanqing University could barely be considered a significant achievement. The assassins concentrated their forces, preparing to first eliminate the star students from Sanqing University, and then conveniently slaughter the students from Moe University. Yet their new plan also failed. Logically, a group of bloodthirsty secret realm pioneers should have easily slaughtered a bunch of college students who had never truly tasted blood. But why was it their side that was being slaughtered instead? It seemed as if an unforeseen force was interfering with their entire plan. The screams from the walkie-talkie gradually ceased, and the bearded man knew this did not mean that his companions had successfully escaped, but rather that they had suffered heavy casualties. The bearded man simply could not understand where things had gone wrong. In the brief time he activated his ability, how had the situation reversed so drastically? The defeat of his accomplices made the bearded man consider retreating. Something's wrong, prepare to withdraw. He signaled to his two companions. In the mine secret realm, at the teleportation point A, 30 to 40 students from Moe University, under the supervision of teacher Wang Su, gathered at the entrance of the teleportation portal. Everyone stretched their necks, looking deep into the mine, their expressions a mix of tension and confusion. When they first entered the secret realm, they received a serious warning from teacher Qin. Upon learning that there was indeed an enemy attack, the students became extremely anxious. Later, when they found out through the mechanical wristbands that the trial team from Sanqing University was being pursued by assailants, the group was so frightened that their legs felt weak. Fortunately, teachers Qin and Wang acted promptly and gathered them all together. As time passed, the legendary assailants never appeared, and good news of escape from Sanqing University began to circulate, which slightly reassured the students while also piquing their curiosity. The so-called enemy attack didn't seem so terrifying after all. They had just been standing there doing nothing, and the crisis seemed to have been resolved. As the leading teacher, Wang Su took up the mantle at this moment. He continuously counted the number of students who hasn't been contacted yet. Teacher, besides Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao, there are a few guys from Class 4 of the Martial Arts Department who haven't joined us. Shin Tu-chan replied. Those guys from Class 4 really don't make things easy. The teacher is unreliable, and the students don't listen. Wang Su cursed inwardly but still got up and walked deeper into the mine. I have to go find those kids. Shin Tu-chan, I leave this to you for now. Report to me if anything happens. As a teacher, no matter how much Wang Su disliked the few underperforming students in Class 4, he couldn't just let them fend for themselves. Meanwhile, deep in the maze of the mine, Dong Chao struck from the shadows, delivering two finishing blows to the fleeing black-cloaked assassins. Hearing footsteps approaching from a distance, Dong Chao quickly lay flat on the ground, pretending to be a corpse. Tuoban, holding a walkie-talkie, rushed past Dong Chao in a panic. As the leader of the second team of the star-picking plan, he had only heard bad news over the walkie-talkie for the past 20 minutes. His useless subordinates had failed to eliminate the outstanding students from two schools. Instead, they had all been wiped out by a guy named Sun Jingfeng? What a joke! All surviving personnel, listen to me, retreat, immediate retreat. Tuoban blustered past Dong Chao, anxiously issuing orders over the walkie-talkie. The crackling walkie-talkie offered no response. I'll say it again. Tuoban, with his back to Dong Chao, was repeating the command. Dong Chao silently stood up and drew his black knife. He transformed into a blur, charging towards Tuoban with the blade aimed directly at his back. Dong Chao intended to deliver a straightforward strike, catching the unsuspecting Tuoban off guard. But at that moment, he suddenly felt something was off. Tuoban's posture, with his back turned, seemed wrong. At the same instant that this thought crossed his mind, Tuoban moved. He suddenly turned around, a crimson maw opening wide as he flicked out a snake-like tongue. I've been watching you for a long time, fool. As he spoke, a snake tail emerged from beneath Tuoban's robe, whipping towards Dong Chao. In that moment, Dong Chao realized he had fallen into a trap. Faced with the incoming snake tail, a flurry of thoughts raced through Dong Chao's mind. This guy in front of him was a serpent bloodline ability user. Moreover, he had a high degree of mutation, able to transform his body into that of a snake person. And snakes perceive their surroundings through scent. So, in front of this snake person, Dong Chao's act of playing dead was utterly useless. He could distinguish the scent of the living from that of the dead. From the moment Dong Chao entered this mine, this snake person had already discovered him. He had been acting all along. He was waiting for this moment. Tuoban's snake tail lashed out like a steel whip, aiming straight for Dong Chao's face. The tip of the tail bore a venomous hook, exuding a sweet, dangerous scent. In a critical moment, Dong Chao hurriedly blocked with his knife, narrowly deflecting the poisonous hook, but the agile snake tail changed angle and struck Dong Chao hard in the ribs. With no way to evade, Dong Chao could only rely on his body to withstand the blow. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Dong Chao's left rib visibly caved in. This sweeping strike from the snake tail had at least broken 3 of his ribs. In a moment of crisis, Dong Chao gritted his teeth and activated his spatial ability. He left the black knife in place, enduring the inertia of the snake tail strike, and suddenly vanished. Smack! The black knife was sent flying by the snake tail, crashing against the cave wall. Meanwhile, Dong Chao reappeared at the other end of the mine. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, his left rib caved in, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth, clearly injured badly. Dong Chao coldly stared at the snake person before him, knowing he had encountered a fellow practitioner of the despicable path. Wow, not bad. You actually survived my strike. Tuoban stared at Dong Chao, grinning wickedly. Although this guy's snake face was smiling, his eyes revealed a sinister intent. Tobin had long noticed the many corpses of his companions lying in the corners of the mine. It was clear that they had all fallen victim to the poisonous hands of the man before him. Tobin understood that the reason this assassination attempt had failed was due to some unexpected variables, and this man in front of him was clearly one of those variables. However, this variable appeared very weak. His cultivation was only at the 3rd level. Tobin was somewhat puzzled as to how such a weakling had managed to kill his companions, but he didn't need to dwell on it. With just a sneak attack from his snake tail, he had nearly beaten this guy to death. He just needed to land one more hit to eliminate this variable. This assassination attempt had already failed. Taking the head of this man would at least provide an explanation to the owner. At this moment, Dong Chao was also thinking quickly. He cursed himself for being so careless. The snake man before him was not only despicable but also quite formidable. This guy's cultivation was at the 6th level, 3 levels higher than his own. If it weren't for the protection of his body enhancement skill, that last attack would have been more than just a few broken ribs. Facing such an opponent, he couldn't confront him head-on, he had to outsmart him. Dong Chao opened his spatial storage bag, and a black mask fell out. As the black mask touched Dong Chao's body, it immediately expanded and transformed into a suit of armor. This was Dong Chao's S-rank armor, the Armor of Pain. The Armor of Pain not only provided Dong Chao with basic defensive capabilities but also had a powerful ability, pain paralysis. For the first 10 minutes after putting on the Armor of Pain, it could numb pain, allowing him to maintain a high-spirited combat posture. However, after 10 minutes, the pain would return doubled. Because of this nerve-wracking property, Dong Chao would not wear this armor unless it was absolutely necessary. Once he donned the Armor of Pain, the pain in his left rib instantly vanished, and he stood up as if nothing had happened. Seeing the Armor of Pain on Dong Chao, a glimmer of greed flashed in Tobin's eyes. This guy before him had poor cultivation but was equipped with luxurious gear. His armor and that black knife were no ordinary items. Tobin began to understand why his companions had been slaughtered by a 3rd-level warrior. It turned out they had encountered a pay-to-win warrior. The storage bag, the armor, and the black knife, this man had quite a few treasures. But soon, these treasures would belong to him. The seed of greed took root and sprouted rapidly in Tobin's heart. Dong Chao had intentionally revealed his storage bag and armor in front of Tobin. He wanted to stir up emotions within Tobin. As the pain disappeared, Dong Chao used his spatial abilities again to teleport to the other side of the mine and picked up his black knife. Tobin's snake tail followed closely behind, and the poisonous hook of the tail once again lunged toward Dong Chao's face. In a moment of panic, Dong Chao could only use his spatial abilities once more to evade Tobin's pursuit. After appearing at a distance, Dong Chao took out a recovery pill and casually popped one into his mouth. Tobin's pupils shook violently. This guy, with only 3rd-level cultivation, actually had a recovery pill. Tobin shifted his body and silently blocked the entrance of the cave. In Tobin's eyes, Dong Chao had become a piece of meat delivered right to his mouth. He could not let this treasure-laden prey escape. Tobin fully transformed into his snake form, his entire lower body morphing into a 6-meter-long snake, with the poisonous tail swaying back and forth in the narrow mine. Tobin believed that in this confined and narrow environment, his snake form had the upper hand. At this moment, the attack range of his snake tail could completely cover the entrance. Moreover, the difference in cultivation levels between the two was enormous. If it weren't for the opponent's ability to dodge with spatial powers, Tobin would have already taken him down with those previous attacks. Although he had the advantage in the situation, Tuoban was not the least bit careless. As a well-known assassin in Southeast Asia, Tuoban understood that even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength, let alone the fat rabbit before him, which was equipped with top-notch gear. Even though his opponent was already injured, Tuoban still adopted the most prudent tactic, guarding the cave entrance, ready to catch the turtle in the jar. After retrieving the black knife, Dong Chao displayed an attitude of not wanting to fight, using his teleportation 3 times in an attempt to escape the mine, but all were blocked by Tuoban. Tuoban could not only attack from a distance with his snake tail, which had a poisonous hook, but once in close quarters, the flail in his hand was equally troublesome. Tuoban's flail was made of mithril. It looked small but weighed 100 pounds. Under the dual pressure of strength and cultivation, Dong Chao did not dare to take Tuoban's flail head-on. After 3 failed attempts to escape, Dong Chao took out a jade bottle again, preparing to take medicine to recover his vitality. His action of taking out the jade bottle was very discreet, but Tuoban still noticed it. This guy's vitality is only enough to use his spatial abilities 3 times. Tuoban concluded in his heart. For elemental ability users, the more powerful the ability, the more vitality it consumes when released. At this moment, it was clear that the spatial ability his opponent was using consumed a lot of vitality. Tuoban clearly remembered that when Dong Chao first took medicine, he also used his spatial ability 3 times. Tuoban believed he had captured a key piece of information. Little did he know, this so-called key information was a trap set by Dong Chao. When Dong Chao took medicine again, Tuoban did not interrupt him but allowed him to recover his vitality. Tuoban was deep in thought. Even though he had captured this important information, he needed to verify it. He deliberately waited until Dong Chao's vitality rose before twisting his snake body and launching another attack. Tuoban's flail struck like a torrential rain, creating a series of afterimages in the enclosed mine, forcing Dong Chao to use his ability to retreat. As soon as Dong Chao steadied himself, Tuoban's snaketail followed closely, coiling around him, trying to ensnare him. In a desperate situation, Dong Chao had no choice but to use his second spatial ability to retreat even further. But Tuoban's pursuit was not over. He actually opened his massive mouth and spat out 2 streams of snake venom. The corrosive snake venom headed straight for Dong Chao's face. In utter helplessness, Dong Chao had to use his third ability. After using the 3 abilities, Dong Chao's steps became unsteady, and his breathing was rapid. He grabbed the jade bottle, ready to take medicine, but how could Tuoban give him that chance? Tuoban's snake tail transformed into a long spear, feinting towards Dong Chao, who could only awkwardly crouch and dodge. Seeing this scene, Tuoban secretly laughed. His speculation was indeed correct. The opponent's vitality was only enough to use spatial abilities 3 times. This also basically aligned with Tuoban's understanding of third-tier warriors. Now, the opponent could no longer use abilities, which meant the battle was over. Tuoban swung his waist again, and the snake tail turned into a steel whip, striking towards Dong Chao's injured left rib. Tuoban was confident that without the ability to use spatial powers, Dong Chao would definitely not be able to dodge. Facing this lethal strike, Dong Chao attempted to block with his knife, but the immense impact made him spin like a top, both him and the knife whirling around. Seeing this, Tuoban quickly followed up with a tail strike. Dong Chao's figure looked disheveled, but he revealed a smile of triumph. During the spinning process, Dong Chao's black knife slipped from his hand and shot backward. The force of Tuoban's tail strike combined with the force of Dong Chao's throw turned the black knife into a bolt of black lightning. Only this lightning was shooting in the opposite direction. For a moment, Tuoban couldn't understand why the black knife flew in the opposite direction, but it didn't matter, his killing move had already arrived. The resilient snake tail, accompanied by a whistling sound as it cut through the air, struck fiercely at Dong Chao's waist, its immense force seemingly capable of splitting him in half. However, at this critical moment, Dong Chao's figure vanished. Along with him, the flying knife that had slipped from his hand also disappeared. In the depths of the mine and behind Tuoban, a spatial rift appeared. The speeding knife entered the rift and emerged again from behind Tuoban. The black knife, with unrelenting momentum, plunged into Tuoban's lower back. The sudden, excruciating pain caused Tuoban to freeze momentarily, and before he could react, Dong Chao had already appeared behind him. Grasping the handle of the black knife, Dong Chao pushed it sideways, the sharp blade nearly severing Tuoban's spine. Dong Chao had long realized that Tuoban's snake-human form had the advantage of attack distance in the narrow mine, but at the same time, he also had the disadvantage of turning around to defend. Tuoban's excessively long snake body made it difficult for him to turn, and Dong Chao's move with the spatial rift was specifically developed to stab the black knife from behind. To prevent Tuoban from taking him down with him, Dong Chao allowed the black knife to remain in Tuoban's body, elegantly jumping into the spatial rift behind him, disappearing completely. Almost simultaneously, Dong Chao reappeared from the spatial rift deep within the mine, and this time, the near-death Tuoban could no longer launch a ranged attack against him. As life slipped away, Tuoban could no longer maintain his snake-human form. He reverted to his normal appearance, hunched over, blood gushing from his lower back. Tuoban finally realized he had been deceived. From the very beginning, he had fallen into Dong Chao's trap. The three uses of spatial abilities were far from Dong Chao's limit of vitality. Thanks to the contributions of Daoshi and Xiong Zai, Dong Chao's current vitality had reached as high as 6,700, almost double that of other martial artists of the same rank. In the previous battles, Dong Chao had always taken a recovery pill when his vitality was still at half, misleading Tuoban. Dong Chao had laid the groundwork, all for this final fatal blow. To kill you, I used up 3 recovery pills. Your death is worth it. Tuoban's face was filled with disbelief as he reached back to try to cover the wound on his back, but the horizontal slash that nearly spanned his entire lower back was impossible to hide. Tuoban collapsed weakly to the ground, helplessly witnessing the flow of his life. Until this moment, Tuoban couldn't believe that he had truly been counter-killed by this piece of meat he had thought was in his grasp. He, a renowned assassin from Southeast Asia, had died at the hands of a third-tier weakling? Clearly, he had been very careful, and clearly, there was such a huge gap in their cultivation. Dong Chao stepped forward. Don't be so surprised. To tell you the truth, you are the weakest opponent I've killed with this spatial rift move. TSK, only a 6th tier high-level cultivation, have you even put in any effort to train? Tuoban felt an immense sense of frustration. A weakling with 3rd tier cultivation was mocking him? Unfortunately, at this moment, Tuoban had neither the ability to fight back nor to retort. Dong Chao stepped forward and cleanly snapped Tuoban's neck. As a seasoned assassin, the last scene Tuoban saw before leaving this world was Dong Chao's smug smile as he took away his wrist hammer. You kid have a bit of cunning, but not much. Remember to eat more lotus roots in your next life to grow some wisdom. After Tuoban breathed his last, Dong Chao rummaged through Tuoban's belongings while offering him a heartfelt blessing. To be fair, this snake man was quite despicable, but compared to a seasoned schemer like Dong Chao, he still seemed a bit of a novice. Aside from the mithril-made wrist hammer, Dong Chao also found a stack of matte black coins on Tuoban's body. These were the realm coins endorsed by several major secret realm development organizations, an absolute hard currency among martial artists. I didn't expect this snake man to be quite wealthy, possessing over 10,000 realm coins. After stashing the realm coins into his storage bag, Dong Chao removed the painful armor. The paralysis state was instantly lifted, and the double pain returned to Dong Chao's body, causing him to nearly roll on the ground in agony. Enduring the excruciating pain, Dong Chao lay back on the ground. He kicked Tuoban's corpse fiercely, trying to pull out his black knife. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from afar. Dong Chao raised his head and saw a massive baboon with a human face charging towards him. Staring at this baboon, Dong Chao was momentarily stunned, then pitifully cried out, "Teacher Wang Su, save me, please save me. My ribs are broken." Just moments ago, Dong Chao had been mercilessly killing, but now he had completely changed his demeanor, appearing weak and helpless. Later, I will announce the number of small gifts for love-powered updates in the author's notes. If it reaches 400, there will be an extra update, valid for a long time. I hope everyone will support me. Wang Su was also taken aback upon seeing Dong Chao. Dong Chao? What are you doing here? As Wang Su approached, he noticed Tuoban's corpse and was shocked. This person, did you kill him? You took down a killer? Dong Chao thought to himself that he had taken down more than just one. Deep in the mine, the bodies of the killers were stacked like winter-stored cabbages, lined up in a row. Facing Wang Su's inquiry, Dong Chao put on a lucky facade. I was lying in wait in the shadows, and when this guy passed by, I gave him a stab. This old man hit me before he died, breaking a few of my ribs. Wang Su's expression of astonishment deepened. Although Wang Su had never fought these killers, he had heard from the mechanical wristband that these killers were quite formidable. Even Yang Qing from Sanqing University had fallen victim to them. Dong Chao, a second-tier thug, actually dared to ambush these killers? What left Wang Su speechless was that he had indeed caught a dead rat by chance. Wang Su released his baboon transformation, took a few quick steps forward, and examined Dong Chao's injuries. Dong Chao's left ribcage was severely caved in. He was indeed badly hurt. Wang Su was greatly shocked. He had thought that Dong Chao, who had been out of contact, was hiding in some corner like a turtle. He never expected this guy to be so bold as to ambush killers. In that moment, Wang Su felt he had a new understanding of this thug colleague before him. You are being too reckless. It's simply courting death. Wang Su complained verbally, but his hands were already pulling out a first aid kit. Don't move, I'll do a chest wall stabilization for you. Sensing Wang Su's change in attitude, Dong Chao seized the opportunity to play a little palace intrigue. He let out a long, sorrowful sigh. Can I not take risks? As a teacher, it's better for me to take risks than to let my students face danger. Wang Su raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect Dong Chao to say something so grand. Dong Chao's acting was pure and natural, and his tone unconsciously took on a sobbing quality. For so many years, this is the first time I've led students in a secret realm trial. I just want to bring all the students back safely. Wang Su was deeply moved. Dong Chao's performance became even more fervent, and his eyes turned red. Those killers came at us fiercely. If we just hide, it won't solve anything. I thought, if I could sneak around behind these guys and harass them, wouldn't that buy more escape time for the students? I know that all along, everyone has had their criticisms of me. But no matter what, I am a martial arts instructor. When danger comes, I must stand in front of the students. Wang Su was completely taken aback. All along, he had regarded Dong Chao as a good-for-nothing slacker. At this moment, Wang Su realized that this colleague he had always looked down upon actually possessed such noble sentiments. When danger arrives, one must stand in front of the students. Dong Chao's words resonated perfectly with the teaching philosophy Wang Su practiced. Wang Su was deeply moved. Teacher Dong, don't worry, the students are all fine. Wang Su changed his address, calling Dong Chao Teacher Dong, his tone now infused with respect. That's good, that's good. Boo-hoo. Dong Chao's tears streamed down his face. He covered his face with his hands, pretending to hide his crying. In reality, what he was truly hiding was his wicked and triumphant smile. Just as his theory of being kind to others stated, as long as he catered to their preferences and said things they liked to hear, he could win over 99% of people. Right now, the core teacher Wang Su, who had quite a few grievances against him, was easily won over. Teacher Dong, take it slow, I'll help you. After assisting Dong Chao with emergency measures, Wang Su carefully helped him up. While Wang Su wasn't paying attention, Dong Chao quietly hid his black knife. The two made their way through the intricate tunnels, heading towards the teleportation point A. Along the way, they occasionally saw the bodies of assassins. Some of the bodies were even chopped into pieces. Dong Chao seized the opportunity to mislead Wang Su. These assassins must have been dealt with by teacher Shenyuan, right? Wang Su thought to himself, what a stupid question. Who else could it be if not Shenyuan? Who else has that kind of strength? Wang Su internally acknowledged Dong Chao and took the opportunity to show off. Teacher Dong, have you heard? Those students from Sanqing University were rescued by our class's Sun Jingfeng. Dong Chao nodded repeatedly. I've heard. Sun Jingfeng truly deserves to be called a super genius of our school. It's astonishing. Wang Su was the type who would puff up if you called him fat. He pouted and said in a pretentious manner, you have no idea, teaching a super genius like Sun Jingfeng is the hardest. It requires tailored teaching. Just to teach this kid well, I feel immense pressure every day. Oh. Dong Chao pretended to agree. He thought to himself, why are you still putting on an act, brother? Have you ever seen a real genius? Wang Su didn't notice the insincerity in Dong Chao's tone. He sighed with concern. That kid Sun Jingfeng, after saving the students from Sanqing University, has no idea where he ran off to. We need to find him quickly. We should retreat. Evening. In the underground chamber of the Martial Arts Academy, Lu Yuan, Huang Yeliang, and Wen Tianchen, along with a group of students who did not participate in the trial, stood anxiously in front of the teleportation portal, waiting. Lu Yuan and Huang Yeliang looked as if they had lost all their feathers, radiating despair. Although Wen Tianchen furrowed his brows, he managed to keep his composure. Since Brother Chao had promised to bring the students back safely, he would surely find a way to do it. Time passed second by second, and the teleportation array in the chamber slowly lit up. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan and Huang Yeliang felt both joy and tension. The activation of the teleportation array indicated that there were still survivors in the secret realm. However, both of them silently acknowledged that the entire trial team must have suffered significant casualties. Bang 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 bang! A beam of faint light descended, and several figures appeared in the teleportation portal. Lu Yuan, who had been on edge all afternoon, could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Kids, it's all my fault. I let you down. Boo-hoo! Lu Yuan cried out in despair. Earlier at noon, he had ignored Dong Chao's warning and allowed the students to enter the secret realm, which led to this tragic incident. Lu Yuan truly did not expect that Wen Tianchen and Dong Chao actually knew each other. They were actually online friends. That phone call was real. At noon, not long after the trial team left, Wen Tianchen stormed back, demanding an explanation. Lu Yuan regretted it deeply. Just because of his negligence, it directly led to a large number of casualties among the students. While Lu Yuan was lamenting with a pained expression, students from two universities emerged from the portal, looking lively in front of him. The students from Sanqing University appeared somewhat disheveled, but the students from Manhwa University were all calm and composed. Even the few underperforming students from the martial arts class 4 returned intact. Ha! You! How come you're all fine? That's great! Seeing the children safe and sound, Lu Yuan, in shock, instantly changed from crying to laughing. Just as Lu Yuan was about to pull the students aside to ask what was happening in the secret realm, Qin Wanqing and Wang Su's figures appeared in the portal. Each of them was dragging a simple stretcher, on which lay the injured Dong Chao and Yang Qing. Yang Qing was still in a state of unconsciousness. He had relied on the students from Sanqing University taking turns to cast the mixed Yuan spell to hold on until now. Compared to Yang Qing's severe injuries, Dong Chao's rib injury had stabilized long ago. But adhering to the principle that a crying child gets milk, he was now groaning and acting, looking even worse than Yang Qing. Upon learning that their teacher was so severely injured, Huang Yeliang quickly stepped forward, concerned, and asked, What happened? Wang Su spoke frankly, we were ambushed in the secret realm. Teacher Yang Qing was plotted against and almost sacrificed. At this point, Wang Su deliberately raised his voice. As for our college's teacher Dong Chao, he bravely fought with the assassins to buy time for the children to escape. In the struggle, he killed one enemy but also had his rib broken by the opponent. Listening to Wang Su's words, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present could hardly believe that the infamous useless mentor Dong Chao was so brave. The one most impacted was undoubtedly Lu Yuan. His pair of dead fish eyes widened as if they were transformed into big, sparkling eyes. Lu Yuan's CPU was almost overheating. Could what Wang Su said really happen to Dong Chao? Dong Chao was still playing the role of an excellent teacher, deliberately moving his lips and speaking in a weak voice, half alive, there's nothing to praise. This is what I should do as a teacher. As long as the children are fine, even if I die, it's worth it. The place fell silent again. The students from Sanqing University were deeply shocked. Meanwhile, the students from Manhwa University exchanged glances. This demeanor, this integrity, this professional quality, was this still the biggest joke of their school? Among the crowd, Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Shi were utterly astonished. While in the secret realm, the three had noticed that their useless mentor was injured. But until this moment, through Wang Su's narration, they learned that the useless mentor had actually been injured while fighting the assassins. Right now, the useless mentor's shameless act was definitely a performance. But the injuries on him were real. They never expected that their useless mentor was quite passionate. Clearly a slacker who did nothing, clearly with such low cultivation, yet when danger came, Teacher Dong was quite responsible. This was just like them. In an instant, the three, deeply moved, contributed a significant amount of recognition to Dong Chao. Dao Shi's recognition +9, He Xiangzai's recognition +8, Mo Shi's recognition +12, Dong Chao's poignant performance of human nature earned a total of 29 points of recognition. Before this, he had already gained 73 points of recognition from Doxy and He Xiangzai, and with the fresh 29 points, his total recognition value had surpassed 100. With this substantial influx of recognition, Dong Chao's cultivation level rose once again. He instantly soared up 4 small ranks, reaching the 3rd stage of great perfection. At the same time, a system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated 100 points of recognition. The teaching treasure module is now unlocked. The teaching treasure module that Dong Chao had been longing for was finally unlocked. Given the current situation, he couldn't check his teaching treasure and had to suppress his curiosity for the time being. Quick, hurry and take the 2 teachers to the school hospital. Lu Yuan signaled to the classmates beside him to help carry the 2 teachers for emergency treatment. Seizing this opportunity, Dong Chao suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Yuan's arm. Dong Chao mumbled as if he had something to say. Lu Yuan quickly leaned down to listen. Right now, Dong Chao was the college's great contributor. Even if Lu Yuan didn't have a good impression of him, he didn't dare to neglect him. Teacher Dong, what do you want to say? I'm listening. Dong Chao continued to feign a weak voice, gasping for breath. Dean, those attackers were mostly taken down by Teacher Qin Wanqing. I actually didn't do much. As he spoke, Dong Chao subtly glanced at Qin Wanqing. Lu Yuan nodded on the surface but secretly scoffed. Even a fool would know that the biggest contributor to safely bringing the students out of the secret realm was definitely Qin Wanqing. The fact that Dong Chao could take down one attacker was already quite unbelievable to Lu Yuan. Also, there's one more thing. Dong Chao suddenly changed the subject. Dean, all my medical expenses for recovery shouldn't go through health insurance. Can we use the school's health fund? I need to save the money on my insurance card for dental crowns. Dong Chao's words struck the students present once again. Many students' newly risen admiration dissipated instantly. Lu Yuan continued to nod. All right, you just focus on your recovery. I'll handle the expenses. Lu Yuan signaled for the classmates to quickly carry Dong Chao away. If they delayed any longer, he might bring up more demands. Watching Dong Chao and Yang Qing stretch or leave, Wang Su quietly said to Lu Yuan, "Our safe escape this time rely first on teacher Qin Wanqing, and second, thanks to our class's Sun Jingfeng." Just as Wang Su was reporting to Dong Chao, the students from Sanqing University all gathered around Sun Jingfeng, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving help. Among them, the most sincere was Gan Xiang from the elite class, who held onto Sun Jingfeng's hand and refused to let go. Brother Sun, a great favor cannot be repaid with words. During the arena competition, I was blind to your abilities. When they were in the mine, Gan Xiang had felt utterly hopeless. That group of assassins had high cultivation levels, and they had to carry the injured teacher Yang Qing, making it impossible to escape. If it weren't for Sun Jingfeng charging in from the side, all 7 of them would have been done for. At this moment, Gan Xiang finally believed that the Sun Jingfeng who had been beaten up without fighting back in the arena was indeed a super genius. Moreover, he had repaid kindness with kindness, saving their lives. It wasn't just Gan Xiang expressing gratitude to Sun Jingfeng. The students of Sanqing University surrounded him like a fortress. Brother Sun is strong and brave, saving all 14 of us by himself. Brother Sun is like a classical chivalrous swordsman, his sword is only drawn against enemies. What kind of metaphor is that? Brother Sun clearly uses a knife. How did he become a swordsman? Can I not distinguish between knives and swords? Brother Sun clearly uses a sword. He uses a knife. He uses a sword. The few students participating in the trial were arguing fiercely. Listening to everyone's back and forth, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun, who were sitting nearby, gradually caught on. They turned their heads and looked at the inconspicuous Dao Shi and He Xiongzai in the crowd. The Wang brothers realized that it was clearly these 2 prodigies who had saved the trial team from Sanqing University. Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun exchanged glances and hesitantly approached, stammering, "Thank you. You saved all of us." The brothers had heard that the assassins in the secret realm were asking everyone about the 2 of them, clearly targeting them as the primary attack goal. By a twist of fate, the brothers had not entered the secret realm, all thanks to Dao Shi and He Xiongzai. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai not only saved the trial team from Sanqing University but also indirectly saved Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun. In response to the brothers' gratitude, Dao Shi appeared very carefree. "What's there to thank? We've had drinks together, so we're friends now. But next time we drink, don't act so pretentious." He Xiongzai chimed in with a smirk, "No kidding, you guys better practice your drinking skills. Your cultivation is already quite mediocre, and if your drinking skills are mediocre too, it'll be a laughingstock." Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun felt a bit helpless. As prodigies who had been adored by thousands since childhood, it was the first time they were being told they were mediocre. And this evaluation came from these 2 prodigies right in front of them. No matter how displeased they were, the Wang brothers could only accept it begrudgingly. On the other side, Sun Jingfeng, who truly saw himself as a savior, responded to his classmates' gratitude with composure and grace. "Your thanks and praise are a heavy honor for me, and they motivate me to move forward. As the grandson of Marshal Lu Er and the son of General Wu Zhiqi, I will continue to unwaveringly protect everyone's safety. This is what I should do." Sun Jingfeng spoke with great vigor, but the large bruise on his forehead slightly marred the scene. Clap clap clap. Facing the thunderous applause, Sun Jingfeng maintained an air of composure and restraint, nodding frequently, but inside, he was already lost in thought. "I really am strong. Unknowingly, I took out a group of assassins? This time, Grandpa should be proud of me, right? But speaking of which, should I use a knife or a sword in the future?" Unlike the Sanqing Taoists who faced the attack directly, the students from Manga University did not truly feel the threat posed by the assassins. They had only sat idly near the teleportation point for a few hours, and then the enemy attack was over? Being protected so well led these students to develop a delusional idea of being out of touch with reality. They didn't realize that it was thanks to the few prodigies around them that they had saved their lives. Feeling good about themselves, they even expressed regret. What a pity! An opportunity for a secret realm trial just ended like this? Yeah. What a wasted trip. Don't mention it. We were about to find the ice serpent's lair, but teacher Qin Wanqing called us back forcefully. If we had known, we would have gotten the Earth Soul Ice Crystal first and then joined the main group. Listening to these nonsensical complaints, Mo Xiang secretly tightened his pocket. After scavenging the belongings of the assassins, Dao Shi and Mo Xiang went to the ice serpent's lair and obtained the Earth Soul Ice Crystal. For other martial artists, this ice crystal could only provide frost effects for weapons and armor, but for Mo Xiang, this thing could serve as the internal core for a puppet, significantly enhancing its functions. In this secret realm trial, Dao Shi and Mo Xiang not only picked up a large amount of metal materials but also obtained this ice crystal, making it a bountiful harvest. With these precious materials, the puppet of Mo Xiang can finally be upgraded. Night. Martial Arts Academy, Teacher's Office. Lu Yuan and Wang Su each held a food basin, discussing matters while indulging in their meal. The basin contained the hot rice that Lu Yuan had personally prepared. Hot rice is a mixture of hanging noodles and rice porridge, with a bit of pickled vegetables, cooked into a sticky, gooey mess. This is Lu Yuan's favorite dish. After a day of anxiety and skipping lunch, seeing that the students were all safe made his appetite surge, and he quickly made 3 basins. Watching Lu Yuan devour his food, Luo Shaqin Wanqing couldn't help but think that even an ordinary mother pig couldn't eat as much as he did. Wang Su clearly didn't enjoy the dish Lu Yuan had painstakingly made. He looked like he was wearing a mask of pain. But he couldn't refuse Lu Yuan's face, so he had to pinch his nose and force himself to eat. Seeing Lu Yuan slurping up the hot rice, in a good mood, Wang Su took the opportunity to say, "Dean, there's something I want to discuss with you. Could you please not expel Dong Chao just yet?" Wang Su knew that Dean Lu Yuan had always planned to expel Dong Chao. In fact, before this semester, Wang Su himself had written a petition to Lu Yuan for Dong Chao's expulsion. But now, Wang Su's thoughts had completely changed. Oh, Lu Yuan didn't expect that a key teacher in the academy would plead for a slacker. Finally getting to the point, Wang Su quickly pushed the pig food far away, finally ending his torment. Although Dong Chao's abilities are a bit lacking, at the very least, he has a sincere heart for teaching. I think you shouldn't be in a hurry to expel him, you can give him a chance. Wang Su was completely brainwashed by Dong Chao's superb acting skills and hadn't come back to his senses. Dean, I believe there are still redeeming qualities in teacher Dong Chao. You remember, right? Previously, we misunderstood that his class was cheating on exams, and he argued with us to defend his students' dignity. Also, when the training room collapsed, he cared about the students' safety and, despite only being at the 2nd level of cultivation, ran ahead of us. Today, his spirit of heroic dedication truly opened my eyes. Dean, you still remember what you always emphasize, right? Vision is more important than ability. Teacher Dong Chao is clearly the type of person who has poor abilities but possesses vision and passion. Wang Su earnestly said to Lu Yuan, I know that with teacher Dong Chao's abilities, he won't achieve anything remarkable. But if we guide and support him well, giving him a chance, perhaps we can mold him into a qualified piece of the puzzle. Luo Shaqin Wanqing bit her tongue, using all her strength to keep from laughing out loud. You two are really lost in your pig food, discussing how to support Dong Chao? If it weren't for Dong Chao, you two wouldn't even know where to cry. Lu Yuan thought it was truly strange. There was indeed significant resistance to expelling Dong Chao. Key teachers in the academy were helping Dong Chao plead his case. Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. On one hand, Wang Su's words had somewhat moved him. On the other hand, he had just finished writing the 100,000-word self-reflection assigned by Director Mo, and he was truly exhausted. With that in mind, Lu Yuan decided to do Wang Su a favor. Since teacher Wang is pleading for me, I will give Dong Chao a chance and observe him further. However, regarding his teaching work, before Lu Yuan could finish, Wang Su interrupted, Don't worry, in terms of work, I will definitely play the role of a model key teacher and help him well. Qin Wanqing felt a bit speechless. At that moment, she finally understood why Sun Jingfeng chose Wang Su as his mentor. This pair of teacher and student truly had no sense of shame. At the same time, at Manhwa University, in the campus hospital, Dong Chao lay on the hospital bed, crossing his legs comfortably. As an agent who danced on the edge of a knife for years, Dong Chao had encountered various injuries. A few broken ribs were merely minor wounds to him. Just moments ago, the head professor of the Battlefield Emergency Department personally performed a blessing treatment on him, and Dong Chao's broken bones healed rapidly. He estimated that in 2 days, he would be back to normal. Now, confirming that no one was around to disturb him, Dong Chao began to check his system. As soon as he opened the system panel, he immediately received a notification, Congratulations, host. The recognition level of student Mo Xiang has reached 12 points. You can now extract a trait from Mo Xiang. The trait extracted by the host is dexterous. Dong Chao felt a surge of profound knowledge flooding into his mind. In just an instant, he gained deep insights into the previously incomprehensible fields of puppet mechanics and weapon forging. At his current level, he certainly couldn't create a weapon or a puppet with his bare hands. However, making some simple traps or pretending to give advice on strategies would be no problem at all. Although the trait extracted from Mo Xian wasn't as directly combat-enhancing as the dominant body of Dao Shi or the sword Shi of Xiangzai, it was still a very practical skill. Relying on the knowledge of puppet mechanics that had suddenly appeared in his mind, Dong Chao suddenly had a bold idea. Perhaps he could create a special training program to enhance the students' practical combat abilities. Martial arts real-person battle royale. Let the students improve their combat and adaptability skills in a chaotic battle similar to a battle royale game. Dong Chao noted this idea in his small notebook, planning to test it at an appropriate time. After putting away his personal notebook, Dong Chao finally checked his newly unlocked Teaching Treasure Vault module. The function of the Teaching Treasure Vault module was succinct. For every 100 points of recognition he gained from students, Dong Chao could unlock a treasure reward with 3 options. The treasure rewards included martial arts techniques, mental methods, potions, rare materials, extraordinary items, and more. At that moment, a multiple-choice question appeared before Dong Chao. Reward 1, 50 kilograms of star steel. Reward 2, martial technique, 5 mountains golden bell. Reward 3, potion, eagle eye. Dong Chao did not hesitate for a moment and immediately chose reward 2. The star steel from reward 1 was a precious metal from a secret realm. Although it was valuable, there were still some purchasing channels available. Spending a treasure reward to choose 50 kilograms of star steel was indeed unwise. As for reward 3, the potion Eagle Eye, its name suggested it was a visual enhancement potion. Such enhancement potions often had strong practicality, but the same issue arose. Spending a treasure reward on a potion that enhances vision seemed a bit extravagant. According to Dong Chao's thinking, since it was called a teaching treasure vault, he should choose items related to teaching. Selecting a technique or martial art and then gifting them to the students would increase their favorability. Then, through the system's sharing function, he could share the martial arts and techniques back, creating a nested effect. This was the correct way to be a good teacher and friend. Therefore, Dong Chao unhesitatingly chose reward 2, the martial technique, 5 mountains golden bell. An ancient-looking booklet appeared in Dong Chao's hand out of nowhere. He opened the booklet and briefly skimmed through it. The 5 mountains golden bell was a new type of martial technique based on the Buddhist golden bell shield. Unlike the traditional passive golden bell shield that merely absorbed hits, the 5 mountains golden bell sacrificed some defensive attributes but contained the power of the 5 elements, balancing offense and defense. The 5 mountains golden bell has simplified the complex golden bell shield's 13 barriers into 5, the Hangshan water barrier, the Hangshan fire barrier, the Huashan gold barrier, the Taishan wood barrier, and the Songshan earth barrier. Each barrier embodies a different elemental force. Just by casually flipping through the 5 mountains golden bell's outline, Dong Chao realized that this martial art was very compatible with Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang was not only tall and strong, naturally suited for this type of horizontal training martial art, but he was also an unconventional puppet master, able to use puppets to perform martial techniques. A puppet master who could use the golden bell shield, controlling several puppets capable of executing the golden bell shield. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. Just as Dong Chao was secretly planning in his heart, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from afar. Dong Chao quickly put away the 5 mountains golden bell. 2 seconds later, there was a knock on the door, and when Tianqian's voice came from outside, "Brother, it's me. Qinzi, come in." Upon receiving the response, Wen Tianqian entered the hospital room with a grim expression. Seeing Wen Tianqian's state, Dong Chao knew that this kid wasn't here to visit the patient, he had something urgent to discuss. "Qinzi, what happened?" Dong Chao asked with concern. When Tianqian waved his hand, conjuring a barrier inscribed with Taoist talismans to prevent any sound from leaking out of the room. After doing this, he whispered, "Brother, something happened at the Mo martial artists' prison." Dong Chao gave Wen Tianqian a look, signaling him to continue. "Brother, here's the thing. At noon, after realizing I had been set up, I instructed the prison staff to monitor all the instigators of this riot. I planned to start with this prison riot to find out who was behind it. But just now, the prison called me to say that the mastermind of this riot suddenly died in the isolation cell." "How did he die?" Dong Chao asked calmly. The prison said it was quite eerie, that criminals suddenly lost dozens of pounds in the isolation cell and aged rapidly. He went from a burly middle-aged man to a hunchbacked old man. The coroner's report indicated that he died from multiple organ failures. This is clearly someone silencing him. With that old bastard dead, the clues are completely cut off. Dong Chao chuckled lightly. "Who told you the clues are cut off? The criminal's death is a clue in itself. Qinzi, this isn't about silencing someone, it's about shedding one's shell." In Dong Chao's view, what Wen Tianqian said was not bad news at all, rather, it was good news. At least, Dong Chao was now certain about who had instigated this attack. It was the Demon Clan. "Qinzi, the so-called Bai Yujing is just a minor player from overseas. They don't have the capability to obtain such detailed pre-battle intelligence. They certainly don't have the ability to incite a riot at the Mo martial artists' prison." Dong Chao had previously investigated through military internal websites and found that Bai Yujing was a small organization that had recently emerged in Southeast Asia. The organization's purpose was to take people's money and do their bidding. The fact that such a small organization, known for killing and smuggling, could gather 30 martial artists of levels 5 and 6, and even recruit ability users from the rules system, was itself very strange. The assassins under Bai Yujing had intelligence that did not match their strength. Those guys even knew the exact opening time of the mine's secret realm and the 2 entrances to it. This powerful intelligence-gathering ability made Dong Chao unconsciously think of the Demon Clan. Moreover, assassinating the human race's prodigies was a long-term plan of the Demon Clan. Initially, Dong Chao had only a 40% certainty that the mastermind behind this attack was the Demon Clan. However, after hearing Wen Tianqian's words, Dong Chao's confidence in this speculation rose to 80%. The Demon Clan was not a unified race. Within the Demon Clan, there were various strange little races. The so-called Demon Clan is just a general term. Listening to Wen Tianqian's description, Dong Chao realized that the one causing the riot in the Mo Prefecture Martial Prison was a very rare race among the Demon Clan, the Sun Clan. The Sun Clan is a strange parasitic lifeform that relies on merging with others to obtain their physical body in cultivation. Those unfortunate enough to be possessed by them are referred to as skins. After hearing Wen Tianqian's description, Dong Chao was basically certain that the one who instigated the riot in the Mo Prefecture Martial Prison was a Sun Clan infiltrator. This infiltrator had changed his skin while in the prison. For this Demon Clan infiltrator, one must fish for big game with a long line. I have some matters to attend to tonight, but tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you to the Mo Prefecture Martial Prison. Dong Chao touched the 5 mountains golden bell in his arms. He indeed had important business tonight. He needed to deliver this martial skill to Mo Xiang. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber somewhere in Southeast Asia. Master, that's the situation. The bearded man, who had barely escaped with his life from the mine's secret realm, recounted everything that had happened in the secret realm to the man in the black robe before him. The bearded man's tone was very cautious, completely different from his previous nonchalance. The man in the black robe sat expressionlessly in a chair, remaining silent. The bearded man, feeling a bit guilty, said, "Master, I followed your prior instructions to the letter. Even if something went wrong, it has nothing to do with me. To ensure a safe retreat, I even used a teleportation staff. I can say I lost a fortune." After an hour of hard control over Qin Wanqing, the bearded man used an extraordinary item, the teleportation staff. He teleported himself and the 2 8th-tier martial artists out. The 3 of them were the only survivors of this assassination mission. I didn't expect that even Tuoban would die in the secret realm. After a long silence, the man in the black robe lamented. Both he and the one inside him thought Tuoban was a talent worth cultivating, but unexpectedly, this promising talent was eliminated. At this moment, the bearded man appeared obedient and docile. He wasn't afraid of the man in the black robe, but he was genuinely afraid of what was inside him. He was cautious not to provoke the man in the black robe and tried to soften his tone. "Master, I don't know why, but our intelligence this time has significant flaws. The assassination targets, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, never even entered the secret realm. Moreover, there is an existence in the secret realm that is even more troublesome than the Wang brothers." As he spoke, the bearded man took out a walkie-talkie. "Master, listen to this. It's a distress signal sent by my companions while I was confronting Qin Wanqing." The bearded man pressed the play button, and the chamber was immediately filled with the sounds of wailing. "Help! Save us! Be careful of Sun Jingfeng! Sun Dingfeng!" Many assassins were frantically calling for help before they breathed their last, with the name Sun Jingfeng repeatedly mentioned. "Master, this Sun Jingfeng has killed many of our brothers. I specifically checked. This guy is a student of Mo Wu University." Oh, the man in the black robe was greatly surprised. As far as he knew, Mo Wu University had declined significantly in recent years. How could there still be such an outstanding genius? This Sun Jingfeng has another layer of identity. He is the grandson of Lu Er and the son of Wu Jiqi. I specifically looked up his information, but the bearded man hesitated for a moment before presenting the information he had found. The data shows that this Sun Jingfeng has very mediocre talent, only A grade. His cultivation isn't impressive either, only 4th tier. I really can't understand how this guy managed to take down so many of us. The man in the black robe took the information, glanced at it, and let out a light snort. "You humans have a saying, a tiger's son is not a dog. We, the Demon Clan, have similar expressions. How could the grandson of Lu Er and the son of Wu Jiqi be a useless fool? This information is clearly fake. Deliberately lowering the talents and abilities of the prodigies to avoid being targeted by us is an old tradition in Huaxia." The man in the black robe believed he had seen through the truth of the matter. "Adjust the assassination level of this Sun Jingfeng to 4 stars, on par with Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. Find an opportunity to eliminate him as soon as possible." "Yes, The bearded man responded obediently. Nighttime. Mo Wu University, Puppet Manipulation Academy. Mo Xiang was peering outside the gate of the training ground, stretching his neck and constantly looking around. Inside the training ground, the lights were bright, and laughter echoed. Watching his classmates chatting and laughing inside, Mo Xiang felt a bit complicated. The event taking place in the venue was the farewell party for Mo Xiang leaving the 7th day celebration. It was obvious that ever since Mo Xiang was transferred to the martial arts academy, these puppet masters had been holding a celebration every day. Seeing this scene, Mo Xiang's heart was deeply hurt. Today, the events that occurred in the secret realm left a profound impact on Mo Xiang. When danger approached, Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and even their slacker mentor stood up to fight to protect their classmates. Their useless mentor even got seriously injured because of it. The sense of responsibility and commitment shown by Dong Chao deeply resonated with Mo Xiang. As the only puppet master of the Mo family, Mo Xiang had always felt a sense of mission and responsibility. He wanted to lead the puppet masters of Mo Wu University back to the high-end arena. He wanted the puppet manipulation techniques of the Mo family to shine again. He pushed his classmates to train hard, applying high-intensity pressure on them, all to make them better. After experiencing the danger today, Mo Xiang was extremely concerned about his classmates in the puppet department. He quietly returned to the puppet department just to visit them. However, upon seeing this, Mo Xiang's heart turned cold. The puppet department was actually holding a celebration for him, and it had been going on for 7 days. This clearly meant they regarded him as a disaster. At that moment, Mo Xiang recalled a line from a song, "He should be under the car, not inside it." What made it even harder for Mo Xiang to accept was that even Professor Wang, who suffered from a cerebral thrombosis, was present at the celebration. Professor Wang was controlling his remote-controlled wheelchair, going table to table drinking with the students. When the drinking reached its peak, this old man even started blowing into the bottle, showing no awareness of being a patient with a cerebral thrombosis. Seeing this scene, Mo Xiang really wanted to rush in and smash this old man's wheelchair to pieces. In the end, Mo Xiang suppressed his impulse, turned around in frustration, and left silently. He had only taken a few steps when someone suddenly called out to him, "Xianggo? Why are you here?" Mo Xiang turned his head and realized the person calling him was Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was the clever little guy who had previously used a plastic bottle and a can to get by during the puppet competition. At this moment, Zhang Fan's face was flushed, reeking of alcohol. He was clearly tipsy and had come out to relieve himself. Facing Zhang Fan's inquiry, Mo Xiang felt a bit embarrassed. "I just wanted to come back and see you all. I saw you all busy, so I didn't go in." Zhang Fan, afraid that Mo Xiang would see the celebration in the training hall, waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't go in, we're just drinking." In his tipsy state, Zhang Fan accidentally let something slip. He reacted quickly and hurriedly corrected himself. I mean, Xiang Ji's teachings are all in our hearts. Oh, Mo Xiang frowned, thinking that Zhang Fan's pun was as bad as their useless mentor Dong Chao. After successfully covering up, Zhang Fan quickly changed the subject. "Xiangge, I heard that there was an incident during today's secret realm trial in the martial arts academy?" Mo Xiang nodded. "We encountered an assassination attack. Fortunately, everyone is safe and sound," Zhang Fan said, prompting Mo Xiang to remind, "You all need to be more careful during the secret realm trials in the future." Zhang Fan chuckled. "Mo Ge, our puppet academy hasn't participated in the secret realm trials for years. There's no need to worry about that." Mo Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words. In recent years, for safety reasons, the puppet academy did not force students to participate in the secret realm trials. Puppet masters and ordinary warriors have completely different growth trajectories. A third-tier warrior can easily defeat a third-tier beast. However, a third-tier puppet master, once they lose their puppet, is no different from an ordinary person. The combat power displayed by low-tier puppet masters is far inferior to that of beasts of the same tier. But once they reach higher tiers, the advantages of multitasking for puppet masters become evident. With enough puppets, a high-tier puppet master can even take on a dozen warriors of the same level. In gaming terms, puppet masters are a super late-game profession. The longer they survive and accumulate resources, the stronger they become. Nowadays, with the mess at Mo Wu University, Master MOU can only choose to prioritize stability, avoiding the premature downfall of students. Not participating in the secret realm trials indeed ensures the safety of the students, but the cost is that they also lose the opportunity to earn martial contribution points. Without martial contribution points, puppet masters find it difficult to exchange for various precious materials to create high-level puppets. And without high-level puppets by their side, entering the secret realm is essentially pointless. Thus, puppet masters have fallen into a vicious cycle of decline. While at the Puppet Academy, Mo Xiang had repeatedly suggested that everyone actively sign up for the Secret Realm trials, but very few responded. Mo Xiang knew in his heart that with the level of these classmates, sending them into the Secret Realm would be akin to sending them to their deaths. Mo Xiang wanted to lead his classmates to grow stronger, but at the moment, he truly couldn't find a way forward. He didn't know what this only Mo family puppet master could do for the students. Mo Xiang glanced at Zhang Fan and then at the door of the training hall behind him, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. Zhang Fan, you should head back, it's windy outside. I'll come to see you another day. As he spoke, Mo Xiang waved his hand and left with a feigned nonchalance. Yet, in Zhang Fan's eyes, Mo Xiang's robust figure, like a black tower, seemed somewhat lonely. Zhang Fan felt a strange discomfort in his heart. He pushed open the door to the training ground with a lack of enthusiasm, and immediately a classmate hooked his arm. Xiao Fan, why did you take so long to pee? Come on, let's keep drinking. The pungent smell of alcohol in the venue, the banner on the wall sending off Mo Xiang, and the image of Mo Xiang's desolate back all pierced Zhang Fan's heart like a thorn. You guys drink, I'm going to attend evening class. Zhang Fan pushed away the drunken classmate and left without looking back. Outside the venue, Mo Xiang walked down the path of the Puppet Academy with his hands in his pockets, feeling desolate. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The person hunched over, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, and leaned on a crutch, looking incredibly miserable. Seeing the person, Mo Xiang was slightly taken aback. Teacher, what brings you here? The crutch-using mummy was none other than Mo Xiang's martial arts mentor, Dong Chao. Dong Chao had secretly followed Mo Xiang all the way, witnessing the disappointments and setbacks Mo Xiang faced tonight. Dong Chao feigned a weak appearance. I came specifically to find you. Tomorrow, I will be going to the provincial capital for recuperation, and before I leave, I have something to give you. Dong Chao reached into his robe and took out the last remaining recovery pill. Take this recovery pill, I was just teasing you before. This thing can save your life at a critical moment. As my student, I cannot be biased, all three of you must have it. Just after experiencing disappointment, Mo Xiang felt a warmth in his heart as he took the recovery pill. Although he had only recently been transferred to the martial arts class 4, teacher Dong treated him no differently. Whether it was daily meals or those perplexing courses, teacher Dong treated him just like the other two prodigies. However, he felt unworthy of this pill. Today, in the secret realm, Dao Shi and He Shenzai had showcased their prowess, saving the Dao cultivators of Sanqing University. Meanwhile, Mo Xiang had merely played a supporting role, barely fending off two assassins. Clearly, they all had 6th tier cultivation, but their displayed combat power was worlds apart. This left the usually confident Mo Xiang feeling quite inferior. Just as he didn't know how to lead the puppet masters to glory, he also didn't know how to catch up to those two prodigies. The vast gap between them made Mo Xiang feel powerless. Now, with teacher Dong specifically coming to deliver him the pill, Mo Xiang felt very grateful, but he couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Seeing that the moment had almost arrived, Dong Chao finally got to the point. He took out the 5 Mountains Golden Bell Manual. In addition to the recovery pill, I also have a family heirloom martial art to give you. Teacher knows that although you are a puppet master, you are passionate about martial arts. This martial art will greatly benefit you. Mo Xiang flipped through the manual and thought to himself that old Dong was really full of it. This manual was printed, in proper song typeface size 5, and the smell of the ink hadn't even dissipated yet. How could it possibly be a family heirloom? Moreover, Mo Xiang recalled something. Teacher, I heard that you are an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. Where did you get a family heirloom manual? Cough cough. Dong Chao was caught off guard and immediately broke into a dry cough. He thought to himself that Mo Xiang was really a straightforward guy. How did you know that I grew up in an orphanage? Dong Chao asked curiously. Mo Xiang widened his eyes. Brother Shizi said so. Shizi tells everyone that you are an orphan. Dong Chao cursed inwardly, thinking that Dao Shi was indeed his true student. What a pain. He had to change his approach. Although this book isn't a family heirloom, it is definitely precious. Just practice it. I guarantee you'll be silent as you practice. Hearing Dong Chao describe it this way, Mo Xiang felt even more that this little booklet was of no high quality. He perfunctorily expressed his thanks. Thank you, teacher. Mo Xiang casually tucked the booklet away. Late at night, Mo Xiang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He simply took out the little booklet as bedtime reading. Improved martial art, 5 Mountains Golden Bell? Mo Xiang casually opened the cover page. After just glancing at the text, Mo Xiang suddenly sat up in bed. Improved from the Buddhist Golden Bell Shield? Combining the 5 elements of the 5 mountains with the Golden Bell Shield? This kind of ingenious idea was unheard of to Mo Xiang. he vaguely felt that this little booklet might not be simple. He quickly adjusted his attitude and read carefully. After flipping just 2 pages, Mo Xiang realized that sitting while reading was still not proper. He hurriedly crossed his legs and sat in meditation, studying word by word, while circulating his internal energy to practice alongside. The more Mo Xiang delved into it, the more he discovered the intricacies of this martial art. This martial art he had never heard of was indeed greatly beneficial to him. In the end, Mo Xiang completely knelt on the bed, holding the booklet, and read it with reverence. Mo Xiang found that this 5 Mountains Golden Bell resonated with him perfectly. Firstly, he was already on the path of hard and rigorous martial arts, naturally favoring techniques like body protection energy. Secondly, the brilliance of the 5 Mountains Golden Bell lies in the fact that the attributes of the 5 mountains and 5 passes are entirely different. Mo Xiang couldn't help but imagine that after mastering the 5 mountains and 5 passes, if he were to transfer these 5 passes, symbolizing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to a puppet, he would then possess 5 puppets that wield the Golden Bell Shield, each mastering one elemental attribute. When they worked together, they would create a top-tier puppet embodying the endless cycle of the 5 elements. Just thinking about it made Mo Xiang's scalp tingle. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his earlier attitude towards Teacher Dong had been too reckless. Teacher Dong had given him a top-tier martial skill, a priceless treasure. Mo Xiang's recognition level +1. 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 In the hospital room, Dong Chao's screen was flashing with system notifications like a barrage. Mo Xiang had contributed 10 points of recognition to Dong Chao in one breath. It was evident how much Mo Xiang cherished the 5 Mountains Golden Bell. Before this, Mo Xiang had been as stingy as a miser, not giving Dong Chao even a single point of recognition. But now, in just one day, Dong Chao had gained 22 points of recognition from Mo Xiang. Dong Chao had finally grasped this kid's pulse. Mo Xiang possessed a unique sense of mission and responsibility typical of the Mo family. Just like Principal Mou, he was determined to promote the Mo family's puppet technique. As long as he made good use of this, the seemingly Sigma man Mo Xiang was like a piggy bank that could burst with gold coins at any moment. With this freshly minted 10 points of recognition, Dong Chao's cultivation level rose again, reaching the first stage of the 4th tier. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 4th tier of martial arts, unlocking a new enrollment quota for the host. A student page appeared in Dong Chao's mind. He had a general direction in mind for the new enrollment quota. The talent pool at Mo Wu University had been nearly exhausted, making it difficult to find any decent prodigies. He had to go to other prestigious schools to reap the benefits. He clearly remembered that last night, when Dao Shi and He Xiangzai had beaten up Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, when Tianqian had revealed some information to him. When Tianqian said that this year, Sanqing University had outstanding enrollment results. They had recruited 3 SS-level geniuses and 8 S-level geniuses. The 8 S-level geniuses referred to the Big Dipper 7 stars, plus Nando's Gan Xiang. And among the SS-level geniuses, besides Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, there was one more. This mysterious student hadn't even attended this exchange between the two schools. Neither Huang Yeliang nor Wen Tianqian had mentioned him much. Dong Chao felt that there might be something to explore here. Coincidentally, he was set to travel to Mo Prefecture Martial Artist Prison with Wen Tianqian the next morning, and on the way, he could find an opportunity to subtly probe. Although Qinzi was his little brother, he had to dig for the right talents. After all, he was a gold medal mentor with unique teaching skills. If he didn't get to train exceptionally talented prodigies, it would be a waste. The next day, as dawn broke, Dong Chao and Wen Tianqian boarded the extraordinary item one-leaf flatboat and headed to the provincial city. Officially, they were going to the provincial city for recuperation, but in reality, they were heading straight to Mo Prefecture Martial Artist Prison. Mo Prefecture Martial Artist Prison was a high-security prison, housing the most vicious criminals among martial artists. The entire prison was not only heavily guarded but also surrounded by multiple barriers and restrictions. Even though Wen Tianqian had just come to the prison for support yesterday, he still had to go through multiple registrations and checks to visit again. Dong Chao disguised himself as Wen Tianqian's aide and entered the prison with him. Facing the warden and a group of prison guards, the two got straight to the point, stating they were there for the deceased inmate. The prison staff dared not show any negligence and quickly took the two to the morgue to inspect the body. After examining the corpse of the riot leader Zhang Bin, Dong Chao became increasingly certain of his previous judgment. Zhang Bin's body was withered and emaciated, with some nauseating pus and mucus still lingering inside, all signs indicating that this guy had been parasitized by the Sun Clan. The Sun Clan had hollowed him out when they left his body. The Sun Clan's bodies are inherently flawed, they must parasitize other intelligent beings to survive for long. In other words, this Sun Clan spy is still hiding in the prison. He is parasitizing some prisoner. Hearing Dong Chao's deduction, when Tianchen couldn't help but ask, then how do we filter him out? Dong Chao waved his hand, don't do anything, just wait for him to reveal himself. Dong Chao straightened up and looked at Wen Tianchen. Shenzi, do you know when spies are most likely to expose themselves? During their second operation. If the first operation is successful, it will make the spies somewhat arrogant. They will feel that they are born for this line of work. They might even think they have good fortune on their side. Under the influence of this arrogance, their second operation often becomes reckless and full of flaws. Humans have such psychology, and the demon clan cannot be exempt from it. Dong Chao flipped through the file of the deceased Zhang Bin and continued, Zhang Bin has been serving his sentence in prison for 5 years, and that Sun Clan spy has also been locked up for 5 years. After lying low for 5 years, once this demon clan spy is awakened, there will definitely be fluctuations in his heart. What we need to do is make him feel that his first task after being awakened was executed very successfully. After that, he will definitely take further action. Decades ago, China implemented the Iron Wall plan, strictly sealing the borders to prevent infiltration by the Demon Clan. In the face of the Iron Wall plan, the Demon Clan must have put in a lot of effort to send this Sun Clan spy into China. For this, they did not hesitate to let this spy lie low in prison for 5 years. Dong Chao vaguely sensed that this Sun Clan spy was not of low rank. If we let this guy go long term, we will definitely catch a big fish. Shinzi, go find the prison warden and tell him to do this, then do that. Dong Chao discreetly gave instructions. Listening to Dong Chao's orders, when Tianchen nodded repeatedly, understood. Night. Mo Prefecture Martial Artist Prison, 4th Cell. GC quietly sat up from the bed. He shook his head, stretched his arms, awkwardly maneuvering this heavy body. GC cursed inwardly. This body named Wang Long was far inferior to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin was strong, with a spacious chest cavity and a warm, soft abdomen. Residing in his body was like living in a big villa, very comfortable. But this current Wang Long was at best an economical and practical body, with no comparison to a big villa. While complaining about the economical and practical body, Shi stood by the wall, silently sending thought waves to connect with the brain. Shi had only been awakened by the brain a few days ago. Before that, he had endured a full 5 years in this prison. GC had successfully completed the task assigned by the brain. He had triggered a riot in the prison, providing convenience for his clan's assassination operation. Unfortunately, during the suppression of the riot, his villa body was targeted by the prison guards. GC had no choice but to abandon that body and perform a golden cicada shedding its shell. Fortunately, his escape plan was very successful, leaving the prison guards completely lost. With the death of the body Zhang Bin, the prison guards completely lost their direction for investigation, and yesterday's riot could only end without resolution. It was said that because of yesterday's riot, the sentences of the heavy criminals in the prison were increased. The underperforming prison guards had their salaries docked. GC could clearly feel that today, the atmosphere in the prison was particularly oppressive. However, GC's mood was completely at odds with this heaviness. After all of this was his doing. At this moment, GC tried to contact the brain, hoping to hear some good news. He had put in so much effort for his partners outside, surely their assassination mission had succeeded? GC knew that the Oracle battlefield was about to open. To ensure everything went smoothly, at this critical juncture, the demon race had to eliminate as many of the human race's prodigies as possible, nipping any surprises in the bud. In this war concerning the survival of their race and civilization, the demon race was already the stronger side, and with the endless schemes and tricks, devouring the human race was just a matter of time. GC had thought that with his assistance, the two prodigies from Huaxia were doomed. He never expected that the message from the brain would be one of mission failure. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. GC couldn't help but curse inwardly. He, trapped in prison, could still manipulate the human race like puppets. And those useless fools outside couldn't even handle 2 students? Just as GC was cursing in his heart, the brain sent another directive. The brain hoped he could find a way to leave the prison while ensuring his own safety. The Oracle battlefield was about to open, which also meant that the Divine Treasure Vault would be opened. The Demon Race's calculation team already had a vague coordinate for the Divine Treasure Vault within Huaxia. The brain hoped GC could visit the location according to the coordinates to confirm the vault's exact position. GC was the only pure-blood demon who had infiltrated Huaxia. Such a crucial matter as the Divine Treasure Vault had to be entrusted to the Demon Race's own people for safety. The brain repeatedly emphasized that the Divine Treasure Vault was of great importance, and GC must be extremely careful and not act recklessly. Listening to the brain's warnings, GC secretly laughed. Those useless fools outside were even trying to educate him? The brain in those useless fingers were truly more of a hindrance than a help. Initially, Shixi had been treated as a dispensable pawn, discarded in prison like a severed toe, and had stayed there for 5 years. But now, he was the most important, the most promising. He was hiding the best. Finding the divine treasure vault in Huaxia, such a significant task, had fallen to him. That was a divine treasure vault with a resource level as high as 15. Finding the divine treasure vault before Huaxia would be like crippling Huaxia. What an achievement that would be. And right now, these foolish Blue Star people didn't even know of the vault's existence. In the darkness, Shixi controlled his new guys and made a somewhat stiff, triumphant smile. After making various arrangements for the Mo State Martial Arts Prison, the next morning, when Tianqian was set to leave and return to Mo Wu University, this series of frequent exchanges and trials had finally come to an end. When Tianqian had to go back to lead the students back to school, the severely injured teacher Yang Qing also had to return to Sanqing University for recuperation. Dong Chao did not plan to return with Wen Tianqian. He had to wait for someone in the provincial city to go soak in a bath together. Before parting, Dong Chao casually asked Wen Tianqian, "Shenzi, you told me the other day that Sanqing University recruited 3 SS-level geniuses this year. Why is it that only Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun came for the trial?" Did I say that? When Tianqian became awkward. Brother Chao's calculations were too loud. The abacus beads were about to hit him in the face. When Tianqian knew that Brother Chao wanted to form a super genius class, it was clear that he had set his sights on that hidden prodigy from Sanqing University. After a moment of hesitation, when Tianqian finally spoke the truth, "Brother, if it were up to me, I would transfer that child to you. But, that child's situation is quite special. The child has a rule-based ability, which holds too much symbolic significance for our Taoist sect. His rule-based ability is called 3 lives, all things." Dong Chao's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, he's actually a rule-based ability user. Now, he really has to have him. That child's rule-based ability is so powerful that it has caused a backlash. As he spoke, when Tianqian pointed to his temple, that kid's ability has backfired on his brain, his CPU is fried. Right now, he's secretly receiving treatment at school. "Brother, I know you want to establish a super genius class, but that child really isn't suitable for you. Even if that kid gets better, he'll still be drooling. Moreover, transferring such a symbolically significant Taoist practitioner to you, the school leaders won't agree. Well, it's getting late. I need to hurry back. Brother, let's meet another day." When Tianqian, fearing Dong Chao would continue to nag him, jumped onto his small boat and soared into the air like he was skateboarding. Behind him, Dong Chao's voice still lingered. "Shenzi, if you can't treat him, let me give it a try. I have a nickname, they call me Director Dong of the Rehabilitation Center for the Intellectually Disabled. I can definitely help him." When Tianqian turned back, looking helpless, "Brother, I really can't decide this. You need to talk to our principal." Seeing Wen Tianqian in this state, Dong Chao didn't want to press him further. "Alright, I'll find a day to have a private chat with your principal. Take care on your way." After sending off Wen Tianqian, Dong Chao glanced at his watch, preparing for his next appointment. Minister of Martial Arts Education, Sun Miao, had sent him a message early in the morning, inviting him to meet at the Red Romance. Red Romance is the largest bathing center in the provincial capital. Seeing that it was about time, Dong Chao headed straight for the Red Romance bathing center. Following Sun Miao's instructions, he pushed open the door to the Tulip private room. As before, upon meeting, Sun Miao greeted him with a hearty bear hug. "You're here, little brother. I've already adjusted the water temperature, just waiting for you." Mentioning bathing, Sun Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dong Chao showed the bandage under his ribs. "Brother Sun, I'm injured, I can't soak." Sun Miao waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, little brother, I've thought of everything. Our plan for today is this, first a sweat steam, then a sauna, and finally a spray therapy. You won't get wet at all, yet you'll still experience the supreme joy of bathing." Dong Chao thought to himself that only you would think bathing brings supreme joy. In terms of bathing, Sun Miao was very pure. Regardless of the nature of the bathing venue, he simply went to bathe. In Sun Miao's eyes, all those messy things were nothing compared to the joy of bathing. Without further ado, Sun Miao pushed Dong Chao into the sweat steam room. "Come on, let's steam while discussing serious matters." While enjoying the steam, Sun Miao spoke to Dong Chao in a serious tone. "The North American, European, and African United Parliament have sent messages that in recent days, their martial arts universities have also faced assassination attempts. These groups of assassins are all from obscure small organizations, suddenly recruiting a large number of gray area explorers to attack the students. Universities everywhere have suffered varying degrees of casualties. Haskell Tower University in Africa suffered the worst, with assassins storming the campus and killing 1/3 of the students. Although these attackers are all human, it's certain that the organizers behind them are from the demon race. Dong Chao's face darkened as he nodded. The demon race loves to play games that lead humans to kill each other, and humans themselves are not helping matters. On the Blue Star, the demon race has established 3 major demon cities, while humans remain divided, with various countries and organizations each harboring their own thoughts. Regarding the recent series of assassination attempts by the demon race, Marshal Zhu Long inquired about the mole they had infiltrated into the demon race. The mole has responded. Sun Miao flipped his hand and took out a note from his storage ring, handing it to Dong Chao. This is a note that Marshal Zhu Long had his personal secretary deliver to me before I left. I believe this note is meant for you. Dong Chao took the note, which contained only 4 words, Divine Oracle Battlefield. Dong Chao frowned, not quite understanding its meaning. He memorized the 4 words and then circulated his vital energy, turning the note into powder. Seeing Dong Chao's action, Sun Miao was secretly astonished. Dong Chao's bone structure had been damaged for quite some time. Although the technical department had been researching recovery medicines for him over the years, everyone felt that his chances of recovery were slim. However, during these 2 meetings, Sun Miao truly felt that Dong Chao's cultivation had improved. In Sun Miao's impression, Dong Chao's cultivation had been stuck at the first level of the second stage for years. But during their last meeting, he sensed that Dong Chao's cultivation seemed to have returned to the 3rd stage. Now, Dong Chao's overall vital energy fluctuations were even more robust than a few days ago. His cultivation had likely reached the 4th stage. In less than a month, he had recovered from the first level of the 2nd stage to the 4th stage. Even if he had a sound bone structure, it would be impossible for a genius to cultivate this quickly. Looking at the calm Dong Chao, Sun Miao felt a sense of anticipation. The sharp black knife was coming back. Sun Miao buried his doubts deep inside and kept silent. Since Dong Chao did not voluntarily report on his recovery, he must have his own considerations. Sun Miao pretended to be indifferent and continued. Although this attack did not result in casualties, it still caused quite a panic within the Ministry of Education. Many people suggested that, for safety's sake, we should suspend the students' secret realm trials. I rejected all those proposals. The more the demon race creates a panic atmosphere, the less we can be paralyzed by fear. I have already ordered that we will not only continue the secret realm trials but will also intensify them. Avoiding the issue is not a solution. The right path is to help the children grow up quickly. Of course, we will also strengthen security measures. I have ordered the gathering of a group of young officers. In the future, military personnel will accompany the secret realm trials at each school. At this point, Sun Miao changed the subject. However, all of this is just external force. The most important thing is to make the children alert and develop their ability to assess and avoid risks. Brother, you are an expert in this area. Do you have any ideas? Before Sun Miao could finish, Dong Chao nodded first. I have an idea, but we need money. Dong Chao brought up his recent creative thoughts. Brother, to be honest, I've always wanted to set up a comprehensive entertainment-type venue on campus. No, I mean a comprehensive training facility. Dong Chao almost let it slip. This training facility will try to simulate complex battlefield environments as much as possible, allowing students to experience the brutality of the battlefield firsthand. Gradually, it will enhance the students' battlefield awareness. Good. This idea is great. Sun Miao was moved by Dong Chao's words, his eyes lighting up. Dong Chao continued to whisper in his ear, this comprehensive training facility can start as a pilot project at Mo University and then gradually expand to other schools. I've already written the plan, but unfortunately, we lack funds. Hearing Dong Chao's constant mention of money, Sun Miao became alert. Brother, how much money do you need for this pilot project? The martial arts education department is now living frugally, and Sun Miao is genuinely afraid that Dong Chao will ask for too much. Dong Chao extends 3 fingers. Bro, if you give me 3,000 martial arts contribution points, I'll take care of this for you. Sun Miao didn't expect that Dong Chao would actually ask for martial arts contribution points. 3,000 contribution points? Is that even possible? Dong Chao put on a serious face. Bro, I know the martial arts education department is also struggling, and money is tight everywhere. At this critical moment, if I were to ask you for too much, would I still be human? As your brother, I definitely want to find ways to help you share the burden and ease your financial pressure. You transfer me 3,000 martial arts contribution points, and the rest, just don't worry about it. Dong Chao emphasized the words, don't worry about it. Alright. Sun Miao nodded repeatedly. He thought to himself that Dong Chao really treats him like a brother, knowing how to help him out. If it were a special fund, Sun Miao would indeed feel a bit troubled. But 3,000 martial arts contribution points were nothing to him. It didn't even require any formalities. Sun Miao immediately activated his mechanical wristband. preparing to transfer money to Dong Chao, and he kindly asked, "Bro, is 3,000 contribution points okay?" Dong Chao put on a deep, contemplative look. "Every point of contribution value, I'll stretch it to the limit, that should be enough. It's all for the kids, every bit counts." Dong Chao secretly chuckled to himself. How much could he spend just to set up a game area? What Sun Miao imagined as a large comprehensive training facility might be a spacious, bright building with clearly defined areas, high-tech instruments, and professional training equipment. But what Dong Chao referred to as a large training facility was just digging a few trenches on the back mountain of the school to create cover for playing real-life battle royale. Dong Chao planned to hire those guys from the Puppet Academy as child labor, and he wouldn't even need 200 contribution points. This was truly a case of earning 2,800 from 3,000, fooling the leaders like idiots. With his scheme successful, Dong Chao prepared to make a quick exit. He was mainly afraid that Sun Miao would ask too many questions and expose him. "Bro, I've been out for 2 days, the students are still waiting for me to go back to class, and we need to prepare for the training ground as soon as possible. I'll be leaving now." Before leaving, Dong Chao cleverly used Sun Jingfeng to shut Sun Miao up. "Bro, Xiaofeng has been making quite a name for himself at school these days. The plan to replace the peach with a plum has been very successful." Upon hearing this, Sun Miao was furious. His own foolish son was truly foolish to the core. He really thought he was a genius. Sun Miao was too embarrassed to mention that silly kid. He waved his hand at Dong Chao, signaling him to hurry up and leave. With his scheme once again successful, Dong Chao quickly put on his clothes, not daring to delay. "Bro, I'm off now, let's get together another day." Holding the freshly minted 3,000 contribution points, Dong Chao left with a smirk. At the same time, Mulva University, Martial Arts Class 2 classroom. Mo Xiang sat in the last row of the classroom, auditing teacher Wang Su's martial arts class, his face full of helplessness. His own mentor had gone to the provincial city to recuperate, and the 3 students from martial arts class 4 had been arranged to audit class 3. Teacher Wang Su intentionally wanted to help these 3 underperforming students from Dong Chao's class, so he deliberately slowed down his teaching pace to accommodate them. However, in the eyes of the 3, Wang Su's good intentions felt like torture. The martial arts knowledge that Professor Wang was teaching was at a kindergarten level of difficulty. The 3 could figure it out with their heels. But to avoid exposing their true abilities, they had to pretend to be clueless in class, stammering and pretending they couldn't answer such simple foundational questions. Yet the more they pretended to be foolish, the more Wang Su wouldn't let them off the hook. Wang Su tirelessly questioned the 3 of them. Whenever they pretended to be clueless, Wang Su would show even greater patience, continuously guiding them until they arrived at the correct answer. Once the 3 of them provided the right answer, Wang Su would rally the entire class to applaud them. Come on, you're amazing." The synchronized encouragement from class 2 made Mo Xiang's head ache. Mo Xiang found himself missing their mentor, Dong Chao, a bit. Although Dong Chao was unlearned, idle, fond of comfort, neglectful of work, and carefree, he had his merits. On the bright side, Dong's abstract class only had 1 session a day, leaving them free time for the rest. In contrast, Wang Su's intellectually stifling martial arts class lasted all day, followed by tedious and useless theoretical assignments. Attending Wang Su's class truly felt like a waste of life. Just 2 days had passed, and Mo Xian was already missing Dong Chao and his abstract martial arts class. "I wonder how Dong Chao's injury is doing and when he will be back," Mo Xian silently thought. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai shared similar sentiments. They suddenly realized that, unknowingly, they had adapted to Dong Chao's abstract teaching style, and returning to normal classes made them feel uncomfortable. As for Dong Chao's injury, although the 3 of them didn't speak of it, they were all somewhat worried deep down. On the 3rd day after his injury, Dong Chao finally returned to Mo Wu University. Seeing the unharmed Dong Chao back at the podium, the 3 prodigies pretended to be bored, but inside, they were a bit excited. Dong Chao was still wrapped in bandages, but his spirit was vibrant, which finally eased the tension in the hearts of the 3 prodigies. At the podium, Dong Chao had one hand in his pocket and held chalk in the other, once again adopting his characteristic tone. "Students, this trip to the provincial city was truly worthwhile. While recovering, I also visited the snack street in the provincial city and met with our fellow vendors. I had friendly discussions with these practitioners about how to deepen professional quality, focus on channel empowerment, and how to leverage product advantages to maintain price stability and expand our exclusive market. These insights from the vendors will be shared with you slowly." At first, Dong Chao's convoluted statements genuinely stunned the 3 of them. But soon, they realized that these convoluted remarks translated to Dong Chao going to the snack street to buy food, attempting to bargain with the vendors, only to be firmly rejected. The 3 exchanged glances, thinking that the familiar flavor had returned. While the three prodigies were exchanging looks, Dong Chao picked up the chalk and began writing on the board. He wrote a large character for shake. Wang Su told me that you've been auditing class 3 these past few days. Look at yourselves. You've picked up the habits of those good students. What kind of demeanor is that? As underachievers, the most precious thing we have is our unique underachiever temperament. We must not lose that. As he spoke, Dong Chao picked up the chalk again and added 2 words in front of the shake character, society. Fortunately, I returned early enough to pull you back. If I had delayed a few more days, you would have blended in with the crowd. To rid you of the academic air about you, we will have a shake class today. Dong Chao tapped the blackboard and began listing the knowledge points for the class. As we all know, shaking can be divided into Northeast Slow Shake, Shanghai Shake, and Southwest Shake. Among these, the Southwest Shake is also known as Subject 3. Of these 3 types of shaking, the one I am best at is the Northeast Slow Shake, especially the hand techniques of the Northeast Slow Shake, which I have mastered to perfection. Helicopter flower hands, point rotation flower hands, elbow outward flower, the teacher said it would come when it comes. Although wrapped in bandages, Dong Chao still showcased his flower hand skills on the podium, leaving the 3 students stunned. The school sends me 3 good seedlings, and I'll return 3 good shakers to the school. Once you learn my flower hands, you can earn $200 a day working as atmosphere creators in nightclubs. Listening to Dong Chao, the 3 felt a mix of discomfort and comfort. On one hand, this was the familiar atmosphere of martial arts class 4. On the other hand, teacher Dong was really abstract. Stop dawdling, hurry up and learn. Under Dong Chao's repeated urging, the 3 had no choice but to raise their hands above their heads and clumsily mimic Dong Chao's movements. They exchanged glances, silently communicating with their eyes. In Dong Chao's class, they definitely wouldn't learn martial arts, but at least they learned a bit of dance. Although this dance wasn't exactly high class. But in any case, the familiar vibe had returned. This was the atmosphere that martial arts class 4 should have. Watching the 3's awkwardness, Dong Chao secretly chuckled. He wasn't just playing abstractly, he had his own considerations and intentions. As his students, the 3 would definitely have many dealings with the demon race in the future. They might even participate in some special missions. What Dong Chao needed to do was to dull their sharpness, making them appear not like martial artists, but like inconspicuous ordinary people. The class bell soon rang. Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Xiang were immersed in an awkward, abstract, yet somewhat warm classroom atmosphere, feeling a bit reluctant to leave. But Dong Chao abruptly ended the class. Today's martial arts lesson ends here. Mo Xiang, come with me. Mo Xiang obediently followed Dong Chao into the hallway. Teacher, what do you need me for? In recent days, Mo Xiang had been studying the 5 mountains golden bell that Dong Chao had given him. The deeper he delved, the better impression he had of the slacker mentor Dong Chao. No matter where Dong Chao got this martial skill, the fact that he could give it to him was a significant favor. Mo Xiang's recognition +1, just thinking about this favor made Mo Xiang offer a bit of recognition to Dong Chao. After receiving this recognition, Dong Chao calmly said to Mo Xiang, the teacher wants the puppet system students to help with a small task. Can you help me bring them over? Don't worry, the teacher won't let them work for nothing. Before Dong Chao could finish, Mo Xiang nodded vigorously, teacher, leave it to me. I'll go right now. Mo Xiang rushed out a few steps, then turned back to Dong Chao and said, teacher, no matter what you want to do, just treat them like livestock. Dong Chao chuckled, just call them to the back mountain of the school. Dong Chao thought to himself that Mo Xiang was quite vengeful. He clearly still had grievances against those puppet system classmates. Half an hour later, at the back mountain of the school, Mo Xiang brought all 84 first-year students from the puppet system to the back mountain. The 84 new students obediently squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads, appearing very well behaved. When they received Mo Xiang's invitation, the new students from the puppet system gladly accepted. After all, Mo Xiang had a demeanor that commanded respect. Who would dare to refuse? The puppet system students secretly groaned. Their farewell party for Mo Xiang had only been 10 days ago, and this earthly deity had returned. Looking at these students with their hands on their heads, Dong Chao thought that the compliance of these students was akin to that of prisoners in a martial artist prison. These students were quite unfortunate to have someone like Mo Xiang as their pressure monster. Dong Chao was not in a hurry to speak. He deliberately made the students squat on the ground for quite a while, and many of them felt their legs cramping before he finally smiled and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Dong Chao, and I am a teacher at the Martial Arts Academy. I brought you all here to give you an opportunity to earn martial arts contribution points. Upon hearing the words martial arts contribution points, all the students present widened their eyes like copper bells. This included Mo Xiang as well. Martial arts contribution points? The students were afraid they had misheard. As first-year students in the puppet system, the term martial arts contribution points was far too unfamiliar to them. Without participating in the secret realm trials, puppet masters could only earn a small amount of contribution points by accepting military commissions to repair some mechanical equipment. However, these military repair commissions had always been monopolized by upperclassmen. These lower-year freshmen had never seen what martial arts contribution points looked like. Seeing that the students were intrigued, Dong Chao continued, "I would like to ask you to help me with a small task, to build a comprehensive facility. The reward will be 2 contribution points for each of you." The eyes of the puppet system students turned red. 2 contribution points each. That was already the reward for repairing large machinery for the military. Many students nodded vigorously, not caring at all about what kind of facility Dong Chao wanted them to build. As long as they received martial arts contribution points, they would do anything. With these 2 contribution points, their puppets could undergo a significant upgrade. This would greatly aid their training in puppetry. The students were excited to the point of blushing, but Dong Chao's generosity was not yet over. He dropped another bombshell. "In addition to the martial arts contribution points, I will also give each of you 100 secret realm coins. There will also be rewards for the subsequent management and maintenance of the facility." Dong. Listening to Dong Chao's words, the puppet system students were as if petrified, with half of them collapsing to the ground. The other half, while awkwardly supporting themselves, pinched their own flesh, fearing that they might get too excited and suffer from a rush of blood to the head. The value of 100 secret realm coins was even higher than 2 contribution points. After all, martial arts contribution points could only be used in the exchange system of the Martial Arts Education Department. However, 100 secret realm coins could be exchanged for various legal or illegal items on the black market. This reward was simply too high. It made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. Even for committing crimes, this would be the price, right? Mo Xian was equally dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. When did his useless mentor become so wealthy? Dong Chao reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of secret realm coins he had obtained from the training class. "Hey, you all don't seem very excited." Looking at the stack of mad coins, the students' eyes turned into light bulbs. How could they not be excited? They were so thrilled they could have a stroke. Dong Chao fanned the secret realm coins in his hand and began his performance. "Originally, I didn't want to assign this job to you. You are too young and unreliable. It was Mo Xiang who kept begging me, hoping I would give you an opportunity." 84 pairs of eyes turned to Mo Xiang in unison. Initially, the puppet system students regarded Mo Xiang as a discordant element, even as a bully. When he was transferred to the Martial Arts Academy, everyone celebrated. But now, the way the students looked at him had clearly changed. They had all thought that Mo Xian was gathering them to bully them again. They never expected he was arranging a good job for them. Mo Xian was really thoughtful, he was genuinely considering them. Feeling the admiration and friendly gazes from everyone, Mo Xian was a bit confused. "Did I beg you? Am I asking you to treat them like livestock?" Mo Xian thought to himself. "For Mo Xian's sake, I'll give you all a chance." Dong Chao handed a stack of secret realm coins to Mo Xian. "Go, distribute the money to your classmates. These secret realm coins are considered a deposit. Once the matter is accomplished, I'll distribute the contribution points to you." Mo Xiang, holding the secret realm coins, dizzily handed them out to his classmates. Every classmate who received money from him expressed endless gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xiang. Thank you, Brother Xiang." The classmates smiled, and the previous barriers with Mo Xiang had vanished. Dong Chao hired these puppet master freshmen not only to save money but, more importantly, to help Mo Xiang win people's hearts. Dong Chao knew that Mo Xiang had always felt a sense of responsibility. He wanted to lead his fellow puppet master classmates to carry their burdens forward and revive the declining puppet master profession. However, his ultimate pressure tactics would only backfire. Dong Chao's basic strategy to conquer Mo Xiang was to win over these puppet master classmates, thereby winning over Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang's approval rating +2. Mo Xiang's approval rating +2. Mo Xiang's approval rating +2. Amidst the classmates' expressions of gratitude, Mo Xiang gradually lost himself. Naturally, he offered Dong Chao a triple approval rating. Mo Xiang understood that the teacher was intentionally helping him win people's hearts. Once again, Mo Xiang witnessed how correct teacher Dong's being kind to others theory was. After giving these puppet system classmates small favors, they all became more amiable. What Mo Xiang didn't know was that Dong Chao's small favors not only cost him nothing but also earned him a rebate of 2008. Dong Chao was playing a game of empty-handedly catching a wolf. After everyone tasted the sweetness, Dong Chao then took out a stack of blueprints and distributed them. You will be divided into 2 groups from now on, one for construction and one for props. The classmates who received the construction drawings hesitated and asked, "Teacher, are you planning to develop the back mountain of the school? Just follow the blueprints and do your work, don't worry, the school will give me the green light." The classmates dared not ask more and could only nod in compliance. At that moment, those who received the prop sketches let out a few involuntary sighs. The sketches in their hands were clear and straightforward, and the illustrator clearly had a deep understanding of the puppet arts. Besides having solid professional knowledge, the illustrator was also very clever, designing a large number of puppet carriers, gun models, weapon models, and protective gear models. These models had various functions but were all designed very ingeniously. Mo Xiang looked at these blueprints, his head buzzing. "Teacher, are you planning to create a real-life battle royale game?" Through these construction and prop blueprints, Mo Xiang immediately saw through Dong Chao's intentions. Previously, he had felt quite touched. Although he was a transfer student who had just been assigned to martial arts class 4, Teacher Dong treated him with such warmth, sending him martial arts manuals and helping him win people's hearts, making Mo Xiang feel warm inside. But at this moment, looking at these blueprints, all his feelings of gratitude vanished. The useless mentor spent so many contribution points and secret realm coins just to create a martial arts version of a battle royale field? This was simply a waste of resources, extravagant, and a squandering of talent. Mo Xiang felt that Teacher Dong seemed to possess a special ability. Every time he felt gratitude and admiration for him, Dong Chao could dissipate that gratitude into thin air with his unorthodox and abstract ways. "Teacher, this is too ridiculous, it's simply a waste." Mo Xiang noticed that the props designed by Dong Chao required a large number of energy crystals as the driving core, and just these energy crystals were a significant expense. He tried to stop Dong Chao from wasting this money. However, Dong Chao waved his hand, interrupting Mo Xiang. "This is not wasteful, but rather a unique educational path of the teacher. Don't let worldly thinking confine your vision. The teacher knows what he wants to do. Just follow the blueprints and supervise your classmates properly." Mo Xiang felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself, if you have something to say, just say it clearly, why does it have to rhyme? Listening to Dong Chao's long, rhyming sentences, Mo Xiang knew he couldn't persuade this fool anymore. Having successfully convinced Mo Xiang, Dong Chao continued with his grand gesture. "Xiangzi, the teacher will transfer you 30 contribution points. The procurement of materials for these puppet props will be your responsibility." Dong Chao manipulated the mechanical wristband and transferred 30 contribution points to Missouri Xiang. Such a lavish act drew gasps from the puppet masters around. Mo Xiang was also quite surprised. "Teacher, where did you get so many contribution points?" "I sold myself for it," Dong Chao replied casually. Everyone present was stunned. The students stared at Dong Chao without blinking, thinking, is the cost of being a martial arts mentor really this high? Also, isn't this a bit shameless? Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Dong Chao rolled his eyes and added, "I might not have made it clear, I sold ginseng. I sold a 9-leaf ginseng king that has been passed down in my family for generations, and exchanged it for some martial arts contribution points." Oh. Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Xiang curled his lips, thinking, I can't believe you. Others might not know, but Mo Xiang was very clear. Teacher Dong, as an orphan, what ancestral ginseng king could he possibly have? Teacher Dong clearly said this to shut people up. Dong Chao patted Mo Xiang on the shoulder. From now on, you will be the life committee member of our martial arts class 4. You will be in charge of all the procurement work for our class. I leave everything here to you. The teacher has to go back and recuperate. Dong Chao directly performed a body flicker. Watching Dong Chao walk away, the puppet system students began to whisper among themselves. Was that just now really the infamous wasteful mentor Dong Chao? He doesn't seem wasteful at all. Instead, he seems like a wise teacher. Not just wise, but also rich. As soon as he makes a move, contribution points and secret realm coins flow like water. Teacher Dong is not only a tycoon but also truly skilled. Just look at how professional these blueprints are. Who would have thought that a mentor from the Martial Arts Academy would also be proficient in the way of puppets? While everyone was discussing, they frequently cast envious glances at Mo Xiang. Earlier, when Mo Xiang was transferred to the worst class in the Martial Arts Academy, everyone felt a sense of relief. The puppet system's class bully, Mo Xiang, finally received the punishment he deserved. But at this moment, everyone realized that he wasn't being punished at all. He was clearly enjoying himself. It seems that the rumors on the campus forum are not to be trusted. If only Teacher Dong were my mentor. I also want to transfer to the Martial Arts Academy. I also want to be a bad student in the worst class. The students sighed sincerely. Mo Xiang stood by with the blueprints, his expression complicated. The way these classmates praised the useless mentor as a wise teacher made Mo Xiang want to laugh. However, looking at the clearly marked blueprints in his hands, Mo Xiang couldn't bring himself to smile. He couldn't believe that Teacher Dong had such profound knowledge in the way of puppets. These blueprints were so accurate and clear. If Mo Xiang were to design these props, he couldn't possibly do better than what Teacher Dong had designed. Is Teacher Dong really a waste? Mo Xiang suddenly had this thought in his mind. Evening. Martial Arts Academy, Teacher's Office. Lu Yuan, as usual, held a faculty meeting right at the end of working hours. Before the meeting begins, let's first welcome Teacher Dong's return. Lu Yuan took the initiative to start the meeting, expressing his welcome for Dong Chao's return. Although Lu Yuan did not have a good opinion of Dong Chao, after all, Dong Chao had suffered for the students, so he had to show some acknowledgement. Clap, clap, clap. Loud applause echoed in the office. The thoughts of those clapping varied. Qin Wanqing had a lively expression, likely internally mocking. Wang Su looked earnest, clearly still enchanted by Dong Chao. Meanwhile, in the corner, Jiang Chang appeared indifferent, his gaze wandering. Dong Chao had been injured in the secret realm and received praise from the leadership, which made Jiang Chang feel extremely displeased. At this moment, while he was clapping for Dong Chao as instructed by the dean, he secretly observed the expressions of his colleagues. He noticed that both Qin Wanqing and Wang Su had a decent attitude towards Dong Chao. This made Jiang Chang feel puzzled. He thought it was strange, hadn't Wang Su always been at odds with Dong Chao? What was with that earnest expression? Lu Yuan continued, this trial, although deviating from the planned schedule, bringing the children back safe and sound is a remarkable achievement. However, we must also sound the alarm. We need to help the children grow up quickly. I propose that our college initiate a buddy system. The 4 classes will pair up to form teaching partners. Everyone will supervise each other, cultivate a sense of crisis, learn from one another, and make progress together. Listening to Lu Yuan's words, Jiang Chang secretly laughed. The good show was about to begin. The first-year martial arts college had 4 classes, but in reality, only classes 1, 2, and 3 could truly be called martial arts classes. As for class 4, it was definitely at the bottom. From teachers to students, everything was abnormal. Class 4 was entirely superfluous. Now, with the college forming teaching partners, classes 1 and 2 would surely rush to choose Jiang Chang's class 3, avoiding Dong Chao's class 4. This was a great opportunity to embarrass Dong Chao. Jiang Chang still remembered how Dong Chao's Tianji's horse racing strategy had made class 3 look foolish. What made Jiang Chang even more unacceptable was that class 4, which was even worse than class 3, had unexpectedly hit the jackpot and achieved a strange victory. Because of this, Jiang Chang became the only mentor in the martial arts college who failed to lead a team into the secret realm. Jiang Chang felt 100 grievances in his heart. If he could have entered the mind's secret realm, he would surely have made a contribution. That waste Dong Chao could hide in a corner and stab a killer. Jiang Chang believed that no matter what, he was definitely stronger than the lucky Dong Chao. But all of this was because of Dong Chao that Jiang Chang missed out on this achievement. Now, every time he saw Dong Chao, Jiang Chang felt a deep-seated hatred. He secretly began to plot. Jiang Chang knew that the dean had wanted to expel Dong Chao for quite some time. Previously, Jiang Chang had been in a wait-and-see state, but now he was ready to give the dean a nudge. Taking advantage of Lu Yuan's mention of forming a study partner, Jiang Chang raised his hand and said, I fully support the dean's proposal. Moreover, as an intern teacher, I also want to contribute my modest efforts for the students. I will consult my uncle and offer the improved martial arts techniques from the Jiang family to the students free of charge. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan beamed with joy. Good, good, good. Little John's awareness is wonderful. Thank you for the Jiang family's selfless contribution. Jiang Chang's agreement with Lu Yuan's proposal was a facade. The true intention was to subtly highlight his own identity. During this time, although Jiang Chang had not deliberately promoted it, everyone in the martial arts college basically knew that he, Jiang Chang, came from a family of martial arts education, the Jiang family. His uncle was the foremost martial arts educator in China, the sacrificer Jiang Guangming. Jiang Chang was confident that whether it was Qin Wanqing or Wang Su, they would rush to form a teaching partnership with him. On one side is the slacker dragging down the academy, and on the other is the young talent from a family of martial arts educators. Even a fool knows which side to choose. Jiang Chang's high-profile display of his identity is part of his little scheme. Jiang Chang wants to establish his lofty status within the entire teaching team, becoming the backbone of the group. Only then can he conveniently guide everyone, isolate Dong Chao, and push him out step by step, ultimately driving this useless Dong Chao away. As long as Dong Chao is gone, the genius sword cultivator in his class, whose potential has been damaged, will become Jiang Chang's possession. Jiang Chang gleefully calculated, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Chao. This slacker, how could he compete with him? Their backgrounds are not on the same level. Lu Yuan, simple-minded, had no idea about Jiang Chang's little thoughts. He still thought Jiang Chang simply wanted to contribute to the school. After giving Jiang Chang a round of praise, Lu Yuan turned to Wang Su. Teacher Wang, you have the most experience here, you choose your teaching partner first. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Su, leaning back slightly. Everything was under his control. Wang Su first glanced at Jiang Chang, then replied decisively, Dean, I choose teacher Dong Chao. Jiang Chang almost threw his back out. His tactical retreat abruptly halted. His face was filled with disbelief, wondering if Wang Su had taken the wrong medicine today, acting so strangely. Wang Su looked at Jiang Chang again, his face showing both conflict and determination. How could Wang Su not be tempted by the improved martial arts techniques from the Jiang family? If he teamed up with Wang Su, he would definitely gain the upper hand and reap many benefits. However, Wang Su had already promised the dean that he would find a way to help Dong Chao. A promise made is like water spilled, how could he go back on his word? With this in mind, Wang Su emphasized again in a firmer tone, I choose to team up with teacher Dong Chao. Jiang Chang cursed inwardly, Wang Su must be out of his mind. He would rather choose a slacker than himself? How could this old man still be rebellious at his age? Lu Yuan looked at Wang Su with a mix of surprise and approval. Lu Yuan knew that Wang Su was fulfilling the promise made in the office that day. He wanted to progress together with Dong Chao. Lu Yuan nodded in approval and then looked at Qin Wanqing. Since teacher Wang has chosen to team up with Dong Chao, then teacher Qin, you have no choice. Hearing this, Jiang Chang's restless heart calmed down a bit. He suddenly realized that Wang Su not choosing him was actually a good thing. He could team up with Qin Wanqing. In terms of cultivation, status, background, and future, that old nine Wang Su couldn't compare to Qin Wanqing at all. Moreover, Qin Wanqing was young, beautiful, and single. Jiang Chang looked at Qin Wanqing, and some flirtatious thoughts arose in his heart. Qin Wanqing completely ignored Jiang Chang. She bared her two sharp teeth like a cat and smiled at Lu Yuan. Dean, I really have no choice. Since teacher Wang chose teacher Dong, then I choose teacher Dong too. Ah, Lu Yuan exclaimed. His small head was filled with big question marks. Jiang Chang, who was daydreaming on the side, almost fell flat on his face. He thought to himself, how could Qin Wanqing be even crazier than Wang Su? What does one-on-one teaching partner mean, can't she understand? Lu Yuan tried to remind Qin Wanqing, Teacher Qin, what I just said was a one-on-one pairing. Teacher Wang and teacher Dong have already teamed up, so you. Before Lu Yuan could finish, Qin Wanqing interrupted, then I have to compete even more. I've loved competition since I was a child. I want to see who is the qualified partner for teacher Dong. Ah, Lu Yuan looked completely confused. Next to him, Jiang Chang was so angry his head was pounding. They had agreed on a one-on-one pairing, so why was there competition? Did they think this was a dating show? Also, wasn't Dong Chao a despised scoundrel? How did he become so sought after? It was said that Qin Wanqing wanted to compete for the position, and Wang Su still wore a resolute expression, showing no signs of backing down. Qin Wanqing was even less likely to back down. Being able to partner with Dong Chao would be immensely beneficial for the students in Class 1, it was obvious. Just a little guidance from Dong Chao could benefit those students for a lifetime. This was a golden opportunity that fell from the sky, and she had to fight for it on behalf of the students. Moreover, the fierce Qin Wanqing also noticed that the Jiang family's playboy was about to get heated. There would be some fun to watch. In an instant, she became the focus of the meeting, while Dong Chao smugly crossed his legs, even the tips of his hair seemed to perk up. Both teachers want to partner with me. I feel a great sense of responsibility. There's a saying that goes, the capable should work more. So, I choose both of you. As the advanced teacher with the best average score in the last mock exam, I will definitely set a good example and improve the scores of classes 1 and 2. From now on, let's work hard together. Go team! Dong Chao leaned forward and fist-bumped Wang Su and Qin Wanqing respectively. Jiang Chang felt like he was going crazy. He suddenly realized that in this small group, he seemed to be the one isolated. Wang Su and Qin Wanqing would rather compete with each other than pair with him. He came from a prestigious educational family. How could he not compare to a scoundrel? Jiang Chang racked his brain but couldn't figure out what went wrong. Seeing that Wang Su and Qin Wanqing insisted on choosing Dong Chao as their partner, Lu Yuan was at a loss for what to do. Wang Su was a backbone of the academy, experienced and respected, so Lu Yuan didn't dare to go against his wishes. As for Qin Wanqing, she was the academy's golden asset, and Lu Yuan had always been compliant with her, not daring to say a word of dissent. Now that the two were competing against each other, Lu Yuan could only scratch his head. Just then, Dong Chao continued, I will form a 3-person mutual assistance group with Teacher Qin and Teacher Wang. As for Teacher Zhang Chang, coming from an educational family, he has plenty of educational tricks up his sleeve. He can manage on his own without any problem. Of course, if brother Zhang Chang needs any help, I certainly won't hold back. Although he knew Zhang Chang had no good intentions, Dong Chao still wore a friendly smile. Faced with Dong Chao's goodwill, Zhang Chang rolled his eyes and turned his head away. Dong Chao sighed inwardly, this little brother really didn't get it. This was the third time Zhang Chang had missed the olive branch he extended. According to the theory of being kind to others, such an unfriendly little brother could only disappear. Zhang Chang shot a glare at Wang Su and Qin Wanqing, thinking he originally wanted to interact with them discreetly as an intern teacher, but they were the ones forcing him. He adjusted his tone and said to Lu Yuan, Dean, the other teachers not choosing me might be to give me a chance to grow. I will definitely achieve results and repay their good intentions. I don't need a partner, I can manage on my own. Since Zhang Chang had said that, Lu Yuan had no choice but to go along. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Today's meeting is adjourned, everyone get some rest. Wang Su and Qin Wanqing's unusual behavior left Lu Yuan feeling dazed, and he lost interest in the meeting. As soon as the meeting was adjourned, Dong Chao, Wang Su, and Qin Wanqing quickly stood up and rushed out, fearing Lu Yuan would change his mind. Zhang Chang, however, took the initiative to approach Lu Yuan. Dean, I have some matters I would like to discuss with you. As he spoke, Zhang Chang cast a sinister glance at Dong Chao's back. Although Dong Chao did not turn around, he felt clearly the gaze from Zhang Chang. Watching Dong Chao and the others walk away, Zhang Chang closed the door, and his demeanor quietly changed. The youthful awkwardness of being an intern teacher was gone, replaced by the arrogance and flamboyance of a scion of a prominent family. Dean, I came to Manhwa University for my internship to contribute something to the university. However, this Dong Chao makes me very uncomfortable. From the moment Zhang Chang closed the door, it seemed that his identity had shifted with Lu Yuan, who, as the dean, now wore a polite expression. Xiao Jiang, don't take Dong Chao too seriously, he's just like that. Zhang Chang leaned forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Dean, I'll say it again. Because of Dong Chao, my time at the academy has been very uncomfortable. Hey, ha. Lu Yuan could only force a smile, looking troubled. This Zhang Chang usually kept a low profile, but in reality, he had a significant background. Zhang Chang's uncle was the martial arts educator Zhang Guangming. Just a stomp of his foot could shake the entire martial arts education field. Zhang Chang's internship at the Martial Arts Academy was a huge gain for the academy. Lu Yuan had always wanted to use Zhang Chang to get to know Mr. Zhang Guangming. If Mr. Zhang could support the students of the Martial Arts Academy, they would truly take off. Lu Yuan thought he had been quite considerate towards Zhang Chang, but he never expected Zhang Chang to have such strong opinions. Dean, I'm laying my cards on the table. I can't stand Dong Chao's slacker attitude. If you want me to continue my internship at the academy, you have to expel Dong Chao. It's either him or me. Zhang Chang got straight to the point. He had initially thought of using some tactics to drive Dong Chao away, but after being slighted and ostracized earlier, he changed his mind. It was simpler and more effective to use force. Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Lu Yuan felt extremely troubled. If this had been a few days ago, he would have been overjoyed to hear Zhang Chang say this. But now, he had already promised teacher Wang Su to give Dong Chao another chance and to evaluate him further. Lu Yuan couldn't go back on his word. Xiao Jiang, Dong Chao just got injured for the academy. He's a benefactor. Expelling him now would be disheartening. Besides, colleagues inevitably have some conflicts. It doesn't have to lead to enmity. Just talk it out. Zhang Chang frowned deeply. He wondered what was going on. How could Lu Yuan, who had always wanted to expel Dong Chao, suddenly be speaking up for him? Zhang Chang had to admit that Dong Chao did have some skills. He managed to win over Lu Yuan, Qin Wanqing, and Wang Su. This slacker had been able to stay in the academy for so many years for a reason. But he absolutely should not have dared to provoke him. Was the power of the Zhang family something he could touch? Zhang Chang raised his voice to Lu Yuan. Dean, if you have concerns, I can take care of expelling him for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a bit tempted. Zhang Chang was the nephew of Zhang Guangming. If he wanted to get rid of Dong Chao, it would just take a text message. Zhang Chang noticed Lu Yuan's interest and continued, after getting rid of Dong Chao, I can recommend my uncle's disciple to fill the vacant teaching position. Lu Yuan's eyes jumped wildly. A disciple of Zhang Guangming as a martial arts instructor. Their academy would truly hit the jackpot. The conditions Zhang Chang proposed were too tempting for Lu Yuan to resist. This was exactly what he had been longing for, an upgrade of the educational team. However, Lu Yuan still remembered his promise to Wang Su. He had promised to keep Dong Chao and help him improve. Sensing Lu Yuan's inner conflict, Zhang Chang continued, Dean, you don't need to worry about expelling Dong Chao. You can pretend you don't know. You just need to agree to one condition from me. What? Conditions? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. After Dong Chao's class is disbanded, you need to arrange for that disabled swordsmanship genius from his class to come to me. After a brief pause, Zhang Chang added, oh, and isn't there a new puppet master who just transferred to his class? Arrange him for me too. The profession of puppet master was relatively niche, and Zhang Chang thought it would be a good direction for academic research. As for Dong Chao's student who had the worst grades, Daoshi, Zhang Chang had no interest at all. He could just fend for himself. Lu Yuan fell into a long silence again. He could see that Zhang Chang was very purposeful. This guy clearly had ulterior motives for wanting He Xiangzai and Mo Xiang. Such a person, although coming from a family of martial arts educators, could he really be a good teacher? Lu Yuan recalled what Wang Su had told him. Although Dong Chao's abilities were lacking, he had a humorous personality. But his spirit of dedication was noble. In comparison, Lu Yuan felt that Dong Chao seemed more like a good teacher. Lu Yuan wanted to refuse Zhang Chang but was afraid of offending him. However, Zhang Chang took Lu Yuan's silence as agreement, and he casually patted Lu Yuan's arm. Dean, it's settled then. Wait for my good news. Leaving Lu Yuan with a flamboyant smile, Zhang Chang opened the door and left in a hurry. Days passed in a flash. After that strangely tense meeting, the faculty team of the Martial Arts Academy returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. When Dong Chao and Zhang Chang occasionally ran into each other, they even greeted each other with smiles. However, Dong Chao's smile was full of politeness, while Zhang Chang's smile concealed a hidden malice. During these days, Zhang Chang had not been idle. He submitted a report to the Martial Arts Education Department under the name of Zhang Guangming's nephew. He formally accused Dong Chao of workplace bullying and oppressing newcomers. Dong Chao's actions had caused great psychological harm to him, a newly employed intern. Zhang Chang's desire to contribute to the martial arts education cause was overshadowed by a layer of gloom. Zhang Chang was confident that this letter he wrote as Zhang Guangming's nephew carried significant weight. The clerks at the education department would surely be alarmed upon receiving this letter. However, it had been over 10 days since the letter was submitted to the martial arts education department, and there had been no feedback at all. The efficiency of the education department was too slow. In addition to this report, Zhang Chang also posted a subtle essay in their Zhang family WeChat group. In the essay, Zhang Chang first envisioned his grand ideals. He wanted to become a world-renowned martial arts educator like his uncle, contributing to the martial arts education cause in Huaxia. Then, he shifted the tone and began to lament to his family about the neglect and oppression he faced during his internship. The well-known troublemaker in the academy, Dong Chao, couldn't stand his positive and enthusiastic work attitude, making things difficult for him at every turn and deliberately setting him up. Zhang Chang cleverly tagged his uncle, pitifully asking how his uncle handled such interpersonal relationships when he was young. Although his uncle did not reply, the aunts and uncles in the group all encouraged Zhang Chang and stood up for him. At this moment, Zhang Chang had already set the atmosphere perfectly. He was just waiting for the leaders of the martial arts education department to see his report letter. All the hidden traps he had laid would explode. Right now was the last calm before the storm. However, this calm period had lasted much longer than he had expected. It had been over 10 days. Why hadn't the leaders seen his report letter yet? These days, Dong Chao was just like usual, giving his students an abstract martial arts class every day. The rest of the time, he would be playing with cats and dogs around the academy, occasionally checking out the gaming base on the back mountain. It is said that money can make the devil push the mill. Under the dual stimulation of martial arts contribution points and secret realm coins, those new students in the puppet system were like they had been injected with chicken blood, and in just half a month, all their work was completed. Dong Chao was very satisfied with their work efficiency, immediately settling their final payment and continuing to hire them for the subsequent maintenance and operation of the base. With everything ready, Dong Chao decided to find an opportunity to test his gaming base. At 10 in the morning, Dong Chao was, as usual, teaching at the podium with great enthusiasm. For us, real knife and real gun combat is just the most basic lesson. Many times, we may find ourselves in a complex situation where the enemy and ally are indistinguishable. How to quickly identify enemies and teammates is a profound knowledge. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding chalk, he gestured in front of the blackboard, his whole being filled with passion and fervor. However, below the podium, Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Xiang had calm expressions, as if they were old monks in meditation. Dong Laoshir's opening remarks sounded mysterious, but the three were certain that what Dong Laoshi was about to teach was definitely not serious knowledge. In contrast to the bored expressions of the three, outside the classroom, Shenyuan was leaning in, afraid of missing a single word. Every day before class, Shenyuan would pause at the door of martial arts class 4, eavesdropping on Dong Chao's lessons. Listening to Dong Chao's impassioned opening, Shenyuan couldn't help but feel, Dong Laoshi is indeed a high-level military big shot with a high level of confidentiality. What he teaches the students is all experiential knowledge, full of practical insights. Shenyuan resonated deeply with this, because she had once found herself in a perilous situation where the enemy and ally were hard to distinguish. In fact, she had almost died in that dangerous situation. Shenyuan held her breath, ready to hear Dong Chao's valuable experience, but Dong Chao suddenly flung open the classroom door. Dong Chao pretended to open the door for ventilation and bumped right into Shenyuan. "Oh, Teacher Qin, what are you doing here?" Dong Chao asked, feigning surprise. Caught red-handed, Shenyuan looked extremely awkward. I was preparing to teach the students, just passing by." Dong Chao pretended to check his watch. "Then you better hurry, you're already late." "Why yes." Shenyuan turned around reluctantly, preparing to leave quickly. But Dong Chao called out to her, "Teacher Qin, does your class have time this afternoon? I want to gather classes 1 and 2 for a practical training session. The location will be at the back mountain of the school. Our teaching partnership is about to play its role." Hearing this, Shenyuan forgot her embarrassment, her eyes lighting up. "We have time, of course we have time. I'll notify the students right away." "Dong Laoshi, it's settled then. We won't miss each other this afternoon." Afraid that Dong Chao would change his mind, she hurriedly left after saying this. A mysterious big shot from the military wants to give the students some pointers. What a great opportunity. Even if something major comes up, it can wait. After sending off this unexpected guest, Dong Chao returned to the podium and got back to the main topic. How to quickly distinguish between enemies and allies is the core of the game Werewolf. It is a basic skill that every high-level player must master. The three students exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, as expected, you can't expect anything useful from a dog's mouth. They almost thought Dong Chao was going to teach something useful. Dong Chao didn't pay attention to the small glances exchanged among them. He passionately began writing on the board. As we all know, in Werewolf, the techniques for distinguishing between enemies and allies are divided into two major schools, the logical school and the emotional school. In the realm of deduction, there are two major branches, the facial analysis and the helmet analysis. Simply put, facial analysis involves observing the micro-expressions of opponents to determine their identities. Helmet analysis, on the other hand, relies on external elements. For instance, observing the opponent's helmet, their sitting posture, or even the fog on their glasses, to judge whether they have opened their eyes at night. Daoshi and Ma Xiang exchanged glances. To be honest, the terms Dong Chao used were quite professional. It was clear he was an expert. However, for martial arts cultivation, these strange terms were not just of little use, they were utterly useless. Unlike the two who were deeply troubled, He Xiangzai was eagerly taking notes, afraid of missing any key points. Yet, given his level of education, the characters for facial and helmet were a bit beyond him, so he could only use pinyin as a substitute. What Dong Chao wanted to impart to his students was not just a few specialized terms from Werewolf, but something far beyond the game. Dong Chao raised his voice, elongating the last syllable. Beyond the logical flow and the deduction flow, the teacher has also created a more efficient school of thought, the despicable flow. Please watch the VCR. Dong Chao pulled down the big screen and played a pre-prepared presentation. This is precious footage of the teacher participating in the top 10 of the MO State Werewolf competition. In this round, the teacher is a wolf. Our wolf team had a disastrous start, and by the end of the game, I was the only lone wolf left. Pay close attention to all of the teacher's actions. At night, the teacher first eliminated the visible female witch, and then I sent a flirty message to the opposing girl. When morning came, I found that I had been blocked by the girl. From this, I deduced that the girl was a waking divine card. She saw the flirty message when she opened her eyes at night and promptly blocked me. So, I took the initiative to push her out of the game, achieving a lone wolf victory. The students were deeply shocked. The girl on the other side was harassed by your message, and then you pushed her out? That's just too shameless. Teacher Dong's way of playing was simply scandalous, a true disgrace. Yet, Dong Chao was quite proud of his achievements. Blindly adhering to the rules makes one a mediocre person. Learning to navigate the edges of the rules makes one wise. Now, let's look at this case. In this round, the teacher was a civilian. During the werewolf action phase, I secretly stepped on everyone's feet under the table. Some people instinctively lifted their feet to avoid my stomping. From this, I could determine that they were in a waking state. When morning came, I angrily pointed out 4 wolves. The students were left speechless. This was not just a despicable way of playing, it was downright infuriating. Dong Chao noticed the students' thoughts and shamelessly said, "Of course, these techniques of mine are only useful against ordinary people. No matter how angry they get, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me. With martial artists, I don't play like this." The group was at a loss for words. While others feared their students would tarnish their reputation, their martial arts class was the opposite. Their useless mentor truly didn't treat them like people. Still, the same saying, learn to be flexible, learn to navigate the edges of the rules, and you'll be one step closer to success. Don't shackle yourself with moral constraints, and don't be disgusted by despicable means. Despicable is synonymous with wisdom. If you ponder this, doesn't it seem to have deeper meaning the more you think about it? Ma Xiang thought to himself that it had no deeper meaning at all. If anyone dared to use such underhanded tactics against him, he would kick their legs out from under them. He turned to Daoshi and Xiangzai, wanting to exchange glances with the two older brothers, but found them both seemingly in deep thought, as if in meditation. Ma Xiang's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. Regarding the bizarre theory of the waste mentor, it seems that the two big brothers have truly taken it to heart. Recognition of Daoshi +1 recognition of Xiangzai +1 under Dong Chao's deliberately guided influence. The two prodigies not only took it to heart but also offered Dong Chao 2 points of recognition. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, behind the school, students from Class 1 and Class 2, having received the notice, arrived early to gather here. The teachers had not yet arrived, and the students were chattering away. As the gossip expert of the academy, Lin Weian from Class 1 fully showcased her presence, surrounded by a group of classmates. Have you all heard? Today, Sanqing University and the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy in North America are holding a friendly competition. Unlike our previous head-to-head battles, this time the competition rules are about breaking through and defending. Each side sends out several teams, and the winners continue to compete while the losers are eliminated. Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun from Sanqing University completely dominated the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy from start to finish. Wow! Lin Weian's words drew a light gasp from her classmates. The Gunfire Holy Seed Academy is a prestigious old school in North America, which has been gaining momentum in recent years. The warriors trained by the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy are known as gunfire priests, a very special combat profession. Gunfire priests possess unique techniques that allow them to infuse their vitality into bullets and firearms. In battle, they wield modern firearms in one hand and a sword in the other, excelling in both long-range sniping and close-quarters combat. The North American Federation stands shoulder to shoulder with Huaxia and the World Roundtable Resistance Council, thanks in large part to these gunfire priests. The exchange competition between Sanqing University and the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy can be said to be a showdown of the two countries' trump cards. And in this battle of trump cards, the twin stars of Sanqing, Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun, ruthlessly dominated the entire scene. However, some people expressed doubts about the news Lin Weian was spreading. Are the twin stars of Sanqing really that impressive? I thought they were just for show. Yeah, when they were playing in our friendly match, they were just messing around and didn't show much. Faced with the skepticism, Lin Weian directly pulled out her phone. You all take a look. This is a video sent to me by a student from Sanqing University. In the video, Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun each controlled a divine arm, grabbing the necks of two gunfire priests and lifting them into the air. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wang Zhuojuan smugly said, "You two say you have average talent. What are you pretending for? The thing I hate the most is pretentious people." Wang Yujun added from the side, "Next time we meet, don't act pretentious." Wow! Awesome! Seeing this video, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 erupted in cheers once again. The scene of the two brothers ruthlessly slapping the gunfire priests' faces was simply exhilarating. Just watching it felt refreshing all over. In the crowd, Daoshi and Xiangzai exchanged glances. Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun were still so pretentious. Moreover, they had even turned the tables and plagiarized Xiangzai's earlier speech. These two brothers had once again put on the act that Daoshi and Xiangzai had done before. After dispelling the scattered doubts, Lin Weian continued, "Do you know why Sanqing University and the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy are holding this competition? For the quota to the Rust City Secret Realm. The Rust City Secret Realm is about to open. The competition between the two universities is related to the trial quotas for Huaxia and North America to enter the Rust City Secret Realm. In this battle, Sanqing University secured 200 quotas, while the defeated Gunfire Holy Seed Academy only obtained 100 Secret Realm quotas. Some students couldn't help but exclaim, 200 quotas. Sanqing University's combat department doesn't have that many new students. They should distribute the quotas to other schools, right? Those spots are definitely going to other prestigious schools, we won't get any." Someone in the crowd splashed a bucket of cold water. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's enthusiasm instantly cooled down. Everyone knew that what this student said was true. Nowadays, Moe University is at an absolute disadvantage compared to several other prestigious schools. Even if Sanqing University is willing to share spots, it certainly wouldn't include Moe University. The students who had been chattering just moments ago now fell silent, like eggplants hit by frost. The Rust City Secret Realm is a new secret realm developed jointly by China and North America in recent years. It is also known as the most perfect paradise secret realm. Compared to the Rust City Secret Realm, the mining secret realm occupied by Moe University is as shabby as playing house. Secret realms are classified into 3 levels based on danger, paradise, abyss, and purgatory. Secret realms with danger levels of 1 to 3 are called paradise secret realms. These realms are mostly used as trial grounds for new martial artists. Secret realms with danger levels of 4 to 6 are referred to as abyss secret realms. Compared to paradise secret realms, the danger in abyss secret realms skyrockets, but at the same time, they are also filled with opportunities. These realms are teeming with secret realm pioneers. Many secret realm development organizations even treat abyss secret realms as their headquarters. In abyss secret realms, the order of the current world has become a mere decoration. Power and conquest are the only laws. And the purgatory secret realms, with danger levels above 7, are known as the burial grounds for the strong. They are forbidden places that even extraordinary martial artists dare not tread lightly. The danger level of the Rust City Secret Realm is 3, falling within the Paradise category, but its resource level is 4. It is comparable to many Abyss Secret Realms. Just thinking about the students from several other prestigious schools about to enter the Rust City Secret Realm to harvest massive resources made everyone in the Martial Arts Academy feel envious, while also unable to hide their disappointment. Even prestigious schools have their disparities. The gap between Moe University and the other 4 prestigious schools is gradually widening. From student sources to faculty strength, and then to the school's resources and connections, Moe University is lagging behind the other 4 in every aspect. Just as the students were sulking in silence, Lin Weian, holding her phone, exclaimed, "Hey, you guys, look at this video. Sanqing University actually invited us." On the screen, the director of Sanqing University's teaching department, Wen Tianchen, faced countless flashes and cameras, and solemnly said, "For the trial in the Rust City Secret Realm in half a month, we would like to invite all the new students from Moe University's Martial Arts Academy to join us. As for the remaining spots, we will make further arrangements." Ha! What's going on? Upon seeing this video, the people in the Martial Arts Academy were first stunned, then all fell into a frenzy of joy. The guys from Sanqing are really generous, they can be trusted. As expected of the Sanqing Taoists, they are all people of principle, grateful and reciprocating. If we can form a brother-school relationship with Sanqing University, even if it means I have to marry 2 wives, have 4 dishes for every meal, and live in a 400 square meter villa, I would be happy. While everyone cheered, they all turned their gazes toward Sun Jingfeng. In the students' eyes, Sanqing University was clearly repaying Sun Jingfeng's life-saving grace by specially pulling Moe University along. Facing everyone's attention, Sun Jingfeng wore a smile that didn't reveal his teeth, nodding frequently to everyone, "It's nothing, that's what I should do. Stay calm, stay calm." Watching Sun Jingfeng's self-satisfied demeanor, Shen Tuchun secretly cursed him as an idiot. At this moment, everyone regarded Sun Jingfeng as a super genius, and even those foolish Sanqing Taoists saw him as a life-saving benefactor. But Shen Tuchun was convinced that Sun Jingfeng was just a good-for-nothing. The one who saved the Sanqing Taoists and dominated the internal assessments was someone else. Shen Tuchun remembered very clearly that during the practical assessment at the academy, he was easily killed in seconds by a tall guy with a punch followed by a slap. That tall figure was definitely not Sun Jingfeng. Shen Tuchun came from a collateral branch of the Shinta family, and he understood from a young age that one key to survival was to keep his mouth shut. He had to be able to hide things in his heart. Although he had long sensed something unusual, Shen Tuchun silently buried this secret deep within himself and had never revealed it to anyone. At this moment, Shen Tuchun scanned the entire area without making a sound, trying to find that tall figure among the crowd. Unfortunately, he was not successful. Just then, Dong Chao, Shenyuan, and Wang Su approached the crowd from a distance. Upon seeing the 3 mentors, the chattering crowd automatically quieted down, but the joy and excitement on everyone's faces did not diminish at all. The 3 stood before the students, and Dong Chao subtly nodded towards Shenyuan. Receiving Dong Chao's hint, Shenyuan spoke up, "I believe everyone already knows that Sanqing University has officially extended an invitation for us to participate in the Rust City Secret Realm trial in half a month." "Great! President Sun Jingfeng is amazing." The students cheered again. Shenyuan almost couldn't hold back her expression. she quickly adjusted her facial expression and continued, although the Rust City secret realm is known as the most perfect paradise secret realm, its danger level is also rated at level 3. Starting today, the Academy will conduct special training for everyone to quickly improve their strength and preparation for the secret realm trial in half a month. And this area behind the mountain will be your special training ground. Please put on your training protective gear and begin your special training. Amidst the puzzled looks of the students, Dong Chao acted as Qin Wenqing's assistant, taking out bulletproof vests and distributing them to the students. 20 minutes later, all the teachers and students boarded the paper kite, ready to begin this survival training in a desperate situation. The paper kite was a flying puppet made by the puppet system students, capable of gliding at low altitudes. During the gliding process, the participating students could choose their parachuting locations at any time. After 20 minutes of understanding, the students basically grasped the so-called special training rules. Rather than a practical training, it was more like a real-life battle royale game. The open space behind the mountain had various cover spots, as well as various weapons and props made by the puppet system students. After landing, everyone would first pick up weapons and equipment, and then engage in chaotic battles without rules. The bulletproof vests they wore had health bars displayed. When the health bar reached 0, they would be eliminated. All the rules were exactly the same as in a battle royale game. At this moment, just sitting on the paper kite and gliding at low altitude made the students realize that this unique special training was quite interesting. However, everyone had a question mark in their hearts regarding the effectiveness of the training. Mentor Wang Su sat aside, looking displeased. In his view, this so-called special training was nonsense. Although Qin Wenqing had always claimed that this special training was designed by her, and Dong Chao and the puppet system students were merely implementing it, Wang Su felt that Dong Chao must have misinterpreted Qin Wenqing's intentions, turning the special training into a farce. After all, Qin Wenqing was the Academy's golden asset, and Wang Su did not dare to go against her wishes, so he could only reluctantly comply. But deep down, Wang Su felt that this so-called special training was a complete waste of time. With this time, he could have led the students to practice a few sets of theoretical questions, then guided them in meditation to cultivate their energy sensitivity. That would be true martial arts training. What Wang Su did not know was that the Qin Wenqing he regarded as the Academy's golden asset was merely a puppet in the hands of others. Qin Wenqing followed Dong Chao's instructions step by step, introducing the special training rules to the students. But in reality, she was just parroting. As she mechanically relayed Dong Chao's words, Qin Wenqing felt a sorrowful thought arise in her heart. To some extent, wasn't she just another Sun Jingfeng? Everything was merely someone's task. Qin Wenqing was well aware that the reason Sanqing University invited Moe University to participate in the Rust City secret realm was all because of Dong Chao. Because of those few prodigies in Dong Chao's class. She had no doubt about the effectiveness of the practical training that Dong Chao had organized. At this moment, Dong Chao, like the students, was wearing the protective gear and bulletproof vests made by the puppet system freshmen. He held a paintball gun in his hand, striking what he thought was a cool pose, looking quite shabby. While playing with the gun, Dong Chao said to the students, "The bulletproof vests you're wearing serve both protective and restrictive purposes. Once you put them on, everyone's cultivation level is suppressed to the initial stage of the second tier. Everyone starts from the same starting line, and we'll see who's better based on game skills." I mean practical skills. The crowd was left speechless, thinking to themselves that he just let it slip. This is a game. Bang! Dong Chao pulled the trigger of the paintball gun, firing a few rounds into the air. After landing, you can not only pick up melee weapons but also find paintball guns like this. These paintball guns are specially made, with a firing rate indistinguishable from real firearms. Teacher Qin specifically instructed me to place these paintball guns in the field. On one hand, it's to give everyone a simple understanding of firearms. On the other hand, it's to train everyone's ability to dodge bullets. Dodge bullets? The students were a bit incredulous. Dong Chao's tone was unusually serious. All ranged attacks can be dodged. Even if it's a cold gun, poison dart, or hidden arrow coming from behind, or even a remote ambush from certain exotic beasts, we can sense the killer intent of the attacker in advance and evade. For ordinary people, firearms are a tool of enforced equality. But for high-level martial artists, the effectiveness of firearms is ultimately limited. Even high-level gunfire priests primarily rely on swords, with guns as a supplement. What truly makes gunfire priests formidable is the sword in their hands. A well-known slacker in the entire academy was earnestly lecturing everyone. This scene was truly novel. In the crowd, Chao Xian from Class 1 deliberately teased Dong Chao, "Teacher, with your cultivation at the initial stage of the second tier, can you really dodge bullets coming from behind?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere on the paper kite instantly became tense. It was clear that Chao Xian's question was not well-intentioned. He deliberately wanted to put Dong Chao in a difficult position. Although Dong Chao was known as a slacker, he still held the title of a martial arts instructor. Such a provocative question was indeed a bit disrespectful. Facing Chao Xian's provocation, Dong Chao still smiled, but Qin Wanqing's expression turned grim. Just as she was about to criticize Chao Xian, she heard Dong Chao laughingly say, "Of course I can dodge bullets coming from behind. I've been ranked at 4,200 points in the chicken-eating mobile game for years, an absolute high-level player. Dodging bullets by sound is basic for me. Oh, after all that, it's still a game. Ha ha ha." Chao Xian burst into laughter. Dong Chao chuckled as well, and the other students joined in the laughter. Dao Shi, He Xianzai, and Mo Xiang laughed particularly hard, but their gazes towards Chao Xian held a hint of mockery and malice. Their useless instructor could only be laughed at by them, not by others. Qin Wanqing looked at the belly-laughing Chao Xian and sighed inwardly. As one of the 4S level students in Class 1, Chao Xian had always had a sense of pride that was self-satisfied. It was the typical mindset of someone who only sees the sky from the bottom of a well. This foolish child has no idea how precious Dong Chao's words of experience were. With his talent, getting guidance from a mysterious big shot in the military was truly a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, faced with this fortune handed to him, Chao Xian chose to lie on the ground and let the luck roll over him. Watching Chao Xian still smiling, Qin Wanqing felt a deep sense of regret inside. 20 minutes later, on the battlefield, Chao Xian was nestled in a trench, slowly extending his paintball gun, pulling the trigger and eliminating a hapless soul in the distance. This was already the fifth unfortunate soul he had sent away. Chao Xian was quite lucky. After landing, he found a paintball gun. While other classmates were still fighting up close with daggers and short swords, he had already achieved a dimensional strike. As he searched for his next target through the scope, Chao Xian secretly laughed at the nonsense of the useless mentor Dong Chao about dodging bullets. Not to mention evading a cold shot from behind, even facing a direct shot, those few classmates with decent skills in the class couldn't dodge it at all. Chao Xian felt that with the paintball gun in his hand, his performance in this special training would definitely be outstanding. Although the gun fired paintballs, its accuracy was very high, hitting exactly where he aimed. Moreover, the gun was equipped with aiming devices, allowing him to achieve long-distance sniping. Just a moment ago, two classmates who hadn't figured out the situation were sent away by his long-range shot. Chao Xian sighed inwardly. It was a pity that China didn't have a martial arts university specializing in firearms like the North American Gunfire Holy Seed Academy. Otherwise, he would definitely shine. He absolutely had a talent for handling guns. While sighing, Chao Xian found another unfortunate soul through the scope. This hapless soul had his back to him, carelessly picking up supplies from the ground. Seeing this, Chao Xian's finger once again touched the trigger. As before, he silently pulled the trigger, ready to take the opponent away easily. In the distance, Dao Shi was focused on picking up supplies from the ground. He wasn't very interested in this so-called special training. What truly interested him were these unique props on the ground. According to Mo Xiang, these props were made by the new students of the puppet system. Like the bulletproof vests that displayed health points and paintball guns with firing rates identical to real firearms, all had energy crystals inside, which were quite expensive. If he hadn't heard that all of this was funded by their useless mentor, Dao Shi would have really wanted to pry out the energy crystals from these props for himself. Just as Dao Shi was fiddling with these exquisite props, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Immediately after, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air behind him. Without any hesitation, Dao Shi instinctively rolled to the side in an awkward position, like a lazy donkey rolling over. Bang! A paintball hit his shoulder, exploding into a cloud of colorful smoke. The bulletproof vest on Dao Shi lit up with a red light, indicating that his health was running low. Dao Shi cursed inwardly. Someone was shooting at him from behind. What was worse, at that moment, he was in an open area with no cover around, nowhere to hide. Although he wasn't very invested in this so-called real combat training, being eliminated by someone shooting from the shadows would be too frustrating. Dao Shi couldn't accept that. But right now, the opponent's next shot was about to come. In that instant, Dao Shi inexplicably recalled Dong Chao's words. All long-range attacks can be dodged. We can sense the killer intent of the attacker in advance, allowing us to evade. In the distance, Chao Xian was slightly surprised to see that his shot hadn't taken down the opponent. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the distance, that guy, after hearing the sound of bullets slicing through the air, actually reacted with extreme agility. Truly impressive skills. Chao Xian was a bit puzzled. The figure across from him looked somewhat unfamiliar. They didn't have such a character in their class. Was this agile guy from the second class? What a pity. No matter how nimble he was, he couldn't escape the fate of being eliminated. Chao Xian relocked onto that unfortunate soul in the distance through his scope and pulled the trigger once more. What Chao Xian didn't expect was that this shot also missed. At the moment he fired, that figure in the distance actually dodged left and right, evading his sniper shot again. Chao Xian's temples throbbed wildly. He couldn't believe it and fired continuously, but the guy in the distance kept dodging with his back turned, avoiding all the fired paintballs. Chao Xian felt like he was seeing ghosts. He gasped, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Could it really be that someone could dodge bullets with their back turned? Dushi, several dozen meters away, was using the dragon transformation technique, approaching Chao Xian like a ghost with his back turned. He had completely mastered the trick of dodging with his back turned, needing no visual cues. He could sense Chao Xian's trigger pull just by the change in breath. He could even feel the direction Chao Xian was aiming. At first, Dushi had dodged by relying on his body's powerful reflexes upon hearing the sound of the bullet. But now, he was capturing the energy of Chao Xian's aim and responding in advance. The moment Chao Xian pulled the trigger, before the bullet even left the chamber, Dushi calmly made his dodge. Dushi's continuous dodging brought him swiftly in front of Chao Xian. He kicked backward, aiming a flying kick at Chao Xian. From the moment Chao Xian pulled the trigger to Dushi's flying kick, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Until Dushi launched his attack, Chao Xian was still in a daze. The scene before him completely exceeded his understanding. Faced with the sudden flying kick, Chao Xian instinctively used his special ability. 2 bat wings sprouted from his back, and he floated backward in a way that defied aerodynamics. Chao Xian was a mutant with the bloodline ability of the 7-star bat. Bats were supposed to symbolize agility and swiftness, but unfortunately, in front of Dushi, Chao Xian's movements were too slow. Slow as a sloth. Smack! A clear shoe print landed on Chao Xian's face. The powerful impact shattered his helmet and protective gear instantly. Chao Xian's sliding posture came to an abrupt halt, and he fell to the ground like a kite with a severed string. If it weren't for the suppression of his cultivation by the protective gear, Dushi's casual kick could have provided a perfect case study for the school's battlefield emergency rescue program on a vegetative patient. Chao Xian, who had plowed a trench into the ground, instantly fell into a coma. At the same time, a voice echoed in the air, "Chao Xian, out." Glancing coldly at the foaming Chao Xian, Dushi secretly sighed. The useless mentor's game theory actually proved to be useful. Dushi didn't know if the useless mentor stumbled upon this profound theory by accident or heard it from somewhere, but he indeed benefited from it. Dushi's recognition +1. In the control room, Dong Chao watched Dushi's perfect performance, secretly amazed. Dodging long-range attacks through energy sensing was a skill Dong Chao had worked hard to master back in the day. He spent a lot of time before finally grasping this skill. Yet, this guy Dushi could learn and apply it on the spot. Moreover, he had only practiced a few times before mastering it. Dong Chao couldn't help but feel that the disparity between people was indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. This kid Dushi was truly outrageous. After learning to dodge by turning his back, Daoshi found an opportunity to eliminate himself. Mo Xiang and He Xiangzai also just went through the motions and were eliminated early. As more and more people were eliminated, this real-life battle royale game gradually approached its conclusion. In the final circle, Shen Tu-chun from Class 1 was dominating, ultimately securing the victory. Lin Weian and Lu Tianyang, as 2 top S-class talents, also ranked high. What was quite surprising was that there were still a few students from Martial Arts Class 2 in the final circle. Thanks to the protective gear, the gap in cultivation levels was smoothed out, allowing the students from Class 2 to exchange a few moves with the top students from Class 1. This greatly boosted their confidence. Moreover, compared to teacher Wang Su's old-fashioned teaching methods, this entertaining and educational approach was clearly more favored by the students. After the exercise ended, students from both classes even took the initiative to engage in review discussions. Watching the students confidently and cheerfully review, Wang Su was somewhat astonished. This seemingly ridiculous special training method actually motivated the students' enthusiasm for cultivation? At this moment, there was no need for Wang Su to urge them. The students were practicing on their own. Seeing this, Wang Su had a slight change of heart regarding this unique training method. However, he still had some doubts about the results of this special training. Their class's absolute ace, the super genius Sun Jingfeng, had been eliminated early in this training session. He didn't even make it to the final circle. It seems this game-like training method is still too childish for Sun Jingfeng. He clearly couldn't get interested. Wang Su secretly decided that after returning to class, he would arrange a few sets of martial arts theory papers for Sun Jingfeng. For a genius like Sun Jingfeng, only high-intensity drills would be effective. Happy education is useless for geniuses. In the evening, Martial Arts Academy student dormitory. Chao Xian was holding an ice pack, applying it to his swollen right cheek while muttering to class leader Shen Tu-chen, Brother Shintu, I really saw a ghost today. There really is someone who can dodge bullets by turning their back. That guy came at me like a ghost, knocked me out. What Teacher Dong said is true. There really is someone who can do it. After witnessing that incredible scene, Xiao Xian realized that the nonsense spoken by the useless mentor Dong Chao was not baseless. But when did our academy have such a master? That guy is too abnormal. Listening to Xiao Xian's lament, Shintu Chen was greatly alarmed. It was obvious that Xiao Xian had encountered a mysterious master from the academy. In fact, Shintu Chen had a vague suspicion about the mysterious master in the academy. He felt that the mysterious master was one of the underperforming students from martial arts class 4. In recent days, Shintu Chen had sparred with students from classes 1, 2, and 3. The only ones he hadn't faced were the people from martial arts class 4. Excluding all the wrong answers, no matter how absurd the remaining answer sounded, it had to be correct. Moreover, the theory of dodging bullets by turning one's back was also revealed by teacher Dong Chao from martial arts class 4. At this moment, Shintu Chen dared not treat Dong Chao's theory as a joke. On the contrary, he took Dong Chao's words as the truth. Dodging bullets by turning one's back was clearly feasible. Xiao Xian, let's give it a try. Shintu Chen insisted, pulling Xiao Xian to the corridor. He handed Xiao Xian a dart. You throw the dart at me and see if I can dodge it. Shintu Chen stood at a distance with his back turned, signaling Xiao Xian to throw the dart at him. Is this really going to work? Xiao Xian hesitated, looking at the sharp tip of the dart. Shintu Chen, however, appeared very resolute. What's impossible about it? If others can do it, so can we. It's just a matter of putting in more effort. For us weaklings, what we rely on is hard work and practice. Ha! We, weaklings? Xiao Xian had a face full of confidence and innocence, clearly not having a true objective understanding of his own strength. Shintu Chen ignored him further. Xiao Xian's confidence stemmed from the fact that he had never seen a true genius, but Shintu Chen had. As a side branch of the Shintu family, Shintu Chen had been a sparring partner for several prodigies in the family since childhood. He knew just how terrifying true geniuses could be. Shintu Chen stopped wasting words. He simply turned his back and gestured for Xiao Xian to throw the dart. Then I'm really coming at you, be careful. Xiao Xian warned, and the dart whistled out of his hand. The dart, unsurprisingly, lodged itself in Shintu Chen's back. Shintu Chen grunted in pain but signaled for Xiao Xian to continue. Again. Xiao Xian threw the dart again, hitting Shintu Chen once more. Again. With a stiff resolve, Xiao Xian raised his hand again, and without surprise, he hit 3 times in a row. Again. Listening to Shintu Chen's low groans, Xiao Xian couldn't help but internally complain, who exactly is being trained here? It seems like Brother Shintu is practicing evasion, but in reality, it feels like my dart-throwing ability is the one being honed. I really do have a bit of talent for ranged attacks. I hit every time. Looking at Shintu Chen, who was now covered in darts like a hedgehog, Xiao Xian thought to himself. On the top floor of the dormitory, room 603. Mo Xiang had been busy tinkering at his workbench all afternoon, finally finishing the work at hand. He had been so busy these days that he felt like he was running in circles. The new sword he promised to forge for Daoshi had entered the final stages, needing only the non-slip carving on the hilt and a few accessories for the guard to be complete. This sword was remade from the weapons and armor picked up from the mine's secret realm. The overall strength of the sword was quite impressive, fully comparable to the C-class standard weapons produced by the Tai Sui Armory. Besides the sword, Mo Xiang's puppet Fina also received a major upgrade. The puppet's exterior was completely replaced with a metal exoskeleton, allowing Fina to showcase her feminine curves while also exuding a cyberpunk metallic coldness. The Earth Essence Ice Crystal obtained from the mine's secret realm was embedded in Fina's chest as her energy core. After this transformation, Fina's strength had increased by more than 1 level. In addition to the puppet upgrade, Mo Xiang had also experienced some emotional changes during this time. He had fully integrated into the martial arts class 4 and had become completely close with his 2 older brothers, Daoshi and He Xiangzai. Recently, He Xiangzai had been asking Mo Xiang to remold his twin swords into a custom version of the uneven sword, but Mo Xiang had not found the time to do so. Mo Xiang still needed to reserve some time to practice his 5 Mountains Golden Bell. In terms of progress with the 5 Mountains Golden Bell, Mo Xiang was remarkably fast. He had now reached the 2nd level of the 5 Mountains, the Fire Gate of Hengshan. The deeper he delved into the 5 Mountains Golden Bell, the more he could feel the profoundness of this technique, and his gratitude towards teacher Dong Chao grew. As a Sigma man, Mo Xiang was very disciplined, adhering to a strict daily schedule. From 8 to 8:40 in the evening, he dedicated time to intense training. From 8:40 to 2:30 in the morning, he took breaks while scrolling on his phone. At 8:40, Mo Xiang finished his training on time and began to rest. He lay on his bed, focused on scrolling through his phone. Hello, dear audience, it's time to learn martial skills through short videos again. Mo Xiang's high-intensity scrolling through short videos was not just for fun, it was also part of his learning. Most of his extensive martial skills were learned online. At this moment, he was watching a blogger he really liked, named Shenyuan Xiao Chun. This blogger often shares some improved martial arts techniques online for free, and Mo Xiang had learned quite a bit from him. The golden armor protective energy he had been using was learned from Xiao Chun. Today, dear viewers, you are in for a treat. I am about to showcase my personal secret technique, the Golden Bell Shield. Moreover, our Xingye Wuguan's Golden Bell Shield has been improved by a master. Compared to the traditional Golden Bell Shield, we have eliminated the dross and retained the essence. This profound martial art was originally a secret of our Xingye Wuguan. However, in order to give back to our large family, I have decided to showcase it for free in this video. Upon hearing Golden Bell Shield, Mo Xiang perked up, quickly sitting up straight, ready to see what the Xingye Wuguan's Golden Bell Shield was all about. As we all know, the traditional Buddhist Golden Bell Shield is obscure and difficult to practice, and the results are slow to manifest. Practitioners must reach over 10 levels to achieve any results. But our Xingye Wuguan's improved Golden Bell Shield simplifies the process, reducing the original 13 levels of the Golden Bell to 7, making this obscure martial art much easier to grasp. Our Xingye Golden Bell Shield is divided into the breathing level, energy level, muscle and bone level, rebound level, majestic level, softness level, and perfection level. Upon reaching the perfection level, the body's weak points are reduced to just an inch. As long as the weak points remain intact, the body is as strong as refined gold. Mo Xiang frowned deeply, feeling increasingly uneasy. The Xingye Golden Bell Shield demonstrated by the blogger Xiao Chun had significant issues. This was not simplification. Xiao Chun was clearly throwing away the essence for the trivial. The Golden Bell Shield itself is a profound and obscure martial art, difficult to practice, but the rewards at higher levels are equally immense. The traditional Golden Bell Shield, when practiced to the 12th level, completely eliminates weak points, making one impervious to blades and poisons. Practicing to the 13th level makes one immortal and indestructible. While Xiao Chun's Xingye Golden Bell Shield indeed lowered the difficulty of practice, the rewards were also greatly diminished. The Xingye Golden Bell Shield still had weak points at the perfection level? Can this be considered an improvement? Mo Xiang scoffed at such a method of modification. As a martial arts enthusiast, was Mo Xiang afraid of difficult techniques? What he feared was worthless martial arts that wasted his time. Xiao Chun's Xingye Golden Bell Shield had turned a profound martial art into trash. Watching the blogger Xiao Chun proudly introduce the watered-down version of the Golden Bell Shield, Mo Xiang grew increasingly angry. He really wanted to grab Xiao Chun by the collar and give him a couple of punches. What made it even harder for Mo Xiang to bear was that the comments section was filled with sycophants praising such a low-quality technique. Blogger, you're amazing. This is the best Golden Bell Shield tutorial I've found on the entire internet. Is this really a martial arts tutorial we can watch for free? I have to say, Xingye Wuguan is really generous. As a straightforward boy, how could Mo Xiang tolerate this? He immediately left a comment in the section, adaptation is not random compilation, simplification is not trivialization. A good Golden Bell Shield technique has been turned into this mess. What's the difference from ordinary protective energy? This simplified Golden Bell Shield isn't even worth practicing for a dog. Moreover, the ordinary Golden Bell Shield isn't that difficult. There's no need for forced simplification. Instead of studying these useless things, why not find a proper class? The Golden Bell Shield technique hit right at Mo Xiang's sore spot. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Compared to the 5 mountains Golden Bell he practiced, Xiao Chun's Xingye Golden Bell Shield was truly the worst of the worst. Thinking back to how he had learned from Xiao Chun, Mo Xiang even felt a bit regretful. What kind of trash martial arts had he learned before? No wonder he wasn't a match for Shizi and Zai Zi. After leaving a comment, Mo Xiang angrily swiped away the video. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at the headquarters of the Xingye Martial Arts School, Chen Dingxing was listening to music while checking the back end of the short video platform. The uniform praise and accolades made him feel elated and quite pleased. The simplified Golden Bell Shield he showcased in the video was, after all, a proud creation of Master Jiang. Over the past 2 years, Chen Dingxing had diligently researched and mastered this simplified martial art to perfection. He was very satisfied with today's instructional video. Just as Chen Dingxing was enjoying the accolades in the comments section, a sharp message suddenly appeared before his eyes. Adaptation is not random compilation, simplification is not a joke. Instead of studying these useless things, why not find a class? Seeing this comment, Chen Dengxing was both angry and amused. He thought to himself how truly ignorant some people can be. The one who developed this improved version of the Golden Bell Shield was none other than the top martial arts educator in Huaxia, the sacrificer Zhang Guangming. How dare they say Master Zhang's improved martial arts are random compilation? Such a bold statement must be due to some serious ignorance. The nationwide chain of Shenyuan martial arts schools is actually owned by the renowned sacrificer Zhang Guangming, and Chen Dengxing is a direct disciple of Master Jiang. Chen Dengxing posted short videos online not to make money, but to fulfill his teacher's wish of benefiting young martial artists. Initially, Chen Dengxing regarded this malicious comment as just a discordant note, and thought to delete, block, and report it. However, when he saw the commenter claim that the ordinary Golden Bell Shield wasn't that difficult, he truly couldn't hold back anymore. The orthodox Golden Bell Shield of the Buddhist sect isn't difficult? As far as Chen Dengxing knew, every new student at the Urban Buddhist Academy would practice the Golden Bell Shield technique. Yet over the years, only the president of the Buddhist Academy, the eight-sided Golden Buddha Jin Rolai, had managed to master the Golden Bell Shield to the 13th level of perfection. And President Jin is an exceptionally experienced martial artist. His combat power ranks among the top 20 in the country. Even he wouldn't dare to say that the orthodox Golden Bell Shield is easy, right? It was precisely because this martial art is so difficult that Master Jiang developed a simplified version, so that more martial artists could grasp it. Chen Dengxing thought that only online could someone dare to talk so big. If it were in reality, who would be lucky enough to receive Master Jiang's teachings? Their ancestors would be proud. With this in mind, Chen Dengxing decided to teach this online troll a lesson. He checked the troll's IP location and confirmed they were in MO state. Then he left a comment below, "Stop talking nonsense online. If you think you're capable, let's have a match. Our Xingyan martial arts school has a branch in MO state. Let's set a time and spar at the school." According to Chen Dengxing's plan, by proactively challenging, the online troll would surely back down. Tomorrow, he would make a special video to diss such online bravado, and that would be the end of it. What Chen Dengxing didn't expect was that the online troll quickly replied, "Alright, let's spar offline. I'll show you what a real Golden Bell Shield should look like, so you don't mislead your students anymore." Chen Dengxing was about to explode. "So you're saying you're tough, huh? Fine, I'm heading to MO state right now. If you have the guts, don't back down. I hope your martial skills are as tough as your mouth," Chen Dengxing replied fiercely. The next day, at 11 in the morning, in an idle food stall at the cafeteria, Dong Chao was enthusiastically teaching 3 students a cooking class. "Today, I'm going to teach you a money-making night market snack project, handheld lamb chops. Remember, you must use lamb that's 2 to 3 years old for handheld lamb chops. Old lamb is like an old A8, it may be old, but it has flavor." The 3 looked at each other, thinking to themselves that he'd better be talking about lamb. Dong Chao meticulously taught his students everything from how to stew lamb to how to prepare dipping sauces. During the cooking session, he sensed that the atmosphere today was a bit off. Sure enough, as the class was nearing its end, Emoshi awkwardly said, "Teacher, can I take a leave? I won't be attending the special training this afternoon, I need to step out. My puppet, Feina, seems to be pregnant." Not good at lying, Emoshi stammered for a long time before finally coming up with a lame excuse. Dong Chao almost couldn't hold back. "Just say you're going out to have fun. Don't come up with such a creepy reason." He Xiongzai quickly added, yes, we just want to go out for a stroll. We're heading to the snack street in the city center to study future employment trends. Dong Chao nodded in appreciation. Look at how serious Zai Zi is. And then look at you. Pregnant puppet? What a terrible excuse, how can you even say that? If you want to go out to gain some experience and increase your social practice, I support you. Don't worry, I'll help cover for you with the academy. But you can't go hungry. As he spoke, Dong Chao pushed the freshly cooked lamb in front of them. Eat more at noon, you need to be well fed for your journey. Dong Chao knew very well that these 3 precious students were definitely not going out for leisure. They absolutely had something going on. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Dao Shi, He Xiongzai, and Mo Shi arrived at the entrance of the Starry Night Martial Arts Hall, following the navigation. Mo Shi himself didn't take this online duel too seriously, but Dao Shi and He Xiongzai insisted on coming along after hearing about it. The 2 were simply there to join the fun. Of course, it would be even better if they could see Mo Shi make a fool of himself in this duel. Before setting off, they had done some research on the Starry Night Martial Arts Hall through a search engine. This martial arts hall was a national chain, specifically catering to high-level martial artists. Moreover, the rules of this martial arts hall were quite interesting. All members of the hall kept their identities confidential. From members to staff, everyone wore uniform masks when entering and exiting the hall. The name Starry Night Martial Arts Hall was derived from the idea of traveling incognito. Whether they were scions of noble families, high-ranking military officers, or explorers operating in gray areas, they could conceal their identities and engage in anonymous sparring at the Starry Night Martial Arts Hall. The hall slogan was absolute safety, absolute privacy, and absolute peace of mind. At the entrance of the hall, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai kept cheering Emotion, Xiangzi, if you lose later, we'll have to tease you for the rest of your life. The only Yencher of the Mo family, getting crushed online. Just thinking about it is hilarious. He as a pressure freak, Emoshi was now being pressured by his two older brothers. With a dark face, he pushed open the hall's large door, and a masked attendant immediately presented masks to the three of them. As a large national chain martial arts hall, the interior of the Starry Night Martial Arts Hall was lavishly decorated, clearly indicating its wealth. Under the guidance of the attendant, the three arrived at the central arena of the hall. Chen Dengxing was already waiting for them. Looking at the three below the stage, Chen Dengxing snorted coldly, "Didn't expect you to actually come. But what does it mean to have three people? Are you planning to gang up?" Chen Dengxing thought to himself that online trolls were just online trolls. Even if they mustered the courage to show up in real life, they had to bring their friends along for support. Chen Dengxing beckoned to the three below, "You can come at me together, it doesn't matter." Upon hearing this, Dao Shi quickly waved his hands, "We can't afford it, we can't afford it. We wouldn't dare." Chen Dengxing was slightly taken aback. He didn't quite understand what the other party meant. He Xiangzai also chimed in, "Hey, big brother, we're here to cheer you on. Just go all out against this big guy. He has health insurance, so don't be afraid. You should humiliate him fiercely." Chen Dengxing was even more confused. These guys were so abstract. Mo Xiang helplessly glanced at Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, then jumped onto the stage. "To be honest, I've learned quite a bit of trash martial arts from your videos. Today, I'll give you a lesson as a way to repay you." Chen Dengxing's eyes widened in anger. He thought this big guy was really infuriating. To retaliate, Chen Dengxing pulled out 2 packs of tissues he had prepared earlier and threw them at Mo Xiang. "Here are 2 packs of tissues for you. Otherwise, when I beat you to the ground, you won't know whether to wipe your tears or your butt first." The usually inarticulate Mo Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words. He Xiangzai below the stage let out a scoff. He took out his notebook and began to write while laughing. "Mysterious big brother, you really have a way with words. Did you come from Dunhuan? So many murals. I'm stealing that line." Chen Dengxing thought these 3 guys were really strange. Were they sick? He clasped his hands together, and a golden giant bell phantom appeared around him. Mo Xiang also summoned his blood energy, and a black giant bell phantom emerged around him. Chen Dengxing's eyelids twitched. This internet troll could actually perform the golden bell shield. Moreover, his golden bell shield looked quite bizarre, being black. Chen Dengxing focused all his attention. From the blood energy fluctuations released by his opponent, he could tell that the big guy opposite him was not weak. At the initial stage of the 6th level, he had really underestimated him before. Chen Dengxing quickly assessed that this big guy was likely a student from Mo Wu University. Moreover, he was one of the school's key talents. However, he didn't quite understand why a warrior from the Mo family would learn the Buddhist golden bell shield. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he really has some skills. I truly underestimated you before. Chen Dengxing gathered his energy, and the golden bell phantom around him began to spin rapidly, emitting a faint ringing sound. Chen Dengxing's cultivation level reached the 7th stage. Furthermore, his simplified golden bell shield had already reached perfection. The big guy opposite him had some skills, but he couldn't possibly be his match. With that thought, Chen Dengxing suddenly dashed forward, transforming into a shooting arrow aimed at Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang also displayed an agility that belied his size, charging towards Chen Dengxing. The two engaged in the simplest and purest collision to showcase their golden bell shields. Dawn! The metallic sound of the bell echoed repeatedly in the venue. The impact of their collision caused the entire stage to shake slightly. Mo Xiang and Chen Dengxing clashed like 2 bulls, struggling at the center of the stage, neither willing to give an inch. Feeling the overwhelming force coming at him, Chen Dengxing gritted his teeth and forced back a mouthful of blood that surged to his throat. In this straightforward clash, although they appeared evenly matched, Chen Dengxing knew in his heart that he had already lost. The opponent was clearly a whole level below him. Yet in this hard-hitting contest, he was the one being suppressed. Moreover, this collision had caused some cracks to appear in the protective golden bell energy surrounding him. Under the continuous pressure from his opponent, these cracks were rapidly spreading. The entire golden bell phantom was in danger of shattering. The extreme surprise and shock made Chen Dengxing's head spin, as if he had been slapped hard by a polar bear. His perfected simplified golden bell shield had just been shattered in one blow? How could this be possible? Chen Dingxing was left speechless, the color draining from his face. It was precisely because he understood the golden bell shield so well that he was now utterly shocked. During the collision, Chen Dingxing played a little trick. He hid the entrance of his golden bell shield behind the Fengmen acupoint on his back. This way, the frontal impact could not reach his entrance at all. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, such tricks were utterly useless. The giant opposite him had no fancy moves or tricks. He simply crashed through Chen Dingxing's golden bell shield. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the golden bell's protective energy shattering echoed repeatedly. The illusory image of the golden bell that Chen Dingxing had conjured was about to collapse. At that moment, Shenzai shouted from the audience again, "Come on, big brother stranger. Don't let the giant show off. A level 6 beginner chicken, mocking you online, and in reality, slapping your face like crazy. Can you stand it?" Chen Dingxing felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. He thought to himself, is this encouragement or adding fuel to the fire? If he hadn't heard that, he would have been ready to bow his head and admit defeat. Even a fool could see that the black golden bell shield the giant was using was far superior to his simple version. However, the provocative words from the audience put Chen Dingxing in a bind. After all, he was a level 7 martial artist, a top disciple of the victim Jiang Guangming. He had intended to show the online trolls what real strength was, but unexpectedly, he was being slapped in the face by an online troll. Could he endure that? Thinking of this, Chen Dingxing performed a backflip and withdrew the force of the collision. In midair, he touched the storage ring on his hand, and a staff adorned with a coiling dragon design instantly appeared in his grasp. Chen Dingxing displayed his handsome body technique, swaying in midair, and with a swift sweep of his staff, he executed a sea dragon-tailed move towards Mo Xiang. The coiling dragon staff swept across Mo Xiang's golden bell shield, forcefully countering Mo Xiang's charge. Boom! The deep resonance of a great bell rang out again, and both Mo Xiang and Chen Dingxing stepped back 2 paces. Chen Dingxing twirled his staff and shamelessly said, "Our duel didn't specify that only the golden bell shield could be used." Unable to afford to lose, Chen Dingxing became a tough nut. For his own face and the reputation of the Shenyuan martial arts school, he could not lose this battle. Chen Dingxing admitted that the giant's golden bell shield indeed had some tricks up its sleeve, completely overpowering his simple version. But so what? What Chen Dingxing truly excelled at was staff techniques. His coiling dragon staff was ever-changing. Under his staff techniques, the golden bell shield, a defensive practice, could only become a punching bag. Seeing Chen Dingxing openly playing dirty, Shenzai cheered him on desperately. "Big brother, you're really something. No need to care about face, no need to talk about martial ethics. Just take him down. Being despicable is a synonym for being clever." Shenzai quickly quoted teacher Dong's famous saying. Chen Dingxing felt a headache coming on. He thought it would be better if you just cursed me directly. Why be so sarcastic and poke at me? On the stage, Mo Xiang did not criticize Chen Dingxing's underhanded tactics. On the contrary, he became excited. "But you're the one who's not following martial ethics first, so don't say I'm bullying you." As he spoke, he took out a puppet scroll from his bosom, gave it a shake, and immediately a life-sized female puppet appeared on the stage. This puppet had a seductive figure and a delicate face. However, her steel-like skin and industrially designed metal joints exuded a dangerous aura. Chen Dingxing felt his dizzy head take another heavy blow. The burly boy in front of him, proficient in the golden bell shield, was a puppeteer? What a joke! Chen Dingxing thought he should have checked the almanac before going out today. How could all these bizarre things come together? Although the situation was chaotic, he maintained a basic level of calm. He transformed his coiling dragon staff into a swimming dragon and launched a surprise attack on Mo Xiang. Even a fool knows that when facing a puppeteer, one must first attack the puppeteer's weak body, no matter how strange the puppeteer may appear. Chen Dingxing executed a move called Jelong swallowing the moon, aiming directly for Mo Xiang's face. "Come on!" Mo Xiang shouted fiercely, once again activating the 5 mountains golden bell, and a large black bell appeared out of thin air, blocking Chen Dingxing's thrust. Chen Dingxing wanted to change his move but suddenly realized something was wrong. A chilling aura spread from the black giant bell, instantly freezing Chen Dingxing's coiling dragon staff. The solid frost traveled up the staff, almost freezing Chen Dingxing's hand. Chen Dingxing was greatly alarmed and quickly performed a strange python roll, forcibly shaking off the frost from the staff and retreating in a flustered manner. However, before he could create distance, Mo Xiang's puppet, Feina, charged in again. Seeing the puppet attacking from the side, Chen Dingxing was startled once more. The entire body of this puppet was also flickering with the protective energy of the black golden bell. What the hell? Chen Dingxing, who had received traditional education since childhood, couldn't help but curse in a foreign language. Bang! Feina's golden bell protective energy struck Chen Dingxing's coiling dragon staff, causing him to see stars. Chen Dingxing was increasingly horrified. He was clearly fighting a lifeless artificial being, yet for some reason, this puppet exuded a fierce and dominating aura. Chen Dingxing struck from his side, executing a black dragon emerges from the sea, barely blocking Feina and buying himself some space to retreat. However, his underhanded tactics only put him in a more passive position. At this moment, he was clearly facing two opponents who could both use the golden bell shield. In an instant, he had already used 3 strikes of his coiling dragon staff, but he was becoming more and more flustered. Chen Dingxing was forced into a corner of the arena, gripping his coiling dragon staff, and nervously spoke, your golden bell shield. Before Chen Dingxing could finish his sentence, Mo Xiang nodded and interjected, my golden bell shield is also an improved martial technique, quite different from the traditional one. Chen Dingxing bit his tongue, feeling like he was about to bleed internally from anger. You call that an improved martial technique? Do you also call a tank a means of transportation? The reason for the emergence of improved martial techniques is that some traditional martial techniques are too obscure and difficult to practice, lacking universality. Improved martial techniques are about simplifying traditional techniques, sacrificing some power while making them easier to cultivate and more valuable for promotion. However, this big guy's strange golden bell shield was clearly not about simplification. Compared to the traditional golden bell shield, his version had no reduction in hardness and even contained elemental power, exuding a freezing aura. Even more outrageous was that this guy could apply the golden bell shield to his puppet. While others were simplifying, you were multiplying? Afraid that martial techniques aren't difficult enough, huh? Chen Dingxing suddenly recalled Mo Xiang's spray comment. Perhaps, for this freak, the traditional golden bell shield really wasn't that difficult. Chen Dingxing could no longer muster even a shred of fighting spirit. He loosened his fingers, and the coiling dragon staff clattered to the ground. I concede. It's not that my Starry Night golden bell shield is bad, it's that I haven't mastered it. Chen Dingxing retained his last bit of stubbornness, unwilling to admit that the simplified golden bell developed by his teacher was ineffective. Mo Xiang, feeling disgruntled, stopped his attack and recalled his puppet Feina. You're nothing. Hurry up and find a class. Mo Xiang was very displeased. He hadn't even used his ultimate move, the ice and fire duel heaven. Now, his 5 mountains golden bell had already passed 2 levels, namely the North Mountain Hengshan water level and the South Mountain Hengshan fire level. The water level was icy cold, while the fire level burned with blazing flames. Mo Xiang's ultimate move was to use the Hengshan fire level himself while Feina used the Hengshan water level, creating a chilling and scorching duality, ice and fire duel heaven. What a pity, Chen Dingxing conceded too early, without even having the chance to unleash his ultimate move. Seeing Chen Dingxing give up, Shenzai expressed immense frustration. Oh, how could you concede? You should have gone for him. Why didn't you smash his weak point? Are you too reluctant? Now he's just pretending. Chen Dingxing was already feeling miserable, and hearing Shenzai's sarcastic remarks made him want to bang his head against the ground. Whether it was the essence of Mo Xiang or his puppet Feina, the weak point of the golden bell shield was constantly shifting. It wasn't that easy to find. Besides, since the battle began, Chen Dingxing had been suppressed and had no chance to look for Mo Xiang's weak point. Below the arena, Daoshi was stuffing energy bars into his mouth while angrily giving Chen Dingxing advice. Central Palace, Purple Palace, Qi Gate, House Shade. The weak point keeps moving between these acupoints. If you can't even figure that out, you're really dumb. Since the start of the match, Daoshi had been sneaking energy bars and supplements from the venue. Why not take advantage of a good deal? These good things would be a waste not to eat. Daoshi just didn't expect Chen Dingxing to lose so quickly. He still had a bunch left to eat. Daoshi raised his hand, shaking the energy bar and supplements in front of Chen Dingxing. Buddy, these are free for customers, right? Can I take some? If not. Daoshi turned to Shenzai. Zai, go up and beat him again. Give me some time, and I'll stuff them all in. Sure. You can take them. Please, go ahead. Chen Dingxing was afraid they would take it seriously, so he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He realized that these 3 oddballs were scarier than the last. 5 minutes later, Daoshi, Shenzai, and Mo Xiang walked out of the Shenyuan martial arts hall in high spirits. Daoshi had 2 cardboard boxes on his shoulders, one filled with energy bars and the other with energy drinks. He also had a dozen packets of free tea from the martial arts hall in his pocket. If it weren't for Mo Xiang's numerous attempts to stop him, he would have even wanted to take a few buckets of mineral water. Watching the 3 disappear into the distance, Chen Dingxing slumped down on the ground, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Teacher, I really saw a genius today. It turns out geniuses really are different from us ordinary martial artists. The next day, Mo Wu University. Chen Dengxing supported an elderly man as they entered the teaching building of Mo Wu University. The old man was over 60, and the fluctuations of his vital energy were extremely strong, so much so that it evoked thoughts of extraordinary martial artists. However, contrary to his abundant vital energy, the old man's appearance was withered, and his figure was thin, making him seem like a candle in the cold wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. This old man was Chen Dengxing's teacher, a renowned martial arts educator in China, and the head of the Zhang family, the sacrificer Zhang Guangming. Zhang Guangming had specifically come from the capital to Mo Prefecture. Yesterday, he had heard over the phone that a peculiar puppet master at the 6th level had easily defeated his prized student. From Chen Dengxing's account, Zhang Guangming immediately realized that the one who defeated Chen Dengxing was a member of the Mo family. Only a puppet master could endow a puppet with human-like qualities. I didn't expect that. After Master Mou, the Mo family has produced another genius, Zhang Guangming muttered as he climbed the stairs step by step. Zhang Guangming brought Chen Dengxing to Mo Wu University not to seek accountability. On the contrary, he wanted to open the gates wide and take that genius from the Mo family as his student. They arrived at the top floor of the teaching building, and the pitch-black environment with tightly shut doors and windows clearly surprised Chen Dengxing, causing him to pause slightly. Zhang Guangming instructed him, "Xiaochuan, just wait here, don't go in." As he spoke, Zhang Guangming leaned on his cane and slowly walked into the principal's office deep in the corridor. As Zhang Guangming stepped into the atmospheric principal's office of the underworld, he immediately heard the voice of Master Mou, "Your Shenyuan martial arts school doesn't follow the rules. Didn't we agree to keep customer information strictly confidential? How come you hit the young one, and the old one comes knocking at the door?" A hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Guangming's face. "Xiaochuan violated the principles and called me to disclose the customer's information. That is indeed his fault. I will dock his salary for a year. However, about the matter we discussed on the phone yesterday, regarding taking in disciples." Zhang Guangming's tone was very polite, but inside, he was determined to succeed. The Zhang family and the Mo family have had ties since ancient times, and he and Master Mou were comrades who had participated to varying degrees in the death mission, both having shed blood for the country. Now, this renowned martial arts educator was personally visiting, sincerely wanting to take in the Mo family's genius as his closed-door disciple. Zhang Guangming intended to pass on his lifelong martial arts research to the descendants of the Mo family. No matter how one looked at it, Master Mou could not refuse. However, in response to Zhang Guangming's goodwill, Master Mou merely chuckled lightly, "Old Zhang, with your condition, why bother making the trip? Didn't I tell you on the phone that our Mo Xiang already has a teacher?" Master Mou thought to himself that this old man was really stubborn. He had already rejected him on the phone yesterday. Why was he still coming in person today? After being rejected again, Zhang Guangming became agitated. How can an ordinary martial arts instructor be compared to our Zhang family's teaching research? That genius of yours from the Mo family is not someone just anyone can teach. Don't let the child fall behind. Rest assured, Principal Mo, I will definitely pass on all my lifelong research achievements to that child. I ask for nothing else, just someone to inherit my legacy. I, Zhang Guangming, guarantee you that I will cultivate your Mo family's child into a talent. Master Mou's paper-like figure sat upright in the chair, and a perfunctory expression appeared on her stiff face. Hee Master Mou let out two dry laughs that were quite irritating. Zhang Guangming's expression turned very ugly. He had long heard that after losing her physical body, Master Mou had become very eccentric and difficult to deal with. Seeing her today, it was indeed true. However, no matter how eccentric she was, she couldn't be so unreasonable, could she? How could this martial arts educator be personally turned away when he came to take in a disciple? Zhang Guangming felt that Master Mou must have become muddled. He emphasized his tone, reminding her, "Principal Mo, your Mo family is currently in a time of trouble. You must not be unclear about this. With you, a transcendent puppet master, here, the Mo family's puppet conflict can still be suppressed for now. But what if one day you are no longer here? Who else can suppress those puppet masters? So, hand over that puppet master kid from your Mo family to me, and under my guidance, he will quickly grow." Zhang Guangming believed he was appealing to her emotions and reasoning. However, in Master Mou's view, this old fellow directly mentioning the puppet conflict was simply picking at the Mo family's wounds. Master Mou's tone became displeased. "Our Mo family's matters are not for you to worry about. And, old Zhang, the one who truly lacks clarity is you." Master Mou intentionally retaliated against Zhang Guangming. "Old Zhang, I'm not targeting you, I'm just stating the facts. If you want to teach our Mo Xiang, you are not worthy." What did you say? Zhang Guangming leaned on his cane, his anger flaring up, nearly causing him to choke. "I'm not worthy? I'm not worthy? Ha ha ha. Jiang Guangming was so angry he almost laughed. He felt a bit of pity for Master Mou. It seemed that after losing her physical body, this old lady's mind had become unhinged. A once extraordinary transcendent puppet master had fallen to such a state. Jiang Guangming didn't want to argue with Master Mou any longer. He prepared to bypass this foolish old lady and speak directly with the genius youth of the Mo family. The old lady of the Mo family was confused, but the young man in his prime couldn't possibly be confused too, right? When they met later, once he revealed his identity, wouldn't that child bow respectfully? Why bother with this old lady's nonsense? With this thought, Jiang Guangming calmed himself and said, Principal Mo, I'm not here to bicker with you. Let me meet that child, I want to talk to him face to face. Upon hearing this, Mou's attitude made a complete turnaround. You want to see Mo Xiang? Alright, I'll call him over right now. She thought to herself, this is what you asked for. Our Mo Xiang is known for being a straightforward boy, he won't let you off easily. Mou dialed her junior's number. Zhang Ling, bring Mo Xiang to my office, immediately. 5 minutes later, Mo Xiang arrived at the top floor of the teaching building, looking quite displeased. This afternoon, the Martial Arts Academy had its usual practical training on the back mountain. He and his friends, Shi Zi and Zai Zi, had found a secluded spot and were having a great time sparring when Director Mo Zhangling suddenly barged in and called him to the principal's office. As soon as Mo Xiang stepped out of the stairwell, he saw Chen Dingxing in the corridor. Hey, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to find a class? In response to Mo Xiang's question, Chen Dingxing turned his head away, looking embarrassed, and didn't say a word. Mo Xiang stared at Chen Dingxing suspiciously for a while before stepping into the principal's office. Inside, Jiang Guangming had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Mo Xiang entered, Jiang Guangming put on a kind smile, his wrinkled old face resembling a blooming old daisy. You must be Mo Xiang? Truly deserving of being a young talent from the Mo family, you look quite impressive. Upon seeing Mo Xiang's handsome face, Jiang Guangming immediately switched to praise mode. But when Mo Xiang straightened up, Jiang Guangming realized that this kid was surprisingly tall and sturdy, like an iron tower. Jiang Guangming thought to himself, this guy is truly a martial arts prodigy. No wonder he could showcase the golden bell shield technique as a puppet master. Jiang Guangming got straight to the point and solemnly introduced himself. Hello, child. Let me introduce myself. I am an old gardener in the education field. My name is Jiang Guangming. Mo Xiang merely responded with a casual "oh," showing none of the excitement or respect Jiang Guangming had anticipated. Although there was a bit of an awkward silence, Jiang Guangming maintained his kind smile. Child, I see you have great talent. How about learning martial arts from me? Upon hearing this, Mo Xiang rolled his eyes and said seriously, Old Jiang, what kind of talk is that? You should speak with civility. As a teacher, you need to be mindful of your wording. Ha! Jiang Guangming was momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed hadn't paid much attention to polite language, but wasn't that beside the point? Child, I came here specifically for you. Be my student. My teaching content is different from that of ordinary martial arts instructors. I can definitely cultivate you into a talent. Mo Xiang thought to himself that his current martial arts teacher was anything but ordinary. Nationwide, Teacher Dong's teaching content was unique, one of a kind. Child, the moment I saw you, I knew you were the genius I had been searching for. Jiang Guangming grabbed Mo Xiang's hand and continued to chatter, but Mo Xiang shook his arm free and interrupted him. Old Jiang, are you so confident in your teaching content? Then let me ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, I'll go with you. Jiang Guangming's eyes lit up. He felt that the matter of accepting a disciple was settled. Child, ask away, I will not hold back. Alright, then let me ask you, what is the triangular card pattern in Do Diju? Ha! Jiang Guangming felt as if someone had poked him in the brain, momentarily stunned. Mo Xiang continued, what is the difference between the tomato sauce school and the white vinegar school in making grilled cold noodles? Ah! Jiang Guangming was as confused as a duck hearing thunder. What should I use to marinate the lamb so that it absorbs enough water and looks plentiful on the skewer? Jiang Guangming's mind was in a state of confusion. He couldn't help but doubt whether the child in front of him was actually speaking Chinese. Why couldn't he understand anything? Mo Xiang shrugged, Old Jiang, this is basic knowledge from our martial arts class 4. How come you can't answer a single question? If I don't know anything, what do you expect me to learn from you? You're nowhere near our mentor. You might as well go back where you came from. Jiang Guangming, already in poor health, trembled and was left speechless. Mo Xiang didn't give Jiang Guangming any good looks. Old Jiang, we still have class, I'm going back to attend. He straightforwardly pushed the door open and left. Mo Xiang had certainly heard of Jiang Guangming's great name. However, he didn't have a good impression of this martial arts educator. The Chen Dengxing in the corridor was clearly Jiang Guangming's top disciple. That guy's level was truly not commendable. He couldn't be compared to Shizi and Zai Zi at all. Moreover, regardless of cultivation and status, the modified martial arts techniques Jiang Guangming had developed were not on the same level as the Five Mountains Golden Bell passed down by teacher Dong. He must be out of his mind, choosing to stay in Jiang Guangming's doghouse instead of sitting in the Golden Hall. Furthermore, Mo Xiang knew that Jiang Chang, the teacher from martial arts class 3, was Jiang Guangming's nephew. Mo Xiang didn't have a good impression of Jiang Chang, which naturally extended to Jiang Guangming as well. After shaking off this old man's entanglement, Mo Xiang hurried downstairs, preparing to rush back to the training ground to continue practicing with Shizi and Zai Zi. Now that he had the Five Mountains Golden Bell by his side, his combat power had skyrocketed, and he could spar with Shizi and Zai Zi for several rounds. This also gave Mo Xiang a greater sense of belonging to martial arts class 4. In the principal's office, until Mo Xiang's footsteps completely disappeared, Jiang Guangming was still trembling, unable to regain his composure. Teacher Mo Yu looked at the old Deng, who was as shaken as a sieve, and laughed heartily. Did you hear what Mo Xiang said? You're nowhere near their class's martial arts mentor. Jiang Guangming instinctively wanted to refute. After all, he was an outstanding martial arts educator who had made significant contributions to China. Just based on the current faculty strength of Mo Wu University, how could second or third-rate martial arts mentors compare to him? But as the words were on the tip of his tongue, a sudden thought arose in his mind. Do diju, grilled cold noodles, lamb skewers. The absurd combination of these unrelated things produced a familiar nonsensical vibe. He suddenly remembered something. When his son Jiang Yunhao had just entered the special forces, he had done something very abstract. His son had practiced grilling lamb skewers at the request of the special forces leaders, the Blood and Flesh Great Wall Special Forces. Just because his son was good at grilling lamb skewers, he was eventually chosen by the military leaders to participate in a counter-terrorism operation. In that operation, the leaders and his son disguised themselves as lamb skewer vendors and successfully assassinated a major trader in Southeast Asia. This incident had even become a topic of conversation within their Jiang family. Jiang Guangming was left speechless, nearly dropping his cane to the ground. He, their class's mentor. Jiang Guangming suddenly remembered something and shakily took out his phone. A few days ago, his nephew Jiang Chang had thrown a tantrum in the WeChat group claiming that work was not going well and that someone was sabotaging him. He had read his nephew's little essay but hadn't taken it seriously. Young people should be tempered, they shouldn't bully others just because of a little friction. However, the name Jiang Chang mentioned stuck in Jiang Guangming's mind. Dong Chao. At first, Jiang Guangming thought it was just a coincidence of names, but now it was clearly not. Jiang Guangming strained his throat and incredulously asked, the martial arts mentor mentioned by Mo Xiang, could it be Black Blade Dong Chao? Was taken aback. Oh, you know him? Jiang Guangming's cane trembled precariously, almost falling to the ground. He thought to himself, it's not just knowing, their Jiang family's prized horse, Jiang Yunhao, is working under Dong Chao. Jiang Guangming himself had been dispatched to develop improved martial arts techniques for the Blood and Flesh Great Wall team. How could he not know the Black Blade Dong Chao? Old Jiang, since you know Officer Dong, I'll speak frankly. Competing with him for students, you are unworthy, truly unworthy. Said this not only as a deliberate revenge against Jiang Guangming but also as a heartfelt acknowledgement of Dong Chao. Less than a month into the school year, Dong Chao had subtly united the Martial Arts Academy and the Puppet Academy. Now, not only were the students of the Martial Arts Academy highly enthusiastic about daily practical training, but the students of the Puppet Academy were also filled with passion for prop maintenance and puppet design. The entire Puppet Academy was infused with a positive atmosphere, starkly different from the previous laid-back vibe. Had noticed these subtle yet profound changes. Jiang Guangming remained silent, slumping into his chair. He no longer cared about the question of worthiness. With the Black Blade Dong Chao mentoring, there was no chance for him to intervene. At this moment, Jiang Guangming was more concerned about his nephew Jiang Chang, who was awkwardly seeking out Dong Chao. This was truly a case of a mouse licking a cat, pure self-destruction. Meanwhile, at the special training base in the back mountain, the new students of the Martial Arts Academy were enthusiastically engaged in chicken-eating special training. This training method, which seemed like playing a game, actually provided systematic training for the students' insight, alertness, perception, and even their agility and escape skills. Dong Chao specifically instructed Qin Wanqing to include Class 3 in the training from now on. Although the Jiang Chang kid was a bit clueless, it had nothing to do with their class. Compared to Classes 1 and 2, who had already experienced the chicken-eating training, Class 3 clearly had not yet found their rhythm, and many students from Class 3 were eliminated shortly after the game began. Taking this opportunity, Dong Chao gathered the eliminated students together and, as a high player, taught them, whether in a game or in real combat, the first rule is not to be greedy. Some equipment should not be recklessly picked up, and some kills should not be hastily pursued. Second, you must follow the principle of assumption. Assume your opponent is also a high player, he will predict your predictions. Never take things for granted. Third, you must have the ability to gather information. Pay attention to every clue around you, anticipate your enemy's moves. Without flashy maneuvers, we can still be high players just by relying on awareness. Fourth, do not be bound by habits. No matter what weapon you are used to, on the battlefield, use whatever you can pick up. Just like in the chicken eating game, you must be able to use any weapon. If you want to score points, you must be versatile. Got it. Listening to Dong Chao's lecture, the students of Class 3 nodded and laughed. They realized that Teacher Dong from Class 4 was quite interesting in his teaching. His words had no preachy tone, were straightforward and easy to understand. Moreover, it seemed like he was talking about a game, yet also about real combat. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to carry some deeper meaning. Coupled with this novel training method that felt like play, the enthusiasm of Class 3 students was fully ignited. Even if they were eliminated, they remained full of interest. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chang gritted his teeth in secret. Jiang Chang didn't even know when things had started to go awry. In the blink of an eye, Dong Chao had become the darling of the academy. Not only had Wang Su and Lu Yuan changed their views on him, but even the students in Jiang Chang's own class were now willing to listen to Dong Chao's lectures. Jiang Chang secretly suspected that Dong Chao had cast a spell on everyone. Watching Dong Chao gesturing as he taught his students, Jiang Chang felt a surge of anger. A second-tier waste dares to show off in front of the class? What kind of identity does he have to act so grand in front of an educational family? The reply from the Martial Arts Education Bureau hadn't arrived yet, and this waste was still putting on airs. Jiang Chang glanced at the spacious training ground and then at the students who were listening intently to Dong Chao's lecture. He decided to give Dong Chao a taste of humiliation. He wanted this waste to spin around in front of the students and embarrass himself. Dong Chao was passionately lecturing, enjoying the moment, when Jiang Chang ominously approached him. Teacher Dong, you truly are an experienced teacher with 5 years of service. Your lectures are so rich and endless. Jiang Chang deliberately emphasized 5 years of service, clearly trying to shame Dong Chao. Dong Chao's skin was tough, such petty tricks were useless against him. He took Jiang Chang's words as praise. Little Jiang, you flatter me. As an excellent teacher of the academy, it's my duty to help you fill in the gaps. No need for thanks. Jiang Chang's cheek twitched. This waste really thought of himself as an excellent teacher? And calling him Little Jiang? Jiang Chang gritted his teeth, forcing a smile as he said to Dong Chao, Teacher Dong, in martial arts education, we must avoid empty talk. We can't just talk without practice. I propose that we both demonstrate for the students and do a little exercise. I also want to see how Teacher Dong relies on his consciousness to become a high-level player. Jiang Chang squinted, his eyes filled with malice. He believed he had dug a pit. Whether Dong Chao accepted or not, he would be in a difficult position. If Dong Chao accepted the proposal, Jiang Chang would take the opportunity to beat him up. He wanted Dong Chao to tremble at the sight of him in the future. If Dong Chao refused, Jiang Chang would mock him thoroughly, making him lose face. Let's see if he would still dare to act like a teacher. The students in Class 3 sensed the ominous expression on Jiang Chang's face, and some began to mediate. Teachers, there's no need to practice. It's enough for us to understand the theory. That's right. We're just here to listen to Teacher Dong chat. The students' attempts to mediate only fueled Jiang Chang's anger. How could his own students be siding with him? Jiang Chang fixed his gaze on Dong Chao and said slowly, Teacher Dong, you're not just talking without action, are you? Dong Chao curled his lip and replied seriously, Little Jiang, how can you say I'm just talking? I don't even have paper. Jiang Chang was momentarily distracted, and Dong Chao quickly changed the subject. However, it is necessary to demonstrate practical combat for the students. But let's agree beforehand to keep it light. We're about to participate in the Rust City Secret Realm trial, and at this critical moment, if you get injured, you won't be able to lead the team. Dong Chao earnestly reminded him, as if he genuinely cared for Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang wished he could grind his teeth to dust. This second-tier waste was simply insane. Alright, then I'll experience Teacher Dong's skills. Jiang Chang's eyes were filled with rage. He had decided that he would at least break one of Dong Chao's arms. Let's see if he would still dare to speak like that. Jiang Chang crouched down, his body moving like a cat, swiftly closing in on Dong Chao. As he advanced, Jiang Chang unleashed the thunderclap soul-biting claw, both claws striking towards Dong Chao's shoulders. In Jiang Chang's view, with his full power at the 6th tier, Dong Chao would be unable to withstand it. With just a simple pull, he could tear off Dong Chao's arms. However, facing Jiang Chang's inevitable killing move, Dong Chao merely flickered and dodged, causing Jiang Chang's claws to grasp at nothing. Jiang Chang's fingertips brushed against Dong Chao's clothing, but he was just an inch short, and his claw strike missed. Dong Chao secretly laughed. As a space element ability user, even without using his spatial powers, his sense of distance was far superior to that of ordinary people. Moreover, Jiang Chang's soul-devouring thunder claw, while seemingly imposing, was actually rigid and clumsy, lacking adaptability. Dodging such an attack was a piece of cake for the current Dong Chao. As he dodged, Dong Chao didn't forget to teach his students, "Did you see that? This is the wonderful use of body technique. True evasion happens in the blink of an eye, dancing on the edge of a blade." Of course, your teacher Zhang's attacks are rigid and clumsy, making them easier to dodge. The students in Class 3 were dumbfounded. They had thought that teacher Dong was about to face a serious challenge. Teacher Jiang was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. Teacher Jiang was a 6th-tier martial artist, after all, hailing from a family of martial arts educators, while teacher Dong's cultivation was only at the 2nd tier. At that level, he wasn't even fit to be a punching bag for a 6th-tier martial artist. They never expected that after the exchange, Dong Chao would appear so at ease. Was this really the slacker mentor of their academy? A lethal strike had actually missed, and Jiang Chang's anger flared. He didn't give Dong Chao a moment to catch his breath and immediately unleashed a series of claw strikes, pressing the attack. Dong Chao casually dodged the flurry of claw strikes while still taking the time to impart wisdom to the students of Class 3. In battle, pay attention to the principle of interleaving. One student asked, "What is the principle of interleaving?" Simply put, if the enemy attacks you from the upper 3 routes, you should seek to counterattack from the lower 3 routes. You need to interleave with the opponent's attacks, striking at their unguarded areas. The jaws of the students in Martial Arts Class 3 nearly dropped to the ground. Facing teacher Zhang's fierce pursuit, how could teacher Dong still have the leisure to teach? He even engaged in a self-questioning dialogue? Who exactly was the 6th-tier martial artist here? Under the astonished gazes, Dong Chao not only dodged but also counterattacked. He leaned back, once again evading Jiang Chang's claw aimed at his face, while simultaneously executing a low kick aimed at Jiang Chang's groin. Teacher Jiang is attacking my face, so I use a low kick to strike his groin. This is the principle of interleaving. After this move, the two momentarily separated. A clear mark was left on Jiang Chang's white pants. Jiang Chang assumed a tiger stance with both claws out, his expression resolute, but the inward-turned shape of his legs and the frantic shaking of his waist revealed the intense pain he was experiencing below. In fact, Dong Chao had held back a bit, otherwise, that kick would have been enough to turn Jiang Chang into Jiang Changxiang. Since the start of their exchange, Jiang Chang had failed to exert even the slightest pressure on Dong Chao. At this moment, Dong Chao even casually demonstrated his low kick to the students. The low kick also has its techniques. You need to imagine your entire leg as a whip, swinging it around to strike the opponent's weak points. In simple terms, this kick is somewhat like a powerful shot in soccer. Listening to Dong Chao's explanation, several students instinctively covered their groins. Just hearing Dong Chao describe it made them feel a chill of pain. They couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of agony teacher Jiang was experiencing at that moment. Jiang Chang struggled to keep his legs together, his face alternating between shades of blue and white. After this brief exchange, Jiang Chang clearly felt that Dong Chao's cultivation was definitely not at the 2nd tier. He must be at least at the 4th tier. "I really underestimated you before," Jiang Chang said through gritted teeth, his eyes red. At that moment, Jiang Chang finally understood why Dong Chao had been able to linger in the academy for so long. This slacker had quite the depth. He had actually concealed his cultivation. However, in Jiang Chang's eyes, whether Dong Chao was at the 2nd tier or the 4th tier didn't matter much. After all, he would soon be beaten into a severe disability by himself. "Ah!" Jiang Chang let out a beastly roar, and his form began to change. Light gray fur sprouted from his body, a wolf-like snout protruded from his face, and he became fierce and ugly. Jiang Chang was a bloodthirsty giant wolf bloodline ability user, and he unleashed his ultimate transformation, charging at Dong Chao once more. He wanted to crush Dong Chao's hands and feet. He wanted to turn this waste, who had repeatedly offended him, into a lifelong cripple to relieve the hatred in his heart. Anyway, with the Jiang family's power, as long as no one died, it wouldn't be a big deal. Faced with Jiang Chang's renewed assault, Dong Chao was uninterested, even a bit bored. Jiang Chang didn't understand at all that cultivation was precisely the aspect Dong Chao least cared to hide. If they were on the battlefield, Dong Chao would have killed this fool Jiang Chang dozens of times already. His repeated restraint was out of respect for the Jiang family. However, this fool from the Jiang family was truly overstepping his bounds. Dong Chao lifted his knee, predicting and blocking Jiang Chang's wolf claw aimed at his lower body. Dong Chao was fully aware of Jiang Chang's attack intentions. This fool had just received a kick to the groin and was definitely looking to retaliate and regain face in front of the students. Dong Chao saw through this little scheme. With his left leg blocking Jiang Chang's wolf claw, Dong Chao swept low with his right leg, knocking Jiang Chang to the ground. Dong Chao also crawled into the ground position. He grabbed Jiang Chang's wolf claw, performed a somersault in midair, and sat cross-legged on Jiang Chang's arm. Using a technique similar to mixed martial arts crosslock, he pinned Jiang Chang to the ground, restraining one of his arms. Dong Chao's ground locking technique flowed smoothly. Until his face made intimate contact with the ground, Jiang Chang had no idea what had happened. How did he end up dazed and bound to the ground? Dong Chao maintained the cross-lock position and continued to impart valuable experience to the students of Class 3. You must remember, combat power does not completely equate to cultivation level. Some people have a higher cultivation level than combat power, being merely superficial. Some have higher combat power than cultivation level, able to fight across ranks. Of course, there are also those whose combat power and cultivation level are both lacking. When Dong Chao said this last sentence, he cast an amused glance at Jiang Chang beneath him. Although he didn't say it too bluntly, the meaning he wanted to convey was already obvious. The students of Class 3 stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They simply couldn't understand how the notorious troublemaker, teacher Dong Chao, managed to subdue their mentor Jiang Chang in such a playful manner. This chaotic scene was like a lazy sheep on the green grasslands easily slaughtering the villain Daki from Demon Slayer. It truly left people scratching their heads. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, Dong Chao maintained a nonchalant demeanor and continued to provoke Jiang Chang. Little Jiang, we agreed to stop at a certain point, right? We can call it a day now? Jiang Chang, pinned to the ground, was completely furious. The confused and astonished gazes of his classmates became the last straw that broke his sanity. Being subdued by Dong Chao, who was considered the scum of the academy, in front of the students was an utter humiliation. Die for me! Jiang Chang roared, releasing all his energy outward. He admitted that Dong Chao indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. However, the gap in cultivation was insurmountable. At least in terms of energy, Jiang Chang held an absolute advantage. At this moment, thick energy surged from Jiang Chang's body, and he intended to use this energy release to shake Dong Chao off. Unfortunately, his intention was still within Dong Chao's calculations. Dong Chao deliberately provoked his emotions just for this moment. Facing the surging wave of energy, Dong Chao activated his body enhancement. At the same time, his form quietly changed from the crosslock position to the seated Buddha position. Using the thrust of the airwave, Dong Chao pulled back and twisted his legs, causing Jiang Chang's arm to emit two painful cracking sounds. Crack, crack. Jiang Chang's arm twisted into a bizarre S-shape. Meanwhile, Dong Chao pretended to retreat awkwardly, even dramatically rolling over. It seemed as if he had been thrown by the energy Jiang Chang had released. In reality, Dong Chao had played a dirty trick, twisting Jiang Chang's arm. The sudden blow left Jiang Chang rolling on the ground, letting out a series of agonizing screams. The classmates, already in a daze, were even more stunned by this scene. In their eyes, their mentor Jiang Chang had been subdued but still refused to admit defeat, trying to resist with his energy. As a result, under the constraint of his joints, teacher Jiang ended up injuring himself. Don't just stand there, hurry and take your teacher to the hospital, Dong Chao kindly reminded them. 20 minutes later, in the campus hospital, Dong Chao and Jiang Chang lay in the same ward on two beds. Jiang Chang's entire arm was wrapped in bandages, looking like he was cosplaying a mummy. Dong Chao had a band-aid on his index finger. Both were injured. Professor Rin from the Battlefield Emergency Department personally treated them. Although their injuries had stabilized, after the treatment, Dong Chao lay on the hospital bed, raising his bandaged index finger to thank Professor Rin. Professor, your treatment was so timely. If you had come a little later, my wound would have healed on its own. Professor Rin was speechless. This guy just had a little scrape and was already clamoring for treatment. He was truly exasperated. In comparison, the person on the other bed was the one who really needed treatment. That poor fellow had broken bones in several places. Even if he healed, he would likely suffer from lingering issues. Professor Ren looked at Jiang Chang with pity before leaving the room. As soon as Professor Ren left, Dong Chao flipped over and got out of bed. He moved a stool and sat opposite Jiang Chang. Xiao Jiang, why do you have to go through this? Didn't we agree to stop at a certain point? Dong Chao said with a tone of earnest concern. While speaking, he reached into his pocket. Facing Dong Chao again, Jiang Chang felt both fear and anger. The fear had overtaken the anger. At this moment, Jiang Chang was bound to the hospital bed, with a pain relief spray in his mouth. Against Dong Chao's ill intentions, the only thing Jiang Chang could do was emit muffled sounds while curling up as much as possible. Dong Chao shook his hand and pulled out a stack of paper. The martial arts demonstration class is over. Now I'll give you a lesson on writing. Let me properly teach you the format for writing a complaint letter. Looking at the stack of papers Dong Chao had shaken out, Jiang Chang felt as if a giant troll had smashed him on the head. How did his complaint letter, which had sunk without a trace, end up in Dong Chao's hands? A complaint letter should be concise. At the beginning of the letter, you should clearly state the name of the receiving unit to avoid passing the buck between departments. The main body should describe the complaint in detail, preferably with evidence attached. At the end of the letter, you should express your personal opinion and specific requests. Dong Chao shook the papers in his hand. Look, your letter is not written correctly. It must have been sent back by the martial arts education department for a rewrite, right? When your injury heals, I'll teach you step by step how to write a complaint letter. Dong Chao emphasized the words step by step. Jiang Chang trembled all over. In his eyes, this guy who smiled at everyone now seemed like a devil that would devour him whole. Dong Chao still wore a cheerful smile, but it sent chills down Jiang Chang's spine. Jiang Chang bit his tongue, forcing himself to calm down. As long as he could hold on a little longer, his reinforcements would arrive. After breaking his arm, Jiang Chang did not give in. He immediately sent a message to his cousin. The little essay Jiang Chang had posted in the family WeChat group had not received a response from his uncle, but it had caught his cousin's attention. The pride of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao, had come to Mo Prefecture. Although Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Chang were cousins, they had been as close as brothers since childhood. In Jiang Chang's eyes, his cousin's arrival in Mo Prefecture was a show of support for him. Now that he had suffered a heavy blow, how could his cousin just sit back and do nothing? Just thinking about his cousin and uncle, Jiang Chang regained his former confidence. Dong Chao indeed had some background, managing to get that report letter from the Ministry of Education. But so what? When it came to background, the Jiang family had never feared anyone. His uncle, Jiang Guangming, was a renowned martial arts educator in Huaxia. His cousin, Jiang Yunhao, served in Huaxia's most mysterious special forces, the Blood and Flesh Great Wall Unit. Who would dare to compare backgrounds with the Jiang family? Right now, Jiang Chang had only one thought. He hoped Dong Chao's background was deep enough and that he knew enough. He hoped he knew what the Blood and Flesh Great Wall was. Jiang Chang was already looking forward to the terrified expression on Dong Chao's face when he heard Blood and Flesh Great Wall Special Forces. Just then, a rapid sound of thud, 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 thud echoed as a cane struck the ground. Jiang Guangming rushed into the hospital room with a speed that was completely inconsistent with his physical condition. Upon seeing the visitor, Jiang Chang's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Uncle, you have to stand up for me," Jiang Chang cried out, his words unclear. Although he was puzzled as to why his uncle had suddenly appeared, it was just in time. His uncle was the most protective and loving towards him. Moreover, in a sense, his uncle could be considered an extraordinary martial artist. With him around, the grievances he had suffered would surely be repaid double. Thinking of this, Jiang Chang extended his left arm and pointed at Dong Chao. "Uncle, he." Jiang Guangming didn't listen to what Jiang Chang was saying. He quickly walked to the front of the hospital room, swung his cane, and struck Jiang Chang hard across the face. Puff! Jiang Chang's eyes bulged, and the pain relief spray in his mouth flew up to the ceiling. This hit from his uncle had knocked half his face askew. "Uncle, why are you hitting me?" "Hit him!" Jiang Chang cried out in grievance. However, Jiang Guangming turned a deaf ear. He swung the cane again and hit Jiang Chang. Crack! With a crisp sound, Jiang Chang's jaw was completely knocked to one side. His jawbone had been dislocated by his uncle. "You scoundrel! I let you come to Mo Wu University for an internship, and you engage in such improper conduct. You disgrace our Jiang family. I'll beat you to death today." Jiang Guangming swung his cane, repeatedly striking Jiang Chang. The sounds of impact and Jiang Chang's cries filled the air. Jiang Chang felt utterly wronged. He had no idea what illness his uncle was suffering from, or why he was hitting him. What was worse, he was completely bound to the hospital bed and couldn't dodge at all. While Jiang Guangming was beating Jiang Chang, he stole glances at Dong Chao. At this moment, the uncle whom Jiang Chang viewed as a savior was relentlessly swinging his cane, beating him. Meanwhile, Dong Chao, whom Jiang Chang saw as an enemy, was trying to intervene. "Old man, what are you doing? In a harmonious society, we should talk things out." "Stop, stop." Dong Chao attempted to snatch Jiang Guangming's cane, but Jiang Guangming only hit harder. How could Jiang Guangming dare to stop? Others might not know, but he certainly did. Black Blade Dong Chao appeared kind on the surface, but in reality, he was dark-hearted and ruthless. His nephew had offended him. Could there be a good outcome? Jiang Guangming was also a cunning old man. He was giving his nephew a lesson right in front of Dong Chao, beating Jiang Chang mercilessly. In this way, Dong Chao found it difficult to retaliate. After enduring a painful beating from his uncle, Jiang Chang felt like he was about to explode. He thought to himself, how could all these bizarre things happen at once? He had been inexplicably defeated by the notorious bully in the academy, and now even his usually shrewd uncle had lost his mind? Just as Jiang Chang was silently lamenting, the sound of thud footsteps echoed in the corridor. The door to the hospital room was pushed open once again. A robust figure appeared at the doorway. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chang let out a huge sigh of relief. His savior had finally arrived. Cousin, you finally made it. Jiang Chang cried out in excitement, tears streaming down his face. At the moment he saw his cousin, all his grievances and pain vanished into thin air. Jiang Chang was finally going to stand tall. Cousin, if you had come any later, you might not have seen me. Jiang Chang shed all his bravado, wiping his tears as he cried to his cousin. In front of outsiders, he was the young master of the Jiang family, a rising star in the martial arts education field. But in front of his cousin, he would always be that pampered younger brother. Thank heavens, he had finally waited for his cousin to arrive. In response to Jiang Chang's deep brotherly affection, his cousin Jiang Yunhao delivered a heart-wrenching kick. Jiang Chang, along with the bed, was sent flying to the window. Just like his father Jiang Guangming, Jiang Yunhao had the same intention. Although his kick looked fierce, he actually held back. But even so, this kick nearly caused Jiang Chang's heart to stop. However, the emotional blow Jiang Chang suffered was far worse than the physical pain. Jiang Chang stared wide-eyed, feeling more miserable than Doi in the snow of June. Cousin, how could you be so confused? Beat him up. Jiang Chang stretched out his left arm, pointing at Dong Chao. However, before his arm could fully extend, it was grabbed by his cousin Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao seized Jiang Chang's wrist and with a crack, dislocated his left arm. Immediately after, Jiang Yunhao delivered another heart-wrenching kick. This is what you get for showing off in front of your colleagues and making the family head angry. My dad is in this condition, and you still provoke him. Look at how tired he is, he's even gasping for breath. Jiang Chang felt utterly wronged. If the old man didn't hit him with a cane, how could he be tired? I took a beating from the old man, and now I have to take the blame? His cousin had become so strange. Faced with the double assault of Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Guangming, Jiang Chang felt his thoughts and understanding collapse. Disheartened, Jiang Chang even stopped blocking. He lay flat and let his cousin and uncle have their way. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Better to die early and be free. In the hospital room, only Dong Chao was tirelessly trying to mediate. You guys, stop it. If you keep going, you'll exceed the insurance reimbursement limit. Jiang Yunhao understood Dong Chao's hint. He stopped, but didn't stop kicking. Gritting his teeth, he delivered another kick to his brother. Alright, we should oppose domestic violence and build a harmonious society. You guys are breaking the law. Dong Chao struggled to block the Jiang father and son. Jiang Guangming adopted a tone of disappointment, scolding Jiang Chang, unworthy son. You disgrace the family. From today on, you are punished to visit the Jiang family's ancestral grave. Without my order, you are not allowed to leave the Jiang family cemetery. Although Jiang Guangming seemed to be punishing his nephew, in reality, he was protecting him. Old Jiang, don't be angry. It's not a big deal. Dong Chao shamelessly played the good guy. Jiang Chang, who had already collapsed into a heap on the bed, suddenly realized something. The bully Dong Chao seemed to be very familiar with his uncle. That earlier old Jiang sounded very intimate. Coupled with the unusual behavior of his uncle and cousin, in that moment, Jiang Chang began to piece things together. You. Jiang Chang trembled all over, his crooked mouth struggling for a long time, only managing to utter two indistinct words, you. At this moment, Jiang Chang finally understood that the scoundrel he had been trying to grasp and target was actually a steel plate. It hurt his hands and even his teeth. Dong Chao kindly leaned down and shoved the pain relief spray back into Jiang Chang's mouth, affectionately saying, Little Jiang, you just focus on recovering. When the opportunity arises, I'll visit the Jiang family to spar with you again. Jiang Chang's pupils trembled violently. Right now, he really didn't want to look at this smiling devil even once. However, facing Dong Chao's friendly gaze, Jiang Chang dared not shift his eyes away. Dong Chao kindly helped cover Jiang Chang with a blanket, as if draping a white cloth over a corpse. Beneath the blanket, Jiang Chang trembled slightly, not daring to breathe. Injured people need rest. Let's not disturb little Jiang. Let's go talk in the hallway, Dong Chao suggested to the Jiang father and son. The three of them moved to a bench in the hallway, and Jiang Guangming hesitantly spoke up, Director Dong, Jiang Chang is the youngest in our Jiang family, spoiled since childhood. Dong Chao waved his hand, signaling to move on. I understand. Young people can be a bit arrogant. A good beating will do. By the way, old Jiang, what brings you to the school? It's like this. Jiang Guangming glanced at Chen Dingxing waiting in the distance and recounted the whole story to Dong Chao. Upon hearing that Jiang Guangming was attracted by Mo Xiang, Dong Chao's eyes lit up with interest. Once Jiang Guangming finished his tale, Dong Chao dramatically slapped his thigh. Hey, old Jiang, what a coincidence. That puppet master Mo Xiang is my student. I had already guessed, Jiang Guangming replied, somewhat disgruntled. Jiang Guangming knew Dong Chao's character all too well. This guy was like a greedy beast, only taking and never giving. Since Mo Xiang was Dong Chao's student, he certainly had no chance to get involved. This trip to Mo State was a disaster. His student didn't get recruited, and his nephew got beaten up. Jiang Guangming was extremely frustrated. Noticing Jiang Guangming's low spirits, Dong Chao raised his voice and began his performance. Old Jiang, isn't it funny? I was just about to call you for advice on Mo Xiang's teaching issues, and here you are. Jiang Guangming raised an eyebrow, a bit confused. Dong Chao suddenly dropped the bait. That kid Mo Xiang is the least talented student in my class. I've been worried sick about his martial arts training. A dull child like him is so hard to teach. Jiang Guangming was completely stunned. He thought to himself, is this guy just showing off? A clear SS-level talent, and he calls him dull? Dong Chao wasn't bragging, he was secretly casting a net to catch this big fish in front of him. Dong Chao continued to ramble, it's also my fault. I've gotten used to a comfortable life and can't handle hardship. Since school started, I've been teaching those two SSS-level students. Suddenly having an SS-level student with slightly lesser talent, I really wasn't used to it. Jiang Guangming felt like his heart had stopped beating. Two SSS-level students? He thought Dong Chao had poked a nest of prodigies. At this moment, Jiang Guangming deeply realized that the joys and sorrows of people do not connect. He had toiled diligently in education his whole life without ever recruiting a single SSS-level student. Dong Chao, while nursing an injury on campus, casually gathered a bunch of prodigies, and he was still dissatisfied. Jiang Guangming's eyes ignited with a burning desire, and he urgently asked, so, you want to give me that slightly less talented Mo Xiang? For me to train? That's impossible. Dong Chao flatly refused. He thought to himself, old Jiang may be ugly, but his thoughts are quite beautiful. What a pipe dream. Seeing Jiang Guangming's emotions instantly drop, Dong Chao continued to pull him along in a serious tone. Old Jiang, I have to criticize you. Aren't we all here to cultivate talent for the country? As long as the kids can succeed, does it really matter whose students they are? As an outstanding martial arts educator, as the mentor to countless martial artists, you wouldn't have a narrow-minded view, would you? No. Caught off guard by Dong Chao's words, Jiang Guangming could only shake his head reluctantly. That's right. As long as the younger generation can succeed, we teachers can take pride in it. Fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds. Dong Chao put on a noble facade, pretending to be indifferent to fame and wealth. Knowing full well that Dong Chao was putting on an act, Jiang Guangming had no choice but to go along with it. That's right. Dong Chao threw an arm around Jiang Guangming's shoulder. So, those few prodigies in my class need your help, old Jiang. Although you can't be their mentor, you can still contribute as a benefactor, nurturing them and helping them grow. One day, my students will surely make a name for themselves across the world. By then, everyone will know that behind those prodigies, there is also a part of your contribution, old Jiang. For us educators, that would be the greatest honor, wouldn't it? Dong Chao slyly transformed old Jiang into old Jiang, luring the old man in. Jiang Guangming's eyes once again became fervent. Dong Chao's words struck right at his heart. All along, Jiang Guangming had a knot in his heart. Although revered as the most outstanding martial arts educator, in reality, Jiang Guangming had never taught a prodigy, nor had he cultivated an extraordinary martial artist. His improved martial techniques, even the ascending technique that made him famous, had significant flaws. His improved martial techniques were only suitable for mediocre martial artists. Those secretive martial arts families, those powerful high-level martial artists, looked down on his improved techniques. In fact, some even gave him a nickname, calling him the instant noodle of martial arts. His methods could produce quick results, but lacked substance. Even at over 60, Jiang Guangming still held onto a breath of determination. He wanted to prove to the world that he, Jiang Guangming, was not just some instant noodle of martial arts. He could also cultivate prodigies. Jiang Guangming dreamed of shaking off the infamous title of instant noodle of martial arts. It was precisely because of this that when he learned about a genius puppet master from the Mo family, he became so excited. At this moment, losing one opportunity could lead to another. Although he couldn't take Mo Xiang as a student, a greater opportunity seemed to be right in front of him. Without any hesitation, Jiang Guangming grabbed Dong Chao's wrist tightly. Are you serious? You have 2 SSS level prodigies in your class, plus this SSS level prodigy Mo Xiang? Dong Chao casually added, actually, there's also an SSS level rule system ability prodigy who insists on joining my martial arts class. That kid has a bit of an illness, so I told him to get better before coming. Hiss. Jiang Guangming gasped like an old bellows. He pounded his chest and pinched his acupoint, fearing he might have a heart attack. There's even a rule system prodigy? Jiang Guangming held onto Dong Chao's hand tightly, almost moved to tears. Principal Dong, if there's anything you need my help with, just say it. I can't refuse. Old Jiang, I've been waiting for this from you. As a world-renowned martial arts educator, you must help and support us younger generations more. A glint of cunning satisfaction flashed in Dong Chao's eyes. Dong Chao's decision to reel in Jiang Guangming was based on multiple considerations. First, he needed the connections and resources of the Shenyuan martial arts school. How impressive are Daoshi and the others? They can't just practice against each other in class. They need to go to the martial arts hall to interact with all sorts of mysterious masters. Secondly, Dong Chao needs Jiang Guangming's improved martial arts techniques. For the few prodigies in martial arts class 4, old Jiang's improved techniques are utterly useless, even a burden. However, for ordinary martial artists, the Jiang family's improved techniques are indeed a shortcut. Take the improved version of the Golden Bell Shield, for instance. High-level martial artists naturally look down on such a simple technique, but what if the practitioner is a puppet master? For the physically weak puppet masters, this easily learned Golden Bell Shield is simply a life-saving skill. Besides these 2 points, Dong Chao has one crucial consideration. He must establish a good relationship with the Jiang family. Jiang Guangming is not only a well-known martial arts educator, but he has also shed blood for the country. Dong Chao cannot offend him. Back then, due to the aftermath of the Yiwei catastrophe, the 15 ninth-tier martial artists led by Jiang Guangming voluntarily practiced the ascending technique, forcibly advancing at the cost of exhausting all their potential, becoming half-step extraordinary. During that special period, these 15 martial artists bolstered China's high-end combat power. They are all revered as sacrificers. Dong Chao has already embarrassed the Jiang family through Jiang Chang, and now he must appease them. This is like giving a slap and then a sweet date, and the sweetness of the date must be just right. Dong Chao is very adept at handling interpersonal relationships. Old Jiang, I need you to grant the students membership at the Starry Night Martial Arts Hall. I need your improved martial arts techniques and your sponsorship in all aspects. Nutritional solutions, rare materials, even money, I want it all. From now on, your Starry Night Martial Arts Hall will be our exclusive sponsor for Martial Arts Class 4. Jiang Guangming accepted Dong Chao's bold demands without hesitation. Pleased with himself, Jiang Guangming adopted the demeanor of an educator. What sponsorship or not, this is all for the cause of education. Dong Chao quickly changed his tune. Yes, for the cause of education. Dong Chao then shifted the conversation. However, old Jiang, you and your son have caused our martial arts class 3's mentor to be incapacitated, and now there is a vacancy. Dong Chao pointed to Qin Dingxing in the distance. That kid is your top disciple, right? Let him take over Jiang Chang's position as the mentor of martial arts class 3. I would feel more at ease with your student teaching personally. Dong Chao couldn't let Jiang Guangming give without receiving something in return. He had to let him see some benefits. Keeping Qin Dingxing around would allow the Jiang family to have some involvement in teaching, which Jiang Guangming would clearly appreciate. As Dong Chao expected, Jiang Guangming readily agreed. Alright, let's do it. Jiang Yunhao, standing nearby, secretly rolled his eyes. His old man was clearly being outsmarted by the captain. It was as if the captain went out to eat, didn't spend a dime, had the restaurant serve 4 dishes and a soup, and even ran off with the chef on the way out. The key was that his old man was quite pleased, laughing like a pig. While Jiang Yunhao was grumbling, Dong Chao said to him, Yunhao, accompany me tomorrow. We'll talk then. Jiang Yunhao quickly collected his thoughts and nodded. He had come for Dong Chao. When he saw in the WeChat group that his cousin was having a spat with a so-called Dong Chao, he was stunned. That so-called rogue teacher was clearly their captain. Jiang Yunhao rushed back to China because he had something to report to Dong Chao, but clearly, this was not the time to talk. Just as Dong Chao finished instructing Jiang Yunhao, a noisy sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Lu Yuan was leading Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, and a bunch of students, hurrying towards them. On the way, Lu Yuan had already heard about it. Jiang Chang had started a fight with Dong Chao under the pretext of a demonstration. It was said that both of them were injured. As witnesses to the event, the students of Class 3 had differing opinions. Some said Dong Chao had the upper hand during the drill, while others claimed Jiang Chang's reckless energy led to a mutual defeat. Lu Yuan was left utterly confused. He really couldn't understand how the low-skilled Dong Chao could end up in a stalemate with the scion of an educational family. At that moment, seeing Dong Chao sitting on the bench as if nothing had happened, he was even more astonished. "You weren't hurt?" "I worried for nothing." Dong Chao raised his finger, which was wrapped in a band-aid. "How could I not be hurt?" Luckily, teacher Jiang Chang held back, or it would have been a disaster. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guangming's cheek twitched. Dong Chao had indeed left Jiang Chang with a way out. Facing Lu Yuan's surprised gaze, Jiang Guangming stood up and said to Lu Yuan, "Director Lu, I am Jiang Chang's uncle, Jiang Guangming." Lu Yuan quickly bent down, eagerly shaking hands with Jiang Guangming. "Mr. Jiang, it's an honor to meet you. I heard from the students that your nephew was injured. Please, let me see him." As he spoke, Lu Yuan was about to enter the hospital room when Jiang Guangming stopped him. "It's just a minor injury, no harm done." Jiang Chang is reckless and provocative towards his colleagues, which goes against the ethics of teaching. I have ordered him to resign immediately and return to the Jiang family to pay respects at the ancestral grave. As he spoke, Jiang Guangming waved to Chen Dingxing in the distance. "The position left vacant by Jiang Chang will be filled by my student Chen Dingxing. I will handle the paperwork." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was initially taken aback, then nodded repeatedly. Great, great. I will follow Mr. Jiang's lead." Lu Yuan thought to himself that this was truly a wish come true. Jiang Guangming's esteemed student was indeed coming to the school as a teacher. Jiang Guangming's student would surely be countless times better than that scion Jiang Chang. After Jiang Chang had exposed the arrogant demeanor of a privileged child, Lu Yuan realized that Guy was unworthy of being a teacher. However, although that scion was arrogant, he truly kept his word. Whether he was there or not, he really did what he said. But the outcome was completely opposite to what Lu Yuan had expected. The faculty strength had upgraded once again, and Lu Yuan cheerfully extended his hand to Chen Dingxing. "Then let me welcome you first, Teacher Chen." "Teacher Chen?" In the crowd, Dao Shi, He Xianzai, and Mo Xiang looked completely bewildered. The good news was that Xiao Chun from the Shenyuan martial arts school was indeed very obedient. He had really found a class. The bad news was that the class he found was that of the martial arts academy's mentor. What the hell? The three of them silently practiced foreign languages in their hearts. Chen Dingxing was also a bit dazed. How did he inexplicably become a martial arts mentor? But he had always been obedient to the arrangements of his teachers. Gritting his teeth, Chen Dingxing shook hands with Lu Yuan. "This leader, please take care of me in the future." Lu Yuan smiled broadly. "No problem, no problem. In a bit, I will hold a small meeting to explain the job requirements for martial arts teachers. You make sure to take notes." Lu Yuan felt quite pleased. A conflict and confrontation among teachers had dissipated into thin air. In fact, their martial arts academy had even turned misfortune into fortune. Lu Yuan felt that recently, the martial arts academy seemed to be on a roll, always encountering good luck. What did this indicate? It indicated that those who work hard are blessed by heaven. For so many years, he had diligently devoted himself to the education cause, and his efforts had finally moved heaven. Seeing the director and Chen Dingxing shake hands, the students of Class 3 were all dumbfounded. In just one short afternoon, they had endured too many emotional shocks. First, their martial arts mentor Jiang Chang was easily dealt with by the slacker teacher Dong Chao from the academy. Then, the well-connected teacher Jiang Chang just rolled away in disgrace? The students were young, but they were not foolish. They all vaguely sensed that something was off. As the person involved, teacher Dong Chao, who was currently sitting with the head of the Jiang family, felt particularly out of place. Sensing the surprised gazes from his classmates, Dong Chao waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. "All right, everyone, there's nothing to see." Qin Wanqing also helped out, saying, "This is a hospital, and gatherings are strictly prohibited. Please step outside." While dispersing the students, Qin Wanqing discreetly glanced at Dong Chao. For Jiang Chang to be kicked out and for a student of Jiang Guangming to take over as the new mentor of Class 3, this was clearly Dong Chao's doing. Qin Wanqing had been watching Dong Chao's maneuvers during this time. He had quietly integrated the Martial Arts Academy and the Puppet Academy. Now, Dong Chao had also removed the discordant elements from the teaching team. This true god of the Martial Arts Academy was starting to make his move. Under Qin Wanqing's lead, the unrelated students all exited the corridor. Lu Yuan and Jiang Guangming exchanged a few pleasantries before getting up to leave, heading off to prepare training materials for Chen Dingxing. The hospital corridor instantly fell silent. It was only at this moment that Dao Shi, He Xianzai, and Mo Xiang finally approached Dong Chao. "Teacher, are you alright?" Just as the three were about to inquire about Dong Chao's injuries, a crowd of people came rushing in from a distance. And Wang from the cafeteria, Old Zhong, Old Tan from the infirmary, Old Ding, and Shaoli from the security team, and An Chao from the cleaning staff. Employees from various departments swarmed in, filling the once quiet hospital corridor to the brim. Some brought fruit baskets and milk, while others carried health product gift boxes. Hurrying forward, Teacher Dong, we heard you were injured? Dong Chao was clearly fine, but faced with everyone's concern, he pretended to cough lightly, just some internal injuries, nothing serious. Teacher Dong, how could you be so careless? Was the other party bullying you? Teacher Dong, tell me who he is. Next time he comes to the cafeteria, just watch if I don't shake my hands while serving him. If he comes to my shop to buy fruit, I'll only sell him the unripe ones. I'll add montmorillonite powder to his milk tea, blocking him up both ways. The uncles and aunts chimed in, each wanting to help Dong Chao vent his frustrations. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I'm fine now. Dong Chao skillfully calmed down these school staff members. He exchanged pleasantries with them for a while before finally sending them away, citing the hospital's strict no-noise policy. The corridor was finally quiet again. Dao Shi and the others watched as their teacher welcomed and sent off the crowd, completely relieved. Their teacher was fine. Teacher, Jiang Chang must have been bullying you on purpose, right? Don't worry, I'll take care of him and get back at him for you. Mo Xiang whispered to Dong Chao. Mo Xiang had long been displeased with Jiang Chang. He had noticed that Jiang Chang always looked at him and his Xiangzai with a strange gaze. Several times, Mo Xiang had wanted to give that old guy a jolt. This time, Jiang Chang had provoked their teacher again, and Mo Xiang had to deal with that old guy. Dong Chao reached out and stopped Mo Xiang. You guys, can you have a bit of faith in your teacher? Who said the teacher was bullied? Jiang Chang and I are evenly matched. Although I got a bit hurt, he didn't gain any advantage either. Let's just leave it at that. That won't do. Mo Xiang still wanted to be dramatic, but just then, the door behind them was pushed open. Jiang Guangming and Jiang Yunhao wheeled Jiang Chang's hospital bed past them. Looking at Jiang Chang, who was covered in injuries on the bed, Dao Shi and the others all gasped in unison. They glanced at the band-aid on Dong Chao's finger, then at Jiang Chang, who was sprawled out like a meat pie on the bed, and a big question flashed in their small minds. Was this what they called evenly matched? Was this what they called not gaining any advantage? Who was really bullying whom here? Mo Xiang finally realized that the teacher was right. This matter, it should end here. Because if they continued to fight, Jiang Chang would turn into dumpling filling. Teacher Dong, you all go back first. Let's keep in touch in the future. After finally seeing a few outstanding talents, Jiang Guangming deliberately stopped, appearing to talk to Dong Chao, but in reality, he was taking this opportunity to carefully observe the few prodigies. However, Dao Shi, He Xiongzai, and the other three sensed a hint of something off from Jiang Guangming's words. Jiang Chang had been beaten to that extent, yet Jiang Guangming remained polite and showed no anger? The three of them were weighing this in their hearts, but none of them showed it. Dao Shi's recognition +3, He Xiongzai's recognition +4, Mo Xiang's recognition +3, the three silently contributed their recognition to Dong Chao. In fact, after spending some time together, they had all realized that Dong Chao was not as useless as they had initially thought. Teacher Dong was abstract and unconventional, but he also had some real substance. In fact, after experiencing the dangers of the mind-secret realm, the three had begun to doubt Dong Chao's strength. So when they learned that Dong Chao had a mutual victory with Jiang Chang, who was at the 6th level of cultivation, they were not too surprised. Until they discovered that Dong Chao had redefined the term mutual victory. At this moment, Jiang Guangming's calm demeanor was even more unexpected for the three. The head of the Jiang family was clearly pacified by Teacher Dong. Teacher Dong could stir up trouble and also resolve it. He truly played at a high level. There was no doubt that Teacher Dong had some secrets. But among these three prodigies, who didn't have secrets? Dong Chao was happily receiving the recognition of his three beloved students when a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host. Dao Shi's recognition has reached 51 points, allowing the host to draw Dao Shi's second trait. The trait drawn by the host is Dragon Might. Dragon Might. This move is a unique ability of the Shenyuan family's Dragon Beast bloodline. Dong Chao had seen Dao Shi use it before. In that special academy assessment, Dao Shi used this move to distract He Xiongzai, ultimately turning the tables. However, Dao Shi's use of Dragon Might was somewhat primitive. This move should have vast potential for development. Dong Chao discreetly stored away his new ability. Just then, He Xiongzai looked at the pile of gift boxes and asked, Teacher, you really have business dealings with these uncles and aunts? They seem quite generous. Dong Chao proudly crossed his legs. Of course, I have business dealings. Taking this opportunity, let me introduce my side business to you, so you can learn something real. My side business is called stitching. This industry emphasizes not suffering others' hardships while enjoying their blessings. Seeing that the others were confused, Dong Chao elaborated with examples. Take the cafeteria and the security team as an example. Why are the cafeteria staff so polite to me? Because the slogan "No takeout allowed, martial arts are purer" was shouted by me. Because of this slogan, our MOU University does not allow any takeout to enter the campus. The snack street at the entrance has also been banned. Each stall in the cafeteria has thus increased its income. And the security team blocks the delivery riders, so they naturally receive a share of the cafeteria's returns. Of course, they are grateful to the teacher. Now let's talk about the school's bathhouse. On the campus forum, there was a post titled "Steam Baths Can Assist in Chi and Blood Cultivation," which was also created by the teacher. This post became a top-quality sticky post, and every generation of students scrambled to imitate it. Just from the sauna business, the school's bathhouse has made a fortune. Isn't it only right for them to give the teacher a share of the profits? And the school's fruit shop. Have you all noticed the Martial Arts Original Ecological Health Association certification labels on those fruits? Just because of that label, the students treat the fruits in the store as elixirs, rushing to buy them. But in fact, the so-called Martial Arts Original Ecological Health Association, the president is me. The labels were all drawn by security guard Old Ding. In the business of patching, the teacher plays the game of one person supporting several families, making a fortune with empty hands. The three students were greatly shocked. They truly felt that teacher Dong really wouldn't treat ordinary people differently, because he regarded everyone equally as leaks. Daoxi's recognition +5, He Xiongzai's recognition +4, Mo Xiang's recognition +2. Although all three students offered their recognition to Dong Chao, their thoughts were completely different. Daoxi's eyes were bloodshot. He was very interested in teacher Dong's patching technique. If he could learn this skill from the teacher, wouldn't he be able to get free stuff every day? He Xiongzai felt inferior. Compared to his entrepreneur parents, teacher Dong's business acumen was on another level. Fortunately, teacher Dong didn't dive into the business world, otherwise, his name would definitely be on the national criminal cases list. This guy not going to prison is a threat to the entire nation. Unlike the two older brothers, Mo Xiang was secretly cursing, so it turns out that steaming in a sauna is useless? I'm never going again. And I won't eat the overpriced fruits on campus anymore. Damn! The three students contributed a total of 19 points of recognition, and Dong Chao's cultivation also rose significantly, increasing by 2 small ranks, reaching the 4th stage, 3rd level. Dong Chao showed no outward expression. He picked up the fruit baskets piled on the ground and stuffed them into the students' arms. Take these fruits back to eat. Leave the health products for me. I have business to run tomorrow. Dong Chao thought that the biggest white wolf he wanted to catch with empty hands would be tomorrow. It was time to let that rule-bound genius of the Tao join his martial arts class. The next day, Zhang Yunhao drove, carrying Dong Chao, speeding down the highway. Both were wearing uniforms with the Starry Night martial arts logo, dressed in leather shoes and ties, like marketing agents promoting a business. Their destination was Sanqing University. On the way, Dong Chao kept watching the video of the exchange match between Sanqing University and the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy. The more he watched, the deeper his frown became. Beside him, Zhang Yunhao looked like he wanted to say something but held back several times. Dong Chao had long noticed Zhang Yunhao's state and asked, "Who allowed you to leave your post?" Dong Chao's tone was not harsh, but Zhang Yunhao sensed the imposing aura of authority. He cleared his throat. "Captain, it was my own decision. There's something I need to report to you." Dong Chao already knew Zhang Yunhao's intention. Before Zhang Yunhao could finish, he interrupted. "Recently, the brothers have not been living comfortably, right? The people from the Secret Realm Division have started to pay lip service to you while creating friction, right?" Zhang Yunhao was slightly taken aback. Why yes, the captain had said everything he wanted to say. Although Dong Chao was recuperating, he had been keeping up with the internal situation of the military in real time. He knew that there were undercurrents within the military. Since the aristocratic families used Sun Jingfeng as a pawn to attack Marshal Lu Er, many contradictions within the military had been rapidly escalating. The most intense conflict was between the Huaxia headquarters and the Secret Realm Division. Among the 4 marshals of Huaxia, Marshal Zhulong and Marshal Lu Er managed the Huaxia headquarters. Marshal Binghu and Marshal Gulang managed the Secret Realm Division. In terms of administrative level, the Huaxia headquarters was higher. However, the Secret Realm Division possesses vast wealth and resources, and the military resources of the headquarters have long relied on the Secret Realm Division. This twisted subordinate relationship is the root of all conflicts. Moreover, over the years, the headquarters military has insisted on a reform in the academic style, employing a large number of outstanding talents from various martial arts universities. In contrast, the Secret Realm Division is the stronghold of the aristocratic families, with all important positions controlled by various clans. It is only under the pressure of the four marshals that the contradictions between the headquarters and the division have remained hidden. But now, with the war god Marshal Lu Er's reputation shattered, this delicate balance has been broken, and some people are starting to stir. In fact, Dong Chao had long been mentally prepared for the current situation. The Blood and Flesh Great Wall Special Forces team he leads is the most elite unit of the Huaxia headquarters. Due to its strategically unique positioning, this unit has been stationed in the secret realm for many years. Moreover, Dong Chao is an absolute direct subordinate of Marshal Lu Er. Dong Chao himself has been injured and is currently on leave for recovery. All of this has made the Blood and Flesh Great Wall unit a target for some people's probing. As Dong Chao had anticipated, recently, the attitude of the Secret Realm Division has undergone a noticeable change. They have begun to feign compliance with the Blood and Flesh Great Wall while secretly sabotaging them. Zhang Yunhao realized the significance behind this and took the initiative to return to Huaxia to report to Dong Chao. However, Dong Chao had already guessed all of this. Yunhao, tell the brothers to remain restrained and endure for now. The real battle is among those big shots on the surface. We must not act rashly. Yes. Zhang Yunhao replied with a frown. He also guessed that regarding this matter, the captain's instruction could only be to endure. Dong Chao knew that the members of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall were all proud individuals. If he simply asked them to endure, it might wear down their spirits. To appease these guys, he had to pay attention to the methods. He continued, although we are enduring, we must also draw a red line for the other side. If the military personnel from the secret realm come to provoke you, you must remain restrained. But if those secret realm explorers who cooperate with the military dare to cross the line, you must make an example of them and kill without mercy. As he spoke, Dong Chao released all of his energy. I am already in the process of rehabilitation. It won't be long before I fully recover. Until then, let's remain calm. Zhang Yunhao's eyes widened in surprise, and then his face lit up with joy. He could clearly feel that the captain's energy fluctuations were several times more robust than before. Captain, you really have recovered? Zhang Yunhao's joy was evident. Their captain had fallen for a full 5 years, and now, there was finally a glimmer of hope. This good news was a shot of adrenaline for all the members of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall. Zhang Yunhao understood Dong Chao's intention. Captain, rest assured, we can endure. You focus on your recovery and don't rush. With your words, I can rest easy. Dong Chao calmly shifted the topic. By the way, let me ask you something. Have you had any encounters with the gunfire priests? Zhang Yunhao nodded. I've encountered them. I even confiscated their judgment greatsword and exorcism gun. What is your impression of those gunfire priests? Zhang Yunhao squinted and thought for a moment before replying. Those guys don't resemble any clergy at all. Fierce, murderous, overbearing, and unruly. Sending people to meet God is their first commandment. Dong Chao pondered for a moment. Zhang Yunhao's description aligned perfectly with his own understanding of the gunfire priests. It seems that the friendly match between the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy and Sanqing University may have deeper implications. Dong Chao looked at the combat footage on his phone, deep in thought. Afternoon. In the guest room of Sanqing University. Thanks to Intention's introduction, Dong Chao finally met the president of Sanqing University, known as the immovable celestial venerable, Zhang Xuanqian. Right from the start, Dong Chao got straight to the point. President Zhang, it's an honor to have a face-to-face conversation with you. I believe you know that I am here for that prodigy from the rules department. Zhang Xuanqian's attitude was very stiff. Teacher Dong, this matter is off the table. Zhang Xuanqian agreed to meet with Dong Chao purely out of respect for Wen Tianqian and the military. Previously, when Tianqian had subtly hinted to Zhang Xuanqian that this brother Chao of his was from the military and held a significant position. However, that child, Ji Tianfu, held too much symbolic significance for Sanqing University, and the military shouldn't think they could take him away. Sensing Zhang Xuanqian's rigid demeanor, Dong Chao's smile remained undiminished. President Zhang, please allow me to introduce myself. I am a martial arts instructor at Moe University and the newly appointed COO of Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall. My name is Dong Chao. Dong Chao pointed to the young man beside him. Zhang Yunhao, this is Mr. Zhang Yunhao, the young master of Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall. President Zhang looked surprised. He thought to himself, isn't he from the military? How did he get involved with Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall? Dong Chao took out a gold-embossed business card from his pocket and handed it to President Zhang. This is my business card. The gold-embossed card emphasized Dong Chao's position as COO in bold letters. This card was drawn by the security guard, Old Ding, earlier that morning. Looking at the card, Zhang Xuanqian was a bit dazed. Wen Tianqian, standing behind Zhang Xuanqian, was equally confused. Wen Tianqian wondered when Brother Chao had established a connection with Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall. Dong Chao displayed a professional manager's smile, showing 8 teeth, and said to Zhang Xuanxiong, as we all know, safeguarding the growth of young martial artists and providing support for the youth is the original intention and purpose of our Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall. Beside him, Jiang Yunhao struggled to hold back laughter, almost unable to contain himself. He thought to himself, the captain really speaks without thinking. This original intention and purpose, as the young master of Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall, how come he had never heard of it? Zhang Xuanxiong was already confused. So, Teacher Dong, your purpose for coming today is, didn't I just say? It's for that prodigy from the rules department. Off the table. Zhang Xuanxiong's expression darkened again. Dong Chao continued to showcase his marketing skills. President Zhang, rest assured, we do not wish to claim him for ourselves, nor do we intend to have him change affiliations. That child will still be a reserve force for your Taoist school in the future. What we want to do is help the fallen angel soar again and let the injured prodigy break free from his cocoon and become a butterfly. This, Zhang Xuanxiong was left dizzy by the flattery. In Dong Chao's eyes, although Zhang Xuanxiong was a distinguished martial artist, he was over 60 and should be at an age where he could be deceived into buying health products. This set of managerial rhetoric was tailor-made for Zhang Xuanxiong. We can help Sanqing University heal that prodigy. However, I must make it clear up front, this is not free. Although our Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall is financially strong and has rich treatment experience, our money doesn't come from the wind. Treatment also incurs costs. When Tianchen, who was listening nearby, was shocked. You come to our Sanqing University to take someone, and then you expect us to pay you? Is there any law? Dong Chao continued, if President Zhang has concerns, we can make the first phase of treatment free, so you can see the results first. We can charge for the subsequent treatments. Zhang Xuanxiong looked at Dong Chao, then at Jiang Yunhao. You are really here to treat that child? Previously, Tianchen told me you wanted to transfer that child to your Mob University. Misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Dong Chao shook his head like a rattledrum. Principal Zhang, I must criticize you. What era are we in, and how can there still be such narrow-mindedness? Getting that child into my class is not the goal, but a means to heal. He will always be a successor of your Sanqing University. For me, as long as that child can get better and become talented in the future, I will be immensely gratified. My only selfish desire is to see that child recover quickly under my guidance. After all, a teacher's heart is like that of a parent. As he spoke, Dong Chao radiated a sacred light. Zhang Xiankong fell into deep thought once again. He was somewhat moved by Dong Chao. The teacher's heartfelt words touched Zhang Xiankong to a degree, but the connections and energy that Dong Chao displayed stirred him even more. This mysterious figure from the military had even brought in the Shenyuan Martial Arts School as a backing. Zhang Xiankong knew that if the military took that child away, he would definitely not be able to get him back. But if the Shenyuan Martial Arts School took him away, it would be completely different. Zhang Xiankong could bring him back at any time. Moreover, who could say that Zhang Xiankong did not share the sentiment of a teacher's heart? He hoped more than anyone that the child could get better. He regarded that child as the orthodox successor of Taoism, even as the inheritor of their Taoist teachings. Now, Sanqing University's treatment of that child had reached a dead end. Perhaps it was time for a new attempt. With this thought, Zhang Xiankong stood up and said to Dong Chao, Officer Dong, please follow me. Zhang Xiankong did not address Dong Chao as a teacher but as an officer, indicating that he was aware of Dong Chao's identity. Zhang Xiankong had a fairly good impression of Dong Chao. This guy, as an elite in the military, did not use his power to oppress others but instead brought in the Shenyuan Martial Arts School as a backing. Zhang Xiankong appreciated this sincerity. Leading a few people, Zhang Xiankong entered a training room and took out a teapot from his pocket. This is an extraordinary artifact I obtained from a secret realm in my early years, called the Sun and Moon in the Pot. That child is currently inside the pot. As he spoke, Zhang Xiankong activated the teapot, and a beam of light shot from the spout, drawing everyone inside. Inside the teapot was a hidden world, a round mini courtyard. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling a fairyland. A young figure was floating in the courtyard. The boy's eyes were tightly closed, his limbs relaxed, clearly in a state of coma. This is our Sanqing University's newly recruited SS-level rules type ability user, Ji Tianfu. His rule ability is called 3 Lives, All Things. Seeing Dong Chao show a hint of confusion, Zhang Xiankong patiently explained, our Taoist Tao Te Ching states, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. In simple terms, the Great Way divides into yin and yang, which is 2. Yin and yang collide and harmonize with each other, ultimately returning to a balanced state, producing a higher dimension of 3. And this higher dimension of 3 is the foundation for all matter. Ji Tianfu's 3 Lives, All things is the ability to harmonize all intense contradictions. When applied in battle, this ability can weaken all of the opponent's abilities. It brings all abnormal powers back to normal. What this child practices is the higher dimension of 3, the way of balance. Dong Chao's heart surged with excitement. He thought to himself, no wonder he is a rules-type ability user. This ability is truly impressive. It can weaken others' abilities. No wonder Sanqing University is reluctant to let him go. Jiang Yunhao, who stood behind Dong Chao, also showed a shocked expression. He thought to himself, no wonder the captain wanted to pull a big flag and use a tiger's skin. It turns out he had his eyes on such a prodigy. Amidst the astonished gazes of the two, Zhang Shenkong sighed slightly and continued, unfortunately, Ji Tianfu encountered a problem in his cultivation, and the yin and yang have become unbalanced. At this moment, he had a yin clone, a yang clone, and his true self, the three of them fighting against each other, all vying for control of the body. So, this child has 3 souls in one body? Dong Chao asked in a deep voice. Zhang Shenkong shook his head bitterly. It's much more complicated than that. The yin and yang clones of Ji Tianfu and his true self are overlapping in his superposition state. The 3 can separate or coincide. You can understand it as 3 different dimensions of Ji Tianfu being forcibly compressed together. And all 3 believe they are the true self. This confusion of identity makes Ji Tianfu very dangerous. If this confusion continues, Ji Tianfu's true self may be devoured by the yin and yang clones. Without the true self, the myriad abilities of life will disappear, and the yin and yang clones will cease to exist. This child will ultimately become a soulless walking corpse. Currently, we don't have any good treatment methods. We can only temporarily keep him in the jar of sun and moon. This extraordinary artifact of mine originally has a time flow rate of 0. However, after this child entered, under the influence of his abilities, the time flow rate here began to align with the real world. The conflicts and devouring within this child are still ongoing. While narrating, Zhang Shenkong kept stealing glances at Dong Chao. Dong Chao showed no signs of difficulty on his face, instead wearing a relaxed expression as if to say, is that all? Zhang Shenkong couldn't help but ask, Teacher Dong, can you treat this child's illness? Dong Chao slapped his thigh, absolutely. Principal Zhang, this is right up my alley. I don't understand your Taoist theory of the 3 lives of all things. In my eyes, Ji Tianfu's situation is called born with 2 stars. In simple terms, it's like starting with 3 identical people stacked together, promoting to 2 stars. I'm very familiar with this situation. The occurrence of this situation is related to luck, mechanism, and technique. This involves many secrets. Saying too much wouldn't make sense to you. Oh, Zhang Shenkong looked surprised. He thought to himself, no wonder he is a mysterious elite in the military. Even such an obscure case is known to him? However, Zhang Shenkong was also puzzled. He really didn't know which celestial star born with 2 stars referred to. As the principal of Sanqing University, the old man had studied celestial stars his whole life, yet he had never heard of any star called born with 2 stars. Meanwhile, when Tianchen and Jiang Yunhao had to turn away, they really couldn't hold it in any longer. Dong Chao was just taking advantage of the old man's lack of knowledge about autochess games. This autochess theory was indeed something Dong Chao had made up to trap the old man, but he did have some small ideas about the treatment plan for Ji Tianfu. This illness was too easy to treat. It was just a matter of finding the true self among the 3 overlapping clones and establishing the dominant position of the main body, wasn't it? This was a piece of cake. This situation was essentially the same as deciding who would be the pillar of the family. Whoever becomes the true self goes out to work and earn money to support the other 2 clones. This illness could be turned around in a few days. Dong Chao looked at the unconscious Ji Tianfu, secretly pondering. To say the least, this kid is still a working saint. One person can do the work of 3 while only eating for 1. It's a pity for his talent if he doesn't go to the factory. Principal Zhang, just leave this child to me. Within 10 days, I will definitely show you results. Dong Chao guaranteed Zhang Shenkong. Not only that, but he also gave the old man a reassurance. Don't worry, I won't take the genius for myself. I'm just a transporter of the genius. You can arrange for an exchange student procedure, allowing this child to temporarily come to our Manhwa University for exchange. Once he is healed, he can return at any time. Good, good. Zhang Shenkong readily agreed. Dong Chao didn't care about any affiliations or teachings. Whether Ji Tianfu belonged to Sanqing University or Manhwa University was completely irrelevant to him. This kid just needs to keep showering him with gold coins. Teacher Dong, when treating this child, we must pay attention to the methods. Because of his unique ability, medications and spells will have little to no effect on him. Zhang Shenkong reminded Dong Chao with concern. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Dong Chao thought to himself that giving this kid a vitamin would be a waste of medical resources. This kid's condition can be treated with talk therapy. After leaving the Huzhong Ryu, Dong Chao temporarily entrusted the still unconscious Ji Tianfu to Jiang Yunhao for supervision. He turned to Wen Tianchen and said, "Chenzi, come with me for a moment, I have something to discuss with you." Dong Chao pulled Wen Tianchen aside and whispered, "Chenzi, something feels off about your friendly match with the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy." "Ha?" Wen Tianchen was slightly taken aback, then quickly controlled his facial expression with a sly look. He pretended to ponder and murmured, "Indeed, I also have a vague feeling that something is wrong." Dong Chao thought to himself, "What do you even feel? You were floating during the post-match press conference, how could you sense anything wrong?" To save Wen Tianchen's face, he kept his thoughts to himself. Wen Tianchen stroked his chin, pretending to be clever, but inwardly he was secretly distressed. During the trial in the Mind Secret Realm, he had already fallen for a trick. If there were more issues with the exchange match against the Gunfire God Academy, it would make him look like a fool. The first time he was deceived, he was completely unprepared. The second time, he was too naive. Now, listening to Brother Chao, Wen Tianchen felt mentally exhausted. After all, he was an extraordinary warrior, a standout of the new generation in Huaxia. He had his pride. To spare Wen Tianchen's feelings, Dong Chao didn't expose him but got straight to the point. "I watched those matches. From the surface, the Gunfire priests were completely suppressed, and you won justifiably. However, therein lies the problem. Those warriors from the North American Federation have never been rule-abiding. When they are in a position of advantage, they ignore the rules and act tyrannically. When they are at a disadvantage, they create chaos and make a fuss. Those Gunfire priests are the epitome of this. They are definitely not the type to lose gracefully. Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun defeated all of them in a nearly insulting manner, yet they still obediently followed the arena rules and didn't use firearms. To avoid casualties, both sides had held back during that arena match. The Gunfire priests only used the Judgment Greatsword and did not use their exorcism guns. In Dong Chao's eyes, the Gunfire priests' adherence to the rules was inherently discordant. The fighting style of the Gunfire priests is not suitable for arena practice. What they truly excel at is life and death battles that determine superiority. Putting them in the arena is like cutting off one of their arms. That's right, that's right. When Tianchen began to grasp the situation, the atmosphere during the recent exchange match seemed a bit too friendly. The Gunfire priests appeared to be able to lose gracefully, even showing some gentlemanly demeanor. This was not like the behavior of those rednecks. Dong Chao continued in a deep voice, "As the saying goes, there must be a reason for the leather pants over the woolen ones. I have a bold guess. The Gunfire priests intentionally lost to you. They deliberately wanted Huaxia to secure more trial slots. There must be something strange in the Rust City secret realm." When Tianchen could no longer pretend to be clever, after Brother Chao's analysis, he sensed a hint of conspiracy. "What should we do? Abandon this secret realm trial?" Dong Chao pondered for a moment but ultimately shook his head. After all, this is the most perfect paradise secret realm. Moreover, it concerns 200 martial arts students. This is their first pot of gold in obtaining secret realm resources. The path of a warrior is to take risks in the fire. Giving up the trial opportunity for 200 people just like that, isn't it just giving an advantage to the North American Federation? But, when Tianchen wanted to say something more, but Dong Chao patted his shoulder and said, "Regarding this matter, I will report to Minister Sun. The department will ensure the safety of the students. However, Chenzi, you need to sound the alarm for the students of Sanqing University and prepare them to handle various emergencies." "I understand." When Tianchen nodded seriously, he felt a bit relieved in his heart, grateful that Brother Chao was there. Otherwise, he would have been confused and fallen into the trap again. Being the director of teaching at Sanqing University, the strongest university in Huaxia, was truly not an easy job. Dong Chao glanced around and spoke in a lower voice. "That demon spy in the martial artist prison has been relatively quiet lately, right?" When Tianchen replied in a low voice, "Everything is normal over at the prison." Dong Chao instructed, "Have the prison arrange for a minor offender to be released after 3 months. That demon spy has been cooped up for so long, he can't hold it in anymore." Okay, I'll arrange it." When Tianchen agreed repeatedly. "Senzi, I'm leaving. Make sure the students stay alert. There are still about 10 days until the Rust City secret realm opens. We must be well prepared." After advising Wen Tianchen, Dong Chao turned to Jiang Yunhao, signaling to head back. To deal with the unknown crises in the Rust City secret realm, Dong Chao had to step on the gas. He aimed to extract a batch of gold coins from Ji Tianfu. In the evening, Martial Arts Academy student dormitory, room 604. Where am I? Ji Tianfu, who had been asleep all day, finally woke up. He opened his eyes groggily, and the unfamiliar surroundings startled him. Dong Chao, wearing a stethoscope and a white coat, stood beside him with a smile. "Young man, you're awake." Hearing this, Ji Tianfu felt a chill in his heart. He quickly sat up, checked his waist, confirmed that all his parts were intact, and since the strange person didn't say anything like "the surgery was successful, you are now a girl," he finally felt relieved. Dong Chao maintained a friendly smile and continued, "Let me introduce myself. I am both your attending physician and your future martial arts mentor. My name is Dong Chao. You can call me Dr. Dong or Teacher Dong. Now, you have become a member of the Martial Arts Class 4 at Moa University." Moa University. Ji Tianfu was extremely puzzled. Wasn't he receiving treatment in Principal Zhang's pot of sun and moon? How did he wake up at Moa University? Moreover, this guy in front of him was quite strange. Although he was wearing a white coat and a stethoscope, Ji Tianfu felt that this person didn't look like a doctor. Just as Ji Tianfu was confused, two heads popped out from his shoulders like soap bubbles. Dong, dong. All three heads tilted at about 40 to 50 degrees, looking puzzled. Seeing this bizarre scene, Dong Chao's eyes twitched slightly, but his smile grew even happier. "To treat you, Principal Zhang transferred you to Mobi University. You should take good care of your health. Once you're well, you can return to Sanqing University anytime." Hearing this, Ji Tianfu's three heads became noisy. "I'm not sick, I want to go back now." "Exactly, we're not sick. If anyone is sick, it's those two, just treat them. I'm just a family member of the patient, here to accompany him." Through this first interaction, Dong Chao had a basic understanding of Ji Tianfu. The good news was that Ji Tianfu and his two avatars got along very well. They acted as a whole, sharing one brain. The bad news was that this shared brain wasn't very smart. "Let's first check your physical condition." Dong Chao disguised himself as a doctor, checking Ji Tianfu's pulse, taking his temperature, and finally pulling out a few tongue depressors to check the tonsils of his three heads. Dong Chao signaled Ji Tianfu and his two avatars to open their mouths and stuff the wooden tongue depressors into them. "Your body is very healthy, and your throat isn't inflamed, which means you didn't kick off the blanket while sleeping at night." Listening to Dong Chao's diagnosis, Ji Tianfu's doubts deepened. This guy named Dong Chao, no matter how you looked at him, didn't seem like a doctor at all. Checking the tonsils didn't seem useful for the problems he had. Moreover, in Ji Tianfu's impression, the tongue depressors used by doctors were flat metal pieces. But what Dong Chao used was a damn ice cream stick. And it was even cream-flavored. Ji Tianfu felt a wave of nausea. When he looked at Dong Chao again, he finally realized what was wrong with him. Other doctors wore white coats that opened in the front. They looked clean and pure. Although Dong Chao also wore white, his outfit was a double-breasted chef's coat. The front of the chef's coat even had the logo of Old Zhong's marinated goods. Ji Tianfu felt like his brain was about to explode. Even if he was pretending to be a doctor, couldn't he at least act a bit more professional? Using a chef's coat to impersonate a white coat was just too sloppy. Realizing that Ji Tianfu saw through his disguise, Dong Chao simply stopped pretending and put on a chef's tall hat, completely transforming into a chef. Ji Tianfu was in a state of confusion. He felt like he might have encountered a fellow patient. "Young man, I know, they all say you're sick. But actually, you're not sick. You just showcased your extraordinary abilities to this mediocre and chaotic world. The one who's sick is this world." Listening to Dong Chao's words, Ji Tianfu's three heads displayed different expressions. "That's right, that's right. I became like this because of the pressure from this world. I want to turn the whole world upside down just to set my reflection right. He. Don't say that, actually I'm not that healthy." Through this little test, Dong Chao distinguished them. In fact, the one who spoke last, the head on Ji Tianfu's right shoulder, was his true self. The one occupying the main position of his body was actually a yin-yang avatar. Mainly, Ji Tianfu's two avatars were quite sick. According to Principal Zheng Xuankong's explanation, Ji Tianfu's yin-yang avatars were derived from the formless Tao. The intelligence of the yin-yang avatars was not fully developed, and they forcibly descended upon Ji Tianfu, causing problems in his mind. Given the current situation, Dong Chao couldn't solve the root of the problem, but he could address the one causing the issues. Dong Chao put his arm around Ji Tianfu's shoulder, in a state of heartfelt communication. "Actually, I felt for a long time that this world is sick. There are problems everywhere. For example, why do they call a place where people drink a nightclub? Clearly a place for overnight stays, yet it's called a hotel. When crossing the street, it's clearly waiting for the green light, but they say it's waiting for the red light. Clearly slices of dead fish, yet they call it sashimi. Taking the elevator is actually standing. A cigarette but is actually a cigarette's rear end. Clearly they agreed to put out a fire, but in reality, they save people and end up extinguishing the fire. Have they considered the feelings of the fire? Why does it cost so much to dig a tunnel, And why does every tunnel need to be pressed down by a mountain after it's completed? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Listening to Dong Chao's rambling, Ji Tianfu's yin-yang avatars were greatly impressed. This really is a chaotic and upside-down world. He. Ji Tianfu's true self, however, was filled with black lines. Ji Tianfu became increasingly convinced that this guy in front of him was indeed his fellow patient, and he was much worse off than him. Dong, teacher Dong, please don't get too excited. As long as we actively seek treatment, we can definitely return to normal, and all these problems will be resolved. Ji Tianfu comforted Dong Chao in reverse. Ji Tianfu secretly lamented. He was usually the one being comforted by others, but this time, he was the one comforting someone else. Dong Chao suddenly stood up, holding the two heads of his yin-yang doppelganger in his hands, and said excitedly, "It doesn't matter whether we can figure these problems out or not. Do you know what the most thrilling thing is about being a mental patient? It's pretending that we're fine. We'll pretend to fool everyone, making them think we're normal. In reality, we're still secretly struggling. Look at me, I'm already a teacher in human society." Dong Chao whispered to the ears of the two heads. Upon hearing this, the inherently simple yin-yang doppelgangers widened their eyes in shock. This fellow patient was truly impressive. The two people couldn't help but marvel. Dong Chao thought it wasn't difficult to fool a normal person, let alone two fools with less than sound minds. He deliberately pretended to be a fellow patient to bridge the psychological distance with the yin-yang doppelgangers. His performance as a fellow patient really captivated the two fools. The yin-yang doppelgangers actively sought help from Dong Chao. "Senior, please guide us. We also want to pretend to be normal people." Yes. We don't want to be patients anymore. We want to be doctors." Since their birth, the yin-yang doppelgangers had been locked in a ward, forced to undergo various treatments, suffering immensely. Now, seeing their fellow patients so well off, even treating others, the yin-yang doppelgangers were envious to the point of turning red. Seeing that the two had taken the bait, Dong Chao maintained his fellow patient demeanor and gently guided them. "As fellow travelers, we should help each other. I've heard about your situation. The current situation is that the three of you want to seize control of the body, leading to brain overload. To pretend to be normal, you first need to determine who will take the lead." Upon hearing this, the yin-yang doppelgangers rushed to respond, "I'll be the center. I'm the fairest, I must be the main one." "You main one? Nonsense. It has to be me. Because I'm stubborn, I won't listen to anyone else," the yin-yang doppelgangers excitedly argued. As the true entity, Ji Tianfu couldn't get a word in edgewise in front of these two lively characters. Dong Chao stopped the two who were glaring at each other. "From now on, I'll call you Little Black and Little White. I didn't expect you two to be so dedicated, eager to take on the dirty and tiring work." Little Black and Little White looked surprised. "Dirty and tiring work? Eager to do it?" Dong Chao nodded as if it were obvious. "Do you know why Hannibal pairs sweet wine with his meals? Because life is hard. Whoever becomes the main one has to suffer. Have you never heard that saying, 'The ox plows the field, the horse eats the grain'? You toil, and he enjoys. Whoever is the main one is the ox or horse. Whoever is the doppelganger is purely enjoying life. The main one has to find ways to make money, to be a corporate slave, while the doppelganger just enjoys." Little Black and Little White's eyes revealed a clear foolishness. They were truly confused by Dong Chao's words. Seeing this, Dong Chao pressed on. He mysteriously said to the two lively characters, "Let me tell you a true supernatural event. When I was a child, I encountered a malevolent spirit. That spirit wanted to possess my body." "Oh?" Little Black and Little White perked up like children, intrigued by the supernatural event. Dong Chao continued with a serious tone, "That malevolent spirit wanted to attach itself to me, and I was overjoyed. I immediately negotiated with the spirit. From then on, it would go to school, go to work, pay the mortgage, save for a bride price, and deal with the school district housing, while I just stayed home and played games." Upon hearing this, the malevolent spirit cursed and left. "For so many years, I've been wanting to bring that evil spirit back. Unfortunately, I haven't found it." Not only were Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai speechless, but Ji Tianfu's true self was also greatly shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a way to deal with supernatural events. Can we give horror stories a bit of proper respect? Dong Chao redirected the topic back to Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang. "So, you two fighting for control of the body is just a struggle to be the cow and horse." Dong Chao pointed at Ji Tianfu's true self. "This kid is so cunning. He lets you two fight while he stays silent, just waiting to enjoy the benefits." Ji Tianfu was stunned. He thought to himself, "Am I really silent? I can't compete with two living fathers." Dong Chao threw Ji Tianfu an envious and jealous look before turning to Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. "You two, quickly decide who gets the main position as the cow and horse, so we can move on to the next phase." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai shook his head and, like squeezing a soap bubble, completely detached from Ji Tianfu's body. I don't want this main position anymore. From today on, I want to enjoy life. Seeing Xiaobai detach from the main body, Xiaohei also transformed into a black ghost and floated up. I won't be human anymore. I'm naturally stubborn. If I say I won't, then I won't. No one can persuade me otherwise. With the yin and yang avatars having detached from the main body, Ji Tianfu's head returned to its rightful place, and he felt a sudden lightness. Ji Tianfu looked incredulously at the yin and yang avatars, then at Dong Chao, feeling both astonished and bewildered. The yin and yang avatars that had tormented him for so long had so easily left his body? For a moment, Ji Tianfu doubted whether he was dreaming. Had his condition really been resolved just like that? Dong Chao chuckled as he looked at Ji Tianfu. It seems you can only be the cow and horse now. Xiaohei and Xiaobai chimed in. He is the cow and horse, he is the cow and horse. We are both pure energy bodies, and he is just a flesh and blood mortal. Dong Chao nodded. Then let's move on to the next topic. How to command the cow and horse. He pretended to check his watch. It's mealtime. I'll take the cow and horse to buy a meal, and you two can stay here and enjoy. Alright, senior, you go and come back quickly. Xiaohei and Xiaobai sprawled out on the bed, already starting to enjoy themselves. Dong Chao led Ji Tianfu out of the dormitory, his previous madness and obsession replaced by a serious demeanor. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Dong Chao, an outstanding teacher at Manhwa University. Principal Zhang Xiankong earnestly requested me to help you with your illness. Now, you should be seeing the results. Listening to Dong Chao's words, Ji Tianfu felt a sense of enlightenment. So, your earlier madness and obsession were just an act for those two guys? What else? Do you think I'm really insane? Dong Chao snorted coldly, his every gesture revealing an air of unyielding sophistication. Under the influence of this aloof demeanor, Ji Tianfu dared not speak. He was now certain that this teacher Dong had indeed been treating his illness. Before this, Ji Tianfu's body felt as if it were crammed with 3 people, cramped and chaotic. But at this moment, he felt a long-lost sense of ease and comfort. Ji Tianfu had not held much hope for his condition. Affected by the 3 lives of all things ability, all magical and medicinal treatments imposed on him had become ineffective. Even with the full efforts of Sanqing University, there had been no progress after so long. Ji Tianfu knew that if his condition continued to worsen, he would eventually lose himself in confusion. He had thought that day would come sooner or later, but now, things seemed to have taken a turn for the better. The yin and yang avatars had actively detached from his body. And all these changes are because of the teacher Dong Chao in front of me. Teacher, thank you. Ji Tianfu expressed his gratitude to Dong Chao with excitement. No need to say thank you. Dong Chao feigned a noble demeanor. What he needed was not just gratitude. I mentioned it before, Principal Zhang has transferred you to the Martial Arts Academy, and from now on, you will be my student. Dong Chao began to cast a spell, preparing to make Ji Tianfu explode with gold coins. As my student, I must pay attention to your physical and mental health. Ji Tianfu, welcome to my martial arts class. I promise you, even though you are just an exchange student, I will treat you no differently and will wholeheartedly help you grow. Dong Chao extended his hand to Ji Tianfu. He thought to himself that when it comes to exploding gold coins, he would definitely treat everyone equally. Teacher. Ji Tianfu's eyes brimmed with tears as he tightly grasped Dong Chao's hands. Ji Tianfu thought, how could teacher Dong treat anyone differently? He just saved my life. Just this life-saving grace alone, I have no way to repay. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Dong Chao's ear. Ji Tianfu's recognition level plus 25. Congratulations, host, you have successfully recruited your 4th student. Here is Ji Tianfu's basic information. Name, Ji Tianfu, age, 18, occupation, Dao cultivator, talent level, SS, cultivation level, 5th stage, 9th layer, ability, rule system, 3 lives and all things, recognition level towards the host, 25. Dong Chao bit his lip, barely maintaining the noble demeanor of a teacher, not allowing the joy in his heart to show on his face. They had just established a teacher-student relationship, and Ji Tianfu had already given him 25 points of recognition. It was truly a leap to the sky. This generous reward made his earlier act of madness worthwhile. Congratulations, host, Ji Tianfu's recognition level has exceeded 10 points, allowing the host to extract 1 trait from Ji Tianfu. The trait extracted by the host is 3 Soul Substitute. Dong Chao felt a flash of insight in his mind, instantly understanding what 3 Soul Substitute meant. The 3 Soul Substitute skill he extracted was a weakened version belonging to Ji Tianfu. Besides Dong Chao's main body, he could summon 2 substitutes that had no thoughts and no combat power. Each substitute lasted for 30 seconds and could block 1 fatal attack for Dong Chao during that time. The summoning ability refreshed daily. This ability was not as overpowered as Ji Tianfu's yin-yang doppelganger, but it was still quite formidable. With this skill, Dong Chao essentially gained 2 extra lives. Moreover, the summon substitutes could also serve as coordinates for his spatial abilities, allowing him to play with his spatial powers in more creative ways. Dong Chao decided to head to the training room shortly to test this outrageous new skill. In addition to the 3 soul substitute, the 25 points of recognition Ji Tianfu provided also raised Dong Chao's cultivation level by 2 more layers. Now, he had reached the 5th stage, 5th layer. From the time he obtained the good teacher and friend system to now, it had only been a month. In just a month, his cultivation had recovered by 2.5 stages. This journey seemed easy, but it was not difficult at all. Without any effort, it was purely opportunistic. With the 3 soul substitute and his increasingly advanced cultivation, Dong Chao felt a bit more confident about the unknown crisis in the rusty secret realm. He suppressed all his gains and joy deep in his heart and calmly said to Ji Tianfu, "The crazy appearance I had just now was out of necessity. Your 2 yin-yang doppelgangers are transformed from the yin and yang energies. The Dao Zhang states that pure yang is immortal, and pure yin is a ghost. Those 2 guys are not easy to deal with. We can only outsmart them." Ji Tianfu nodded obediently. In Ji Tianfu's eyes, Teacher Dong was his savior. He had to listen to his benefactor. 10 minutes later, in dormitory 604, Ji Tianfu sat at the table, sadly enjoying his luxurious dinner. Dong Chao had ordered him a 10-dish meal, and the lunchbox was filled to the brim with 10 different dishes. Absolutely the best the cafeteria had to offer. Faced with such a sumptuous dinner, Ji Tianfu wore a bitter expression, because his yin-yang doppelgangers were also perched on his shoulders. While Ji Tianfu buried his head in his meal, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were also smacking their lips in unison, experiencing the taste sensation together. The food at Manhwa University cafeteria is really delicious. Much better than those pills we had before, Xiao He said, looking intoxicated. Xiao Bai, like a slave master, urged Ji Tianfu repeatedly, "Hurry up, eat faster, eat faster. The braised pork rice must be devoured. Don't just eat, drink some soda too." Under Xiao Bai's urging, Ji Tianfu could only grab a Coke and take a sip. Burp! Xiao Bai let out a satisfied belch and sighed. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. What's so good about being human? Let's not be human anymore. Not being human, not being human. It's much more comfortable being cattle and horses. Xiao He chimed in. Dong Chao also agreed, exactly. What's so good about being human? It's better to enjoy life as a doppelganger. After all, what you eat and drink is all bought with money. Treating you is also a huge expense. And making money is the hardest part. To treat you, you've already incurred a debt, so you must work hard and study. Before Dong Chao could finish, Xiao Bai stuck out his tongue at Ji Tianfu. Let them handle it. We just enjoy ourselves. Ji Tianfu, who was focused on his meal, revealed a hint of joy on his face. He thought to himself, Teacher Dong truly deserved to be an excellent teacher at Manga University. He effortlessly had a grip on his yin-yang doppelgangers. Ji Tianfu's approval rating +5. Nighttime, teacher's dormitory. Dong Chao dialed Sun Miao's number. Brother Sun, there's a situation I need to report to you. Dong Chao recounted all the inferences he had made to Wen Tianchen earlier that day to Sun Miao. I will discuss this matter secretly in the Martial Arts Education Department. As the head of the Martial Arts Education Department, Sun Miao knew this was a significant issue. For a long time, China and the North American Federation had been at odds. These 2 countries were also the most important forces in the World Roundtable Resistance Conference. In terms of strength, the 2 countries were not too far apart, but geographically, the North American Federation had a significant advantage over China. Because of this, the North American Federation's recent actions had become increasingly arrogant, showing a disregard for others. 50 years ago, taking advantage of a spatial rift, a large number of demon clans invaded Blue Star and established 3 major demon cities. They were the Misty Hidden Demon City in Southeast Asia, the Extreme Cold Demon City in the Far East, and the Tsunami Demon City in the South Pacific. In the face of the invading demon clans, humanity formed the Roundtable Resistance Conference, uniting global efforts to halt the expansion of the demon vanguard. But what humanity could do was merely to block. Now, 50 years later, the Roundtable Resistance Conference had not been able to completely eradicate these 3 demon cities from Blue Star. These 3 demon cities were like 3 nails, firmly embedded in Blue Star. Unlike the North American Federation, which could rest easy, China had to face the threats from both the Misty Hidden Demon City and the Extreme Cold Demon City. This often put China in a passive position in the open and covert struggles against the North American Federation, where they had to be cautious. Brother Sun, those guys in North America clearly have bad intentions. One must be wary of others. I suggest we do this, and then do that. Dong Chao knew that the clerks in the martial arts education department would not be able to come up with any results. He simply gave Sun Miao specific advice. Then, let's do it your way. I'll start preparing right away. Sun Miao listened to Dong Chao's instructions. In the following days, Ji Tianfu's exchange student procedures were finally completed, and he officially became an exchange student in Dong Chao's class. At the same time, Chen Dingxing also took office as the mentor of the martial arts class 3. He was originally an online teaching blogger, and he had considerable insights into martial arts education. Now he was just shifting his teaching content from online to offline. Chen Dingxing's energetic teaching style, filled with internet memes, was very popular among the students. Moreover, he was quite young, not yet 20, and privately, his classmates called him Brother Xing. He was very happy to be teaching at Moe University. It would be even better if he could avoid that prodigy from martial arts class 4. The few prodigies in martial arts class 4 were the only ones who did not call Chen Dingxing Brother Xing. They all respectfully called him Teacher Chen. The prodigies had a bit of respect for Chen Dingxing's new job, but not much. As a defeated opponent, you have no right to make us call you brother. From now on, in public, we will call you teacher, and in private, you will call us brother. Let's keep it separate. Their outrageous remarks left Chen Dingxing feeling both incredulous and helpless. On one hand, he really wasn't a match for these prodigies. On the other hand, Chen Dingxing knew in his heart that he could become this martial arts mentor all because of Dong Chao. In the martial arts academy, he was well aware of who the real big shots were. The fulfilling days passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was time for the Rust City secret realm to open. Before leaving, Dong Chao specifically had Ji Tianfu make a video call to Principal Zhang of Sanqing University. Facing the camera, Dong Chao had Ji Tianfu demonstrate jumping and hopping, brain teasers, and a poetry recitation with music. He proved to Principal Zhang Xiankong from several angles that their Taoist prodigy had returned to normal. Although the subjects Ji Tianfu demonstrated were a bit abstract, Zhang Xiankong couldn't help but feel delighted. In Zhang Xuankong's eyes, Ji Tianfu had really improved and could almost communicate normally with people. Through the screen, Dong Chao intentionally took credit with Zhang Xiankong. Xiao Ji's condition was indeed difficult to treat. I also made many attempts and put in a lot of effort before finally finding a solution. Dong Chao said this as if he had really exerted a great deal of effort. In fact, on the first day he brought Ji Tianfu back, he had basically mastered the yin-yang separation technique. Although Xiao Ji's condition has improved, I suggest he still rest here for a while to avoid a relapse. Listening to Dong Chao's words, Zhang Xiankong repeatedly agreed, yes, Ji Tianfu can rest with you, we are not in a hurry. Zhang Xiankong thought to himself that although Ji Tianfu looked much more alert than before, his jumping and reciting in the video still looked quite unsettling. Teacher Dong, you are really impressive. In just a few days, you have truly cured Ji Tianfu. Zhang Xiankong exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Xiankong was completely convinced. No wonder Dong Chao was able to propose that set of profound theories that were hard to understand. He truly had real skills. Principal Zhang, you flatter me. My personal efforts are just a small part. The support from Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall is also very important. The various medical devices and precious medicinal materials that Xiao Ji used were all generously provided by Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall. These are real expenses. Dong Chao subtly hinted that Zhang Xiankong should send money. Zhang Xiankong responded very readily, Teacher Dong, rest assured, our Sanqing University will not let you and Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall bear the costs in vain. As long as that child gets better, money is no concern for us. Zhang Xiankong fully demonstrated the old-school Taoist attitude of treating money like dirt. Dong Chao took advantage of the situation and set up a monument for himself, Principal Zhang. Asking for money is so vulgar. I treat Xiao Ji to cultivate talent for the country, to selflessly contribute to education. Besides, can my contributions be measured in money? But if you insist on giving me money, then I can only go with the flow. You can note down my card number. When Tianchen stood beside Zhang Xiankong, secretly biting his tongue, he thought to himself that Brother Chao really was taking advantage of the situation. Not only did he take away their Taoist prodigy, but he also tricked the principal into paying for treatment, and then he still had to make the principal owe him a favor? Brother Chao's move was quite clever. Zhang Xiankong waved his hand and transferred 5,000 secret realm coins to Dong Chao. Teacher Dong, although Xiao Ji has improved, let's not let him participate in this Rust City secret realm. He should focus on resting for now. Dong Chao nodded, I was thinking the same. Besides, Xiao Ji is busy working, he can't spare the time. Zhang Xiankong was taken aback by this. Hey, Principal Zhang, the signal here is bad, I have to hang up. Without giving Zhang Xiankong a chance to ask, Dong Chao hastily ended the call. Looking at the screen that had turned from bright to black, Zhang Xiankong was left with a head full of questions. He looked uncertainly at Wen Tianchen. Did teacher Dong just say, working or practicing? Wen Tianchen had indeed heard Dong Chao's words clearly, but he didn't dare to respond to the principal. At this moment, the only thing Wen Tianchen could do was to show an awkward yet polite smile under the principal's gaze. After hanging up the phone, Dong Chao snapped his fingers at Ji Tianfu. You did well just now. You can come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures, one black and one white, emerged from behind Ji Tianfu, which were indeed Ji Tianfu's yin and yang avatars, Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Seeing his two fathers reappear, Ji Tianfu felt a bit strained. These days, Ji Tianfu had a feeling that he seemed to be better, but not completely well. Teacher Dong had indeed saved him from peril, preventing him from being devoured by his yin and yang avatars, but it seemed he had fallen into another tragedy. The good news was that Xiao He and Xiao Bai no longer fought for control over his body, and the internal hierarchy of monarch, minister, assistant, and servant was restored. The bad news was that these two fathers had become slave masters, treating Ji Tianfu's true self like cattle and horses. At this moment, Xiao He and Xiao Bai each held a manual. Xiao He's manual was titled Cattle and Horse Maintenance Techniques on Sustainable Overfishing. Xiao Bai's manual was titled Overview of Agricultural Machinery Maintenance, Cattle and Horses Caramel, equivalent to a tractor. The call is over, go back to work. Help at Lu wash vegetables in the cafeteria, then go to the supermarket to stock shelves, and finally clean the bathhouse. Remember to bring back some late-night snacks. Xiao He and Xiao Bai ordered Ji Tianfu. But I'm a martial arts student, my main job is to cultivate. Ji Tianfu pretended to struggle as he recited the lines teacher Dong had taught him. Hearing this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai exchanged glances. They thought to themselves that indeed, everything was as Senior Dong Chao had anticipated. Cattle and horses were indeed lazy and would find all sorts of excuses to refuse work. Xiao He, with a dark face, reprimanded, don't even think about cultivation. You sit in the dormitory with your legs crossed and your eyes closed, thinking you can slack off? Dream on. Xiao Bai chimed in, exactly. Cultivation? You think you deserve it? The only thing you need to do is work and earn money for us to enjoy. You need to get your priorities straight. Cultivation is something we must handle. As they spoke, Xiao He and Xiao Bai sat cross-legged on the bed. From now on, leave the cultivation to us. Just focus on earning money, don't think too much. Seeing Xiao He and Xiao Bai starting to circulate their qi and blood, Ji Tianfu hid a smile at the corner of his mouth, feigning a tragic expression as he turned around and left the dormitory. Watching him leave, Xiao He and Xiao Bai continued to chatter. Cultivation? Are you really cut out for it? Humph. Let's pile up our cultivation levels so high that this ox and horse can no longer find excuses to slack off. Smart. Let's see what else he has to say. Excited, Xiao He and Xiao Bai clapped their hands together, eagerly entering a meditative state. Two fools. Outside the door, Ji Tianfu whistled and muttered a light curse. At this moment, Ji Tianfu also had a secret technique gifted to him by Dong Chao. On PUA and anti-PUA. Ji Tianfu thought to himself, Teacher Dong is truly impressive. Working part-time at school is indeed a bit tough, but compared to the hardships of martial arts cultivation, it's countless times easier. Under Dong Chao's design, both Ji Tianfu's main body and his avatars, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, felt they had gained a tremendous advantage. Ji Tianfu's recognition level +5. You three have a bright future ahead. Watching the three fulfill their roles, Dong Chao, as the mastermind behind it all, felt immensely gratified. While Xiao He and Xiao Bai treated Ji Tianfu as an ox and horse, weren't they also Ji Tianfu's cultivation ox and horse? A day later, at the sports field of Mo Wu University, the first-year students of the Martial Arts Academy, carrying their respective bags, were all set to go. Except for the exchange student Ji Tianfu, all 92 students of the Martial Arts Academy, along with the borrowed Mo Xiang from the Puppet Academy, were participating in this trial of the Rust City Secret Realm. The students had been eagerly anticipating this so-called most perfect paradise secret realm for many days. At this moment, everyone was chattering away, completely unaware of the potential dangers lurking behind the Rust City Secret Realm. Dong Chao also put on a relaxed demeanor, casually checking the bags of Dao Shi and others. You've brought everything, right? Self-heating hot pot, puffed snacks, beer and drinks, portable barbecue grill, phone charger. All these are essential. In a secret realm trial, the most important thing is to eat and drink. Once we enter the secret realm, we'll have some barbecue and a self-heating hot pot. That'll be great. We're all about the picnic atmosphere. I've heard that the scenery in the Rust City Secret Realm is quite unique. Dao Shi and the others felt a bit helpless. Did you really think this was a field trip? Dong Chao rummaged through Dao Shi and Mo Xiang's bags and found several large woven bags. These bags were woven by Mo Xiang using the silk of the exotic beast, the bull silkworm. Their strength was dozens of times greater than that of ordinary woven bags. Upon seeing these bags, Dong Chao was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized their purpose. His precious students were planning to scrape the ground in the secret realm. If there's a chance, I need to get them some space storage equipment. Relying solely on a few woven bags will still limit their performance, Dong Chao thought to himself. At the very front of the group, Lu Yuan held a thermos, sipping tea casually, full of spirit. Lu Yuan had been in quite a good mood lately. The president of Sanqing University, Zhang Xuanxiong, had recently sought him out. Zhang Xuanxiong pleaded, saying he wanted to arrange for a Dao cultivation student to come to their martial arts academy as an exchange student. The purpose was to experience the learning atmosphere of the martial arts academy and absorb advanced experiences. Zhang Xuanxiong even humbly suggested that the student could just go to the worst class in the martial arts academy. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised and somewhat pleased by Zhang Xuanxiong's request. His efforts had indeed been recognized by his peers in the education sector. The best martial arts university in the country wanted to come here to learn. What could Lu Yuan do? He could only arrange for that student to be placed in martial arts class 4 as Zhang Xuanxiong requested. The president of the strongest martial arts university in the country was asking him to arrange an exchange student, and Lu Yuan felt quite important. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. At this moment, the cup he was using to drink water was a gift he had received a couple of days ago. This was given to Lu Yuan by the graduates of the class of 2233 when they returned to visit their teachers. The cup is engraved with messages from the students, to the beloved dean. Only after leaving the umbrella you provided did we realize that it wasn't raining outside at all. Presented by all the graduates. Lu Yuan had to admit that these graduates were quite poetic, and their message was beautifully written. While drinking tea, Lu Yuan deliberately turned the side with the inscription outward, just to show off a bit. Seeing that most of the classmates had arrived, Lu Yuan cleared his throat and said, "In a moment, we will go through the portal to the platform's secret realm. Everyone will rest for a day in the platform's secret realm. Tomorrow, we will meet up with people from several other schools and head to the Rust City's secret realm together." Upon hearing that they would first go to the platform's secret realm, the classmates began to chatter excitedly. The platform's secret realm is a permanent functional secret realm. It serves as a transfer station connecting the real world with most secret realms, allowing access to 80% of known secret realms. Due to its unique functionality, the platform's secret realm has also been developed into a massive supply station, with legitimate chain secret realm shops and black markets lining up where one can make final supplies before entering a secret realm. Looking at the incredibly excited classmates, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Yuan's face. Because our school has not performed well in recent years, our secret realm exploration level is only level 3, and we do not qualify for direct access to the platform's secret realm. So in a moment, we will hitch a ride on the portal of Tuo State Martial Arts University and enter the platform's secret realm together with the Tuo State University trial team. You may not know this yet, but Tuo State Martial Arts University will also join us in the Rust City secret realm trial. What? Are you kidding me? How did those guys with crocodile heads come too? Upon hearing this, the students below erupted in an uproar. Many students fell into a state of shock upon learning that Tuo Martial University would also participate in the trial. In Huaxia, it is well known that Mo Martial University and Tuo Martial University are arch rivals. The literary and martial disputes between the two schools have lasted for several years. Mo Martial University has basically been on the receiving end of the beatings. In the last 3 editions of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Conference, Mo Martial University was eliminated by Tuo Martial University. The eliminations were quite easy. All along, Tuo Martial University has been striving for one goal, to replace Mo Martial University and become one of the new 5 prestigious schools in Huaxia. They indeed have the strength and confidence to do so. In recent years, whether in the performance of the Martial Arts Conference or the results of the Secret Realm trials, they have completely outperformed Mo Martial University. In terms of resource investment and connections, the two are not even on the same level. Even in the area where Mo Martial University could boast its heritage, Tuo Martial University could still hold its own. The founder of Tuo Martial University is the Mo family of Tuo State. The name of the Mo family is known far and wide. They have a glorious military record and profound family knowledge, being a prestigious family that has lasted for hundreds of years. More importantly, the Mo family is known as the Dragon Clan. For hundreds of years, they have been the most loyal vassals of the Shenyuan family. If the Shenyuan family is likened to the invincible warrior Guan Yu, the Mo family is the red hair under Guan Yu. The reputation of the Mo family of Tuo State is thus evident. To respond to the military academy reform initiated by the Huaxia military headquarters, the Mo family established Tua Martial University over a decade ago. With a lavish investment of money, Tua Martial University quickly became one of the top prestigious schools in Huaxia. However, this was still far from enough for the Mo family. What they wanted was to replace Mo Martial University and seize the title of the 5 prestigious schools. The faculty and students of Mo Martial University felt extremely displeased with the relentless pressure from Tua Martial University, yet they were helpless. At this moment, the students of the Martial Arts Academy were in a state of disarray when a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a giant skeletal bird circling down. On the bird's back, several figures could be faintly seen. The skeletal bird quickly approached and landed steadily on the playground of Mo Wu University. A cold-looking middle-aged female teacher, accompanied by 6 students, jumped off the bird. Each of them wore clothing adorned with the crocodile head emblem symbolizing Toad Wu University, marking them as the trial team from Toad Wu University. For this trial in the Rust City Secret Realm, Mo Wu University had dispatched 92 students and 4 leading teachers, occupying a total of 96 spots. Sanqing University had taken up 97 spots, leaving the remaining 7 spots allocated to Toad Wu University. As the trial team from Toad Wu University appeared, the previously lively playground instantly fell silent. The atmosphere between the two sides became extremely oppressive. The leading teacher from Toad Wu, Zhongli, couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. She waved her hand, and the skeletal bird transformed into a bird specimen, perching on her shoulder. Then, she twisted her spatial ring, releasing a portal. Everyone, please. Without waiting for any response from the Martial Arts Academy, Zhongli led her 6 students into the portal. Throughout the entire encounter, they had no communication with the Martial Arts Academy. Seeing this situation, the students of the Martial Arts Academy were indignant. Isn't it just using your portal? What's with the attitude? Yeah, even a Wuling Hongguang can't fix your arrogance. Although many were dissatisfied, they only dared to vent their frustrations behind their backs. After all, the 100 or so people from the Martial Arts Academy still had to rely on Toad Wu's advanced portal to reach the platform's secret realm. Alright, no need to get worked up. Lu Yuan briefly maintained order and led the students into the portal. Zhang Fan from the Puppet Academy followed at the end of the line. On the other side of the portal was a vast and magnificent building hall. The hall was extraordinarily large, stretching endlessly as if it could contain both heaven and earth. Such a grand structure was clearly beyond human capability to construct. Inside the hall, rows of portals were arranged, some glowing brightly while others were dim. This was the platform's secret realm, a transfer station between the real world and various secret realms. The rows of teleportation arrays formed the central axis of the platform's secret realm. On either side of the central axis were wide pedestrian streets, lined with shops, hotels, restaurants, bars, and all sorts of consumer venues. Here, it was like a secret realm city. Warriors of various nationalities and skin colors moved back and forth on the pedestrian street, and many patrols in military uniforms could also be seen. This unprecedented and peculiar sight left the students wide-eyed. Lu Yuan, familiar with the place, introduced, "This is the platform pedestrian street. You can buy all kinds of precious materials, weapons, equipment, and rare exotic beast pets here. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the platform's secret realm, and there are military patrols from multiple countries ensuring safety. Feel free to wander around and broaden your horizons. If you get tired, you can stay at the hotel designated by the Martial Arts Education Department. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the Rust City Secret Realm. Now, on my command, disperse." With Lu Yuan's command, the students immediately scattered. For the vast majority of novice warriors, the precious materials in the shops were beyond their means. However, it was still good to have a look and broaden their knowledge. The students of the Martial Arts Academy could only admire the dazzling array of goods in the shops, but some were genuinely there to make purchases. At this moment, Zhang Fan from the Puppet Academy was carrying a large sum of money. Zhang Fan was there to help the students from the puppet system with their shopping. The huge reward that Dong Chao distributed to the new students of the puppet department was all gathered here with Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan transformed into the most dazzling figure on the entire street, boldly shopping in various stores. In regular chain stores, he used martial arts contribution points, and at personal stalls, he used secret realm coins. Whether it was impact steel, liquid steel, secret realm meteorite iron, or materials from various low-level exotic beasts, he accepted them all. A group of students from the Martial Arts Academy surrounded Zhang Fan. Recently, during the intense training sessions, the new students from the Martial Arts Academy and the Puppet Academy had often interacted, and both sides had become familiar with each other. At this moment, the students from the martial arts academy were acting as free followers for Zhang Fan, just to get a glimpse and a chance to handle the goods. Every time Zhang Fan bought something, someone would help him carry it, while also flattering him. Brother Fan is awesome, Brother Fan is generous. Amidst the flattery, the students from the martial arts academy felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't the puppet academy always known for being poor? How did they suddenly become so extravagant, spending thousands of secret realm coins and hundreds of martial arts contribution points without batting an eye? If only their academy could be this generous. You little monkey, so noisy. Zhang Fan was completely immersed in the joy of shopping, feeling quite pleased with himself. Thanks to Brother Xiang and Teacher Dong providing them with such a lucrative opportunity, the new students of the Puppet Academy had all perked up, each one more generous than the senior students. Once this batch of materials was in place, their puppets would undergo a major upgrade. For these new students, using impact steel, liquid steel, and exotic beast materials to make puppets was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine just half a month ago. Many of the teachers at the Puppet Academy had such configurations. The students from the Martial Arts Academy were envious and flattering of Zhang Fan's shopping spree. But there were also some who were green with envy and jealousy. Humph, just wearing new shoes and lifting your feet high, what's there to be proud of? Poor is still poor. A sour voice floated out from the crowd. What did you say? Hearing this discordant voice, Zhang Fan, who was in high spirits, immediately became displeased. Many students from the Martial Arts Academy turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw 3 students from Toad Martial University looking at them with disdain. As soon as they recognized the Toad Martial University students, the anger of the Martial Arts Academy students instantly surged. What did you say? Who are you calling poor? The students from the Martial Arts Academy surrounded the trio from Toad Martial University. Faced with the aggressive crowd, the 3 remained unfazed. The leader casually said, "Did I say something wrong? Impact steel, strength level D, garbage. Liquid steel, strength level D+, slightly fresher garbage. As for those low-level exotic beast corpses, they are the garbage of garbage, we wouldn't even take them for free. I've long heard that the puppeteers from MOWU University are a bunch of garbage pickers, and seeing it today, it's indeed true. You. Zhang Fan's face turned pale, so angry that he couldn't speak. Zhang Fan was furious not only because of the sharp words but also because they were right. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. Zhang Fan's extravagant spending was indeed exhilarating, but the quantity of items he purchased was high, and the quality was low. After all, the huge sum of money he had was the savings of all the new students in the puppet department. Each person had 100 secret realm coins plus 2 martial arts contribution points, which really couldn't buy anything too high-end. As Zhang Fan's momentum slightly weakened, the trio pressed on, their smiles growing more contemptuous. You don't admit you're poor, then let us show you some good stuff. Saying this, the trio from Toad Martial University took off their tops, revealing their fitted combat suits. Looking at the combat suits adorned with dark golden patterns, Zhang Fan gasped, his face turning even paler. Not only Zhang Fan, but even the merchants behind him were taken aback. The trio from Toad University sneered, you should know your goods, right? What we're wearing is the B-class standard equipment from the Tai Sui Armory, the Golden Thorn battle armor. The junk you bought can't even exchange for a single piece of our armor, and you still say you're not poor. Through Zhang Fan's gradually wilted expression, the students from the Martial Arts Academy realized that what the trio from Toad University said was the truth. Even so, the crowd couldn't just let these 3 guys mock them so openly. Damn it, is being rich that impressive? Do you think being rich means you won't feel pain when you get hit? The crowd rolled up their sleeves, looking fierce. But in reality, they didn't dare to fight. Facing the crowd's posturing, the trio remained unfazed. Don't forget, this is the station's secret realm. Fighting is strictly prohibited here. If we were in the Rust City secret realm, we wouldn't mind beating you until you're looking for your teeth. With the balloon of bravado popped, the students from the Martial Arts Academy instantly deflated, unable to maintain their fierce demeanor. All they could do was curse in frustration. What's there to be arrogant about? Just a few stinky coins. The trio from Toad University swaggered like victorious generals. Do you know who we are? Mo Fong, Mo Tua, Mo Lu, the 3 young masters of the Mo family. We come from a prestigious background, our family is large and powerful, and we are from the Dragon Clan, so why shouldn't we be arrogant? Hearing that these 3 were from the Mo family, the already deflated crowd felt even more like wilted eggplants. There was no way around it, they really couldn't afford to mess with the Mo family. The Mo family, after all, was a vassal of the Shenyuan family. It was said that as a protective clan of Huaxia, many inconvenient matters were handled by the Mo family on behalf of the Shenyuan family. The Mo family had a legitimate connection to the heavenly mandate, and their status was incredibly noble. When Zhang Fan saw the golden thorn battle armor, he realized that these guys in front of him were not ordinary. Now that he heard they were descendants of the Mo family, he quickly advised his classmates from the martial arts academy, "Forget it, let's go, don't stoop to their level." Under his persuasion, the other students reluctantly dispersed, grumbling as they left. "A bunch of poor fools. Don't let me run into you in the Rust City secret realm," Mo Fong and the others said arrogantly. Having firmly put the students of Mo Wu University in their place, the trio felt immensely pleased. Mo Wu University looked down on them, but Toad University certainly didn't think much of Mo Wu University either. In the eyes of the Mo family's descendants, Mo Wu University was like a dying person still trying to hold on, merely occupying a latrine without doing anything. To properly run Toad University, the Mo family had spent a fortune and used countless connections. So many outstanding talents from the Mo family had been assigned to teaching positions, and the entire clan had invested so much effort. In terms of both results and contributions, Toad University had completely surrounded Mo Wu University. Yet, the declining Mo Wu University still occupied a position among the 5 prestigious schools. At least in terms of reputation, it always overshadowed Toad University. Just take this trial in the Rust City secret realm as an example. Toad University had worked so hard to secure only 7 trial spots. And what about the Mo University, which was merely occupying a latrine? A full 96 spots. Is there no justice in this world? In the eyes of Mo University students, Toad University was being too aggressive, coming on strong. But in the eyes of the Mo family's descendants, it was clearly Mo Wu University bullying them. Why should Mo Wu University, based solely on past glory, overshadow Toad University in reputation? Why should good things always go to Mo University first? And when it comes to glory, could they even compare to the Mo family from the Dragon Clan? Watching the students of Mo University scatter like lost dogs, Mo Fong and the others straightened their backs, feeling they had avenged their school. Just then, 3 figures silently appeared before them. One looked honest and simple, another had a cheeky grin, and the last was tall and sturdy like an iron tower. "Hey, classmates, your golden thorn battle armor looks really cool. Can we take a closer look?" Dao Shi said amiably to the 3 young masters of the Mo family. Having just put on a show, the 3 young masters were in high spirits. In response to Dao Shi's sincere request, they waved their hands grandly. Look, let us broaden your horizons." Mo Fong, Mo Tua, and Mo Lu all wore proud expressions. Dao Shi, He Xiong Zai, and Mo Shi all bent down, carefully observing the battle armor on the 3 young masters, their eyes revealing a greedy glint. As a forging expert, Mo Shi admired the craftsmanship of the armor while explaining to Dao Shi and He Xiong Zai, the Golden Thorn battle armor is a premium combat suit produced by the Taisui Armory. The armor is made from high-purity candlemark alloy, hand-forged cold. Candlemark alloy is a precious metal extracted from the abyssal secret realm, with a strength rating of B+. This alloy has a certain self-repairing function, making it excellent for forging knives, swords, or coating puppets. Listening to Mo Shi, Dao Shi, and He Xiong Zai swallowed hard. The 3 young masters of the Mo family thought they had encountered experts, and they proudly boasted, "Didn't expect you guys, looking so poor, to actually know a thing or two." To tell you the truth, these sets of armor are special editions supplied internally by the Shenyuan family. The materials are particularly exquisite. Only because our Mo family has an extraordinary relationship with the Shenyuan family can we get such good stuff. Mo Tua squinted his triangular eyes and condescendingly asked Dao Shi, "Do you know what the Shenyuan family's internal special edition means?" Dao Shi shook his head calmly, "No, I don't. I figured you wouldn't know. The matters of the Shenyuan family, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Anyway, our armor is really impressive." Mo Tua puffed out his chest proudly, feeling he had shown off greatly. Dao Shi was not angry at all. He gazed affectionately at the 3 young masters' golden thorn battle armor, his eyes sparkling. The bustling pedestrian street was too crowded to make a move, so he could only wait until they entered the Rust City secret realm. Such a treasure, you must take good care of it. If it gets scratched or bumped, it would be truly heartbreaking. Dao Shi kindly reminded them. "Do we need you to tell us that? We treasure it." The 3 young masters of the Mo family replied haughtily. The 3 thought to themselves that although these guys seemed a bit strange, they were not bad people. They faced ridicule without getting flustered or angry, and even kindly reminded them to pay attention to their personal belongings. This level of quality and cultivation was much better than those guys from earlier. How could there be such a big difference among students of Mo University? The 3 young masters of the Mo family couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous tavern on the pedestrian street, a middle-aged man in a priest's shirt pushed open the salon door of the tavern and hurried inside. As he walked, the man touched the iron cross on his chest, which bore bullet marks, and a soundproof barrier quietly unfolded, completely enveloping the tavern. In a corner of the tavern, two men, one fat and one thin, were waiting for him. Minister Anthony, Congressman Camp, the students from Huaxia have arrived, the middle-aged priest reported. Upon hearing the report, the fat man, Anthony, responded with a faint "oh." Anthony held a pipe in his mouth, occasionally exhaling purple smoke, which made the already shabby tavern even more suffocating. Beside him, the thin man, Camp, was playing with a deck of tarot cards. Camp's skeletal face changed expressions, either sad or joyful, as he looked at the tarot cards, appearing both comical and grotesque. The three men in the tavern were all renowned high-level martial artists from the North American Federation. Priest of the Holy Light, Roy, Smoke Man, Anthony, and Diviner, Camp. Among the three, Roy's status was clearly the lowest. He spoke somewhat hesitantly. As we previously received intel, the trial team sent by Huaxia this time is mainly composed of Sanqing University and Mowi University, along with a few elites from Toad Martial University. The overall quality of the team is average. Anthony leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. This is good news for us. The 169 sacrificial slots depend entirely on them. I will have the Blue Brotherhood prepare. But, a hint of hesitation flashed across Roy's face as he turned to Camp beside him. Councilman Camp, do you really support Dean Anthony's approach? Killing so many from Huaxia will surely sour relations. Camp wore a pretentious smile. Let me consult the tarot cards. Logically, with so many students dead, Huaxia should turn against us, right? As he spoke, he flipped over a tarot card. Upon seeing the card, Camp immediately changed his tune. However, from the card's perspective, it's unlikely that Huaxia will turn against us. Roy sighed inwardly. What a useless response. As a board member of the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy and president of the Gunfire Prayer Society, Roy internally disagreed with Anthony and Camp's plans. However, one was the Minister of Martial Arts Education, and the other a federal councilman. Roy dared not oppose them. The pipe in Anthony's hand had gone out at some point, yet he continued to puff out smoke rings. Mr. Roy, you must have heard the saying that all gifts in this world have their prices marked in secret. As the most perfect paradise secret realm, the Rust City secret realm certainly has its price, and it's a high one. Previously, we were the ones footing the entry fee. Now, it's Huaxia's turn. As the Minister of Martial Arts Education for the North American Federation, Anthony had learned a secret through special channels. The Rust City secret realm was, in fact, a growing secret realm. Its resource level could grow, and the cost was to use martial artists as sacrifices. For the past 2 years, the North American Federation had secretly made sacrifices. In the first year, they sacrificed 1 person. In the second year, they sacrificed 13. This year, the number of sacrifices needed was multiplied by 13, totaling 169 people. After completing this year's sacrifices, the resource level of the Rust City secret realm would rise 2 levels, reaching level 6. This so-called most perfect paradise secret realm would leap to become the most perfect abyss secret realm. With just a small price of human lives, they could create the most perfect abyss secret realm for the North American Federation. This mission was one Anthony could not refuse. After all, the lives sacrificed this year were not those of the North American Federation. Anthony had deliberately arranged for the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy to lose to Huaxia's Sanqing University in the arena competition this year, just to allow Huaxia to gain more trial slots to fill that 169 sacrificial number. So far, everything was proceeding according to Anthony's plan. In fact, it was going even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Anthony had thought that Huaxia would evenly distribute those 200 slots among their 4 prestigious schools. If that were the case, the selected trial team would all be elites, which would indeed be a bit tricky. Unexpectedly, Huaxia allowed the mediocre Mobi University to occupy half of the trial slots for nothing. This was simply cooperating with Anthony's sacrificial plan. In Anthony's eyes, the nearly 100 students from Mowi University were like 100 lambs waiting to be slaughtered. To ensure the sacrificial plan went off without a hitch, Anthony even secretly informed the Blue Brotherhood that, in a critical moment, they could use the students from the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy to fill the numbers. For the sake of the lighthouse's longevity, the Federation needed the loyalty and dedication of the children. Mr. Roy, after you finish this drink, go and let the children rest early, because the next few days are bound to be sleepless. Anthony leaned forward and personally poured a glass of tequila for Roy. However, Roy did not reach out to take it. Mr. Anthony, have you really not considered the consequences of your actions? Roy had served as a chaplain in the military and had dealt with the troops of Huaxia. He knew those guys were not to be trifled with. Anthony affectionately brought the glass to Roy's lips. Don't worry, my benevolent pastor. The military of Huaxia is currently embroiled in internal strife. I can even let you in on a little secret. It won't be long before the headquarters and branches of Huaxia are at each other's throats. He. Roy knew that Minister Anthony had special channels for information, and his intel was always quite accurate. Seeing him so confident, Roy decided not to say anything more and tilted his head back to down the strong liquor, swallowing his doubts and worries for the time being. Minister, I'll go get the children ready. Roy took a few steps outside, then turned back. By the way, quite a few high-level martial artists have come from Huaxia, led by the extraordinary martial artist Wen Tianchen, Qin from Mobile University, and the bone collector, Zhang Li. Anthony chuckled lightly, smoke wafting from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. The key to entering the Rust City's secret realm is in our hands. If they want to get in, they have to obediently listen to us. Roy said nothing more and walked out of the tavern. Behind him, the swinging saloon doors of the tavern mirrored his current mood. Unhappy, but left to be manipulated. The next morning, the students of the Martial Arts Academy gathered again on the pedestrian street, and they finally saw the long-awaited Sanqing University. Sun Jingfeng once again became the brightest star in the crowd, and the Dao practitioners from Sanqing warmly greeted this lifesaver, surrounding this super genius tightly. The Wang brothers, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, ignored Sun's incompetence, flexing their biceps and pounding their chests in a display of friendly boasting. After all, they had won the trial quota this time. After being educated by Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, the two brothers had worked hard, and both had reached the second level of the sixth stage. Just like the current Mo Xiang. What they didn't know was that during this time, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai had also made progress. Dao Shi's cultivation had reached the seventh level of the sixth stage, and He Xiangzai was also on the verge of breaking into the sixth level's sixth stage. In terms of cultivation progress, the gap between the Wang brothers and the two prodigies had not narrowed at all. And in terms of combat power, the gap might have even widened. The trial team from Moe University stood at the back of the line, watching the friendly interactions between the students of the two schools, feeling quite uncomfortable. When did their defeated Moe University get to cling to the thigh of Sanqing University? The two sides seemed quite close. Unable to improve their academic performance, they resorted to playing social butterflies, Just as the three parties were each harboring their thoughts, another team, lined up neatly, approached. The newcomers wore identical priest shirts and carried large Western-style swords on their backs. They all had matching tactical belts at their waists, with shiny revolvers boldly exposed to the air. These guys were the elite of the North American Federation, the gunfire apprentice priests from the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy. Anthony, Camp, and Roy followed at the back of the line, each with different expressions as they approached. Anthony, with his round and plump figure, was smooth and polite. Friends from Huaxia, are we all here? Let's begin this trial in the Rust City secret realm. As he spoke, he took out the key from his pocket, ready to open the corresponding portal. At that moment, a voice came from the side, Minister Anthony, wait. Anthony turned his head and saw that the speaker was a guy who was not much thinner than him. Suddenly, bursting in from the side was the Minister of the Martial Arts Education Department of Huaxia, General of the Huaxia Headquarters, Wu Zhiqi, Sun Miao. Behind Sun Miao stood the Director of the High Office, Yang Wei, a ninth-level Grandmaster, along with a group of Huaxia soldiers in combat uniforms. Sun Miao exchanged a glance with Dong Chao and the crowd and cheerfully approached Anthony. Minister Anthony, don't be in such a hurry. You know, not long ago, our students encountered an attack by assassins during the secret realm trial, which almost resulted in casualties. This time, to ensure absolute safety, I have decided to personally lead the team and enter the Rust City secret realm with the students. Sun Miao extended his hand backward, drawing attention to the military team behind him. In addition, I have also brought in the third team of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall to ensure the safety of the students. Blood and Flesh Great Wall? Upon hearing this name, both the students from Sanqing and Modu, as well as Anthony and the Gunfire Fathers, were all dumbfounded. The students wondered what kind of situation this trial was turning into, with the minister personally leading the team and the Blood and Flesh Great Wall providing escort, all just to ensure the students' safety? Many students felt a question mark arise in their hearts. Am I worthy? How worthy? This was the Blood and Flesh Great Wall, the most mysterious special forces of Huaxia. Among the 200 people participating in the Rust City secret realm trial, they were already considered the elite among their peers, yet after graduation, not a single one might be able to enter this mysterious unit. It was said that the selection criteria for this unit were not limited to cultivation level but also assessed many obscure skills. The students of Sanqing University were exclaiming that one day, they actually stood alongside this most mysterious special operations unit. Meanwhile, the students from the Martial Arts Academy, while shocked, also felt puzzled. The captain of the third team of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall looked somewhat familiar. Had they seen him somewhere? Many classmates looked at the team leader Zhang Yunhao and felt a sense of déjà vu. What made the students feel even more honored and surprised was that these mysterious soldiers seemed to be stealing glances at them. The members of the third team of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall were not sneaking glances at the students but were actually stealing glances at Dong Chao, who was mingling among the students. Their long-lost captain, the backbone of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall, Black Blade Dong Chao. Facing the attention of his team members, Dong Chao displayed superb acting skills, pretending to be just as surprised as the surrounding students. The Blood and Flesh Great Wall? Why are they here? I heard their captain is a real hunk, both handsome and fierce, a model in the military. Dong Chao transformed into a boastful vendor, bragging vigorously. Unfortunately, the students were not interested in this gossip at all and completely ignored him. The appearance of Sun Miao and the Blood and Flesh Great Wall members clearly exceeded Anthony's expectations. Anthony clenched the key in his hand, squinting his eyes, his expression shifting between dark and light. Minister Sun, what do you mean by this? Sun Miao wore a harmless smile. It's all to ensure the safety of the students. Anthony pretended to turn hostile. Sun, this joke is not funny. The Rust City Secret Realm is a single-entry secret realm. We can guard this place, and it is impossible for assassins to break in. Your so-called protection is sheer nonsense. You are making such a big fuss. Are you really here to protect the students, or is this just an excuse to bully us in the North American Federation? Huaxia and North America jointly developed the Rust City Secret Realm to allow young martial artists to gain more experience. This year, Huaxia secured 200 slots, which is already a significant advantage. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Do you want to monopolize the resources of the Rust City Secret Realm? You have an old saying in Huaxia, people are doing, and heaven is watching. One cannot be so shameless. Anthony displayed Broadway-level acting, jumping up and down in indignation. What is the most important thing in the joint trial? Fairness, fairness, and fucking fairness. The test is about the students' ability to solve crises independently. You send so many high-level warriors to accompany them, it's too much. I'm done. This year's Rust City Secret Realm trial is hereby cancelled. Anthony cursed as he tucked the key back into his pocket. He pretended to be furious, but his peripheral vision kept darting towards Sun Miao. Faced with Anthony's rage, Sun Miao appeared somewhat at a loss. Mr. Anthony, everything can be discussed. How can such an important secret realm trial just be cancelled? Hey, haha. Sun Miao wore a forced smile. From the outside, it seemed that Sun Miao was completely at the mercy of Anthony's sudden outburst. But in reality, his words and expressions were all rehearsed with Dong Chao. Every move Anthony made was within their expectations. Anthony's aggressive stance only indicated that there was a problem with this Rust City Secret Realm trial. A big problem. Thinking he was in control, Anthony continued to act, scanning the members of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall with a grim expression. After a while, he finally waved his hand at Sun Miao. Withdraw, everyone withdraw. Anthony pressed further with his demands. We need to focus on cultivating the students' independent abilities. I propose that in this secret realm trial, neither side's high-level warriors participate. Warriors above level 7 are not allowed inside. Let the students from both countries explore the secret realm fairly and independently. As he spoke, Anthony opened his mouth and blew out a smoke ring, which lingered and expanded in the air, eventually forming an archway. Those who pass through my smoke of truth will be perceived by me for their true cultivation level. Only those who meet the criteria can enter the Rust City Secret Realm. Otherwise, this year's Secret Realm trial will be cancelled. Sun Miao looked troubled. This is too extreme. Without teachers leading, relying solely on the students, the situation could spiral out of control. Anthony maintained a stern face and did not respond. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Miao finally nodded. Alright, let's do as Minister Anthony says. All teachers above level 7 will stay here. As he spoke, Sun Miao turned around and called over Lu Yuan. Dean Lu, I remember you have a teacher with a lower cultivation level, right? Let him lead this trial, he will be responsible for maintaining order. Lu Yuan ran into the crowd and brought Dong Chao over. Did you hear the minister's words? You will lead this trial team. You must maintain order and avoid any accidents. Dong Chao pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? His somewhat clueless expression was clearly seen by Anthony. A sense of pride swelled within Anthony. He thought to himself that Huaxia people were indeed not easy to deal with. A simple amusement park trial had brought so many high-level warriors. They must be on alert. But so what? They were still being led by the nose by him. Anthony first pretended to turn against Sun Miao and blocked the professional soldiers he brought, then took the opportunity to keep Huaxia's leading teachers outside the secret realm. His performance was nothing short of perfect. Anthony felt that his acting and rhetoric could easily be compared to that of Mr. Jefferson over 200 years ago. When Mr. Jefferson forced the congressman to sign the Declaration of Independence, he displayed the same demeanor. Anthony stole a glance at the small group of Huaxia soldiers, thinking to himself that Huaxia people were indeed cautious. They even called in the Blood and Flesh Great Wall troops. The Blood and Flesh Great Wall is a mobile unit in Huaxia specifically designed to handle various emergencies. If they enter the Rust City's secret realm, how can they carry out their sacrificial plan? It's even hard to say which side will be sacrificed. Fortunately, I am clever enough to have a handle on these Huaxia people. What Anthony doesn't know is that he has indeed kept the members of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall outside the secret realm, but he has also personally sent their captain into the secret realm. Dong Chao called the team members over just to go through the motions. As the holder of the key to the secret realm, Anthony certainly cannot allow the high-level warriors from Huaxia to enter. Dong Chao had thought of this long ago. He called in the third squad just to apply psychological pressure on Anthony. To block the members of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall, as well as high-level warriors like Sun Miao and Yang Wei, Anthony took the opportunity to propose the requirement that high-level warriors are not allowed to enter the secret realm, unaware that Dong Chao had predicted his prediction. As long as there are no high-level warriors from the North American Federation in the secret realm, wouldn't Dong Chao and his few students be free to kill? Anthony's little schemes were, in fact, tying himself up. At Anthony's gesture, the Huaxia students walked one by one through the smoke arch and entered the portal. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yuan quietly advised Dong Chao by his side, "Once we're in the secret realm, don't be afraid of losing face. After all, our mobile university has already lost enough face over the years. It doesn't matter whether we complete the trial task or not. The most important thing is to bring the students out safely." Lu Yuan's gaze was pure and sincere. Meeting Lu Yuan's gaze, Dong Chao nodded and passed through Anthony's smoke arch. 4th stage, 5th level? This guy really isn't impressive. Feeling Dong Chao's cultivation, Anthony felt a hint of disdain. Dao Shi and the others followed Dong Chao, passing through the smoke and stepping into the portal. Anthony's eyebrows involuntarily raised. Hasn't Moe University already fallen? The students they recruited this year are quite good. These few kids all have 6th level cultivation. It seems that this last class is the elite class of Moe University. I need to tell Bob and the others to deal with these guys first to avoid any accidents, Anthony thought to himself. Watching the Huaxia students all disappear into the portal, Anthony let out a long breath. Although there was a small accident, everything was still under his control. The Rust City secret realm is about to become the grave of these Huaxia students. Anthony painstakingly sent these Huaxia students into the embrace of the gods, not only to complete the sacrifice but also to hand over a letter of allegiance to the hybrids of the Demon City. The source of Anthony's confidential information is the Demon City. The North American Federation, which holds an important position in the World Roundtable Conference, has actually been secretly interacting with the 3 major demon cities. Moreover, those hybrids in the Demon City who are trying to break away from the demon race have placed all their chips on the North American Federation. Now is the time for the North American Federation to show its sincerity. Watching the students of the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy step into the portal, Anthony turned his head and said to the Diviner Camp, "In my name, send a message for the Axe and Loyal Knights to come and stand guard." Camp nodded and was about to step back when Anthony, feeling uneasy, asked again, "Your divination results are reliable, right?" Camp confidently nodded. "My tarot cards never deceive me. The meaning of the Two of Swords is peace. This time, Huaxia can only peacefully accept this tragedy." Anthony nodded repeatedly, completely relieved. With the guidance of the tarot cards and the Axe and Loyal Knights standing guard, Huaxia could not stir up any waves. Inside the Rust City secret realm, the white light of the portal slowly faded, and Dong Chao squinted his eyes, gradually seeing the surrounding environment clearly. At this moment, he was in a magnificent steel city. The entire city was filled with a cyberpunk sense of distortion. Everything in sight was forged from steel. Steel houses, steel-plated pedestrian streets, and even the trees lining the streets were iron trees made of steel. However, all these steel objects were covered in thick rust, appearing decayed and dilapidated. A gust of wind blew through, the decaying rust made a rustling sound, and a strong metallic smell rushed into his nostrils. Dong Chao opened the hand-drawn map of the Rust City secret realm. The entire Rust City secret realm was a forgotten steel city. A unique disease known as rust pus had infected the people and objects here, causing everything to first turn to steel and then slowly rust and decay. There were no living people in the city, only steel corpses formed after being infected by rust pus. The students' trial task was to kill as many of these mindless steel corpses as possible and obtain rust essence from them. Rust essence was a special substance that had a high compatibility with elemental powers. and it matched well with the of strange beasts and some secret realm materials infused with elemental powers. It was essential for crafting weapons and armor, as well as for making some precise elemental devices. The trial task for the students from Huaxia this time was to collect 5 portions of rust essence. Those who collected 5 portions would receive a reward of 5 contribution points issued by the Martial Arts Education Department. Any extra essence could be sold to the Martial Arts Education Department at a price of 1 contribution point for every 2 portions, the more the better. The Rust City secret realm was divided into the lower city and the upper city, and the corpses wandering the streets were mostly gathered in the lower city. As for the upper city, the previous 2 trial teams from Huaxia had not set foot there, and Dong Chao lacked specific information. However, at this moment, whether it was the mysterious upper city or the steel corpses that could yield rust essence, Dong Chao had no time to consider. The most pressing issue was the gunfire priests from North America. Anthony's performance had already indicated that this joint trial was a trap set by North America. Dong Chao's style of action had always been indifferent to others' righteousness. He was unjust. Danger must be nipped in the bud. Dong Chao gathered his emotions and activated the communication function of his mechanical wristband, issuing a voice message to all Huaxia students. I am the leading teacher for this trial, Dong Chao. Here comes a serious warning. Just now, I and several students were attacked by the gunfire priests. Some classmates were injured, and I was also seriously wounded. It is still unclear why the gunfire priests launched an attack. I hope everyone protects themselves well. If you encounter the gunfire priests, strike first. If they dare to resist, kill without hesitation. Dong Chao pretended to be seriously injured, panting into the mechanical wristband. I emphasize again, this is not a game, but a life and death war. After a brief pause, Dong Chao continued, all students of Moba University, execute tactics 2 and 4. Over. Nearly 200 Huaxia students were teleported to various corners of the Rust City's secret realm. While they were still studying this peculiar steel city they found themselves in, Dong Chao's voice came through the full-frequency broadcast. The weak tone of Dong Chao, who was pretending to be seriously injured and struggling to speak, already indicated the seriousness of the situation. The students from Sancheng and Moa University, who had previously encountered attacks from the killers, immediately became alert. Upon hearing that their side had suffered casualties, the students were filled with righteous indignation. After several days of intense training, the students from Moa University understood Dong Chao's tactical arrangements even better. Tactic 2 was to keep moving and gather with teammates. Tactic 4 was to seize advantageous positions and prepare for an ambush. Since those gunfire priests have gone on a rampage, there's nothing more to say, damn it. The only ones confused by the warning coming from the mechanical wristbands are the trial team from Toad State University and those gunfire priests. Dong Chao's voice was broadcasted on all frequencies, and the gunfire priests' mechanical wristbands could receive it too. At this moment, they all stared at each other, completely bewildered. They had just entered the secret realm and hadn't even figured out the situation yet, so how did they suddenly become the culprits, and to be killed without mercy? In their shock, some of the gunfire priests turned to look at those in their team wearing blue. The gunfire priests instinctively thought this must be the work of the Blue Brotherhood. Listening to the broadcast in their mechanical wristbands, the members of the Blue Brotherhood were also a bit dazed. The leader of the Brotherhood, Bob, shouted angrily, "Sour radish bitch. Which idiot didn't follow orders and acted on their own? Fuck. Bob suspected foul play. He instinctively thought that some reckless lone wolf had launched an attack. It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. Responses came from the mechanical wristbands. Bob's eyes widened in anger. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I will make sure to reward them well in the confessional. Hearing this, the members of the Brotherhood fell silent. Before they set out, Minister Anthony had specifically emphasized that this sacrificial mission must be executed beautifully, ideally, leaving no survivors. Bob and the others' previous plan was to stealthily ambush while the Chinese students were collecting the essence of rust. But now, due to some reckless action, their plan was completely disrupted. After venting his anger at his companions, Bob, in a fit of rage, issued a new command: implement Plan B, change the ambush to an extermination battle. Attention, all Chinese must die. Absolutely no survivors. Yes. The Brotherhood members responded in unison. Bob continued to issue commands through the wristband. Now the plan has changed, all apprentice gunfire priests must act with us. Many gunfire priests immediately expressed their opposition. We can't do that. Wasn't it agreed that as long as you brought us in, our mission would be complete? We weren't told to kill anyone. Bob sneered coldly. Now, you have 2 choices. Either help us kill the Chinese, or be buried here with them. Become one of the unfortunate 169. You only have one chance to choose, so think carefully. Upon hearing Bob's threat, the opposing voices instantly quieted, and no one dared to speak up again. The gunfire priests knew that the deranged Blue Brotherhood could do anything. The Blue Brotherhood is a secret organization established by the North American Ministry of Education. This organization is embedded in various martial arts universities across North America, recruiting upperclassmen for many unspeakable secret operations. This time, 50 members of the Blue Brotherhood disguised themselves as apprentice gunfire priests and infiltrated the secret realm. The gunfire priests were actually well aware of the Blue Brotherhood's intentions, but knowing is one thing, and being complicit in the slaughter is another. Just the thought of killing one living being after another made the gunfire priests, who had never shed blood, feel immense psychological pressure. However, they did not dare to go against Bob's wishes. For a moment, emotions of fear, doubt, dread, and resentment spread among the students of the North American Federation. Meanwhile, on the communication channel of the Chinese trial team, there was active and effective communication. Block 42 has undergone a thorough search, and no traces of the gunfire priests have been found. Nearby students who are alone can come towards us. Near Iron Maple Park, a thorough search has been completed, and 5 solitary Taoist students have been found. Students from Sanqing nearby can meet us. We are on the first floor of the Imperial apartment, waiting for 20 minutes. Following Dong Chao's command, the students of Manhwa University executed tactic number 2, gathering their team as much as possible. At this moment, they appeared both calm and united against a common enemy. In their hearts, they were completely different from the gunfire priests who had become butchers. The students felt that the gunfire priests had ambushed and harmed their classmates, severely injuring their teachers. Eliminating those scoundrels was only right. Regarding the impending clash, the students of Manhwa University felt no moral pressure whatsoever. All that remained was the fury of revenge. And this was precisely the purpose of Dong Chao pretending to be injured. His all-channel communication was meant to influence the emotions of both sides. Both sides were young and inexperienced, having never truly been on the battlefield. They were easily swayed by emotions. Dong Chao's maneuver added a layer of buff to both sides, one positive and the other negative. Under the influence of this double buff, the states of both sides quietly shifted from offense to defense. The professional and efficient performance of the Manhwa students greatly shocked the Sanqing Taoists. The Sanqing Taoists finally understood what it meant to be separated for 3 days and to see each other in a new light. As for the strength of the Manhwa warriors, that could be set aside for now. Their composure and efficiency in the face of crisis were truly admirable. The Manhwa students now gave off a sense of reliability and professionalism. This was a stark contrast to the scene from over a month ago when both sides sparred in the arena. Many Sanqing Taoists wanted to approach the Manhwa students but felt a bit reserved. After all, they were the top-ranked Sanqing University in Huaxia. They were supposed to be the protagonists of this secret realm trial. Now, to meekly follow the arrangements of the Manhwa students and meet up with them felt quite embarrassing. Just as the Sanqing Taoists were feeling reserved, a familiar voice came through the communication channel. I am Sun Jingfeng. All Sanqing Taoists, gather around us. Don't waste time. I will emphasize again, I am Sun Jingfeng. Follow my arrangements. Hearing the voice of their savior, many Sanqing Taoists immediately set aside their reservations. Brother Sun Jingfeng. I am Gan Xiang. I will bring people to meet you right away. We from the Big Dipper have also gathered a group of students. We are heading to the Imperial apartment now. Brother Sun Jingfeng, wait for us. To the Taoists, with a noble status, profound cultivation, and a humble demeanor, Brother Sun Jingfeng had spoken. So what was there to be reserved about? Obeying and not causing trouble for Brother Sun Jingfeng was the right path. Taoist Gan Xiang also remembered the trial team from Toadwu University and kindly advised on the public channel. Students from Toadwu University, hurry and meet up with us. Obey Brother Sun Jingfeng. My brother has already spoken. Don't consider any school grudges. Don't cause trouble for my brother. Listening to Gan Xiang's words, the Imo family's 3 young masters were puzzled. Who is Sun Jingfeng? Is he strong? Why is everyone treating him like a big brother? The 3 young masters were confused, but at this moment, they were truly facing a crisis. Taking advantage of Gan Xiang's words, the 3 timidly sought help on the communication channel. We have encountered a small squad of gunfire priests. We are hiding from them in the streets. We request support. Just as they were speaking, several gunshots rang out on the channel. Then came the frantic cries of the Imo family's 3 young masters. It's over. We might have been discovered. Ah, I've been shot. Help me, help me. The 3 young masters wailed, having long lost the pride and arrogance they had displayed the day before. As the direct descendants of the Imo family, the 3 had been raised in privilege since childhood. This time, the secret realm trial was led by the renowned bone collector, Zhang Li, sent by Manhwa University, and everyone treated this trial as a vacation. Unexpectedly, the backbone of the team, Teacher Zhangli, was unable to join them. And then, a sudden change occurred in the secret realm, leaving the three completely bewildered. At that moment, when the gunfire rang out, they were even more terrified. They have guns! They have guns! Help us! Help us! The three cried out, pleading for help from their classmates at Mo Wu University. Upon hearing that the Mo family's three young masters were in danger, the students of Mo University did not hesitate. I'll go. I'm nearby. I'll go. Although the students were quite displeased with the arrogant Mo family young masters, they knew that in such a situation, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Dong Chao quietly moved through the steel jungle while listening to the volunteers responding on the communication channel, feeling a bit comforted. These kids might be lacking in strength, but they all possessed the spirit of Mo family warriors. That spirit was the most precious thing. Everyone, quiet down. This is something I need to handle. You continue with tactic number 2, and I'll go rescue them. The one speaking was the confident Sun Jingfeng. During the past half-month of practical training, Sun Jingfeng had not been able to showcase any exceptional skills, which had left him feeling depressed. There were even moments when he doubted himself. Now, he had finally found an opportunity to prove himself. His strength could only be displayed in such critical moments. Once President Sun spoke, the other students fell silent, no longer trying to show off. Send me the coordinates, and I'll head over right away. Sun Jingfeng, filled with ambition, was about to set off when two figures blocked his way. Wait a moment, Sun, we're going with you. The ones stopping him were Shen Tu-Chen and Chao Xian from the martial arts class 1. They both knew that this Sun Jingfeng was just a fool. The real prodigies in the academy were hidden in martial arts class 4. Sun Jingfeng going alone to rescue someone was just a death wish. They exchanged glances and said in the public channel, we are Shen Tu-Chen and Chao Xian. We're going with Sun Jingfeng to rescue them. Chao Xian added, we've learned to dodge bullets. Everyone, please rest assured. This statement was specifically directed at Teacher Dong. After a lot of hard training, Shen Tu-Chen and Chao Xian had learned to capture killing intent and could now dodge bullets. Teacher Dong's earlier words were not nonsense but rather invaluable teachings. Seeing the two so eager to follow him, Sun Jingfeng did not refuse, and the three immediately rushed towards the Arbat district. The Arbat district was an old area, filled with dilapidated metal low-rise buildings corroded by rust. The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly through the streets. Following the gunfire, the three quickly found the battlefield. It was a dead-end alley. Deep in the alley, the Mo family's three young masters were using a trash can as cover, fiercely resisting four gunfire priests. Their method of resistance mainly relied on insults. UXX, IXX. If you have the guts, put down your guns and fight us up close. Shooting from a distance, what kind of warriors are you? Do you know who we are? The Mo family's three young masters. How dare you attack us? Put down your guns now, and give us first aid, and we can pretend nothing happened. The response to the three was an even denser barrage of fire. Fools, the times have changed. Who fights you up close? The four gunfire priests kept pulling the trigger. Applying their chi to the bullets increased their speed and power, which was precisely the specialty of the gunfire priests. On the other hand, shooting the opponent from a distance with a gun could make these inexperienced novice priests, who had never killed anyone, feel a little better inside. They didn't want to kill innocent Chinese students, but if they didn't act as executioners, they would become the souls of the executioners. However, the three guys in front of them were a bit difficult to kill. The three heirs of the Mo family had all transformed using their bloodline abilities, turning into three half-human, half-beast crocodile men, greatly enhancing their physical strength. Coupled with their B-grade armor, the Golden Thorn battle armor, they looked like humanoid fortresses, with astonishing defensive capabilities. If it weren't for their lack of experience facing firearms, the three wouldn't be in such a predicament. Hey! You lot, stop it. Put down your weapons and surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Sun Jingfeng crossed his arms, calling a halt to the four gunfire priests who were shooting continuously, standing tall and proud. Damn it, more fools coming to die. The gunfire priests cursed under their breath, immediately taking up a back-to-back stance to face the enemy. In that instant, the four of them displayed exceptional combat skills. Two continued to suppress the Mo family heirs with firepower, while the other two aimed at Sun Jingfeng. Shen Tu-Chen and Chao Xian rushed forward, blocking in front of Sun Jingfeng. Leave it to us. The two charged towards the gunfire priests. Die, you fools. Facing the reckless charge of Shen Tu-Chen and Chao Xian, the gunfire priests pulled the triggers. In the eyes of the gunfire priests, these two idiots trying to close in for hand-to-hand combat were already dead men. However, to everyone's surprise, just as the triggers were pulled, Shen Tu-Chen and Chao Xian instinctively dodged. One flipped in midair, while the other suddenly ducked down. Though their movements were somewhat awkward, they perfectly avoided the incoming bullets. This maneuver was something Chao Xian had witnessed Dao Shi use before, a technique of capturing and evading killing intent. Yet, even after diligent practice, their movements still felt somewhat constrained compared to Dao Shi's fluidity. The gunfire priests were incredulous, repeatedly pulling the triggers. The bullets, enhanced by their vitality, whistled out of the smoking barrels, yet time and again, they missed Qin Dechen and Chao Xian. The two seemed to have foreknowledge, always dodging just as the bullets were about to be fired. After several evasive maneuvers, they had closed the distance to within 5 meters. Both transformed simultaneously. Qin Dechen became a tiger man with wings sprouting from his back, while Chao Xian transformed into a Batman. Chao Xian pulled out a dart from his pocket, aiming it at several priests. "Don't move, anyone who does gets hit." The 4 gunfire priests were taken aback. As skilled gunmen, they could tell that Qin Dechen and Chao Xian were employing the technique of capturing and evading killing intent. But why was such a high-level evasion skill appearing in the hands of 2 freshmen? Doubts filled the minds of the fire priests. In the midst of their shock, the gunfire priests quickly responded. They discarded their revolvers and drew the large Western swords from their backs. At that moment, Qin Dechen and Chao Xian recalled teacher Dong's earlier warning. What makes the gunfire priests truly formidable is the swords in their hands. Dong Chao's words had seemed like casual chatter at the time, but now they were deeply etched in their minds. Facing a priest's sweeping sword strike, Qin Dechen chose not to meet it head-on. Instead, he leaned back, executing a graceful iron bridge maneuver to evade. In Qin Dechen's eyes, this was merely an ordinary horizontal sweep, but as the sword approached, the entire Western sword suddenly ignited with flames, emitting a roar like a car engine, and the speed and force of the sweep doubled. The sword's edge nearly grazed Qin Tuchen's nose, sweeping past his face. Qin Tuchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't taken the blow head-on, otherwise, he might have really been hit. These Western-style great swords wielded by the gunfire priests were peculiar. When the strike missed, the gunfire priests were even more astonished. The roaring Western great sword was their absolute trump card. This trump card had never been revealed during the sparring matches at Sanqing University. Yet now, these 2 guys from Mobi University seemed to know their secret all too well. The Judgment Greatsword used by the gunfire priests was both a cold weapon and a sophisticated mechanical device. The greatsword employed crystal internal combustion engine technology, with a complex engine mechanism hidden within the blade, capable of increasing the sword's slashing power by burning energy crystals. With the crystal internal combustion engine technology, the gunfire priests could unleash terrifying slashes far beyond their cultivation level. However, the seemingly invincible move was actually dodged by Qin Tuchen. At the same time Qin Tuchen evaded, Chao Xian threw a dart from his hand to cover Qin Tuchen. The roles of attack and defense had now switched. The gunfire priests had no ability to dodge, and they were all hit, letting out cries of agony. Qin Tuchen drew the Feng Tian Hua Ji from his back, the blade resting against the neck of a nearby unfortunate soul. "If you don't want to die, surrender honestly. Tell us all your evil intentions." After a brief hesitation, the 4 gunfire priests dropped their weapons and raised their hands. "We surrender, we surrender." They had been forced into being accomplices. With a blade at their necks, they immediately found their way back. The priests thought to themselves that these 2 students from Mobi University not only dodged bullets but also saw through their trump card. They had no chance of winning. Moreover, in the distance, there was a guy with his arms crossed, calmly posing. The priests sensed that the distant Sun Jingfeng seemed to have ordinary cultivation, his blood energy fluctuations not as strong as Qin Tuchen and Chao Xian. However, his calm and confident demeanor resembled a tranquil ancient well, making it impossible for the priests to gauge his depth. The priests all felt that the arms-crossed Sun Jingfeng was definitely not an ordinary person. If they couldn't even deal with the 2 bullet-dodging thugs in front of them, how could they contend with that genius in the distance, who was like an ancient well? Previously, Wild Bull Bob had confidently told them that the Moe University in Huaxia was just a bunch of weaklings, not worth paying attention to. But the actual situation was completely different from what Bob had said. That damned Bob had tricked them into sending themselves to their deaths. Thinking of this, the priests raised their hands even higher. "We are all new students. We were forced by the Blue Brotherhood. The real culprits are them." 5 minutes later, Qin Tuchen's voice rang out again on the communication channel. "This is Qin Tuchen. We have rescued the students from Tuawu University. We have also captured several gunfire priests. There are a few messages that need to be conveyed to everyone. First, be careful of the gunfire priest's swords. Their great swords contain power devices. Secondly, half of the trial participants from North America are from the Blue Brotherhood. Be extremely cautious of this organization. Shin Tu-chen shared intelligence with his classmates in concise language. Sun Jingfeng also highly praised Shin Tu-chen and Xiao Xian's performance in the chat channel. Shin Tu and Xiao Xian did brilliantly. They didn't even need me to intervene. It turns out that those infamous gunfire priests are just a bunch of useless fools. Everyone shouldn't be afraid. Sun Jingfeng's words received a response from many classmates. That's right, screw them. Brother Sun is awesome. With Brother Sun around, the ones who should be afraid are those stupid priests. Listening to the heartfelt flattery from his classmates, Shin Tu-chen and Xiao Xian exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit helpless. Sun Jingfeng was indeed a mysteriously confident fool, but he could really provide emotional value to his classmates. At the same time, among the students in Huaxia sharing information, the North American Federation's communication channel was filled with cries of despair. We were attacked. The assailants used a strange meteor hammer, appearing and disappearing at will. I encountered him too, requesting support. Ah, damn it, the one attacking me isn't a student, it's an old guy. The sounds of screams and pleas for help echoed one after another. Listening to his companion's cries, Bob cursed under his breath. He squatted in a corner, fiddling with a voodoo doll. Under his manipulation, the voodoo doll made of cotton and straw seemed to come to life, suddenly standing up from Bob's palm. How's it going? The voice of Anthony, the Minister of Martial Arts Education in North America, came from within the voodoo doll. Minister, we've encountered a bit of trouble. Bob relayed the situation to Anthony in detail. The two were using a remarkable artifact called Brothers. This extraordinary item was Anthony's treasure, allowing communication across different dimensions. For the past 2 years, Anthony had used this artifact to remotely command the sacrificial work within the Rust City's secret realm. Minister, there was an unexpected incident. A reckless young man acted impulsively and disrupted our plans. Right now, we are a bit passive. People are continuously being attacked. Bob informed Anthony of the current situation in detail. Oh, someone acted recklessly? Anthony outside the secret realm pondered. You might have fallen into a trap. A trap? Bob was confused. Anthony sighed, thinking that the Blue Brotherhood was ultimately a group of kids, still too inexperienced. That Huaxia teacher used a little trick to throw them into disarray. Anthony knew the Brotherhood members well. These kids had been trained to be obedient and would not act recklessly. The so-called attack mentioned by that Huaxia teacher was entirely self-directed. Bob, listen to me, none of you acted recklessly. The so-called attack was all a scheme orchestrated by that Huaxia teacher. But if you subsequently order a counterattack, it would be like revealing our intentions. Bob finally realized, so, at this moment, the one ambushing the Brotherhood members should also be him. Anthony agreed with Bob's deduction. I really underestimated that Huaxia teacher. That guy's cultivation is only at the 4th stage, 5th level, but his mind works quite well. Right now, he is probably directing the Huaxia students in battle. Find him quickly and eliminate him. Anthony issued the order to Bob. Anthony knew for sure that the Huaxia teacher's cultivation was only at the 4th stage, 5th level, 2 whole levels lower than Bob. With such a large gap, normally, there would be no room for resistance. Moreover, from Bob's report, the Huaxia teacher was using a meteor hammer-type hidden weapon. Such striking hidden weapons might work on others, but against Bob, who had tough skin and the bloodline of the Golden Bison, it was nothing but a ridiculous toy. First, take out that Huaxia teacher, then kill all the Huaxia students. If those rookie priests cause trouble, we can kill a few to intimidate them. Remember, on the Huaxia side, leave no survivors. That way, when we come out, we can firmly claim that there was a change in the Rust City's secret realm. The Huaxia trial team encountered an accident and was completely wiped out. Understood. Bob nodded in response. Let's take action. Remember to keep in touch at all times. Anthony ended the call. At the same time, the Brotherhood's communication channel was filled with screams once again. Help, help, ah, followed by a dull sound of a head shattering. Hearing his companion's cries, Bob exhaled 2 puffs of white mist from his nose, horns sprouted from his head, and his entire body swelled, transforming into a half-man, half-bull monster. His bare upper body was muscular, and his skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, as if he were wearing golden armor. Bob quickly ran towards the direction where his companion had been killed. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he charged forward. 1 kilometer away, Dong Chao was quietly waiting with his homemade meteor hammer for the next prey to come to him. The slight tremor of the ground told him that the next target was approaching fast. At this moment, Dong Chao did not use his usual black knife but had instead crafted a meteor hammer. The hammerhead was the secret silver sleeve hammer he had taken from that Southeast Asian assassin, Taban. The chain of the meteor hammer was made by Dong Chao using impact steel. Impact steel is a highly ductile metal from the secret realm, making it perfect for chains. Dong Chao used the meteor hammer partly to conceal his personal information, and partly because this ranged weapon was more convenient against the exorcist guns of the gunfire priests. Dong, dong, dong. A mountain-like strong humanoid monster rushed towards Dong Chao at high speed, and with each step it took closer, the ground beneath Dong Chao shook more violently. The monster's aura was extremely powerful. Not only did it possess a high-level cultivation of the sixth stage, but its breath was also robust, indicating its exceptional talent. Dong Chao instantly realized that this newcomer was likely a prodigy from the North American Federation. Facing the charging Bob, Dong Chao transformed the meteor hammer in his hand into a long chain and shot it towards Bob. Moo! Bob let out a deafening roar, sounding like a cow's bellow or the growl of some fierce beast, as he crossed his arms in front of him and continued to charge towards Dong Chao without losing momentum. Dong Chao flicked his fingers, activating his spatial abilities, and the meteor hammer shot towards Bob instantly vanished into a spatial rift, disappearing from sight. Bob had intended to withstand the opponent's attack with his body to gauge their strength, but when the meteor hammer that had shot towards him suddenly disappeared, he was momentarily stunned, causing him to halt slightly. In the next instant, the meteor hammer that had passed through the space rift reappeared behind Bob, striking him on the back of the neck with a trajectory that completely defied the laws of physics. Moo! Bob howled again, his ferocity fully revealed, as he continued to charge towards Dong Chao. As a North American Golden Bison bloodline ability user, even a vulnerable spot like the back of his neck was naturally protected by stone-like skin. Dong Chao's fate attack not only failed to inflict any substantial damage but instead provoked Bob's wild and ferocious nature. At this moment, Bob only wanted to stomp this guy in front of him into the ground, crushing him to pieces. Watching Bob charge wildly, Dong Chao couldn't help but marvel, thinking that this guy was no ordinary tough nut. This guy could match up against someone who had practiced the Five Mountains Golden Bell purely based on physical strength. His Divine Beast bloodline ability was indeed powerful. However, the more astonishing the performance of this North American youth, the more excited Dong Chao felt inside. Dong Chao loved to do two things. One was to train the talents of his own country. The other was to send those misguided talents from other countries to reincarnate early. Bob erupted with a speed that was completely inconsistent with his size, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Dong Chao. He raised his knee and violently knocked Dong Chao down, then lifted a foot and stepped on Dong Chao's body, crushing him into a puddle of blood and flesh. Blood and bits of meat dripped and stained a large area of the cracked steel floor red. With just a simple and crude barbaric charge, he had dealt with his opponent, leaving Bob quite surprised. He looked at the mass of flesh before him, feeling a bit proud, yet also empty. At that moment, Dong Chao's figure slowly began to gather in front of him. Dong Chao hadn't used his spatial ability to teleport away. Instead, he had employed his new skill, the three-soul substitute. He did this intentionally to mislead Bob, making him receive false information. You really are not so easy to deal with. But that's even better. I can crush you again. Bob revealed a sinister white grin. As a prodigy closely monitored by the North American Federation, Bob had long been trained by Anthony and others to be bloodthirsty and fierce. Moreover, this Chinese teacher before him held several lives of their brotherhood in his hands. Die! Bob charged at Dong Chao like a rampaging giant bull. As he rushed forward, he raised his right knee high, aiming for Dong Chao's head. This was Bob's most proud finishing move, the battleship knee drop. At that moment, Bob resembled a fast-moving battleship, and his raised right knee was like the ship's ram. This iron knee, empowered by the bloodline of the Golden Bison, would smash into the Chinese man's face, driving his entire head into his chest cavity. Then, Bob would, like before, stomp the Chinese man into the ground, grinding him into a mass of blood and flesh. This brutal and violent style was Bob's way of fighting. Although he looked like a muscle-bound monster, Bob was both brave and cunning. Through their brief exchange, Bob was confident that he had gathered the core information about the Chinese teacher opposite him. This Chinese man, who could ambush so many members of the Brotherhood, relied on two things. First, his elusive meteor hammer. Second, his resurrection ability. Thinking of this, Bob's mouth curled into a slight smile. This Chinese man had some tricks up his sleeve, but unfortunately, he had met himself. Bob's stone-like skin completely countered that meteor hammer with its strange trajectory. And in Bob's eyes, the opponent's resurrection ability was nothing to fear. Bob knew that whether it was a resurrection-type ability or a resurrection-type extraordinary item, there were limits on time and usage. So what if this guy was hard to kill? Just kill him a few more times. Bob's iron knee, accompanied by a whistling sound, crashed toward Dong Chao's face. Bob's lightning-fast figure loomed larger in Dong Chao's eyes. Seizing the moment, just as Bob's attack was about to land, Dong Chao activated another new skill, Dragon Might. a phantom of a black dragon appeared behind Dong Chao. Dong Chao's pirated dragon might, in terms of form, was even more imposing than the authentic dragon might of Daoshi. At least, the one appearing behind him was a proper black dragon. The black dragon's scales coiled and twisted, its mouth wide open, roar. The black dragon let out a powerful roar. Although Bob's golden bison bloodline symbolized the wildness and nature of the Inca land, it was inevitably suppressed in the face of a true dragon. In that instant, Bob felt a momentary daze. Just as his figure slightly paused, Dong Chao vanished and reappeared 5 meters away. Dong Chao deliberately did not teleport too far but instead lingered in a position that was just out of Bob's reach, like a cat playing with a mouse. Seeing his opponent use a new ability once again, Bob's mind momentarily stalled. His brain couldn't process so much battlefield information in such a short time. This time, Dong Chao did not hide anything. He openly revealed all his cards. Beside him, a substitute appeared, and the two bodies simultaneously flipped their wrists, unleashing spatial abilities. Bang, 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 bang. Within a 10-meter radius centered on the two, multiple spatial rifts opened. Dong Chao swung the meteor hammer again, the hammerhead shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, weaving in and out of the spatial rifts, each pass faster than the last. The continuously accelerating hammerhead quickly transformed into a phantom, constantly refracting within the 10-meter space, resembling a bouncing three-dimensional ball. At the same time, Dong Chao and his two substitutes kept exchanging positions, making the already complex trajectory of the meteor hammer even harder to capture. Boom! Amidst the continuous refraction, the meteor hammer finally found an opportunity. The hammerhead appeared behind Bob, striking again at his nape. Dong Chao's moves were dazzling, but unfortunately, this strike still failed to break through Bob's defenses. Thanks to his stone-like skin, Bob only felt a wave of pain without any substantial damage. On the contrary, the continuous hits to his vulnerable spots made Bob's blood surge, igniting his killing intent. You fool with only 4th-tier cultivation. Such tricks can't break my defense at all. Your abilities are only useful in a circus. Bob roared, his entire being transforming into the phantom of a golden bison. He slightly bent forward, adopting a football charging stance, and lunged at Dong Chao again. This time, Bob unleashed his other finishing move, a bottom score. He would tackle the Chinese man to the ground like a football quarterback and smash him to pieces. Although he couldn't analyze what his opponent's abilities were, Bob could tell that the other party's cultivation was limited. Even with so many flashy tricks, they couldn't break through his stone-like skin. This Chinese man had many moves, but unfortunately, the gap in cultivation was insurmountable. The Golden Bison bloodline was renowned for its defensive power and vitality. For opponents of the same level, breaking through Bob's defenses was extremely difficult. Not to mention, this opponent in front of him only had 4th-tier cultivation. The other party's cards kept coming out, but they couldn't harm Bob in the slightest. And Bob only needed one hit to send this weak Chinese man to heaven. Bob pushed off the ground with his legs, his whole body like a muscle car, charging toward Dong Chao again. He didn't even bother to figure out which of the 3 figures in front of him was the real body, he would just smash them all. In fact, Bob was even thinking to himself, he shouldn't kill this Chinese man in one blow. He wanted him to see with his own eyes how his body turned into a pile of meat sauce before he died. Just as Bob envisioned the victorious scene in his mind, he suddenly realized something. During his charge, his left arm was gone. He watched helplessly as his left arm detached from his body, followed by a wave of cutting pain. Before Bob could let out a terrified wail, his strong body began to bleed profusely, and soon after, his left leg also left him. Losing his center of gravity, Bob crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, his body was mutilated, bleeding everywhere, as if he had walked through a meat grinder. And Dong Chao stood in front of him, holding the bleeding meteor hammer. Thick blood dripped down the impact steel chain, revealing the trap Dong Chao had long set. The true insidiousness of Dong Chao's meteor hammer was not the mithril hammerhead, but the chain tied to the back of the hammerhead. This impact steel chain had a hidden blade, and when taut, it became a sharp saw chain. Dong Chao unleashed a spatial rift, allowing the mithril meteor hammer to shuttle back and forth within the space, weaving the chain layer by layer within a 10-meter radius. Bob's Golden Bison bloodline was indeed powerful. With Dong Chao's current cultivation level, it would take some effort to break through Bob's stone-like skin. However, Dong Chao employed a clever tactic. He let Bob kill himself. Bob, propelled by his own forward momentum, crashed into the layered saw chains, shredding himself to pieces. TSK, what a good seedling, yet so foolish. In your next life, remember to find a good teacher to guide you properly. Dong Chao finally took out the black knife from his storage bag, aiming it at Bob's throat. Bob displayed an incredible vitality. Even though his body was shattered like a torn cloth, he still hadn't breathed his last. Why? Bob kept repeating this simple word, questioning both Dong Chao and himself. He truly couldn't understand why, despite his cultivation being 2 levels higher than his opponents, he was the one who lost. And so suddenly, Dong Chao chuckled lightly in his heart. His cultivation had indeed fallen, but his mind and experience had not regressed. Killing this young man was not difficult at all. To put it in gaming terms, Bob was like a novice driver behind the wheel of a top-tier muscle car, while Dong Chao was a champion racer driving a second-hand taxi. Although the hardware was lacking, as long as the track was set to a high difficulty with tight forest turns, Dong Chao could easily handle it. The black knife hovered over Bob's throat but did not stab down. Dong Chao, with a serious expression, withdrew his hand. As a tireless and excellent teacher, it's really hard for me to stab down with this knife. I can't bear to wield the butcher's knife against a student. Bob, who did not understand the depths of Dong Chao's cunning, instantly saw a glimmer of hope for survival. He thought Dong Chao spared him due to moral pressure. Teacher, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Bob kept emphasizing the word teacher, hoping to exert more moral pressure on Dong Chao. Dong Chao pondered for a moment. How about this? I'll ask you a question, and if you answer well, I'll let you go. But I must warn you up front, you must not oppose our huaxia in the future. Bob nodded repeatedly. Teacher, as long as you spare me, I will do as you say. If you want me to join huaxia from now on, I won't hesitate. Good. Dong Chao adopted a compassionate teacher's demeanor and asked leisurely, you must have some unique way to contact Minister Anthony, right? Bob's eyes widened. He never expected that this huaxia teacher could know the most core secret of their North American trial team. The fact that Bob could communicate with Minister Anthony across dimensions was an absolute secret. Even within the Blue Brotherhood, very few knew about it. How do you know? Bob asked incredulously. I guessed, Dong Chao replied casually. Let me remind you, if you want to live, answer the questions obediently and don't make it difficult for me. Dong Chao had indeed deduced from Bob's curses that he had been in contact with Anthony. All along, Dong Chao had intentionally suppressed his own blood energy fluctuations, just like his few students. Even though he had now embarked on the path of rehabilitation, his blood energy fluctuations still remained at a weak level of first stage, second tier. Only extraordinary warriors like Sun Miao could catch a hint of it. However, during their battle, Bob had accurately stated that Dong Chao's cultivation was at the 4th stage. This made Dong Chao instantly alert. He deliberately did not kill Bob, wanting to clarify the matter. According to Dong Chao's thoughts, among all the North American martial artists he had encountered, there was only one person who knew his true cultivation level. That was Anthony, who had released the smoke of truth at the entrance of the portal. If Bob could speak of his own cultivation, it must be because he had communicated with Anthony. Bob did not know that at this moment, he was not facing a morally burdened martial arts teacher. On the contrary, he was facing a scheming and malicious scoundrel. To save his life, Bob took out the voodoo doll. This is an extraordinary tool of our Minister Anthony, called Brothers. The 2 voodoo dolls can communicate even across dimensions. As long as you pinch the head of the voodoo doll and wake it up, you can make contact. Dong Chao feigned surprise. What a marvelous tool, truly eye-opening. As he spoke, Dong Chao snatched the voodoo doll from Bob's hand. Bob immediately felt something was wrong, but the next second, Dong Chao's black knife was once again pressed against Bob's throat. The teacher's doubts have been resolved. You can go to hell and rest. Dong Chao instantly changed his demeanor, no longer resembling the scholarly figure he had just portrayed. You said. Bob struggled, but unfortunately, he was too severely injured, his broken body couldn't even rise. Dong Chao raised a finger to his lips. The teacher must apologize to you, the teacher deceived you. I am not an excellent teacher. I am a failing teacher. Furthermore, we educators must face challenges head-on. The harder it is, the more we must do it. As he spoke, Dong Chao exerted force with his arm, and the sharp black knife sliced through Bob's already crumbling stone-like skin as if it were butter, piercing through his throat. You see, it's not that hard to stab a poor kid to death, Dong Chao said to Bob with a benevolent expression. Bob let out a series of hoarse coughs, his severed vocal cords unable to produce any sound. You know, all teachers have a common flaw, which is that they like quiet students. Look at you now, how quiet you are. Listening to Dong Chao's words, Bob, whose life was in countdown, stared wide-eyed in shock. Because he was astonished to discover that Dong Chao was speaking in his voice. Dong Chao had used voice mimicry techniques to deliberately imitate Bob's voice in front of the dying man. Looking at the voodoo doll in Dong Chao's hand, Bob instantly realized something, but unfortunately, his life force was rapidly fading, and all he could do was silently cough up blood while waiting for death to arrive. In front of Bob, Dong Chao twisted the voodoo doll. Although he had long realized that the North Americans were up to no good, he did not fully understand what they were plotting behind the scenes. But it didn't matter, he could let Anthony speak for himself. Soon, Anthony's voice came from within the voodoo doll. "Bob, how is the matter going?" "That Chinese teacher." Dong Chao followed Anthony's words. "Minister, that Chinese teacher has been taken care of by me." At this moment, the voice coming from Dong Chao's mouth sounded 90% like Bob's. Dong Chao could easily mimic even a lowly's voice, so imitating Bob's rough voice was a piece of cake. Anthony did not detect any anomaly. "Well done. Remember, kill all the Chinese people, leave no survivors. Then, when it comes to the sacrifice stage, contact me again." 10-4. Dong Chao responded with an American slang phrase. This slang originated from North America's 10-code radio communication, a unique response code from junior officers to their superiors, equivalent to understood or received. By using this authentic American slang, Dong Chao completely assumed Bob's identity. The real Bob, however, had completely lost his vitality in silent blood coughing, unable to close his eyes even in death. The secret realm of the platform, an unnamed tavern. Anthony, feeling triumphant, set down the voodoo doll in his hand. In a joyful mood, he mixed himself a martini cocktail and drank it down in one go. So far, everything had gone according to his plan. The Brotherhood members entering the Rust City secret realm numbered only 50, but each one was an elite. With careful calculation against the unsuspecting newcomers from Huaxia, it was nothing short of a massacre. The diviner, Camp, also brought good news to Anthony. He had contacted the Axe and Loyal Knights. The Knights would arrive at the platform Pedestrian Street 3 days later, when the Rust City trials concluded, to support the North American students. By then, everything would be settled. As long as the Brotherhood members seized the opportunity when something unexpected happened in the secret realm, and the Huaxia students collectively faced an accident, coupled with the heavily armed Axe and Loyal Knights standing by, Huaxia would have to swallow this bitter loss. The special forces of Huaxia's blood and flesh Great Wall were indeed fierce, but the Axe and Loyal Knights of North America were no pushovers. In a direct confrontation, the Axe and Loyal Knights even held the advantage. After all, the Knights were equipped with S-Class A-Copper Holy Light armor. As an important part of the World Roundtable Conference, the rise of the North American Federation stemmed from their discovery of an entire A-Copper mine in the Abyss Secret Realm No. 51. Refined gold, secret silver, and orichalcum are the three hardest known metals in the world. Each of these three metals is rarer than the last. The North American Federation's discovery of an A-Copper mine was indeed a stroke of luck. With this orichalcum mine, North America formed two heavy armored knight orders, the Axe and Loyal Knights, and the Iron Body Knights. The Axe and Loyal Knights were equipped with classical armor, while the Iron Body Knights were equipped with powered mixed mechs. With these two heavy armored knight orders, the North American Federation held significant influence in the World Roundtable Conference, establishing a balance of power with Huaxia. This path to success made the North American Federation value the exploration and development of secret realms more than any other country. Right now, as long as they completed the sacrifice in the Rust City secret realm, they would reap a resource-rich Abyss secret realm. Just thinking about this made Anthony's heart race with excitement. He believed that with this achievement, he would no longer have to remain in the small department of martial arts education. He would surely ascend to the higher echelons of the council. Moreover, he had a good chance of entering the Shadow Cabinet. All his ambitions would be realized in 3 days. At the same time that Dong Chao dealt with Bob, battles erupted in various corners of the Rust City secret realm. The twin stars of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, faced off once again against the prodigies of the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy, known as Dean of Fire and Sand, Sam. Dean Sam was also an SS-level prodigy. One was a Fire Salamander bloodline ability user, and the other was a Sand Lizard bloodline ability user. At this moment, both had undergone bloodline transformation, one turning into a salamander person engulfed in flames, and the other into a lizard person clad in sand armor. The two sides had previously clashed in the arena, where Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun easily defeated Dean and Sam, putting on quite a show in front of countless cameras. But now, the twin stars found themselves in a bitter struggle. The combat power displayed by Dean and Sam was several levels higher than during the arena match. During the arena match, Dean and Sam had not used their exorcism guns or the Judgment Greatsword equipped with internal combustion engine technology. At this moment, Fire and Sand unleashed their full firepower. The Wang brothers were covered in blood, and the divine arms behind them were also riddled with wounds, looking somewhat disheveled. Dean and Sam, however, grew more and more courageous in battle. "Didn't expect this, did you? In the last match, we deliberately lost to you. Today, we will make you pay back with interest." Ever since the arena match was rigged, Dean and Sam had been holding back their anger. Now, they finally had the chance to get their revenge. "What are you so proud of? We can beat you in the arena, and today, we can win again. Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun gritted their teeth, their words sharp and confrontational. The strength of both sides was evenly matched, but the Wang brothers fell into a disadvantage after underestimating Dean and Sam, who still had hidden cards up their sleeves. At this moment, facing the unfavorable situation, the only thing the brothers could do was to grit their teeth and endure. Since the battle began, the Wang brothers had been closely monitoring the communication signals from their mechanical wristbands. They knew that in every corner of this steel city, encounters between the two sides were becoming more frequent. Currently, the students from Huaxia were gaining momentum. In the eyes of the brothers, the reason their classmates were sending back good news was twofold. On one hand, everyone shared a common enemy. On the other hand, the elite members of the North American team had yet to make their move. Now, Dean and Sam, who were facing the Wang brothers, were the absolute elite of the North American team. The Wang brothers encouraged each other in their hearts. Although these two opponents were tough nuts to crack, they had to take them down. Dean and Sam were simply too strong. If they were allowed to confront other classmates, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. The Wang brothers erupted with fighting spirit. For the sake of their fellow classmates in the secret realm, they had to stop these two monsters from North America. The two activated their injury transfer ability, shifting their wounds back and forth between them to maintain their combat state. But even so, they could not turn the tide of battle. The combat style of the gunfire priests allowed for both long-range and close-range attacks. From a distance, they could use the exorcist's gun to restrain, and up close, they wielded the judgment greatsword, enhanced with an internal combustion engine, delivering swift slashes. Faced with such a unique combat style, even with their overflowing fighting spirit, the Wang brothers could not reverse the downward trend and could only struggle to hold on. Unlike most apprentice gunfire priests, Dean and Sam were not coerced. They had long wanted to join the Blue Brotherhood. And taking down the strongest among the Huaxia students, Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun, was their way of submitting their letter of intent to the Brotherhood's leaders. At this moment, that letter of intent was almost within their grasp. While Dean and Sam were pleased, they also felt a bit puzzled. Logically, the leaders of the Brotherhood should have joined the fray, and the communication channel should be filled with good news. But after so long, all they heard were screams? The two decided to end the current battle quickly, hoping for a good omen, and then go see what the Brotherhood's leaders were up to. Dean and Sam cranked the internal combustion engine of the Judgment Greatsword to the max. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the sword emitted a blinding flash of fire, while their ornate classic revolvers glowed faintly blue under the boost of their vitality. Both the greatsword and the revolvers exuded a dangerous aura. Dean, with the posture of a victor, said proudly, "You guys are not bad. Unfortunately, real combat is completely different from the child's play in the arena. Winning a round against us in that child's play is the greatest honor of your lives." Seeing the opponent about to unleash their final move, the Wang brothers exchanged glances. They activated their synesthesia ability again. The younger brother inherited all the injuries of the older brother, while the older brother borrowed the younger brother's vitality and special powers. A divine arm sprouted from Wang Zhuojuan's back, and the ethereal figures of the left and right divine assistants merged behind him. The two brothers decided to use this extreme method to fight for their lives against the opponent. At this moment, their fighting spirit had transformed into a will to die. Wang Zhuojuan said with determination, "Don't get too cocky too soon. We're risking our lives today to blow you up. The next move isn't to defeat you. It's to prove to everyone that as the pride of Huaxia, we not only have pride but also responsibility." Wang Yujun, who had borrowed all his cultivation and abilities, had almost become an ordinary person, yet he still spoke fiercely. "If you want to harm others, you'll have to step over our corpses first." Looking at the guns raised simultaneously by Dean and Sam, Wang Yujun knew that in his current state, he couldn't defend himself. He was about to say goodbye to his brother. But it didn't matter, as long as his brother could take down Dean and Sam. Just as Sam and Dean were about to pull the trigger, a shadow shot in. Dao Shi suddenly appeared, pressing Wang Yajuan's head down and slamming him to the ground. As Wang Yujun fell into the mud, he also dodged a few deadly bullets. "You two, if you don't hurry up and deal with your opponents, are you just here practicing tongue twisters?" Dao Shi lazily reprimanded the Wang brothers. Looking at the suddenly intruding Dao Shi, Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun felt both relieved and frantic. They were relieved that they were saved. They were frantic because this so-called father was too hurtful with his words. Is this really practicing tongue twisters? We were clearly expressing our determination to die. How tragic, how touching. And you just ruined the atmosphere with one sentence? You made it so awkward for us. They could only think this in their hearts. After all, awkwardness was better than losing their lives. After scolding the Wang brothers, Dao Shi displayed his agile movements, quickly approaching Dean and Sam. Dean and Sam didn't dare to be careless and quickly raised their guns to shoot. The bullets they fired were easily dodged by Dao Shi. As Dao Shi closed in, Dean and Sam swung their great swords, unleashing slashes at Dao Shi. Dao Shi also drew the knife from his back, making a sweeping slash to meet Dean and Sam's judgment great swords. The clash of one knife and two swords echoed in the air with a thunderous sound. In the fierce collision, 3 shockwaves exploded in the air, creating a vacuum zone around the 3. Even the steel ground beneath them cracked under the impact of the shockwaves. The 3 were momentarily locked in a standoff in midair, then Dean and Sam's great swords slipped from their hands as they quickly retreated. They truly hadn't expected to encounter someone who could withstand the internal combustion engine's slashes. The opponent's physical strength was terrifyingly high. However, it was fortunate that this strike was evenly matched. Although their hands were injured and they lost their swords, they also destroyed the opponent's weapon. The Judgment Greatsword, enhanced by internal combustion engine technology, could not only unleash fierce slashes but also release high-frequency vibrations to damage the opponent's weapon. Although Dao Shi gained the upper hand in this hard clash against 2, the strength of his weapon was a hindrance. At this moment, the knife in his hand, forged from C-grade metal, was cracking inch by inch. Dean and Sam exchanged glances and secretly chuckled. This opponent, although ridiculously strong, was too foolish to dare to clash head-on with the greatsword of the Gunfire Father. Now that he was without a weapon, how could this guy still fight? And the two of them, while seeming to suffer a bit of a setback, actually held absolute initiative. Without any communication, they simultaneously raised their guns, elegantly reloading in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, completed the bullet loading. As they retreated, they continued to shoot. As long as they retrieved their great sword, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Dao Shi also saw through their intentions. How could he give them such an opportunity? He bent down and charged forward, once again using his graceful movements to dodge the bullets shooting towards him. After a few quick dodges, he was already in front of the two. Seeing Dao Shi approach, Dean and Sam exchanged a wicked smile and simultaneously drew their revolvers. Hidden within their guns were retractable blades that could be used as daggers at critical moments. This was their true killing move. Prior to this, they had witnessed Dao Shi's murderous intent and evasive maneuvers, knowing that gunfire would be ineffective against this opponent. They fired repeatedly, deliberately luring Dao Shi in close, then planned to ambush with their gun blades. The two blades thrust fiercely towards Dao Shi's waist, producing 2 crisp clangs. Dean and Sam were astonished to find that their blades seemed to hit a steel plate, failing to penetrate. Under Dao Shi's protective body and dragon scales, the 2 blades, only the length of a palm, were like 2 ridiculous toys. How could they possibly work? While Dean and Sam were in shock, Dao Shi exerted force with his arms and broke the cracked blade. Grasping the broken blade in his left hand, he struck fiercely at Dean's neck, while his right hand thrust the broken handle towards Sam's heart. All 3 were calculating the same thing, wanting to get in close for a surprise attack. Unfortunately, Dean and Sam did not possess Dao Shi's abnormal defensive capabilities. The broken blade effortlessly sliced into Dean's neck, and the broken handle pierced through Sam's heart. Dao Shi allowed the broken blade and handle to remain in their bodies, freeing his hands to deliver a double palm strike, smashing their heads together. The two, who had just suffered fatal injuries, had no time to react and fell to the ground like 2 ragged sacks. Without waiting for them to groan, Dao Shi stepped forward, crushing their necks with a kick. From the hard clash of the 3 to Dao Shi stepping on the necks of the 2, it was merely a matter of a few finger snaps. Easily dispatching Dean and Sam, Dao Shi turned to the Wang brothers. Was that so hard? Dragging your feet? Slacking off? Faced with Dao Shi's reproach, Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun fell silent. To deal with 2 insignificant foes, he had lost a newly forged blade, which left the frugal Dao Shi feeling a bit displeased. But thinking of the 3 pieces of B-grade golden thorn armor waiting for him, Dao Shi's mood instantly brightened. He took out the woven bag he carried, shook it open against the wind, and stuffed Dean and Sam's revolvers and greatsword inside. As for the broken blade, he recycled it, emphasizing his frugality. Recycling complete, Dao Shi pulled out a chi recovery pill from his pocket and tossed it to Wang Zuojun and Wang Yujun. You two, take this. Looking at the chi recovery pill in their hands, the Wang brothers felt a bit awkward. It was the chi recovery pill that had lured them into getting beaten up by Dao Shi and his Xiongzai in the first place. Now, Dao Shi was casually giving them such a precious pill. This, the two stammered, unsure of what to say. Dao Shi displayed rare generosity. I have no use for this. You take it and help others. Dao Shi had heard the brothers' grand declarations of sacrifice. Who else had the courage besides them? Although Dao Shi was frugal, he was not stingy. It was just a pill after all. The Wang brothers also knew that their side needed their high-end combat power. They no longer hesitated. Wang Yujun raised his hand and swallowed the chi recovery pill, and both brothers' vitality quickly surged back. Brother Shizi, we're going to assist others, take care. The two brothers clasped their hands in thanks to Daoshi and quickly turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Daoshi added, "Next time you declare your willingness to die, don't say you're the pride of Huaxia, have a little self-awareness." The brothers felt a headache coming on, pretending not to hear Daoshi's words, and ran even faster. "Just say it," they secretly grumbled. Daoshi instructed again, "Collect the handguns and great swords of the gunfire fathers, and don't leave a single one behind." This time, the two brothers turned their backs and made an okay gesture, signaling Daoshi to rest assured, it was all on them. At the same time, on another battlefield in the Rust City's secret realm, He Xiongzai and Mo Xiang had also engaged with members of the Blue Robe Brotherhood. They were simultaneously facing the siege of 4 or 5 people. Although the Blue Robe Brotherhood had an absolute numerical advantage, they found themselves in a passive position. Mo Xiang finally showcased his dual powers of ice and fire. He cast the Hangshan Fire Barrier Golden Bell, while his puppet, Fina, executed the Hangshan Water Barrier, creating a formidable duo of one person and one puppet, transforming into 2 war machines. The Gunfire Father's invincible combat style suffered a significant setback against Mo Xiang. Their exorcism guns could not penetrate Mo Xiang's Golden Bell, instead causing a series of ricochets. Once they got close, Mo Xiang and his puppet could deliver devastating blows infused with ice and fire elements with just a casual punch or kick. Although Mo Xiang's Golden Bell had not yet reached perfection and could easily expose its weaknesses against top-tier experts, the members of the Blue Robe Brotherhood before him were clearly not among the elite. Relying on his formidable defensive capabilities and hard-hitting attacks, Mo Xiang and his puppet Fina wreaked havoc among the crowd. Meanwhile, He Xiongzai moved like a dragon among the masses. The Blue Robe Brotherhood prided itself on being the cream of the crop, but aside from a few like Bob and Jamira, who could be considered prodigies, the others were merely S or A-grade talents. Relying on their age advantage, their cultivation was slightly higher than that of first-year freshmen, but in He Xiongzai's eyes, these so-called talents were no different from mere cannon fodder. Unlike Daoshi, who excelled in hard confrontations, He Xiongzai followed a more agile path, rarely engaging in direct clashes. Moreover, he had received intelligence from Shen Tu-Chen and others through the communication channel, knowing that the Gunfire Father's great swords had some tricks up their sleeves. Thus, he was even less inclined to confront the Gunfire Fathers with swords. He Xiongzai displayed a nimble movement style, darting through the crowd like a ghost, and every flash of his dual swords resulted in a hapless victim gushing blood. The Brotherhood members silently lamented. Before the operation, Minister Anthony had given them instructions. According to the original plan, the most critical points of attention were the 2 SS-grade prodigies from Sanqing University and the 8 S-grade prodigies. Although the trial team from Yaowu University was small in number, they were all elites and required close attention. As for the more than 90 students from Moe University, there were no standout students, and they could be easily dealt with. However, at this moment, the 2 guys in Moe University uniforms before them were ridiculously strong. The pressure emanating from them felt almost tangible, something they had only experienced when sparring with the mighty Bob. Now, the numerous members of the Brotherhood found themselves in a bitter struggle. As the battle continued, more and more fell, and the Brotherhood's numerical advantage was dwindling. Meanwhile, their mechanical wristbands were continuously receiving bad news. "Hello? Can you hear me? This is Bob the Bull's mechanical wristband. I've taken him down. Everyone in the North American trial team, listen up. If you want to live, drop your weapons. Don't resist any longer." A voice urging surrender echoed through the Brotherhood's communication channel. The IP address of this surrender message was coming from Bob the Bull's mechanical wristband. The president of the Blue Robe Brotherhood at the Gunfire Holy Seed Academy, Bob, who possessed the bloodline of the Golden Bull Divine Beast, had actually been taken out. This voice message triggered a series of seismic shocks in the hearts of the Brotherhood members. People instinctively did not want to believe it, but soon, the same voice echoed from Jamira's wristband. "Hello, hello? Can you hear me? This big-headed, thick-necked guy is called Jamira, right? I took him down too. His head was smashed to bits. I helped him correct his head-to-body ratio. He looks much more pleasing now." The members of the Brotherhood trembled in fear. Their second-in-command, Jamira, was gone too? Moreover, the guy speaking was just too hellish. Smashing someone's head and calling it a correction of the head-to-body ratio? Everyone felt a chill run from their feet straight to the top of their heads. The Brotherhood, relying on their numerical advantage, was barely holding off the attacks from Mo Xiang and He Xiongzai. Now, with internal chaos erupting, they would soon collapse. Mo Xiang and He Xiongzai charged in like 2 lions among a herd of wildebeests, easily reaping the lives of the Brotherhood members. In just a moment, only one unfortunate soul remained, trembling amidst the corpses of his companions. Xiongzai deliberately spared this guy, his ability was quite special, and Xiongzai wanted to play with him a bit longer. Looking at the gruesome bodies of his fallen comrades, Bartley felt numb all over. He was merely relying on the inertia of thought to maintain the fight. Bartley mimicked the sound of a machine gun firing, continuously spitting out sound wave bullets from his mouth. His ability was called mimic shooting. He could simulate the sound of gunfire and shoot out sound wave bullets with lethal force. Xiongzai had his eye on this point, which was why he deliberately kept him alive. Swish, swish, swish. Xiongzai imitated Bartley's appearance, constantly making onomatopoeic sounds from his mouth while releasing swordlights that sliced through Bartley's sound wave bullets. Unlike Bartley, Xiongzai's swordlights were purely generated by the release of his vital energy. The swish 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 from his mouth was just simple sound effects. Bartley could tell that this ridiculously strong guy was intentionally toying with him. He stopped his futile mouth skills. I surrender, I surrender. Don't kill me. Xiongzai clearly wasn't done playing. Is that it? My beatbox can change rhythms too. Woo-wah woo-wah, dong dong dong. Xiongzai spat out saliva while showcasing his clumsy mouth skills. Mo Xiang rolled his eyes beside them. He thought to himself that this brother was all beat and no box. Purely embarrassing. As a true master of mouth skills, Bartley dared not criticize Xiongzai's poor technique. He timidly asked, "Who exactly are you?" Bartley realized that their intelligence had a major problem. Neither these two guys in front of him nor the old man persuading surrender in the mechanical wristband were in their intel. Mo Xiang had been waiting for Bartley to ask this question. He quickly jumped in to answer. My name is Sun Jingfeng. Mo Xiang finally enjoyed the treatment of being one of the big brothers, using Sun Jingfeng's alias. Xiongzai looked at Mo Xiang with a face full of resentment. His alias had been snatched away by Mo Xiang. After pondering for a moment, Xiongzai raised his delicate fingers. He is called Sun Jingfeng, and I am called Sun Jinfeng. Xiongzai's revelation left both Mo Xiang and Bartley speechless. Xiongzai himself was starting to lose his composure. He grinned and asked Mo Xiang, "Isn't the name Sun Jinfeng a bit too fake?" Mo Xiang nodded. Xiongzai then turned to Bartley. Bartley, not knowing better, nodded as well. Xiongzai instantly thrust out the long sword in his hand. Since you figured out it was fake, you can only die. Looking at the sudden blood hole that appeared in his chest, Bartley was utterly bewildered. He thought to himself, how could this guy turn on him faster than pulling down his pants? Moreover, I didn't say anything. Isn't it just you who feels that way? Bartley had 1,000 complaints in his heart, but unfortunately, the vitality of life was rapidly fading, and he couldn't say anything. Bartley's corpse fell heavily to the ground, while Xiongzai calmly sheathed his sword. Having witnessed the true strength of the two, how could Bartley expect to be spared? Xiongzai was merely toying with him. After dealing with these minor fish, Mo Xiang took out a woven bag identical to the one Dao Shi had, collecting the large sword and revolver from the ground. As a key training target of the North American Federation, the weapon quality of the Blue Coat Brotherhood members was quite good, generally at a C-level standard. These were all well-forged materials. With these materials, Mo Xiang could start crafting his second puppet. As for the internal crystal engine device of the Judgment Greatsword, Mo Xiang was even more intrigued. If this thing could be installed on a puppet, its combat power would increase significantly. While collecting the weapons discarded by the gunfire priests, Mo Xiang couldn't help but reflect. This is not a trial in a secret realm. This is clearly a procurement mission. The gunfire priests not only provided materials but also offered technology. How generous. With the continuous deaths of high-level combatants, the Brotherhood organization fell into a leaderless state. Moreover, Dong Chao's psychological tactics in the communication channel further shattered the survivors' mentality. The Blue Coat Brotherhood, which was originally sharpening its knives, had completely turned into a pile of loose sand. As for those gunfire trainee priests who were already being pushed into action, they fell into a chaotic and muddled quagmire without the Brotherhood's pressure. The balance of offense and defense had completely shifted. The original hunters had become the prey. Meanwhile, the students from Huaxia surged with momentum, and with their numerical advantage, the battle situation had turned overwhelmingly one-sided. The classmates spontaneously formed several combat teams to begin capturing the fleeing North American warriors in the Steel City. After experiencing the initial panic, the three clear Taoists gradually entered a combat state, demonstrating impressive combat skills. After the return of Wang Zuojuan and Wan Yujun, the Taoists had a backbone, like a tiger gaining wings. The Wang brothers finally had a stage to show off. They intentionally struck hard, and anyone they encountered among the gunfire priests met a swift end. As the two brothers displayed their might, they lectured the Big Dipper 7 stars. Is it really that hard to take down these scum? You guys are just dawdling around. With this level of skill, don't ever say you're the pride of Huaxia again, have a little self-awareness. Faced with the reprimands of the two older brothers, the Big Dipper's 7 stars could only put on a compliant demeanor, nodding repeatedly. Big brother is right, big brother is right. Wang Zhujuan and Wang Yujun felt a wave of relief. They had finally regained the prestige they had lost from Dao Shi. Amidst their satisfaction, the two did not forget Dao Shi's instructions: collect all the greatswords and revolvers, not a single one should be left behind. Wang Yujun recalled Dao Shi's infatuated posture while holding the woven bag and added with trepidation, you must also take good care of your personal belongings. Don't let anything fall on the ground. The long-planned massacre by the North American Federation had instead turned into a pig-catching game for the Huaxia students. The Huaxia students captured a large number of gunfire trainee priests and Bluecoat Brotherhood members. Confirming that there were no fish that had slipped through the net, everyone regrouped to count the captives and treat the injured. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that their side had not suffered any casualties. The total number of students from Huaxia entering the Rust City Secret Realm was 192, plus one leading teacher, Dong Chao. At this moment, counting the numbers, everyone was present. Even teacher Dong Chao appeared before everyone, completely unharmed. Kids, I'm back. Dong Chao deliberately put on a cheesy, benevolent demeanor, looking even more annoying than Dean Liu. While treating the injured, he briefly explained his motives. Before entering the secret realm, I felt something was off with those guys in North America. I deliberately misreported military intelligence just to bait them, and sure enough, they took the hook. After this period of special training, the students' views on Dong Chao had subtly changed. In their eyes, teacher Dong was very mysterious. Although his vitality fluctuation was only at the 2nd level, he could easily overpower Jiang Chang, who was at the 6th level. Today, the inexplicable death of a core member of the Blue Robe Brotherhood was likely related to teacher Dong as well. Besides his mysterious strength, teacher Dong also had some clever ideas in teaching. This more than half a month of chicken-eating special training seemed like play, but the gains for everyone were very real. The organizational discipline they displayed today stemmed from their usual chicken-eating training. Moreover, at this moment, Dong Chao was explaining his strategy to the students while skillfully performing battlefield first aid. This familiar demeanor clearly indicated he had rich combat experience. He was far from being a slacker. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Reflecting on teacher Dong's actions, many students felt a sense of shame in their hearts. What a good teacher teacher Dong was. They had previously believed those rumors and truly regarded him as a useless person. Usually, when they saw him, they showed no respect at all. Even at the beginning of the special training, they had looked down on him. They really shouldn't have. Watching the guilty looks the students cast at Dong Chao, Dao Shi, and the others secretly shook their heads. The naive students were clearly being manipulated by Old Deng. Old Deng pretended to be a fool in front of people, but behind the scenes, he was abstractly soaring to the heavens. He was even more of a slacker than the legends suggested, more unworthy of being human. The prejudices the students had before were actually not unfounded. As the focus of everyone's attention, Dong Chao had no playful attitude at this moment. On the contrary, he looked serious. Although no one from the Huaxia trial team had died, many were injured. Among them, Ma Tao from the martial arts class 2 was the most severely injured. Ma Tao was a woodbird bloodline ability user. In the early stages of the battle, Ma Tao transformed into a birdman and flew high into the sky, trying to find a classmate who was alone. Unfortunately, he was spotted by the gunfire priests and shot down. Ma Tao did not die on the spot, but he broke an arm and a leg in the fall. His chest was also cut open by a steel branch, leaving a huge gash. Such injuries rendered simple emergency bandaging ineffective. What Ma Tao needed was immediate surgery. However, there were no conditions for surgery in the secret realm. Dong Chao performed emergency bandaging for Ma Tao, and the 3 clear Taoists also recited the Shenyuan spell for him. But Ma Tao's injuries were too severe. The wound on his chest had damaged his internal organs and arteries, and blood along with dark internal tissue fluid continuously seeped out from under the bandages. The portal to the Rust City secret realm would not reopen for 3 days, and Ma Tao's current condition could not last that long. Looking at the battered Ma Tao, Dong Chao furrowed his brows tightly. He had exhausted all his means, but he was truly powerless against Ma Tao's injuries. The students also felt that Ma Tao's life force was gradually fading, and everyone's expressions grew serious. For these freshmen, the lesson of life and death was still too advanced. Although Ma Tao was not very likable, being gloomy and not straightforward, they were all classmates after all. Moreover, Ma Tao was injured while searching for a lost companion. At this moment, everyone from the martial arts academy gathered around Ma Tao, their expressions sorrowful. A few female classmates even began to quietly sob. Feeling that his life was about to come to an end, Ma Tao displayed a rare composure. How can one say there is no clothing? We share the same robe. Everyone, I, Ma Tao, will take my leave first. The Emo family warriors present lowered their heads and echoed together. When the king raises an army, we sharpen our spears and shields, sharing the same hatred with you. How can one say there are no clothes? We share the same due with you. When the king raises an army, we sharpen our halberds, working together with you. How can one say there are no clothes? We share the same garments with you. When the king raises an army, we sharpen our armor and weapons, marching together with you. The Emo family warriors recited the popular poetry in a simple, repetitive manner. Their voices were passionate and resonant, filled with a mix of fervor and sorrow. For the Emo family warriors, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai originally held no sense of identification. In their eyes, the Emo family warriors were weak and not very bright. But at this moment, the two spontaneously joined the chanting group. Inspired by these Emo family warriors, the Taoists also grew serious, with a few silently reciting the Ascension and Rebirth incantation, wishing for Ma Tao to return to the good path and escape suffering after his last breath. Sun Jingfeng pushed through the crowd in anger. Shut your crow mouths, don't say anything disheartening. Sun Jingfeng squeezed to Ma Tao's side, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his wrist. Ma Tao, don't worry, you won't be in danger. Sun Jingfeng drew a small knife and cut his own wrist. I have consumed the blood of the blood prison tyrant, and my blood contains the essence of its life. You should be able to heal by drinking my blood. Sun Jingfeng pried open Ma Tao's mouth, letting the blood flow from his wrist drip into Ma Tao's mouth. Ma Tao choked and coughed repeatedly, but Sun Jingfeng held his chin, forcing him to keep his mouth open. Come on, drink deeply, just like eating blood sausage. His sudden action shocked everyone present, including the severely injured Ma Tao. When everyone finally reacted, they suddenly realized that Ma Tao's vitality had stopped waning, and even showed signs of recovery. Sun Jingfeng's method was indeed effective. Continuous blood loss made Sun Jingfeng's face pale, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, yet he maintained a spirited expression, encouraging Ma Tao. Ma Tao, don't worry, with me as your super blood bag, you will definitely hold on to your life. You won't be in danger. Woo woo, mmm. Ma Tao was so moved he could hardly speak. Originally, Ma Tao had no good impression of Sun Jingfeng. He knew that Sun Jingfeng was not a super genius, he was just a useless scion of a wealthy family. Ma Tao had grasped Sun Jingfeng's secret. He followed Sun Jingfeng out of necessity, but also with the intention of elevating this useless person. But at this moment, Ma Tao truly felt the brilliance within Sun Jingfeng. Deeply touched, the only thing Ma Tao could do was emit a few hoarse sobs to express his gratitude to Sun Jingfeng. Confirming that Ma Tao's vitality had stopped fading, Sun Jingfeng finally ceased his actions, grinning as he bandaged himself. While tending to his wound, he pretended to be nonchalant and said to the crowd, from now on, if anyone gets injured, come find me. My blood is the best medicine for saving lives. As he spoke, he turned to the stunned Taoists. If you Taoists get injured, come find me too. Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun shook their heads repeatedly. Too greasy. We prefer light food. We really can't drink it if it doesn't have garlic sauce. Ha ha ha, the Wang brothers' jokes swept away the clouds of gloom hanging over everyone, and the atmosphere became lively again. The Wang brothers originally looked down on Sun Jingfeng. They knew that this fool was just a facade for Dao Shi and He Xiongzai. Even more ridiculous was that Sun Jingfeng himself was oblivious, truly thinking of himself as a genius. But at this moment, the brothers discovered that this useless person seemed to have some redeeming qualities. Big brother Sun Jingfeng is amazing. Truly the genius of the Sun family. Big brother has style, open and bright. Watching Ma Tao escape from life-threatening danger, Sun Jingfeng's group of little fans began to sincerely praise him again. They were truly impressed by Sun Jingfeng. This big brother not only had exceptional strength but also bore responsibility and was naturally a leader. It seemed that all the excellent words used to describe him were not an exaggeration. Although Sun Jingfeng's heart was blooming with joy at everyone's praise, he maintained a serious expression on the surface. Hey, how have I taught you all usually? In battle, you call me big brother, and I won't pick on you, but at times like this, you must address me by my title. The fans quickly changed their tune. President Sun is amazing. President Sun is generous. Among the Taoist repair team, many others joined in the praise. They were completely captivated by Sun Jingfeng's charisma. Even the three young masters from the Mo family at the edge of the crowd became fans of Sun Jingfeng. President Sun leads the faction. No wonder he is the grandson of the six-eared marshal. I have to say, Mo Wu University is a bit unworthy of President Sun. Such an outstanding talent is stuck in such a mediocre school. It truly is a waste of talent. I still feel a bit of pain from my gunshot wound. I also want to drink some of President Sun's blood. Then you have to drink it warm. With President Sun's physique, his blood fat must be high. Drinking it cold will be sticky. The three young masters of the Mo family whispered among themselves. With the protection of the Golden Thorn battle armor and their own tough crocodile divine beast bloodline, the Mo family's three young masters were not seriously injured. After a simple treatment, they were now bouncing around as if nothing had happened. However, the three who were acting as Sun Jingfeng's fans did not notice that three malicious gazes in the crowd were firmly locking onto them. Dong Chao had long noticed the greed in Dao Shi and others' eyes, but he had no intention of intervening. His three precious students were earning their stripes in the wild, reminiscent of Dong Chao's own youthful spirit. Right now, Dong Chao was more focused on Sun Jingfeng. Although this kid wasn't very astute, he was born into a family of generals and still had a sense of responsibility. This sense of responsibility had been evident since Sun Jingfeng was young. Dong Chao couldn't help but recall the pranks he pulled with the mischievous Sun Jingfeng many years ago when he was still Uncle Knife. Those pranks were all Dong Chao's ideas, but every time, it was Sun Jingfeng who volunteered to take the blame. For instance, that time they added popping candy to the medicinal wine brewed for the six-eared marshal. The old man felt his upper jaw go numb and thought he was suffering from alcohol poisoning. That night, the six-eared marshal tossed and turned without sleep. He first spent half the night at the hospital getting his stomach pumped, then came back and beat Sun Jingfeng for half the night. Or that time they added mint candy to the cola of the six-eared marshal's square dance partner, Old Lady Lu. The old lady drank it and foamed at the mouth, and that night, the six-eared marshal again had a sleepless night. He spent the first half of the night accompanying Old Lady Lu to the hospital for a stomach pump and the second half beating his precious grandson. Although Dong Chao pretended to be the good guy and tried to mediate, Sun Jingfeng still got beaten half to death. From that time on, Dong Chao realized that Sun Jingfeng was no ordinary kid. Now, he was also shining in his area of expertise. After absorbing Sun Jingtao's blood, Ma Tao temporarily escaped life-threatening danger, and the conditions of the other injured were stabilizing, allowing the students to breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing this opportunity, Dong Chao decided to give the students a lesson. He had the captives from the North American trial team brought up. These captives were bound hand and foot, wrapped up like zongzi. The gunfire trainee priests were all dumbfounded, clearly frightened. A few members of the Brotherhood, however, were darting their eyes around, obviously plotting something in their hearts. These guys, upon seeing the kind-faced Dong Chao, had their inner calculations ringing even louder. They exchanged glances and then shouted at the top of their lungs, "Aren't you the ones who claimed to treat prisoners well? We've already surrendered. We should be treated well. Our weapons have been confiscated, why are we still tied up?" Exactly. Some of us are injured and need treatment. A few fools naively thought that after such a brutal bloodshed, this leading teacher from Huaxia must be under immense pressure, hesitant to act. In the eyes of these fools, although they were trapped, the one truly in a predicament was the leading teacher from Huaxia. The students from Huaxia could be indifferent, but as the leading teacher, there was much more to consider in terms of aftermath. This time, with so many dead in North America, it was impossible for them to let it go easily. Minister Anthony would not allow this bloody incident to just end like that. This, the leading teacher could surely imagine. How to ease the relationship between Huaxia and North America, and avoid further escalation of the situation, was probably what was troubling this leading teacher the most. At this critical moment, if these captives made a fuss, the Huaxia people would definitely give them some preferential treatment, allowing them to be a bit more comfortable in the coming days. Watching these noisy guys, Dong Chao secretly found it amusing. These fools were clearly used to being superior, yet at this moment, they still couldn't grasp the situation. They were the ones who had murderous intent first, yet now they thought the Huaxia team was in a difficult position. This blind arrogance perfectly matched Dong Chao's stereotype of North American martial artists. From the very beginning, Dong Chao had no intention of letting them live. His method of dealing with the aftermath was to kill them all. Dong Chao's mind was already filled with murderous intent, but on the surface, he feigned a concerned tone. "Oh? Someone is injured? Let me see, where is it?" A few members of the Brotherhood thought they had the upper hand, completely unaware that Dong Chao's concerned expression was actually a final farewell to them. A freckled kid foolishly straightened his back. "I broke my rib." Seeing Dong Chao bend down to open the first aid kit, the freckled kid thought he had Dong Chao in his grasp, proudly introducing his family background. "I come from the Rosophili family. If anything happens to me, you Huaxia will have to bear not just the pressure from the North American Martial Arts Education Department." As he spoke, the other Brotherhood members also straightened their backs, becoming arrogant. No matter what caused this bloody incident, Huaxia would ultimately seek to settle things peacefully. This was also what Minister Anthony had always instilled in them. Due to the tangible pressure from the Demon City, Huaxia was destined to adopt a strategy of appeasement in its friction with North America. Just like now, To quell the incident, this leading teacher from Huaxia would surely do everything possible to ensure the safety of these captives, returning them whole to Minister Anthony. This, the Brotherhood members firmly believed. Just as the freckled kid was proudly introducing his family background, Dong Chao finally pulled out a sharp knife from the first aid kit. In front of everyone, he plunged the knife into the freckled kid's waist. The teacher is not a medical martial artist and cannot perform rib reduction surgery, but the teacher has a way to make you not feel pain. As he spoke, Dong Chao completely buried the sharp knife into the freckled kid's body, twisting his wrist. The sharp bullhorn knife opened a triangular wound on the freckled kid's side. Bright red blood and dark internal organ fluids gushed out, and the freckled boy stood frozen for several seconds before finally shouting in realization, "You! How dare you!" He wanted to question Dong Chao, but unfortunately, death moved faster than his words. Before he could utter another coherent sentence, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. How's that? Not painful anymore, right? Dong Chao's sudden action left the remaining members of the Brotherhood, and even the Chinese students present, dumbfounded. Time seemed to stand still in the crowd, and after a long while, someone stammered, "Why, you're killing prisoners." A member of the Brotherhood with dreadlocks timidly spoke up. Dong Chao looked at the dreadlocked man with indifference. "This isn't killing prisoners, this is crisis averted." He tapped the blade against the dreadlocked man's face, who stood there foolishly, too scared to move. "The teacher doesn't kill you for nothing. Before you go, let me teach you the rules of a dirty game. If you all die, Anthony will swallow his anger. If you were alive, that would be like roasting Anthony over a fire. After your ambush plan fails, he will wish more than anyone that you all perish. So, for the sincere friendship between China and North America, you all make a sacrifice." As he spoke, Dong Chao twirled the knife, the tip deftly piercing the dreadlocked man's throat. Another unfortunate soul met his end, and the remaining members of the Brotherhood were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Some were so scared they were crying, snot and tears flowing, and after a long while, they finally managed to say a complete sentence. "Why, you said you would treat prisoners well. You promised us on the communication channel that we could live if we surrendered." Dong Chao grinned, his face friendly. "In principle, I should indeed treat prisoners well. But at this moment, the principle is in my hands. Moreover, what I said about surrendering to live was, if you want to live, you must surrender obediently. Now, you can think all you want. I've only taken your lives, but your thoughts are free." Dong Chao had multiple considerations for wanting to eliminate these Brotherhood members. First, only if the Brotherhood was completely wiped out, with no witnesses left, would Anthony have room to retreat. This bloody incident wouldn't escalate. Over the years, North America seemed indifferent, but in reality, they didn't dare to completely turn against China. Fighting without breaking was in the interest of both sides. Dong Chao grasped this point. As long as he left Anthony a way out, Anthony wouldn't dare to turn against him. He could only choose to suffer in silence. Secondly, in the next 2 days, Dong Chao planned to explore the upper city. The Chinese students needed to collect rust essence and care for the injured. Keeping these Brotherhood members around was ultimately a hidden danger, and hidden dangers must be eliminated in their infancy. Finally, these Brotherhood members still had a bit of residual value and could serve as teaching tools for Dong Chao. He intended to use these fools' lives to give his classmates an important practical lesson. Dong Chao held the knife and scanned the Mexican students present. "Do you remember how the teacher taught you in the chicken game? You must recognize the importance of finishing off. In any situation, as long as the enemy hasn't breathed their last, you must step forward to finish them off. Avoid any unexpected situations. Right now, your opportunity for practical finishing off has arrived." Looking at the sharp knife in Dong Chao's hand, the students felt their scalps tingle. Teacher Dong was going to make them personally execute these North American students who had lost their ability to resist. Previously, in battle, the students had been filled with adrenaline, able to strike without psychological pressure. But now, these North Americans were all tied up, looking like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Forcing them to kill these defenseless guys created a heavy moral pressure in the hearts of the students. What Dong Chao aimed to do was precisely to eliminate this moral pressure from the students' minds. The battlefield is a projection of hell on earth. On the battlefield, even the slightest bit of compassion and moral sense will only harm oneself. In school, the highest score is 100. But on the battlefield, the lowest score is 100. Relying solely on the knowledge from textbooks will not allow the students to survive on the battlefield. There is still much for the students to learn. Looking at the troubled faces of the students, Dong Chao expressionlessly raised his knife, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. Under his prolonged stare, Shin Tu-chen steeled himself and stepped forward. "I'll go first." Trembling, Shin Tu-chen took the sharp knife, and after a moment of hesitation, he suddenly raised his hand and stabbed a hapless soul who was pleading incessantly. Afterwards, with a pale face, Shen Tuchen handed the knife to Chao Xian. Chao Xian took the knife, mentally prepared himself, and then slashed the throat of a Brotherhood member. He then passed the sharp knife to another classmate. The bloodied knife was continuously passed among the students, and those who completed the finishing blow either retched repeatedly or turned ashen. Although they did not appear strong enough, they ultimately overcame the mental hurdle. More than 20 members of the Brotherhood were slaughtered, and Dong Chao did not let the students turn their blades on the trainee priests again. He knew that these North American freshmen were also being forced. Dong Chao bent down, looking kindly at the hapless souls sprawled on the ground. I can spare your lives. However, your right hand can no longer wield a sword. From now on, you can live peacefully as priests, serving your god. As he spoke, he stepped on a trainee priest's right arm, crushing the priest's wrist. Kicking away the writhing trainee priest in pain, Dong Chao stepped onto another trainee priest's arm. The sound of bones shattering and the priest's wails echoed, yet Dong Chao's expression remained unchanged. This is already our greatest mercy. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for getting on the pirate ship. Dong Chao seemed to treat the trainee priest's hand bones as firecrackers. The crackling sounds made the nearby Taoist practitioners fall silent. The Taoist practitioners exchanged glances. Who said that mentor Dong Chao from Manhwa University was a notorious slacker in the education field? This guy is clearly a ruthless person among ruthless people. At this moment, the Taoist practitioners began to understand why, after a month, the students from Mo had developed a different temperament. Clearly, it was all thanks to this ruthless teacher in front of them. The way the Taoist practitioners looked at the Mo students was filled with envy and sympathy. In just a month, the Mo students had cultivated discipline and teamwork, which was certainly enviable. But surely, they must have paid a considerable price, right? Under the training of this ruthless teacher, they must have suffered quite a bit, right? What the Taoist practitioners could not imagine was that, facing the chicken-eating special training every afternoon, the martial arts academy students were actually having a blast. After disabling the right hands of these trainee priests, Dong Chao did not let them off the hook. He also inflicted a psychological attack on these hapless souls. He ordered these disabled priests to use their remaining left hands to drag away the bodies of the Brotherhood members and pile them up. The dual blow of psychological and physical trauma made these trainee priests, who deeply understood what cruelty meant, completely collapse. To survive, they turned into mere shells, numbly dragging away the bodies of their companions. After having the students re-imprison these few surviving trainee priests, Dong Chao found a secluded spot and once again used a voodoo doll to contact Anthony. Minister, I've taken care of everything you instructed. All the Huaxia people have been eliminated. What's our next step? Dong Chao imitated Bob's voice as he reported to Anthony. Now that the dust had settled, he wanted to see what the North Americans were really up to this time. Hearing Bob's report, Anthony was slightly surprised. Oh? So soon? Did you take care of that troublesome pair of the Sanqing twins as well? I followed your orders and left not a single survivor, Dong Chao said, deliberately adopting a tone of pride. Good, well done. Anthony praised him greatly. He had complete confidence in Bob's ability to get things done. Then let's proceed with the sacrifice as I instructed earlier. Anthony mentioned the word sacrifice once again. Dong Chao understood that the North Americans had meticulously planned a whole scheme to use Huaxia's students for some kind of sacrifice. Behind this sacrifice, the North Americans must have grand ambitions. Dong Chao continued to probe, Minister, since I've helped you complete the sacrifice, isn't that a great achievement? You should reward me generously, right? Faced with Bob's attempt to take credit, Anthony was not suspicious. He began to paint a bright future for Bob. Bill Bob. You're not just working for me, you're working for the North American Federation. This is your chance to demonstrate your loyalty. Of course, you've helped the Federation acquire a abyssal secret realm, which is a significant achievement. The Federation will not treat you poorly. We will not only tilt resources in your favor but also open up avenues for your advancement. I will personally recommend you to become the youngest congressman in the history of the Federation. Congressman Bob, let us work together for the future of the Federation. Anthony's flattery was clumsy, but Dong Chao still felt a surge of excitement. What truly moved him were 4 words, abyssal secret realm. The Rust City secret realm, is it related to some abyssal secret realm? Dong Chao feigned a fervent tone and continued to banter with Anthony. Mr. Anthony, for the future of the Federation, I am willing to offer my loyalty. However, this concerns an abyssal secret realm. This matter is of great importance, and I fear there may be mistakes. That's why I contacted you, to verify the next steps. Listening to Bob, Anthony secretly nodded. He thought to himself, young people do grow. Who would have imagined that the usually reckless Bob would have a day of steadiness? With that in mind, Anthony spoke, all the clues are in the upper city. You just need to follow the inscriptions on the copper tablet and place the 169 corpses of Huaxia people in the corresponding positions to complete the final sacrifice, and you will obtain the key to the abyssal secret realm. Although Bob had been very composed today, Anthony couldn't help but remind him, remember, you must act according to the clues. Don't think about using brute force. If the sacrificial device is damaged, you will never get the key. Aye aye, Captain. Dong Chao once again used a North American slang to respond to Anthony. The Axon loyal knights are already on their way to the platform's secret realm. They are specifically here to assist you. So, my young congressman, go ahead and claim the glory that belongs to you. Amid Anthony's grandiose words, Dong Chao ended the call. It seems that I have no choice but to go to the upper city. Just thinking about the words abyssal secret realm made Dong Chao's eyes gleam with naked greed. He finally understood why the North Americans dared to take such risks. If it were him, he too would be unable to resist using North Americans for the sacrifice. It's a pity that the number of North American students entering the secret realm is too small. Even if I killed them all, it wouldn't be enough. Dong Chao felt a bit regretful. However, no matter what, Dong Chao decided to make a trip to the upper city. It didn't matter that he couldn't get the key, he had to destroy it so that North America couldn't get it either. The next day, in the lower city, the students from Huaxia automatically divided into several groups to collaborate. Some took care of the injured, some guarded the trainee priests, and others went hunting for the iron zombies in the city to obtain rust essence. After experiencing the fierce battle yesterday, the Huaxia team was now receiving good news. The injuries of several wounded had not worsened, and even Ma Tao, who was the most severely injured, managed to hold on to life and was able to leave the secret realm without any issues. The priests who were being held had not lost their spirit, and with one arm disabled, they were no longer a threat. Only about 10 students from Mo University were assigned to guard them. As for the hunting teams going after the iron zombies, they were reaping great rewards. These iron zombies were mutated forms of humans from a certain plane after death. They couldn't even be considered exotic beasts. These creatures, aside from having a rusty iron body with impressive defense, had nothing else to commend them. Killing these iron zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables for the Huaxia students who had just gone through a fierce battle. The students from Mo University and the Dao cultivators from Sanqing were busy and energetic, while only the trial team from Toad University appeared the most awkward. Because they had been rivals with Mo University for many years, a few students from Toad University felt uncomfortable integrating into Mo University's team. They had wanted to team up with Sanqing University, but those Dao cultivators were all engrossed in working with Mo University students. In fact, many Dao cultivators were following Mo University students like a flock. This made the students from Toad University seem very out of place. After the hunting operation began, these unfortunate souls could only act alone. However, the Dao cultivators and martial artists from Mo University were numerous and well organized. They first gathered the iron zombies together, then concentrated on exterminating and collecting them. Everyone was making a fortune. Meanwhile, the students from Toad University couldn't even get a sip of soup. Additionally, the third young master of the Mo family had been injured, making his movements somewhat inconvenient. The hunting task basically fell on the other 3 team members. The third young master of the Mo family squatted in a corner like a lord, leisurely chatting. I didn't expect that this year's freshmen from Mo University are quite capable. We need to be careful at this year's martial arts conference. We can't afford to capsize in the gutter. This is important intelligence. It must be reported back to the school. We must be on high alert this year. It's possible we could really capsize in the gutter. But, with us, the third young masters of the Mo family here, it's unlikely. Mo Fong fiddled with his sharp mohawk while rambling. Yesterday, his golden thorn battle armor had helped him withstand several deadly bullets. Although his life was not in danger, the impact of the bullets had caused a mild concussion, making his thoughts a bit unclear. Mo Tua nodded along with Mo Fong and Mo Lu's words, his eyes green with envy as he looked at the students from the 2 schools who were reaping great rewards in the distance. Just then, 3 classmates wearing masks and white lab coats approached them. There you are. We've been looking for you for a long time. You 3, it's time for your medicine. Daoshi, holding a mixture of Banlanjin and Jinsangzi throat treasure, said kindly to the 3 young masters of the Mo family. Daoshi approached with a beaming smile. You 3 need to get better quickly. You are the great heroes of this battle. Us? Great heroes? The 3 young masters of the Mo family looked completely bewildered. Daoshi, with a sincere expression, praised the 3 fools. You are definitely heroes. You were the first to engage with the gunfire priests. Not only did you hold back the enemy's advance team, but you also alerted everyone, making them stay on high alert. This time, our victory is largely thanks to you. At least a third of the credit goes to you. The three young MO looked at each other, their eyes revealing surprise and joy. Initially, they thought they had performed terribly this time, bringing great shame to Mo Wu University. But hearing this good brother in front of them say so, they suddenly realized that they weren't as bad as they thought. They had indeed been chased around by a few gunfire priests. But thinking back, hadn't they also held back those few gunfire priests? It seemed to be the case. Their cries for help on the communication channel might have been a bit noisy, but they did help other students stay alert. You know what, thinking from a different angle, their contribution was indeed quite significant. Seeing that the three fools had fallen for his words, Daoshi calmly delivered a critical blow. Who says that only those standing in the light are heroes? In my eyes, you are the silent, selfless warriors. Your contributions are immense. The already not-so-smart Mo family trio was easily swayed by Daoshi. The three proudly crossed their arms. If you say we are selfless warriors, then that's fine. But we are naturally low-key, and we don't care about any credit or hard work. Daoshi secretly cursed. How did the Mo family produce these three fools as vassals of the Shenyuan family? These three guys were foolishly united. While he grumbled internally, Daoshi maintained a respectful expression on the surface. You can't say that. Those who gather firewood for the many should not be punished by wind and snow. Three great heroes, quickly drink your medicine. You must get better soon. As he spoke, Daoshi divided the medicine in his hand into three portions and handed them to the Mo family trio. The Mo family trio raised their heads and drank it all in one go. The medicine was bittersweet and quite pleasant. Just as the Mo family trio was savoring it, Daoshi took out a small bottle. In addition to the internal medicine, there's also an external special medicine. Let me help the three heroes apply it. Saying this, Daoshi turned to Xiangzai and Mo Xiang. You two come over quickly and help the three heroes take off their armor. Xiangzai and Mo Xiang, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly approached and ceremoniously removed the golden thorny battle armor from the Mo family trio. The easily swayed Mo family trio had no defenses at all. The super strong defense of the golden thorny battle armor had protected them from multiple bullet wounds, but they still had several bruises on their bodies. Daoshi carefully applied the medicine to these bruises. What Daoshi was applying to them was not a healing medicine, but crispy skin water used for barbecuing. Dong Chao had been planning to have a camping barbecue in the Rust City secret realm, forcing several precious students to carry a grill, charcoal, bamboo skewers, and marinade. Now, Daoshi used the crispy skin water as a healing medicine, applying it to the Mo family trio. The three heroes should not wear clothes for now, let the medicine dry naturally, the crispy skin. Healing effect will be better. You all rest slowly, we will go take care of the other injured. With the three pieces of armor in hand, Daoshi naturally excused himself. The Mo family trio did not notice anything unusual, they obediently lay on the ground, letting the crispy skin water dry on their bodies. In front of Daoshi, the three could still pretend to be composed, but now that Daoshi and the others had walked far away, the three young masters of the Mo family could no longer hold back. They automatically divided into three parts and began to sing the popular song, The Lonely Brave. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love your unyielding stance. I love how you face despair without shedding a tear. Who says that only those standing in the light can be called heroes? As time passed, the healing medicine on their bodies became sticky, and the three of them involuntarily began to squirm. In the distance, Daoshi took out his beloved woven bag, and like stepping on a soda can, he flattened the three suits of armor one by one and tossed them into the bag. Beside him, Xiangzai and Mo Xiang also wore expressions of fervor. The treasures they had coveted for days were finally in their hands. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Rust City secret realm, the upper city, Dong Chao stood in front of an iron tree, carefully examining a dried corpse hanging from it. The corpse had a typical Caucasian face, and judging by the degree of desiccation, this guy had been dead for 2 or 3 years. It seems that North America had secretly conducted sacrifices before this, Dong Chao thought to himself. The hanging dried corpse had its arms outstretched, pointing towards an iron courtyard, the gate of which was slightly ajar. Guided by the corpse, Dong Chao stepped into the courtyard. Every blade of grass and tree in the courtyard, although still made of iron, showed no signs of rust. The layout of the Western-style courtyard exuded a strong sense of taste and style. However, with everything transformed into iron, the refinement and style here instead gave an indescribable sense of eeriness. Dong Chao walked along the path in the courtyard and soon discovered some corpses of North American warriors. These North American warriors lay sprawled on the iron grass of the courtyard, their arms outstretched, pointing towards the ancient castle in front of the courtyard. Behind them were shocking bloodstains and countless severed limbs. Judging by their physiques, these deceased were very young, clearly North American students who had come to participate in the trials. These unfortunate souls must have been forced to crawl across the grass of the courtyard. The grass and vegetation, transformed into iron, seemed like steel brushes, continuously scraping away their flesh and blood, causing them to die in extreme agony. Looking at the tragic state of these young warriors, the usually ruthless Dong Chao couldn't help but feel a sense of lament in his heart. The Minister of Martial Arts Education in North America, Anthony, was truly a beast. That old man was really ruthless. It's just a pity that his ruthlessness was completely misplaced. Like the gate of the courtyard, the gate of the ancient castle also opened slightly. Looking at the slightly ajar door, Dong Chao's mind began to stir. From the current situation, the gate of the courtyard required 1 sacrifice to open. The gate of the ancient castle required 13 sacrifices to open. Inside the castle, there should be another gate that required 169 sacrifices to open. Behind the door should be the key to opening a deep abyss secret realm. If it were really that simple, the sacrifice rules here would be meaningless to Dong Chao. Although Dong Chao couldn't gather 169 corpses, he had spatial abilities. For him, teleporting behind the wall was the simplest routine operation. Plus with a flash, Dong Chao arrived inside the ancient castle. Inside the castle, various animal specimens and jars were everywhere. It felt like a Gothic-style laboratory, the atmosphere of medieval science fiction hitting him head-on. However, with everything transformed into metal, it was impossible to discern the original research direction of the castle's owner. Dong Chao found some bloody footprints on the ground, clearly left by the previous North American trial team. Following these footprints, Dong Chao arrived at the second floor of the ancient castle. In the corridor on the second floor, large metal tanks and various precision instruments were scattered everywhere. However, most of these tanks and instruments were damaged. The walls and floor of the corridor were covered with dense bullet holes. Clearly, this mess was also the handiwork of the North American trial team. Dong Chao walked slowly down the corridor and eventually arrived at a spacious hall. At the main seat of the hall, there was an imposing lord's throne, upon which sat a broken body. Behind the throne was a large metal door adorned with intricate carvings, glowing faintly, and in front of it stood a multitude of tightly packed metal coffins. On both sides of the hall, 2 rows of bronze tablets stood neatly, inscribed with some complex symbols that seemed to be a form of writing. Dong Chao did not recognize these characters, but as he gazed at the mysterious script, it seemed to possess a magical quality, projecting the information contained within directly into his mind. The bronze tablets recorded a diary. Year 1155 of the Aegean calendar, July 6th. We are fleeing, we have always been fleeing. It seems that since the beginning of our records, our people have never stopped running. Teacher Stephen said we are escaping the Grey Plague, which has devastated the entire Aegean continent. July 17th. The carriage is becoming increasingly bumpy, and the sound of hooves is growing chaotic. The road ahead seems very rugged. Today, Teacher Stephen told me again about our family's past. Our Jirwei family is a great alchemical family. We are the only hope against the Grey Plague. 100 years ago, our ancestors joined forces to perform powerful alchemy, temporarily slowing the advance of the Grey Plague. Unfortunately, the Grey Plague has returned. August 1st. Old horse Jerry is sick. As the lead horse of the caravan, Jerry is crucial to everyone. Jerry knows the weight of his responsibility. Even though he is limping, he continues to move forward. I want to do something for Jerry. August 3rd. My alchemical experiment was successful. I summoned a metal pony based on Jerry. I intended to lighten Jerry's burden, but after the metal pony appeared, Jerry died. Teacher said Jerry became a sacrifice to Hermes, the god of alchemy. Every time an alchemist performs a spell, they must offer something dear to them to Hermes. This profound magic, which endlessly draws from the void, ultimately comes at a cost. Now, the metal pony has replaced Jerry, running tirelessly. Its movements are exactly like Jerry's, but it is ultimately not the real Jerry. August 4th. The metal pony has completely replaced Jerry, advancing without rest. It even performs better than Jerry. Except for me, no one will miss Jerry anymore. Teacher said my creation ability is unique among alchemists. My talent is stronger than that of my ancestors. Perhaps I can also stand against the Grey Plague for everyone, just like my ancestors. I, Melgard Jirwei, will do my utmost to protect everyone. August 11th. A division has arisen within the caravan. The adults have been arguing. In the end, everyone split into 2 factions. Teacher led us to continue forward. The nature priestess Aunt Susu took the others to the seaside, hoping to use the sea mist to block the Grey Plague. Although I have never seen the sea and do not know what sea mist is, Aunt Susu took my sister away. Before parting, my sister asked me to take good care of my younger sister. I will not only take good care of my younger sister but also everyone. September 23rd. Our food has run out, and fresh water is in short supply, but the Grey Plague is right behind us. No one dares to stop. we can only move forward on empty stomachs. September 24th. Alchemy is truly the greatest invention in this world. Hermes responded to me, bringing down food and fresh water from the void. With ample supplies, everyone wore joyful smiles. They lined up to express their gratitude to me. My sister, with her belly round and full, couldn't stop talking. However, alchemy always comes at a cost. I lost a toe. But compared to the precious resources, this price is negligible. These copper tablets record the growth diary of an alchemist. Dong Chao suddenly realized that the owner of this diary, Melgard Jervi, was the metallic remains on the throne. The entire rusted secret realm was created out of nothing by Melgard using alchemy. Dong Chao knew that every secret realm is a projection of a part of another world. The descriptions in the diary truly existed. In a certain Western fantasy world filled with magic and sorcery, there was a group of people who traveled day and night, just to escape the Grey Plague that had destroyed the entire world. Among this group, a genius alchemist was born, Melgard. However, in Dong Chao's view, the alchemy that Melgard was endlessly praised for was not great in the slightest. This kind of dark art, which requires sacrifice for gain, will inevitably pay a painful price in the future. Sure enough, Dong Chao's thoughts were soon validated by Melgard's diary. Aegean year 1159, June 1st. The escape continues. Thanks to alchemy, everyone's lives are getting better. Everyone respects me, calling me sir at the age of 17. This feeling of being respected is wonderful. Everything is developing in a positive direction. However, recently, Xiao Wei has fallen ill. I promised my sister to take good care of my sister Vivian. I will use alchemy to make her better as soon as possible. June 3rd. My alchemy actually failed? Hermes rejected my request to exchange my left hand for my sister's health. He guided me in a dream that alchemical exchanges must be equal. One must exchange a loved one for a loved one. After the ritual failed, Xiao Wei's illness worsened. I had no time to hesitate. June 4th. Hermes granted me a special medicine, and Xiao Wei's condition stabilized. However, I have lost my teacher forever. Before my teacher passed away, he did not blame me. He only hoped that I could lead everyone to live for a long time. Ideally, we could escape this state of being homeless. We are the last survivors of the Aegean civilization. We must ensure that the spark of Aegean continues forever. I will definitely fulfill my teacher's last wish, no matter the cost. Aegean year 1165, January 3rd. I thought of a permanent way to escape the Grey Plague. That is to use alchemy to create a semiplane detached from the Aegean world. There, we can build our own Eden. There, we can live a stable life. I shared my idea with everyone, and they were all filled with anticipation. Now, everyone calls me Lord and bows to me. Only my sister is an exception. She seems to lack respect for me. January 11th. Hermes guided me, and my plan is feasible. But creating a semiplane comes at a painful cost. June 28th. A semiplane world detached from reality has been created by me. From now on, we no longer have to travel day and night. Tonight, half of the people will sleep in a stable bed for the first time in their lives. Everyone couldn't help but kneel before me, calling me the savior, calling me a god. I can fully bear their gratitude and worship. After all, for them, I lost my right leg, lost part of my organs, and lost Xiao Wei. But from now on, there will be no more sacrifices. Everyone will gain precious stability and happiness. Aegean year 1168, November 7th. Recently, Eden has become somewhat strange. The grass, trees, and houses here inexplicably turn into metal. It may be related to the elemental chaos of the demiplane. I sacrificed my left hand to Hermes, along with the first newborn in Eden, and the situation temporarily improved. Aegean year 1169, March 3rd. Today, I received Diana's confession. She fell in love with me during the time of fleeing in the carriage. I feel the same. However, I have lost too much to bear children with her. I can only offer her to Hermes. I am the savior of the world, the redeemer of Aegean civilization. I am the demigod who created Eden. I should not be trapped in personal love. April 30. Today, I came across the journal left by my father. It turns out he was also an alchemical genius. He had long seen through the essence of alchemy. The essence of alchemy is not to gain, but to continuously lose. Unfortunately, I only understand this now, and it is too late. I cannot turn back. From my father's journal, I also learned a secret. Back then, our ancestors sacrificed 183 lives to perform 3 rounds of flesh and blood offerings, which temporarily delayed the advance of the Grey Plague. The essence of alchemy is loss. Our Gervais family has been sacrificing since its inception. Aegean year 1171, January 1st. Rust disease is spreading continuously in Eden. People's bodies inexplicably turn into steel, then rust and decay. Besides the human body, the houses and trees on the street are also rusting. Worse still, I am sick too. I am rusting. I don't know what went wrong, and Hermes no longer gives me guidance or response. A voice deep inside tells me that I have been deceived. Perhaps the Hermes I have been worshipping is not the god of alchemy. The spread of rust disease has changed the way people look at me. They seem to be questioning my achievements and abilities as a savior. May 15. The situation is worsening. Half of the people have contracted rust disease, but I am powerless. Hermes no longer accepts my sacrifices. Recently, something strange happened in Eden. Those who parted ways with us and went to the seaside have sent us a letter. I received a letter from my sister. In the letter, my sister said they also escaped the pursuit of the Grey Plague and established a city of companionship with whales deep in the ocean. They invited us to the whale city to live with them. There is no worry about food and clothing, and no rust disease. There is a big problem with my sister's letter. How did she know that rust disease was breaking out in Eden? How did the snow sculptures that delivered the letter arrive in this demiplane, isolated from reality? And why do the rotten fish scales grow under the feathers of these snow sculptures? Just as I lost contact with Hermes, I received this strange letter. This is definitely not right. I told everyone to burn the letter, but they seemed quite resistant. May 17. Crazy. Everyone has gone mad. All who have seen the letter have become insane. They are clamoring to go to the whale city, even willing to rebel. They began to question me, questioning the sacrifices of our Gervais family. Some bastards even blamed the rust disease on me. If it weren't for me, you bunch of idiots would have been swallowed by the Grey Plague long ago. I lost my alchemy, and you no longer see me as the savior? Are you really downplaying all my sacrifices and efforts over the years? Then let you all feel firsthand the sacrifices of the Gervais family that have lasted for so long. 100 years ago, the Gervais family delayed the spread of the Grey Plague at the cost of 183 lives through 3 rounds of flesh and blood sacrifices. If you can also complete 3 rounds of flesh and blood sacrifices, I will allow you to go to Whale Companion City. Otherwise, you will stay here and rust away with me. Compared to being lured by strange letters and going out to die for nothing, accompanying your savior as he rusts slowly in Eden is definitely a beautiful ending to life. Ha, ha ha ha. All the diaries end here. After briefly reviewing the life of Melgarde, Dong Chao felt a bit emotional. This genius alchemist had responsibility and accountability. However, driven by some evil force, he gradually became twisted and mad. In the end, Melgarde realized that the Hermes he worshipped was not a god of alchemy, but rather some evil god. The evil god gradually lured him, draining him completely. Yet even in such a terrible situation, Melgarde still felt a twisted sense of responsibility and accountability towards the other survivors. He tried to prevent them from stepping from one deep pit into another. Unfortunately, in that kind of environment, no matter what he did, it was wrong. For Melgarde, the so-called Whale Companion City was likely another trap set by the evil god. But for Dong Chao, it was a rich and oily abyssal secret realm. Dong Chao bypassed Melgarde's throne and walked towards the metallic door that emitted a faint glow. The grand door was filled with strong elemental fluctuations. Dong Chao took out a homemade meteor hammer from his storage bag and threw it experimentally at the metallic door. The heavy hammer, weighing over 100 pounds, was struck down by the elemental power attached to the door before it could even touch it. Dong Chao pulled back the meteor hammer and saw that the corrosion on the mithril head was spreading rapidly like a spider web. The elemental power attached to the door could actually corrode mithril. While Dong Chao felt pain for the hammer, he also realized that the elemental power attached to the door was a concrete rule. A person within the rules cannot break the rules. The North American trial team must have made many attempts, ultimately obediently following the sacrificial rules, preparing to fill the 169 coffins in front of the door with 169 lives. Dong Chao could not break the rules, but he could exploit a bug. He could, like a game glitch, directly flash to the other side of the door. Dong Chao once again used the meteor hammer for an experiment. He opened a spatial rift and successfully sent the hammer to the other side of the door. Confirming that the power of the rules attached to the metallic door did not reject his spatial abilities, Dong Chao took a deep breath and quietly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the door. Behind the door was a small dark room. An obsidian key was floating on a stone platform in the center of the dark room. Obtaining this key meant gaining ownership of an abyssal secret realm. The key he had been thinking about was right in front of him, but Dong Chao restrained his impatience. He repeatedly confirmed that there were no elemental fluctuations in the dark room before cautiously stepping forward and grasping the key in his hand. However, the moment his fingers touched the key, a change occurred. Dong Chao felt a moment of dizziness, and the scene before him rapidly changed. In that instant, Dong Chao felt as if he was standing on the rocks of a coastline. The sticky sea mist swirled around him, and the sea breeze, carrying the smell of dead fish, continuously blew against his face, as if a guy with bad breath was unknowingly huffing at him. In the depths of the sea mist, a tall, hazy figure stood for a long time, as if it were locking eyes with Dong Chao. Dong Chao quickly gathered his thoughts. The sea breeze, the sea mist, and that massive figure all vanished. He was still in that small, dark room. The key in his hand had actually induced a hallucination. Dong Chao hurriedly tossed the key into his storage bag, then activated his spatial abilities again, returning to the hall on the second floor of the ancient castle. With the key taken from behind the door, the metal gate lost its regulatory power and became dull and lifeless. The 169 metal coffins in front of the door also shattered completely, turning into specks of dust. Ah! A faint sigh echoed in the hall, and the remnants of Meyerjard suddenly fell from the throne. A heart rusted through rolling out from Meyerjard's body. The rusted heart continued to beat on the floor, seemingly urging Dong Chao to pick it up quickly. As Dong Chao gazed at the rusted heart, detailed information about it imprinted itself in his mind. This was an extraordinary item, the Heart of Rust. As long as one squeezed the heart, it could unleash a corrosive power that made all metals rust. And the owner of the Heart of Rust would be immune to this power. Looking at the continuously beating heart, Dong Chao felt a bit of discomfort. Generally speaking, extraordinary items only appeared in abyssal and hell-level secret realms. For Dong Chao to harvest an extraordinary item from the Rust City's secret realm, which had a danger level of paradise, was indeed a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, the combat enhancement provided by the Heart of Rust was minimal. Its instantaneous lethality was almost zero. When using it, one would also need to free a hand to keep squeezing. This was equivalent to binding one hand. After some consideration, Dong Chao concluded that the Heart of Rust was a functional extraordinary item. Its unique corrosive power would surely play a unique role in some aspect. However, he had no idea what that aspect might be at the moment. He also stored the beating heart in his storage bag. In the evening, Dong Chao returned to the lower city and reunited with the students. He had gained a lot during the day. Not only had he acquired an extraordinary item, but he had also discovered a brand new abyss-level secret realm. This made Dong Chao feel as if he had struck it rich overnight. The students from Sanqing University and Moa University also enjoyed the thrill of a bountiful harvest. With the cooperation of his classmates, hunting the steel zombies became safe and simple. In just one day, they had nearly wiped out the steel zombies in the lower city. The rust essence they obtained was unanimously decided to be distributed evenly. Whether it was the injured who had difficulty moving or the medical team caring for them, everyone received 10 portions of essence, enough to complete the collection task assigned by the Martial Arts Education Department. After nightfall, Dong Chao didn't let his classmates rely on energy bars and compressed biscuits to stave off hunger. He took out several barbecue grills from his storage bag and organized the long-awaited barbecue feast. Dong Chao transformed into the main griller, busily tending to the grill, while the three were forced to help him. Dong Chao's urge to teach flared up again. While grilling skewers, he boasted to the students from Sanqing and Mo, "In terms of grilling skewers, I am a professional. In our barbecue industry, someone who can grill 100 skewers at once is definitely a master. And I can grill 400 skewers at once, a master among masters. No matter which barbecue shop I apply to, I would have to be the head griller." The 200 students fell silent. They only felt their heads buzzing. A martial arts instructor comparing himself to a barbecue worker seemed rather proud. However, it must be said that the skewers grilled by teacher Dong indeed smelled delicious. Even the students who had been gnawing on compressed biscuits for 2 days were now swallowing their saliva like crazy. Dong Chao intentionally sprinkled a handful of barbecue seasoning into the fire, and the wonderful flavor created by the collision of charcoal and cumin captivated the appetites of 200 students. As he flipped the skewers, Dong Chao put on a pretentious teacher's demeanor and lectured the students. Barbecue is a true art. Knowing when to brush oil, when to sprinkle seasoning, and how much lamb essence to mix, all of it is crucial. In some cities in the Northeast, chefs cooking in front of the stove are akin to boiler operators. Those who can grill chicken necks and chicken frames are the real culinary masters. What a pity, you're not my students, otherwise, I would definitely train you to become barbecue masters. The crowd exchanged glances. They finally realized that the nicknamed slacker mentor for Dong Chao was not purely slander. He truly was different from other martial arts instructors. Dong Chao's intentional abstraction was partly to lighten the mood and amuse the kids. For these new martial arts students, psychological balance was essential in their training. Previously, he had them take down members of a gang, which had tightened their mental strings. Now, it was time to find a way to help them relax. On the other hand, he genuinely wanted to show off his barbecue skills. There's nothing that a barbecue can't solve. This saying is especially applicable to battle-hardened veterans. The psychological comfort provided by warm meals is something that those who have never been to the battlefield cannot understand. After experiencing the brutalities of war, the easiest way to enjoy a hot meal is through outdoor barbecues. As Dong Chao turned the skewers on the grill, he scanned the students present. Today, the teacher is in a good mood, so I'll give you a seminar on barbecue studies. Let's broaden your horizons. The students from both schools felt helpless. If it weren't for the enticing aroma of the skewers, they would have dispersed long ago. Barbecue and academic seminar? Can those two words even go together? Watching their mentor speak astonishingly in front of 200 people, Dao Shi and Mo Xiang felt embarrassed. This was truly their mentor, always making them lose face. However, He Xiongzai proudly puffed out his chest. As expected of my martial arts mentor, he really makes me proud. Looking at his classmates with diminished intellect, He Xiongzai felt immensely pleased. He Xiongzai's approval rating +1. Dong Chao was fully in teaching mode. He raised a lamb skewer as if it were a teaching pointer. When it comes to barbecue, let me first teach you a specialized term in the barbecue world, called shocho. Shocho refers to the final dishes served at the end of a barbecue, usually consisting mostly of staple foods. Once you've eaten the shocho dishes, it's time to settle the bill. Broadly speaking, there are 3 schools of shocho in northern barbecue: the cold noodle shocho school, the dumpling soup shocho school, and the egg cake shocho school. The students exchanged glances, thinking, oh no. In terms of barbecue, teacher Dong Chao is quite professional. He's really delving into academic research. But his academic studies are not only useless but also obscure and difficult to understand. Do you know which type of shocho is the most upscale? The students were like ducks hearing thunder. They could only shake their heads at Dong Chao's question. Dong Chao turned to Yi Xiongzai. Zai Zi, show the classmates how it's done, you answer. Yi Xiongzai could hardly wait. Clearly, using egg cake for shocho is the most upscale. Using egg cake for shocho means that the barbecue meal doesn't include carbohydrates. You can fill up just on meat. Dong Chao gave a thumbs up in approval. See? This is called barbecue talent. He Xiongzai's answer was absolutely perfect. Under the watchful eyes of many rolling their eyes, Dong Chao distributed the grilled skewers to the students and took out a military pot from his storage bag. Today, our conditions are limited, so we can only use dumpling soup for shocho. I'm not boasting, but when it comes to making dumpling soup, how many extraordinary warriors can match me? Comparing making dumpling soup with extraordinary warriors? The students from both schools felt their brains were turning to mush. It was uncomfortable, but they still nibbled on skewers while eagerly watching Teacher Dong drop the dumplings into the pot. Although Teacher Dong's style was a bit eccentric, the students had to admit that his skills were indeed impressive. He fully deserved the title of barbecue master. Everyone began to fantasize about how wonderful it would be to have a flavorful skewer followed by a steaming bowl of dumpling soup, especially after not having a proper meal for several days. Under the atmosphere filled with the scent of smoke and fire, the mood gradually became lively. The students went from being silent and showing off to chatting and laughing, and eventually to singing and dancing. Whether it was physical exhaustion or the shadow of having taken a life, at that moment, it all vanished. This barbecue feast turned into a grand gathering among the students, and under the influence of delicious food, students from both schools, regardless of whether they knew each other, were linking arms and calling each other brothers. The 3 young masters of the Mo family sat in a corner with their shirts off. They felt too shy to join the grand gathering but still managed to get some skewers. The 3 of them particularly enjoyed the crispy, honey-glazed chicken legs. This chicken leg has an indescribably familiar taste. I feel like I've smelled this flavor somewhere before. The 3 scratched their sticky arms, puzzled. During this gathering, Sun Jingfeng once again became the center of attention. Countless students brought water to toast him. Sun Jingfeng drank until his belly was round, his eyes bulging out. But facing the enthusiastic crowd, he kept raising his glass to cheer for his classmates. Seeing his silly appearance, Shen Tuchen felt a bit helpless. Shen Tuchen quietly pulled Sun Jingfeng aside. President Sun, you can't just charge in recklessly anymore. It's too dangerous. Shen Tuchen kindly reminded Sun Jingfeng. In the previous battle, Sun Jingfeng had been reckless, and if it weren't for Shen Tuchen and Chao Xian protecting him, he would have been injured long ago. Shen Tuchen knew that Sun Jingfeng really thought of himself as a super genius, but he still wanted to remind this not-so-smart guy. After all, Sun Jingfeng's previous behavior was pure self-destructive. The bullets from the gunfire priests wouldn't bend just because Sun Jingfeng was self-righteous. This time, Shen Tuchen and Chao Xian risked their lives to protect Sun Jingfeng. But what about next time? Shen Tu, you don't need to worry about me. I'm Sun Jingfeng. What danger could I possibly face? Seeing Sun Jingfeng's nonchalant expression, Shen Tuchen gritted his teeth and made his point clearer. I know you have a special ability that makes you incredibly strong after losing consciousness. But what if one day, that ability disappears? Or if that ability no longer belongs to you? Before Shintu-chen could finish, Sun Jingfeng interrupted him. Shintu, I'm Sun Jingfeng. My grandfather is Marshal Lu Er, and my dad is General Wu Jiqi. Our family has enjoyed too much glory. So when danger comes, I must be at the forefront. This is the mission of the Sun family. When Sun Jingfeng mentioned his father and grandfather, Shintu-chen thought he was trying to show off his family background. He didn't expect that what Sun Jingfeng wanted to express was glory and responsibility. Shintu-chen felt a mix of emotions. Sun Jingfeng might be a bit foolish, but he still had some charisma. Like yesterday when he cut his wrist to save Ma Tao, and like today's heartfelt words. Just as Shintu-chen was lost in thought, Sun Jingfeng added, moreover, I'm a super genius. Once I get started, even I get scared. What a pity, this time the gunfire priests were too incompetent, not giving me a chance to show off. Shintu-chen sighed inwardly, deciding to retract his earlier sentiment. Sun Jingfeng, that fool, is not just a little bit foolish. He's so foolish he's practically a joke. The night of revelry passed in a flash. The next day, the platform of the secret realm. The staff from Huaxia and North America were already waiting early in front of the portal, anticipating its opening. Sun Miao and Anthony stood facing each other, with the members of the Blood-Flesh Great Wall and the Axe and Loyal Knights also standing at a distance. The tense atmosphere hung like dark thunderclouds, swirling continuously between the two sides. Affected by this heavy atmosphere, Lu Yuan and Wang Su also frowned. The two vaguely sensed that this secret realm trial was not quite right. A trial in the paradise had actually brought the ministers of the martial arts education departments from both countries in person. It even stirred the elite troops from both sides. There was definitely something going on. As the time for the portal to open drew near, both sides became increasingly tense. As the portal began to glow faintly, the members of the Axe and Loyal Knights stood up. They were not only clad in fully enclosed heavy armor but also equipped with arm shields and large axes, appearing from a distance like machines of slaughter forged from steel. In comparison, the members of the Blood-Flesh Great Wall, dressed in light armor, seemed somewhat shabby. In front of the Axe and Loyal Knights, Anthony, with a pipe in his mouth and hands in his pockets, had just had another secret conversation with Bob in the secret realm. Bob happily reported to him that everything was settled. At this moment, Anthony looked at the people from Huaxia with a calm demeanor, his expression of pride and ecstasy evident. The Huaxia people were indeed quite cautious, but so what? They were still outsmarted by him. Even with the renowned Blood-Flesh Great Wall Special Forces stationed, what could they do? The Huaxia trial team had already become sacrifices in the Rust City's secret realm. Soon, North America would reap a resource-rich Abyss secret realm. Meanwhile, Huaxia, having lost 200 young elites, could only silently swallow this bitter loss. Watching Sun Miao's serious face, Anthony couldn't help but imagine how colorful Sun Miao's expression would be when he discovered that the entire Huaxia trial team had been wiped out. Anthony was already somewhat impatient for this scene to unfold. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of the teleportation array operating rang out, and figures began to appear within the array. The Blood-Flesh Great Wall and the Axe and Loyal Knights stepped forward in unison, the atmosphere of confrontation growing even tenser. At that moment, Dong Chao led the Huaxia students, streaming out of the portal. Seeing the jubilant students, Zhang Yunhao and the others finally relaxed. Their captain had successfully thwarted North America's conspiracy and brought the students out safe and sound. Salute! Zhang Yunhao commanded, and the members of the Blood-Flesh Great Wall saluted in unison. Faced with the salute from the team members, the Huaxia students were taken aback. They naively thought that Zhang Yunhao and the others were saluting them. This was the Blood-Flesh Great Wall Special Forces, the most elite troops of Huaxia. The soldiers saluting them were clearly giving them recognition and encouragement. The students proudly puffed out their chests, with some even foolishly returning the salute. As the main subject of the salute, Dong Chao, like the students, put on a surprised expression. He clasped his hands together and, with a face full of courtesy, repeatedly thanked the team members. Thank you, everyone. As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to one of the team members in front of him. Hey, want a smoke? The team member slightly tilted his head, almost unable to hold back his laughter. He rolled his eyes at Dong Chao, thinking to himself, Captain, just keep acting. Wait until I trap you, then you'll be honest. Dong Chao stopped teasing the team member, a playful smile on his face as he let him go. After 3 days of trials in the secret realm, the students' faces were filled with achievement and pride. The vast majority of them were extremely satisfied with their performance in the secret realm this time. Although it was only a short 3 days, the students felt they had experienced and grown a lot. They had perfectly handled a dangerous situation, which, in turn, built their confidence as young warriors. Before entering the Rust City secret realm, they didn't even dare to look directly at the members of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall Special Forces. But after just 3 days, their mindset had quietly changed. The soldiers before them, while their seniors and role models, seemed not so unreachable anymore. At this moment, many students secretly resolved that after graduation, they too would participate in the rigorous selection process to join China's most elite forces, the Blood and Flesh Great Wall. Watching the students from China emerge one by one from the portal, Anthony, who had just been full of himself, suddenly turned pale. He looked as if he had consumed 2 pounds of North American herbal medicine, his whole being dazed and confused. Just a little while ago, Bob had reported to him that everything was in order. But now, how could the Chinese students, who were supposed to be sacrifices, be bouncing around right in front of him? It was truly unbelievable. Seeing a few apprentice fire priests being escorted out, tightly bound, Anthony's expression grew even darker. He had no idea what had happened in the secret realm, but it was clear that their sacrificial plan had failed. At this moment, Anthony just wanted to grab Bob by the collar and loudly question him about what was going on. Unfortunately, Bob was nowhere to be found in the crowd. Dong Chao approached Sun Miao and respectfully reported, "Minister, there were a total of 191 Chinese students in this secret realm trial. Except for one seriously injured and 9 with minor injuries, the rest are all safe." "Good, good." Sun Miao nodded repeatedly. It turned out that smiles never truly disappear, they simply shift to someone else's face. At this moment, Sun Miao became the one filled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Anthony, who had just been so composed, now felt as if he had been smeared with a laxative, utterly bewildered and unable to contain himself. The faint light of the portal gradually dimmed, yet Bob and the others still did not appear, which made Anthony vaguely aware of something. Kind-hearted Dong Chao answered Anthony's unspoken doubts. "Not long after we entered the secret realm, we were ambushed by the North American team. In a desperate situation, we had to resort to some violent measures." As he spoke, Dong Chao waved his hand, and some students immediately brought the surviving fire priests forward. "Now, tell us what you did in the secret realm." Dong Chao let the fire priests speak for themselves. Having suffered both physical and psychological blows, the fire priests were already mentally broken. They answered in a disjointed manner, "It wasn't us. It was the Blue Brotherhood. The Blue Brotherhood wants to use lives as sacrifices." Dong Chao deliberately spared the lives of the fire priests for this moment. With them present, Anthony could not deny it. "The Blue Brotherhood forced us to act against the Chinese. Otherwise, they would kill us." "Shut up!" Anthony gritted his teeth and interrupted the fire priests. "These guys are clearly traumatized and out of their minds. Take them away for treatment." He signaled to the Axe and Loyal Knights, who immediately took the raving fire priests away. Dong Chao coldly looked at Anthony. "Mr. Anthony, you heard it. Your North American students attacked us in the secret realm. You need to give me an explanation for this." Anthony stared grimly at Dong Chao, his teeth grinding audibly. Although still a bit disoriented, Anthony realized that Bob and the others had failed in their mission. In recent days, the person he had been speaking to under the guise of Bob was someone else entirely. There was a guy who had mimicked Bob's voice, leading him in circles. Instinctively, Anthony felt that the one who had played him was none other than the team leader from Huaxia standing before him. Previously, Anthony had given Bob orders to eliminate the Huaxia team's leader as soon as possible. Yet now, Dong Chao was lively and standing right in front of him. This indicated that Bob's operation had failed. From that moment on, the person he had been conversing with was this Huaxia individual. This guy had led his students to slaughter the Blue Brotherhood, and now he had the audacity to demand an explanation from North America? The more Anthony thought about it, the angrier he became, but he forced himself to suppress his rage. This sacrificial plan had already turned into a futile endeavor. Anger solved nothing. In a situation where everything had gone awry, venting emotions and escalating tensions with Huaxia would only maximize losses. Right now, the complete demise of the Brotherhood members was not necessarily a bad thing for Anthony. He could shift all the blame onto the dead, clearing himself of any responsibility. However, in doing so, he would end up being the one at a disadvantage. Although he felt increasingly frustrated, Anthony still made a rational choice. With a grim expression, he spoke, "There may be some misunderstanding here. I will investigate the specifics when I return." Using human lives for sacrifice sounds a bit like a cult's method. I suspect there may be cult members mingling within our trial team, which has led to this bloody conflict. I will investigate this matter immediately and provide you with a response. Anthony found a cult-related excuse to absolve himself completely. "Mr. Anthony, please respond to us as soon as possible. If this misunderstanding is not resolved quickly, it could affect our unity." As he spoke, Dong Chao turned to Sun Miao, By the way, Minister, there's something I need to hand over. Dong Chao took out the voodoo doll from his pocket and handed it to Sun Miao. I found this in the Rust City secret realm. I suspect it is an extraordinary artifact. I request to submit this item to the state. Looking at the voodoo doll in Dong Chao's hand, Anthony's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Smoke involuntarily began to seep from his nose and ears. The item Dong Chao held was indeed his extraordinary artifact, brother and brother. At that moment, Anthony wished he could crush his silver teeth. Just as he had deduced, the one who had been mimicking Bob's voice and conversing with him was indeed this Huaxia team leader. He had truly underestimated him before. Anthony glared fiercely at Dong Chao, his eyes filled with rage. This guy had not only thwarted all his plans but had also destroyed his extraordinary artifact. How dare this Huaxia person submit the voodoo doll to their country? How could he be so bold? Anthony's heart bled, but he could not show any emotion on his face. He could only watch helplessly as Sun Miao tucked the voodoo doll into his pocket. Deep down, Anthony kept reassuring himself, although I lost 50 members of the Blue Brotherhood and brother has been rendered useless, the most important treasure still remains in the Rust City secret realm. In terms of numbers, Huaxia did not complete the sacrifice of 169 people. They did not obtain the key to the Abyss secret realm. Thinking of that Abyss key, Anthony's mood improved slightly. Next year, he could secretly arrange for the sacrifice of 169 people to obtain that key. Thinking of this, Anthony forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to the people from North America. Let's go. The group hadn't walked far when Anthony couldn't hold back any longer. He quietly questioned the diviner. Camp, how did you do the divination? The situation is completely opposite to what you said. Camp looked unconcerned. Is it my fault? You only asked me about the reactions of the Huaxia people, not whether our plan would succeed. Just tell me if my calculations were accurate or not. Are the Huaxia people very peaceful? White smoke once again erupted from Anthony's nostrils. The Huaxia people were indeed very peaceful, but he was already getting heated. From start to finish, Anthony had never considered that his meticulous planning could actually fail. The North Americans left in a dejected manner, while the Huaxia side was not idle. Sun Miao organized personnel to send the injured to the hospital. Those martial arts instructors who couldn't lead the team also came into the crowd to check on their students' conditions. Bone collector Zhang Li looked on with concern as she checked the injuries of the three young masters from the Mo family. The three young masters had tough skin and strong bodies, so they were mostly fine. However, Zhang Li found it a bit strange that the three young masters were still bare-armed and had a strange sweet smell about them. Aren't you cold? This is a bit too casual, isn't it? Zhang Li subtly reminded the three young masters of the Mo family that their bare arms were not very presentable. The Mo family young masters proudly puffed out their chests. Teacher, you don't understand. Scars are a man's medals. We are showing off our medals. This time in the secret realm trial, we are indeed lone warriors. The phrase scars are a man's medals was taught to the three lone warriors by Daoshi. Under the influence of this saying, the Mo family young masters had been deliberately showing off their scars. Even now, they still hadn't realized anything was wrong. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Daoshi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Xiang fully demonstrated what it meant to be greedy. Having collected several woven bags of supplies, the three were still not satisfied. They watched the backs of the axe and loyal knights as they left, drooling. Mo Xiang, who knew the most about metal materials, took the initiative to act as a commentator. What these guys are wearing is the famous Aodong sacred armor. Jingjin, Mijing, Aodong, the three hardest known metals in the world. Among them, Jingjin and Mijing are too rare and have too high a density, making large-scale mining difficult. Therefore, North America's Aodong heavy armor is the strongest armor in Blue Star. Tsk, a piece of knight's heavy armor consumes hundreds of pounds of Aodong, not to mention their shields and hand axes. It's truly extravagant. Listening to Mo Xiang's explanation, Daoshi's eyes sparkled with greed as he swallowed hard. If there's a chance in the future, let's knock them out and get some supplies from them. He Xiangzai and Mo Xiang nodded like chicks pecking at rice. An hour later, on the pedestrian street of the platform, second floor of the Breaking Waves Seagull Complex, Sun Miao, stripped down like a plucked chicken, happily jumped into the hot spring pool. He squinted his eyes, joyfully splashed around, and called out to Dong Chao, "Come on, brother, enjoy it while it's hot." I have to say, the Nordic bathhouse can compete with the Northeast. It's great. This bathhouse is usually not open to outsiders, only for Nordic warriors. I know the owner well, that's why I got a special exception. Stop dawdling, hurry up and enjoy. Under Sun Miao's repeated urging, Dong Chao, with a serious face, also jumped into the hot spring pool. Sun Miao lazily raised his hand, and four impenetrable water curtains instantly formed around them. Sun Miao liked to discuss matters in the bathhouse. On one hand, it was out of interest, and on the other, only in the water did he feel absolutely at ease, without worrying about eavesdroppers. Brother, you said before that North America made so many plans to obtain the key to a deep abyss secret realm? Where's the key? Destroyed by me. Dong Chao lied without blinking. I could never use human lives as sacrifices, and I certainly wouldn't leave the key to those bastards in North America. I could only destroy the sacrificial device. In the misty haze, Sun Miao's expression became colorful. He knew that Dong Chao was not telling the truth. Sun Miao understood Dong Chao too well. Better to believe a three-legged frog than to trust Dong Chao's mouth. What kind of character does this old fellow have? If he pushed a bucket of slop in front of him, he would stop to taste it for saltiness. Could he really bear to destroy the key? Sun Miao was filled with doubt. That key, which could lead to a brand new deep abyss secret realm, was likely hidden in Dong Chao's storage bag right now. Dong Chao also knew he couldn't deceive Sun Miao, but he had to say it this way. As the saying goes, report small matters as big, big matters as small, and important matters not at all. Dong Chao stared at Sun Miao while lying, subtly indicating his stance. He was prepared to keep this deep abyss key for himself. When he obtained the key, Dong Chao had already made such calculations. According to the normal process, after Dong Chao handed over the key, this new secret realm would be handed over to the military of the Secret Realm Division, which would explore and develop it. The resources developed would then be fed back to the main military. But now, the main military and the division military were at odds. If Dong Chao handed over the key, it would definitely be like a meat bun thrown to a dog, no return. Moreover, the Secret Realm Division had already begun to provoke and test the Blood Meat Great Wall. Next, they might very well cut off its supplies. Dong Chao had to prepare for the worst. As the Minister of Martial Arts Education, if Sun Miao knew something and didn't report it, it would be a serious violation. Now that the Sun family had become a target, if they were caught with a small flaw, they would really be in trouble. Dong Chao's lies to Sun Miao allowed him to hint at the truth without dragging him into it too much. Sun Miao understood Dong Chao's careful thoughts. He fully supported Dong Chao's actions. In the current situation, keeping the secret realm in their own hands was definitely the right choice. And in this matter, Dong Chao not only gained benefits but also spared Sun Miao, the leader, from difficulty. In terms of dealing with people, Dong Chao had done exceptionally well. Understanding Dong Chao's good intentions, Sun Miao played along. Brother, although you couldn't get that key, you thwarted the conspiracy of the North American Federation, which is also a great achievement. Later, write a formal report, and the department will arrange a commendation for you. The two old foxes exchanged knowing glances, and Dong Chao lightly changed the subject. Brother, the plan of using Li to replace Tao is going very smoothly. Perhaps a bit too smoothly. Students from Sanqing University and Manhwa University all regard Xiaofeng as a super genius and the leader. Now, even people from North America have heard of Xiaofeng's name. In the future, the dangers Xiaofeng will face are likely to increase. You must be mentally prepared. Sun Miao snorted dismissively. What's there to prepare for? My old man and I are both in high positions. At our command, the young soldiers will risk their lives, wrapped in horsehide. We're directing others' children, their precious darlings. Why should we, the Sun family, hold back? If Xiaofeng really gets hurt one day, it would count as him redeeming himself. Listening to Sun Miao's words, Dong Chao felt a sense of respect. Dong Chao thought to himself, indeed, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Xiaofeng might not be very smart, and his martial arts talent couldn't compare to his grandfather and father. However, that kid also carried a kind of nobility that was passed down through the Sun family. Just as Dong Chao was feeling emotional in the shadows, Sun Miao's entire demeanor softened as he pleaded with Dong Chao, of course, little brother, if he really encounters danger, you must help him. After all, our Sun family only has this one seedling. Sun Miao instantly switched from noble to shrewd, highlighting a smooth and natural transition. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Breaking Waves Seagull Life Club, nearly 200 students from Sanqing and Manhwa University were gathered around the dining table, enjoying a Nordic-style buffet. To welcome these kids, Sun Miao personally footed the bill for their meal. However, the students were not very enthusiastic about this Nordic-style buffet. To them, the buffet offered a rich variety of dishes in high quality, but the taste was simply not commendable. In comparison, the barbecue party they had yesterday in the Rust City secret realm felt like a state banquet. If the minister really wants to treat us to a meal, why go to such expense? Let teacher Dong take us for another barbecue. Dao Shogun Xiang complained while gnawing on the fish smoked with bay leaves, which was both fishy and salty. He started a wave of agreement from countless classmates. Exactly. I still want to know, what's the deal with the egg cake autumn faction? Even a bowl of dumpling soup would be better than this Nordic buffet. This meal is torture. The students chimed in, first reminiscing about Dong Chao's skewers and dumpling soup, and gradually, the topic unknowingly shifted to other matters. Your school's teacher Dong doesn't seem as useless as the rumors say. At least this time, he did a pretty good job leading the team. That was just a rumor. To tell you the truth, our special training every afternoon is hosted by Teacher Dong. He's got some skills. Remember the last time in the Mind Secret Realm? Teacher Dong put in a lot of effort and even got injured. I just can't understand why people spread rumors saying he's a slacker mentor. Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Xiang sat in a corner of the restaurant, quietly listening to the conversation between the two school students. The three of them did not expect that their abstract mentor could gain so much recognition from the students. Dao Shi's recognition +5. He Xiangzai's recognition +5. Mo Xiang's recognition +5. Listening to the students' various praises, the three felt a deeper appreciation for their mentor Dong Chao. After this period of contact, they had long seen through it. Their martial arts mentor was definitely not a useless slacker. That old man was deeply hidden. If the last time in the Mind Secret Realm was an ambush, where the old man deliberately acted in front of others to showcase his responsibility and accountability, this time, he subtly revealed his strength without showing off. From the very beginning, he anticipated the enemy's moves, turned the tables, and used psychological warfare to break the North American trial team's morale. From start to finish, the old man tactically toyed with those North American guys. Moreover, Dao Shi and the others were infinitely certain that the core elites of the Blue Brotherhood, like Bob and Jamira, were taken down by the old man. The old man's true strength was not as weak as it appeared. The longer they interacted with Dong Chao, the more they were convinced that the seemingly unambitious old man harbored many secrets. At the same time, on the second floor of the club, Dong Chao, who had gained 15 points of recognition and was soaking in a hot spring, experienced a surge in his cultivation, reaching the 6th level of the 4th stage. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ear. He Xiongzai's recognition has exceeded 50 points. The host can now extract He Xiongzai's second trait. Congratulations to the host, the extracted trait is Sword Heart Clarity. In that moment, a sudden clarity surged within Dong Chao. This clarity was clear and piercing. It seems that all the hesitations and fog in martial arts can be cut through by this enlightenment. With the clarity of the Sword Heart, Dong Chao's cultivation did not show a significant improvement, but he gained a much deeper understanding of his knife techniques and even the sword techniques he had previously understood only superficially. On the other side of the hot spring pool, Sun Miao discreetly frowned. As an extraordinary martial artist, Sun Miao vaguely sensed that, at a certain moment, Dong Chao's aura seemed to have undergone a slight change. 2 days later, at Moe University, the martial arts freshman who had completed the Rust City trial returned triumphantly. At the first moment of their return, Mo Xiang led Dao Shi and He Xiongzai into the forging room of the Puppet Academy. They had gained a lot from this secret realm trial. 87 judgment greatswords, 91 exorcism spears, plus 3 sets of golden thorn battle armor. All the metal materials combined weighed nearly 2,000 pounds. The internal crystal engine of the judgment greatsword had been disassembled by Mo Xiang, kept for slow research. The judgment greatsword and exorcism spears were all remelted and reforged into steel ingots. As for the 3 pieces of golden thorn battle armor, Mo Xiang meticulously operated, cold forging them into neat steel ingots. With the National Day holiday approaching, Mo Xiang planned to slowly forge these 3 pieces of candlemark alloy into a strange knife, a pair of mismatched swords, and the coating for the puppets during the holiday. As for the steel ingots made from the Judgment Greatsword and Exorcism Spears, although their quality was decent, after acquiring the B+ strength candlemark alloy, the 3 of them had somewhat lost interest in those steel ingots. Regarding how to handle these steel ingots, Dao Shi thought of a good idea. Xiangzi, we can do this. You can open a weapon forging training class, let those puppet masters come to learn weapon forging, and they can practice with these steel materials. The weapons they forge can be sold to the Martial Arts Academy students. This time, everyone received martial arts contribution points, so they have plenty of money to spend. Mo Xiang understood Dao Shi's meaning and secretly cursed. Brother Shizi really learned Dong Chao's patching skills to perfection. Brother Shizi, aren't you just letting the puppet masters work for you for free, forging weapons for you? Dao Shi pouted. What do you mean working for free? Dream on. They still have to pay tuition. We need to make 2 profits from these steel ingots. Those puppet masters are also earning contribution points and secret realm coins from old Deng. They have money to spend too. Looking at Dao Shi's evil capitalist face, Mo Xiang really wanted to give him a streetlight. With the National Day holiday approaching, they only needed to endure 1 more day at school before welcoming a 7-day holiday. On the last day at school, classes for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd classes were all suspended, allowing students to reflect on their performances in the secret realm. The most lazy and chaotic martial arts class 4, however, went against the trend and insisted on having the last martial arts class before the holiday. The exchange student Ji Tianfu, who had been recuperating for many days, finally joined the small group of martial arts class 4. He moved over a fourth desk and sat in the last row of the classroom. These days, Ji Tianfu had been working hard in the cafeteria and convenience store. Suddenly sitting in the classroom, he found himself a bit unaccustomed. Dao Shi and the others looked at Ji Tianfu and also felt a bit out of place. First of all, Ji Tianfu's blood energy fluctuations were not weak, he was clearly another genius. There must be a reason for him to join martial arts class 4. It couldn't just be a simple exchange between the two schools. Secondly, on Ji Tianfu's shoulders, two heads, one black and one white, occasionally popped out, looking a bit creepy. Hearing that Senior Dong Chao was going to class, Little Black and Little White clamored to come. They wanted to see how their sick friend Senior taught in the human world. At this moment, Little Black and Little White were both in a superposition state, overlapping on Ji Tianfu's body. Only the two lively fathers were not honest, occasionally popping out from Ji Tianfu's body. When Dao Shi and the others first saw these two heads, they were quite frightened. As class was about to start, Dong Chao stood in front of the blackboard, confidently writing, The Importance of Team Emotion Management. Dong Chao's expression while writing was serious and earnest, but Dao Shi and Mo Xiang knew better. Old Deng's class definitely wouldn't be about anything serious. In the past, He Xiongzai, who took studying the most seriously, would have already started taking notes. However, at this moment, taking advantage of the fact that the class bell hadn't rung yet, He Xiongzai was hurriedly having a voice call with his sister. Xiao Xiong, I can only rely on you now. You know our parents' personalities, it's really hard to count on them. Sister, don't worry. As soon as the holiday starts, I'll rush back. I'm a martial artist after all. With me around, no one dares to do anything to you. On the other end of the line, his sister He Jingxi let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Xiong, with your words, I can relax. You focus on your class, I'll hang up now. Hearing his sister was about to hang up, He Xiongzai quickly added, Sister, from now on, call me Zai Zi. Xiao Xiong sounds too ugly, don't call me that anymore. He Jingxi's brain felt a bit shriveled. What on earth is Zai Zi? That name sounds worse. He Jingxi secretly sighed, her brother, whom she regarded as a lifeline, didn't seem so reliable after all. After hanging up, He Xiongzai looked at Dao Shi and Mo Xiang on either side, then glanced at Ji Tianfu sitting at the back. He Xiongzai's eyes cunningly turned, and he took out his notebook, eagerly waiting for class to start. When the class bell rang, Dong Chao, right on time, said spiritedly, This student Ji Tianfu from the back row is an exchange student transferred from Sanqing University. From now on, he will also be a part of our class 4. After introducing Ji Tianfu, Dong Chao began the opening remarks for the martial arts class. Having experienced the dangers of the Rust City secret realm, I believe you all realize the importance of teamwork. An excellent team manager must pay attention to the overall integrity and discipline of the team while also caring for the emotions of each individual, providing emotional support for the entire team. Only in this way can the whole team move forward steadily and collaboratively. Today, I will teach you how to provide emotional support for the team. Below the podium, Dao Shi and Mo Xiang exchanged surprised glances. What old Deng was teaching today was quite serious. During the Rust City secret realm, although the three of them acted on their own, they witnessed the importance of teamwork through Mo Da's classmates. It was precisely because of their teamwork and discipline that Mo Da's classmates shone brightly in the secret realm. And today, what old Deng was going to teach them was clearly an upgraded version of teamwork. It had risen to the level of team emotion management. Just as Dao Shi and Mo Xiang perked up, ready to listen attentively, Dong Chao stepped down from the podium and took out his phone. Talking about it on paper is too vague. Let me use Honor of Kings as an example, and you'll understand right away. Once you learn this skill, your rankings will definitely soar. Watching Dong Chao joyfully open Honor of Kings, Dao Shi and Mo Xiang almost broke their backs from disbelief. They frowned, thinking they had overestimated old Deng. How could old Deng possibly teach anything serious in class? Seeing Dao Shi and Mo Xiang looking ashen, Dong Chao became even more excited. To rank up, is the most important thing your skills? Of course not. The most important thing is to provide emotional value to your teammates. Let me show you how I provide emotional value to my teammates in the game. Dong Chao showcased his rank in the game, then ceremoniously started the ranked match. As Dong Chao started a ranked match in class, several students displayed different expressions. Dao Shi and Mo Xiang looked somewhat disheartened, while Ji Tianfu was both confused and shocked. In Ji Tianfu's eyes, Teacher Dong seemed to be engaging in some form of performance art at that moment. Although Ji Tianfu couldn't understand it, he firmly believed that Teacher Dong must have a profound purpose behind it. As for He Xiaozai, he approached Dong Chao with a delighted expression, ready to observe and offer pointers. Watching the mentor play Honor of Kings in class was incredibly exciting for this martial arts lesson. Entering the character selection screen, Dong Chao opened the microphone. "Brothers, this is my promotion match, let's go. Also, I only play Kaiwenji, can someone on the first floor help me grab her?" Dong Chao used a voice modulation technique to mimic a sweet, lowly voice. This lowly even had a slight lisp when speaking. Under the temptation of the lowly voice, the player on the first floor obediently picked Kaiwenji. Looking at Dong Chao's old face while hearing the lowly voice, several students felt a bit disoriented. The most disoriented of all was He Xiaozai beside Dong Chao. His eyes widened like copper bells, and he turned as red as a boiled crab. Large beads of sweat began to pour from He Xiaozai's forehead. An unkempt old man could mimic a sweet lowly voice just like that? At that moment, it felt just like back then. He Xiaozai felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, as if the severed sword bone within him was crying out in despair. He recalled that sunny afternoon when the sword-washing girl Hoat with a tiger's back and a bear's waist rushed in front of him on the flower-filled, graffiti-covered cultural walking street, drawing her sword and severing his sword bone. Before that, the sword-washing girl Hoat, whom he had been in a long-distance online relationship with, also had a sweet and cute voice. He Xiaozai trembled and nearly fell apart. At that moment, it felt just like back then. Years had passed, and he unexpectedly saw another shameless old man disguised as a lowly. Although the old mentor Dong Chao before him was not the same person as the one who severed his sword bone, that sword-washing girl should be a sword cultivator. Yet, He Xiaozai had a thought, that sword cultivator might have some connection to Dong Chao. After all, in all of Huaxia, there couldn't be too many shameless martial artists like this. Dong Chao noticed He Xiaozai's odd behavior. He felt a bit strange himself. Although the lowly voice he was imitating was a bit off, was it really necessary to react so strongly? Why did He Xiaozai look like he was on vibrate mode, shaking all over? Although Dong Chao was puzzled, he couldn't ask at that moment, especially since the game had started. "Brothers, let's make this quick. We have dance class later." Dong Chao maintained his slightly off lowly voice. "Don't worry, sis, I'll carry you." "Sister, want to duo? I'm a professional jungler." "Sister, you can't do that. How can you play Kaiwenji without a skin? Just focus on supporting, and I'll buy you a skin later." Under Dong Chao's teasing, the teammates were all pumped up, interacting with him as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They had no idea that this chatty little lowly in the voice channel was actually a middle-aged old man striving for retirement. Not long after the game started, Dong Chao and his teammates found themselves at a disadvantage. They repeatedly fell victim to the enemy's powerful attacks. Taking advantage of the situation, Dong Chao covered the microphone and lectured the students. "See? It's in these losing situations that the importance of team emotional management is highlighted. At times like this, you must provide emotional value to your teammates." As he spoke, he released the microphone and instantly returned to his sweet, high-pitched voice. "Everyone, don't be discouraged, stay steady, we can win. I'm really good at team fights." His teammates responded in unison. "Someone called just now, I got distracted. That was my brother playing earlier, I'm serious now." "Don't worry, good sister. I'll definitely lead you to victory in this promotion match." Listening to the voices coming from the phone, Daoshi and Ma Shan couldn't help but curl their lips. The two voices on the phone sounded somewhat immature, clearly belonging to people who were not yet adults. Together, these two silly boys were younger than their good sister. The good sister they referred to was actually a bad uncle. Listening to the voices of the two silly boys, He Xiaozai also wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Back in the day, he was even sillier than these two. Although Daoshi and Ma Shan weren't considered high-level players, they could tell that Lao Deng was primarily responsible for the huge disadvantage in this ranked match. Lao Deng was really too bad. Logically speaking, in a casual match, the support role isn't very important, it's the easiest position to mess around in. But Lao Deng wasn't just messing around, he was a liability. It's not an exaggeration to say that Dong Chao played completely like an outsider. His damage output relied mostly on his voice, his operations were shaky, his support was based on mere observation, and his reactions were worse than a dog's. If he weren't speaking in a sweet, lowly voice, his teammates would have long since rained down curses on him. Not long after the game started, Dong Chao once again became the ATM for the opposing team. During his death, Dong Chao calmly took a sip of tea and shamelessly acted as the fountain commander. "Brothers, keep it up. I've held off the enemy's main force, you all develop quickly. Stay steady, we can win." Encouraged by Dong Chao's words, his teammates worked extra hard. The top lane Lu Bang would rather burn the minion wave than not roam around to support his teammates. The jungler Pei Qingtian smoothly switched between forms, sometimes restraining, sometimes harvesting. The mid laner Wang Zhaojun consistently controlled the enemy carry first, conveniently splitting the battlefield. The marksman Hui was even more aggressive, farming and dealing damage while kiting in team fights. With the efforts of the 4 teammates, a match that should have been a guaranteed loss turned into a comeback. At the moment the enemy base exploded, the 4 teammates in the communication channel let out a long sigh, clearly exhausted. Dong Chao continued his tea-sipping chatter. Mua mua. You guys are amazing. I have to go to dance class now, let's continue next time. Dong Chao ignored his teammates' friend requests and hurriedly logged off. Did you see that? This is the importance of team morale management. Dong Chao put away his phone, striking a pose of a teacher, and lectured a few students. In the face of a disastrous start, we didn't blame our teammates, but bravely took on the responsibility and became the spiritual leader of the team. Thanks to my emotional support, my companions stabilized their mindset and fought bravely in the unfavorable situation, ultimately saving themselves from peril. Although the teacher's record was only 0/7/1, the role I played in this game is beyond doubt. Listening to Dong Chao's shameless self-praise, Daoshi and Ma Shun felt a headache coming on. The two admitted that Lao Deng's teammates were able to fight back and ultimately carve a bloody path out of the embarrassing quagmire, and indeed, Lao Deng's sweet talk and mental encouragement played a certain role. However, didn't Lao Deng know how his teammates ended up in that quagmire? Why was he still so pleased with himself? Dong Chao cleared his throat and returned to his sweet lowly voice. As for the teacher's voice modulation skills, if you can master them, it will be immensely beneficial. This skill will come in handy in the future. When I have time later, I'll give you a detailed explanation on how to control your vocal cords. Let's end the last class before the long holiday here. Class dismissed. It was only when Dong Chao said the words class dismissed that He Xiongzai, who had been in a daze, slowly came back to his senses. He Xiongzai hurriedly spoke up. Wait a moment. Teacher, during the holiday, I would like to invite you and a few classmates to my home as guests. Our family has a bit of wealth in Beimang Jinzhou, and we will definitely treat everyone well. Once you come, there will be plenty to eat and drink. Hearing the phrase plenty to eat and drink, Daoshi's eyes lit up. However, before Daoshi could speak, Mo Xiang shook his head from the side. I'm not going. I have too many things left to do. Under the desk, Daoshi suddenly stepped on Mo Xiang's foot, and Mo Xiang quickly stopped talking. Mo Xiang was straightforward, but he could still distinguish between the big and small kings. As a newcomer who had just joined the small group, Ji Tianfu quietly watched the older brothers, not daring to express any opinions. Dong Chao looked at Yi Xiongzai with a half-smile and said lightly, Zai Zi, are you being honest with the teacher? Have you encountered some difficulties? Inviting us to Beimang Jinzhou is not just a simple visit, right? Until this moment, Yi Xiongzai had not recovered from Dong Chao's teasing tone. He couldn't even look directly at the old classmate in front of him. Yi Xiongzai wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke frankly, our family has indeed encountered a small problem. I want to invite everyone to go back with me and help me settle things. Yi Xiongzai sat down on the desk and spoke candidly to the others. You all know that our family does a bit of small business, and we can be considered somewhat prominent in Beimang Jinzhou. However, our family is not a martial arts family. Besides me, my parents and sister are just ordinary people. There is also the Wu family in Beimang, which is one of the notable business families in the area. Unlike us, the Wu family is a martial arts family and has deep connections with Jianghe University. When mentioning Jianghe University, a fierce look crossed Yi Xiongzai's eyes. He had always held a grudge against being turned away from Jianghe University. Originally, the Wu family had no ties with us, and there was little interaction between us. But recently, the young master of the Wu family, Wu Huaji, has taken a liking to my sister. The Wu family has come to propose marriage several times. Although my sister disagrees, her words carry little weight, and refusing is of no use. The Wu family has the support of sword cultivators behind them and has always been arrogant. They claim to be proposing marriage, but in reality, they are forcing a marriage. The Wu family clearly has their eyes on our family's assets. My parents are just ordinary people, and their personalities make it a bit difficult. Right now, I am the only one who can take charge of our family. I want to invite my classmates to go back with me. After all, we are martial artists, and with everyone's support, the Wu family should be more restrained. Yi Xiongzai said this, but he had other intentions in his heart. Which of his classmates was not a prodigy? Their mentor was even more hidden and unassuming. Bringing these helpers back would surely stir up trouble for the Wu family. This time, Yi Xiongzai was not only looking to resolve his sister's forced marriage issue, he also wanted to vent his anger and deal with the sword cultivators behind the Wu family. Ideally, he wanted to create a huge uproar. Dong Chao quietly observed Yi Xiongzai. He knew that Yi Xiongzai had always harbored resentment towards Jianghe University. This time, the Wu family, which coveted their family assets, had a very deep connection with the sword cultivators. He Xiongzai had specifically called Daoshi and the others, clearly wanting to make a big scene. Seeing through He Xiongzai's little scheme, Dong Chao pondered for a moment before nodding. Your sister is being forced into marriage? Such a big matter, of course, we have to intervene. No matter our cultivation levels, we at least carry the title of martial artists. That Wu family should be wary of us. Dong Chao thought to himself, it wasn't just fear, his few students averaged 2.5s. If they were to unleash their true vitality fluctuations, even the average martial arts small family would be scared out of their wits. Pack your bags, we're going to Beimang Sword State with Zai Zi to make a scene. Thank you, teacher, He Xiongzai said awkwardly. Dong Chao led the whole class to help him, and he should have been happy. However, just thinking about Dong Chao's fake vocal techniques, which were the same as the sword-washing girl, felt like a thorn in He Xiongzai's throat. He couldn't swallow it down, nor could he spit it out, leaving him feeling indescribably uncomfortable. Hearing Dong Chao let out a sigh of relief, he cheered, Martial Arts Class 4, Beimang Sword State Team Building, let's go. Zai Zi, stop dawdling, hurry and book the tickets. We agreed, Zai Zi, you have to treat us well. What local specialties does Beimang Sword State have? I need to send some to my mom. Mo Xiang chimed in, I heard that Beimang's local specialties are Maseratis and big villas. Let Zai Zi prepare one for each of us. Get lost, are you trying to eat us out of house and home? Faced with the banter from Dao Shi and Mo Xiang, He Xiongzai finally regained his spirits, temporarily pushing aside the thorn in his heart. That night, the five of them boarded the high-speed train to Beimang Sword State. Beimang Sword State is located in the bitter cold of the north, the most remote and dangerous of the 9 states of Huaxia. It borders the Siberian ice plains directly, and on the ice plains sits one of the 3 great demon cities, the extreme cold demon city. Every year, large groups of demons descend south, attempting to invade Beimang Sword State. It relies solely on the soldiers guarding the border at Hanwu Pass and the sword cultivators who form the Sword Edge Guard, working together with utmost sincerity, fighting bloodily year after year to protect the people of the entire state. In Beimang Sword State, sword cultivators hold a noble status. Even someone like He Xiongzai, who is just a jester, has always taken pride in being a sword cultivator since childhood. However, after experiencing setbacks and frustrations, He Xiongzai no longer harbored any goodwill towards the sword cultivator community. It was the sword cultivators who severed his sword bones. It was also the sword cultivators who rejected him at the gates of Sword Pavilion University after he was injured. This time, the sword cultivators had once again provoked his family. Just thinking about the past made He Xiongzai feel a surge of anger. Dong Chao sat behind He Xiongzai, quietly observing him. Dong Chao had long realized that He Xiongzai and his family had many secrets. Although Huaxia claimed that everyone was equal, it was undeniable that in a high martial society, martial artists had inherent advantages over ordinary people and naturally enjoyed more privileges. Every corner of society, every industry, was filled with the presence of martial artists. Martial artists were the very framework of the entire high martial world, while ordinary people were merely the flesh that clung to that framework. Even in the business world, ordinary people had to rely on martial artists, even supporting them, to grow strong. He Xiongzai's parents were ordinary people. They didn't rely on the power of martial artists but built their wealth through hard work, becoming local tycoons. This was, in fact, quite abnormal. Moreover, through Dong Chao's indirect inquiries, it was understood that He Xiongzai's parents were not business geniuses. They were even less capable than He Xiongzai. The He family, as ordinary people, accumulating vast wealth in Beimang Sword State was itself quite suspicious. They had enjoyed wealth for decades before someone coveted their fortune, which made even less sense. As for He Xiongzai, the doubts surrounding him were even more numerous. As a prodigy of the sword path, how did his sword bones shatter for no reason? Furthermore, after He Xiongzai's sword bones shattered, shouldn't Sword Pavilion University have found a way to save this genius? Why did they coldly reject him at the door? Regarding He Xiongzai, Dong Chao once asked his younger brother, the sword god known as Chouzi, Yi Zhiqiu. Chouzi surprisingly gave a vague response, avoiding the topic. From Chouzi's reaction, it was clear he knew something about He Xiongzai. This only deepened Dong Chao's confusion. There was definitely something going on with He Xiongzai. This time, Dong Chao led his students to Beimang Sword State with 3 main purposes. First, of course, was to help He Xiongzai resolve the crisis facing his family. Second, Dong Chao wanted to confront Chouzi directly to ask what secrets He Xiongzai was hiding. Third, Dong Chao hoped to try his luck and see if he could obtain some advanced sword manuals from Sword Pavilion University. He now possessed a clear sword heart and could be considered a half-sword cultivator. As Dong Chao was planning for this trip to Beimang, a sharp commotion suddenly erupted in the carriage. Mom, I want to watch cartoons. Mom, I want to drink cola. Mom, I want to play puzzle games. A mischievous child had boarded the train and was making a racket non-stop. The child's mother displayed a nonchalant attitude, showing no intention of managing the noise. Many passengers cast dissatisfied glances at the mother, but seeing that she was alone with the child, they felt it inappropriate to say much. The child's noise grew increasingly unbearable. Dong Chao knew he had to intervene. Clearing his throat dramatically, Dong Chao spoke in a loud voice to the students beside him. Classmates, the path of learning requires perseverance, quality over quantity. Even during the holidays, I hope you do not slack off in the slightest. As students of the elite class at Mobi University, you have already started ahead of others, but I still hope you can achieve even more. Although you are martial artists and have already excelled compared to ordinary people, I hope you can do even better. Make excellence a habit. Let's make good use of this travel time. I'll give you another lesson. Come, everyone, open your textbooks. The newcomer, Ji Tianfu, thought the teacher was serious about the lesson and awkwardly stretched his neck, ready to borrow the textbooks from Dao Xiang and the others. However, Dao Xiang and the others exchanged glances. They thought, old dang, you have the resources but don't use them, now you're pretending to be serious? The martial arts class 4 had never used textbooks in school. And now, on the train, he was putting on an act? Dong Chao picked up a men's health magazine to use as a textbook and pretended to flip through the pages. In this lesson, we will discuss the classical formulas for the application of qi in blood. According to the Pythagorean theorem, a superscript 2 plus b superscript 2 equals c superscript 2, we can conclude that following a square route while training will definitely yield the highest efficiency. Dong Chao began to spout nonsensical yet serious-sounding jargon. Previously, when the mischievous child was causing a ruckus, the mother had been indifferent, but now, listening to Dong Chao's profound lecture, she frequently glanced over. A group of martial artists from Mobi University were already outstanding members of society, yet they were still so diligent, not even wasting travel time. That scholarly martial arts instructor was truly remarkable. Although the content of his lecture was hard to understand, it sounded so professional. Especially phrases like winning at the starting line and making excellence a habit struck a chord with the child's mother. She decided that her child should also utilize travel time like those martial arts students. Her child must also win at the starting line. Just then, the mischievous child ran over at an inopportune moment. Mom, I want to eat jelly. The mother grabbed the child. Eat jelly? You look like a jelly yourself. You, sit here honestly and do your homework. Mom fiercely pinched the bare child's bottom and stuffed a large stack of exercise books into his arms. Watching the bare child sobbing and burying his head in his homework, Dong Chao closed his male health magazine, hiding his achievements and fame. The high-speed train traveled north all night. The next morning, the train finally arrived at the capital of Beimang Jinzhou, Jiani City. As everyone packed their luggage and prepared to disembark, the bare child had already been dragged up by his mother, crying and doing his homework. His throat was hoarse from crying all night. As Dong Chao walked past the bare child, he affectionately patted the child's head. He found that this little mute with a tiger-like head was quite cute. During the National Day holiday, Beimang Jinzhou, located in the cold northern region, had already begun to cool down, with temperatures even dropping below zero. As soon as they stepped out of the station, the group immediately felt the bleak chill. He Xiongzai showcased the financial prowess of the Yi family. With a single phone call, he summoned a customized business vehicle from Lorenz. The business vehicle sped through the frost-covered streets with the group inside. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, everyone truly felt that here, the status of sword cultivators was extraordinary. Sculptures of sword cultivators were everywhere along the roads. Signs and billboards featuring the long sword logo were countless. Even in the squares, parks, and even on school playgrounds, ordinary people practicing swordplay in the morning were innumerable. Here, the sword seemed not just a weapon but a belief woven into the very blood of the people. However, He Xiongzai scoffed at the faith displayed by the citizens. Throughout the journey, he was not himself, his nose not a nose, his eyes not eyes. After making a few phone calls with a huff, He Xiongzai said to Dong Chao and the others, "Teacher, it's really unfortunate, my dad and mom went to an entrepreneur summit, they won't be back until tonight. Let's go eat, shower, and shop first. When my parents come back tonight, we can discuss serious matters. Since it has come to this, let's eat first. Let's eat first." Dao Shi and Mo Xiang looked expectantly. The two had long been plotting to take advantage of He Xiongzai. The business vehicle took everyone straight to the CBD commercial area of Jiani City, finally stopping on the bustling Jianji pedestrian street. He Xiongzai gestured for everyone to get out, showing off. "What you see in front of you is our family's small business. The shopping plaza, the star-rated hotel, and those office buildings, all belong to us. Everyone already knew that Shenyuan was a local tycoon, but they didn't expect this kid to be this wealthy. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Shenyuan invited the bewildered group out of the car and led them to the Yi family hotel for a feast. Looking at the grand shopping plaza, the luxurious star-rated hotel, and the towering office buildings, Dong Chao's doubts deepened. In a high martial society, how could an ordinary family without high-level martial artists backing them possess such immense wealth? A child carries gold in the market, everyone is a devil. With the Vajra standing guard, all demons are saints. The Yi family was only now being targeted. This was truly unusual. Dong Chao buried this doubt deep in his heart. After walking a few steps forward, he discovered a strange sight. In the bustling pedestrian street, several iron railings stood up out of nowhere. These railings stood alone in the street, as if they were a bizarre piece of art, completely unable to stop the passing pedestrians. Beside the railings, a crowd had gathered, and a guy in a security uniform was maintaining order. Shenyuan led the group to the railings and took the initiative to greet the security guard. "Uncle Li, long time no see. Are you on duty today?" The security guard, Old Li, squinted for a long time before finally recognizing the person speaking to him was the young master of the Yi family group. Old Li hurriedly approached. Oh, the young master is back. I'm getting old, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. I didn't recognize you, young master." Shenyuan waved his hands repeatedly. "What young master? Just call me Zai Z from now on, Uncle Li." Old Li was momentarily speechless. He could clearly feel that after a month of studying in the south, this young master had changed quite a bit. Although the young master had never been arrogant, he would never have called him Uncle Li before. Shenyuan chatted cheerfully with Old Li. "Uncle Li, it's not that cold yet. Have you set up the iron licking challenge?" "Yes, the boss specifically instructed it. In the past few days, the boss has beaten several young ones." Seeing the surprised looks from Dao Shi and others, Shenyuan proudly explained, "This is our family's unique project to attract foot traffic. The Great Iron Licking Challenge. As long as someone dares to lick their tongue on the iron railing, and it freezes solid before they pull it off, completing the challenge, they have a chance to win a shopping voucher worth 5,000 from our family." Dong Chao thought to himself that the Yi family really had no sense of propriety. How did they come up with such a bizarre challenge? Dao Shi's eyes lit up beside him. "Then your family must be giving out a lot of vouchers every day, right? I'll start with licking 5,000 worth." Dao Shi rolled up his sleeves, ready to take on the challenge. For ordinary people, licking iron is as reckless as swallowing light bulbs. But for Dao Shi, what's the difference from receiving money? Shenyuan quickly stopped Dao Shi. "Brother Shizi, don't do it. You'll kill my dad. I haven't finished explaining the rules yet. Just daring to lick the iron isn't enough, you have to beat my dad." As he spoke, Shenyuan pointed to one of the railings. "Do you see the words on the railing? Chairman's Iron Licking Special. Challengers must lick longer than my dad, freeze it more securely than my dad, and be able to endure the pain to pull it off to be considered a success. In the realm of iron licking, my dad is absolutely the king. He has never lost. No one can win vouchers from him. Challengers are just playing for fun." Everyone was left speechless. At that moment, Dong Chao finally understood why Shenyuan had such a playful personality. With parents like that, it was a miracle he could grow up normally. A middle-aged entrepreneur worth billions, competing with people on the street to lick iron. Shenyuan's dad was truly something else. Dong Chao sincerely gave a thumbs up. "Zai Z, your dad is really something." Shenyuan didn't understand whether it was praise or criticism. He waved his hand proudly. "Oh, my dad's little skill is nothing to mention. He's just doing this to promote ice and snow projects, doing his part." The others felt their brain cells were no longer functioning. Licking iron on the street, what kind of ice and snow project was that? Dao Shi, Mo Xiang, and Ji Tianfu looked at the distant building and then at the railing marked Chairman's Iron Licking Special, filled with envy and jealousy. Shenyuan's dad is really a living legend. How can he become a local tycoon? Did he dad save the world in his past life? They thought indignantly. Let's go, let's eat first." Shenyuan led them into his family's star-rated hotel. They headed straight for the top floor's revolving scenic private room. Shortly after sitting down, exquisite dishes were served one after another. Braised yellow fish, white stewed fish maw, raw grilled fish liver. Buddha jumps over the wall. To entertain his teachers and classmates, Shenyuan specifically had the kitchen prepare these high-end dishes. These delicacies, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, were not something Shenyuan often ate himself. He wasn't unable to afford it, he just wasn't used to it. As a jet-setter, Shenyuan only cherished Walashi. Including Shenyuan, the group had no table manners. After sending the waiter away, they all dove into their food like starving ghosts. Daoshi, while mixing rice with Buddha jumps over the wall, offered He Xiongzai some advice. Zai Zi, if your Buddha jumps over the wall could be paired with some pickled vegetables, a spoonful of chili sauce, and a complimentary bottle of soda, it would almost rival the cafeteria's grilled meat rice. He Xiongzai scoffed, thinking to himself that some people just couldn't appreciate the finer things. The essence of grilled meat rice was clearly the salad dressing. Shi Zi, you really don't know how to eat. If you want to have Buddha jumps over the wall with rice, how can you do without salad dressing? Add some salad dressing, and the flavor will come alive. Just as Daoshi and He Xiongzai were arguing passionately over their culinary philosophies, Ji Tianfu found himself once again in a servile position. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai floated on his shoulders, urging him incessantly, hurry up and eat. Let me see how you handle a piece of fish liver. Have another bite of fish maw, dip it in more soup. You should also try Buddha jumps over the wall with rice. Under the relentless commands of his two fathers, Ji Tianfu looked helpless. If you two want to eat, just open your mouths. Don't just point at me. Xiao Hei transformed an arm and gave Ji Tianfu a jab to the side of his head. Do you think we're stupid? We still have to brush our teeth after eating. You're the only one who gets to indulge. Among them, the quietest yet most ferocious eater was Mo Xiang. This guy was ambidextrous, using his own chopsticks while also having his puppet, Feina, feed him. His 2-meter-tall frame was like a bottomless pit, devouring everything from mountain delicacies to seafood without restraint. On one hand, Mo Xiang was secretly plotting to give He Xiongzai a good thrashing. On the other hand, he was practicing his divine transformation technique. Mo Xiang was already preparing for his second puppet. Unlike Feina, who followed human bionics, his second puppet was a Tyrannosaurus Rex-shaped beast puppet, Lei Tun. The characteristic of this prehistoric creature was its greed and bloodlust. At this moment, Mo Xiang was embodying that greed. Compared to the inept students, Dong Chao was currently as graceful as a master of etiquette. He leisurely sipped a glass of liquor, pretending to casually ask He Xiongzai, Zai Zi, why don't you tell us about your family's rise to wealth? Let us learn from your experience. He Xiongzai loved to show off. As soon as he heard this, he perked up. Actually, it's nothing much. Our family's success relies on 2 words, luck. My parents started out selling grilled sausages on the street. Strangely enough, whenever they set up their stall, all the surrounding vendors' sausage machines would break down automatically. Through selling sausages, my parents made a fortune. With the first pot of gold, my parents opened a convenience store. After the store opened, all the shops on the surrounding streets closed down automatically. Later, my parents opened a liquor store, and immediately, the owners of failing liquor shops came to us, offering to sell us real cigarettes and alcohol at low prices. When our family wanted to open a shopping mall, other malls suddenly had fire safety hazards exposed and were ordered to shut down for rectification. When our family wanted to open a restaurant, a team of chefs from a star-rated restaurant voluntarily jumped ship to us. When our family wanted to develop a property, competitors withdrew their bids, allowing us to win the contract at a low price. In short, over the years, whatever our family wanted to do, it always went smoothly. Our He family must have some kind of special luck. Listening to He Xiongzai's words, Daoshi, Mo Xiang, and the little black and white figures on Ji Tianfu's shoulders all had their expressions crumble. Jealousy twisted their faces. How could there be such a lucky person in the world? Ji Tianfu was quite jealous, but he didn't have time to be disfigured. As a beast of burden, he still had to bury his head in work. I have to say, your family is really impressive. Dong Chao, like the students, wore an expression of envy and jealousy, but he knew in his heart that the Yi family's growth had nothing to do with luck. Clearly, there were noble patrons helping them from behind. Someone had deliberately sent the Yi family a fortune beyond measure. And in Beimang Sword State, the only ones capable of such grand gestures were probably the sword cultivators. The sword cultivators not only bestowed immense wealth upon the Yi family but also kept He Xiongzai outside the sword pavilion. Dong Chao was increasingly intrigued by the secrets behind this. Facing the envious and jealous gazes of his classmates, He Xiongzai continued, my parents have been riding the waves of commerce for so many years, always winning. Even when they encounter difficulties, those difficulties seem to automatically dissipate. Even this time, when my sister was forced into marriage by the Wu family, they felt that the boat would naturally straighten when it reached the bridge. This matter would surely resolve itself in the end. They didn't care at all about my sister's situation. He Xiongzai unconsciously clenched his fists, but this time, my sister's issue is different from the business difficulties they face. The Wu family has sword cultivators backing them. This isn't something that can be resolved by luck. Dong Chao really wanted to tell He Xiongzai that his parents were right. The Wu family's backing might indeed be sword cultivators. However, the sword cultivators behind the Yi family treated them like their own. The two sides were not even on the same level. The Wu family was like a little punk relying on some connections, collecting protection fees from the big boss. The big boss even had a sort of authority on his back. Dong Chao was convinced that this time, even if he and the students didn't come to Beimang Sword State, the Wu family's fate would still be dire. Whoa 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 whoa! While everyone was eating and chatting, a harsh buzzing sound suddenly pierced their ears. He Xiangzai signaled for everyone not to pay attention. Every year at this season, while the weather hasn't turned completely harsh, the Demon Clan on the Ice Plains will launch their final year-end offensive against Hanwu Pass. During this time, the entire Beimang Sword State will sound 3 alarms in the morning as a routine warning. This is just a regular procedure that happens every year, there's no need to worry. He Xiangzai gestured for everyone to continue eating and drinking. But soon, he was left dumbfounded. The others, like He Xiangzai, were also momentarily stunned. Everyone noticed that the alarm had sounded 4 times. After the 4 alarms, everything returned to calm. The square was still bustling with people, and the roads were still filled with carriages like dragons. It was as if nothing had happened. He Xiangzai pretended to scratch his head. It shouldn't be. I remember the alarm usually only sounds 3 times. Did I remember wrong? Never mind, let's eat. He Xiangzai enthusiastically served dishes to everyone. The few people present were all martial artists, and they understood that with each additional alarm, the danger warning level doubled. Right now, the situation on the Beimang border was probably not very optimistic. Seeing the serious expressions on Daoshi and the others' faces, He Xiangzai curled his lips. He also knew that his earlier act of playing dumb was a bit clumsy. He Xiangzai put down his chopsticks and said frivolously, "So what if the warning level has doubled? Don't worry, in Beimang Sword State, even if the sky falls, there are those sword cultivators to hold it up. Those sword cultivators have enjoyed so many flowers and applause, it's time for them to put in some effort." He Xiangzai kept referring to those sword cultivators, seemingly forgetting that he was one of them. Every year, the sword cultivators form the sword edgeguard to fight alongside the soldiers of Hanwu Pass. Those sword cultivators are said to be wrapped in horsehide and sacrifice themselves for the sword. With them around, nothing will happen. We should eat and drink, and not let trivial matters weigh on our hearts. He Xiangzai spoke lightly, but a deep expression surfaced on his face. After all, he had only experienced the escalation of alarms 2 or 3 times in his life. Dong Chao took another sip of wine and remained silent. It was clear that Zai had a deep-seated hatred for the entire sword cultivator community. Unfortunately, he himself was a member of that community. This identity dissonance made He Xiangzai feel very conflicted every time he brought up the topic of sword cultivators. To coax out more gold coins from Zai, Dong Chao secretly decided that he had to straighten out Zai's twisted mindset. After finishing their meal, He Xiangzai led everyone to tour the He family's business empire. Along the way, he fully embraced his role as the young master, inspecting his family's various enterprises with great flair. The knowledge learned in martial arts class finally found a practical application. Whenever he seized an opportunity, he would give lessons to the employees. At the bathing center, he snatched the bath towel from the hands of a scrub worker and sternly reprimanded, "Are you new? What kind of on-the-job training did you receive? Get down, and I'll demonstrate for you." Without waiting for the scrub worker to respond, He Xiangzai forced him to lie down on the scrubbing platform. He skillfully patted the scrub worker's back. Your technique is too rough. How can you just start scrubbing? You must first help the customer relax." Being pressed down by the young master of the Yi family, the scrub worker, Old Wang, felt a bit anxious and somewhat bewildered. He Xiangzai, however, wore a proud expression. "I'm not bragging, in this area of scrubbing, I have a lineage. I learned all the authentic techniques." As he spoke, he pointed to Dong Chao, who was applying essential oils nearby. "That person is my teacher. The ones soaking in the bath are all my senior brothers." Upon hearing He Xiangzai's words, the people in the bathhouse turned away, unable to bear the embarrassment. The scrub worker, Old Wang, felt as if his brain had been fogged by steam, unable to comprehend. He had heard that the young master of the Yi family had gone to the south to attend a martial arts university. So how did he learn all these scrubbing skills? After leaving the bathing center, He Xiangzai led everyone to stroll through their shopping mall. Daoshi and Moshi were not shy at all. They pushed 5 or 6 shopping carts, grabbing whatever they saw. When they reached the meat stall, He Xiangzai had another episode. He glanced at the meat seller's name tag and said with a pout, "Aunt Gong, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but your meat cutting technique needs improvement. In our culinary world, there's a saying, good meat is on the bone. The meat close to the bone is the most delicious. How can you sell it as scraps?" As he spoke, he snatched the meat-cutting knife from Aunt Gong's hand and precisely extracted the shoulder blade from a large piece of foreleg meat. "See? The technique must be skilled." The cooking knowledge He Xiangzai learned from teacher Dong's martial arts class finally had a place to show off. As he operated with one hand, he clearly explained to Aunt Gong, there are two valuable cartilages on a pig, one is the inch cartilage on the ribs, and the other is the edge of the shoulder blade. This place is commonly known as shishir bone, and its scientific name is halaba. Aunt Gong's head felt a bit deflated. The name halaba certainly didn't sound like a scientific term. Seeing the young master of the He family personally deboning at the counter, many employees of the He group gathered around. Under everyone's gaze, He Xiongzai extracted a crescent-shaped cartilage. See? This is called halaba. This thing has meat wrapped around tendons, and tendons wrapped around crunchy bones. It stews with pickled cabbage so deliciously. You can't sell it as scraps. The onlookers exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment. The good news was that the young master who went to school in the south had not turned into a good-for-nothing playboy. The bad news was that he had learned too many unrelated things. All this useless knowledge in his head could be diluted into a treasure porridge. He Xiongzai walked back and forth, wishing he could stop at every stall to showcase the results of his learning over the past month to the employees. It wasn't until there was nothing left to show off that he led everyone back to the He family's traditional Chinese courtyard to rest. By evening, they finally met the helm of the He group, He Dad He Shouhu, and He Mom Nyo Li. They also sought He Xiongzai's sister, He Jingxi. Dong Chao once again displayed his worldly wisdom and tact. Upon meeting, he presented a gift to He Dad and He Mom. Boss He, Mrs. He, I brought my students to visit, and I hope it's not too much trouble. A small gift, not a token of respect. Dong Chao solemnly presented a piece of ink treasure to the couple. This is a calligraphy piece I asked our Mo University's Night Guardian, a realist painter, Master Ding Jiatian, to inscribe for your He group. As he spoke, Dong Chao unfurled the cloth roll in his hand. On the roll, for large characters danced elegantly, He Wang Bu Li. Looking at this ink treasure, He Dad felt a bit flustered. Oh dear, this is too precious. How can we accept this? Although He Dad didn't understand calligraphy, the title of a realist painter sounded extraordinary. Not to mention, this master of calligraphy was also a Night Guardian. He Dad speculated that Night Guardian must be a title within the martial arts community, and it was clear that the rank was not low. He Dad carefully handed the cloth roll to his daughter He Jingxi. Frame this ink treasure and hang it in my office. Let my business partners admire Master Ding's aura. Watching He Dad, who was so joyful he was spinning in place, He Dad's friends and He Xiongzai all tried hard to suppress their laughter. He Dad could never imagine that the so-called Night Guardian actually meant a night shift security guard. This piece of calligraphy still came from the hands of the security guard, old Ding. After putting away the ink treasure, He Dad immediately had someone prepare a family feast. After a day of feasting, everyone began a new round of indulgence. During the banquet, He Dad kept toasting Dong Chao. Teacher Dong, He Xiongzai often mentions you on the phone. He says your teaching is flexible, and you have a way with nurturing students. You are a rare martial arts educator. Xiongzai has learned a lot of real things from you. He Mom Nioli also raised her glass. I still remember that time you took your students to sell glutinous rice cakes. It's no exaggeration to say that you filled the gap for our He group in making glutinous rice cakes. Generally speaking, Dong Chao was the one who left others speechless. But at this moment, facing the two major figures of the He group, he found it hard to maintain his composure. Dong Chao became increasingly certain that He Xiongzai's parents, who possessed hundreds of billions in wealth, must have a powerful figure supporting them. He Dad eagerly filled Dong Chao's glass again. Teacher Dong, I'm really sorry, He Xiongzai made a big deal out of nothing, bringing you all the way to Beimang. Nothing significant happened in our family, my son just wasted your time, and I truly feel bad about it. Taking advantage of He Dad's words, Dong Chao suddenly asked, Bossy, I heard that your daughter is being forced into marriage. You are one of the wealthiest in Beimang Jianzhou, who would be so bold? He Dad put on a nonchalant expression. Oh, in a harmonious society, who is really forcing marriage? To put it simply, it's just that the young master of the Wu family has taken a liking to my daughter. His methods of courtship are a bit inappropriate. I don't take his threatening words to heart. We've arranged to meet the young master of the Wu family for a discussion tomorrow. Once we meet, the misunderstanding will surely be resolved. Teacher Dong, just watch. In our He family, there's nothing to worry about. Everything will have the best outcome. Watching He Dad's carefree demeanor, Dong Chao thought to himself that this old fellow was truly spoiled by the big shots behind him. Dong Chao believed that the so-called young master of the Wu family was definitely not the first person to have designs on the He family. There must have been many fools who had thought about the He family. It was just that those fools had all been dealt with by the forces behind the He family. During the banquet, He Jingxi listened to her father and Dong Chao's conversation, rolling her eyes repeatedly. The Wu family had made so many harsh threats, even bringing people to stir up trouble at the group, yet her father still didn't take it seriously. Her own dad was really unreliable. He Jingxi let out a long sigh. Since the start of the banquet, she had been observing the few people at the table. The more she observed, the more uncertain she felt. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, she quietly nudged He Shunzai's arm and whispered, "Brother, are these really your martial arts classmates? They look so strange." Originally, He Jingshi had seen her brother and his classmates as a lifeline, but now it seemed that this lifeline was also unreliable. As the assistant president of the group, He Jingshi had dealt with many martial artists. In her impression, martial artists were either proud and aloof or mysterious and unpredictable. In short, they looked very different from ordinary people, standing out like cranes among chickens. However, the people her brother had brought back were completely different from her impression of martial artists. Her brother's martial arts mentor, that man in his 30s, after entering, was busy presenting calligraphy and engaging in commercial flattery, looking like a seasoned socialite. As for her brother's classmates, they showed no signs of the aloofness typical of martial artists. The seemingly honest class monitor was competing with the tall life committee member in eating. Both of them were clearly stuffed, yet they continued to eat digestive tablets while competing. It was quite a headache to watch. As for the well-behaved boy in the corner with a Tai Chi pattern embroidered on his chest, he seemed relatively normal on the surface. But he was mumbling to himself while eating, as if he were talking to an invisible person. He Jingshi secretly gasped. Her frivolous and teasing brother was ultimately unreliable. Fortunately, she still had a plan B. He Jingshi took out her phone and sent a message to her ambiguous partner. "Achio, the Wu family is coming tomorrow. Can you help me out?" As soon as the message was sent, the avatar of Huan Jin Tang Achio flickered, and the other party almost instantly replied, "Don't worry, I've got this." Although Achio only replied with 8 words, He Jingshi felt inexplicably reassured. The next day, at 9 in the morning, in the luxurious hall of the He Hotel, a group of people sat quietly at the conference table, waiting for the Wu family's arrival. The buzzing alarm sounded again over the city. Everyone noticed that today the alarm had gone off 5 times. Outside the hotel, a row of luxury cars was neatly parked at the entrance. From the lead 7-seater Cullinan, a man stepped out. Dressed in white mink and wearing sunglasses, the man exuded an air of ostentatious arrogance with every gesture. Behind him followed a black-clad youth holding a long sword. The youth, like a deep well, had a calm and reserved demeanor that sharply contrasted with the flamboyant man in white mink. The man in white mink was the young master of the Wu family, Wu Huaji. The sword-wielding youth behind him was his bodyguard and his source of arrogance, sword cultivator, Gu Xiaoran. Wu Huaji strode in with a dismissive attitude, pushing open the revolving door of the hotel. As he entered the revolving door, he wrapped an arm around Gu Xiaoran's neck. "Xiaoran, everything will depend on you later. If the He family behaves, then that's fine. If they don't know their place, you might have to show your skills." Gu Xiaoran's face showed a hint of difficulty. "Young master, matters of marriage should still follow the principle of voluntariness. Regardless of whether your marriage with Miss He succeeds or fails, I hope you can restrain your temperament and manage the family business well." Wu Huaji's expression changed instantly. He pointed his finger and poked Gu Xiaoran's head several times. "Did I give you face? Did I? Are you lecturing me now? Do you even know your own status? Just do what you're told." Gu Xiaoran, humiliated by Wu Dishao's repeated pokes, took a deep breath but remained unfazed. As a 5th-tier sword cultivator, he could easily turn Wu Huaji into a bowl of noodles with just a flick of his finger. But he couldn't do that. Sword cultivators always repay kindness and seek revenge for grievances. Although Wu Dishao was unruly, he had supported Gu Xiaoran's brothers and was a benefactor to their family. As a sword cultivator, Gu Xiaoran had to repay this kindness, even if it meant aiding in wrongdoing. After a struggle within himself, Gu Xiaoran said again, "Young master, we absolutely cannot let this escalate to loss of life. Also, you must promise me to spare my brother. I can be at your service, but my brother has chosen to join the sword washing hall. He deserves a better future." Upon hearing this, Wu Huaji's eyes flickered, and a smile returned to his face. "Xiaoran, what are you saying? As if I'm some kind of bully." Wu Huaji once again draped his arm over Gu Xiaoran's shoulder. "Xiaoran, you know that our Wu family appears prosperous on the surface, but in the end, we are merely the white gloves of the sword cultivators. Everything I do is to manage finances for you sword cultivators. Moreover, I'm not using you, we are both serving the sword cultivators together. As for your brother, he's a seed player in the sword washing hall. I'm trying to curry favor with him, how could I dare to use him? It's truly a shame." Although Wu Huaji was arrogant and reckless, he was not a fool. On the contrary, he was skilled in managing subordinates. His sudden change of attitude left the youthful and spirited Gu Xiaoran momentarily speechless. Wu Huaji pressed on, continuing to whisper in Gu Xiaoran's ear, "This time, I'm selling my looks to marry the young lady of the He family, all for the sake of making money for the sword cultivators." Now that the alarms at Hanwu Pass are escalating, the sword cultivators will inevitably need to go to the front lines for support. Doesn't that all require money? Our Wu family, as the purse of the sword cultivators, must raise our awareness and work hard to make money at times like this. Although Gu Xiaoran knew that Wu Huaji was mixing truth with lies, he found it hard to refute him at the moment. The Wu family had risen rapidly in a short time precisely because of their close relationships with certain sword cultivators. However, over the years, while the Wu family was amassing wealth for certain sword cultivators, their own appetite had grown larger and larger. Ultimately, they set their sights on the wealthy He family. Wu Huaji had done his homework. The leaders of the He group, He Xiaohu and Niuli, were just ordinary people, and they had no sword cultivators backing them. The He couple did have a son, who was said to have some martial arts talent, but he was rejected when he tried to join the Sword Pavilion University. The He family clearly wanted to climb the ranks of sword cultivators but failed to do so. In Wu Huaji's eyes, the He family, with no backing, was just a piece of fat meat delivered to his mouth. He planned to use marriage as a pretext to devour the He family whole. Such tactics looked better than outright robbery, preventing the sword cultivators from losing face. By then, half of the He family's billions would be given to the sword cultivators, and the other half would go into his own pocket. Wouldn't that be delightful? Moreover, the young lady of the He family was quite beautiful. Wu Huaji draped his arm around Gu Xiaoran's shoulder as they stepped into the exclusive VIP elevator. Xiaoran, it will all depend on you later. For the sake of those sword cultivators, let's work together. The elevator ascended directly to the VIP room, and Wu Huaji took off his sunglasses, even putting on a polite smile. Everything was ready before he allowed the attendant at the door to push open the private room's entrance. As the door swung open, Wu Huaji clasped his hands together and cheerfully stepped into the room. Uncle and Aunt, Happy National Day. Jingxi, Happy National Day. Wu Huaji greeted everyone present with a beaming smile. Although Mr. and Mrs. He maintained a calm demeanor, they were somewhat taken aback by Wu Huaji's smiling demeanor. As for He Jingxi, upon seeing Wu Huaji, she spat out a harsh sound. Wu Huaji's smile grew even more radiant. In his eyes, the He family was already a piece of fish on the chopping board, and he, Wu Huaji, was the knife ready to prepare it. With him focused on them, the He family had no chance of escape. At that moment, the more furious He Jingxi's handsome face appeared, the more excited he became. Wu Huaji maintained his smile and turned to He Xiangzai, who was sitting next to He Jingxi. This must be the eldest son of the He family, He Xiangzai, right? He Xiangzai stood up, his smile even brighter than Wu Huaji's. He warmly shook Wu Huaji's hand. Welcome, brother, please, have a seat. While inviting Wu Huaji to sit down, He Xiangzai eagerly introduced, let me introduce you to these people, they are my teachers and classmates. They are all here to join the fun. Oh, looking at the smiling crowd behind He Xiangzai, Wu Huaji's smile faltered slightly. The situation was not what he had imagined. He was here to force a marriage. Shouldn't the other side be on high alert? Wu Huaji had always been known in the business world for his unpredictable temperament. In a meeting that should have been tense, he insisted on smiling, making it hard for others to read him. But right now, He Xiangzai and the people behind him were smiling even more happily and genuinely. Two of them were even casually munching on sunflower seeds. Wu Huaji felt a bit puzzled. The people behind He Xiangzai were clearly his hired helpers. Shouldn't they be putting on a fierce front at this moment? Why was everyone grinning? Wu Huaji slightly turned to the side, allowing Gu Xiaoran to step forward. Gu Xiaoran understood Wu Huaji's intention and had no choice but to play the bad guy. He crossed his arms and coldly looked at the crowd. Unlike Wu Huaji, Gu Xiaoran knew why the people in front of him were smiling. Because these guys were all martial artists. They all had faint fluctuations of vital energy, indicating they were low-level martial artists. Although their cultivation was quite lacking, they indeed had the capital to look down on and mock ordinary people. This was the dimensional suppression of martial artists over ordinary people. Gu Xiaoran thought to himself that, facing a crisis, the He family was not sitting idly by. They had brought in this group of martial artists as helpers. If they were facing other families, these low-level martial artists could indeed be useful. Unfortunately, the one causing trouble for the He family this time was the Wu family. The He family and these martial artists had no idea how terrifying the power behind the Wu family was. Once the Wu family considered them prey, they could only accept their misfortune. Gu Xiaoran did not want to become enemies with these low-level martial artists, mainly because he did not want to engage in unnecessary bloodshed, he just wanted them to back down. Gu Xiaoran displayed his cultivation by releasing his vital energy outward. As his vital energy surged, a whirlwind suddenly rose in the private room, and Mr. and Mrs. He felt a sharp cold wind blowing towards them, making it hard for them to open their eyes. Wu Huaji slightly tilted his left cheek, forming a Nike logo with his mouth. As a swordsman who accompanied his sword daily, Gu Xiaoran's deep and profound aura, like an ancient well, could send chills down one's spine. This was also Gu Xiaoran's most commonly used intimidation tactic. Gu Xiaoran had thought that after he released his vital energy, the few low-level martial artists present would immediately become cautious. However, what he didn't expect was that the few martial artists opposite him, feeling his outwardly released energy, were laughing even more joyfully. Their smiles carried a kind of contempt and pity, as if they were looking at two fools. The kind-hearted Daoshi and the others truly had no other intentions. They simply felt that this sword cultivator brother, who regarded himself as a big deal, was simply too pathetic. With a mere 5th-tier cultivation, he didn't even qualify to die at the hands of Daoshi and He Xiangzai. After finishing a handful of sunflower seeds, Daoshi brushed off the dust from his hands. Is this it? Zai Zi, is this it? This is what you call a forced marriage? With his teasing, He Xiangzai also became a bit embarrassed. Earlier, his sister had described the situation over the phone as extremely urgent, and He Xiangzai had thought there was really something grand going on. He didn't expect that the so-called Longtan Wu family would only bring a small karaoke sword cultivator. Ignoring Gu Xiaoran's outwardly released energy, He Xiangzai stepped forward and patted Gu Xiaoran on the shoulder. Brother, I know it's not easy for you either. How about this? I'll transfer you $20, and you can take a taxi and leave. Don't get involved in this anymore. When you pass by the Yi family's pharmacy around the corner, go in and grab a box of 7-leaf tranquilizer pills, so you won't have nightmares tonight. Facing He Xiangzai's blatant disdain and mockery, Gu Xiaoran's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. Gu Xiaoran realized that the young master of the Yi family was a bit strange. He could actually ignore his outwardly released energy. As an ordinary person, Wu Huaji couldn't see through these subtleties, he simply felt the disdain. Wu Huaji could no longer maintain his smiling facade. He straightened his face and revealed a fierce expression. Enough with the nonsense. You must know my purpose. I represent the Wu family to propose marriage. This marriage is beneficial for both our families. After all, standing behind our Wu family is a sword cultivator. He Xiangzai and Daoshi didn't even regard Gu Xiaoran as a threat, so how could they care about this noisy young scion? He dad and he mom still maintained their calm demeanor, looking at Wu Huaji with polite yet perfunctory smiles. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. I formally oppose your proposal. As the words were spoken, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and a dozen young sword cultivators dressed in black surrounded a man in his late 20s, stepping into the room. The atmosphere in the private room became extremely strange after the unexpected guests arrived. Daoshi and Mo Xiang instantly retracted their smiles. The two, who were usually fearless, became somewhat restrained at this moment. He Xiangzai, however, had his eyes wide open, his body trembling like a sieve, unsure if it was excitement or fear. He Jingxi looked overjoyed and affectionately called out, "Achio!" As for Dong Chao, although slightly surprised, he still calmly waved his hand to greet the newcomers. Wu Huaji, filled with pent-up anger with nowhere to vent, suddenly heard the opposing voice from behind and cursed without turning around. Who the hell do you think you are to oppose me? Before Wu Huaji could finish his sentence, Gu Xiaoran covered his mouth. Gu Xiaoran was also panicking. He couldn't care about the strength of his grip, and like grabbing a chick, he pinched Wu Huaji's chin and pulled him aside. Young master, it's the Wanjian Hall. And there's Master Yi. Gu Xiaoran fearfully alerted Wu Huaji. Wu Huaji turned around and saw the Wanjian characters embroidered on the chests of the young sword cultivators, and then he noticed the sword case behind the surrounded man, causing him to exclaim, unable to stand, "Oh!" In the entire Baiming, who didn't know that the new generation of sword cultivators, one of the 4 little kings, Yi Zhiqiu, was capable of wielding 11 different types of long swords while carrying a sword case on his back. At this moment, the man behind him was indeed carrying a sword case. The ultimate fear left Wu Huaji paralyzed, as if his muscles had been drawn out, trembling and slumped in the corner, unable to stand. Gu Xiaoran was also trembling, supporting the limp Wu Huaji, not daring to even breathe. Gu Xiaoran couldn't understand why the elite society of the sword washing hall, which had been inherited for 100 years at Jiangu University, would appear here. Moreover, the hall master of the sword washing hall, the extraordinary sword cultivator Yi Zhiqiu, openly opposed Wu Huaji's proposal? The more Gu Xiaoran thought about it, the more terrified he became, cold sweat pouring down his body. Looking at his own brother, who had no presence among the members of the sword washing hall, Gu Xiaoran realized that he was probably in big trouble, serious trouble. Yi Zhiqiu strode in, and upon seeing Dong Chao, he paused slightly, his momentum unconsciously weakening. But when he saw He Xiangzai, he stiffened even more. In that instant, a complex expression of surprise, joy, relief, and difficulty crossed Yi Zhiqiu's face. He Xiangzai's expression was equally rich, as he and Yi Zhiqiu locked eyes for a long time. Finally, He Xiangzai spat out 2 words through gritted teeth, "It's you." No matter how much this guy had changed, He Xiongzai would recognize him. This guy was the sword-washing girl who had severed his sword bone. Looking at the sword box behind Yi Zhiqiu, He Xiongzai understood. The sword-washing girl Qiu, who had tricked him so badly, was actually the renowned sword god, Yi Zhiqiu. A fierce look crossed He Xiongzai's face, and he no longer concealed his blood energy fluctuations, his aura soaring. Countless sword lights, as tangible as substance, appeared around him. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiaoran felt as if struck by lightning. Naturally calm, Gu Xiaoran was like an ancient well, serene and restrained, unperturbed. But at this moment, the look of terror and astonishment on his face was even greater than that of Wu Huaji beside him. The Yi family young master, who had just been joking with him, turned out to be so powerful. He could actually condense sword light out of thin air. Feeling He Xiongzai's intense killing intent, the sword cultivators of the sword-washing hall rushed to protect Yi Zhiqiu, confronting He Xiongzai. The sound of swords being drawn echoed incessantly. He Xiongzai frowned slightly and shouted, "Go back!" The long swords in everyone's hands actually obeyed He Xiongzai's command. Half-drawn treasured swords were all returned to their sheaths. One by one, the long swords trembled and wailed in their sheaths, unable to be pulled out again, no matter how hard their owners tried. He Xiongzai single-handedly suppressed all the sword cultivators of the sword-washing hall. "In front of me, you don't even have the qualification to draw your swords." He Xiongzai looked down on all the sword cultivators present. At this moment, the suppression He Xiongzai displayed did not stem from his cultivation level, but from the two sword bones within him. In the corner, Gu Xiaoran was also under He Xiongzai's suppression. Gu Xiaoran and the sword in his arm seemed to have entered a vibration mode, shaking left and right without stopping. And when Gu Xiaoran saw that the members of the sword-washing hall were as disheveled as he was, his blood ran cold. The elites of the sword-washing hall, whom he had always admired and yearned for, actually had no qualification to draw their swords in front of the Yi family young master. Gu Xiaoran felt his heart shatter, and the usually calm and restrained him could no longer maintain the serene state of mind of the sword path. The well in his heart had dried up. Meanwhile, the young master Wu Huaji beside him had devolved into an invertebrate. Even with Gu Xiaoran's support, Wu Huaji had collapsed into a pile of mush, twitching on the ground unconsciously. In the extreme state of fear, Wu Huaji's mind was a muddle, filled with countless questions. Wasn't it said that the Yi family had no backing? How could so many sword cultivators from the sword-washing hall be attracted? Even the extraordinary warrior Yi Zhiqiu has come? What is the relationship between the sword cultivators and the Yi family? Why are they even fighting each other? How dare He Xiongzai act in front of extraordinary warriors? He even managed to control a group of sword cultivators? Wu Huaji felt increasingly dizzy as he thought about it. Just a few minutes ago, he was angry because the Yi family looked down on him. But now, he was actually grateful for their disdain. Wu Huaji realized that in this private room, he was just an inconspicuous little calamity. He truly wished the Yi family would treat him like a fart and just let him go. The one who caused this forced marriage uproar, Wu Huaji, had now become the most irrelevant person in the room. Faced with He Xiongzai's suppression, the sword cultivators present urged their blood energy, yet they still couldn't draw their swords. They could only awkwardly form sword fingers with their empty hands, confronting He Xiongzai. He Xiongzai also formed a sword finger, but his aura was completely different from the embarrassed sword cultivators. A sharp sword light shot out from his body, directly aimed at Yi Zhiqiu's face. Facing the swiftly approaching sword light, Yi Zhiqiu smiled broadly. He made no movement. With just his gaze, he made He Xiongzai's sword light come to a halt in midair, unable to advance an inch. Not bad, showing some progress. Yi Zhiqiu murmured as he watched He Xiongzai struggle to urge the sword light. Then, he raised his voice to educate the sword cultivators from the Huanjian hall beside him. Innate sword cultivators have a suppressive attribute over acquired sword cultivators. Without the determination to fight to the death, it is very difficult to draw a sword. After witnessing the gap between innate and acquired, you should work harder and serve the sword with your body. As he spoke, Yi Zhiqiu extended a finger and lightly tapped on He Xiongzai's sword light, causing He Xiongzai's fierce sword light to shatter inch by inch. Yi Zhiqiu's action seemed casual, but He Xiongzai felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. He Xiongzai's face turned pale, his internal blood energy became chaotic, and the sword light around him was no longer under his control. Previously, He Xiongzai had used from the 4 techniques of blood energy to condense his sword energy, but at this moment, the sword energy lost control and surged wildly in the private room. Yi Zhiqiu gently waved his hand, and He Xiongzai's uncontrollable sword energy instantly dissipated into nothingness. Just as He Xiongzai suppressed the sword cultivators of Huanjian Hall, Yi Zhiqiu's action was clearly a display of skill. He Xiongzai, with his blood energy surging, was furious. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end." He Xiangzai tried to forcefully urge his blood energy, but Dao Shi, Mo Xiang, and Ji Tianfu quickly intervened, grabbing his arms and pinning him to the table. Zai Zi, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. The expressions of Dao Shi and the others revealed deep shock. As the four most watched extraordinary warriors of the new generation, the strength of the four little kings had always had one conclusion: Yi Ichi followed. Yi Zhiqiu was the undisputed number one among the four little kings. At this moment, Dao Shi and the others finally witnessed what it meant to follow Yi Ichi. Just as the sword cultivators of Huanjian Hall were unworthy to draw swords against He Xiangzai was also unworthy to confront Yi Zhiqiu. Even a fool could see that Yi Zhiqiu had deliberately held back against He Xiangzai. Otherwise, He Xiangzai would not have been in such a chaotic state. He Xiangzai, with a darkened face, wanted to say something, but his sister He Jingxi stood up. Brother, don't be unreasonable. A Cho is here to help our family out of trouble. How can you fight him? As she spoke, He Jingxi happily approached Yi Zhiqiu. A Cho, you really came. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at his sister's sparkling eyes and hearing her call him a Cho, He Xiangzai had a bad premonition. But at the moment, he was pinned to the table by three beasts. The combination of anger and chaotic blood energy left him unable to utter a coherent word, only able to make strange sounds. Yi Zhiqiu paid no further attention to He Xiangzai. He first gave a slight nod to Dong Chao, discreetly greeting him, and then turned to He Dad and He Mom. Mr. He, Mrs. He, I apologize for startling you both. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a friend of Jingxi. My name is Yi Zhiqiu. I have just received news that some petty criminals are using the name of our sword cultivators to commit wrongdoing. As he spoke, he coldly glanced at Wu Huaji and Gu Xiaoran in the corner. Without Yi Zhiqiu needing to say a word, sword cultivators had already brought the two of them over. Wu Huaji had long lost his previous arrogance. Realizing the situation was dire, he repeatedly begged for mercy. Yi Hall Master, my name is Wu Huaji. I am from the Wu family. We have connections with the Elder Council. Wu Huaji tried to leverage his connections, but Yi Zhiqiu's gaze sharpened, causing Wu Huaji to hurriedly swallow back a name that was almost on his lips. Yi Zhiqiu leaned down, looking at Wu Huaji, and said, Your Wu family is merely a dog raised by certain people, but the Yi family is our respected friends. If a dog bares its teeth at a friend, then it has no reason to exist. Yi Zhiqiu referred to the Yi family as friends, but Dong Chao caught the underlying meaning. The fact that such a trivial matter required Yi Zhiqiu to personally intervene hinted at something deeper. The relationship between the sword cultivators and the Yi family was far from simple friendship. Yet the Yi family themselves might be completely unaware. Yi Zhiqiu looked at He Dad and He Mom. Mr. He, Mrs. He, I will have them kneel and apologize. With a single glance, a sword cultivator brought Wu Huaji and Gu Xiaoran before He Dad and He Mom, stepping on Wu Huaji's calf and brutally breaking it. In pain, Wu Huaji howled and knelt on the ground. Without needing any instructions from the sword cultivators, Wu Huaji cried out and begged for mercy before He Dad and He Mom. The sword cultivator holding Gu Xiaoran turned to glance at Yi Zhiqiu, and after seeing Yi Zhiqiu nod, he also kicked and broke one of Gu Xiaoran's legs. Under the threat of this sword cultivator, Gu Xiaoran was forced to kneel as well. However, he neither kowtowed nor shouted, merely standing silently with his sword planted in the ground. Seeing this scene, He Dad and He Mom felt a pang of compassion, and even Yi Jingxi looked at Gu Xiaoran with a heavy heart. Ultimately, the three of them persuaded, forget it, they haven't caused any substantial harm. Let's let this go. Yi Zhiqiu raised his hand. Mr. He and Mrs. He are kind-hearted and cannot bear to see others suffer. I will deal with you later. Immediately, sword cultivators dragged the two of them out of the private room like dead dogs. Yi Zhiqiu politely nodded to He Dad and He Mom. There is one more matter I need to trouble you with. Tomorrow, we need to rush to Hanwu Pass to assist the military in guarding the border. Today, we would like to rest for the night at the Yi family's hotel. As for the expenses, before Yi Zhiqiu could finish, He Jingxi took the initiative to agree. No problem. I will arrange the best suite right away. You have helped our Yi family greatly, and since you are going to the border for support, how could we possibly charge you? Akiyu, come with me to choose a suite. As she spoke, He Jingxi was about to lead Yi Zhiqiu out. At that moment, He Xiangzai finally broke free from the restraints of several thugs. He straightened up and shouted loudly, I, He Xiangzai, officially oppose you two male thieves and female prostitutes. Alright, Yi Zhiqiu, you've already taken advantage of me, and now you're coming to take advantage of my sister, right? He Xiangzai's shocking words seemed to detonate an atomic bomb in the crowd. Hearing such explosive information, everyone stared wide-eyed, falling into a daze. An awkward and suggestive atmosphere rose continuously in the private room. Countless astonished gazes shot at Yi Zhiqiu like swords, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Yi Zhiqiu then realized that He Xiongzai's sharp tongue was even harder to withstand than his sword energy. Beside him, He Jingxi covered her mouth with her hand, her pupils shaking in shock. Looking at Yi Zhiqiu, who had fallen into a state of rigidity, He Xiongzai's heart was filled with a sense of vengeful pleasure. This was the effect he wanted. He Xiongzai pointed at Yi Zhiqiu and said, word by word, my sword bone was severed by him. He Xiongzai originally intended to push the atmosphere of the scene to a higher climax, to completely intensify the conflict between him and Yi Zhiqiu. However, as soon as he said this, the crowd deflated. Everyone suddenly realized that things were not as they had imagined. The Taoist behind Yi Xiongzai couldn't help but complain, so that's what it is, you scared me. Mo Xiang also chimed in, Brother Zai, you really need to improve your cultural level. The term Huahua can't be used randomly. You should say, Yi Zhiqiu harmed you. No, wait. He wasted you, also not right. He Xiongzai's face was fierce. The accuracy of the wording is not the point. What I want to say is the blood feud of him severing my sword bone. No matter how much Yi Xiongzai tried to appear furious, the awkward atmosphere in the private room quickly dissipated. The somewhat constrained Yi Zhiqiu quickly took over the conversation. That's right, your sword bone was severed by me. If I could sever it once, I can sever it a second time. Don't force me to take action. Hearing Yi Zhiqiu's words, the sword cultivators from the Huanjian Hall all cast terrified glances at He Xiongzai, as they realized a certain critical point. To others, Yi Zhiqiu's words completely clarified the misunderstanding, and He Jingxi let out a sigh of relief. After all this fuss, it was just about her brother's sword bone being severed. She thought there was some emotional entanglement that would shatter their worldview. Acho, my brother is just acting crazy, don't mind him. Let's go. He Jingxi said softly to Yi Zhiqiu. Watching his sister turn her elbow outward, He Xiongzai jumped 3 feet high. Clearly, it's you who's acting crazy. You. The extreme anger caused He Xiongzai's already underdeveloped language nerves to fail again. Just then, Daddy stood up and blocked He Xiongzai. Daddy put on a calm demeanor that seemed wise but was actually quite muddled. Little bear, let me speak fairly. Although Yi Zhiqiu severed your sword bone, this young man looks quite spirited, and he gets along well with your sister. If you ask me, you two should just let this go. Dad, you really are my biological father. He Xiongzai felt like banging his head against the ground. You have no idea how much frustration he has caused me. And he even dressed in women's clothes to flirt with me. He Xiongzai was completely exasperated. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu's face flashed with embarrassment again, but before he could start to argue, Mom he stepped in. Little bear, I really have to criticize you. How can you slander your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? He Xiongzai's eyes nearly popped out. Mom he sternly reprimanded He Xiongzai. Today is a festive day, don't speak recklessly. If you ask me, you should apologize to your brother-in-law, and this matter will be settled. Hearing the term brother-in-law, He Jingxi's face showed a hint of shyness. Mom, what are you talking about? My relationship with Aqiu hasn't even started yet. Amidst the family's banter, the awkward atmosphere completely vanished. The tense feeling between He Xiongzai and Yi Zhiqiu also dissipated into thin air. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at He Jingxi and said, Jingxi, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave the accommodation arrangements to you. As he spoke, Yi Zhiqiu turned to the sword cultivators of Huanjian Hall, signaling everyone to wait for him outside. Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of the accommodation, He Jingxi said as she walked out of the private room and stepped into the exclusive elevator. At the moment the elevator doors closed, she put away her infatuated expression. The Yi family were not fools, they had long since realized that there was quite a bit of history between He Xiongzai and Yi Zhiqiu. Their playful banter was merely an attempt to prevent He Xiongzai from being hurt again. Even ordinary people understood how terrifying the term extraordinary martial artist was. Inside the private room, He Xiongzai wanted to argue with Yi Zhiqiu, but he was caught up by his parents. His father, still wearing that carefree demeanor, said, Son, in life, the most important thing is your mindset. As long as your mindset is good, everything will have the best outcome. Look, this time, the small predicament our He family faced has been perfectly resolved. He Xiongzai was at a loss for words. The issue of being forced into marriage by the Wu family had indeed been resolved, but what did that have to do with his father's calm attitude? Dong Chao, observing from the side, realized that the two heads of the Yi family were quite shrewd, and even his sister He Jingxi was quite calculating. Only his good student He Xiongzai remained blissfully unaware. Dong Chao looked at the aggrieved He Xiongzai, then at Yi Zhiqiu's figure carrying the sword case, and sensed a golden opportunity for He Xiongzai to explode with coins. Dong Chao pulled the still sentimental He Xiongzai aside. Forget it, Xiongzai, your parents are just ordinary people, they can't provoke Yi Zhiqiu. This statement jolted He Xiongzai awake. To gain recognition, Dong Chao shamelessly set a trap for He Xiangzai. To be honest, I have a bit of a connection with Yi Jiqiu. Hearing this, He Xiangzai was not surprised at all. When he saw old Deng demonstrate his fake voice technique, he had guessed that old Deng was likely connected to Yi Jiqiu. Dong Chao shamelessly spread rumors that Yi Jiqiu is despicable, shameless, lewd, sinister, perverted, and utterly devoid of morals. If you provoke him, there will be no good outcome. He Xiangzai fell silent. In his heart, Yi Jiqiu was indeed despicable, shameless, lewd, and perverted. Especially perverted. On this point, he shared the same view as his teacher. He Xiangzai also realized his own recklessness. Dong Chao patted He Xiangzai's shoulder. So, leave this matter to the teacher. The teacher will definitely help you get your breath back. The teacher has a connection with him. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Teacher. Just having suffered injustice from his family, He Xiangzai was suddenly overwhelmed with strong emotions. He was on the verge of tears. Facing a despicable, lewd, sinister, shameless, and perverted extraordinary martial artist, old Deng was actually willing to stand up for him without hesitation. Dong Chao looked directly at He Xiangzai, his gaze filled with both comfort and a solemn promise. You wait here, I will go seek justice for you. No one can bully my student. Not even an extraordinary martial artist. Although Dong Chao's voice was not loud, it was resolute. His precious student could only be deceived by him. No one else could do it. Dong Chao quietly set the trap, waiting for He Xiangzai to explode with coins. He Xiangzai was completely unaware that old Deng had calculated him to the core. He was still moved. Teacher, why don't we just let this go? How can we let it go? You just wait here. I will definitely make Yi Jiqiu bow his head and admit his mistake. Dong Chao decisively patted He Xiangzai, then followed behind a group of sword cultivators. In that moment, He Xiangzai felt that old Deng's figure was incredibly majestic. Even if his father was not affectionate and his mother was not loving, there was still someone backing him up. He Xiangzai's recognition +5. Dong Chao gladly accepted He Xiangzai's recognition, but this little sweet reward was far from enough for him. Yi Jiqiu led a group of sword cultivators out of the luxurious private room and into the hotel's open courtyard. Dong Chao followed them at a distance. Yi Jiqiu acted as if Dong Chao did not exist, his face stern. He addressed the group of Jianqiu from the Huanjian Hall. Regarding He Xiangzai, no matter what you have guessed, keep it to yourselves. Not a word is to be leaked. As he spoke, Yi Jiqiu waved his hand, and the long sword in Gu Shaoran's arms quietly unsheathed, flying into Yi Jiqiu's hand. Those who violate this order will meet the same fate as this sword. Without any visible effort, the long sword in his hand shattered into countless fragments. If you cannot keep the secret, I can help you silence yourselves. Yi Jiqiu scanned the crowd. The members of Huanjian Hall all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Yi Jiqiu's sharp gaze. At this moment, their hearts were filled with turmoil, but in front of the hall master, they did not dare to show any signs of it. If their suspicions were true, the young master of the Yi family could not even be described as a prodigy. The latecomer Jianqiu present all realized that for the sword cultivator community that had flourished for decades, the innate Jianqiu He Xiangzai was not a genius but an accident that needed to be erased. His existence could overturn the cultivation and promotion system that the Jianqiu had perfected over the years. Under the constraints of the broken sword oath, the entanglements between innate and acquired Jianqiu were too complex for them to dare to think deeply about. Looking at the Jianqiu of Huanjian Hall, Yi Jiqiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the ones he had brought this time were all his direct disciples, whom he could still control. Yi Jiqiu no longer mentioned the matter. He waved his hand, signaling for Wu Huaji and Gu Shaoran to be brought up. Yi Jiqiu grabbed Wu Huaji by the neck and lifted him over the railing of the corridor. The young master of the Wu family falling to his death after a drunken brawl. That should be a decent ending for you, right? The old thing behind your family should find it respectable too. Wu Huaji was already in tears. Spare me. Hallmaster, spare me. The limping Gu Shaoran crawled over and knelt before Yi Jiqiu. Hallmaster, please spare young Master Wu. Young Master Wu has been kind to me. I am willing to take his punishment. Yi Jiqiu chuckled lightly. Good, good, good. Jianqiu must repay enmity in kindness. Sending such scum off to reincarnate early is the best way to repay. As he spoke, Yi Jiqiu suddenly hurled Wu Huaji down from dozens of floors up, and in an instant, he was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Gu Shaoran, from now on, you and your brother are free. The last thing you do for young Master Wu is to collect his body. Do it cleanly. The Yi family cannot stand the sight of blood. The limping Gu Shaoran was stunned for a long time, then suddenly came to his senses, repeatedly bowing to Yi Jiqiu. Thank you, Hallmaster, thank you, Hallmaster. Yi Jiqiu looked at Gu Haoran in the crowd. Help your brother down to collect the body. Gu Haoran also bowed deeply to Yi Jiqiu, supporting his brother as they went downstairs. Both brothers understood that Yi Zhiqiu was willing to offend the forces behind the Wu family to grant them their freedom. I have a few matters to attend to, you all may disperse. Yi Zhiqiu waved his hand, and the Jianqiu immediately scattered. It was only at this moment that Dong Chao clapped his hands and stepped forward. Xiuzi, good tactics. You've really mastered the art of combining kindness and severity. Dong Chao thought to himself that Yi Zhiqiu had indeed grown quite a bit. This method of controlling subordinates had a bit of Dong Chao's former style. Brother, don't tease me, I'm just showing off a little, Yi Zhiqiu said. Intentionally killing Wu Huaji in public was, on one hand, to grant the Gu brothers their freedom, and on the other, to pressure his students, instilling fear in them to uphold their oaths. Dong Chao stood in front of Yi Zhiqiu and lightly broached the topic. Xiuzi, if I'm not mistaken, the Yi family has amassed this fortune thanks to the secret assistance of your sword cultivators, right? Yi Zhiqiu listened carefully. He already knew what Dong Chao was going to ask. Brother, if you were to ask about something else, I would certainly tell you everything, but regarding Yi Xiangzai, it concerns the very foundation of our sword cultivators, and I truly cannot disclose anything. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at Dong Chao. After all, Brother Chao had saved his life. As a sword cultivator, Yi Zhiqiu also valued gratitude. In a difficult situation, he could only add, you should have guessed it too, the Yi family is our benefactor, the object of our gratitude for generations. If the Yi family wants to get rich, we will certainly support them to become a wealthy clan. If they wish to hold office, we can also help them become high officials in Beimang. However, Yi Xiangzai absolutely should not awaken the sword bone. I severed his sword bone out of necessity. To ensure the Yi family can continue to prosper and not face an inexplicable extermination, I had no choice but to do so. Dong Chao thought the relationship between the Yi family and the sword cultivators was indeed interesting. Yi Xiangzai had a complicated relationship with the sword cultivators, and the sword cultivators felt the same about him. Dong Chao knew that merely using his words was not enough to reconcile the tension between Yi Xiangzai and Yi Zhiqiu. Moreover, if he continued to pry, it would only make Yi Zhiqiu uncomfortable. As someone experienced in dealing with people, Dong Chao always paid attention to boundaries. Besides, from the very beginning, he was not here for the matter itself, but for the person. What he wanted to resolve was the person. Now that another sword bone has emerged within Yi Xiangzai, what will you do? Will you sever the sword bone within him again? Upon hearing Dong Chao's question, Yi Zhiqiu lost the sharp aura he had before and fell into a long silence. Even as a child, Yi Zhiqiu realized that the path of the sword cultivators had gone astray. Unfortunately, at that time, he had no room for choice. He could only walk further down the wrong path with others. Yi Zhiqiu was also a postnatal sword cultivator. Like other postnatal sword cultivators, the exquisite sword bone within him was extracted from a congenital sword cultivator. They raised congenital sword cultivators like livestock, extracting sword bones from them and distributing them to postnatal sword cultivators. This was the deepest secret hidden within the sword cultivator community. This method was learned from the demon race, originally intended to quickly replenish combat power in extreme situations. But now, they were doing even worse than the demons. Within the sword cultivators, those with martial talent but unable to cultivate sword bones were called sword sheaths. In contrast, congenital sword cultivators with innate sword bones were referred to as sword spines. While sword spines were indeed excellent, not every sword spine could grow up to be talented. Nor were all sword bones obedient. But sword sheaths were different. Sword sheaths were secretly selected by the Elder Council from a young age. Throughout their growth, they underwent rounds of sword selection, already stamped with the mark of obedience. Moreover, if sword sheaths showed defiance or suffered injuries, the Elder Council could extract their sword bones at any time and bestow them upon others. As long as they ensured the cultivation system for reserve sword sheaths while secretly raising congenital sword cultivators to accumulate more sword bones, the Elder Council could continuously produce obedient postnatal sword cultivators. There was no need to wait for congenital sword cultivators to grow slowly, nor fear that a genius might die prematurely. Even if the manufactured postnatal sword cultivators unfortunately fell, they could be quickly replenished. More importantly, through this method, the Elder Council firmly held power in their hands. A single word from the Elder Council could open the door to the extraordinary path for sword cultivators or reduce them to uselessness. Even Yi Zhiqiu was constantly constrained by the Elder Council. On the surface, he didn't dare to defy those old folks at all. 3 years ago, Yi Zhiqiu, under the banner of repaying the Yi family's kindness to the sword cultivator community, severed Yi Xiangzai's sword bone, preventing him from becoming a pig in the hands of the Elder Council. That was the greatest limit of what he could do. After that incident, the elders didn't say much publicly, but secretly, they had already begun to guard against Yi Zhiqiu. In fact, to counterbalance Yi Zhiqiu, they deliberately created that monster. At this moment, facing Dong Chao's questioning, Yi Zhiqiu fell into a long silence. He cursed inwardly. Was he Xiongzai really a love child of the sword path, or just a little lover of the sword path? How could there be a double yellow egg? How to deal with He Xiongzai left Yi Zhiqiu in a dilemma. Should he sever He Xiongzai's sword bone again, just like 3 years ago? He couldn't bring himself to do it. He truly couldn't bear to ruin a genius prodigy for the second time. Moreover, the path of swordsmanship that He Xiongzai was on was the right path for sword cultivators. However, with the existence of the Elder Council of Sword Cultivators, that path was destined to be impassable. If the elders knew that He Xiongzai had awakened another sword bone, they would never let him go, even if he was the descendant of a benefactor. Just when Yi Zhiqiu was caught in this dilemma, Dong Chao patted Yi Zhiqiu's shoulder. Xiuzi, I know you have your difficulties. Don't worry, I won't make it hard for you. I won't pry into what hidden truths are behind this. I know that in the past, you had no choice, but now, you want to be a good person. Although Dong Chao didn't know the intricacies within the sword cultivator community, he was perceptive and knew that this line was absolutely applicable at this critical moment. Sigh. Dong Chao's words struck at Yi Zhiqiu's heartstrings, and Yi Zhiqiu let out a long sigh. After so many years, Brother Chao was still the same, being both astute and wise in dealing with people while not making anyone feel uncomfortable. Brother, no more words. You take good care of He Xiongzai. Yi Zhiqiu said softly. Dong Chao continued to maintain a friendly posture, secretly dropping a bait. I will definitely protect my student. But as a teacher, merely ensuring the safety of a student's life is just the most basic. The bait was set, and Dong Chao subtly shifted the topic. For a talent like He Xiongzai, the most important thing is how to teach him and help him succeed. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes lit up, and he clearly felt some anticipation. However, he soon encountered Dong Chao's fatal bait. How to educate a sword path genius like He Xiongzai, I truly have no idea. Xiuzi, you know I'm not good at swordsmanship myself, and now I'm injured, half useless. I've been wanting to find you since I came to Beimang. I know you have a habit of taking notes. Don't hide them. Let He Xiongzai take a look at your notes. I'll take charge of this. Consider it your apology to him. Dong Chao finally revealed his true intentions. As the sword god, Yi Zhiqiu's swordsmanship notes were definitely a rare treasure. Yi Zhiqiu didn't have a fixed weapon. Since he became famous, every time he killed a top sword cultivator from the demon race, he would take their long sword for himself. Now, he already had 11 long swords of different styles in his sword box, and he could skillfully use all 11 of them. Those notes of his practice, how valuable could they be? Hearing that Dong Chao wanted to borrow the notes, Yi Zhiqiu not only had no hesitation but instead felt a spark of excitement. Brother Chao's proposal was exactly what he wanted. Lending the notes to Yi Xiongzai would not only fill the sense of apology in Yi Zhiqiu's heart but also give Yi Xiongzai an opportunity to improve. Yi Zhiqiu immediately took out his personal notebook and handed it to Dong Chao. Brother, these are all my insights on the sword path. Each word is a gem. You must let He Xiongzai study it carefully. Dong Chao waved his hand. Just giving it to him like this, he won't cherish it. We need to pay attention to the method. You hit me. Ha! Yi Zhiqiu was slightly taken aback. At the same time, Dong Chao punched himself in the nose. Blood immediately smeared across half of his face. Dong Chao entered his dramatic mode, gripping Yi Zhiqiu's collar tightly, shouting loudly, Alright, Xiuzai, you've grown stronger. You can even hit me now. Don't think that this scares me. I must seek justice for my student. Brother, you. Yi Zhiqiu was completely stunned, not knowing what Dong Chao was up to this time. In the private room, hearing Dong Chao's loud shouts, Dao Shi and the other three were startled and rushed out the door. Meanwhile, Dong Chao, holding Yi Zhiqiu's collar, flipped over the railing of the high corridor. In a state of free fall, Dong Chao used his spatial abilities to teleport them to a courtyard several floors below. This way, Dong Chao made sure his students heard his screams but couldn't see the actual situation. Xiuzai, even if you beat me to death, I must seek an explanation for my student. How dare you sever his sword bone? This matter can't just end like this. You must apologize to He Xiongzai. Dong Chao shouted dramatically while pounding his own fist. Yi Zhiqiu was completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they were having a heartfelt conversation, and now Brother Chao had changed his face and started to play the victim? Dao Shi and the other three rushed to the corridor. They leaned over the railing to look down. They could only hear Dong Chao's screams and couldn't see his figure. He Xiongzai cursed inwardly. Yi Zhiqiu was really mixed up, saying he would fight and then actually doing it. He became more convinced that Yi Zhiqiu was indeed a despicable, shameless, perverted loser. He was still friends with old Deng, yet showed no regard for their feelings. Seeing several figures moving above, Dong Chao began to focus on the emotional shift in his performance, going from tough to pitiful. Xiuzai, you can't do this, we're still friends. It doesn't matter if you hit me, but you have to tell me what's going on. If you don't say a word, how can I, as a teacher, explain to Zai? I promised him just now that I would seek justice for him. Zai, for the sake of our past friendship, please give me a little face. Dong Chao's lines were filled with heartfelt emotion, mixed with the sound of fists hitting flesh and groans. Watching Brother Chao's one-man show, Yi Jiqiu's eyes were about to pop out. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, his mouth was tightly covered by Brother Chao, unable to make a sound. And those sounds of fists hitting flesh were Brother Chao hitting him. Yi Jiqiu finally understood. Brother Chao was using him to stir up hatred. To connect with the students, you're making me into a villain, right? Just now you praised me for my skills, Brother Chao. You really are something. You're so high-minded. Unable to speak, Yi Jiqiu gave Dong Chao a thumbs up, then showed him the middle finger, both admiring and despising him. Upstairs, even the scattered Jianxiu from the sword-washing hall heard Dong Chao's screams, their eyes filled with a complex mix of surprise and admiration. The Jianxiu had been secretly trained by the Elder Council since childhood. In their growth, there was only the sword path, obedience, and gratitude. At this moment, they were all deceived by Dong Chao's performance, sighing in their hearts, so this is the legendary teacher-student bond. How sincere, how touching. As for the teacher being beaten by Yi Hall Master, was that embarrassing? This is not shameful, on the contrary, it is even more admirable. To stand up for students and dare to argue with an extraordinary martial artist is truly noble. This martial arts teacher of the Yi family's young master is indeed competent and brave. Only such a martial arts teacher deserves a prodigy like the Yi family's young master. The latecomer sword cultivators, deeply moved, even prayed in their hearts for Yi Xiongzai, hoping he wouldn't be targeted by the Elder Council. Dao Shi and others were equally deceived by Dong Chao's performance. They could no longer hold back and climbed over the railing, searching for their teacher layer by layer. Hearing a faint sound from above, Dong Chao waved at Yi Jiqiu, signaling him to leave quickly. Yi Jiqiu gave Dong Chao the middle finger again, then his figure swayed and disappeared without a trace. Just as Yi Jiqiu left, several students jumped down from upstairs. Seeing the students, Dong Chao began a new round of performance. He put on a look of despair while forcing a smile. Zai Zi, the teacher has avenged you. Yi Jiqiu was too embarrassed to apologize in person, so he lent you this as compensation. Dong Chao handed over the notebook in his hand. Zai Zi, this is the notes of an extraordinary martial artist. Yi Jiqiu giving this to you as an apology is reasonable, right? Looking at Dong Chao, whose face was covered in blood yet forced a smile, Yi Xiongzai felt his chest turn into a furnace, burning with heat. Old Deng really stood up for him, although it wasn't very impressive. In fact, he had heard everything from upstairs. Old Deng had been relentless, and throughout, Yi Jiqiu had not spoken a word. Yi Jiqiu must have been so annoyed by Old Deng's persistence that he tossed this notebook to him to send him away. Yi Xiongzai knew that Yi Jiqiu severing his sword bone likely had huge repercussions. This was not merely a matter of apologies. Looking at the notebook that Old Deng had forcibly claimed was Yi Jiqiu's apology, Yi Xiongzai felt like laughing, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. On the contrary, the flame in his heart grew even hotter. At this moment, Yi Xiongzai sincerely felt that Old Deng was truly a good teacher. From the very beginning, when the academy leaders questioned him about cheating, Old Deng stood up for him. To when his sister called for help, and Old Deng brought the whole class to support him, and now, Old Deng was relentlessly confronting the extraordinary martial artist Yi Jiqiu, forcing him to give an explanation. All along, Old Deng had been very responsible. Yi Xiongzai's recognition plus 25. Yi Xiongzai transformed into a three-legged golden toad, bursting forth with a large amount of gold coins for Dong Chao. Unfortunately, the one who enjoyed the fun was ultimately deceived by the fun. The rarely sincere Yi Xiongzai had no idea that he was currently trapped in the false illusion woven by Dong Chao. The people beside him, Dao Shi and others, were equally moved. Their teacher was truly responsible and caring. This old guy had quite the connections. He actually knew Yi Jiqiu. Moreover, for Zai Zi, he didn't hesitate to tear his face with Yi Jiqiu. The more they thought about it, the more moved they became, and they all offered their recognition to Dong Chao. Dao Shi's recognition plus 15. Mo Xiang's recognition plus 16. Ji Tianfu's recognition plus 12. Dong Chao's solo performance perfectly concluded, and with the 5 points of recognition contributed by Yi Xiongzai earlier, he gained a total of 73 points of recognition in this performance. Truly a case of shearing the sheep until it was bald. A massive amount of recognition transformed into cultivation and vitality, surging into Dong Chao's body. Dong Chao's cultivation soared from the 6th level of the 4th stage to the 5th level of the 5th stage. He almost advanced a whole rank. Continuous system notification sounds rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 5th stage. A new disciple recruitment slot has been opened for the host. Congratulations, host, for accumulating 100 points of recognition again. The teaching treasure trove has opened for the second time. In front of the students, Dong Chao had no time to check the teaching treasure trove. He could only temporarily suppress his impatience. He took out his phone and repeatedly photographed Yi Zhiqiu's notebook. This is the insight of an extraordinary martial artist. You guys, stop dawdling and quickly take pictures of the notes. We need to return it to Chiozi tomorrow. Dong Chao urged the students to hurry and take photos. It was hard to say how much Dao Shi, Mo Xiang, and Ji Tianfu would benefit from this notebook, but he was certain that he was the second most benefited person after He Xiangzai. After all, with the quality of having a clear sword heart, he could be considered half a sword cultivator. Under Dong Chao's reminder, the few of them quickly took out their phones and copied every page of the notes. He Xiangzai was particularly serious about taking notes. He Xiangzai didn't expect that Yi Zhiqiu also had the habit of taking notes, just like him. Unfortunately, Yi Zhiqiu's notes were too monotonous, only recording some insights and sword techniques. As for He Xiangzai's notes, they were incredibly rich. From recipes to fashion tips, from game strategies to life hacks, there was nothing missing. He Xiangzai secretly imagined that when he became an extraordinary sword cultivator in the future, his notes would definitely be eagerly circulated by the younger generation. Just thinking about it felt refreshing. In this wave of refreshment, He Xiangzai thought of a great way to vent his frustrations. In the future, he would definitely use Yi Zhiqiu's techniques to defeat her. He would also sever Yi Zhiqiu's sword bones. Not only that, but he would also change the names of all of Yi Zhiqiu's sword techniques, branding them with his own mark. The Leaf family sword technique of the week: useless, clumsy, sissy, and foolish goose. He Xiangzai quickly typed a long string of remarks on his phone to edit these images. After a flurry of activity led by Dong Chao, Yi Zhiqiu's notes were quickly copied. Just as they were about to study this priceless treasure, their mechanical wristbands suddenly rang. They all received an electronic message from the military of Jiani City. Dong Chao glanced at the beginning of the message, and his expression instantly became serious. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, 100,000 martial artists, 100,000 soldiers. Just by reading these 14 characters, Dong Chao realized that this was a martial arts mobilization order. All martial arts teachers and students in Jiani City who received this message are ordered to gather at Jianhuan Road at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, everyone will go with the military to support Hanwu Pass. As the saying goes, the fewer words, the bigger the matter. This mobilization order was only a few dozen words long, but it conveyed a sense of urgency and firmness. Previously, when Dong Chao noticed that the alarm in the city had been escalating for days, he had anticipated that the military of Beimang would likely issue a martial arts mobilization order. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Dao Shi and the others were seeing a martial arts mobilization order for the first time, and after a brief moment of shock, excitement appeared on their faces. They had come to Beimang precisely to stir things up. Now, the real big scene was about to unfold. Dong Chao glanced at Dao Shi without revealing his thoughts, and the latter looked back at him in confusion. Dong Chao smiled warmly, hiding all his thoughts deep in his heart. The garrison at Hanwu Pass was the Iron Horse Ice River Brigade. This brigade was the direct line of the Shenyuan family. If Dong Chao remembered correctly, Dao Shi's father and uncle, the Shenyuan twin pearls of that year, had risen to prominence in this brigade. The trajectory of history seemed to be slowly moving towards a cycle. Zai Zi, have your sister open a few more sweets, we will rest here today. Everyone, get ready. Yes. Dao Shi and the others responded excitedly. 20 minutes later, in the VIP suite of the He family hotel, Dong Chao sat at the table, carefully organizing his personal belongings. The S-Class Black Dagger, the homemade Meteor Hammer, the S-Class Armor of Pain, the corroded heart and key obtained from the Rust City's secret realm, a storage bag with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters. One by one, these items were laid out on the table by Dong Chao. The corroded heart and the key to the Abyss secret realm were worth their weight in gold. However, they were of no use at the moment, so Dong Chao tossed them to the very bottom of the storage bag. He had carefully maintained the Black Dagger and the Armor of Pain, and he carefully put them back into the storage bag. Inside the oversized storage bag, there were also some supplies and medicines that Dong Chao had accumulated over time. He used his divine sense to meticulously check everything. As for the homemade Meteor Hammer, during his time in the Rust City's secret realm, Dong Chao had used it to test the rules of power on the metal door, which caused the hammerhead to become corroded. This homemade weapon had become unwieldy. Dong Chao decided to give it to Mo Xiang. After all, the hammer was made of mithril, a rare material that could only reach its maximum value in Mo Xiang's hands. Once everything was tidied up, Dong Chao opened the system panel and activated the teaching treasury. He once again faced the situation of choosing one out of 3 rewards. Reward 1, Martial Skill, Indestructible Sword Classic. Reward 2, Martial Skill, Return to Origin Extreme Path Scripture. Reward 3, Martial Skill, Abyss Dragon Asks Heaven Pavilion. Looking at the 3 reward options, the usually decisive Dong Chao became hesitant. Unlike the previous treasury rewards, this time all 3 options were martial skills. Dong Chao had experienced the power of the martial skills provided by the teaching treasury. Moreover, just by looking at the names, it was clear that these 3 martial skills were top tier. Although any choice among these 3 martial skills would be a good one, Dong Chao still forced himself to choose the best to maximize his benefits. The Indestructible Sword Classic sounded like a sword manual related to defense and vitality, which didn't quite match Yi Xiangzai's elegant and carefree sword style. Besides, that kid had just received the Sword God's notes, giving him another sword manual now wouldn't yield much gold. In terms of gaining students' recognition, Dong Chao had to maintain a sustainable approach and not desensitize them. Although the Indestructible Sword Classic sounded powerful, Dong Chao passed on it first. As for the Return to Origin Extreme Path Scripture, it sounded like a Taoist martial skill, which should be very suitable for Ji Tianfu. However, that kid had just joined not long ago, and his situation was still unstable. It would be difficult for him to fully grasp his yin-yang avatar. Dong Chao's gaze locked onto Reward 3, the Abyss Dragon Asks Heaven Pavilion. This martial skill sounded fierce and domineering, and with the word dragon in its name, it should have some compatibility with Daoshi. Moreover, after extracting a large amount of recognition from Yi Xiangzai, Dong Chao began to plot against Daoshi. Shizi, it's time for you to show some filial piety to your teacher. With a mischievous smile, Dong Chao chose Reward 3, and an ancient-looking book appeared in his hands. Flipping through the book, Dong Chao gained a rudimentary understanding of the Abyss Dragon Asks Heaven Pavilion. Before the formation of heaven and earth, the chaotic state of natural energy was called Ming Xian. The Abyss Dragon was an ancient dragon that lived in this Ming Xian state. A martial skill named after such an ancient dragon was undoubtedly precious and powerful. Dong Chao was convinced that this profound and domineering martial skill would perfectly suit Daoshi. However, Dong Chao wouldn't casually hand the book over to Daoshi. If he just gave it to him, he wouldn't yield much gold. Thinking of the Iron Horse Ice River troops at Hanwu Pass, as well as Daoshi's father and uncle, Dong Chao came up with a bold plan in his heart. Early the next morning, Yi Zhiqiu led a group of sword cultivators from the sword washing hall to gather in the hotel lobby. As members of the Sword Edge Guard, they did not need to meet up with the martial artists who had received the mobilization order, but instead headed directly to Hanwu Pass. The Yi family did not charge them any accommodation fees and even prepared a large amount of supplies for them. However, after what happened yesterday, there was an added layer of awkwardness between He Jingxi and Yi Zhiqiu. Before parting, Dong Chao returned the notebook to Yi Zhiqiu. "Shozi, I won't say anything else, thank you." Yi Zhiqiu took back the notebook, her eyes unconsciously sizing up Dong Chao. Although Dong Chao suppressed his own blood energy fluctuations, Yi Zhiqiu could still feel that in just one day, Brother Chao seemed to have changed a bit. Every gesture he made carried a hint of his former charm. In front of others, Yi Zhiqiu hid her suspicions deep in her heart, revealing nothing. "Brother, we're leaving now. I was just appointed as the captain of this Sword Edge Guard. Remember to come find me when you arrive at Hanwu Pass." Dong Chao nodded repeatedly, "Definitely, definitely." Daoshi, He Xiangzai, and others leaned over the scenic platform on the second floor of the hotel, watching the reluctant farewell between Dong Chao and Yi Zhiqiu, feeling a bit puzzled. Wasn't Lao Deng just beaten up yesterday? How come they're so chummy today? Isn't that a bit shameless? Is it really that easy to make up in the adult world? I have to say, Lao Deng is quite something. Among the 4 little kings, he at least knows 2. The more they discussed, the more curious they became. From various signs, their martial arts mentor Dong Chao had quite an impressive background. He seemed to know someone wherever he went. The few straightforward students did not realize that at this moment, Dong Chao was deliberately showing off his camaraderie with Yi Zhiqiu in front of them. He wanted to pique their curiosity. An unspoken confession was waiting for them. After the sword cultivators left, Dong Chao waved for the students to come downstairs, and the group prepared to set off. Daoshi, He Xiangzai, and Ji Tianfu were all lightly equipped, while Mo carried his signature large tool chest. Inside the chest, besides various tools for car clamps, riveting, and welding, there were also 3 steel blanks made from candle-marked financial materials. These 3 treasures made Mo uneasy if he hid them anywhere else. He had to keep them on him at all times. Dong Chao called Mo over and handed him a rusty sleeve hammer. "Teacher knows that as puppet masters, you need a lot of rare materials to make high-level puppets. This sleeve hammer is a treasured heirloom from my family. You can melt it down to make a puppet." Looking at the sleeve hammer in his hand, Mo was stunned. He didn't even have time to complain about Dong Chao's use of the word heirloom. This is made of secret silver material. Teacher, this gift is too precious. She said it was precious, but he showed no intention of declining. His large hand rubbed the small sleeve hammer back and forth, as if trying to polish it to a shine. In the midst of his ecstatic joy, Moshi's handsome face twisted a bit. Moshi's approval +5. While playing with the sleeve hammer, Moshi offered his approval to Dong Chao. After a bit of rubbing, Moshi pointed to the rusty part of the hammer. What a pity, what a pity. Dong Chao secretly complained, thinking how this kid was still being picky. If the sleeve hammer hadn't rusted, Dong Chao wouldn't have been willing to let Moshi melt it down. Just as Dong Chao was silently grumbling, he heard Moshi continue, what a pity, the rusty part isn't big enough. Dong Chao almost twisted his waist. Seeing Dong Chao's confusion, Moshi carefully explained, Teacher, you may not know, but among the 3 known rare metals in the world, fine gold and secret silver have super high strength, but they also have a flaw, they are difficult to mine and hard to forge. And the alloy of orichalcum is slightly inferior in strength compared to refined gold and mithril, but precisely because of this, mining and forging become relatively simple, making it the most practical of the 3 major metals. To melt refined gold and mithril, the only method I can think of is to let them rust first. Then, collect and shape the rust particles, using carbon reduction to convert the rust back into pure metal. However, refined gold and mithril have such high stability that they rarely rust. Because of this, refined gold and mithril can only undergo superficial processing, making rough striking weapons, and very few can forge them into armor plates or blades. As he spoke, Mo Xiang shook the sleeve hammer in his hand. This sleeve hammer is still far from rusted enough. If I want to smelt it, I really need to think of a way. Listening to Mo Xiang's words, Dong Chao suddenly had a breakthrough. He finally realized the correct way to utilize the rusting heart. The rusting heart is actually the key tool for processing super strong metals like refined gold and mithril. Moreover, if he could possess a vein of refined gold and mithril, Dong Chao could use the rusting heart for large-scale mining. The extraordinary tool, the rusting heart, is like the vinegar served with dumplings. It's important, but having just that doesn't solve any problems. Now, Dong Chao has a plate of vinegar, but he has no idea where to find dumplings filled with refined gold and mithril. To verify Mo Xiang's words, Dong Chao snatched the sleeve hammer back from Mo Xiang. Teacher, I'll soak it in water and wait for it to rust completely before giving it back to you. Watching the treasure he had just acquired being taken back by Dong Chao, Mo Xiang was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, what's wrong with Lao Dang? Why does he always want to play tricks on him? He had already been tricked once regarding the Qi Dan matter, and now it was happening again? Don't worry. Can the teacher still deceive you? Once the sleeve hammer is completely rusted, I'll give it back to you. Hearing Dong Chao's words, Mo Xiang couldn't help but pout, his handsome face looking like it could hold a warm bottle. Mo Xiang thought, what I'm worried about is you. To take back something that was given away, is that something an adult would do? Besides, mithril has extremely high stability, it only rusts slightly in very special environments. How could soaking it in water solve the problem? Dong Chao generously tossed the sleeve hammer back into the storage bag, making Mo Xiang's eyes long for it. Just then, He Jingshi, along with a group of hotel staff, pushed several carts piled high with supplies in front of them. Ladies and gentlemen, time is tight, and the hotel could only find these supplies. In the future, the He group will procure a large amount of supplies and send them to Hanwu Pass. He Jingshi said this, but the supplies brought by the staff weighed several tons. They were almost filling the hotel lobby. From warm blankets to various canned goods, and even iron barrels of drinking water, everything was included. It was more than enough to supply hundreds of people. Dong Chao was not polite at all. With a wave of his hand, he stored all these supplies into his storage bag, not even sparing the small carts used for transporting the supplies. His actions left the hotel staff astonished and made Dao Shi and Mo Xiang extremely envious. If only they could have a piece of storage equipment, they wouldn't have to carry woven bags every day. He Xiangzai and his classmates were about to head to Hanwu Pass for support, but He Dad and He Mom did not come to the lobby to see them off. According to He Jingshi, the old couple went to attend a networking event for the Entrepreneurs Association. Their daughter was forced into marriage yesterday, and their son was heading to the front lines today, yet the old couple could still think about the networking event. This carefree attitude left Dong Chao utterly impressed. After bidding farewell to He Jingshi and the hotel staff, everyone followed the instructions of the summons and took a vehicle to Jianshan Road. The road on Jianshan was filled with military transport vehicles. On the street, students and teachers from the Martial Arts Academy were orderly boarding the transport vehicles. Military personnel in combat uniforms and sword cultivators in black were maintaining order. All students and teachers of the Martial Arts Academy, please board the vehicle nearby. We are about to depart for the Hanwoo Pass. Hurry up! The military personnel urged everyone to get on the bus anxiously. As Dong Chao and a few students appeared, a sword cultivator rushed over. Upon arrival, the sword cultivator reprimanded them. You lot, how can you be so carefree? We notified you to gather at 9, and you show up just in time? If you're even a minute late, we will be leaving. Violating the mobilization order means you will face military punishment. It was clear that this sword cultivator, maintaining order, was deliberately putting on a stern face to intimidate everyone, aiming to facilitate subsequent management. Unfortunately, his approach was rather crude. Dong Chao didn't want to stoop to this guy's level and smiled as he said, "It's not late, nothing has been delayed." The sword cultivator snorted coldly, "Alright, enough of the nonsense. Which school are you from? I need to register." "We are from MO." The straightforward MO Xian was about to announce their name when Dong Chao took over. "We are the students and teachers of the MO Prefecture Martial Arts Food Research and Martial Arts Multimedia Interactive Entertainment Technology College." The sword cultivator, holding paper and pen for registration, was instantly dumbfounded. Was the name of this martial arts college in MO Prefecture really that long? Seeing that they were about to depart, the sword cultivator couldn't dwell on it too much. He could only write down a single character MO on the registration form and urge them to hurry onto the vehicle. After completing the registration, the sword cultivator couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Dong Chao, who was passing by, "Is your college a newly established martial arts academy?" Dong Chao disdainfully shook his finger and corrected him. "We are an established private college, with a profound heritage. If you haven't even heard of our MO Technical Institute, then you must be quite ignorant." As he spoke, Dong Chao proudly led the students onto the bus, leaving the sword cultivator in a state of confusion. How can there be a private college among martial arts academies? And that name, MO Technical Institute, sounds terrible. Is this a legitimate school? The sword cultivator stood there, dazed in the wind, unable to regain his composure for a long time.